Chapter 1 Red Rose of Infatuation. Buzz. Blossom Finance. Dear Mr. Su Yang, your current bill of 4 renminbi, 500, is 2 days overdue for repayment. Please repay it as soon as possible to avoid affecting your personal credit. Crypto Gold. Dear Mr. Su Yang, your current bill of $3,000, 00 is overdue. Jingbei Flower. Dear Mr. Su Yang, your current bill of 5 renminbi, 800, 00 is overdue. Su Yang touched up his cell phone, read the content of the text message on it after a moment of awakening, and then fell back on his head on the pillow, numbly flipping through it. Not much, just a dozen or two reminder texts, plus on the blocked calls page, hundreds of calls from unfamiliar numbers. Since the old man of the family was framed and imprisoned, the family went bankrupt, sold their house and car and company, and then paid off the debt with debt. The snowball, it's gotten bigger and bigger, until the last 2 days, when it completely collapsed. He thought long and hard about it, and at this point, there was nothing left to do but swing for the fences. Let's just leave these debts as they are. Later. Meh. He let out a bitter laugh. What else could he do later? Get a random job as a hard laborer and fill the hole for the rest of your life. Buzz. Su Yang froze. He had already blocked all the unfamiliar numbers, and the reminder call could still come in? As for the ones in the address book, didn't they all refuse to answer his calls? Upon closer inspection, a few large words on it nearly blinded him. Little Sister Joe. It's actually Xiao Yanxin, his fiancée. No, ex-fiancée. Xiao Yanxin was younger than him and had been studying abroad for the past few years, rarely returning, and after the fall of the Su family, Uncle Xiao came to his door and gave him $100,000 to break off the engagement. He didn't ask for money. As a man, he had that backbone. Marriage, and he retired. There was no need to make Xiao Qiao's sister suffer with him, and he didn't want to be the soft man in other people's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, Hello, brother Su Yang, isn't it you? I've called you many times, why don't you answer now? I've been worried sick, do you know that? Why didn't you tell me when something so big happened to your family? Xiao Yanxin's barrage of questions hit him like a machine gun, leaving Su Yang unable to answer. After a long time, he rasped out 2 words, It's me, brother Yang. Xiao Yanxin choked up, and her sobs could be heard through the receiver. Su Yang smiled bitterly, It's fine, your brother Yang can't die, that is, 0.001% chance of a rollover left. Ding! The face value divine magnificence system has matched a suitable host. Is it bound? Su Yang. System, keywords, God Ho, tie it now. Ding! Binding successful. Wishing the host every success. The person was still in a trance when Xiao Yanxin's soft and adorable voice came from the cell phone. What did you say, brother Yang? Su Yang remembered the phone call that he hadn't hung up yet and hurriedly said, Sister Xiao Qiao, I have something to do right now. I'll call you back later. After saying that, he threw the phone aside and concentrated on the system. The rules are simple. Get the favor of a goddess who meets the conditions of her face value, and after the favor value reaches the required value, all the purchases for the goddess can be doubled back. For example, if a B-grade goddess with a face value score of 85 or more gets more than 50% of that goddess's favor value, all purchases made for the B-grade goddess from that moment on will have a 10x rebate. A-rated goddesses with a face score of 90 or more get 100x back after meeting the conditions. S-ranked goddesses with a face score of 95 or more get 1000x back. You will also get a chance to win a raffle when the goddess's favor reaches 100%. All of the prizes are worth far more than the limit of what the average person can accumulate in a lifetime of struggle. The higher the level of the goddess, the higher the value. Su Yang's heart pounded so hard that it almost popped out of his throat. Holy, the old man is going to flip. Unable to contain his excitement, he sprang out of bed with a carp, bouncing a dozen times in the narrow rented room. Quickly, he calmed down again. Goddess's favor value? He does have quite a few goddesses in his social circle, all of them quite high in value, but the ones who are still willing to pay attention to him now. Finding his cell phone and looking at the name Little Sister Qiao, he asked the system in his mind, what are Xiao Yanxin's stats like? Ding! Xiao Yanxin, 21 years old, face value score, 89, goddess rank, B, favorable value, 90%, consumption return value, 10 times, the host is advised to spend immediately. Su Yang was shocked. Although he had long known of Xiao Yanxin's feelings for himself, he had never expected that Xiao Yanxin's favor value for him would actually be as high as 90%. This is very genuine, right? Next step. Spend money on Joey Yankee Heart. Spend it desperately. Deadly flowers. Not just for the system, but for Xiao Yanxin's sincerity towards him. Glanced at the balance in the Microsoft. 1,135.47. What's this money good for? And Xiao Yanxin is still far away. Su Yang scratched the back of his head, a bit helpless. and after half a day of thinking, he could only try to order a bouquet of flowers for Xiao Yenshin from the internet. Fill in the address and the exchange rate is automatically calculated on the order page. 1086 handfuls of obsessive red roses. That's it. Decisive order. Ding. Spent 1086 for B-grade goddess. 10x refund has arrived. Meanwhile, Buzz, dear Hightown Bank subscriber, you have a real-time credit of $10, 860.00 and a balance of $10, 860.31 in your bank account with tail number 9664. Su Yang did not dare to breathe. He did not dare to let the money stay in the bank card for too long, or those loan platforms all deducted. Luckily, the system was smart enough that he had credit cards and loans at every major bank but this one, and the payments were automatically wired to this card. If it was any other card, it would have been transferred as soon as it was credited. The other loan platforms, although they are tied to this card as a repayment card, the debit time is fixed and not real-time debit away. As for the money, keeping it first was the startup capital for his turnaround. The next second, the phone started vibrating again. Little sister Xiao. Su Yang picked it up in a good mood. Xiao Yenshin are frozen. Only in the past 10 minutes or so. It is obvious that a different person is if. Is something good happening? Brother Yang, I just called you. Did I add pressure to you? I actually just wanted to ask if you were okay. Everything else is unimportant. I understand. Su Yang laughed a little. His Xiao Xiao sister had always been very considerate and understanding. Don't worry. I have a new opportunity on my side now. I'll be able to recover soon. You focus on school abroad. When you come back, I'll definitely pick you up in style. Xiao Yenshin broke into a smile. Aha! Although she knew that Su Yang was comforting her. No matter what, Su Yang was the most important in her heart. So in the end, scenery or not, she didn't care. She's just worried that because her dad took it upon himself to back out of the marriage, it will make Su Yang think badly of her. Chapter 2 Trying out a male model? Su Yang patiently coaxed Xiao Yenshin for a while before hanging up the phone. Little Joe's sister was far away in the other hemisphere, and it was the middle of the night in local time. It is indeed good to spend money on Xiao Yenshin, but the person is not around. To wool gathering, can only come from the side first. Of course, he made a big deal of ordering 10 more bouquets of flowers from the same florist, with a note to deliver 1 bouquet a day to Xiao Yenshin's place. 10, 860 seconds to 10, 860. It's a sure thing. It's still early enough to find a goddess to earn a wave. As fast as he could, he found his previous clothes and changed back into them. Still quite human. It's just that I've been so exhausted lately that I look too haggard, and I don't have any of my old spirited energy. Su Yang shook his head and prepared to wear his watch according to his old habits, and touched the empty nightstand before he remembered that in order to pay off his debts, all the things he could sell had been sold, including cell phones. I sold my old one at a discount, and now I'm using a $1,000 one, still used. The good thing is, although the life of the second generation of the rich is gone, but with the system in hand, the rich generation is just around the corner. As for those hobbits who changed their faces and stomped back in pain because the Su family went bankrupt, phew, Su Yang took a deep breath. It would all pass. And quickly, tapping on his friends list, he quickly identified the ones he remembered as being the most colorful and messaged them all. At this point in time, it's all about casting a wide net. The replies were all pretty quick, and a few had already heard about the Su family and directly refused to pull the plug on a dragon. Su Yang, this world, indeed, is realistic. At a loss, the phone rang again. Liang Xintong? Su Yang picked it up and was a bit surprised. Liang Xintong's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Junior brother, you should call me a senior sister, right? School sister. Su Yang rubbed his nose. In fact, Liang Xintong was in the same university as him, a senior schoolmate, and a famous schoolgirl in the university. But Liang Xintong, this person is a bit wild, drinking and smoking everything to come, fighting and trouble is also ruthless. In other words, a bit of a maniac, who dares to do anything. You heard about me opening a bar, right? Liang Xintong exhaled and asked. It was as if Su Yang had already seen Liang Xintong exhaling smoke rings. No, I've heard about your family. Liang Xintong sked and said directly. Anyway, I think you're short of money right now, and I just happen to have a few more positions on my side, and it just so happens that you're handsome and, as far as I can remember, have a good body, or else you'll come to work for me? After saying that, she also hemmed and hawed twice, and then said, the daily wage is quite high, thousands of dollars should be there, and by virtue of our relationship, I do not draw your water. When you are in urgent need of money, directly say a word. I can also give you an advance. Su Yang's people were numb. Sister, if I'm not mistaken, by position you mean male model? You know this? Liang Xintong was pleasantly surprised. How is it? Do you want to come over and take a look? To be honest, Su Yang had the heart to hit someone right now. You can't be a male model even if you're down and out. But the bar, there should be a lot of goddesses with good looks? He said dryly. Send me the address and I'll go over there now. Great. With a face like yours and your status, I'll package you a little bit and make sure to fix you up to be the pillar of our station here. Hearing Liang Xinton's so excited tone, Su Yang sneered in his heart. It's not certain who's pulling the wool over whose eyes. Out the door and straight a car to call. Water feast. The corner of Su Yang's eyes are going to twitch and break. Worthy of being the famous wild schoolgirl, the name of the bar has such a strong flavor. Soon, Liang Xinton, who had her feet on pointy heels and was dressed in a black fashionable, yet extremely figure-accentuating workplace outfit, came out. The system's beep sounded immediately. Ding! Liang Yentong, 25 years old. Face value score, 96. Goddess rank, S. Favored value, 3%. Consumption return value, 1,000 times. The host is advised to work on the raid. Su Yang's heart snapped. S-class goddess. Just spend for Liang Xinton and get 1,000 times back. Spend 10,000 and blink and you're in the books for 10,000. But the problem was that Liang Xinton's favor value towards him was only 3% right now, 47% short of the return standard. Su Yang sighed. The S-class goddess was standing in front of him, but he couldn't glean. Who understands this pain? Liang Xinton glanced at Su Yang, the corner of her mouth hooked. Just such a simple action. Looking wild and sexy. Worthy of being an S-class goddess. The charm is really something. She tilted her head. Junior brother, the person is a bit thinner, but what's up with looking more pleasing? What? Su Yang cried out. A little tit, or a stunning color? Liang Xinton raised her eyebrows, satisfied, and said, women nowadays like you this way. Sis's vision. TSK. Su Yang noticed that on the system page, Liang Xinton's favor value had become 5%. It's going up so fast? Let's go. Go in and take a look. Su Yang laughed and looked at her, walking in with a big smile. Liang Xinton's eyes widened in surprise as she curiously said, I thought I would have to persuade you properly, but I didn't expect you to figure it out on your own. Favored value, 6%. The system is alerted as soon as the favor value changes. Walking inside the bar, it was still daytime, so there wasn't much going on except for a few employees doing opening preparations. The place is huge and the decor is hip and upscale. It is the kind of style that will be liked by young people and all female customers. Liang Xinton looked at his expression with satisfaction and laughed. Actually, in a person's life, to put it bluntly, it's a process of ups and downs. What's the big deal about bankruptcy? As long as you're alive, there's always a time to rise again. As to what method is used and how the process is, it doesn't matter. A woman who can run a bar like this does have a good hand and a pretty good mouth. Come, talk to me in the office. Liang Xinton led the way. Su Yang didn't follow him and casually found a card seat to sit down. Sister, I have no intention of ing you. He was direct, saying, I just came to see you. Liang Xinton gave a start and walked over with a frown. Bad expression. But, favored value, 9%, Su Yang. In that case, although Liang Xinton's path was wild, her aesthetics in this area were still quite normal. He seems to, know how to raid. You won't with me? Liang Xinton sat next to him, the refreshing perfume smell of her body wafting over. It was quite nice, but I heard that your family is in quite a bit of debt? Su Yang laughed lightly. It's a debt, but who in business doesn't have debts? This matter is not to the extent of making me go into the sea, right? Favored value, 11%, Chapter 3 Neptune the Gold Digger. Liang Xinton was lost in thought as she looked at Su Yang. She opened a bar and chose this line of work, and has seen so many powerful people, like Su Yang. There are not really many. In the past, when he was still in school, Su Yang was a sunny and cheerful rich boy who was never serious in class, but his grades always passed. Although he is a second generation of rich people, he does not have many bad habits of the second generation of rich people. On the contrary, he has a positive outlook on the three. He is courteous to people, and he is a popular and handsome man. I didn't expect to be able to keep that mindset after such a big experience. It seems that the Su family has a good family education, and Su Yang's nature is also very good. Favored value, 15%. Su Yang froze, adding so quickly, just wanting to pick up again. Liang Xinton suddenly stood up again, glanced at her watch, and then said, I still have some things to do. Let's treat you to a meal in the evening. 6 or 7 o'clock? Good. Su Yang graciously agreed. Have more contact with Liang Xinton in order to get the favor value up to 50% as soon as possible. As for now, 11 o'clock in the morning. There were still a few left from the earlier message sent out to his friends that hadn't blackballed him, and now there were just enough people to reply. Wang Yichuan. Before that, she was a small receptionist of Su's group, and once she was almost wiped out by a customer. and it just so happened that Su Yang was there and helped to stop it. Mr. Xiao Su, how are you now? Is everything okay? I haven't dared to disturb you these days. Seeing these messages, Su Yang was quite moved in his heart. There are actually quite a few people in this world who care about him. Xiao Yinxin was, and so was Wang Yichuan. Even Liang Xintong, although it is trying to ask him to go down as a male model. But at the end of the day, it's also about concern for his situation and worrying that he can't even afford to eat. System, can you retrieve Wang Yichuan's information? Ding. Wang Yichuan, 24 years old. Face value score, 90. Goddess rank, A. Favored value, 45%. Consumption return value, 100 times. The host is advised to rate immediately. To be honest, Su Yang was a bit confused. He had always known that Wang Yichuan's face value was very high. After all, Su's group was one of the leading companies in Haichang, and those who could come into the front stage had to have a face value level that could make a debut at the very least. However, he didn't expect that Wang Yichuan's favor value for him had actually reached 45%. Can this already be considered? Having a crush on him and liking him more? Because he helped Wang Yichuan out that time? Regardless, he didn't have any hesitation in choosing to make a dinner date immediately. Wang Yichuan said that there is another friend. He also promised to be very painful. 12 o'clock sharp to the nearby restaurant to meet. If it's a high-caliber goddess, all the better. The constant alerts on my cell phone for blocked calls, and the constant stream of collection texts coming in just don't stop moving. Unlike the desperate pressure he felt when he saw the news before, now that he saw it again, he had no ripples in his heart, and even a little craving for hot and spicy food. It's only a matter of time before the next step is to take care of those debts. What's the hurry? He was more concerned about how to raid Wang Yichuan. First of all, since you're dating a girl, you can't go wrong with gifts. Wang Yichuan has always been the image of a sensible and beautiful woman, dressing in a gentle and quiet manner. For this kind of girl, it's too ostentatious to send bags and cosmetics straight away, so you should throw in something classy. Like, there were grannies on the side of the road selling small wildflowers, a bunch of them for only $10. Not any famous kind of flowers, but very literary. He walked over and bought 2 bunches, feeling a tiny bit anxious. It's not good for a goddess not to be a gold digger. There's just so little to spend money on. It looks like we have to find a way to find a few female sea kings. That way we can be assured that we can boldly desperately weed. In the blink of an eye, the time had come. Su Yang sat in the restaurant and waited. And when he saw the window, Wang Yichuan trotted over and straightened her long curly hair that was draped over the doorway, and her long dress that didn't have any folds, before she entered a little nervously. Beside her, there was another stylish girl with exquisite makeup and a short skirt and boots. The face was good, and compared to Wang Yichuan, it was almost a match. Here, Su Yang graciously greeted. Wang Yichuan looked over, and a dignified smile appeared on her melon face, which was smaller than a palm, as she slowly walked over. Her friend was a bit arrogant and looked at Su Yang several times before following. Little Mr. Su. Wang Yichuan's voice was a bit cautious, afraid of poking Su Yang as if he was sad. This is for you. Su Yang handed over the wildflower bouquet and smiled. Ms. Wang. It's been a long time. Seeing the flowers, Wang Yichuan was visibly stunned. She pinched the bank card in her jacket pocket, suddenly unsure whether to answer it or not. Su Yang knew what she was thinking and said, "Don't worry, although something happened to the Su family, I'm not so bad that I can't even afford a bouquet of flowers, and I'm not as fragile as you think." Wang Yichuan smiled awkwardly and took it with both hands. It was only now that she took a closer look at the bouquet. Not one of those very vulgar and common bouquets from the flower store, but a very chic little wildflower. Favorable value, 49%. Su Yang's eyes lit up. The step of buying small wildflowers was really right. He then handed another bouquet of flowers to Wang Yichuan's friend. Ding! Goddess detected. Lin Ninger. Lin Ninger, 24 years old. Face value score, 91. Goddess rank, A. Favored value, 2%. Consumption return value, 100 times. The host is advised to raid. Su Yang's smile stuck halfway through. Only 2%? At this time, Wang Yichuan glanced at the menu on the table. His face changed, and he proposed. Little Mr. Su, you seldom come to this neighborhood to hang out, right? There's a snack street in the back that tastes great. I'll take you there to try it? After saying that, Wang Yichuan was all set to pull Lin Ninger to her feet. Lin Ninger glanced at Su Yang and said, "We're already here. Why go to the snack street? It's very far. And it's you who said that, little mister. Su booked this place. How bad is it for us to leave now?" "That's right. Let's go here." Su Yang nodded. "It's true that you can't go." Wang Yichuan's favor value was about to reach the mark, and now he was going to eat a snack? A street stroll until you're full will only cost you a couple hundred at the top. Just gotta stay here. Wang Yichuan's eyes were wet and looked full of guilt. Wang Yichuan's favor value, 52%. Su Yang's heart thumped violently. reaching the mark. Ichuan, aren't you going to introduce us? Lin Ninger looked at the prices on the menu and then at Su Yang. Lin Ninger's favor value, 7%. Seeing this line of system reminder, Su Yang was a bit surprised that it was added so quickly. Just for being willing to stay for dinner? He gets it. This is the gold-digging sea king he's looking for. Ha! Su Yang. He made a self-introduction and pushed the menu out, saying, order first, don't think about it too much, just order whatever you want. Lin Ninger. Lin Ninger also said the name herself, her red lips hooked, looking down at the menu. Lin Ninger's favor, 10%. It went up really fast. Chapter 4, The Gold Digger's Face. Lin Ninger looked at the prices on the menu, and Lin Ninger, who was sitting on the side, squeezed her and made a wink at her again. She understood that Lin Ninger was a vain person. The prices on the menu were not cheap, and she wanted Lin Ninger to order cheaply. Point of. Su Yang was also noticing Wang Yichuan's small movements, and he understood Wang Yichuan's intention to save Su Yang money. I'll order. Lin Ninger didn't order a lot of things. After all, she had only met Su Yang and couldn't let people know that. Make a good impression by being a gold digger yourself. Wang Yichuan took the menu in Lin Ninger's hand and let out a sigh of relief. Then he handed the menu to Su Yang again. After all, it was someone's treat for dinner. One couldn't just order what they liked to eat. Chief Xiao Su, see what you like to eat. You guys just order. Su Yang handed the menu to the waiter at the side. Lin Ninger looked at Su Yang's dress. Clothes are yellowed. Hair is also like a few days without washing. Cannot rise a little good. Sense to come. However, Wang Yichuan calling little Mr. Su in one breath made her a little curious about Su Yang. Did you have something bad in mind for our little purity before you invited us to dinner? And you even sent flowers? Lin Ninger mouthed off at Su Yang. Asked. Wang Yichuan bumped Lin Ninger with his body, and his face reddened. Could it be that what I said wasn't? Lin Ninger remained unforgiving. Su Yang sat on the opposite side of the table without hitching a ride on her words. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Wang Yichuan hurriedly explained to Lin Ninger, we're just ordinary friends who ran into each other for dinner. Don't think so much. He also apologized to Su Yang. Little Mr. Su, don't mind. She's just this kind of character. It's fine. I'm inviting you to dinner. Su Yang bit the word you especially clearly. When Lin Ninger heard this, she rubbed herself up from her seat. What do you mean? Mean I shouldn't have come? I didn't say that. Su Yang leaned back in his chair with a disinterested look on his face. Lin Ninger pulled Wang Yichuan's hand. Let's go. Look at his poor appearance. Does he deserve to eat with us? Wang Yichuan didn't get up. Ninger, will you stop it? You're not leaving, are you? I'll go. After saying that, Lin Ninger walked out of the restaurant. Wang Yichuan sat in his seat not knowing what to do. At this moment, Su Yang said, let her go. The dishes are all ordered. I can't finish them alone. He thought that if Wang Yichuan also left, wouldn't he be unable to gather this order? Alright then, she has this temper. I'll just go back and coax her. Wang Yichuan was afraid that he would also leave, leaving Su Yang alone and embarrassed. After this little interlude, the two just sat there. It wasn't until the waiter served the food that the awkwardness was broken. Mr. Xiao Su, how are you doing now? Lack of money? If you don't have any money, I can lend you some first. Wang Yichuan was the first to open his mouth to ask about Su Yang's current situation. Just like that, Su Yang didn't have much of an appetite for what he had just messed up. The two were again awkwardly eating from their bowls. After a while, Su Yang spoke. What about you? How has it been? Faced with Su Yang's sudden concern, Wang Yichuan was somewhat caught off guard. I'm still looking for a job right now. Wang Yichuan didn't mention the topic of their Su group for fear of hurting Su Yang's heart. 56% in favor of Wang Yizhong. Up again? Wang Yichuan is really a blank sheet of paper. Su Yang just casually asked, and pulled up her favor. Then what are you going to do in the future? Su Yang continued. Oh, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's see when the time comes. Wang Yichuan's big watery eyes looked at Su Yang. When I get rich in the future, I'll still invite you to come work for me. For Wang Yichuan, Su Yang still had a good feeling. After all, she still cared about him even though he was so down and out now. The two of them also just chatted about what they had and what they didn't, and the meal passed quickly. You're done eating. I'll go settle the bill then. Su Yang, who had finished eating, said, it's better if I do it. You helped me last time, so this meal is on me. Thinking of Su Yang's current situation, Wang Yichuan picked up her own bag and headed for the front desk. Su Yang thought, if you pay me, how else can I wool gather? He grabbed in front of Wang Yichuan and swept on the QR code. How much? Su Yang asked as he rushed to the cashier at the front desk. Sir, that's 1206. You pay 12. Su Yang entered his password. Spending 1,800 for an A-grade goddess. 100x return has arrived. The text message of the arrival of the cell phone was also sent to Su Yang's cell phone. Wang Yichuan was about to say something when Su Yang interrupted. Alright, if you thank me, Next time it's on you. Forget it this time. Seeing Su Yang such a decisive tone, she didn't continue to say anything and followed Su Yang out of the restaurant like a little woman. Where to next? Wang Yichuan asked Su Yang as he followed behind. Go ahead. Su Yang didn't know where to go. Let's go to the playground then. I haven't had time to go play since I've been working before. Wang Yichuan revealed an expectant look. Anything. The two then took a cab to the playground. I'll go buy the tickets. Wang Yichuan happily headed towards the ticket office, still bouncing around. Su Yang looked at this scene and followed suit. Good moods were contagious. Wang Yichuan, who had bought the tickets, came back with a bounce. Go! Su Yang had been to the amusement park, but had never been to the amusement park with a girl, so he didn't know what to do for a while. Wang Yichuan, who was walking in front, saw Su Yang stumped and turned back again. You've never been to a playground. It's okay, I'll take you to play. Entering the playground, Wang Yichuan looked like he had liberated his nature. The two just walked forward and backward. Are you afraid? Su Yang was full of doubts. Wang Yichuan pointed. Su Yang looked over in the direction Wang Yichuan was pointing, and it turned out to be a roller coaster. Su Yang shook his head. Let's play this one then. I didn't realize that Wang Yichuan had so much guts underneath his smaller, cuter exterior. The two also got on the roller coaster and fastened their seatbelts with the help of the staff. Ding dong! With a sound, the roller coaster also began to slowly move forward. The roller coaster climbed several stories and stopped when it reached the top. Suddenly, the roller coaster began to slide downward, a sense of weightlessness coming toward the two men, the wind whistling in their ears. Ah! Wang Yichuan called out, with a happy and excited expression still on his face. You call out after me. Su Yang didn't want to at first, but Wang Yichuan sat on his side and kept screaming, and he followed suit. Ah! 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 Shouting out, Su Yang did feel better, forgetting his troubles and grievances, now only happy. Chapter 5, Recognizing a Son at Dinner. After a few minutes had passed, the roller coaster was also back on course. How was it? Was it fun? Wang Yichuan asked as he unbuckled his own seatbelt. Su Yang nodded. Wang Yichuan was also having fun, and like a little kid, he dragged Su Yang to the Ferris wheel again. When he arrived at the place, Wang Yichuan realized that he was pulling Su Yang's hand. His face swished red, and he awkwardly rubbed his hand on the side. You're not playing? Su Yang looked at Wang Yichuan and found it funny. Play? Why don't you play? Beaming, he sat up. It was Su Yang's first time to come to the playground with a girl, and he didn't expect it to be quite fun, especially when he saw Wang Yichuan's adorable appearance. Su Yang followed suit and then closed the door. The two just sat face to face. The Ferris wheel is originally couples like to come to play. Coupled with just Wang Yichuan pulled Su Yang's hand. Suddenly, the air wafted awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. Wang Yichuan lowered his head where he was playing with his fingers. Not a moment later, this Ferris wheel also stopped to end the awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. Wang Yichuan went on to play a few other items, and this time Su Yang didn't follow along and just watched Wang Yichuan play from the sidelines. After an hour or so, Wang Yichuan seemed to be tired of playing and sat on a stool in the playground. Su Yang handed her over water. Still playing? No more. I'm tired of playing. Ahem. Wang Yichuan choked himself on his water. Drink slowly. Su Yang gently patted Wang Yichuan on the back. The scene was like a young couple. Go home. Wang Yichuan, who had already smoothed it out, said. Good. The two exited the playground. Su Yang, on the other hand, took a taxi on the side of the road. A moment later, a cab pulled up in front of them. You go ahead. I'll call another one. Wang Yichuan was already in the car. The two weren't going in the same direction, so Su Yang didn't join him. Bye-bye then. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Su. I had a great time today. Wang Yichuan had already put what happened in the restaurant earlier behind him and waved his hand towards Su Yang. Su Yang followed suit and waved. Today, he had thought of pulling some wool over Wang Yichuan's eyes, but he ended up being dragged to the amusement park by her for the day. But today Su Yang did have a bit more fun than the previous days. Unexpectedly obtaining the system, he will not be swinging in the future as he did before, and his life is full of good hope again. Looking at the time on my phone, I didn't realize that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There's also almost $300,000 inside the phone bank, which is kind of a lot better now compared to yesterday. Now, there's no letter from the school teacher saying she invited him to dinner, so I guess she's busy. Forget it. Let's go home first. Su Yang returned home and lay on his bedboard, swiping the video, thinking about how to come to get money from the goddess. Suddenly an idea surfaced in his mind. Immediately opened the live broadcast platform and flipped through it to look at the beautiful women. The finger stopped at a live broadcast, looked at the face value was not bad, clicked in. Su Yang didn't like watching live broadcasts much. He knew that these were all money spinners on it, and there were some dishonorable deals in private. In order to validate his idea, he wanted to give it a try. Entering the live room, the anchor was singing. You don't say, there are really 2 brushes. Crisp singing plus the anchor's soft voice makes some people watching the live broadcast have brushed up the gift. This anchor woman has a few looks to go along with it, and is quite a bit better looking than the average person. Her talent added a lot of points to her system. The system didn't respond. It seems that this method won't work. It's also true that if I find an S-ranked goddess on the internet and swipe a few 100 million, a few billion, or even more, wouldn't that make me directly become the richest man in the world now? Sure enough, the system has its drawbacks. Seeing this, Su Yang also exited the live broadcast. This method does not work. It looks like you have to find people around you who know people. Thinking about it, Su Yang fell asleep. He hadn't had much sleep in the past few days either, and had gotten his head screwed up by the debt collectors. Now it was different. He had a system. Was he still afraid of the little money he owed? Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone onto Su Yang's bed. Feeling the temperature of the sun, Su Yang also climbed up from his bed. In the empty house, there was no furniture whatsoever, only the bed that Su Yang slept on, which was still hard. Su Yang, who had gotten dressed, went out and bought a few buns from the bakery downstairs. It had always been his habit to get up early. The air in the morning was very nice, and it was extraordinarily pleasant to breathe fresh air. After eating breakfast, Su Yang looked at the street trying to fight people in a hurry. Suddenly the heart of the dry energy also up. Su Yang, who had returned home, was flipping through the numbers on his cell phone when suddenly, Liang Xintong called. Elementary school brother, I'm really not sorry. I promised to invite you to dinner last night, but I got busy and forgot about it. Liang Xintong opened her mouth to express her apology. Su Yang didn't take it to heart. He knew that Liang Xintong would be opening soon and had a lot of things to do. It's okay, sister. I'll buy you lunch then. There's nothing going on at the bar right now. Okay, I'll text you the location on your phone when the time comes. After hanging up, Su Yang continued to flip through his cell phone. He didn't have much of a social life to begin with, and with their family going bankrupt, there were even fewer people to connect with. Forget it, don't look for it. The empty room, Su Yang sat on the bed, looking so empty and forlorn. Jingle bells. Su Yang's phone rang and he saw the message on it. He was flabbergasted for a moment. Hello, who is it? What are you looking for me for? A sweet voice came from the phone. I'm Su Yang. Su Yang? Don't recognize it. Doodle doodle. The other party hung up. Sure enough, these people are unloaders. Su Yang laid down on the bed again. Not long after, Liang Xintong sent a message. Chiang Lai Hotel, box 588. Only then did Su Yang get up and head towards the address Liang Xintong had sent. More than 10 minutes later, the cab sent Su Yang to the entrance of the hotel. Su Yang walked in. Welcome. The two greeters standing at the door. That's when the manager of the hotel came over and said, Go, 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 we don't have any money for you. The hotel manager wanted to kick Su Yang out when he saw the outfit he was wearing. I came to eat. Su Yang was very angry at such a cold stare. What are you eating? Eat? Can you afford to eat? You don't look in the mirror either. The manager rushed at Su Yang and disliked him. Indeed, Su Yang was wearing his old clothes, which were already yellowed and had not been washed, and looked dirty. It's not that he doesn't wash them, but can he wash them with the condition of his family? Don't you bark bark bark. I'm here to eat. Who are you to keep me out? Su Yang got angry and spoke so loudly that the people eating around him also looked this way. Can you get the money? If you can get it, I'll call your father. The manager didn't believe that Su Yang could come up with the money for dinner. Chapter 6, The Gold Digger Again. At this time, the owner of Su Yang and their side of the commotion was also alarmed. What's going on? Manager Lu inquired about the situation. This kid wants to come in and rub it in. The manager was still fanning the flames. Su Yang was truly enraged, and pulled out the card from his bag and threw it in the manager's face. See if I have any money or not. The manager wanted to continue the fire. The boss stopped him. You go and check it out. Don't disturb the other customers. The manager took away the card in Su Yang's hand and kept cursing. If you don't have any money in your card, you'll see if I can't get you killed. Within moments, the manager came running over in a panic. What's wrong? Nothing in the card? The boss asked. Yes. The manager returned warily. Yes, and you still don't give it to people. I'm sorry, little brother. I didn't mean it just now. The manager, who had just been very proud of himself, was now nodding his head and apologizing to Su Yang. Su Yang took the bank card. Call. Don't go too far. I've already apologized to you. The manager pointed at Su Yang's nose and said, Call. When the boss saw Su Yang being aggressive, he also helped the manager by saying, Little brother, let's just forget about this. Call. Su Yang raised his voice again. Seeing how Su Yang wouldn't let go, and afraid of affecting the hotel's business, the boss forced the manager. Hurry up and scream. Do you still want to work or not? Manager Lu has also just been promoted from a waiter. His salary is just enough for the family to live. If the boss really does not let him do it, he went home. it will be beaten to death by his wife. Dad. He cocked his head. Didn't hear that. You. The boss stared at him with murderous eyes. Dad. Now his voice was heard throughout the entire in the hotel lobby. Aha! Take me to box 588. It's murderous. You have to serve him after shouting at him. Led by the manager, Soo-young pushed open the door of the box. The box wasn't too big. When he entered, he saw Liang Shintong sitting alone and making a phone call. Liang Shintong pointed to the action of making a phone call by her ear. Soo-yang also understood and found a seat for himself. Today's Liang Shintong was wearing a black leather jacket, while underneath she was wearing a lace skirt. Her long legs were just exposed to the view. Liang Shintong, who had finished her phone call, noticed Soo-yang's gaze and flinched back. What are you looking at? Is it good? Good looking. Soo-yang's answer was very honest. It was indeed good looking. Alright, be serious. I didn't expect you to be a little pervert. Liang Shintong said teasingly. Eat what? Look for yourself. Liang Shintong threw the menu to Soo-young. Soo-yang was not polite, and ordered a few items on the menu and gave them to the waiter on the side. What? You still want to come to my place? Liang Shintong exhaled the smoke in her mouth. Hokage, it can't be. Okay then, I won't talk about it anymore. For Soo-yang's reply, he had known that he would say this. Have you figured out what to do? Liang Shintong flicked his cigarette ash. No. Soo-yang's answer was also very dry. After obtaining the system, he only knew that spending money on the goddess could rebate. What else the system could do he didn't know. Plus he doesn't have many goddesses around right now that he can get rebates from. At that moment, the waiter opened the door of the box and brought the food to the table. Let's eat first. It's been a busy morning and I'm still hungry. Liang Shintong picked up the cutlery and ate her own meal, looking like she was really hungry. Soo-young had just been called father by someone, and now he also had an extra appetite, and the rice in his mouth felt even more flavorful. Liang Shintong put down her chopsticks and touched her stomach. Ah, I'm full. Soo-yang, on the other hand, was still chowing down on his meal. After eating for a while, Soo-yang was also full. Let's go. Seeing that Soo-yang was full, Liang Shintong packed her bag and got up. The two came to the front desk, and Liang Shintong was ready to pay. You're all paid, the little girl at the cash register said. Liang Shintong, who was about to pull out her wallet from her bag, flinched and turned to Soo-young. Didn't you say it was my treat? You're in a very tight financial situation right now. It's okay, I have money for dinner, so don't worry about it. Liang Yentung's favor is 20%, perhaps out of guilt. Liang Shintong's favor came up a bit. Then I'll reluctantly rub your nose in a meal. Liang Shintong didn't want to hurt Soo-yang's pride. Since he had already paid the money there was no need to say anything else. Then, elementary brother, I'll leave first. Soo-young nodded. It went up a few points, so I didn't lose out on today's meal. After leaving the hotel, Soo-young looked at the clothes on his body and indeed looked like a beggar. No wonder people looked at him that way. Come on, buy some clothes for a change. As he was about to leave, a flirtatious voice reached Soo-yang's ears, and he turned around to see that a woman in a revealing dress was holding an Iman. It was none other than her best friend Lin Ninger, who invited Wang Yichuan to dinner yesterday, and she brought with her. Yo, isn't this Mr. Xiao Su? Wanted to go in for dinner and got kicked out by someone else, didn't you? Lin Ninger said condescendingly. Soo-young didn't want to bother with this kind of person. Spat, turned around and left. Lin Ninger was very atmospheric about Soo-yang's disregard, stomping her foot and pouting at the man beside her. Brother, look at this man. He's so rude. The I-man was taken by Lin Ninger as well, and immediately wanted to take it out on her. Hey, stop. Didn't you hear what my Ninger said? What do you want? Soo-young turned his gaze back to stare fiercely at the I-man. The I-man also wimped out when he saw Soo-yang's eyes. Lin Ninger on the side was still fanning the flames. Brother, I'm afraid. The I-man heard Lin Ninger's petulant tone and straightened his chest. You scared my baby, apologize. Soo-young saw that the man was a wimp and was so scared by himself that he couldn't speak. Without caring about him, he left. What a wimp. Lin Ninger took the I-man's arm and let it go, pushing him a little and walking away. Ninger, wait for me. The I-man saw Lin Ninger walk away angrily, and he chased after her. Soo-yang, who had already left, saw this scene and turned back toward the I-man and shouted, "Don't chase after her. Come back. Such a woman is not worth it. People are buses. I forbid you to talk about my Ninger like that." After saying that, he went after Lin Ninger again. Ha, what an oddball. Indeed, such a straight man is played by others. And in the end, the basket is still empty. A while later, Soo-yang also arrived at the floor of the mall that sold clothes. The lights inside baked out the smell of the clothes. The floor was filled with the smell of new clothes potion. So Soo-young rubbed his nose and found a random store. Chapter 7, Picking Up a Goddess. Welcome, sir, you see what kind of style you need. We have a batch of new models here. You can try. The sales didn't look at Su Yang with colored glasses because of his scruffy clothes. Instead, he enthusiastically introduced the clothes in the store to Su Yang. Feel free to put up a few sets for me, I'll try. Su Yang didn't have much demand for what to wear. Hearing Su Yang say that he wanted a few sets, the sales also hurriedly went to match up the clothes for Su Yang, while Su Yang sat on a stool and played with his cell phone. Not long after, the sales matched a few sets of clothes and brought them to Su Yang. Sir, try to see if it fits. Su Yang took a random set from the sales matching clothes. Changing his clothes, Su Yang took a look in front of the mirror. Indeed, people rely on their clothes. Wearing new clothes, Su Yang was a little more handsome. Sales also complimented on the side. Okay, wrap it all up. Okay, Sales said happily. After paying the money, Su Yang carried the clothes home. The time was also up to about 5 p.m. Coo. Su Yang touched his stomach. What he had eaten at noon was also digested, and now his stomach is all. Hunger called. I went downstairs, found a restaurant and ordered something to eat. Suddenly a girl outside the hotel screamed, then sat down on the floor and cried. Not caring at all about the stares of the passers-by, she hugged her legs and buried her head between them again. Until Su Yang finished eating, the girl was still sitting in the same place, sobbing in a small voice. Su Yang originally didn't want to care about this, but driven by curiosity, he walked over. So, do I need to call the police for you? The girl raised her head, looked at Su Yang, and wiped her own tears. Su Yang also took a rough look at the girl's appearance. The girl's eyes were red from crying for too long. The girl looked small for her age, but what was in front of her was not small. It wasn't that Su Yang intentionally wanted to see it, it was just too attention-grabbing. The system popped up at this point as well. Ding! Xia Yuding, 21 years old, face value score, 91, goddess rank, A, favored value, 12%, consumption return value, 100 times. The host is advised to raid. I can't believe I triggered the system. The value of the face was not low. Su Yang looked at the girl in front of him again. Just now his attention was on other things. Now he looked at the girl. Indeed quite good-looking, with a long melon face, eyes with long eyelashes. The key is no makeup, pure vegan. Raiders, what to raid? That's when the girl got up from the floor. No, thanks, the girl said and stumbled away. Su Yang thought to himself that he couldn't just miss it. It was so hard to find someone he could return. Keeping up with the girl's footsteps, Su Yang opened his mouth and inquired, did you encounter something? The girl acted hostile. What do you want? Facing the girl's hostility, Su Yang hurriedly explained, I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to ask if you've encountered something. It's none of your business if something happens. The girl still hadn't let go of her hostility, which was still a lot better compared to the front. For the sake of the rebate, Su Yang thought of 100 ways to hit on him in his head. I'm in a public service organization. My name is Su Yang. I saw you crying for so long, that's why I asked you. Really? The girl looked like she had caught a glimmer of hope, her crying red eyes staring at Su Yang wanting to be sure. It's not true. Really? Su Yang casually said so, not expecting her to actually believe it. Xia Yuding's favor is 18%. A big question mark was on Su Yang's head. Up? Just a casual remark to fool her and it went up? What can your public service organization help with? The girl's words interrupted Su Yang's question mark. That depends on what kind of help you need, Su Yang said in a serious manner, as if he was really. It's the same as being a public service organization. I need money, the girl said bluntly. Turns out her mom was in the hospital with a tumor on her kidney, and the hospital stay had already cost her a lot of money. She's lived with her mom since she was born and has never met her dad. To date her boss called and fired her and didn't pay her because she hasn't been to work in days. All that pressure to ball in the street regardless of the people around you. Doing a play must be done enough, Su Yang said in an official voice. Yes it can be. We have to understand what you need the money for first. Xia Yuding gave Su Yang a rough idea of why she needed money. Seeing that she was also a bitter person, Su Yang wanted to be ready to help. But he didn't have much money now, and Xia Yuding's favor value didn't. At 50%, if you give her all the money, you won't get the rebate? By then, the basket will be empty. I still need to reflect this situation of yours to the top, so give me your contact information and I'll give you a reply then. Su Yang did not immediately put money her. Thank you, you must help me. Xia Yuding gave Su Yang her contact information as well. Su Yang nodded. Xia Yuding's favor value is 51%. It's a done deal. Su Yang was excited for a moment. Xia Yuding pinned her hopes on him, that's why it went up so fast. What is the approximate cost on your side? Su Yang thought about whether he had enough money on him. Not enough to find others to borrow some when the time came. Anyway, I owe so much. I don't care about that. Xia Yuding's favor value is 57%. It's about $200,000 if you do it now. This Xia Yuding's favor value is rubbing off on her. Alright then, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Su Yang felt that he could be too good to think of such an idea. Su Yang returned to his shabby rental house, thinking that he could get a rebate from Xia Yuding, and that he could buy a house when the time came. Finally, I don't have to sleep in this hard bed of his. Drift off to sleep with good thoughts. Morning. Su Yang, who had already gotten up, finished his breakfast downstairs. He pulled out the cell phone in his bag and called Xia Yuding. Hello, we can help in your situation. May I ask where you are now? Ah, is it true? Xia Yuding, who was taking care of her mom in the hospital, had an incredulous look on her face. It's true. The good news that came out of nowhere made Xia Yuding jump for joy. Then can you come to the hospital? I can't get away right now. Could be. Xia Yuding's favor value is 78%. This isn't going to go straight up to 100. It's gone straight up to 78% from just a few tenths of a percent. It's too easy. Su Yang slipped his cell phone into his bag, withdrew money from the bank and took a cab. In a short while, he was also at the main entrance of the hospital. He called Xia Yuding, who said she was coming down to get him and told him to stand still at the door. In about 2 minutes' time, Su Yang saw Xia Yuding walk over at a glance, because her features were too big, and the people around her were looking at her in the same way. It makes you want to look at it more. Chapter 8, System Upgrade? What are you looking at? Old undead. A middle-aged woman twisted the man's ear and cursed. Ah! Feeling the pain in his ears brought the man to scream out in pain. I was wrong. I'm not looking anymore. The eyes of the people around them shifted from Xia Yuding's body to theirs. The woman withdrew her hand when she felt the people around them looking at them. Go back and I'll make you look good. Just as Su Yang was watching the fun, Xia Yuding had already walked up to him. Mr. Su, Xia Yuding interrupted Su Yang. Aha! You go up with me first. Xia Yuding led the way. After a few minutes, Su Yang arrived at her mom's hospital room under the leadership of Xia Yuding. On the bed lay a bone-thin middle-aged woman without a trace of blood on her face, tortured by the disease. She was not a human being. Having seen the situation, Su Yang also gave the cash he had taken in his hand to Xia Yuding. Xia Yuding took the black plastic bag in Su Yang's hand and opened it to see that it was indeed a pile of banknotes. Thank you. Really thank you. She didn't realize it was real until the moment she got the money. She had held out little hope. After all, who would give a stranger such a large sum of money? Puff. Xia Yuding knelt down. The tears in her eyes also slid down her face, and this time she was crying tears of joy. Mr. Su, thank you. He was also a bit surprised by this sudden move of Xia Yuding, and hurriedly pulled Xia Yuding up. You want this? I'll take my money back. Xia Yuding held the black bag tightly, fearing that Su Yang would back out. I'll go ahead and pay the bill, and you can sit here for a while. Go ahead. I'm busy. Su Yang made an excuse to leave. Xia Yuding thought that Su Yang is a public welfare organization. Certainly a lot of things did not say anything else. The most important thing she's doing right now is paying the money for her mom's surgery. He was also finally walking out of the hospital after a series of thanks from Xia Yuding. Ding! Spending $200,000 for a Class A goddess. 100 being returned has arrived. Ding! Xia Yuding's favor, 100%. Ding! Because there is a goddess favor value has reached the full value. The system will be updated for 1 day. During the update, the host cannot use it. A series of beeps prompted in Su Yang's mind. Again a very big question mark was on Su Yang's head. Does the system do something else? I can't view it now either. And the system doesn't work. Just wait for the system to be updated into something. Su Yang was in a mood of anticipation. Originally Su Yang was ready to change the set of house to live in, but now the sudden update coming from the system made him give up the idea. Let's wait until the system is updated before getting a set. Still sleeping in the rental room for the night today, Su Yang, who had returned home, lay on the hard bed. Xia Yuding's return has already gone to Su Yang's bank card. Again, I looked at a reminder message inside my cell phone messages. There were those that were already overdue, and those that were almost due. Su Yang sighed and thought to himself, let's pay back these small amounts first. It wasn't a good idea to owe like this, and it also affected his spending. It took over an hour for him to finish paying off some of the smaller ones, leaving the larger ones untouched. The $20 million that had just been returned from Xia Yuding went down by half again. There was only almost $10 million left in the card. Take your time. He has the system anyway. There is nothing to do now. Su Yang was bored on the bed and brushed the short video. I don't know how long it took to brush. Brushing and brushing he fell asleep. There was also a video of the food playing on the phone. Until the next morning, Su Yang, who woke up, picked up his cell phone to check the time, but it was dead. Ding! The system has been updated. Hearing the sound of the system update completing, he couldn't wait to open it. Host, Su Yang, Power, 18, Physical Fitness, 30, Agility, 26, Face Value, 86, Life Expectancy, 58 years, Skills, none, Potential, can be added to the points needed by the host, Redeeming potential requires points. 1 point of potential requires 10,000 points. Current host potential points, 10. What the hell is this? Have you become a game character? And what's with the life expectancy? I can only live 58 years? With curiosity, Su Yang looked elsewhere. Tap on. System store. Host can use points to exchange all items in the mall. Each item requires 100,000 points. The host can redeem points through the return gained from spending money on the goddess. 10,000 points requires 10 billion. Host's current points, 2. Looking at his points, he thought to himself, when is this going to take long to get enough points for an item? Isn't this a pitfall? There were quite a few items in the system store. What advanced body strengthening, piano mastery, mixed martial arts. Su Yang simply didn't look at it anymore. He couldn't afford to change it anyway. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced over and there was something that looked like a gift bag on the bottom column of the store. He looked at it, and sure enough, it was a gift bag. A large gift pack obtained after the goddess favor value is full. You can get random items from the system store. Well, what a surprise. Su Yang rubbed his hands together and opened the gift bag. Ding! Acquisition of a singer skill item. With that, the gift bag disappeared and a skill was added to the skill bar. Singer skill, the host has access to all singing skills. Ahem. Su Yang tried coughing a few times, and sure enough, his voice line changed a little. That was all there was to all of the system's updates. Only the grand gift pack surprised Su Yang for a moment, but the skills that were opened were very chicken ribs. Potential value. Su Yang also did not rush to add it. Wait until later to see it. When the time comes, he'll add it all to his lifespan. Su Yang ripped off the charging cell phone and locked the door after looking at the room again. Today I can finally stop sleeping in this Thai environment. With that, I called a car on the side of the road. Go to the C Court sales office. Gave the address to the driver. The veteran driver with 2.5 years of practice was passing back and forth in traffic. It didn't take long to send Su Yang to the Hai Ting sales office. When Su Yang walked into the sales hall, a sales came over, looking for a room. Sir? Su Yang nodded. Then sir, you come with me. Sales brought Su Yang to the sand table model here. Sir, you see what kind of floor plan you need. How many of you live there? Sales asked from the sidelines, a professional smile on his face. I live alone and want it furnished. Su Yang told Sales about his request. So, sir, what do you think of this set? This. The salesman was pointing a stick at a sand model and his mouth was introduced. Can you afford it? Just watch. Su Yang, who was concentrating on the house, was interrupted by a conspiratorial voice. That's right, it's Lin Ninger, and today she's still got the glasses guy with her. Su Yang, who didn't want to pay attention to him, could not help that Lin Ninger had spoken out several times. Does it have anything to do with you? Stay where it's cool. Lin Ninger had been defeated by Su Yang several times. She knew that she couldn't say anything to him, so she said to the sales, this man is a poor man. He can't afford the. Don't even think about your commission. Last time I saw him he got kicked out of a hotel trying to rub it in. You introduce us. We'll book it right away. Lin Ninger finished looking at the man with glasses on the side. Glasses man's family did a little business. He was introduced through others to recognize Lin Ninger, seeing that Lin Ninger is very beautiful, and then did a dog lick. Right, we can pay right away. Sales is also a shrewd person. Heard the other side immediately can be booked. Decisively abandoned Su Yang's side to greet up Lin Ninger. Two people. Look at it first, sir, and let me know when you do. Su Yang thought to himself, your calculations are really good. Both sides want to take a commission. Lin Ninger made a provocative gesture and went aside with Sales to look at the house. Chapter 9, The Desire of the People. Su Yang also didn't take them seriously at all, treating them as dogs barking furiously next to him. At that moment, a soft voice said, Sir, I can introduce you. Su Yang saw the person who spoke, a clean-looking girl staring at Su Yang. Okay. System. Ding. Luo Xin, 19 years old. Face value score, 85. Goddess rank, B. Favored value, 36%. Consumption return value, 10 times. The host is advised to raid. Just barely hit 85. The favor value is also okay. Loxin is presumably here on a part-time basis and is not very skilled in the business. Introducing the house and talking very poorly. I'm sorry, sir, you'd better find someone else. Luo Xin said to Su Yang as she also realized up her problem. It's okay, take your time. Hearing Su Yang's encouraging words, Luo Xin also introduced Su Yang once again. Looking around the sand table model, Su Yang looked at a villa that suited him perfectly, although it was a little bit remote, but Su Yang liked it a bit quieter. Just ask for the price. How much is the villa? Ah, Luo Xin was flabbergasted for a moment, but still introduced Su Yang. Sir, this villa costs 6.25 million. You live alone. It's better not to buy such a big one. Other people's sales hate you to buy a few sets. You are good and advise people not to buy. Just it. Su Yang pulled out his card. Although Luo Xin persuaded people not to buy, it is out of good intentions. But in the face of this set of houses to get a commission, she is still quite moved. Taking the card in Su Yang's hand. Really? Loxin asked again. Seeing Su Yang nodding, she excitedly headed towards the front desk. Su Yang and their side of the situation. The previous sales had been watching. Seeing Su Yang buy a villa immediately ran over again, snatching the bank card from Luo Xin's hand. Sir, let me handle it for you. She just came here and is not familiar with the business. After saying that, he went towards the front desk. Only Luo Xin's helpless figure was left behind. Su Yang was also enraged. The fruits of other people's labor, you're going to rob them the hard way, just because she's new? Bring back the card and give it to her. Sales was still sophomoric. Sir, she doesn't know these. You didn't hear what I said, did you? Su Yang spoke so loudly that the people buying houses around him looked over. Sales knew he was in the wrong and reluctantly gave Loxin his card. At that moment, a man came running over. Sir, I'm the manager here. Can I help you? Need? You guys recruit everyone? Right. Straight up hardcore robbing people of their business. The manager looked at Luo Xin, who was standing helplessly by the side, and then at the unconvinced Sales, and understood. I'm sorry, sir, I'll take care of it. For that Sales in front of him, the manager was also not used to seeing, on the basis that he was an old employee, often robbed the business of newcomers. The people who bought the house didn't mind and let her get it. Every month just like this became the top seller, so they also earn one eye and close one eye. But today Su Yang did not let her get it, but instead made a scene. Go apologize and get forgiveness from people or you don't come to work. Fire me? I sell so many houses every month. How dare you fire me? Relying on the fact that they are the top seller. The Sales don't even listen to the manager. Don't you come to work tomorrow? Don't you have any idea how you get your monthly pins? The manager couldn't stand it anymore either. Hearing that the manager was really going to fire her, Sales panicked. Don't, manager, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. The manager was already determined to fire her. Seeing that the manager was unmoved, she turned towards Su Yang and knelt down again. Sir, please help, beg for mercy. Su Yang directly walked away and called Luo Xin to give him a contract. Leaving Sales alone where kneeling. This simply cannot get other people's sympathy. The other Sales saw it and secretly applauded it. Seeing that there was no room for error, the Sale packed up their things and left. Luo Xin saw Su Yang stand up for her. Turning to Su Yang, she said, thank you. Luo Xin's favor value, 54%. Su Yang wasn't surprised by Luo Xin's rising favor value, which wasn't that much worse in the first place. Su Yang signed his name on the contract. He also brought the key to the villa from Luo Xin. Spending 6.25 million for a B-grade goddess, 10 times has been returned. That's okay? Then we'll buy things from now on from people with good looks, and we'll get money for nothing. Looked at the arrival message. It's over $60 million now. Su Yang took the key to the villa and was ready to go home to take a look. Lin Ninger came over again at this time. Instead of the previous targeting in her eyes, there was a hint of ambiguity. Brother Su Yang, can I play around in your villa? This person changed his face really fast. Before he was scolding Su Yang, now he wanted to lean on Su Yang. Asterisk 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 off. He left only 2 words for Lin Ninger and left. Humph. It's just a villa. What's the big deal? The dog-licking eye man came back up. He's letting you go so you can come over to my house and play. Can you afford a villa? Lin Ninger said mockingly to the eye man. An hour later, Su Yang also arrived at the location of the villa, almost half an hour away from the center of the city of Haiyang, where there were almost 50 sets in total. The villa, because it had just been built, didn't have too many people living in it. The security guard saw Su Yang holding the villa's key in his hand and opened the door for Su Yang. When I came inside, the air was a lot better than the city, and there was a lot of greenery inside, and Su Yang bought a little bit towards the back, so it took a while to walk there. When you open the door, the lights in the villa are smart and turn on automatically when you open the door. The villa has 3 floors including the garage. The first floor is the dining room for meeting guests and whatnot, and the second floor is the resting place. Su Yang walked into the largest room, because he bought the matter finely decorated. All the furniture inside was there. Laying down on the soft and wide bed, moving his body, it was considered a complete farewell to his hard bed in the future. After lying down for a while, when he felt a little thirsty, he went downstairs to see if there was anything to drink. Opened the door of the refrigerator and there are all kinds of drinks inside. This developer is really thoughtful. Grabbed a bottle of Fat House Happy Water and just wandered around inside the villa. The situation in the house was generally understood by Su Yang, and then wandered around the park in the villa. Suddenly he heard a laugh, and searching for the sound he saw 2 old men playing chess inside the pavilion. He walked over to the two old men who had already finished one game of chess and were starting a second. Seeing Su Yang walk over, an old man asked, "Young man, just arrived?" Su Yang nodded. The other old man asked, "You would?" "A little bit," Su Yang said. "That just so happens that you're coming down. My daughter-in-law called me home for dinner." The older man gave up his seat to Su Yang as he spoke. Su Yang also did not polite. Anyway, boring, just accompany the old man to play chess to pass some time. Chapter 10, Getting High at the Bar. General. Ha ha ha. The old man's laughter resounded throughout the park. "Boy, you're not going to make it. One more game." Unconvinced, Su Yang renewed his invitation and fiddled with the pieces on the chessboard. Good. The old man was also in the rare position of having a young man to play chess with him. Half an hour. Su Yang was once again defeated. "No more games. Ha ha ha." The old man smiled kindly. "Young man, you still have to practice. I'm the president of the chess association, so there's no way you can beat me." The old man gave a proud look. Su Yang also did not expect the old man in front of him to have this kind of status. "Well, next time down. What number do you live in, young man?" The old man gathered up the chess pieces on the table. 12. "Good. Old man, I'll come and play chess with you when I have time." For the old man's request, Su Yang did not refuse. The old man hunched over and walked away, and Su Yang was ready to go home. Returning to the villa, Su Yang, who had been tired all day, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Jingle bells. It took the ringing of the phone to pull Su Yang back from his dream world. It was now noon, and I hadn't slept so comfortably for several days before the ringing of the bell woke Su Yang up. Sleepily, I picked up the phone. "Hello?" Liang Xintong's voice came from the other end of the phone. "What did you do last night? Still sleeping at this hour?" "It's nothing." Su Yang climbed up from the soft bed and saw that the time on his cell phone was already 1:10. He was used to waking up early and he didn't know how he had slept for so long, probably because of the new environment. "I'm opening my bar at night. Come hang out, there's a fun program," Liang Xintong invited. Good. Su Yang, who hadn't eaten for a long time, looked at the kitchen to see what there was to eat, only to find that there was quite a lot to drink, but there was none to eat. Had to get a bottle of milk from the fridge to drink first. Ready to order takeout on the phone. A look at the price. He flabbergasted. A spicy hot only dozens of dollars. Delivery fees actually want more than $100. I guess it's only a new villa. Plus it's a bit far to travel. He endured the pain and placed an order on it. It doesn't seem too good to live so far away, and I can't cook for myself. Plus it's far from the city and I don't have a car. It looks like it used to be the good old days, and for a while it didn't fit in, and now it's quite a bit worse. The only clothes he wore were the ones he had on him. The rest were inside his tie house. We'll see about that later. Get a babysitter when the time comes so you don't go hungry, and a car will have to be bought. 2:26 p.m. The takeout was also finally delivered to Su Yang. Looking for some videos on my phone for dinner, I flipped through them and came across the video of Albara. Okay, you're it. Opened the bag and just ate it. As the video progress bar disappeared, Su Yang also finished eating. Taking a sip of the remaining soup, he rubbed his stomach in satisfaction. Finish packing up the trash on the table and get ready to head out the door. Looking at the time on his cell phone, 4 o'clock. Almost. To the city just in time for the opening of Liang Xintong's bar. At 6 p.m. The sun in the sky shines reddish-yellow in the west. Liang Xintong stood at the entrance of the bar to greet the guests who had come to support her. The two sides of the bar's entrance were also filled with flower baskets. Su Yang also arrived just in time. Coming, elementary school brother. Liang Xintong greeted. Aha, go in and play. Liang Xintong finished and greeted the other guests again. Su Yang saw that Liang Xintong was busy, so he didn't say anything and entered the bar. The bar has a lot of people here today, and there are all kinds of hot girls dancing on the dance floor, while the DJ is playing the beats on top of the stage. Shaking his head, he tried to mobilize the bar. Brother, do you have a reservation? A man came up to Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head. Well then, brother, how many of you are there? Want a box? The man entertained warmly. It's just me. You find me a better seat. Not a box. Okay, brother, you give it to me. Under the man's lead, Su Yang sat in a seat against the center of the dance floor. It's not that Su Yang doesn't want a private room. It's just that the bar lobby is more cost-effective. You can see the beautiful women dancing on the dance floor, and you can follow the rhythm of the DJ. Shake it up, brother, here's your number. There will be benefits later. The man handed over a number plate. Is this the fun program Liang Xintong was talking about? Su Yang didn't know what the number plate was for, so he put the number in his pocket. Su Yang picked up the wine on the table and took a sip. He rarely drank, but the atmosphere of the bar made him unconsciously pick up his glass. Shortly after the man left, he brought another woman with him. The woman, Su Yang also has an impression. Is Liang Xintong university classmate, also considered Su Yang's schoolmate. Brother, excuse me, there are too many people coming to the bar right now. There's not much room. Can you see? Could be. He was the only one sitting on the long row of sofas here in Su Yang's place, and there were plenty of places to sit around him. Thanks, handsome. The woman said her thanks and sat down. The woman was wearing heavy makeup and had a pretty good, imperial base. Have I seen you before? The woman asked Su Yang. Su Yang took a sip of wine. I'm Liang Xintong's schoolmate. When Su Yang said that, the woman also remembered. Your name is Su Yang, isn't it? He nodded. My name is Ji Fong. I'm Liang Xintong's classmate, and I'm considered your schoolmate. Ji Fong stood up and extended her white hand. Su Yang followed suit and stood up, shaking hands with Ji Fong before sitting down again. System. Ding. Ji Fong, 24 years old. Face value score, 92. Goddess rank, A. Favored value, 11%. Consumption return value, 100 times. The host is advised to raid. Sure enough, they are classmates with Liang Xintong. All good-looking, beautiful women are all piled on top of each other. This kind of mature imperial lady model is the most bad to start. Su Yang also did not have too much contact. After all, his kind of relationship experience is not much of a person cannot grasp. The two also simply said hello. At this time, Liang Xintong also came in, presumably because the people had almost arrived. DJ, welcome, everyone, to the Xin bar. Come once enough. The DJ played a very powerful song. The people dancing on the dance floor got even higher. Not long after, Liang Xintong walked onto the stage to pick up the microphone in the DJ's hand. The music also stopped at this moment. Only colorful lights remained. It's flickering. Thank you all for coming out. Tonight Xin Bar is offering 20% off on the whole place and a variety of programs. Everyone has a number card in their hand, and the person who draws it later on perform a show on stage in our bar will give the lucky winner a free month's worth of bar tabs. Ah, good. The crowd, who had already stopped moving, got excited when they heard Liang Xintong's words about the benefits. The DJ puts the music on again, moving times and times and times. Next, let's give a round of applause to Used Rose. The bar's first show brought in the band known as Death Rock. Oh ho! Ah! The crowd showed excited voices. Chapter 11, The Spotlight. The band took the stage and first tuned up their equipment, and after that, they were ready to start the show. The lead singer poses on stage with sunglasses on and strums along with the bassist. Used Roses, pick up. The east side is not lit. West side bright ah. Sun all the remnants of the sun I sun sadness ah. Those who could sing on stage were singing along, and those who couldn't were swinging along with the music melody. The atmosphere was brought up by the band. Hundreds of people swaying along as if the bar was vibrating. Su Yang sat on the card table and stood up to follow the crowd as well. As the music stopped, Su Yang sat down again. He realized that Ji Fong, who was sitting on the side, had disappeared. DJ, let's give another round of applause to the Used Roses. Thud, clank. The show goes on as long as your shrieks go on. Ah, ah, ah. I can already feel everyone's enthusiasm. But next up is a beautiful woman. The DJ was on stage dangling the crowd. Want to see it or not? Think. Then we greet the next performer with a scream as they bring their dance. Ah! A girl walks slowly to the stage, backed by lights. The girl is dressed in a sexy outfit. Under the hot music, the girls twisted their bodies and danced a sexy, hot dance. The light shines on the girl's face. Su Yang then see clearly. The stage is not just sitting next to Su Yang. Ji Fong well. Ji Fong changed various dance positions on the stage, causing countless men on the stage to look at her. Mature imperial lady model Ji Fong with sexy and hot dance really seduces the heart. TSK. What a seductive siren. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. Not long after, Ji Fong also finished her dance and returned to the card table. Other programs were performed on stage. Ji Fong wiped the sweat from her body with a paper towel and panted heavily. The fragrance emanating from her body mixed with the smell of sweat drifted to Su Yang's. Where's the nose? Su Yang felt an intoxicating scent when he smelled the fragrance. It made him couldn't help but praise Ji Fong. Sister, you danced. The dance was beautiful. Ji Fong broke into a crescent moon smile. Thanks. Smelling the refreshing fragrance, Su Yang drank 2 more glasses of wine. He was already drunk and dizzy. The last program was also performed, and the people in the bar increased instead of decreasing, because the lucky winner will be drawn soon. DJ, next, the main event. Who will be the lucky winner? The big screen rolls up. A string of numbers spun across the screen, then stopped at 268. Which one of you lucky winners will please come up to the stage? The crowd on stage looked at their number plates with disappointment and threw them on the floor. Then they looked up and around to see if it was the who won. Ji Fong looked at her number and missed. Will the lucky winner please come up to the stage to claim his prize? The DJ took the microphone and deadpanned again. Ji Fong saw that Su Yang didn't look at the number, so she reminded him, "Did you win the lottery?" Su Yang was a bit confused now. Taking out the number plate from his pocket, he looked at the number and said, 268. "It's really you?" Ji Fong asked casually, not realizing it was true. Here. Ji Fong waved her hand towards the DJ. She saw that Su Yang was already disoriented, so she waved for her. At this time came two waiters to help Su Yang up, feeling that someone moved him, also awake a little. "What are you doing?" Su Yang said in disbelief. "Sir, you've won the lottery. Go to the stage and claim your prize." Hearing the waiter's words, Su Yang also understood and was assisted to the stage by two waiters. Su Yang stood up on the stage. Liang Xintong also didn't expect it to be Su Yang. "This handsome man, we need you to perform a show before we can take away this prize. May I ask what you're going to perform?" Su Yang didn't know what program he was going to perform. He felt a little headache and dizzy. "I'll sing a random song for everyone." "What song?" "I'll get the band to accompany you. Just Beyond Sea to Sky." "Wow, very nice song." The DJ handed the microphone to Su Yang. The stage was now very crowded, and Su Yang picked up the microphone under the alcohol and lights. Bam! The accompaniment plays. Su Yang also opened his mouth and sang, "Me Today." Watching snow drift by on a cold night, the moment Su Yang opened his mouth, he conquered everyone present, and there were also people who took out their cell phones and were recording. The vicissitudes of his voice coupled with his very standard Cantonese seemed to bring everyone into the song. Floating far away with a cool heart, catch up in the storm. You can't tell the shadows from the fog. The climax of the song was a chorus that brought out everyone in the audience. The song was soon over, and those in attendance couldn't get enough of it. "That's nice," a man said. "Indeed. The moment he opened his mouth I thought it was the real Kakue." The woman next to him similarly complimented. "One more song." I don't know who shouted. Then the whole crowd shouted, "One more song, one more song." Su Yang stood on the stage and heard the whole audience shouting, and with great hospitality, he sang another song for everyone. Liang Xintong was also surprised to the point where she didn't expect Su Yang to actually sing so well. She had the same thought as Ji Fong, who looked at Su Yang on the stage, with the light shining on his face, more mystery on his handsome face. Next up is another Here With You song. At this moment, Su Yang was also realizing that the power of the singing artist's skill was not as cockamamie as he made it out to be. "All my friends, the night is young." This one is completely different from the last one, with an upbeat tempo that mobilizes the whole crowd. People can't help but twist to the rhythm, and the cells of the whole body just want to dance along with it. A few minutes later, the entire song, Su Yang also finished singing. The people present were still encouraging Su Yang to play another song. The DJ took Su Yang's microphone. "We're done with our program today. Let me congratulate this gentleman once again for winning the prize." Su Yang got off the stage and returned to his seat. Just after sitting down, Ji Fong came over and looked at Su Yang with an admiring gaze. "Elementary school brother. I didn't expect you to actually sing so well It's like you're glowing on stage." Being complimented by Ji Fong's beat, Su Yang touched his nose. "Thank you, school sister." 30% of seasonal Fong's favor. Although Ji Fong was high-strung and mature, she really didn't have any resistance to someone who could sing and sing so well. It's true that people have their favorite things. At this moment, Liang Xintong also walked over. "Elementary school brother, when did you become so good at singing?" "Just learning, generally. So would you be interested in coming to my bar as a resident singer?" "Forget it, I just take it as a hobby. I don't want to make it a profession." Su Yang picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Liang Xintong. "Thank you for coming to the show." Turning to Ji Fong again, he said, "Thank you, Ji Fong." Ji Fong also picked up a glass of wine. "Cheers." Ding. The glasses held in the three men's hands clinked together. Su Yang already didn't know how much he had drunk today. "You guys play, I'm going to get busy." With that, he twisted himself around and left. "Take your time playing, senior sister. I'm going home first too." Su Yang felt like he couldn't drink anymore. His stomach was churning, like he could spit it out of his throat at any moment. Chapter 12, on the hotspot and recognized. Su Yang, who had returned home, had just laid down on his bed when the contents of his stomach went down to his mouth. Sleeping. The next day, Su Yang's cell phone kept ringing. However, he directly turned off his phone and went on to sleep. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that Su Yang woke up. He turned his cell phone on and looked at the messages on it +99. There were dozens of missed calls as well. With a puzzled look on his face he clicked on the messages. All of them were saying that he was on fire. Looking at the content on the messages he was confused. Jingle bells. Liang Xintong called. "Elementary school brother. You've become a celebrity. Something. You wait." Liang Xintong hung up and sent Su Yang a link. Su Yang clicked in to take a look. It was a video. The content of the video was the video of Su Yang singing in XIN bar last night. He clicked on the comments section below again and It's so hard to name. Kakue lives. Watermelon candy, mommy. Not only is this guy handsome, he also sings so well. The bottom was full of people who praised Soo Young for his good singing. There were also several entertainment companies that wanted to give Soo Young a record. Soo Yang sent a message to Liang Shintong. That's all. I thought it was something. Liang Shintong, you're famous, don't you know? Liang Shintong, it's almost #1 on the hot search. There are still people looking for your contact information to make a debut. Soo Young, not interested. Just stay out of the house for a couple of days and wait for the heat to die down before going out. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Someone was ringing Soo Yang's doorbell, and he immediately thought that it was the old man who had played chess last time, since he hadn't told anyone else where he lived. Go downstairs and open the door. Young man, I've come to see you for a game of chess. Good, you come in and sit down. Just the thing to escape the heat at home for a few days, and someone to play chess with who wouldn't get bored. The old man, true to his reputation as the president of the chess association, found a table as soon as he entered and spread the chess pieces on it. Come on, lad. Soo Young poured a glass of water and sat down opposite the old man. Soon a game was finished. No surprise, still Soo Young lost, and the old man also played a few games. Soo Young felt his own. Chess is that much better than it used to be. 3 games in a row were played, all of which Soo Young lost. However, the time was increasing each time, showing that Soo Young's chess skills were really getting stronger. Chess kills time quickly, and they played 3 or 4 games before it was almost dark. Lad, it's getting late, so I'll be back. Okay, take your time, old man, sent the old man to the door. Before the old man left, he asked Soo Young to come up to his house to play chess and have dinner on the way. For the old man's invitation, Soo Young did not refuse. Indeed, the old man was also old and he himself lived farther away than any of them. It's not a good idea to go back and forth like this. After ordering a random takeout on his phone, he laid down on the couch and played with his phone. Half an hour later, the delivery boy rang Soo Young's doorbell. Go downstairs and open the door for the delivery boy. The delivery boy handed Soo Young the takeout in his hand. Are you the guy who sings online? The delivery boy looked at Soo Young carefully. That's really something, to send it to a celebrity's house. Brother, can you take a picture? The delivery boy thundered on, as excited as one of those bootleggers to see his brother. Soo Young didn't refuse. The delivery boy hastily took out his cell phone and took a picture with Soo Young, and even compared it to a "yeah, thanks, brother." After saying that, he rode his little electric donkey and left. When he left, he was still playing video to show off to his friends. Soo Young closed the door and went back to his room. It's been 2 days in a row of takeout, and he's seen some online videos of takeout cooks that aren't clean. Thinks he needs to find a babysitter quickly. Day 2. Soo Young looked for the door number given by the old man yesterday. Ringing the doorbell of the old man's house, a middle-aged woman came out and opened the door for Soo Young. Who are you looking for? Young man. Soo Young didn't know the old man's name either. I came to find someone to play chess with. Oh, you've come to look for Elder Shin. Right, come in quickly. From the middle-aged woman. Soo Young also knew the old man's surname. You sit down first. Elder Shin is recovering. Soo Young took the water handed over by the woman and then sat down on the sofa. Wait a while. The old man came down the stairs. There you are, young man. Soo Young got up and nodded at the sight. For the older old man, he still had the education he should have. Come on. The two played chess. Lad, what's your name? My name is Soo Young. You can just call me Xiao Su. Okay, Xiao Su. They are all called Elder Shin. Just follow suit. Elder Shin. Soo Young called out. Under the 2 exchanges, Soo Young learned that the house was bought for him by his son. His son and daughter do not live with him. He and the nanny 2 people. So Shinlao so far away to find Soo Young playing chess. The old man cannot be idle. After a few games of chess, the babysitter had already made dinner as well. Let's go. Xiao Su. Eat. Soo Young helped Shinlao up and walked towards the dining table. Eat. Xiao Su. Don't be polite. The nanny fixed a few dishes, all of which were suitable for the elderly. Relatively light and quite tasty. Shinlao didn't eat much and put down his chopsticks after drinking some soup. Xiao Su. Is it to your liking? Quite tasty. Just as long as it's delicious. You come often. I'll ask one to get you something else. Shinlao knew that his light food was not to the young man's liking. Elder Shin, do you know where I can hire a nanny? Hearing Elder Shin say that, he remembered about hiring a nanny. You can ask Wang. When the nanny heard that Soo Young was looking for a nanny, she came out from the kitchen. Little Sue, are you looking for a nanny? Aha. Then I'll bring someone tomorrow and you can see if it fits then. Good. Then thank you, auntie. Soo Young gave the woman a thank you. After dinner, Soo Young played a few more games with Shinlao and won one game by fluke. Gave Shinlao and nanny auntie a quick hello and went home. Soo Young, who returned home, opened the link Liang Shintong had sent earlier, and the heat was already going down a bit. Internet. fire quickly and disappear quickly. It's estimated that tomorrow his heat will fall off the hot list, and in a few days, in a few months, everyone will forget about it, and a day at home tomorrow, and the babysitter will be there tomorrow. In the morning, Auntie Wang brought a woman to Su Yang's villa door. Su Yang had also gotten up a long time ago, and the door was open. He knew that the nanny would be here today, so he didn't close the door. Xiao Su, this is the nanny I found for you. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and cook breakfast for Elder Shen. Okay, thanks auntie. Hello boss, my last name is Zhou. The middle-aged woman made a self-introduction. Auntie Zhou, just call me Xiao Su. For a woman the same age as his mom to call him boss. It's a bit of an adjustment. Chapter 13, Little Girls Stopping Cars. In terms of wages, Auntie Zhou looked honest and kind. Salary you see to give it. Well then, why don't you go around the house for a while? Su Yang also did not give Auntie Zhou how much the salary, because he does not know, depending on the ability. An hour later, Auntie Zhou told Su Yang to eat breakfast. Seeing congee made on the table, as well as xiaolongbao and pancakes, he tasted it. It tastes okay. Auntie Zhou asked as she stood on the edge. Aha, the salary will be up to $10,000 for you, and there's quite a lot of room inside the villa, so you can live at home. Su Yang told her the price of the salary. Auntie Zhou cooks quite well, mainly to Su Yang's liking, that's why they pay such high salaries. Auntie Zhou heard that such a high salary was much more than what she earned as a janitor outside. She finished her breakfast and immediately went to work on cleaning up the house as well. There wasn't too much work in the house, and when she was done, Auntie went to buy groceries for the noon meal. Su Yang clicked on the link again to see if the heat had gone down yet, and unsurprisingly, it had fallen off the heat list. Closed the link, waiting for dinner to go shopping. This one is a bit far from the city. Thinking about getting a car to make traveling a bit easier then. After a while, Auntie was also back and was in the kitchen getting ready to cook. Auntie, I'll be out later, so don't wait for me for dinner tonight, Auntie said from the kitchen. Good. After dinner, Su Yang called a car to the 4S store. Hello sir, what car would you like to see? Sales flashed a professional smile at Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the various models in the showroom. Looking for a replacement car, something with more space. Sales makes an inviting gesture. You come with me. What is the budget you have in mind price-wise? There's no budget. Su Yang took the water handed over by the other salesman. Strolling around, a Land Rover Range Rover attracted Su Yang, with a domineering exterior light, plus a very large space in the back, a proper grocery cart, and to think the family needs a car for groceries. He called his aunt to ask if she could drive, and she said he was an old driver. I'll take this car. I'm looking at the others. Yes sir. Su Yang continued to stroll around the showroom. There was nothing to see. None of the cars really suited him. Are these the only cars you have here? The sale just now has gone to handle the contract. Another sale came up to Su Yang and said, we still have behind us. The cars in the back are more expensive. That's why they're placed in the back. Just now Su Yang bought a Land Rover so lightly. The sales couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Why does it look so familiar? It's as if I've seen it somewhere. Sales didn't dare to ask. After all, she couldn't possibly recognize someone who was so generous. Show me. Okay, sir. The salesman took Su Yang to a showroom at the back, where cars parked here were moving millions and tens of millions of luxury cars. Each car has a light above the ceiling, a design that is meant to be better viewed by those buying the car. The main thing about people who drive luxury cars is that they are distinguished from the common class, which is why these cars are placed in the back. Luxury cars are luxurious and good-looking, not very practical. Su Yang casually found a car that looked good, knocked on top of a Rolls-Royce Gust. This is the one. Sales was happy. The commission from this car could top her salary for a few months. Just a moment. I'll get it for you right away. The salesman in front of them saw the other one coming to get the contract as well, and the two of them were whispering and chatting about the gossip. You're getting more commission on this order than I am. Sales A. You're not so bad. It's like I've seen this guy before. Sales B. Drooling at the sight of someone handsome and rich. Sales A. You. Sales B. A moment later, the two men sent the gotten contract to Su Yang. Su Yang signed his name on it. Then he placed the card on it. Sales A ran to the front desk and brought the POS machine. Sir, please enter the code. Su Yang pressed the password. This time he spent almost $10 million again. He had to hurry up and find someone to return the profit. A large sum of money owed is still waiting for him. The sales gave Su Yang the purchase contract information and the keys to the two cars. You take this car too. He gave the keys to the Range Rover back to the sale and drove the other one himself. Take care sir. The two sales put their hands on their chests and bent over. Su Yang, who was driving a Rolls-Royce, was running on the road at a fast pace, which made passers-by couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at him. It wasn't too flashy a car after all, and passers-by just looked at it for a few moments. While waiting for the red light, The glass of the passenger side was knocked by a girl. Su Yang rolled down the window, and a clean-looking girl said anxiously, "Brother, can you give me a ride to the Villa Hayton area?" When Su Yang heard this is not where he lives, eyes almost to the street light, he called the girl on the car. "Thank you, brother." The girl was a student, still wearing her school uniform, presumably something at home. Su Yang drove his car in the direction of the villa area, as he also lived where he did, so the route was very familiar. "You're not afraid I'll have bad intentions?" "No fear." The girl looks long and mature, but is actually 14 years old. "How did you find me for a ride?" Su Yang asked. The little girl told him why she wanted a ride with him. Originally, she wanted to take a taxi. She was in a hurry from school and didn't have any money with her. The cell phone is also at the teacher's place and is handed in every morning. Not for a while. Su Yang brought the little girl to the villa area. The car pulled up to the door and Su Yang rolled down the window. The security guard opened the door when he saw that it was Su Yang, because not many people lived here. The security guard also recognized the people in each household. "You live here too. How do you know?" The little girl said analytically to Su Yang. "Because the security guard didn't stop you and directly opened the door for you. Quite observant at a young age. What's your house number?" 156. "Isn't this Shenlao's home?" Su Yang realized something and stepped on the gas pedal with his foot a little heavier. The girl grabbed the handle on the car door in shock at the sudden acceleration. Not long after, Su Yang parked his car in front of Shenlao's house, and there was an ambulance parked in front of Shenlao's door. The girl had long since gotten out of the car and gone inside. Seeing this, Su Yang also got out of the car and went inside the house to see the situation. Shen old man lying on the bed. There is a doctor on the side of the Shen old man treatment. Next to it stood a few people, presumably the old man's children. A man wearing a suit and glasses who looked successful in his career saw Su Yang and the others come in. "Jiao Jiao, you're back, and this is?" The girl called Jiao Jiao saw her grandfather lying on the bed, and her tears flowed indisputably down onto Shenlao's bedside and called out, "Grandpa," completely ignoring the man with the glasses. Su Yang also introduced himself when he saw this. "Hello uncle, I'm sending her back. I live here too." He pointed to the girl lying on the edge of the bed. Chapter 14, Invitation to Dinner. When the man heard Su Yang's words, he couldn't help but look at the young man in front of him a few more times. "Thank you, young man." The man went forward and shook Su Yang's hand. Su Yang was not concerned about this small matter. After all, he also knew Shenlao. At this time, the doctor also finished Shenlao's treatment. "There's no big problem. It's just a bit of skin rubbed." The crowd heard the doctor's words and dropped their hearts. "You guys be careful in the future. Old people can't withstand a few strokes like that." The doctor packed up his things and was ready to go. The I-man saw to it that he followed and sent the doctor. After the doctor left, Shenlao opened his mouth and said, "It's fine Jiao Jiao. Grandpa's body is very hard." From the nanny's mouth, Su Yang was also aware of the reason for Shenlao's accident. When the nanny was cooling her clothes outside, Shenlao went upstairs to prepare for a nap, and when he didn't stand still for a moment, he fell down the stairs. Hearing the sound of the nanny put down the clothes in her hands and rushed to the house to help Shenlao up. Seeing the blood coming out of Shenlao's head, she then called an ambulance, then called Shenlao's children. Before what Su Yang and the others saw later happened, the man with glasses who had already sent the doctor away returned to the room and greeted Su Yang when he saw that there was no major problem with Shenlao. "Boy, come downstairs and sit down." Su Yang went downstairs at the invitation of the I-man. Through the exchange with the I-man, Su Yang learned the name of the I-man, Shun Qi, the girl he brought back. On the other hand, was Shin Qi's daughter, Shin Jiao. Shin Qi was very appreciative of an independent and capable young man like Su Yang, because he himself was such a person. And Shenlao, as the chess association's president, just a name. Shin Qi is their own through the efforts to reach the current position completely did not rely on Shenlao. Talked for a while. The few people who took care of Shenlao upstairs also came downstairs. "Dad is sleeping." The few people who came down, a woman with relatively plainer clothes said. The woman was Shin Qi's wife, Zhang Li. Shin Qi rose to introduce Su Yang to the others. "This is Su Yang. He also lives here and often plays chess with Dad." A few people knew that Su Yang was the one who sent Shin Jiao back, and did not know his name or other circumstances. "Xiao Su, thank you for sending my daughter back today." Zhang Li went downstairs and similarly shook Su Yang's hand. "It's fine, Auntie." Su Yang politely returned. "Stay for dinner." Zhang Li warmly invited. Seeing this situation, Su Yang refused. After all, there is still an injured old man at home to take care of. He stayed here slightly present embarrassment. "No need. I'll go home first. I'll come back to visit Elder Shin when I have time." In the face of Su Yang's polite refusal, the crowd did not say too much. With Shin Qi waving goodbye, Su Yang returned home. Auntie also opened the garage door after seeing Su Yang come back. "Xiao Su, how come you bought 2 cars?" Auntie Zhou asked. Originally, Su Yang just wanted to buy a car for himself to travel, when he saw that the car was quite suitable for groceries, so he bought it. Send back the car for your groceries. Auntie Zhou then realized that Su Yang called earlier to ask him if he could drive. Is this meaning? For Su Yang's good intentions, there was no other way for her to be grateful. The only thing she could do was to take care of Su Yang's food and clothing. Auntie is in a very good mood today. Made a big table with fish, meat and vegetables. Su Yang is also the first time to eat a formal meal made by Auntie Zhou. Although it is not as good as those made by big hotels, but it is a lot better than the general small restaurants. He also dazzled a few bowls of white rice. Seeing that Su Yang was very satisfied with her cooking, Auntie Zhou revealed a satisfied smile. Finishing his meal, he went upstairs and took a shower before lying down on his bed. Haicheng People's Hospital. Just after the operation, the middle-aged woman lying on the hospital bed's face has obviously become much better, and there is a girl on the side busy taking care of the woman. Because of the last accident got Su Yang's help, so that the family rekindled the hope of life. The girl did not meet the last time, as anxious, the helpless look. Today's Xia Yuding was wearing a more movable sportswear without too much decoration, but she still couldn't block her proud figure, plus the good news of a successful surgery and a big smile on his face. Mom, you're awake, how do you feel? A concerned expression appeared on Xia Yuding's face. It's so much better. I should be out of the hospital tomorrow. The doctor suggested it would be better to stay a few more days and observe the situation. It's fine, it's just as well to go home. Zhang's mother had stayed in the hospital for almost a month, and now that the surgery was done, she was worried about adding to her daughter's burden before she offered to be discharged. Unable to resist Zhang's mother's request, Xia Yuding had no choice but to agree. Then I'll do the discharge paperwork tomorrow. By the way, when you get out of the hospital, thank people properly. Good. The next day, Xia Yuding completed the discharge formalities, helped Zhang mother and returned to the rented house dozens of kilometers away from the city. Mom, sit down and rest. I'll clean these up. Zhang mother had just finished her surgery, and she had little strength in her body, so she sat on the sofa. You go buy some food to call people. For lunch, Xia Yuding, who had finished packing, also called Su Yang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Su Yang looked at the name Xia Yuding displayed on his cell phone. Hey, what's going on? Mr. Su, my mom asked you to come to our house for dinner to thank you for the help you gave us. Su Yang had originally thought of helping out with selfishness, and had even made up a lie to fool them. Okay, no problem. Not long after, Zhang Qinchin, who was busy in the kitchen, received a call from Su Yang, saying that he had already arrived downstairs. Putting down the work in her hands, Xia Yuding went downstairs to pick up Su Yang. Here, Mr. Su. Xia Yuding waved her hand towards Su Yang. Su Yang also saw Xia Yuding and took out the gifts from the car and followed Xia Yuding up the stairs. Mom, Mr. Su is here. Xia's mother saw people coming, took out a stool and wiped the dust and told Su Yang to sit down. Oops, why are you still buying so many things? Not much. Su Yang awkwardly touched his nose. Although people are thanking him before inviting him to dinner, out of politeness always bring some gifts. Besides people, after all, it's only just been discharged from the hospital, and we have you to thank for it. Have a seat, Mr. Su, sit for a while, the meal will be ready soon. Xia Yuding walked into the kitchen and continued to be busy. In the empty room, the atmosphere is really a little bit awkward. Xia mother all say some words of thanks. Su Yang has also been said nothing. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and Xia's mother was ready to get up and answer it. Auntie, sit down. I'll drive. When I opened the door, I heard cursing and swearing. I don't know who parked where and tripped me. An obese middle-aged woman who looked like she wasn't to be messed with muttered. Who are you looking for? And who are you? The obese woman toed in. Xia Yuding heard a familiar voice in the kitchen and came out to take a look. Auntie, what are you doing here? Isn't your mom out of the hospital? I came to see her, he said as he walked into the house and sat down, followed by a strange man carrying a gift, enthusiastically pulling Xia's mother's hand and shushing her up. Chapter 15, the car was kicked. You this? Mother Xia asked suspiciously. Oh, this is the son of the richest man in our village, called Yang Wan. The man also delivered the gift to Mother Xia. Hello auntie. This? What do you guys mean? Su Yang stood on the sidelines and watched what was happening. Oh, I thought Qin is not small, should find a good family to marry. This is not. I heard that you were discharged from the hospital, so I brought people to the door to see. Yang Wan is a young man, he's honest. The family's condition is also good. Qin wouldn't suffer as much as she does now if she followed him. The obese woman crackled a series of words, praising the man she brought in front of Mother Zhang in various ways. Don't worry about that. I'm not planning on getting married right now. Getting married doesn't need you to introduce it either. Xia Yuding was filled with displeasure and said angrily, You child, how do you talk to me? I'm not doing this for your own good. Your kindness is appreciated. Take your things and leave on your own. You are not welcome here, Zhang Qinchin stated forcefully. Come on, let's go. Good intentions. Saying that, he led the man away, not forgetting to take away the gifts he had given out on his way out. The obese woman who had already gone downstairs looked at the car that had just tripped her plus the anger that she had suffered here at Mother Zhang's in their place, and became even more angry in her heart and kicked down towards the body. Looking at the dented area, the woman didn't feel the slightest thing and turned away. This scene happened to be seen by Su Yang, who was upstairs and chased down to stop the two. No leaving, pay for it. For these two people's strange operation, Su Yang scoffed. Originally what happened in Xia Yuding's house had nothing to do with him. He was just watching the show from the sidelines, but he didn't expect the woman to take it out on his car, so he couldn't let them go easily. The woman, who knew she was at a disadvantage, pulled out money and threw it at Su Yang. A miscellaneous car is worth a few dollars. Here's 50 for you. Go fix it yourself. 50,000. Young man, you're trying to blackmail someone. $50,000 would buy a small car. The obese woman was so thick-skinned that she actually talked about Su Yang instead. Folks, all come to see this young man wants to blackmail someone. A broken car just dented a little. Open your mouth and ask me for $100,000. Obese woman really don't want her face. Actually strong words, really a proper scoundrel. It was dinner time, and everyone who heard the sound downstairs also stuck their heads out, and a young guy just happened to pass by buying groceries. Auntie, this car is at least $5 million or more. Such a big pit. Indeed, people did not blackmail you. Hearing that they really have to pay out so much money, the obese woman was so scared that she sat on the ground and rolled around. It's fine if you don't pay for it. Su Yang took out the phone from his pocket and prepared to call the police. The woman saw this and hurriedly got up from the ground, changing her face. Young man, I don't think you're poorly paid, or forget it. Others can. You can't. Su Yang said the last three words very slowly, staring at the woman. Seeing Su Yang agreeing, the woman went rogue again. Just 10,000. Love it or hate it. Women really do not see the coffin. Su Yang dialed the traffic police. Someone kicked my car. I'm at. Seeing that Su Yang had really called the police, the woman was ready to try to run. Where would Su Yang let her run away? Immediately yanking him back. Want to run? The woman proceeded to lie down again, and shouted, beating, come and see the beating. Neighbors around the finished dinner also came out to see the lively, watching more and more people, lying on the ground of the woman shouting more and more loudly. Su Yang doesn't take her seriously at all. Not a moment later, the traffic police also arrived at the scene. Who called the police? Me. Where's the car? What's going on? Su Yang pointed to the location where the car was parked. The traffic police took out a camera to take pictures of the dented area, and Su Yang told all about what happened to the traffic police. The traffic cop saw the woman lying on the ground and asked again, and what's wrong with you? It was him. He hit me. The woman was still sophomoric. The traffic policeman didn't listen to the woman either. She looked like a scoundrel, and the traffic policeman asked the people around him about the situation of the matter. Onlookers said Su Yang did not hit anyone at all. It was Su Yang who saw the woman trying to run and stopped her before the woman lay on the ground. The traffic policeman, who was already fully aware of the situation, walked over to the woman lying down. Do not want to get up, can I call the police? The matter of the car, you see whether it is private or public. If it is public, his car isn't cheap. The repairs start at $50,000 or more. Hearing the words of the traffic police, the woman then climbed up from the ground. Comrade policeman, see if you can help me beg for a favor not to compensate so much. Well, you'd have to ask the owner. Su Yang bit the bullet on $50,000. Not a penny less. It's either that or fix the car. The onlookers were also clamoring for the woman to pay. People said that they were also not used to seeing such rogue behavior from her. Women see the situation today. Not to compensate for the money is not to go. Self-admittedly unlucky to have to find so expensive car kicked. To Su Yang sweeping good money on the go. Before leaving, she didn't forget to scold Xia Yuding, who was standing next to Su Yang. Broom Star, if it wasn't for you, how could I have suffered such a loss today? Xia Yuding didn't talk back. After all, it was her aunt. Go back and eat. Su Yang called on Xia Yuding. On the way, Xia Yuding kept apologizing to Su Yang, stating that today's incident was also caused by her calling Su Yang to dinner. Su Yang indifferent spread his hands. For her aunt to do things Su Yang would have been more than one thing, but touched his interests. That's the out. Not for a while. Xia Yuding then served a table full of dishes. Let's eat. Xia Yuding's handiwork is quite good. She looks quite civilized, but she is a good hand at housework. Since Xiamu had just been discharged from the hospital, he put down his chopsticks without eating much. Su Yang ate with gusto. After all, he had just punished Xia Yuding, her rogue aunt. After dinner, Su Yang said goodbye to Xia's mother and they left. And when he left, He put 20,000 yuan under the pillow of the sofa in their house. When he drove the car away, he messaged Xia Yuding that he had put money under the pillow and told her to buy some nutrients for her mom. Ding! Spending $20,000 for an A-list goddess. The rebate has arrived. After this period of time rebates and then remove the money to buy a car to buy a house. Su Yang's assets only can reach more than 60 million. From his arrears is still far from. He'd been home for a few days looking for a goddess object he could return because of the video on the internet. And today he'd had his car wrecked. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. He thought of the car so big a mouthful of pits. The heart is not happy. Decided to turn around and go to the 4S store to repair the car. Mr. Su, you're here again. It was the same sales that received Su Yang last time. Help me fix the car. Hearing Su Yang's words, Sales looked at the dent in the car. You give me the key, and I'll send it home to you when it's fixed. After all, they have spent millions of dollars here and their after-sales service is very attentive. Chapter 16, Arousing the Desire of the Heart. Su Yang handed the key to the sale. Introduce me to another one. The car went to be repaired, and now Su Yang had no vehicle to travel with. The family car was for his aunt to buy groceries. Used it, couldn't possibly use it. Thinking of buying another one. Okay, Mr. Su. After the last time he bought a car, Su Yang was familiar with 4S stores and came to the showroom in the back. Mr. Su, we've just arrived with a batch of cars here. You can take a look. The sales brought Su Yang to the place where the vehicles had only just arrived. Nice guy, nothing under $10 million. What Aston Martin, McLaren, Su Yang with the system, in the spirit of not bad money. Want to buy what by what? Pointing to a Porsche 918, he handed the card to the sales. Sales took the card in Su Yang's hand and jogged to the front desk for Su Yang. The commission for this car today can be credited to her. It's a year's salary. I have to hurry up and get it to Su Yang myself. The other sales were also casting envious glances. After all, that was a year's salary, earned in less than half an hour. Signed the contract and drove out of the 4S store with the crowd watching. Is heading home on the road. Su Yang passed a 5-star hotel, thinking that today drove a day's car. Just open a room to sleep. Here, Auntie sends a message that he's not coming home tonight and tells her not to wait. A minute later, Su Yang pulled up in front of the hotel in his Porsche 918. The vehicle had just stabilized, when a porter ran over to help Su Yang open the door. Su Yang stepped out of the car and saw this and pulled out a few $100 bills and stuffed them into the porter. The doorman was also up to the task, bowing towards Su Yang who was striding towards the hall. Thank you, sir. Then he returned to his job after parking Su Yang's car. Welcome, sir, to the Lai Lai Hotel, the two greeters at the door said in unison. At that moment, two more people arrived, and the greeters welcomed them in the same way. Mr. Su, we meet again. You changed your car again? The woman looked at the car at the door. How is it that you are a gold-digging woman again? You can meet her everywhere. So bad luck. Su Yang cursed in his heart. That's right, it's Lin Ninger again, wearing a revealing, hot outfit still moving intimately with the man on the side. Today is not the I-man that Su Yang saw the last few times. Much worse than the last I-man. Today this long greasy head, holding like a pregnant beer belly. Lin Ninger, really what kind of people can go down? You know each other? The man asked to Lin Ninger. When Lin Ninger saw Su Yang looking at her, she also stopped her intimate movements with the man, nodded her head. Hello, little brother. The obese man reached out his hand to shake Su Yang's hand. Su Yang also ignored him and turned his head towards the front head. The man was also a violent temper. Seeing Su Yang ignoring him, I don't know if he wanted to show off in front of Lin Ninger or what. Stand still. Su Yang still ignored it. Where did the man receive this anger? Went forward and immediately grabbed Su Yang's shoulders. I told you to stand still. Didn't hear me, did you? Being manipulated by the man in this way, Su Yang was also enraged, staring viciously at the man. Let go. Not loose. What do you want? The man said condescendingly. Seeing that the man wouldn't let go, Su Yang smacked the man's hand down. Because of the demolition and relocation become explosive household, he is used to others are nodding in waste. See Su Yang actually dare to return the hand. Clenching his fist, he slammed it at Su Yang, who dodged it with a sideways movement. The man was caught off guard by Su Yang's maneuver, plus his body was obese. He just fell into a dog's poop. The people from the hotel saw the scene and came forward to pull the fight. The man who had never been so humiliated rose from the ground. Don't move me. I'm gonna have to make this kid pay today. I'll beat up any one of you who tries to stop. The crowd, also afraid, shut their mouths and stopped pulling their punches. After saying that, he pulled the phone out of his pocket. Come to the Lily Hotel. I've been beaten up. After making the call, he said to Su Yang again. Kid, wait here if you have the guts. You're the only one who can call, aren't you? Su Yang also pulled out his phone and pressed a few numbers on it. Hello, Uncle Policeman? I'm at the Lily Hotel and someone's trying to beat me up. Aha! Yes, yes. Cut. The onlookers mocked. Thought Su Yang would also call for a fight like the man, but it turned out to be the police. The man saw Su Yang reported to the police and put down a sentence. Kid, you wait. This is not finished. Dragging his obese body, he ran away, leaving only the Lin Ninger alone. Cut. The taunts from the onlookers got louder at this point. They actually don't know that Su Yang didn't call the police at all. He just pretended to do so. After all, this is a hotel, and he is a guest, and the hotel won't be able to know. I'm in charge of this. That's why he filed a false police report. Seeing that the man had also run away, Su Yang went back to the front desk and prepared to open a room. Can you open one for me as well? Su Yang turned his head to see Lin Ninger's blushing expression. For her, Su Yang actually didn't have any bad intentions. If it wasn't for Lin Ninger targeting him at every turn, he wouldn't treat her badly. After all, a gold-digging woman like her could make Su Yang get a lot of rebates. As for how many men she wanted, he didn't care at all. Open 2 rooms, Su Yang said to the front desk girl. Seeing that Su Yang really wanted to open a room for her, she also said to Su Yang, thank you. I'm sorry, sir, there's only 1 king room left. You see, said the little girl at the front desk. Business is so good? 1 room is 1 room. After opening the room, Su Yang took the room card and walked towards the elevator. Seeing that there was only 1 room left and Su Yang had already booked it, Lin Ninger turned around and walked outside. Su Yang saw that Lin Ninger didn't follow him. What for? Go! Lin Ninger froze for a moment, thinking that Su Yang was just a playboy who was just pretending in front of her before, and now that she had the chance, she wanted to take her to sleep with her. Guess he communicated with the front desk a long time ago that there was only 1 room. Thinking of this, she decisively followed. After all, Su Yang was so rich, unbeknownst to her, it was only her unilateral intention. The moment he pushed open the door of the room, Su Yang froze in place. The receptionist said that the big bedroom was actually a couple's room. The floor was sprinkled with roses, and the bedsheets and quilts were all big red. The lights were flashing colorfully as well. This was awkward as hell. However, when Lin Ninger saw this scene, her heart was thinking again, and she still didn't admit that she just wanted to get her body. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yang was so rich, she wouldn't have cheapened Su Yang. Already unable to retreat, Su Yang walked in, lying down on the sofa. Tonight you sleep, I'll sleep on the sofa. It's this time of the year, and you're still pretending to be a gentleman. Lin Ninger closed the door to her room. Let's see how you hold it when I'm done with my shower. Then I'll go take a shower first. Lin Ninger put her bag on the bed. A moment later, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Chapter 17, Dating. Su Yang lay on the sofa and heard the sounds coming from the bathroom, and he also couldn't hold himself a bit. Lin Ninger put aside the item of gold-worshipping woman. There was nothing to say about her face and body, but nah, she was a boss. He couldn't bring himself to be interested when he thought about it. At this time, Lin Ninger had also finished her bath, wrapped in a towel, and saw this nosebleed spewing scene. Su Yang settled down, pretend to be asleep. Seeing Su Yang lying motionless on the sofa, she said towards him, aren't you going to take a bath? Didn't sweat anything. Still lying on the couch, Lin Ninger blew her hair dry and lay down on the bed. Why don't you sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the sofa? After all, you're the one who opened the room. Get used to it. Why don't you come up and sleep? The bed is huge anyway. Lin Ninger deliberately teased Su Yang. Hearing Lin Ninger's words like this, he couldn't hold it even more, and if he continued to chat, it was estimated that, I'm sleepy, that's it, okay, you just pretend. I'm sure you'll climb into my bed later. Waiting and waiting, Lin Ninger fell asleep, and Su Yang even went to bed a long time ago. The next morning, Su Yang basically got up at this hour and saw that Lin Ninger was still sleeping. He left it at that and retrieved his keys at the front desk and drove back home. I took a shower at home, and when I came out, I realized that I had no clothes to change into, so I had to wear a set of pajamas that, wait for the clothes to dry. In the hotel room, Lin Ninger also woke up and looked at the empty sofa. She thought about what she would do with Su Yang last night, and yet it didn't. I guess Su Yang is still angry with her from the previous times. I'll apologize properly the next time I see it, she thought to herself. Su Yang, who went downstairs after breakfast, was playing with his cell phone on the sofa. After all, there was nothing to do. He had to wait for his clothes to dry before he could go out. Just like this, he played with his cell phone at home for a while, and only after his aunt said that his clothes had dried did Su Yang get up. It looked like he'd have to go shopping for some clothes, but he wouldn't be able to choose them himself, so he'd have to find someone to join him. Taking out her cell phone, she flipped up the number on the phone. Liang Xintong couldn't. She guessed she was too busy to pass it off. Xia Yuding can't either. She has to. Taking care of her mom. Same pass. Wang Yichuan. This one will do. Hit the broadcast button. Mr. Xiao Su. Anything? Wang Yichuan on the other end of the phone was flattered. She didn't expect Su Yang to call her. Su Yang gave Wang Yichuan the reason for going, and she was very happy to agree to it. The two agreed on a time and place and set off on their own. In no time, the two of them arrived at the square. Su Yang was parked in the parking lot and walked here, while Wang Yichuan took a taxi. Su Yang spotted Wang Yichuan's figure from afar. She was wearing a flawless white lace dress, while her hair was tied in a pill head, appearing to be a very youthful person. Seeing Su Yang, Wang Yichuan revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Her smile was like a fresh breeze on her face, and when Su Yang stood beside her, he felt that his face was a bit more handsome. Wang Yichuan's height is not low. Standing at Su Yang's 1 meter 8 or so was only short by half a head. When the people around them saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be young. The two just walked side by side, and since he had left all the clothes shopping to Wang Yichuan, she could go to whichever store she wanted. But Wang Yichuan thought that Su Yang did not have much money, so he did not go to any high-end stores, found a store that was relatively cheaper and looked good. Two of you, who are buying clothes. The guide enthusiastically received the two people. Su Yang entered and sat down on the sofa, playing with his cell phone. The guide understands that it is Wang Yichuan who buys clothes and Su Yang is the boyfriend who accompanies him. The ladies sighed. The guide extends an inviting gesture. No, you're mistaken. We buy men's clothes. Lin Ninger hurriedly waved her hand. Oh, buy it for your boyfriend. Being said so by the guide, Wang Yichuan's face swished red. The last time she went to the amusement park to get high, she pulled Su Yang's hand. Now it was being said like this by the guide. Wang Yichuan's eyes looked at Su Yang differently, with a bit more tenderness. She didn't dismiss it right away, so she just headed for where the men's clothes were laid out. After all, who would buy clothes for a friend of the opposite sex? After picking and choosing a few sets, Wang Yichuan called out to Su Yang and told him to try it on. Su Yang looked at the clothes Wang Yichuan had chosen. They were all casual. Su Yang was very patient to try up one by one. Wearing the clothes chosen by Wang Yichuan, Su Yang looked a little more spiritual. Wang Yichuan also nodded at the side to indicate that it was okay. Su Yang then paid the money. Come on, I'll buy you a set. After all, people had done him a favor. He had to show it. Wang Yichuan didn't want Su Yang to spend money for her. After all, his family had just gone bankrupt. Don't want it. I have so many clothes. Before she could finish, Su Yang led her to a clothing store. Looking at the decoration of the clothing store in front of him and the exquisite clothing, Wang Yichuan guessed that this store must be very expensive. Let's go. I don't need it. Su Yang did not listen to her and pushed Wang Yichuan into the store. Your choice, or mine. Su Yang could see what Wang Yichuan was worried about, then added, don't worry, it's not bad. Thinking about Su Yang's good intentions, Wang Yichuan didn't push back and turned around to pick out clothes inside. When she saw a purple pleated skirt, just can't walk away from it. It's true that girls like pretty things, but she immediately gave up when she saw the price of the dress's tag. A dress that would have cost her several months of living expenses. The shopper even said on the side, this dress will look good on you. Now we have 20% off in the store. Although she liked the dress, she definitely wouldn't let Su Yang buy it for her. I'll look at the others. Then she looked at a few more dresses and skirts, none of which were equally inexpensive. After hesitating for a moment, she walked over to Su Yang. Chosen? Let's go eat first. Come back for it later. She wanted to pretend to say that for a while, and then she'd go home after dinner. Su Yang saw through her little mind and didn't break it down. Good, but for the dinner, she said she's paying for it today and will ignore Su Yang if she's not allowed to pay for it. When asked what Su Yang wanted to eat, Su Yang said that when he just came over, there was a noodle shop downstairs that looked delicious. Both of them have their own little agenda, and neither of them has stabbed it in the back. Arriving at the noodle shop, it was not yet time for the restaurant, and there were not particularly many people. Su Yang asked for a fried sauce noodle, while Wang Yichuan asked for a beef noodle. The two of them went to the table, and in the time it took for a cigarette, the owner brought up their noodles. Su Yang ate quickly, a few bites down to the bottom of the bowl. On the contrary, Wang Yichuan's bowl looked like it hadn't moved. I'm going to the restroom. With that, he exited the noodle shop. Wang Yichuan was just about to say that the noodle shop had a restroom when Su Yang was already out of the shop. Actually, he wasn't going to the restroom. He came to the clothing store from before. Sis, help me pack the few clothes that girl was looking at just now. Hurry up. Understanding Su Yang's approach, the shopper hurriedly took down the packages from the top of the hanger and handed them to Su Yang. Young man, you're really good to your girlfriend. If you're looking for a boyfriend, you should look for one like you. He paid at the front desk and headed for the noodle shop with a bag of clothes. Chapter 18, Dating Again. Wang Yichuan had already finished eating and was waiting for Su Yang outside the door of the noodle shop with a bag in her hand, looking at Su Yang carrying a bag of clothes that she had just seen. How do you do that? How did you buy these back? You're almost backed up. Already bought it. Can't return it. If you want to return it, Do it yourself. I'll just go home. Without waiting for her to say anything, Su Yang put his clothes on the floor, took his own clothes from Wang Yi and left. By the time Wang Yichuan picked up the clothes on the ground and was ready to go after Su Yang, he was already out of sight. Wang Yijuan's favor value is 76%, spending $38,000 for the A-list goddess. The rebate has arrived. Su Yang, who was sitting in the car, looked at the system's prompts, and it looked like Wang Yichuan hadn't bothered to return it, but had taken it. Another few $1,000,000 came in. Thinking that there were no more flowers to send to Qiao Yinxin online, again decisively placed more than 10 orders online. This time, the most expensive flowers were chosen, and each bouquet converted to more than 10,000 RMB points, which brought in another million or so. The balance on the bank card was also slowly rising, and Su Yang's mood went straight up and down with the balance on the bank card. Su Yang parked the car in the garage of the villa. Auntie Zhou was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Since finding a nanny, Su Yang's home, a little more fireworks. Go home to someone to cook and eat. Do not have to worry about hunger at all. The home is also cleaned up. Is not it? Is this what life is all about? After eating, Su Yan lay down on his bed and rested. The next morning, Su Yang, who had gotten up, walked down the stairs and heard the sound of cartoons in the living room. On the sofa sat a little girl about 4 or 5 years old, tied 2 ponytails, her face pink and tender, looking cute. The little girl saw Su Yang and called out very politely, "Brother, good morning." Hearing the commotion, Auntie Zhou, who was busy in the kitchen, came out and explained to Su Yang, "Xiao Su, this is my granddaughter. No one is with her today, that's why I let her follow me." Afraid that Su Yang wouldn't like it, she continued, "After dinner later, I'll send her away." Su Yang didn't mind. Who would reject such a cute doll? It's okay, let her just play here. Getting Su Yang's consent, Auntie proceeded to go back to the kitchen and get busy. He sat down next to the little girl. "How old are you, little sister?" The little girl revealed a cute smile to Su Yang, and her childish voice said towards Su Yang, "I'm already 4 years old, and I'm going to kindergarten soon." The smile of a child was indeed the most innocent treasure in this world, making Su Yang's heart happy, gently pinching the little girl's powdery cheeks. Later, "Will brother take you to play?" As soon as she heard she was going to play, the little girl nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Then she watched the cartoon again. At this time, the aunt also made a good breakfast. Eat breakfast. Su Yang just to understand the aunt's situation. His son was working at a construction site, and his wife disliked her son for not being able to make a lot of money and ran away with someone else. At that time, the little girl was less than a year old. Hearing this, Su Yang looked to the little girl's well-behaved and understanding of the situation. The heart rose a few silk sympathy and compassion. Through conversation, Su Yang knew the name of the little girl. "Little Tong Tong, follow your brother after dinner." "Okay, Grandma wants to do something." The little girl nodded good-naturedly. After eating, Su Yan also took little Tong Tong out the door. "Brother, where are we going to play?" Little Tong Tong asked with blinking eyes towards Su Yang. Su Yang gently returned, "Where do you want to go and play?" "I want to go to the playground." "Is that okay?" "Could be." When he heard the words playground, Su Yang thought of Wang Yichuan. Yesterday, he had left like that, and he wondered if the other party would be angry. He called Wang Yichuan. "Going to the amusement park?" Just after waking up from her nap, Wang Yichuan received a call from Su Yang inviting her to the amusement park, and she agreed without hesitation. Getting up and picking out the clothes in the closet to go out today. Picking and picking, she saw the clothes Su Yang bought for her yesterday. "I can't return it anyway, so I'll just wear it." "Just wait until you have the money to return the clothes to Su Yang later." Thinking like this in his heart, the movements of his hands were already in action, changing into the pleated skirt and a lace blouse that she liked yesterday. She took a look in front of the mirror before picking up her own bag and heading downstairs. Su Yang said he would come to pick her up. She also waited right in front of the cell. Not a moment later, a Porsche 918 pulled up in front of her, and she moved a few steps to the side as she thought it was blocking someone's path. Su Yang got out of the car and shouted at her, "It's me." Looking at Su Yang, who came down from the luxury car, it seems that Xiao Su always really didn't lie to her, and now he's not bad for money. "Get in the car." With that, he got into the car. Wang Yichuan came to the co-pilot's position and opened the door. There was also a girl sitting on the co-pilot. She was also loved by the little girl's cute face. "You hold her." The little child did not resist. Wang Yichuan sat on the co-pilot holding the little child. Looking at the girl in her arms, she could not help but kiss the little child's cheeks. In the car, Su Yang, to know the little child's situation to Wang Yichuan, said, looking at the little girl in front of him, so small to face the future without a mother. Wang Yichuan hugged her hand even harder as she tried to look to comfort and console. "Sister, you're hurting me." Hearing little Tong Tong's words, Wang Yichuan let go of his hand and awkwardly apologized to little Tong Tong. "I'm sorry, sister's force was too strong, touching the little boy's head. At this time, Su Yang had already driven the car to the amusement park and told the two of them to go in first. He went to park the car and came to find them later. Little Tong Tong saw that the playground was so much fun, got off the car and ran inside. Wang Yichuan was worried about her falling down, so he held her little hand. Buy the tickets and take her to find the right program for him to play. Sister, can I play with this one? Tong Tong pointed his finger in front of him. Wang Yichuan looked over in the direction Tong Tong was pointing, and it turned out to be a carousel. It's okay, but sister has to hold you in order to play. The child said a good-natured yes. Su Yang parked his car and came to the amusement park to look for the two. At this time, the two of them have long been on the carousel. After searching around, Su Yang finally found the two people and looked at their happy smiles. After about 5 minutes of spinning, Wang Yichuan came out with Tong Tong in his arms. What else do you want to play? Said the boy gently to the child. Child's eyes rolled in it. Play on the trampoline. That one is too dangerous. Let's switch to something else. Okay. Wang Yichuan squatted and spoke towards Tong Tong. After all, a child who is only 4 years old is no different than any other child and has the same nature. No, I want to play. Seeing that there was nothing she could do, she cast a helpful glance towards Su Yang. Let me take her to play. Su Yang took Tong Tong's hand. Having reached his request, Tong Tong held Su Yang's hand and bounced towards the trampoline. Chapter 19, is this all there is? Wang Yichuan looked at this harmonious scene. Wang Yichuan's favorability is 86%. Inside the trampoline, Su Yang watched the child play happily while he protected the child's safety from the side. After bouncing for a while, presumably tired, Tong Tong went down, and Su Yang followed her. Wang Yichuan, on the other hand, took her to a few less dangerous programs. Unconsciously, it was already 1 o'clock, and Tong Tong, who was already tired of playing, was carried out by Wang Yichuan. Come on, go eat, I guess the child is hungry too. Wang Yichuan could barely hold him anymore and gave Tong Tong to Su Yang to hold. Su Yang was holding Tong Tong while Wang Yichuan was following by his side, just like a happy and harmonious family of 3. At this moment, they didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at them from afar. As per Tong Tong's request, she wanted to eat a burger, so Su Yang and the others took her to the burger store and ordered something she likes to eat. Tong Tong ate with her mouth full, and Wang Yichuan carefully wiped her mouth from the side. Su Yang was eating to himself. Not a moment later, Su Yang, who had finished eating, looked up and saw that Tong Tong had fallen asleep, with a burger in his hand. Let's take her home to sleep first, Su Yang said to Wang Yichuan in a very low voice, afraid of waking up Tong Tong. Wang Yichuan saw this and picked up Tong Tong. Su Yang then went to drive here. Su Yang first sent Wang Yichuan home. Getting out of the car, Wang Yichuan put Tong Tong into the passenger side, adjusted her sleeping position, said goodbye to Su Yang, and didn't forget to give her a kiss before leaving. After the past few days with Su Yang, gradually she found that it seems to be on Su Yang rose some inexplicable feelings. Su Yang's tenderness to children and do things decisive, completely unlike a person who comes from a wealthy family. It makes her start to understand her own heart and start to like this Su Yang who used to be a rich second generation, but the gap in her status made her not dare to express it to Su Yang. Ding! Wang Yichuan's favor is 100%, due to the fact that there is a goddess whose favor has been full. The host is rewarded with a winery and a large gift bag, and 20 potential points. Su Yang, who was driving the car, was really surprised by the system this time. Before it was accompanied by the child in the game, so he also did not find Wang Yichuan's favor value is rising. Now this is suddenly full, and there's also the system that actually has a big gift bag this time, not to mention getting a winery. Did not waste time to spend on Wang Yichuan's body, actually brought him such a big surprise. He did not rush to see. After all, there are still small children in the car. It's not good if you get distracted. Pressing on with excitement, it was finally home. Auntie Zhou came to carry the child away. Su Yang returned to the room and began to check up on the system. Host, Su Yang, power, 18, physical fitness, 30, agility, 26, face value, 86, life expectancy, 58 years, skill, singer skill, potential, 30 points. These are not important. The important thing is that the backpack has a big gift bag. The last time I opened a rather cockamamie skill. Let's see what I can open this time. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mixed martial arts skill. Hurricane's skill bar had an additional mixed martial arts skill. All of a sudden, Su Yang's mind floated to various fighting techniques. This skill was quite good. In the future, he would be able to fight a few by himself. With that thought, he threw a few punches towards the air. Then he checked up on the winery. Tianshui Winery, in the northern part of Haicheng City, is a little far away from the city, nearly 100 kilometers away. Covering an area of 100,000 acres of wineries have their own orchards and wineries. The basic, on can be self-sufficient, workers plus management almost 100 people. There's no rush to take over the winery today, just find some time to go there tomorrow. At this time inside the winery, the workers were talking, saying that the boss went to Macau and lost the winery, and now the winery is someone else's. I guess the new boss will come tomorrow. I don't know how the boss is like, just don't buckle like the previous boss. Everyone stop talking and be quiet. A man who looked like the leader stood in front and clapped his hands. Today's main job is to clean up the inside of the winery, and as you all know the new owner will be here tomorrow, so don't make any mistakes then. The man said a lot of words in front of the split, and the lower workers were very impatient to listen. Seeing that everyone is a bit upset, the man is also see good. Just collect, make arrangements and go. Day 2. Yesterday, I had already greeted the aunt and said that I could let Tong Tong stay here. After all, there are children in the house is also lively. Besides, Tong Tong's long, so cute. After having breakfast, Su Yang was ready to take a look at the winery. Nai Tong Tong wanted Su Yang to play with her, so she had no choice but to bring her along. And of course there was Wang Yichuan. After all, the winery acquired from her plus she wasn't working yet either, so let her manage the winery. This way both people profit. Today he didn't drive yesterday's car. It was too small for the kids to sit in the front. The car that was previously repaired at the Force store was given away yesterday, back just in time to drive today. Along the way, everyone also talked and laughed, and Wang Yichuan sat in the co-pilot and teased Tong Tong. After driving for about an hour or so, we finally made it to the winery. Just as a few people were about to enter, the security guard at the door stopped them. The security guard saw that the car Su Yang drove wasn't cheap, and said nicely, "Sorry, we have a new boss coming today. The winery is temporarily closed to the public. I'm your new boss. You are Boss Su?" Su Yang nodded. The security guard looked at the luxury car parked in front of him plus the words coming out of Su Yang's mouth, and he came to believe that the person in front of him was their new boss. Took Su Yang and a few others to his office. "When did you buy this?" Wang Yichuan said as she walked beside Su Yang. "Yesterday." Wang Yichuan, who got the answer, was convinced that Su Yang had turned over. Yesterday Su Yang drove a car she thought was rented. As it turned out, there was another one today plus it was the owner of this winery and she realized how stupid the idea is. Led by the security guard, several people arrived at the office. Hearing the security guard say that Su Yang was the new boss, the man who had lectured him yesterday immediately got up and offered his attentions towards Su Yang. "Sorry, Boss Su, didn't pick you guys up. Su Yang said it was nothing. Let him give him the contract and the current situation of the winery." The manager immediately took out the contract and respectfully handed it to Su Yang. Standing again, he gave Su Yang a report. The winery is now in a state of flux. After listening to the report, Su Yang signed the contract and then turned his head to ask Wang Yichuan, "What do you think? Winery, the way forward?" Wang Yichuan, who was asked, said he didn't understand, but gave his opinion anyway. "Okay, you'll manage this winery from now on." I can't." Wang Yichuan waved his hand in a row to indicate that, "I believe you. You were an employee of our family before and now you're here to be an employee of our family." Chapter 20, encountering a few gangsters. Faced with Su Yang's trust, she reluctantly agreed with him. Tong Tong looked out the window at the orchard flowers blooming brightly, and wanted to go play. Wang Yichuan had no choice but to take her there. After all, Su Yang had something to do, so she would be the only one to play with Tong Tong today. Only Su Yang and the manager were left in the office, and Su Yang saw that the manager's eyes were evasive, as if he had some small mind to hide from Su Yang. At that moment, the door to the office was pushed open and the man ran in hurriedly, as if on some urgent matter. The man's body was sticky with dirt, sweat was pouring down from his forehead in large chunks, and his eyes were dead set on the manager to the side. "You are the Su who just came." The man was interrupted by the manager before he could finish his sentence. "What do you want? Rushing in like that without knocking? Get out!" Without waiting to give the man any chance to speak, the man was shooed out the door. "Get out!" Su Yang realized that the manager was definitely up to something. "Do you hear me? The boss is telling you to get out." The manager thought he was telling the man to get out. However, Su Yang was telling him to get out. "I told you to get out, boss." "Me, didn't hear?" Su Yang was not angry. The manager also had to go out, and when he left, he reminded him in the man's ear to tell him to keep his mouth shut, or there would be no good consequences. Seeing that the manager had gone out, this called the man over. "Say it." The man looked toward the door, a little veiled. "It's about the manager, isn't it? Just say it, I'll help you if you need anything." Hearing Su Yang's words, the man froze for a moment. Seeing the man's reaction, it was just as Su Yang had guessed. The man was also determined to tell the truth at this point. "Boss, you don't know." The man in front of him was the original manager, called Zhang. When a year ago, in the middle of the night, he found someone in the orchard, so he sneaked up and saw a few people in the Stealing fruit from inside the orchard, he took a look at the current manager, who used to be an employee under his hand. The manager also found Zhang immediately called on the few people who stole the fruit to beat up Zhang and also falsely accused Zhang that he was the one who supervised the theft to tie him up in front of the boss. The boss believes it and removes Zhang from his position, sending him to plant trees in an orchard. During this year or so, the manager has used his position to profit from the massive dumping of fruit, and it's not that he wants to keep coming back as manager. He just doesn't wanted the company to be damaged for nothing because he had worked here for more than 20 years and had become attached to the place. Things were roughly as Zhang told them, and the words of one person alone could not be trusted. Su Yang pulled open the door of the office, and the manager stood outside timidly. Su Yang walked into the orchard. There is a big woman in the field hoeing. He asked about Zhang and the manager of the matter she knows. There was some hesitation in looking at the young man in front of him. When Su Yang said that he was the new boss and wanted to find out what was going on, the older woman spoke up. Auntie said he knew about Zhang but he didn't know about the manager. Su Yang squatted down and sat on the steps, and the elder woman also put down her hands. Zhang used to take care of them as employees when he was a manager, cooking herbal tea and sending it to the orchard when it was hot, and working with them. Su Yang then asked a few more people and made up his mind. Back in the office, Su Yang told Zhang to gather everyone at the door and also called Wang Yichuan back as well. The manager knew that what he had done had been discovered by Su Yang and was still thinking of sophistry, but Su Yang simply ignored it. In no time at all, the doorway was filled with people. Su Yang and the others were now a few days ahead. Zhang called out and everyone stopped talking, looking like he still had quite a bit of authority among them. First, he introduced himself and then proceeded to announce Wang Yichuan as the head of the winery and Zhang as the manager. As for the previous manager, he was fired. There was also a lot of hooting and hollering. After strolling around the winery for a while, he took Tong Tong home, while Wang Yichuan stayed behind to take care of some work. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, when he came out of the winery, he was followed by 2 cars. When driving to a forest, the car behind suddenly accelerated and rushed to the front of Su Yang to make a sharp brake. Su Yang was startled. Fortunately, the car's performance was good, and it braked when it was about to hit. Tong Tong sat in the back seat and fell down, crying in the car. Su Yang hurriedly comforted up and prepared to get out of the car to the back. At that moment, the cars behind them followed, sandwiching Su Yang's car in the middle. A couple of men got out of the 2 cars, all of them tall. At that moment a voice said, "Boy, we meet again. Call the police again." The person who spoke was the obese man that Lin Ninger had brought with her to the Lily Hotel last time. Math, genius. Su Yang was also aware of what they wanted to do at this moment. With his mixed martial arts skills he wasn't afraid of a few people, but there were small children in the car. He had to be cautious, comforting up the child, telling her to stay in the car. A few people took sticks and started smashing up the windows of the car, and the child cried even louder in fear. Su Yang hurriedly took out his cell phone to call the police, and several people were still frantically smashing the glass. "I want to call the police. I have a small child in my car." The police officer who received the call hurriedly arranged for someone to go to the place Su Yang said. The car window was about to be smashed. Su Yang opened the system and added 15 of his previous potential points to strength. He felt a rush of power rush into his body, and he gathered the strength of his entire body in his legs, then kicked towards the car door. The car door was kicked open in a flash, and the 2 men standing in the door smashing the glass were slapped to the ground by the force of the door's inertia. Su Yang got out of the car and locked the door. "Come at me if something happens. Don't move the kids. Have some guts. Brothers, give me a tough fight." When several people heard the man's words, they rushed towards Su Yang with the weapons in their hands. Su Yang analyzed the form of the battlefield as he ran. Several people see that they cannot chase Su Yang, returned to the car ready to take the child blackmail. But the car door had been locked by Su Yang, so they tried to break the glass. Su Yang saw them trying to move the child and turned around and ran back. He had already thought of a way out. Here it was, the woods. He could use the terrain here against a few people. "Come on, I'm here." Seeing that Su Yang had returned, a few people stopped smashing their cars and continued to rush towards Su Yang. This time he did not run far. He was afraid that a few people went to smash the car again to move the child. Su Yang ran down to the road to pick up the ground on the wooden stick to chase through the one person smashed down. The man saw Su Yang with a stick towards him. He was ready to dodge, but he didn't know how powerful Su Yang's strength was now, and by the time he was ready to dodge, the stick had already smashed into him. Straight away, the man fell to the ground, wailing in agony as he saw the wooden stick break into 2 pieces. The few people who caught up saw one person being knocked to the ground by Su Yang. "How dare you fight back?" Looking at the wooden stick broken into 2 sections in his hand, he realized the power of this system update. Chapter 21, High School Buddies. Tossing the stick in his hand aside, he re-grabbed one on the ground. He knew he was bound to get hurt if he fought so hard. The but now is not the time to shrug it off. Rather than waiting for it, we should start to take action. Thinking of this, Soo-young chose a slightly thicker stick to run towards the road. He ran out onto the road again. Though there were so many of them that someone was bound to lose track of them, going back and forth one by one like that, he's sure to find a way to do it. Turning his head to look, the two men rushing up just happened to meet his eyes. Although the two were still fierce, their aura was obviously much weaker than just now, probably because they've been running for so long. They're panting. Sure enough, as he thought, the few people in the back couldn't keep up with the two people in front of him, and it was much easier for Soo-young to deal with just two people. Soo-yang pretended that he couldn't run anymore, bending over and panting heavily. The two people in front were also panting. Run! You're a good runner. Keep running. The two men were a bit intimidated by Soo-yang's aura. Though, stop. No running away. Soo-yang yelled at the two of them. You kid is quite bold. Seeing Soo-yang's weak appearance, the two men also laughed. If you obediently hand over the child, nothing will happen, okay? There they knew that Soo-yang was pretending and walked towards him. Soo-yang looked down at the ground, his eyes following the footsteps of the two. 1 step, 2 steps. Finally, when the two were only a few meters away from Soo-yang, Soo-yang violently got up and raised the stick in his hand to strike towards one of them. The sound of the stick mixed with the sound of the wind breaking as it swung towards the man. The two men who already had little physical strength were startled by the sudden arrival of Soo-yang's stick, which could not be avoided at all. One of them got knocked down first. The other person looked at Soo-young and took a few steps backward. Soo-young also didn't know that the way he was holding up his stick right now was no different from a nightmare ghost. The man weighed his options, but walked towards the man anyway. Of course, that person didn't beat Soo-yang. Watching the other person also fall, Soo-yang then ran elsewhere. The few people who caught up knew that it was not a solution to be led by Soo-young like this, and hit the idea of the children in the car again. Just as a few people were about to approach the car, Soo-yang said something bad in his heart. "Didu didu didu." The sirens are sounding at this moment. Several people heard the sound and were ready to escape, but how could they outrun the police? From the police car came down a few uniformed, pressed a few people to the ground. Seeing that the police had subdued a few people, Soo-young came back and took Tong Tong in his arms from the car to comfort him. At that moment up came a policeman who was presumably the captain. "Sir, you're not hurt." "No, it's just that the child is a bit scared," Soo-yang said while stroking the child's head. The captain told the other officers to take the man back to the station first. Because of you several people's attack, the car has completely broken down, and now Soo-yang's car can't be driven, and the captain helped to call a tow truck, then got into the police car, took Soo-yang back to the nearby police station. At the police station, the captain was also informed of the situation, called a police car to send Soo-young and the others back home. As for this matter, they're locking people up first, and the rest will require Soo-young to hire a lawyer. It just so happened that he knew a lawyer, and Shin's old man's son owned a law firm. Tong Tong had fallen asleep in Soo-yang's arms. Soo-young thanked the police and carried Tong Tong back home. Auntie is waiting at the right door. Soo-young called over and told Auntie when he was in the car. "Xiao Su, you guys are finally back. You've worried me to death." Took the child in Soo-yang's hand. "Nothing serious, just scared." Next time Soo-young wouldn't dare to take her out. In case he encountered such a thing again, he wouldn't be so lucky. You can have Tong Tong's father work at the winery, just so he can help Wang Yichuan, and that way he can also bring Tong Tong with him. Tell your aunt what you think. Auntie was very happy to oblige and immediately called her son. Her son agreed, and then Soo-young gave Auntie Wang Yichuan's phone number and told her son to contact Wang Yichuan to say he's the one who called her son to set something up. After dealing with Tong Tong, Soo-yang went out the door. He's going to Shin Lao's house to ask if his son can help take the case. Ding dong. Soo-yang rang the door of Shin Lao's house. Still or the nanny opened the door. Soo-yang has come a few times. The nanny naturally recognizes Soo-yang. Shin Lao was entertaining himself playing chess alone in the living room, and when he saw Soo-yang coming he immediately invited Soo-yang to sit down and play chess. Soo-yang sat down opposite Shin Lao and was concerned about Shin Lao's physical condition. "Feeling better, Shin Lao?" "It's all right, old man, I'm tough as nails." He and Shin Lao were playing chess while giving Shin Lao the purpose of coming to their house today. Shin Lao immediately called his son and told him to come home. His son thought something had happened to the old man, and put down his work and rushed home. It didn't take long for Shin Chi to return. Anxiously, he asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" "It's not me who's looking for you. It's Xiao Su who's looking for you." "Uncle Shun," Soo-young called out to Shin Chi. Shin Chi nodded and asked what Soo-yang was looking for him. Soo-yang also told Shin Chi the whole story. He was most displeased with this kind of person, and immediately said that this matter was on him. Now things are done. Soo-yang and Shin Lao played a few games of chess and went home. Shin Lao wants Soo-young to stay here for dinner. He also politely declined. Indicates that there is something else going on at home. Soo-yang, who had returned home, entered and saw a man chatting with his aunt in the living room. "You are Boss Su, right?" The man went forward and shook Su Yang's hand. The man was not very old, but his face was tanned, presumably from the sun. Eyes are also a little hollow. Hands are very rough and strong. Sight work for years and years down. "Sit, make yourself at home." The man appeared to be very restrained, sitting in a slatted position. Looking at the man's behavior, Su Yang comforted. "Don't be nervous, things auntie has already told you." "Right." The man nodded that he knew all about it. When he got word of a better job, he quit his job at the construction site and headed for Su Yang's house to pick up Tong Tong. Su Yang's intention was for him to go and protect Wang Yichuan. After all, she was facing an unfamiliar environment alone, plus she was long and pretty. The man had just brought the child with him, and Wang Yichuan wouldn't feel alone. The best of both worlds. "Auntie, cook first, eat before you go." Hearing Su Yang's arrangement, Auntie immediately went to the kitchen to get busy. Soon the fragrant meal was on the table. As Su Yang ate his meal and thought about playing chess with the old man, his mood became a bit subtle. The mood was even a little strange when I thought about the reunion afterward. Chapter 22, Reunion. On the third day, Su Yang received a call from Yang Hao saying that they had arrived at the hotel. Su Yang went out and headed for the address Yang Hao had given him. The car stopped at the entrance of the hotel and Yang Hao waited for Su Yang at the entrance. The porter opened the car door for Su Yang, and when he got out of the car, Su Yang shouted at Yang Hao, "How's-y?" Yang Hao noticed Su Yang. "Brother Yang, it's your car, didn't you say your family was broke?" Yang Hao was dressed in an old but very clean outfit, with maturity and anxiety written all over his face that shouldn't be there at his age. The two were very happy to meet and hugged. "You brat, how did you become like this?" Looking at Yang Hao's touch, Su Yang became concerned. "It's fine, small problem, they've all gone in, let's go." Yang Hao casually snorted and climbed on Su Yang's shoulder to go inside. Yang Hao pushed open the door of the hotel room, which already had about 20 people sitting around a large table. "Goo, it really has to be little Mr. Su." Not only does the little follower help open the door, but he also has to make a grand finale appearance. The man with the yin and yang is called Li Chengdong. His family owns a company, and the two of them couldn't get along with Su Yang in the past. Su Yang and Yang Hao didn't want to pay attention to him at all and sat down towards the empty seats. "Well, everyone's here, so tell the waiter to serve the food," a little chubby girl said. "Yes, is Su Yang their class president? High school grades are very good. Temperament is like her grades. Many people like to play with her." Su Yang, who sat down, looked at the crowd around him and his eyes fell on the girl in the corner. System. Ding. Qin Xian, 22 years old. Face value score, 93. Goddess rank, A. Favorable value, 86%. Consumption return value, 100 times. The host is advised to spend immediately. Su Yang was shocked. He did not expect Qin Xian actually on his favor value was actually so high. The previous study when the two are not much too many exchanges. He heard people say that her family inside are often drunken on the beat. Her and her mom's dad and not much else. When she went to school, she didn't communicate and play with other people, often sleeping on the table by herself, and Su Yang didn't pay much attention to her, but today she actually looked so good looking. Her facial lines are distinct. A pair of narrow eyes reveals a high and cold temperament. Thin lips are tightly closed, showing a kind of perseverance and persistence, as if all the outside world has nothing to do with her. She also realized that Su Yang was staring at her, revealing a shyness she shouldn't have lowered her head. Su Yang also found out why the favor value is so high, presumably because Qin Xian has a crush on him. We still have to be the best mixer here. Su Yang, now presumably taking over his dad's company. It was still Li Chengdong who was speaking in a yin and yang manner to the other students. The follower beside him also chimed in. You still don't know about Su Yang and his family's bankruptcy. Li Sungong acted like he didn't know and rubbed his head. Oops, I really didn't know. The class president spoke up again. Well, it's a class reunion, so let's not get into all that. At that moment the waiter also came in pushing a cart full of dishes. Before long, the table was full. Seeing that the food was finished, the squad leader once again said, we have to thank Li Chengdong for today. All of our spending today was paid for by him. Other students heard the words of the class president, have to pour their own cups full of wine one by one attentive to Li Chengdong toast. The only ones who didn't were Su Yang and Hao Zi and Qin Xian sitting in the corner. Hao Zi on the side of the dry up their own rice, but also called Su Yang also together. After all, the white John thing, he wants to pretend, let him pretend good. Come on, Yang. Hiroko stopped eating and picked up a glass of wine. Su Yang followed the same pour full of their own cup and Hao Zi clinked a cup. After all, this years have not seen. The two brothers naturally have to drink a cup. Li Chengdong noticed that everyone else had come to give themselves a toast, except for a few people from Su Yang. His pride being struck, He carried a glass of wine to Su Yang's side. Come on, Su Yang, long time no see. Have a drink. Can't drink. After saying that, leaving Lee Sung-dong's embarrassed look behind, he began to clip the food and eat it in his own bowl. Being ignored, Lee Cheng-dong held back the anger in his heart and didn't flare up in front of the crowd. His main purpose today wasn't to target Su Yang. Then he turned around and walked over to Qin Xianxian's position. Xian, it's been a long time, I'll drink to you. With that, he took a drink from his glass. Qin Xianxian, who is a bit socially terrified, is a bit overwhelmed by Lee Cheng-dong's maneuver. The girl sitting beside her advised her, "It's okay, it's just a glass of wine." The others were staring at their side, and Qin Xianxian reluctantly drank a little. Seeing that Qin Xianxian only drank a little bit, Lee Cheng-dong was a bit upset and made a wink towards the girl beside her. Oops, other people, Mr. Lee, have done it, so you should do it too. What do you say? Dry up, dry up. The others followed suit. Su Yang walked over and took the glass from Qin Xianxian's hand and dried it. You enjoy drinking, I'll keep you company. Seeing Su Yang out of the way, Lee Cheng-dong didn't give Qin Xianxian a hard time and returned to his seat. Thanks. Qin Xianxian lowered her head and thanked Su Yang. Su Yang returned to his seat. The other students followed up to toast. He did not have a problem with the others. After all, we are all classmates. So he has taken up the fight. It took several drinks in a row to stop. A few girls were toasting with Qin Xianxian. This time she didn't refuse and also drank a few cups in a row. Feeling like she was on the verge of getting drunk. Everyone's going to the bar after dinner. There's a new bar that's pretty good. Good. There was a great deal of agreement. Finish eating. A group of people walked towards the bar with great vigor. Qin Xianxian walking are a little dizzy too. There are a few drink better to help her. In no time, the group arrived at the entrance of the XIN bar. It turned out that the newly opened bar that Lee Cheng-dong was talking about was XIN bar. Su Yang and Hao Zi walked in after the others. The waiter, seeing so many people, also rushed to entertain them warmly. Excuse me, do you have a reservation? No, Lee Cheng-dong's sidekick said. Get us a large private room. Lee Cheng-dong said to the waiter with an air of superiority. Sir, I'm sorry, we need VIPs for the large private rooms here, the still very polite waiter said. At this time, Liang Xintong also walked over. Lee Cheng-dong felt his mouth watering as he looked at Liang Xintong's appearance. What's wrong? Liang Xintong asked the waiter. The waitress gave her a rundown of the situation. Liang Xintong looked at so many people and saw Su Yang standing behind Lee Cheng-dong and understood what was going on. Give them a large private room. Ordering towards the waiter, he went to receive the other guests. Just now the boss looked at our side for a moment and agreed also. Is it that you know the boss, said the little follower towards Lee Cheng-dong? Lee Sung-dong stated as he puffed out his chest. The little followers looked at Lee Cheng-dong with a face of adoration. However, they didn't realize that in fact Liang Xintong only agreed to do so after seeing Su Yang behind them. Chapter 23, Delivering the High School Goddess. A group of people and the waiter led down to a large private room. Inside, the decoration looks very luxurious. The space is also very large, estimated to be able to. There is room for 40 or 50 people to play together. Their group looked like a lot of people, and only took up half of the place when they entered the private room. We had all been drinking a lot at the dinner table earlier, and now we were more relaxed, singing and dancing. It was just that their singing voice was really hard to compliment, and they didn't know that Su Yang had gotten on the hot seat after singing 2 songs here at the bar before. Not long after, Liang Xintong pushed open the door of the private room, followed by 2 waiters carrying wine and fruit plates. Everyone stopped moving when they saw someone come in. Thank you all for coming out to our bar, and here's a little wine and fruit plate for you. Then she asked the waiter to put it on the table and looked for Su Yang in the room. Su Yang sat in the innermost seat and she walked over. Young Li, people are coming this way. The little follower pushed Lee Cheng-dong. I know. Then he straightened his clothes and stood up. Hello, my name is Lee Sung-dong. Liang Xintong, who was about to walk past them, looked at Lee Cheng-dong, who had risen to greet them in front of her, and out of politeness she returned the favor. Hello. After saying that, he continued to go towards Su Yang's direction and sat down next to Su Yang under the gaze of Lee Cheng-dong's crowd. Elementary school brother, how come I haven't heard from you for a few days and suddenly came? Liang Xintong, who sat down, crossed her legs, her flirtatious posture causing a burst of heat in the crowd. Su Yang felt the eyes of the others who were dying to knife him. Sister, can you stop being so seductive? Liang Xintong didn't think so, and deliberately ruffled her hair. Lee Cheng-dong is now hating his teeth. What makes him Su Yang to get the favor of such a beautiful woman? Also, later, I will be able to get away with my own sweetheart. You Su Yang is not like to show off? As usual, also in my play. Lee Cheng-dong looked at Qin Xianxian sitting on the sofa. Liang Xintong pulled out 2 cigarettes from the cigarette box, one for herself and the other for Yang Hao, who was sitting next to Su Yang. Yang Hao took the cigarettes handed over from Liang Xintong's hand. No introduction. said Liang Xintong as she looked at Su Yang. High school friends, play nice. We're having a reunion today. What Su Yang said was actually roughly guessed by Liang Xintong. Alright, I won't bother you guys at your classmates' gathering. I'm just coming over to say hello to you. Su Yang waved his hand with her. Then Liang Tongtong greeted the others and told them to have fun before leaving the private room. Brother Yang, what relationship does such a beautiful woman have with you? Yang Hao, who came over, gossiped. As for the relationship between the two, Su Yang didn't hide it. After all, it wasn't like there was anything. It's my schoolmate. After Liang Xintong left, everyone went back to playing. After having a few more drinks with Yang Hao at the bar, Su Yang felt like he was getting drunk and wasn't continuing to drink. On the contrary, Yang Hao continued to drink like a nobody. His main focus is a white whore. If he can't finish eating and drinking, then he won't leave. Su Yang did not care about him, leaning on the sofa and squinting for a while to wake up the wine. In no time, Yang Hao shook Su Yang awake. Brother Yang, what's the matter? What a fuss. Su Yang was shaken by Yang Hao for a while like this and was now a little confused. Yang Hao said he just went to the toilet and saw Li Sung Ho and a few others take Qin Shen Shen away. He followed out of curiosity and saw a few people went to the hotel and opened a room. Su Yang looked at the bar and there was indeed no sign of them. Let's go. Go take a look. Su Yang picked up his own clothes and headed inside the hotel. Yang Hao followed behind Su Yang. The hotel is very close to the bar, a minute away, just for the convenience of those who hang out at the bar. The two went to the front desk and asked the person at the front desk what number of room Li Sung Dong and the others had opened. The little girl at the front desk said, "Sorry sir, we can't disclose information about our guests." Su Yang casually made up a reason. "The girl they brought is my girlfriend. You'll have to be responsible for anything that happens." The receptionist girl knew that the people who came to their room were not in a serious relationship, and they couldn't walk away if something really happened. Immediately, he told Su Yang the room number of Li Changdong and the others. Su Yang and the two of them also immediately looked towards the room's number. It didn't take long for the two of them to find the room with the number given by the little girl at the front desk. At this time in the room, Qin Shen Shen is lying on the bed in a daze. Li Changdong is ready to start taking off Qin Shen Shen's clothes. When his hand touches Qin Shen Shen's body, Qin Shen Shen opens her eyes in a daze and realizes that Li Changdong is trying to plot against her. Instantly, he shielded himself and climbed off the bed. "What do you want? What do you think I can do?" It turns out that the purpose of this class reunion is that Li Changdong wants the others to get Qin Shen Shen drunk and bring her to the hotel. The rest goes without saying. All of this was arranged by Li Changdong, and a few of the other students were also his accomplices. Qin Shen Shen dragged her already drunk body to curl up in the corner. Now she had no strength to resist. "I can only blame myself for not having the talent to refuse people to persuade them to drink, but I am embarrassed to say it." Li Changdong walked over and began to take off her clothes. At first Qin Shen Shen still had a little strength, but now she could only be at his mercy. The effect of the alcohol had already made her faint, but she still barely maintained her sanity and kept up her movements to protect herself. Li Changdong grimaced and reached down to pick up the bottle to give himself a swig. "It's kind of the first time I've done this kind of lackluster thing, and it's time to brace myself." Knock knock. The knocking sound still resounded outside the door. Li Changdong put down his hands and cursed before going to open the door. Looking for death. The moment Li Changdong opened the door, Su Yang rushed in. Without waiting for Li Changdong to see who the person was, he searched the room for Qin Shen Shen. Seeing Qin Shen Shen, who has already passed out drunk in the corner, wearing small clothes on her body and pieces of clothes torn by Li Changdong on the ground, the line of sight immediately strayed away and grabbed the quilt from the bed and covered Qin Shen Shen's body. Once that was done, he cupped his fist and punched Li Sungdong in the face, only to see Li Changdong still frozen in place. Allowing Su Yang's fist to rush violently towards him, he fell down with an unsteady center of gravity. Li Changdong was knocked to the ground just as he tried to see the visitor. Blood flowed from his mouth. He spat a mouthful of blood into the ground. The blood was mixed with two teeth coming out of his mouth. Only then did Li Changdong see clearly that it was Su Yang. Before, the hotel bar thing let him hold a bellyful of anger. In order to take Qin Shen Shen did not have to make a move with Su Yang. "This is good," was about to mouth fat again by Su Yang screwed, but also let him hit. Not only hit but also lost two teeth. Chapter 24, Pulling the Plug. New hatred and old hatred together. Li Changdong, who climbed up from the ground, fought with Su Yang. He froze for a moment, did not touch Su Yang, but was beaten by Su Yang's nose and face. Yang Hao, who was standing on the sidelines, was also not afraid of anything and rushed at Li Changdong and kicked him. The kick Li Changdong cannot be light. Directly kicked to the ground, cannot get up. Seeing that he couldn't fight, Li Changdong immediately begged for mercy. Don't fight. We are all classmates. If you want to play, Su Yang, you can let you play." The two of them were ready to call it quits, but then the bastard said that again. Su Yang then proceeded to kick him in the stomach, which directly caused Li Changdong to pass out from the pain. Seeing that the person had fainted, he didn't continue to do anything. Brother Yang, what next? What to do? Get the people back first. Yang Hao was ready to help Li Changdong when he heard Su Yang's words. What's going on? Didn't say anything about getting him? This way. Su Yang was also speechless as he looked at Yang Hao's silly appearance. Then the two of them wrapped Qin Xianshan in a quilt and carried her out of the hotel. The people in the hotel showed surprised and amused expressions when they saw this scene. Not long after the two of them carried Qin Xianshan back to the bar. Over to the bar on the way Su Yang to the Liang Xintong made the call. Liang Xintong brought the few people to the place where she usually rested. Su Yang and the two of them also carefully placed Qin Xianshan on the bed. Without waiting for Liang Xintong to ask, Su Yang told her what happened. Liang Xintong recalled what Su Yang said about Li Changdong. He also felt at that time that Li Changdong did not seem like a good person, and he did not expect that he could actually do this. Su Yang asked Liang Xintong to help take care of her, find her some clothes, and send her home when she woke up. Brother Yang, where are we going now? Going somewhere? To find a place to sleep. Jingle bells. The two men, still sleeping, were awakened by the ringing of the phone. It was Liang Xintong who called, saying Qin Xianshan had woken up. The two of them packed up and headed for the bar. The bar wasn't crowded during the day, just a couple of ants cleaning up. The two came to the place where they were last night. Qin Xianshan was sitting on the bed, the effects of last night's alcohol still lingering. Liang Xintong saw the two came, said hello and went to bed. Their line of work is to sleep during the day and work at night. Yang Hao also had the good sense to go out from the room to smoke. The only two people left in the room were Su Yang. Liang Xintong had already told Qin Xianshan what happened last night. Thank you, Su Yang. Ding. Qin Xianshan's favor value, 100%. Since there is a goddess favor value has been full, it has been automatically converted into points and received a gift bag and 30 potential points. Su Yang was once again shocked. He just saved Qin Xianshan last night, and actually the favor value is full, and he hasn't spent any money on him yet. No points at all. Where is your house? Let me take you home. Su Yang opened his mouth. No, I can get home on my own. Hearing the word home, Qin Xianshan whine shrunk, but thinking that her mother was still at home worrying about her, she gathered her courage again. Seeing this scene, it seemed that what I had heard before was true. It's better if I send you back. This time she didn't refuse. Her intuition told her that Su Yang might be the one who could help her out of her current predicament and get out of bed. Following behind Su Yang, Yang Hao saw the two come out and stomped out the cigarette in his hand. Su Yang told Yang Hao to go back first. He sent Qin Xianshan home and would contact him again then. Yang Hao also agreed. Su Yang then went to drive to the place where he had eaten before. Qin Xianshan looked at Su Yang. Driving a car is not cheap. They said Su Yang family bankruptcy is probably false. Get in Su Yang's car and head to his house. On the way, Qin Xianshan opened her mouth to ask about Su Yang's current situation. So many years. How are you doing now? Classmates say your family is broke. Is that true? It turned out that she had been concerned about Su Yang's situation all along. Su Yang nodded. It's okay now. Qin Xianshan, who got the answer, only felt a little bit closer to Su Yang. After all, his family had caused her to have an inferiority complex for many years. Until now. Also, that's why he didn't even love to play with other people when he was in school before, because everyone else looked at her with colored eyes, and only Su Yang, as the rich boy, but not. Then she secretly liked Su Yang, in the way of their own origin, and did not dare to express their hearts like. Now she's even less likely. Before long, the car was out of the city and inside a village. It's just a little bit ahead, so you can put me down. I'll walk home by myself. Su Yang parked the car at an intersection and Qin Xianshan got out, originally ready to go. Su Yang was still uneasy, parked the car to a more open place and went to find Qin Xianshan. Walking to the place where Qin Xianshan got off, he saw a man holding a stick pulling Qin Xianshan's hair and dragging it towards his house. Dragged to the door of a dilapidated house on the loose. Pick up the hands of the stick to Qin Xianshan. Body greetings. A sight of the woman did not dare to go to pull. All you can do is sit and cry. And the neighbors around you don't seem to be surprised by this anymore. Su Yang hurriedly rushed over to stop the man. Asterisk 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 off. The man pushed Su Yang away with one hand. The man's body had a great odor of alcohol that went straight to his nose. This is the man you fooled around with last night, isn't it? Then he was ready to hit Qin Xianshan again. Su Yang stood in front to block the man, and the stick landed on Su Yang's body. Well, lad. The man sputtered with his words and sat down in a daze. Seeing this, Su Yang helped Qin Xianshan up. You go to your mom's place. Then walked up to the man. I'm Xianshan's classmate. I sent her home. It's not what you said. Su Yang explained to the man. I don't care who you are. She has to go. Today, said the man as he lay on the ground in a drunken stupor. Hearing the man's words, Su Yang felt that there must be something going on and saw that the man was already asleep on the ground again. turning to ask what Qin Xian was about. She didn't open her mouth. Her mom saw that it was Qin Xian's classmate, and that's when she opened her mouth. It turns out that it was Qin Xian who ran out last night. At first she didn't go to the class reunion. Nay, there was no place to go. His dad is going to marry his daughter off to a retard from the same village just for the bride price of over $100,000. And that's what he's going to send her over to today. It's true that there are all kinds of birds in the forest, and they actually sell their daughters. He was also pissed off. To Qin Xian and their mother said that this matter he to deal with. Originally he did not want to participate, but Qin Xian is his, the bound goddess object. He still has to get a rebate from her. If she just married someone, wouldn't that be one less rebate object? I'll talk about this when your dad wakes up. He helped the man inside the room. Their family was really difficult. They didn't have many pieces of furniture at home, just 2 beds. Looking at everything in front of him was the same as before when he didn't get the system. Chapter 25, Divorce and Follow Me. After an hour or two, the man lying on the bed also slowly woke up. Qin Xian and her mother looked at the man who woke up in fear, but when Su Yang stood in front of them, they felt a little more confident. The first thing the sober man says is to ask Qin Xian to go with him to the man's house. Uncle, return the money and I'll pay you. The man looked at Su Yang in front of him, vaguely remembering what happened before. Okay, since you say so, then if you give $1 million, I'll go to someone to withdraw from the marriage. The man deliberately made things difficult for Su Yang, but what he didn't know was that Su Yang couldn't wait for him to ask for more money so he could get more rebates. Fine, I'll give you an extra $500,000 and you cut ties with them. Su Yang pointed at the mother and daughter. The man looked at Su Yang's dress and tone of voice and thought that the other party must be rich, and immediately raised the price to $3 million. The 2 mothers heard that the man really did not treat them as human beings, but only as merchandise. Also lost the last bit of love for their beloved, but thought of the young man in front of them. In order for them to spend so much money on the cost, immediately asked Su Yang not to agree. However, when the man said $3 million, he was happier than anyone else and immediately agreed, not caring about the 2 men's obstruction. He transfers $1 million to the man and tells him to go ahead and divorce Qin Xian's mom and then transfer the rest of the money back to him. The man who received the money immediately agreed, and then shouted angrily at Qin Xian's mom, "What are you doing? Go!" Seeing this scene, the 2 people who had a glimmer of hope for the man were also completely dead. Determined to break off any relationship with the man, Qin Xian's mom went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with the man, and the 2 of them were in a heavenly mood and an underground one. After the 2 left, Su Yang also comforted Qin Xian. Such a father is not worth it at all. He gave birth to you just as a tool to make money, not doing his duty as a father at all. Instead of living in this watery grave, he should just bear down and start living again. Qin Xian was also moved by Su Yang's words. Su Yang's words are indeed not wrong. Might as well forget the past and start a new life. Qin Xian began to pack up her things, although only some clothes. For this sad place, she did not want to leave anything at all. Not a moment later, the man came back with Qin Xian's mother. The man immediately put the formalities to Su Yang to see and asked him to transfer the rest of the money to him. Su Yang transfers the rest of the money to the man. Ding! Spending $3 million for a Class A goddess. The spending rebate has arrived. In the meantime, Su Yang's bank card also arrived at $300 million. There were only 2 people who were happy right now, other than Su Yang, who was Qin Xian's father. Qin Xian's mom is also feeling a lot more relaxed now. He has been living like this for more than 20 years and finally today he is going to be relieved. About half an hour later, the 2 of them were also packing up their things. Standing in the doorway and looking at the place where he had lived for more than 20 years, there were no good memories. All that remained was endless work and countless beatings. Su Yang drove the car to the door and helped the 2 of them put their things in the car, and the 2 of them got in the car, and the whole time her father didn't care about the 2 of them. Su Yang took his mother and his wife to leave the place where they had lived for more than 20 years. Thank you, Su Yang. Qin Xian thanked not only for last night but also for today's unforgettable and meaningful event. Su Yang, who was driving the car, said, "Next, you'll start a new life." "Yeah, start a new life." Su Yang said to bring them back to his house first and go find them a house tomorrow. "Xiao Su, you've helped us too much. Let's take care of the rest ourselves." Qin Xian's mother rejected Su Yang's kind offer. "You don't have anywhere to go now, so go to my house first." The 2 also understood their current situation and didn't continue to say anything more. After driving for more than an hour, Su Yang also parked his car in his own garage. The 2 looked at the mansion in front of them, something they had never dared to think about. Auntie saw Su Yang come back and also went to the garage. "Auntie, help me get something from the car." Auntie immediately helped a few people carry their things. There were very many empty rooms in Su Yang's house, and a room was arranged for both of them. Looking at the luxurious decor and comfortable beds in front of them, The two men were momentarily a bit uncomfortable and staggered in place. Looking at the overwhelmed mother and daughter, Su-young comforted. It's fine, you guys stay first. Putting all the things in place, Qin Xianshan lies on the cozy bed and feels that all of this is like a dream. Without last night's incident, she might still be living in a place where people couldn't see the slightest bit of hope. All of this was thanks to Su-young. Just lying there on the bed, she fell asleep without realizing it. She didn't get out of bed until her mom yelled at her to finish eating. When they got downstairs, they looked at the table and saw that the food was so much better than what they usually ate. Su-yang had long ago asked his aunt to prepare a few more dishes. Qin Xianshan returned to her room without taking a few bites, and Su-yang also understood her current mood, and it might be better when more time passes. After eating, Su-yang also returned to his room. Can't wait to open the system. With 30 more potential points, having used 15 before, he now had 45 potential points, which he still hadn't added. Looking at the gift bag inside the backpack, excitedly opened it. Ding! Receive a luxury cruise ship. That's it. Last time, but gain skills. This time this reward. Su-young thought that the system was stuck, and waited for a while without any movement before accepting. Alright, something is better than nothing. Jingle bells. Su-yang's cell phone, an unfamiliar number called. A pleasant voice entered Su-yang's ears. Hello, is this Mr. Su? Yes. The woman who got an answer on the other end of the phone said, Mr. Su, I'm the person in charge of the Sunny. May I ask when you have time to come? Su-young, now there are still things not dealt with on the opponent, said there is time, will give her a call back. The other party also returned to say anytime after hanging up the phone. Day 2. Su-yang got up and went downstairs. He didn't realize that the mother and daughter were up early and got bored, so he started cleaning the house. Su-young pulled Qin Xianshan aside. You guys go and clean up first. Let's go see the house. Qin Xianshan thanks Su-young for his kindness and says she will pay him back when she earns money later. It didn't take long for a few people to arrive at the sales department of a real estate property. Sir, are you looking at a wedding house? Said the sales receptionist. No, just a random set. Su-young told the sales about the need of wanting to buy a house and how many people live there. The sales immediately took out a bed sheet and introduced it to Su-young and the others. Sir, you can take a look at this. Chapter 26, The Grand Cruise. The sales presentation is either too far from the city or someone else is left who doesn't want to buy. Let's see it first, Su-yang said. Qin Xianshan whispered to Su-young on the side. Su-young, actually renting a house will do. There is no need to buy. Where would Su-young, who was going to get a rebate? Let them rent. He couldn't wait to buy the best house. You'll pay it back later anyway. He didn't actually want them to give it back. He just said that now that he was going to get a rebate. The sale also went on to describe other homes. He was a little upset but very understanding of people's behavior when he saw sales stalking them like that. But he disliked the behavior so much that he had to disobey him and look inside himself. Looking at a villa in the sand model, he asked the salesman, has anyone bought this one? No, sir, but it's a pretty expensive set. Su-young on Su-yang, he said this. Okay, let it be. Originally sales thought they could buy a set of $1 million or so would be good. Actually came such a big order. Without the slightest hesitation, sales ran to the front desk to prepare the contract. Mother and daughter looked at the model of the house on the sand table. They do not understand but feel that it must be very expensive, said towards Su-young. Really do not need such a good house. Su-yang still remained the same, and the two mothers were not saying anything. Within moments, sales brought the contract. Sir, you sign it. Su-yang stated that it wasn't him and pointed to Qin Xianshan who was on the side. Miss, please sign. Sales turned around and handed it to Qin Xianshan. Qin Xianshan looked at Su-young and didn't dare to put down her pen until Su-young nodded his head before signing her name on the contract. This way, sir. Sales knew that it must be Su-young who paid the money and said towards Su-young. Then a few people followed the sales to the front desk. The sales took out the POS machine. Su-yang handed the card to the sales, with Su-yang in the POS machine after losing the password. The single, even if it's done. Ding! Spending $18 million for an A-list goddess. The return has arrived. Su-yang looked at the message on his cell phone arriving at the account and was happy. Realizing someone else was around, he immediately put away his smile, but was still happy inside. Su-young took the key from the sales hand and handed it to Qin Xianshan. Go see your future home. Afterwards, Su-young drove the two to the villa he had just bought. This villa was much larger than Su-yang's home, and it was estimated that it must cover an area of 2 or 3 acres. And the environment was also very good, so you could see the beautiful greenery by the river from your home. The two of them put their bags in the living room and looked at the big house in front of them. It all felt so unreal. Yesterday they were living in a shabby house and getting beaten up, but today they are living in such a luxurious house, and the key to their future lives will be in this house. Ding! As Qin Xianshan's favor value has exceeded 100%, Qin Xianshan's favor value has reached unconditional trust, and she has gained advanced medical skills. By the system of this sudden message, Su Yang's head popped up a big question mark. Favor value full can still be upgraded. This time, he actually gained skills. It was also out of Su Yang's expectation. It seems that he didn't spend so much money in vain. He felt that the rewards he received had gotten better since the system had been upgraded, and wondered if the system could still be upgraded. It also leaves this question in the mind. How was it? Su Yang asked. It's all good, but it's just too expensive, and I don't think I'll be able to pay it back in my lifetime. Qin Xianshan sighed. Su Yang said it's no big deal, there's still a long way to go, so he's still afraid of not being able to pay back. Looking at Su Yang in front of her, Qin Xianshan, if she did not meet him, this life is probably considered finished. Now she found herself not only like Su Yang, but put him as an indispensable person in her life. No amount of words of thanks can express her feelings now. She can only bury this favor in her heart. The place to live was solved for them. Next, let's see what kind of work is suitable for Qin Xianshan, and then we can let her try it out. Suddenly he thought of last night as not obtained a cruise ship. At first go to see if it is suitable for Qin Xianshan. Looking at the busy two, Su Yang sneaked away without saying hello. In the car, Su Yang found out the number he had called from last night and called it. Hanging up the phone, Su Yang went to the address given by the others. It wasn't long before we arrived in front of a shipping company. Called over the phone to say that he had arrived, and the other party also immediately came to pick up Su Yang. After standing at the door for a while, a mature woman came out from the company's entrance, about 30 years old, with a tall figure wearing sexy professional clothes, and a high nose topped with a pair of gold silk eyes. A proper successful woman, just about to have the words "keep out" engraved on her head. Mr. Su, I'm Goya, the person in charge of the cruise ship. The woman called Goya extended her hand. Su Yang also politely shook her hand. D. System. Ding. Goya, 27 years old. Face value score, 97. Goddess rank, S. Favored value, 12%. Consumption return value, 100 times. The host is advised to raid. Su Yang was surprised too. This is currently considered to be the highest value of the goddesses he has contacted. It is true that it is still a mature woman who has flavor. The system is scoring so high. Come with me. Su Yang followed behind Goya and watched the woman in front of him walk and sway. How many people must be charmed by this? Led by Goya, Su Yang arrived in front of a huge cruise ship. Mr. Su, this is your cruise ship. Su Yang looked at the huge cruise ship thinking about how many people it could accommodate. The two then got on board as well, and the security guards and the people who did housekeeping in the various departments stood neatly on the plywood. This is the new boss, surnamed Su. Goya introduced Su Yang to the crowd, only to see the crowd bow in unison. Good day, Boss Su. Su Yang raised his own right hand as a greeting to the crowd. Goya took Su Yang on a tour of the cruise ship, which has all the amenities, a bar, a shopping center. The variety is like a mini CBD. Goya then reported to Su Yang that in a couple of days, the Chang group would hold a banquet on the cruise ship, which would last for 3 days. They will pay $30 million in rent. After understanding, Su Yang told Goya to go ahead and busy himself with the next thing with Chang group. While he himself was strolling around the cruise ship, Goya got off the ship while Su Yang strolled around the cruise ship. At this time a security guard ran to the front of Su Yang. The man's stout figure is estimated to be retired down. Hello Boss Su, my name is Zhang Long. Looking at the man in front of him, Su Yang asked, is there something wrong? I'd like to recommend myself as the manager of this cruise ship. Oh, Su Yang looked at him with interest, not realizing that this person actually wanted to be a manager on his own with such a big mouth. Continue. Chapter 27, The Horse's Little Brother. You make me a manager, and I'll be absolutely at your beck and call. It turns out that it's because there's no candidate for manager here right now, which is why the man came up and recommended himself. But he's just an ex-military man, nothing else, just able to fight. Not a good enough reason to say it, but courageous. Okay, from now on you're the manager of this cruise ship. Su Yang still gave him a chance, after all, daring to do such a thing. Yes, boss. Momentarily excited, Zhang Long gave Su Yang a standard military salute. I'll do whatever the boss says from now on. For this kind of relatively simpler-minded person, Su Yang liked him very much. At least he wouldn't do anything harmful to him. Go, get to work. Zhang Long walked inside the cruise ship from the plywood with a few security guards. Guests will be greeted soon and the crowd is quite busy. Since he wanted people to work for him to the death, he had to give generous rewards. He then called Zhang Long back. Boss, what's up? Zhang Long, who had directly become a manager from a security guard, now unconditionally agreed to what Su Yang said. You go get the others on the clipboard. In no time at all, the plywood was full of people. Some of them were still making a ruckus. Zhang Long silenced the crowd with a single sentence. It seemed that Su Yang hadn't made the wrong choice in making Zhang Long this manager. I know you're all busy right now. I just took over this cruise ship and don't know much about it. And now there are open positions where you can nominate yourself. Su Yang said in front of the crowd. The lowly ones were also murmuring, and none of them dared to open their mouths. At that moment, a middle-aged woman raised her hand. Su Yang gestured for her to come to the front. The woman also stepped forward and said boldly, "The cruise ship is now short of a head of the shopping mall, and I think I can handle it." After saying that, he then looked at Su Yang. "Since you can come up and say what position you want, you must have done the relevant knowledge. Okay, from now on you're in charge of the mall." The crowd didn't realize that just by coming up here and saying one word, the boss would let her go from cleaning directly to the head of the mall. Now the crowd was taking the new boss at his word and talking about what they wanted to be. Some people say they want to be in charge of a hotel, some want to be in charge of a casino, and some actually want to be the boss. Looking at the crowd that was in a mess, he made a color towards Zhang Long. Zhang Long realized what Su Yang meant and said loudly, "All be quiet." Instantly, the chattering scene was silenced by Zhang Long's cry, "What I said just now, you can find Zhang Long, he represents me." Hearing Su Yang's words, Zhang Long straightened his chest, stating, "I am now the favorite beside the boss. You all have to watch." Not long after, Zhang Long finished solving things and ran to report to Su Yang. Su Yang said he didn't need to see it, he just made the decision. Feeling Su Yang's trust once again, Zhang Long hugged Su Yang and was thankful. Su Yang was confused by this brown man's sudden arrival. All right, do what you have to do." Zhang Long let go of his hold on Su Yang, a few tears still hanging on his face. It seems that Zhang Long is a real person. After doing all this, Su Yang reclined on the chair brought by Zhang Long on the plywood, blowing the river breeze and looking at the beauty of the city. This series of happenings made Su Yang rise and fall and rise again. He himself is now far from being in arrears, but it gives him hope. He took out his cell phone and looked at the amount of deposits in it. There were already more than $2 billion. Now he didn't have to worry about the startup capital. First pay off some of the accounts. It's no good dragging it out like this. It was already half an hour later when it was processed, and there was only $1 million or so left inside the bank card in an instant. There were still some gaps until it was paid off, but now he wasn't worried because with the system, it was only a matter of time before the debt was paid off. After continuing to blow on the clipboard for a while, Su Yang returned to his room inside the cruise ship. He wouldn't be going home for a few days. He'd sleep on the cruise ship, and then he'd go home when the party was over. The time flashed by was the day Chang's group invited the others to the banquet. In the past few days, Su Yang played all kinds of games on the cruise ship, nor did anyone come to disturb him. Today was different. After all, people paid the rent. He couldn't play on the cruise ship as recklessly as he did the other day. Go back to your room and take a nap. The departments within the cruise ship were clearly organized under Zhang Long's command. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the invited people also came to the cruise ship one after another. Zhang Long stands on the plywood to greet the incoming guests. The people who came were all respectable people, but there was no lack of gold-digging women who wanted to marry into a rich family. Among them was Lin Ninger. He was followed by a young man, and the man looked non-rich. The people who were invited also knew that the cruise ship had changed owners, and they all wanted to get to know each other. And the ones who wanted to get to know each other even more were still the gold-digging women. As the cruise ship receives more and more guests, the noise fills the places. Su Yang, who was taking a nap, was also woken up, and he came to the plywood to see what was going on. When Zhang Long, who was receiving guests, saw Su Yang's arrival, he also immediately ran to him to greet him. Su Yang said he did a very good job. Satisfied with the compliment, he returned to work. Standing at the clipboard watching the people walking onto the cruise ship, he noticed someone. The man looks white and clean, like his body has been hollowed out. This man is the youngest son of Lu's group, Lu Bo. Su Yang's family had something to do with their bankruptcy. Su Yang then walked over to Zhang Long's side and told him not to let him get on the boat before leaving. Zhang Long nodded. At this time, Lu Bo walked to the plywood and took out the invitation from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Long. Zhang Long tore up the invitation without even looking at it. "Sir, you can't enter. Your invitation is fake." Lu Bo was confused by his maneuver. "How can that be? You didn't even look at it before you said mine was fake." Lu Bo was about to go in after saying that. Zhang Long stopped him with a hand. "Please leave or I'll be polite." Where he'd taken this kind of heat, to be stopped by someone who wouldn't let him in. "Do you know who my father is?" "I don't know. I only know our boss." Zhang Long still wouldn't let him in. "Who is your boss? Tell him to come out and apologize to me on his knees," Lu Bo said condescendingly. Hearing that the man dared to insult his boss, he immediately called for security to throw him off. Well, you dare to do this to me, right?" Lu Bo pulled out his phone and called someone. Not a moment later from the cruise ship came out a man with his age. The man is Lu's group cooperation object, son of Rhonda Development. Walked up and asked Zhang Long to let Lu Bo in. "And who let you in?" Zhang Long was not the least bit facetious and said towards the man. Chapter 28, Throwing him out. Faced with Zhang Long's tough tone, he was just about to get angry when he saw the organizer of this banquet, the chairman of program group, Chang Chaoxing. Then he ran to Cheng Chaoxing. Uncle Chang, Lu Bo was stopped outside. They were all in business and naturally knew the sons of these people. I'll check it out. Several people came to the top of the deck, and Zhang Long still stopped him from going in. Manager Zhang, what's going on? Chang Chaoxing asked. This man is trying to get in with a fake invitation. Zhang Long spoke as if it was true, and if they didn't know each other, they would probably have to believe what he said. It's okay, he was invited by me. Zhang Long naturally knows Chang Chaoxing, but the boss ordered not to let this person in, and Chang Chaoxing is the organizer of this banquet. Neither could be offended, and for a moment he didn't know what to do with them. Jingle bells. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Su Yang who called. Since they said so, put someone in. There was no need for Su Yang to offend the Gold Master, although he had a beef with Long Bo. Just make things difficult for him. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Long let the man in. Long Bo walked past him, his eyes still deadpan, as if to say, you wait. Go, little dragon. Chang Chaoxing shouted at Lu Bo. Okay, Uncle Chang. After that, he went inside the cruise ship. The time soon came for the party and the ballroom inside the cruise ship was full. Chang Chaoxing stood on the stage of the banquet hall. In front of him was a lectern, and there were some people standing behind him. The people sitting at the bottom stopped talking when they saw the organizer of this event on the stage. Instantly, the ballroom fell silent. Chang Chaoxing began to speak into the microphone. Thank you, everyone who came out to support us tonight. The ballroom erupted in applause. The banquet we're hosting this time will last for 3 days. There will be an auction tonight, and tomorrow, the day after that. Enjoy everyone. Thank you. Chang Chaoxing finished and bowed towards the crowd, and the crowd standing behind him did the same. Once again there was applause at the bottom. It turns out that the main purpose of this banquet is to let his little daughter out to meet everyone. Rumor has it that his daughter looks as beautiful as heaven, but why she was born with a serious illness so that a large red spot on the face. So many years they have been putting their daughter abroad for treatment. This time came a lot of group company's son just to see his daughter's appearance, including Long Bo, who was stopped by Zhang Long before. To put it bluntly, he, Chang Chaoxing, is recruiting a son-in-law. There will be an auction tonight at 8 o'clock and a concert tomorrow. Su Yang had little interest in today's auction because he couldn't afford it and didn't have the money. Just as he turned around to go back to rest, he saw Lu Bo coming this way as well. Lu Bo saw him too, and the enemies met. Lu Bo stopped Su Yang and didn't want to take care of him. It was for the sake of others that he let him on the boat before. What do you want? Su Yang said angrily. Long Bo pointed at him condescendingly and said, who told you to come in? Are you qualified? You come out of that crotch of yours with such a wide pipe. I do not want to have any conflict with him. I did not expect that this kid actually do not know what to do, have to be scolded a couple of heart to feel comfortable. You're only as good as your mouth, but you're just a loose cannon. This time he was really angry. Do you believe I'll beat you back to your mother's womb? Long Bo is not really a match for Su Yang. He likes to do that. His body is hollowed out, and people fall down when he pushes them. He thought in his mind that he couldn't beat you. I didn't know to call out to someone. He then called the security guards. How do you do your job? Can this kind of person be let in? When Su Yang was lecturing on the clipboard yesterday, they were among them and naturally recognized Su Yang in front of them as their boss. When they heard that he was going to kick Su Yang out, they were also stumped. How could they dare to kick their boss out, unless they didn't want to work here anymore? But the person who spoke, they didn't dare to offend. What are you guys waiting for? Do it! At this time, Zhang Long came over in a furious manner. Who are you kicking out? Long Bo looked at the burly Zhang Long in front of him, and the arrogant look from before, and for a moment he didn't dare to speak loudly with him. I say he doesn't have an invitation. Zhang Long looked at Su Yang and turned his head to him again. He really didn't. That's when he felt empowered. Then why don't you kick him out? Su Yang coughed, and Zhang Long looked at Su Yang's eyes and instantly understood. Lifting Lobo by the back of his shirt, he was about to throw him overboard. What do you want? Of course it's to send you off the ship. Zhang Long hemmed and hawed at him. At this point, the man who helped Long Bo before came out after going to the restroom and saw Zhang Long carrying Long Bo, and immediately went up 1,000 to grab Zhang Long's hand. What's going on? What are you doing? We were invited by Chairman Chang. He wanted to use Cheng Chaoxing's identity to force him to let go. How could he not have imagined that Zhang Long would not listen to anyone but Su Yang's words right now? Zhang Long ignored him. The man could not pull the retired Zhang Long at all, and proceeded to throw Lu Bo under the boat like a chicken. Where had he ever suffered such humiliation as the son of a conglomerate? He immediately called his dad. Dad, I've been beaten up. What's wrong with you? I'll call your brother over right away. Sitting in the office, Long He-guang could hear that his son had been beaten up and rubbed his head. Then he stood up. And then he told his secretary to call his oldest son over. Not a moment later, Long in the light of the office came to a mature and stable-looking man, about 30 years old or so. It is Long in the light of the eldest son. Long Jia, unlike his youngest son, had outstanding abilities, so Long Jia had always been groomed as an heir. You go on a cruise. Your brother who likes to cause trouble got beat up. The whole time Long Jia did not say a word out of the office. For this brother of his he very much dislikes. But no matter what his father said, just go away. Long Bo stood underneath the boat and rushed at Zhang Long. Wait for me, my brother will be here soon. The man who helped Long Bo just now also didn't expect to actually throw someone down. You're in trouble. His brother is not simple. Zhang Long displayed no fear at all. If you scream again I'll throw you down too. The man immediately shut up, knowing that Zhang Long could definitely do this, and stood aside waiting for a good show. Su Yang came over and patted Zhang Long on the shoulder, indicating that he had done a very good job. The man saw that Su Yang was so good with this manager and thought that it must have been Su Yang's interference that made him throw Long Bo down. They, the rich kids, basically knew each other. But Su Yang didn't know the man. The man did know him. After all, Su Yang's family used to be one of the top conglomerates in Haichang, so many people knew him, but he didn't know anyone else. Chapter 29, The Auction. The male no longer dares to go up against Su Yang. Although Su Yang's family is bankrupt, where the origin is, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Boss, that guy down there really seems like he's going to call out to someone awesome. Zhang Long got a little worried. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Yang knew what kind of person his brother was. After a while, a couple of luxury cars came and parked on the dock. From the car, more than a dozen bodyguards dressed in black surrounded a car, and one bodyguard opened the door of the limousine and got down a man in a suit. It's Long Bo's brother, Long Jia. Some gold-digging women on the clipboard saw the scene and immediately inquired of those around them. Who is this man? He is the heir to the Long group, Long Jia. Long Bo saw his brother coming and immediately went up to him. What's going on? Long Jia asked grimly. Long Bo told Long Jia what had happened. Long Jia looked over to Su Yang on the clipboard, who stood with his hands clasped on the clipboard looking at him in the same way. Useless. Go. Long Bo thought his brother would help him out, but it turned out that his brother got right in the car. He dared not disobey his brother's words, so he followed him to the car. At this time, Zhang Long spoke up. Boss, you know his brother? He just took one look at you and left. Su Yang did not answer Zhang Long's question and walked in towards the interior of the cruise ship. He had long thought that Long Jia would not help him as a younger brother. His brother had looked down on him as a younger brother since he was a child. It was a good thing that the eyesore was gone. Arriving at the previous banquet hall, the auction was about to begin. Su Yang found a corner spot to see what it was. Not a moment later, a competent-looking auctioneer walked up to the top of the stage, set to a piece of light music. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction. I am the auctioneer for this auction, Lin Han. After the auctioneer's reading of the introductory remarks, it was time to officially start the auction. Then the MC brought up a gift box. The electronic screen behind the auctioneer also revealed pictures and information about the lots. The first lot is a Bluefields diamond, and you can see it on the screen. Okay, the starting price for this lot is $3 million, and each increase will be no less than $100,000. Someone raised their card after the words were spoken. Okay, 386 $3,100,000. Before I could say anything else, someone else raised their card. 302, $4.5 million, $8 million. Is there a higher one? The auctioneer waited a while for no one to raise the bid. 8 million at a time. Any more? 8 million 3 times. After 3 more knocks, the lot is considered sold. Let's move on to the second lot. The second lot was a Rolex watch, supposedly worn by Michael, and the starting bid was actually a whopping $5 million. Su Yang not only sighed that it was still good to have money, didn't feel much before. It was finally bought by a Michael fan for $12 million. These fans are crazy to spend so much money on just a watch, and a lot of people don't understand what they're doing. Only those who buy it feel it is a spiritual comfort and worth the money spent. Next up is the third piece. More than 10 more lots were auctioned in a row, totaling more than 200 million yuan, and the auctioneer was hammering smoke on the stage. Next we invite Chairman Cheng to come up and introduce the last lot. The auctioneer makes an inviting gesture. Cheng Chaoxing walked onto the stage and stood next to the auctioneer. It seems that many people are rushing to this last lot, and it is estimated that the price is not low. Cheng Chaoxing personally came up to introduce it. Thank you to our beautiful auctioneer for all her hard work. I'll be introducing. Next, people who have been in the business world for many years speak with class, first thanking people and then introducing them. Maybe some of you have known this for a while, but I'll introduce it anyway. So look at the screen behind me. The big screen showed a picture of a small island just off the lake in the center of town with no introduction. Just this. A picture. We, the program group, are now offering this island to you. The starting bid is $200 million, with no cap. A lot of developers at the bottom have long been pressed to take the island. The auctioneer took Chung Chaoxing's microphone. Thank you, Chairman Chang, for your introduction. So let's begin. A developer went ahead and took the number plate in his hand and raised it. 300 million. Okay, this gentleman. It went straight up to 300 million. 400 million. The other one also raised his number plate. More than 10 rounds were called in a row, and the price rose to $15 billion. Such a price was also what made many bosses close their hands. But there are still a few more calling the shots. Su Yang also wanted to buy this island in the corner, but he was poor. There were only a few tens of millions of dollars in his bag, so he couldn't even make it to the top. Not a moment later, the price rose again to $8 billion, and the few people who were still raising the price before were only left with three very powerful companies. A man sitting at the front of the stage gritted his teeth and raised the sign in his hand. $19 billion. When the man finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. $1,950 million. The man sighed. It was all the cash he could muster and there was no choice but to give it up. Turned around to see who called the price behind, but there are too many people. Can only see the head of the great, cannot see he also had to sit down. Want to listen to the price? There is no one. $1,950 million a time. The auctioneer picked up the hammer and tapped it on the table. Is there a higher one? Once again, I asked the people in the field. Knock. 1,950 million twice. Let's give it some more time to think about it. After waiting for a while there was still no one to call the price. And someone called the price just as he was about to hit the final hammer. 2 billion. The crowd looked at the person who called for the price. The person who called for the price did it at the very front and to the right. It was an old man that no one recognized. Probably not local. 21 billion. The voice from behind sounded again. And everyone turned around again. The man wore a mask to see the appearance. Looking at the dress is estimated to be more than 40 years old. The old man looked back as well, and then raised the price by another 100 million. The man didn't continue to raise the price. Instead, he got up and left the auction house. Unsurprisingly, the island belonged to the old man sitting in front of him. As the auctioneer struck down 3 hammers, the old man's heart dropped at this point. That was as far as he would go, and if anyone else continued to raise the price he would quit. And as he had hoped, no one did. Alright, tonight's auction is considered to be over. Thank you all for your presence and support. The auctioneer finished bowing towards the crowd before exiting the stage. Chapter 30, Brother's Appearance. It was past 11 o'clock. The auction ended and the people in the banquet hall returned to their rooms one after another. As it was a 3-day period, most of the people didn't get off the boat. The old man who had photographed the island got off the boat with a group of people, presumably to start working on the development of the island. Su Yang was also sleepy now, so he returned to his room, took a shower, got comfortable and went to bed. The time came for the second day of the banquet. It rained a bit this morning, a bit foggy, and the air smelled dusty. Su Yang was eating breakfast in the dining room. Suddenly a woman walked up to him. Su Yang saw the visitor and paid no attention, continuing to eat his breakfast. The woman sat down. Mr. Xiao Su, we haven't seen each other for a few days again. The woman was none other than Lin Ninger, who had made a fool of herself last time, and since what happened last time, he had decided to take the initiative and take Su Yang. He learns that Su Yang used to have a fiancé, but they've already backed out, and Su Yang doesn't have a girlfriend right now, so she has to take advantage of this opportunity. It's not worth it if someone else gets there first. Su Yang was disgusted by Lin Ninger's behavior like this because she didn't love herself. A woman who could do this was probably surrounded by people who wanted to stay away from her. Only the lickspittles liked to come at her. Su Yang, I like you. Can you promise me to be your girlfriend? Lin Ninger said very bluntly to Su Yang. Su Yang was shocked by her words that came out of nowhere. He didn't expect her to be able to say this. He didn't like Su Yang but the things in Su Yang's hand. Su Yang looked at Lin Ninger and only felt increasingly disgusted. Last time I helped her because I felt sorry for her, but I didn't expect her to come over to me with her nose in the air. I don't like it. Su Yang left this sentence and got up and left the restaurant. Looking at Su Yang's back, Lin Ninger cried, Do you hate me that much? Su Yang, who was halfway there, turned his head. Lin Ninger thought that Su Yang had changed his mind and wiped her tears to flash a smile at Su Yang. However, Su Yang turned his head and said to her with a gloomy face, Don't bother me in the future. You're really disgusting. Su Yang told her the attitude in his heart towards Lin Ninger's and hoped that she wouldn't bother. Lin Ninger sat on a stool in the dining room stopping to Su Yang's words, making her smile disappear and she just sat dumbfounded. Shouldn't I be liked by others? Can't I have someone I like? Since meeting Su Yang, Wang Yichuan also stayed away from her, not contacting her. The better connected people around her seemed to have distanced themselves from her, and the few times she has sought out a man, She has been punched in the face by Su Yang. Just because of Su Yang's appearance, everything has changed. One only wants to live a better life. Is this wrong? Looking at Su Yang, who had already left. Since you treated me like this, I will find a man who is richer than you to step on you ruthlessly when the time comes. Ding! Lin Ninger's favor drops to 11%. Su Yang, who was hanging out on the clipboard, was prompted by the system. This thing can still be lowered? It would be nice to save me from having to bug me every time and not trying to pull the wool over her eyes. Su Yang also left it alone. At this time, Zhang Long ran over and said that someone had just fainted in the restaurant, suspecting food poisoning. It has been sent to the hospital. Is there such a thing? Zhang Long nodded. He then followed Su Yang to the back kitchen of the restaurant. Who's in charge of breakfast today? At that moment a short, fat, middle-aged man walked over. Boss, what's going on? The middle-aged man said that he wasn't very clear about it, and that all the ingredients for today's breakfast had been bought by him personally when he went to the food market at 3 o'clock. Because he felt that this banquet was important in hosting so many people, the ingredients had to be fresh. Because someone ate bad stomach, Cheng Xiaoxing also rushed to the back kitchen. After all, the people on the boat except the staff are all the guests he invited. If this happened again later, it would also have some bad effects on their Chang group's credibility. How do you guys do your job? If this happens again, subsequent funding I won't give and will have to suppress your crews. Cheng Xiaoxing launched himself at the crowd. Jingle bells. Su Yang thought it was his phone ringing, but it turned out to be Zhang Long next to him. Hey, good to know. After hanging up the phone and whispering in Su Yang's ear, Su Yang made a wink indicating that he would go and explain to the people. Zhang Long walked up to Cheng Xiaoxing. Chairman Chang, the hospital just called to say that it wasn't the food, but that the guest was allergic to spinach. Hearing this, Cheng Xiaoxing also put down his heart to tell them to be careful. Things worked out, too, and it wasn't their fault. After Cheng Xiaoxing left, Su Yang went back to the back kitchen and said that in the future, he would try to ask the guests what they don't eat and what they are allergic to first. When Mr. Su left, everyone started to get busy again. Just after breakfast, the time has reached 11 o'clock without realizing it. Some of the performers from tonight's concert are starting to arrive on the cruise ship, among them some big stars. Suddenly, Su Yang, who was standing on the plywood, watched as a bunch of people assembled on top of the pier, all of them students. They were carrying homemade signs of support. Su Yang was also very curious about what kind of charms these stars had to mesmerize these students who came to follow the stars even if they didn't go to school. Within moments a nanny car arrived, flanked by a number of security guards running after it. The car also managed to pull up to the dock in the middle of the crowd. A centered man got out of the car. Yes, it really is my brother, a schoolgirl said happily. He's mine, another female student said. The two of them were just about to dry hump. The center-parted man waved his hand toward the crowd, immediately causing a scream. Security guards surrounded the man and escorted him to the clipboard. Halfway across the room the center-parted man made another flying kiss towards the crowd, causing the crowd of students below to scream again. At this point, the people from the plywood heard the commotion and also came over to see what was going on. What big star is this guy? So many people down there. A noble woman asked towards the person beside her, who usually didn't play with his cell phone to read the news. The man next to him looked similar to Su Yang's age and wrapped his arm around the noblewoman's waist and said, "This is a trainee who can sing, dance and play basketball. What kind of hobbies are these? Not as good as my little sweetheart." After saying that, he put his hand on the man's chest. The students at the bottom left to go to school as the center-parted man got on the boat, and some others sat around the floor a few people from where they were. Prepare for the concert to end and come back to see his brother. Su Yang looked at the behavior of these private students and expressed his incomprehension. Perhaps only those who bid on the watches Michael had worn at the auction last night understand what they are doing. Chapter 31, Making Up One's Mind. Basically everyone who was performing in the show was already on the cruise ship. Tonight's program was held in the dugout inside the cruise ship. Nothing to do, Su Yang came to the ballroom to watch them rehearsal. This time Chang's group would spend a lot of money. Just these stars' appearance fee is estimated to be not a small amount. The ones hired are all popular stars, except for better looking faces. LOL. In terms of singing, they couldn't compare to Su Yang, who had the skills of a singer. After the last time he sang in a bar and got his video taken to the internet, the current Su Yang wouldn't dare to do what he did last time. After watching the scene for a while, Su Yang came out of the arena, meeting Lin Ninger again at the door. Lin Ninger walked past him, without a glance at Su Yang. Lin Ninger's favor has dropped to 8%. The favor value has once again decreased and has reached the level of a passerby. Su Yang felt that there was always something that would happen, but there was no way to tell, so he just didn't care about her. Jingle bells. Su Yang's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID on his phone. It was Yang Hao calling. What is it? Hosey, brother Yang, what are you doing these days? Didn't you say you'd find me to play? When he heard Yang Hao say this, he remembered that he had made an appointment to find him to play last time at the bar, and he had something to do in the past few days, so he didn't think about it. Come to think of it, there just happens to be a concert today, so I can ask Yang Hao to come over and play. His family then gave the address to Yang Hao, telling him to call him when he arrived and he would pick him up. After an hour or so, Su Yang received Yang Hao at the pier, when the show had already started inside the cruise ship. Go, Hosey, brother Yang, this is the cruise ship you bought. Yang Hao looked at the huge luxury cruise ship in front of him and couldn't help but take pictures. Stop filming, the boat will be leaving soon. The cruise ship would have left the harbor a long time ago, but Su Yang insisted on waiting for Yang Hao, so the ship was still at the pier now that the show had started. Yang Hao collected his movements when he heard Su Yang call him. He followed Su Yang onto the boat. When the two of them got on the boat, Zhang Long told the captain of the boat to move. As the cruise ship left the harbor, Yang Hao felt a little dizzy. Su Yang realized that he was a bit seasick when he saw the scene. Let him sit for a while before he slowed down. Come on, let's go inside and watch the concert. Performing in the arena at this time is a college choir. The two of them casually found an empty seat and sat down to enjoy the show. Just as the choir finished their performance, the host then introduced the next program. By the time the hosts had gotten off the stage and the dancers had posed on stage, the lights in the arena dimmed immediately afterward. A beam of light then shone in the center of the stage. The light was mapped on the face of a woman wearing a snow-white dress, and the woman's long, silky hair fell behind her. There were no extra adornments, and the woman didn't need them to set her off. He himself stood where he was like a beautiful ornament. She then picked up the microphone and slowly opened her mouth to sing as the music began. An ethereal and pleasant singing voice entered the crowd present. The waves silently drowned the night deeply, roaming over the corners at the end of the sky. Big fish swim through the cracks of dreams. Brother Yang, who is this? The singing is so beautiful. Su Yang was also surprised by the woman's voice and was intoxicated by the song, not answering his question and quietly enjoying himself. The people in the arena were just like Su Yang. Woohoo! The girl's cry raised goosebumps in the crowd. Rewind back to the original encounter. As the music stopped, the crowd on stage couldn't get enough. They applauded one after another. The girl bowed slightly to the crowd then exited the field. By now, the crowd didn't recognize who this woman who sang so beautifully was, and the host didn't introduce her. The moderator steps up to the stage. What a beautiful song, as if I were a fish in the sea. Then the next program was introduced. Suddenly a group of people in backpack pants and center-parted hair approached the stage, where several basketballs were set up. Standing in the center of the room was the man who had been chased by a bunch of students in the morning, shouting brother. Then the show began. The crowd on stage hadn't gotten over the last song, and this hot performance on stage pulled them right back in. Go down, go down, people on the stage shouted, but the brother on the stage did not stop his movements, completely immersed in his own performance. Amidst a loud chorus of criticism from the stage, the man on stage finished his performance. It's true that people's aesthetics are still not distorted, and those with outstanding abilities will be liked by more people. A few more acts were performed in a row, but none of them sang as well as the woman in the dress. Without waiting for today's performance to finish, Su Yang walked out of the arena. Yang Hao saw Su Yang go out and followed him. Standing next to Su Yang, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, the kind that cost more than $10, lighting one for himself. Brother Yang, I'll be leaving again in a few days. Su Yang stood on the plywood and looked up at the stars in the sky. Really not with me? Yang Hao exhaled his smoke. Actually, I want to follow you. But, the words came out of his mouth he didn't know how to say. Right now we're both in a similar position. I still owe a lot of money and am just as stressed. Su Yang is from the bottom of his heart to treat Yang Hao as a close brother to say this to him without reservation. Yet Yang Hao was still holding himself back. Yang Hao took a hard drag on the cigarette in his hand. Okay, brother Yang, I'm not going out. At this point he was already determined. Su Yang climbed onto his shoulders, and the two of them were the kind of people who didn't talk much, but had a very ironic relationship. There was, and still is, no separation between the two because of their origins. Go, drink. Yang Hao threw the cigarette in his hand to the trash can and similarly climbed onto Su Yang's shoulder. The two of them bought some peanuts at the supermarket, small snacks and whatnot as a downer. They both used to do the same thing in high school. Yang Hao is because he doesn't have money, while Su Yang doesn't want to break his heart. After a while, Su Yang was carrying a large bag of food, while Yang Hao was holding 2 bottles of old white dry. Returning to Su Yang's room, he placed the things on the table. The two of them looked at each other and sat down, opening their drinks. 1 bottle of Lao Bai gone for each person, straight from the bottle. There was a lot of chatter, mostly reminiscing about some of the fun things that happened in high school. Neither of them is too good at drinking, and after most of the bottle of old white dry goes down, the two of them are also dizzy, but there was no movement to stop in the slightest. Come on, go on. The two of them proceeded to drink again until they had emptied the inside of the bottle. At this point the two just lay down, one on the couch and the other on the floor as well. At this point, Su Yang had a very real dream. Chapter 32, Love at First Sight. The two who had drunk too much last night slept until noon. Brother Yang, get up. Yang Hao looked at Su Yang on the sofa, who was a little better at drinking. It was only when he heard Yang Hao call out to him that he sat up from the sofa in a daze, rubbed his head. What time is it? Yang Hao looked at his cell phone. It's 1:30. Su Yang stood up from the sofa and stretched. In the morning, Zhang Long came to look for Su Yang, but he didn't disturb Mr. Su when he saw that he was still sleeping. The two then went to the restaurant to see what else was available. Yang Hao got a bowl of hot and sour noodles already ate on the table. Su Yang looked at him. Last night drank so much wine, can still eat such, is also convinced. He ordered a porridge with a bun on the side. Brother Yang, I heard that Cheng's group is recruiting a son-in-law tonight. Su Yang looked at Yang Hao and wondered where he got the information from. But it was indeed correct that when people did this, everyone else felt that they were recruiting a son-in-law. What? You want to be Cheng's son-in-law? Yang Hao scratched his head. I think people will not be able to look at it either. Seeing that he was so unconfident, Su Yang encouraged, just in case people like this one of yours. He didn't reply to Su Yang's words either, shivering up the bowl of powder. After a while, the two finished eating. Su Yang was ready to take him around the ship. As soon as he got up, a woman was carrying soup, and Yang Hao's movement to get up touched her soup and spilled it on the woman's skirt. Yang Hao also panicked, immediately apologized to the other party. Sorry. While apologizing, he got a paper towel from the table and wiped the woman. The woman bowed her head and patted the food on her skirt with her hand. It's okay, you didn't mean it. After wiping the food off her skirt, the woman looked up to show that it was no big deal. The woman had a head of hair, svelte, with a pair of gold-tipped eyes that added an extra touch of sophistication, and talk makeup on her face. She didn't lose her temper because Yang Hao had soiled her skirt, and it looked like she was very well tutored. Yang Hao stood in place awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. When he saw the woman's face, his heart also fluttered, because it was the first time he had such a close contact with a girl. Because his family was poor, he never dared to get close to girls for fear that they would dislike him. But this accident today was supposed to be his fault, and instead, people didn't blame him, making him feel good about the woman in front of him. Su Yang could see that something was wrong with Yang Hao. Beauty, this was originally his fault today. He accompanied you to buy a new one. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Hao also reacted. Su Yang was trying to help him. Right. I'll compensate you. But then he thought that the woman's identity must be the daughter of some company, or else she wouldn't be able to get on the boat. It was assumed that the dress was also very expensive. The woman just looked at the two of them and knew what they wanted. Then when she looked at Yang Hao's dress compared to Su Yang, she knew that he was brought in by Su Yang, then deliberately said towards Yang Hao, this dress is very expensive. Yang Hao knows that the dress is very expensive, but he is shy, and he doesn't want to find Su Yang to borrow money, and he won't do anything that owes people favors. Froze in place. At this point, the woman spoke again and asked, do you really want to pay for it? Compensation. Tightening my pockets. Big deal. I'll support buns with pickles from now on. The woman turned around. Come on then, it just so happens there's a mall on the ship. It seemed that the woman really wanted Yang Hao to pay for it, and after looking at Yang Hao, she had to follow. Su Yang knows his situation. It seems that today he is looking at the right person, as a brother will still help him, and followed him, climbing on Yang Hao's shoulder to follow the woman, whispering to him. Was it love at first sight? To his brother he naturally knew that Su Yang saw it. Without speaking gave him a look. Su Yang understood. No gift to say more. Coming to the door of the mall inside the cruise ship, the woman stopped and turned around again and asked, do you really want to pay? The two of them didn't say anything. It's all here, you say it's not true or what? The woman who didn't get an answer continued to walk inside and then went to a very upscale looking clothing store. Yang Hao looked at the exquisite clothing inside and thought to himself that it was over. He didn't know if he had enough money to buy here, but walked in stiffly. The woman picked and chose from the top of the rack, then picked up a purple dress and walked into the dressing room. Not a moment later, the woman who had changed her dress stepped out, swaying from side to side in front of the mirror as she observed. Yang Hao lost his mind for a moment as he watched the woman's movements in front of the mirror. The woman's sudden opening also interrupted him. I've chosen, so go pay. I'll leave first. The woman finished talking to Yang Hao and left the clothing store. Looking at the woman who went out, Yang Hao hurriedly ran to the counter and asked how much the sale was. The sale said, Sir, that dress is $1,800. Pay here. He was also relieved to hear the sale and paid for it. The girl's operation, Su Yang, are in the eyes. In fact, the woman deliberately chose a cheap skirt. The woman looked at the prices as she chose from the top of the hanger, then picked up a cheap one. At this point, the woman who exited the door deliberately slowed her pace, wandering inside and looking behind her from time to time. In fact, when she saw Yang Hao's eyes, she believed that there really was love at first sight in this world. Then she got out the phone and called. An ethereal voice came over the phone. What is it? Sean. It turns out that the woman's maiden name is Sean. Sugar, do you know about love at first sight? Got it. Why oh, I get it, said the girl on the other end of the phone. At this moment, Yang Hao and Su Yang also came out. The woman named Sean saw the two come out, said hello to the caller and hung up. Yang Hao, who had come out, looked up towards the surroundings and immediately rushed up when he saw the woman's figure. The woman also stopped in her tracks at the sight. The two of them looked at each other in all directions. It was then that Yang Hao was embarrassed to open his mouth and said, "That's my name is Yang Hao. Can I add your contact information?" The woman's eyes blinked a few times. What do you want my contact information for? Yang Hao was at a loss for words for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Looking at Yang Hao's expression, the girl was already happy in her heart. It seemed that Yang Hao was just like her. Fine. I'll give it to you for the sake of you compensating me for my dress. The girl pulled out the QR code on her cell phone. Yang Hao was a little confused by this sudden operation, anxious to find up his cell phone. Fortunately, it is the cell phone out. Scanned on the QR code. Seeing that Yang Hao had swept on, the girl smiled happily. Bye. With a snort, he headed out the door. That, Yang Hao shouted at the girl's back. My name is Yao Jingshan, the girl said as she stepped back. Yao Jingshan, what a nice name. Yang Hao thought in place. Looking up was already out of sight of the girl's figure. Chapter 33, tonight's leading player. Su Yang walked up and patted Yang Hao before Yang Hao slowed down. You kid is really good. Su Yang couldn't help but tease. Yang Hao touched his head. Let's go. Go to the banquet hall. Tonight is the main event. Su Yang said to Yang Hao, yet he was still basking in the joy of what he had just seen. Yao Jingshan left with them and went to a room that was lavishly decorated with a touch of cuteness. You're here, Shan. The woman who spoke was the sweetness on the other end of Yao Jingshan's phone call earlier. And if anyone who was at the concert yesterday might have noticed the one with the ethereal voice yesterday was her, the princess of the Chang group, Chang Yixiang. Today she was wearing a white evening gown, and unlike yesterday's long hair, today it was coiled up in the back with a bow barrette at the top of her head. What doesn't change is her voice. Previously rumored to have a large spot on her face, today her face is indeed not, presumably cured abroad, or may not have been the case at all. Yao Jingshan looked at Cheng Yi-sweet who was dressed so beautifully today. Sweetie, you are so pretty today, like a little fairy. Cheng Yishan heard her best friend's compliment and rested her chin on her melon face with both hands. Really, can I still lie to you? Cheng Yi-sweet believed what she said and changed the subject again. What you said on the phone is true. Yao Jingshan nodded shyly. Is he good looking? Does his family have a lot of money? She went on to ask a whole bunch of questions. It made Yao Jingshan not know where to start. She also noticed that she had too many questions. Just tell me why. Why did Yao Jingshan ask herself the same thing? I don't know. It's just a special feeling. When I saw him for the first time I felt my body tingling. Ouch. I'm blushing from what you said. Yao Jingshan touched her hot little face. Yao Jingshan realized that she actually thought the wrong way. It's not like that. It just feels like electrocution. Hearing Yao Jingshan say something that wasn't what she was thinking, her face blushed even more very red. I heard that a lot of males are coming today. You can observe them then. Yao Jingshan digresses. After a moment's reprieve, Cheng Yixiang sat on the bed, her eyes dribbling as she pondered something. At that moment, inside the banquet hall, Su Yang and Yang Hao took a glass of champagne at the table and chatted about the day. Now more than 5 o'clock. The people are also more and more. Are some famous family nobles? Not lack of some stars are also in. More or less as a group of gold-digging women in the search for some rich people. Want to marry into a rich family directly mountain chicken into a phoenix. Of course, there is no shortage of Lin Ninger, who was rejected by Su Yang before. Su Yang also saw a few people he didn't want to see in the crowd. And Long Bo, who had been driven down by Su Yang earlier, was also included. This morning Zhang Long sought him out presumably for this very thing. Forget it, there's no need to drive people to extinction when they've already come in. Su Yang said in his heart. Brother Yang, I don't think any of these people present are as handsome as you, so I guess you're going to be someone's son-in-law tonight. Yang Hao said to Su Yang. Su Yang simply did not think in this regard, because his system is to spend money to get rebates, but people are not bad money at all. No need for you to spend money for her, so how is he going to get a rebate? He's purely coming over for a laugh and to see the fairy they talk about, what it really looks like. It's not our turn. It was returned perfunctorily. When he saw Lin Ninger, he always felt that something was wrong. Lin Ninger also saw him at this time. Her eyes could no longer see any emotion, more just kind of coldness and desperation. Lin Ninger's favor value has dropped to 2%, At this point the system prompted again to, that favor value isn't even as high as a stranger's impression, which can be annoying. At this time, Lin Ninger came to Long Bo's side with a glass of champagne. Long Bo looked at the woman in front of him was much stronger than the ones he had before. Beauty, may I ask what to call you? Heartbeat to heartbeat. Long Bo immediately struck Lin Ninger. She dangled Long Bo with a loving expression. Hello, I am Long Bo, the youngest son of Long He Guang of the Long Group. Long Bo extended his hand. As soon as Lin Ninger heard about the Dragon Group, she immediately changed her attitude and shook his hand with a smile. So it's Mr. Long. Long Bo saw the woman's pleasing expression because she spoke her identity, then said to Lin Ninger without any bottom line, go to my room later to explore. Is it okay? Lin Ninger revealed a shy expression. Nasty. With his mouth saying that he hated it, his body was indeed honest. Immediately took Long Bo's arm. Su Yang looked at the action of Lin Ninger in the distance, and thought in his heart that she was really a heart. One place does not work. Immediately change one place. It was also time for 6:30. Chang Chaoxing walked towards the stage. Thank you all for coming today. Today you probably all want to come and see my daughter. So let's put my applause to the daughter clear, come on. When he finished, he led a round of applause. Loud applause broke out at the bottom as well. Subsequently, the door to the ballroom was slowly opened by two staff members. Cheng Yixiang slowly walked towards the stage holding Yao Jingshan's hand. Walking to the center of the stage, Yao Jingshan consciously stood at the back, and his father also gave up his position and handed the microphone to his daughter. Thank you all for the warm applause. My name is Chang Yisweet, is the daughter of the chairman of Chang Group. I wish everyone a good time tonight. After saying that, he bowed towards the crowd. The man standing in front of him realized that Cheng Yisheng was the girl from the concert last night. The news then spread among those present, and people did not see spots on his face. Yang Hao didn't pay attention to this. He paid attention to Yao Jingshan, who was standing on the stage. He hadn't thought that he was actually still bosom friends with the daughter of Cheng's group, so it seemed that their family was also very rich. Maybe one doesn't stand a chance at all. Su Yang looked at the girl talking on the stage. System. Ding. Cheng Yisheng, 20 years old. Face value score, 99. Goddess rank, S. Favored value, 12%. Consumption return value, 1000 times. The host is advised to raid. Su Yang didn't expect the face value score to be as high as 99. Almost full. The favor value was also equivalent to just being a stranger. Everyone at the bottom was concerned about Cheng Yisheng on the stage, and when she accompanied her father down to the bottom, everyone was lined up to want to go deeper. At this time, Yao Jingshan noticed Su Yang in their side, or more accurately, Yang Hao. She then quietly whispered in Chang Yisweet's ear, look, the two people standing where the doorway is, the one with relatively ugly looks is the man I told you about. Hearing Yao Jingshan's words, Chang Yisweet also looked their way. Both of them also noticed their eyes looking over. Two men and two women. Each pays attention to different objects. Chapter 34, straight to negative score. At this time a man walked towards Cheng Yisheng, interrupting the several of them staring at each other. Ms. Chang, how are you? I'm Lu Chang from Lu's group. The person who greeted her was no one else. It was the very group that they were related to when Su Yang's family went bankrupt earlier. Cheng Yisheng politely shook hands with the man. For the man in front of her, she wasn't very impressed. After all, it was 8 or 9 years older than him, and neither was from the same world. Lu Chang is originally a sinister and cunning villain who likes to do something small behind others' backs, just to make you sick. Nay, Cheng Chaoxing valued the man in front of him very highly because his family's power was one of the most powerful in Hai Chang, plus he had the potential to become the heir. How is your father's health these days? Cheng Chaoxing asked towards Lu Chang with concern. Lu Chang, whose eyes rested on Chang Yisheng, also turned his head and said to Cheng Chaoxing, thank you uncle for your concern, my father is still in good health. Cheng Yisweet saw him talking to her father and decisively pulled Yao Jingshan's hand to leave the place. As the center of attention, the eyes of the crowd watched to see where they were headed, only to see the two of them holding hands and walking over to Su Yang and the others. Yao Jingshan was the first to speak. We meet again. Eyes looking at Yang Hao. Yang Hao felt the gazes of the people around him, and looking at the two very beautiful rich women in front of him, his own status disparity could not help but begin to feel inferior. Yao Jingshan noticed the change in Yang Hao's eyes and changed the topic to Su Yang. This one is? She asked towards Yang Hao. Reacting, Yang Hao then introduced himself to the two. This is my good brother, Su Yang. The two of them revealed a look of surprise. They naturally knew Su Yang's name. They didn't expect it to be the man in front of them. Chang Yisweet couldn't help but look at Su Yang a little more. We won't need an introduction. After this series of happenings, they naturally knew. At this time, Long Bo, who had a previous beef with Su Yang, arrived with Lin Ninger, revealing a rather lewd look staring at Cheng Yisheng. He extended his hand to introduce himself, however Chang Yisweet did not give him face at all. Long Bo awkwardly withdrew his hand, showing a displeased expression. He stared at Su Yang. Su Yang thought to himself, off his what? People do not want to care about you, so look at me for what? Yao Jingshan was a straight-talking person. The beauty next to you is your girlfriend, right? And you still want to come and get close. When Long Bo heard her words, he immediately pushed Lin Ninger away, and said shamelessly with a pleasing expression, now that there is no more, can the two of you please honor me by having a meal together? Lin Ninger froze in place with embarrassment. It was less than an hour before people looked at other women. It's true that rich people don't have a good thing, but she still shamelessly came up and said, the words were very revealing. Brother Dragon, didn't you just want to discuss life with me? Snap. A heavy slap slapped Lin Ninger's face. Are you qualified? Just a gold-digging girl. Anyone can handle you as long as they have money. The few people present were confused by Long Bo's maneuver, while the two girls covered their mouths in fear. The loud noise caused the crowd to look their way. Although Lin Ninger was a gold-digging woman, she still had the self-respect that should be there, and covered her face that was slapped red and ran out. Before he left, he looked at Su Yang and shed a tear. Su Yang thought to himself, how can everything be put on him? He did not do anything. Ding! Lin Ninger's favor value has dropped to 12%. Due to the fact that a goddess object's favor value for the host has dropped to a negative score, the system will make a punishment. Updated in 24 hours. Su Yang was shocked. Su Yang, who had always felt that something was wrong, realized at this time that it was this. This system actually has a punishment. If I had known that I shouldn't have done that to Lin Ninger, I don't know what kind of punishment there will be after this update. I hope it won't be too much. Serious. Now it's just a matter of waiting until this time tomorrow. By the time he came back to his senses again, Chang Yixiang and Yao Jingshan had already been pulled away by her father. Only Long Bo was left staring angrily at Su Yang. Seeing that the main character of the night was pulled away by her father, Su Yang and Yang Hao felt little excitement and turned around, ready to go. Just as they were heading for the door, they suddenly realized that a kill was rushing towards him. Turning around, he was placed on the ground by a sudden punch from Long Bo. Originally, Su Yang, who had mixed martial arts skills, was able to dodge it, but he couldn't do anything during the time the system was updating. That's before being put down by a sudden punch from Long Bo. When Yang Hao saw that Su Yang was beaten, he didn't care about Su Yang on the ground and immediately rushed up and tangled with Long Bo. Su Yang also climbed up from the ground and endured the pain on his body before going to help Yang Hao. Today Long Bo also came prepared, since he was angry last time. This time he brought a few bodyguards. The bodyguard immediately joined the fray, and the battle was reversed, with the bodyguard holding the two Su Yangs down on the ground. Long Bo climbed up from the ground and kicked towards Yang Hao, who was being held down on the ground. Didn't you have quite a lot of strength just now? You get up and get me instead. When the people around them saw them fighting, they also got out of the way, fearing that it would affect them. When Zhang Long got the news that there was a fight, he immediately rushed here with his security guards. As soon as he came in, he saw his boss being held down by others, and immediately greeted the security guards to go up and help. The security guards were estimated to be more than a dozen, although the bodyguards were not on the same level as them, but they were outnumbered. After some fighting, the battle was once again reversed, and several bodyguards along with Long Bo were once again held down on the ground. Yang Hao followed Long Bo's example and walked over to him and squatted down. Aren't you quite a bully? Go on. After that he kicked a few times towards his stomach and spat again. You guys wait for me. If I don't kill you guys I won't be called Long. Long Bo, who was held down on the ground, was still talking tough. Zhang Long stood beside Su Yang. Boss, what now? Su Yang touched the place where he had been beaten. Beat it up and throw it off the boat. Zhang Long immediately punched up at a few people as Su Yang requested. Not a moment later, a few people are also beat up and swollen. A few bodyguards' physical quality are relatively strong. Just took a beating nothing. On the contrary, the more physically weak Long Bo had already been punched unconscious. Zhang Long rushed at a few bodyguards and said, "Don't get lost yet." A few bodyguards hurriedly lifted up the fainted Long Bo on the ground, carried out under the gaze of those around him. Su Yang's injuries were still relatively light. Only Yang Hao was beaten by several bodyguards together at that time, and his injuries were not light, and he spat out blood from his mouth. Su Yang told Zhang Long to hold him up. The two of them were briefly treated in the infirmary first, and then went to the hospital when they got off the ship. Back in the room, the two looked at each other and then laughed. Chapter 35, the systems update cracked him up. At this point, inside the Long group, Long Yiguang learns that his son has been beaten and hospitalized. He rushed at the few people kneeling below and cursed. What are you doing for food? You can't even protect an individual. No need to do it. Get lost. Several bodyguards also exited the room. Long Jia knows that things must be his brother made a mess, although do not treat him this brother, but was beaten into the hospital. Say out their group also. it will lose face, and in order to preserve the reputation of the group, this revenge must be avenged. Dad, let's, Lonji said as he came up to his dad's ear. He had always held this eldest son of his in high regard, and he did what he did only when he was sure of it. Go ahead, I'm sure you'll handle it. Having gained his father's trust, Longjia begins to work on his revenge against Su Yang and the others. These things, however, the two in the room had no idea of as they lay in bed. Brother Yang, today's fight was a great one. Yang Hao looked like he had released something. However, Su Yang didn't care at all. What he cared most about was the punishment of tomorrow's system update, and it was too late to regret it now. Combined with this whole mess tonight, he was a little tired now and fell asleep like that without making conversation. Seeing this scene, Yang Hao didn't disturb him, then walked over to the sofa and lay down. It was noon the next day. The news of their fight last night was also known to Yao Jingshan today. Flipping through his cell phone, he sent a one-day message to the contact information he left yesterday. I heard you guys got into a fight last night. How was it? Buzz. Yang Hao, who was still sleeping, was woken up by the sound of a message on the phone, and when he picked up the phone, he saw that Yao Jingshan had sent over a message of concern. With a silly smile on his face, he didn't pay the slightest attention to the strong force on his body. Raising his hand and preparing to call out to Su Yang, he ended up chipping his wound. Hiss, the pain made him suck in a cool breath. It just so happened that Su Yang came out of his room and saw it. What? Su Yang immediately came over and asked relationally. He only had this one good brother. He couldn't let anything happen to him. After a moment's reprieve and not much pain, Yang Hao opened his mouth. It's fine, it's just a cracked wound. When he heard Yang Hao say that he was fine, he put his heart down. It looked like he had to get off the ship and go to the hospital later. Otherwise it would be difficult to deal with the inflammation of the wound. Yang Hao took out his cell phone and showed it to Su Yang. Su Yang saw the message Yao Jingshan sent him and revealed a bad smile. You kid has 2 down. That's how you fix people. Hey! Yang Hao once again showed a silly smile. After lunch, Su Yang was ready to accompany Yang Hao to the hospital but he refused. The reason was that Yao Jingshan would accompany him. Come on, he didn't want to go and be a light bulb either. Even though they weren't dating, he was told to be careful and return to his room. Thinking that he was bored now that the system hadn't finished updating, he simply continued to lie down and sleep. Asleep directly to sleep until more than 7 o'clock in the evening. See Yang Hao actually has not returned, and check up how much time the system still has to complete the update. He turned on the system, which showed that he had 3 minutes before the update was done, and got up from the bed to pour himself a glass of water. Sitting on the couch waiting for the time to come. Ding! The system has been updated and completed. Due to the fact that the host has made the goddess object's favor value a negative score, the system's punishment items are as follows. Su Yang looked at the following punishment only to feel his brain buzzing. It would be better not to have this ghost system. He is now completely regretting what he did to Lin Ninger. The system will close the store, take back all of the host's previous rewards, and release the mission. This week's task, starting from Monday, set 300 units at the Haicheng City People's Hospital. The host's identity information has been entered into the hospital system, and the relevant processes have been taken care of. Acquire the skill of medicine and experience it for 7 days. There is no reward for completing the mission. Current task bar, 0%. System task bar, 0%. Well, he's just a white-collar worker, with no mission rewards, and the skills he gained are still for 7 days of experience. The key was that he didn't dare to swing for the fences now. In case he couldn't complete the mission, the system might give what kind of punishment. Now it's just a matter of hoping to get the quest done and see if the system will be updated. It's Saturday, so there's still a day's reprieve, and then the day after tomorrow I have to start working the system in misery. It's a good thing I had some money left over from before, or I would have been back to what I was before again. At that thought he lay back down on the bed again. The next morning, jingle bells. The ringing of the phone woke Su Yang, who turned off the phone and went back to sleep. Jingle bells. The call came again. He sat up helplessly and picked up the phone. Su Yang, a group of people came to our winery saying that the winery had been sold, and one of them said that he was the boss and wanted to kick us out. Xia Yuding on the other end of the phone said anxiously, thinking back to last night's system update, it looks like this is for real, and helplessly said, yeah, I'm selling it, so you guys go home first. With that, he hung up. Immediately after the room door was opened, Zhang Long walked in. Boss, we have a new boss. It's time for you to disembark. Zhang Long still called boss Su Yang under his breath. Knowing what happened, he didn't make things difficult for Zhang Long. After all, he was also a part-time worker. Off the boat he received another call from Auntie Zhou, saying that the house lived in someone else. There was also the same with the house bought for Xie Yuding and the others. Su Yang comforted them first and told them to go and find something else to do first. He himself was now broke again. He rushed to look up his cell phone bank. Fortunately, The card still had more than $1 million in it. Finally, there is a bit of good news. It seems that we have to pay attention in the future. This system's punishment is also too severe. Not only to collect all the things, but also to let Su Yang work for it. Now it's good to go back to liberation all at once. Aimlessly he arrived at the hospital, ready to find out first what his next task would be. When I arrived at the hospital, I explained at the front desk that I was here to work, and then I was taken to the dean's office. A man with gray hair and a pair of eyes sat in a chair. When he saw Su Yang come in, he told him to sit down first. Su Yang saw the work plate on the old man's white coat and learned that the old man's name was Bai Yanjun, the director of this hospital. Bai Yanjun rummaged through the drawer to find Su Yang's personal resume. Xiao Su. Right. Hearing the old man call him, Su Yang stood up. You'll be sitting in internal medicine I for the next few days. The old man put down Su Yang's resume, then began to read his own book again. Su Yang said hello and came out of the office. A doctor then handed him a set of white coats and a card for his work, and take him to familiarize him with the interior of the hospital. After strolling through the hospital, he made his way to a small room, which was where he had spent the last few days resting and changing his clothes alone. Putting his clothes and his work license in the locker, he made his way to the chair. I don't know when this damn task will be completed. Chapter 36, the first day of the system mission. Jingle bells. His phone hasn't stopped ringing today, but pressed the answer button anyway. An anxious and worried voice came from inside. Brother Yang, where are you? Hospital. At the hospital. What happened to you? Been beaten up? I'm here at the cruise ship and they said the place changed owners. Is something wrong? A series of questions bombarded Su Yang. Faced with his good brother's concern, Su Yang had no choice but to tell him about these things, but did not mention anything about the system. Yang Hao didn't care about these things. He was worried that Su Yang wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. After all, the change had happened too much. But this point Su Yang can still bear over. After all, before are about to swing, but not by the system. Now his main task was to complete the tasks issued by the system, so that the system could be updated to its original form once again. Tell Yang Hao that he's on his own for this next period of time, and that he's helping him now. Arranging this, he sat down on the stool and let out a long sigh. Looks like we'll just have to get a hotel room to sleep in tonight. Packing up his things, he made his way to a hotel. There was still some money in my pocket, but I couldn't spend it. After all, there was no other income for a long time to come. Got a cheap room to stay at the front desk. I took a shower and went to bed early. After all, I have to work tomorrow. Early the next morning, Su Yang washed up in his room, checked in again at the front desk for the next few days and headed to the hospital. Changed into a white coat in the restroom that I had never worn before. Just head over to internal medicine I to sit in on the clinic. Looking at the modest consulting room, which was to accompany him through the week's tasks for the next few moments, he had a lot of thoughts. Although he had been in contact with people in the doctor's profession, he hadn't done the doctor's work. And with trepidation, Su Yang sat in the chair in front of the desk, pressed the call button to greet his first patient. He who had gotten the medical skill last night had also felt it, and a lot of medical knowledge had sprung up inside his head. The door was also pushed open at that moment, entering a father and daughter. The woman assisted the old man and sat in front of Su Yang. The old man came in and has been coughing constantly. Where is it uncomfortable? As a doctor, it was definitely the first thing to ask, and Su Yang was no exception. The woman who helped the old man and spoke. I've been coughing all this time, and I can't sleep at night. Su Yang took out his stethoscope and told the woman to lift up the old man's clothes, then placed it on the old man's chest. After listening for a while, he put the stethoscope away. When you're older, this symptom is common, and when you're not breathing well and gasping for air, it's bronchitis. Su Yang only felt these words popping out of his head. The woman asked towards Su Yang again, then how should it be cured? Su Yang shook and replied to the woman's words, being old, you can only rely on medication to alleviate it. You can't cure the root. Su Yang then wrote the old man's information on the sheet and prescribed some medicine for bronchitis, writing and handing it to the woman. The woman fell asleep saying thank you and helped the old man to the pharmacy to get his medicine. After sending off the father and daughter, the system shows 1/300. Finally, I saw the change in the taskbar, which was nowhere near the goal of needing to see more than 40 patients all day. The call button was pressed again. In came a middle-aged man, looking not far from the symptoms of the old man in front of him. When Su Yang checked it out, he realized something was wrong. The man's breath was very short and a little out of breath. What kind of work? Su Yang asked him. The man was now having a very difficult time speaking and told Su Yang one word at a time. He was right in guessing that the man's illness was probably caused by the working environment. A large amount of dust from the construction site, and harmful gases from the cement entered the man's in the lungs. The medication has not worked at all, so I guess I will have to be hospitalized and follow up with arrangements. Su Yang immediately wrote a photo. Son of the list told the man to go first to take a picture, then take it to C. because he had a follow-up diagnosis. This patient was then not yet recognized by the system. The next 10 or so patients in a row were all colds, allergies and minor ailments. He prescribed some more medicine. More than an hour of sitting, and more than a dozen were successfully completed. Taking advantage of the spare time, he went to the restroom to let out some water and then proceeded to see the patient again. The man from the previous photo sub has finished his photos and is back for a follow-up. Soo-young took the film and looked at it under a better light. A sad face at the tablets. You'll have to be hospitalized for this. Call your relatives again. As soon as he heard that he had to be hospitalized and had to call his family, the man was reluctant and asked Soo-young to just prescribe him some medicine. Originally he didn't want to talk him out of it. Having seen his films, he knew men couldn't just drag it out. Told him the truth. You're going to have to be hospitalized with this disease, on oxygen, and a new job, or you won't live for years if it continues. He feels that wearing this white coat is a responsibility and he must be accountable to his patients. That's when he realized that the system's punishment might not be a bad thing. The man froze in place when he heard Soo-young's words. If he was hospitalized, he would have been the only one in the workforce. Where would the child's tuition and living expenses come from at that time? Poor people are not afraid of death, only poverty. The man was still firm in his thoughts. You might as well prescribe me medicine. A few years to live is a few years. Soo-young also expressed helplessness. Since he can't persuade you, he will prescribe you medicine. Some prescriptions were handed to the man. After the man left, Soo-young saw a few more patients before going to eat. He didn't eat in the hospital cafeteria. After all, he was just here for a week, had dinner and lay in my room for a while. Looking at the system shows 26 of 300. After reading so much in the morning, Soo-young hasn't felt much tired, so I guess it's fresh energy. Took a break and looked at the time, 1:56 on my phone. It's also almost time to go to work, so it's just the right time to take a ride from here. Continue to sit at your desk and start a new round of sittings. Just as the number was about to be called, the door was pushed open and a heavily made-up woman rushed in holding a small child. Medicine. Look to show my son. Soo-young was displeased with this kind of unruly person. I haven't called the number yet. What's your number? The people outside looking at the patient also protested strongly when they saw the woman's behavior, but didn't speak up, not wanting to cause trouble. Can't you look without a number? The woman said condescendingly. Soo-young didn't care about her and continued to call the number. After waiting for a while or no one came, the woman said again, no one's here now anyway, just show us first. For this kind of scoundrel, Soo-young walked to the door without even looking at him. Who is number 46? At this time another woman holding a child said towards Soo-young, here, I'm number 46, come in. Chapter 37, Some Minor Circumstances. The two of them followed Soo-young into the treatment room. When the woman saw that Soo-young ignored her and even directly showed it to someone else, she immediately said in an irritated manner, we were here first, show it to us. The other mother and daughter pair saw that the woman was not to be messed with, so they said to Soo-young, why don't you show her first? We'll wait. You guys get out or I'll call security. Soo-young pointed at the woman sitting on the chair and said. The woman stood up from the chair holding the child and pointed at Soo-young. You wait, I'll call my brother right away. My brother is your hospital's director. The woman put the baby down and took the phone out of her bag, about to call her brother. If you want to fight, you go out and fight. Well, just wait until you're fired. The woman took the child out. The other mother and daughter heard the woman's words and fearfully said towards Soo-young, Doctor, you should show her first, or you won't be able to keep your job. Soo-young is really not afraid. Call his brother. Soo-young is also not for her. It's okay, sit. Seeing Soo-young's calm demeanor, the woman put the child down for Soo-young to see. After diagnosing her for a while and asking some more questions about the woman, Soo-young prescribed some lists for her. It's okay, it's just a cold. Just take some medicine. The woman held the child and said thank you to Soo-young. And when she came out of the diagnostic room, the woman who had been driven out with the child was still standing outside the door, presumably waiting for her. That director brother. The first patient of the afternoon has been completed. Soo-young continues to then call the number. Just as a man was about to push the door open, he was stopped by the woman who had stopped him before, and she was followed by a man, wearing a white coat and a pair of glasses. It seems to be the brother of the woman's claim to be the director. The man came in with a condescending look on his face and said, Are you new here? Soo-young ignored him. It really was a litter of born and bred. All of them were condescending and arrogant. The man said with a commanding tone, Show her first or you're out of business. You're so good. You show your nephew. Soo-young was also angered by the man's expression of looking down on anyone, and immediately disliked him. Some of the surrounding people who were visiting the doctor came over to join in the fun. When the man at the information desk saw that something was wrong, and that the man who went in was the director, he rushed to call the dean. Young man, watch what you say, the man said, leaning on his old age. Soo-young didn't want to pay attention to him at all. I'll call the police if you don't leave. The man was still unrelenting. You have to show her today. Looking at the scene was already an uncontrollable situation. At this time, an old man walked in. It was the director of this hospital. What are you guys doing? People have so many patients waiting. When the man saw the dean coming, he also put away his previous arrogant appearance. Dean, what brings you here? The dean glared at the man. Someone else had told him about the situation when he arrived. If I don't come, this hospital is your call. He was also a little angry at the man's behavior. Using his position to open the back door for some people, this hospital was being ruined by this kind of people. The man did not dare to disobey the dean, so he had to hold his tongue and did not speak. Seeing that the man didn't continue to say anything, he said again, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you take someone to hurry up and leave to disturb people's medical treatment?" Hearing the dean's words, the man had to leave with his men. Telling the man to leave, the dean said to Su Yang, "Do a good job, Xiao Su. Let me know if anything happens." Su Yang arrived with a thank you, and then the dean also walked out from the treatment room. The matter was also considered to be resolved by the dean, and Su Yang continued to see the patient. This afternoon Su Yang is still the same as in the morning, basically some minor diseases, just prescribed some medicine. The day passed uneventfully, though a few minor incidents were encountered. Su Yang returned to the hotel and laid down on the bed without taking a shower. He's finished 48 patients today, still a ways from 300, but it's been a long day. He also saw a lot of them. Most of them were some who came to see the doctor for their own children, yet they themselves were kind of holding the attitude of taking medicine for small illnesses and waiting for death for big illnesses. Like the man today who already knew he didn't have many years left and still thought about his children and insisted that he prescribe medicine. Perhaps the most difficult disease to cure in this world is the disease of poverty. At this time his mentality has changed a little. This short decades, some people waste time, some people are tired of a lifetime of nothing. After lamenting for a while, Su Yang also fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the room. The cell phone, which had been set for an alarm clock, also rang at that moment. Su Yang touched his cell phone in a daze and felt it on the side of the bed that was ringing the alarm clock. Rubbing his eyes, he turned off the alarm clock. He had to spend the rest of the week in the hospital, so he set his alarm early, just in case he missed the time and didn't complete the system's tasks. After washing up in the restroom, I put on yesterday's clothes and headed to the hospital to prepare for the day. While on the road he resolved to read more today and free up some time when he did. Continuing the operation from yesterday, I went to the diagnostic room and pressed the call button. The door then pushed open. The man came in with an old man. The first time he came in, he took out a bunch of tablets for Su Yang. It looks like they've been to a lot of hospitals, and Su Yang is holding dozens of tablets. "Doctor, is there any cure for my father?" the man said directly. He didn't reply, glancing at the old man, then picked up the tablet and read it. After looking at all the tablets the man had taken, he said slowly, "You have it in your heart, so I don't have to say anything more." The man showed a look of despair and ran to many hospitals to get the same result, but he still couldn't accept the result. Is there really no other way? The man still had a glimmer of hope. Su Yang didn't want to say anything more about the result and mopped his head. The man had no hope at this point, and helped the old man to leave. Today's first patient also made Su Yang feel a bit of a sense of powerlessness. Perhaps this is the situation of different lives. The said man has the ability to cure his father, but there is no cure for this disease, so perhaps it will become his regret. After a day of treatment, although Su Yang just to complete the task, but looking at the patient in front of him when he really cannot do anything, he also deeply self-blame. After slowing myself down for a while I started seeing the next patient again. In fact, most of the people who come to the hospital for treatment have minor ailments. More than a dozen in a row were in pretty much the same situation as yesterday. Since it was a Tuesday, the patients were also relatively few, and after continuing to see a few there were none. Su Yang also took a rare break. Chapter 38, Emergency Situation. Overtime patient care. This morning was about the same as yesterday, but there was still a difference in the number of patients. A total of 18 clinics were completed. If this went on, I guess he would not be able to finish his mission. He thought about going to the dean's office ready to ask the dean to give himself more extra numbers. Dean then learned the news, but also feels some surprise. After all, Su Yang just came to the hospital, afraid that his ability is not enough, plus yesterday had some accidents, so today his number was reduced by dean's call. But Su Yang still insisted on his own idea, and the dean didn't stop him from calling for more numbers. After coming out of the dean's office, and the time was almost work time, he went back to the first room of the internal medicine department. Although the department is internal medicine, Su Yang sees everything, relying entirely on this medical skill. This medical skill is also really powerful. Unfortunately, not being time limited would be perfect. Now that I think about it, if it wasn't for the penalty, He'd have to get points high and low to get a whole skill for this. At that moment, the door was pushed open. The first thing Su-young saw at first glance was something particularly large looming in front of his eyes. The people who came were no one else and Su-yang recognized them. It was Xia Yuding and her mother. Xia Yuding came in and saw that the doctor was Su-yang, also showed a surprised expression and speculated about Su-yang's identity. Mr. Su, what are you? Su-young tugged at the white coat on his body. Can't you see this? Mother Xia fumbled her head even more and asked towards Xia Yuding. Ting, you know this doctor. She helped Mother Xia to a chair and sat down. This is Mr. Su who helped us before. You even asked him to come to our house for dinner. Don't you remember? Mother Xia shook her head. Then revealing an awkward expression towards Su-yang, he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, we came here today because of this. After understanding, Su-yang also roughly know her mother's symptoms. Memory loss, often forget things, she can't speak well, and she's mentally disturbed. This is a standard precursor to Alzheimer's. There is no cure with current medical technology, only a controlled delay. Xia Yuding was also anxious and on the verge of tears. She had just gone through a major surgery to ease off a bit, and now this disease had appeared again. Now she really didn't know what to do. Is there really no point in doing anything about it? But she still wanted to get her mother cured. Su-yang is not a fairy. He can't do anything but to prescribe some anti-spiritual drugs and slow down the degeneration of the brain, and then told her to take Xia's mother out more often to go around, do some exercise in moderation to ease the deterioration and also communicate with her more, before Su-yang can still get rebates on her, but unfortunately now cannot, or high and low have to glean a wave of wool. For Xia Yuding he also did not have too much affection. There is just a trace of sympathy. You were only helping her as a tool talent, but now it's different. You're all a punching bag. As a doctor it's better to give as much advice as possible. Xia Yuding once again bowed towards Su-yang and thanked him, saying that she would definitely do what Su-yang said. It had been almost half an hour since the mother and daughter had come in, and there were more people outside to see the doctor, so it seemed that the dean had really arranged more numbers for Su-yang. Su-yang then proceeded to continue to treat the patient. Busy for a while, Su-yang stood up from the chair, doing some simple stretching movements. After all, sitting for a long time waste pain. Activity. After a few moments of activity, he sat down and was ready to hit the call button when he did. Noisy sounds came from outside, and Su-yang also came out of the diagnostic room. Seeing a group of people gathered around, he went up to see an old man lying on the ground, his body still twitching. The woman sitting on the ground beside her supported the old man, very worried but unable to hold back her tears, and just cried. Su-yang, as the closest doctor, looked at the situation and was bound to step in. With one big step, he stepped in from the crowd of onlookers, and seeing the white coat on Su-yang, the people around him also gave way to Su-yang. The old man's face was iron blue, and his breathing was also very rapid, and his pupils were shrinking slightly. Hurry to the operating room and prepare for resuscitation, Su-yang anxiously said towards the woman. The woman was also stunned and froze on the ground, not hearing Su-yang's words at all. At this time, fortunately, the security guard pushed a stretcher over. Su-yang called around the people together to help the old man on the stretcher, just ready to send the old man into the resuscitation room. The old man at this time hands and feet are not moving. Su-yang realized that may be shock. A long jump on the stretcher. To the old man to do CPR also did not forget to ask the woman the cause of the old man. The woman was also much calmer. My dad just had a stomach ache, so I took him to the restroom, where he threw up and suddenly fainted when I helped him over. I had a stomach ache, I threw up, and my skin was pale. It's probably a symptom of internal bleeding. Su-yang realized that something was wrong and hurriedly undid the old man's clothes. Where the old man's chest cavity was, there was a large bruise, black and purple, and a bit swollen. Seeing that it is the blood vessels that are clogged here that are causing the shock that the old man is experiencing, not draining the blood out immediately could jeopardize his life. It just so happened that the stretcher was also pushed into the resuscitation room under the security guard's coming lead, and the resuscitation doctor hadn't arrived yet. Su-yang knew that he could not be delayed, and hurriedly got down from the stretcher and looked for tools in the resuscitation room. Then back to the stretcher here, tools for treating bruises in hand. He applied a layer of antiseptic solution to the location of the old man's chest cavity, then aligned the location and made a small cut with a scalpel, then hurriedly inserted a conduit vessel. After doing everything, a large amount of necrotic blood was also coming out of the old man's body. As the blood flowed out, the old man was gradually breathing. At this time, the doctor who resuscitated was also rushed to see the old man temporarily out of danger. Su-yang wiped the sweat on his forehead. The rushing doctors also took over the follow-up treatment, and Su-yang didn't disturb them, then walked out of the resuscitation room and returned to his work. After this delay in resuscitation, the number of people visiting the door of his consulting room had once again increased. It was estimated that there had to be about 20 people still waiting for him, without many patients in the morning and delayed by some in the afternoon, so he hadn't accomplished much of the system today. Nay, the time was almost over. Looks like we're going to have to work overtime today to get these guys diagnosed. Luckily there was no condition like the previous one. After more than 2 hours of consultation, Soo-young finally finished seeing all the patients. Packing up his things, he went back to the hotel. Compared to yesterday, he's kind of exhausted today, but it hadn't been for nothing. There had been just over a dozen in the morning, and by the time he'd left work it was 56. Adding to yesterday's 48, it's now also broken 100 to 104. One step closer to the requirements of the mission issued by the system. Chapter 39, Deliberate Targeting. After a few days of this uneventful behavior, the time came for Saturday. Today, Soo-young didn't need to complete that many, as he had already completed the system's quests in the previous few days to the point where there were only 30 or so left. There's plenty of time to finish up later. He was also exhausted these past few days, and had even worked a few extra shifts to complete the task. There were more people on Saturday than on any other day because so many people didn't have time to go to work, plus it wasn't a serious illness, so they waited for their vacation to come to the hospital. Soo-young is still sitting and treating patients as usual. At that moment, a doctor suddenly came in and told him to go to the operating room. It seemed that there was some kind of urgent condition, and Soo-young didn't hesitate to follow the man and let the other doctors pick up where they left off. The two came to the operating room. There was a man lying on the hospital bed. Soo-young saw the man's appearance clearly. It was the man who told him to prescribe drugs in order to earn money before. Soo-young had reminded him long ago that he needed to be hospitalized, and this was good enough to go straight into the operating room. It turns out that the doctor who just checked Soo-young has seen the man's disease, so that's why he called Soo-young. The man was anesthetized and fell asleep on the bed. At that moment, a sterilized doctor walked in ready to start operating on the man. Soo-young took the film that had just been taken and looked at it, and it was indeed even more serious than the last time. The lungs were completely infected, and it was estimated that they would have to be replaced. The main surgery this time was to first clean out the infected area inside the lungs and wait for some relief to see if a replacement was necessary. The surgeon who performed the surgery was also quite good and very skillful, and it seems that he has performed a lot of surgeries through his hands. At that moment, the doctor doing the surgery suddenly spoke. "Newcomer, what do you think of this patient?" The movements of his hands did not distort as he spoke, and remained very steady. At this moment, Soo-young understood why he had been called to see this surgery, because this patient had been diagnosed by him in the first place, and the doctor who had done the surgery wanted to bring him out. But he didn't realize that there were still 2 days left before Soo-young's medical skills would be gone. He doesn't want to keep working for the hospital himself. He still has to get revenge and make a comeback. But what was in front of him had to be dealt with first. "I was just guessing before, but I didn't realize it was really this disease." The doctor who performed the surgery was flabbergasted when he heard Soo-young's words. It seems that he was mistaken this time, and thought he had met a talent that could be made. Disappointed with Soo-young, he said, "Okay, you'll be out first. Go, this you don't need you either." Not expecting to be fooled so easily, Soo-young went out of the operating room. "I was thinking that I would be able to finish the system's tasks today, but I didn't expect this to happen. You can't see patients now either, because the hospital has someone scheduled to sit in when you leave." With no place to go, he was ready to go back to the hotel to rest and relax. There was no rush anyway. He could finish tomorrow just as well. It just so happened that the last few days had worn him out, and it was a rare afternoon off. "Prepare to call Yang Hao out for a drink." "What for?" "Come out for a drink." Soo-young called Yang Hao as he headed back towards the hotel. Yang Hao at this time followed Yao Jingshan in and outside shopping. Since the two people see eye to eye, the relationship is also developing very fast. Yao Jingshan took Yang Hao's hand. "Who is it? Tell my good buddy to call me out for a drink." Soo-young had also heard their conversation from inside the phone. "That's all for now then. You guys play." Immediately after saying that, he hung up the phone. Originally, Yang Hao was ready to promise him, but Soo-young hung up before the words could be said. Yao Jingshan is a shrewd woman. A man has to have a few good brothers to play with. You go back to the past. Yang Hao naturally understood his good brother. It's fine, he's just like that. After casually fooling around, he accompanied her shopping. Soo-young also lamented that his brother forgot about him when he had a woman, and he had not been in contact with him in the past few days, so it turned out that he was struggling for his own happiness. That was when he thought of Xiao Yenqin, who also hadn't been in touch for a long time. Although the previous system was to spend money on the goddess to get more favor, he hadn't moved on any of them, just treated them as tool people. Perhaps he was more attached to something, and his feelings for Xiao Yenqin could not be replaced by anyone, but there was no difference between him now and before. There was talk of picking her up in style when the time came, but at this point it was also difficult. Looks like we'll have to go back to the hotel for the rest of the day. Sunday. Su Yang arrived at the hospital early. Today was the last day of the mission and he had to finish it quickly. If he didn't complete it, the system might give him another punishment. At that moment, two men wearing masks walked in at the hospital entrance. The two were still exchanging something. Sure, the other man nodded. Go! Su Yang came to the section. Having been here for 6 days, today was finally the end. The first call button of the day was then pressed. In came a sweet-looking woman. Where is it uncomfortable? Su Yang asked. The woman looked at Su Yang and had trouble speaking. Su Yang asked the same question again. The woman then squirmed and said, that, I have boobs, blushing to her ears when she finished speaking. Su Yang was also very embarrassed by the woman's words. Even though he was a doctor himself, he still couldn't lay his hands on the woman to check her illness. All he could do was tell the woman to go ahead and get a picture of the chest and see what was going on then. It was the first time in so many days that he had encountered something so embarrassing. One can only hope that it doesn't happen again next. Watched a few in a row without recurring to the previous awkward situation. Today's visit went relatively smoothly, with over a dozen visits in a row all with minor issues. There are only a few more left to go before the mission's 300. Looking at the time on his cell phone, there was still more than an hour left until the end of the shift, and without any surprises it looked like he would be done this morning. Just as he was about to see the next patient, the director of the hospital, who had previously had a conflict with Su Yang, came in with two individuals. Entering, he angrily threw a pile of information on the table. Su Yang was also confused. That's when the hospital director spoke up. How do you treat people? See for yourself. Su Yang picked up the information from the table and read it. The medicines on the prescription list were all for colds and flu. There was nothing wrong with them, and underneath was Su Yang's signature. Then looked up the next sheet and realized something was wrong. This diagnosis was not written by Su Yang. The diagnosis states that the patient's symptoms are encephalitis. The same patient was prescribed a different diagnosis. For the patient, Su Yang had some impression. A man wearing a mask. His eyes dodged when he came in, as if he had done something vain. He thought there was something fishy going on, and that it might be directed at him on purpose. The director in front of him is the biggest suspect. Nay, he has no proof. Let's stop the work for now. Come back after the investigation. The director looked as if it was none of his business. It was just a few short of completing the task, and now he was told to stop. So how could he say yes? Anything? I'll finish with the patient first. Do you think you're capable of seeing patients now? The director said to Su Yang without relenting. Chapter 40, Back to High School. Su Yang thought at this time that he had left the dean's phone number earlier. Then a call was made to the dean, who said he'd be right over. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Dean came hunched over. What's the situation? The director immediately jumped ahead and said, I doubt he knows how to see a doctor at all. People are encephalitis to people as a cold. The dean of this kind of thing is not good how to protect Su Yang. After all, it is related to the reputation of the whole hospital. Is the investigation clear? The director handed the information on his desk to the dean, who looked at it without saying a word. It was only after a while that he slowly spoke. Xiao Su, take a break and rest for this period of time. His meaning is also clear, waiting for the investigation to be clear. Su Yang will come back to diagnose. Where would Su Yang do it? He wouldn't be able to finish it if he stopped today. Dean, let me finish today's work. I'll resign myself when the time comes. The director was happy to hear Su Yang open his own mouth about resigning, and he was happy to hear that he had arranged this today in order to drive Su Yang away. The director was afraid that Su Yang would play any tricks. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to watch you. His meaning was very clear. That is, he was afraid that Su Yang would play a rogue. Where would he have thought that Su Yang wouldn't press it? Because he could leave after he finished the mission. It simply won't stay here any longer. It was done, and Dean didn't say anything else. A few people then went out. Only one doctor left here. Su Yang also took over the clinic again. With the delivery of one for the patient, the system beep sounded. Ding! This week's mission has been completed and the medical skill has been retrieved. 5% of the total progress of the current mission. Release the next task. Beginning the 1st of next month, a 1-month substitute classroom teacher at Northside Middle School, with the mission goal of raising the ranking of the entire class to the top 3 in the grade. The host's information has been uploaded to the Ministry of Education. All certificates are legitimate, and the encyclopedia skill has been acquired for a limited period of 1 month. The Shu Yang people are numb. A mission is only 5% complete. I don't know how long I'll have to work to get the system back to what it was. And this is straight up a month of teaching. You also have to get your class into the top 3. So I guess you must not be doing very well in the class you're leading. Just as he was thinking about what to do below, a voice interrupted him. What are you staring at? Look at the patient. What was Su Yang doing staying here now that his mission was accomplished? I'm going to resign. You come and watch. The doctor who had been sulking before was also showing a happy expression at the moment. Originally he had made an appointment to go out with his friends today. but then he took on this task, thinking that there was no chance for him. It's a good thing Su Yang just quit his job. He doesn't have to keep an eye on him, and he can go play with his friends in the afternoon. Go on, the doctor urged. In no time, Su Yang completed the exit formalities and walked out of the hospital. It was finally over, and when I looked at the time on my phone it was just about mealtime, and I hadn't eaten properly in the past few days, so I thought about what I should do to finish the mission. It's the 29th, and there's a day off to face a new assignment. He called his best buddy again. What is it? Yang, dinner, holler. The two communicated very simply. It didn't take long for Yang Hao to come towards Su Yang's side. Su Yang looked at his brother who was much more energetic than before. It seems that love can make changes in people. Let's go, brother Yang. Today is on me. Climbing onto Su Yang's shoulder. What? Developed? Su Yang felt that Yang Hao's entire temperament had changed dramatically. What remained the same was the brotherly relationship between the two. Yang Hao also told him about his current situation. Now he is working in Yao Jingshan's company, and the work is also in line with his specialty, so he is also comfortable with it. Yang Hao had thus also changed the trajectory of his life, and Su Yang was happy for him. The two of them casually found a restaurant and ordered something. After all, Yang Hao had just started work. During this time, Yang Hao also asked about Su Yang's recent situation, which Su Yang did not tell him. After dinner, Yang Hao invited Su Yang to come to the company tomorrow to play with him and show him the working environment. He refused. His good brother's career was just getting off the ground a little better, and he would leave him alone for a while. Back at the hotel, today was also the last night to stay here. Northside High School wasn't here, so he'd have to go over there tomorrow to see what was going on before he did. He hadn't worked much since he was a kid, but this week had really worn him out, and he was a little sleepy after dinner. Lying on the hotel bed, he fell asleep. He didn't wake up until the next day when housekeeping came over to sanitize the hotel. He started the day with a visit to the school and packed his things. Not many of them, but all of his belongings. Grabbed my stuff and checked out at the front desk. Then took a cab to Northside High School. After more than an hour, the car was also parked at the entrance of North City High School. It was now class time. The playground in addition to the classes for physical education. Listening to the sound of reading coming from the classroom, Su Yang sighed with emotion, recalling his high school days. Today was also considered a return to his high school days. Just as he was about to enter the school, the security guard at the gate stopped him. What are you doing here? I'm a teacher who came here to teach. The security guard sized up the situation, looking at Su Yang's young appearance not like a teacher, and impatiently continued. Where are your documents? Let me see. Hearing the security guard's words, Su Yang then remembered that although his information entered the education department when the system released the mission yesterday, he had nothing substantial in his hands. He had to pull out his ID. You can check. The security guard looked at the ID card in Su Yang's hand. He also made no judgment. After all, he is just a security guard. These things are also no way to check. You call the head of our school. Certificates he did not get. Not to mention that he does not know the leadership of the school. How to call. A moment of difficulty. At that moment a man in a suit spoke up. You're the new substitute teacher, aren't you? The man actually knew Su Yang. It seemed to be a leader. Otherwise he wouldn't have known. Su Yang said yes. The man then turned toward the security guard and said, Oldly, he's the new teacher. After that, he hurried out of the school, seemingly on something. The security guard also greeted the man warmly and sent him away before letting Su Yang in. Without the security guard's block, Su Yang was about to go in when he thought that he didn't even know how to teach that class. Where is the principal's office? Su Yang turned his head and asked. The security guard changed his previous appearance while pointing to Su Yang. That building, the innermost one on the 4th floor, is the principal's office. Su Yang thanked the security guard and looked in the direction he pointed. Walking around the campus, there is greenery everywhere and the smell of youth is in the air. Chapter 41, Introducing Students. After passing through a long corridor, Su Yang finally also arrived at the building that the security guard was talking about. Compared to the school building, this building is much quieter, and seems to be where the teachers and school leaders have their offices. After climbing a few floors, Su Yang was also able to find the room with the principal's office written on the doorplate. Knocked on the door of the room. Come in. A flood of thick voices came from inside. Su Yang pushed open the door and walked in. The room wasn't very big, but the walls were covered with all kinds of certificates and there were many trophies on the bookshelf. The large desk was filled with various materials, while the chair was occupied by a man of almost 50 years of age. What's the matter? Seeing Su Yang come in, the man also stopped what he was doing. Su Yang stood on the edge like an errant student. I'm a new teacher. My name is Su Yang. Oh, hello, my name is Chen. I am the principal of this student. The man also reacted and stood up to shake Su Yang's hand. The two of them then sat down, and Principal Chen took out a bunch of information and handed it to Su Yang. The information was the information of the students he was going to teach and the report cards of each subject. Principal Chen also opened the door and said very directly, "The teacher of this class has gone to an out-of-town school, so I'm relying on you this month." Through the principal, Su-yang was also aware of the class he was going to teach, 3rd grade class 12, with a total of 56 students, while he served as the language teacher and homeroom teacher. Class grades, on the other hand, were a bit dismal, basically existing at the bottom of every monthly exam. Su-yang guessed that the class he led might be very bad. He didn't expect it to be so bad. He didn't know if he could do the top 3 in a month, and he started to worry. Coming out of the principal's office, he found the location of his class. At this time is taking chemistry class, is a male teacher. The class is also lazy. Some are sleeping, some are talking to each other. Only half of the students really engaged in learning. The teacher of the class also noticed Su-yang outside the window and walked out from the classroom to ask Su-yang what's the matter. And the students of the class stuck their heads up to see what's going on outside. "I'm the new homeroom teacher of this class." Su-yang introduced himself. After exchanging a few moments, the teacher once again returned to the podium to lecture. At that moment, a head stuck out from the back door of the classroom. "Brother, who are you looking for?" He wasn't surprised that student Su was acting like this. After all, he had come from the same place himself. Walking to the back door of the classroom toward the students, he said, "Have a good class, and you'll be seeing a lot of me." The student tried to say something else, but the chemistry teacher ended up walking right up to him. Seeing the teacher coming, the students also put away their hangdog looks. Su-yang didn't continue to stay here. After all, he was still in class. After wandering around campus for a while, I took my students' information and headed out, ready to find a hotel. The location of the school is not in the center of the city, but it is still very busy and hotels are everywhere. Su-yang found a hotel that was closer to the school and paid a one-time one-month room fee at the front desk before returning to his room with the key. He had nothing to do today anyway, so he flipped through the information he'd gotten back and read it. A total of 56 students. Actually, half of them actually failed a lot of homework. Only one called Jiang Min's grades can be seen. Basically every homework in the class is not the first on the, is the second. There are also a few other grades that look good, just a little off. As for the rest, Su-yang looked at his head. Solely, "I'll just keep looking at it again. These are basically all you can see of the grades, and you'll have to learn about the other aspects over this next period of time." I lay in bed and played with my phone for a while and went to sleep. The next day he was up at the crack of dawn, as the students were in class early and had to be at school at 20 minutes past 7. When Su-yang arrived at the school, many of the classes were starting to read in the morning, and only some of the late students were running to their classrooms. He wasn't in too much of a hurry. After all, his class in the morning was in the last section, but today he was teaching for the first time. There were some things he didn't know yet, and the students didn't know him. When I passed by the other classes, the teachers were already in their classrooms with their students for morning reading. Until you walk to your class, which instead of the sound of reading, is all kinds of loud, cacophonous noises, with only a small portion of the class reading. Su-yang walked straight into the classroom and stood on the podium. The students also stopped their voices when they saw the stranger enter the classroom. Only the student in the back row yesterday who knew Su-yang was whispering with the students next to him. "Hello class, I will be your language teacher and homeroom teacher for the next period of time." Su-yang wrote his name on the blackboard. The students in the seats looked at the teacher in front of them, who was not much older than them. Plus Su-yang's height and face value were not low. Some adolescent female students are also very happy. After all, there is this a young teacher to say out of the face. The male students were just as happy because they felt the young teacher would fit in with them. Su-yang went on to talk about his arrangements. "We won't be attending the morning reading today. I've come to recognize people." Then pulled out a sheet with the names of the entire class, shouting the names on it one by one. Pang Sing Sing. At the very back stood up a boy. Li Tao. Jiang Xingcheng. The boy leaning against the door of the classroom at the very back stood up. Su-yang remembered that this student was the one who had spoken to him yesterday. "What? You don't call me brother today? You did yesterday." Su-yang's sentence also caused the whole class to rise. Jiang Xingcheng also snapped his head in embarrassment. "All right, sit down. From now on, you can call me Mr. Su during class, and you can call me Yang after class." At this point the whole class called out Brother Yang. One word pulls in the relationship with the student. Then a few more names were called, and Su-yang was able to recognize the entire class. "Next, we'll move the location." As soon as Su-yang finished speaking, some students were about to say that they were doing it with whoever. Seeing the mess made, Su-yang also said angrily, "Quiet." Instantly the entire class was quiet as well. "Let me tune you guys." Su-yang, behind not much like to engage in learning, transferred to the front. Especially in the class, some pricks are more directly arranged to sit on both sides of the podium. Jiang Xingcheng was among them. After a while, Su-yang also disrupted the previous seats. In the future, those with good grades can choose their own seats. As for the bottom few, he pointed to the two left and right guardians on the side. Su-yang then reminded them that he would come to check on the classroom from time to time in the future, and if he found out that they weren't studying properly, there would definitely be punishment. As for his words, the students had seen it all before. Chapter 42, The Class Teacher of Class 12. Jiang Xingcheng. Su-yang leaned down and called out to him, signaling him to come out with him. Jiang Xingcheng followed out of the classroom without knowing what was going on. Although Su-yang was a new teacher, he was still a bit wary. "Do you know why I called you out?" Su-yang asked. He leaned against the wall and shook his head. Su-yang read his information last night. Home mom and dad are working outside. He is boarding in the school. The family is only him and an elderly grandfather simply cannot control. There were a dozen others with him as well. Typical people are very smart, just can't help themselves and like to run out and play. Su-yang also did not talk too much about after all. He was also so over. Just hope that he can study well in the future. He knew that saying so was of little use to him. There has to be a substantial reward for him to do it. And Su-yang has spared no expense for the task, promising him a cell phone if he can get into the top 50 of the whole grade in this month's monthly exam. Su-yang knew that after taking care of this prick, the others would follow the same and engage in learning. "Teacher Su, are you telling the truth?" Jiang Xingcheng's eyes glowed. Su-yang nodded. "But, you have to bring up your grades of those who play well with you to the car as well. As soon as I heard that there is this requirement, Jiang Xingcheng instantly absent. Himself he can manage to, but others do not. High learning he cannot help. Teacher believes in you." Seeing his hesitation, Su-yang said again. Seeing that he was still thinking, Su-yang went ahead and told him to go back to the classroom. When Jiang Xingcheng returned to the classroom, the students sitting in front of him asked him what the teacher had called him out for. For his part, he was secretive and said nothing was wrong. Jingle bells, the bell rang for the end of class, and the students gathered in groups to talk about the new teacher. Su-yang stood outside the corridor. On the side stood a girl with a little freckles on her face wearing glasses. She was the class president of this class. Happy. Her grades are not as good as the Jiang Min that Su-yang saw last night, but the others are okay. Just a little biased, and it just so happens that the bias is the language that Su-yang teaches. "I've read this score of yours." She also knew which subject she was doing poorly in and just couldn't improve. Su-yang was about to continue saying something when the class bell interrupted him. The first class in the morning was English. At this time came over a woman wearing jeans with a shirt. Looking at the age with Su-yang is not much different. Tied a ponytail. Looks also say the past. It seems to be the English teacher for this class. Su-yang first told Happy to go back to class. The woman walked up to Su-yang. As the class teacher, Su-yang naturally had to get acquainted with these, and he took the initiative to greet the women and introduce himself. Through the exchange, he also learned the woman's name. Rowan. Just graduated from college and interned here. After greeting Su-yang, he left and came to the office. His place was with the previous homeroom teacher of his class. Took a seat at the table, ready to start preparing for class. At that moment a somewhat balding male teacher next to him, about 40 years old, said to him, "You're the new class 12 teacher, aren't you?" "Yes, my last name is Su." Su-yang asked in a friendly manner. The male teacher held out his hand. "I'm the homeroom teacher of class 16. My name is Zhang. More on that later." The two shook hands in a friendly manner. Su-yang, on the other hand, continued to prepare himself for the lesson. The office is also whispering. The office was not big, and there were almost 8 or 9 teachers sitting there. The sound of them talking was also audible to Su-yang. A woman who looks like the kind of narrow-minded, in-your-face as a person behind the back of the ghost people say bad things about Su-yang. He said that he must have gotten in through connections to be the classroom teacher at such a young age, and said something about their class just dragging the whole school down. The principal is busting a gut by making him the homeroom teacher because she can't afford to see what level of teaching Su-yang would be capable of. As for what they said, Su-yang didn't care at all. All he could think of was to hit them in the face when the class rankings went up by the time of this month's monthly exam. As the bell rang for the first class, Su-yang was also getting his lesson ready. The office is getting ready to go to class. At this time, only Su-yang was left alone in the office. Prepared for the class, he then prepared another set of test papers to see the real level of the class now. With the encyclopedia skill, he didn't even need to look up the information to get a set of question papers out of the way. It didn't take him long to finish a set of test questions. With nothing else to do, he was ready to go to the classroom to see how the students were learning. Just about to arrive at the classroom, I saw a man standing at the door of the classroom. Su-yang last time in the principal's office is also seen. Is this study of the director of instruction? Very strong looking, often with a stern, very serious face. Su-yang walked over and asked what's wrong. Director. Seeing Su-yang arrive, the director of instruction still wore a serious expression as he said to him, "Last night, a few students from your class scaled the wall and left the school. I'm going to find out and give them a major demerit. Su-yang only came here today, so he didn't know about last night's incident. But thinking that the director was going to give the student a demerit, he stopped the director. I'll find out more about this first, and I'll definitely get back to you then. Director heard Su-yang's words, also did not continue to stay here. After all, Su-yang is the new class teacher. This face or to give. The future contact days are still long. After the director left, Su-yang first told the teacher of the class to continue the lesson and come back to solve the problem later in his own class time. The few students who flipped strong out last night are also harboring apprehension at this time. Zhang Zengqing also did this last night, but he did have the courage to not take it seriously at all. The two sides sitting on the podium are still not listening to the class, and it seems that he doesn't intend to take the reward that Su-yang gave him. Su-yang's head was also big now. If they were like this in the future, he probably wouldn't be able to complete his mission. Back in the office there are the cynical teachers to deal with. Solely, he didn't go back to his office and wandered around the campus. Come out to the playground and watch the students play basketball. Suddenly, the basketball bounced off the rim just enough to roll to Su-yang's feet, and he picked up the ball. Although he hadn't played basketball in a long time, he hadn't forgotten the moves. Make a standard shooting motion. The basketball then arced through the air. Swish! The basketball went straight to the net in an empty center. The students playing basketball were stunned by his maneuver, and after a moment's flabbergasted silence, they applauded. Seeing that Su-yang was so good at basketball, the physical education teacher walked up and said, "Student, are you interested in coming to the varsity team?" Turns out the group playing basketball was the school's basketball team. He himself was still recognized as a student. "I'm the homeroom teacher of class 12. Hearing Su-yang's words, the physical education teacher also looked embarrassed and said in an embarrassed manner, "I'm sorry, I thought you were a student, but you do look like one." Su-yang said it was fine and that many teachers and students thought the same way he did. Chapter 43, Lesson 1. After continuing to wander around for a while, and glancing at his cell phone, it was almost time for his own class, so he headed for the classroom. Su-yang also finally came to the classroom. At this time the class bell had not yet rung. Su-yang sat on the podium without saying a word. The students sitting in the classroom were also breathless. Jingle bells! The students all entered the classroom and took their seats. Zhang Zengqing and a few students did not dare to look at Su-yang and lowered their heads to find something to do. At this point, Zhang Zengqing suddenly stood up and raised his head to Su-yang. "I was the one who took them out. It has nothing to do with them." Su-yang also didn't expect him to take all the blame himself. Even though he admitted it, other students did it too, and it's not something he can afford to do alone. "Anyone else? Stand up." Two more students stood up under the gaze of the class. Long Yifun, who sat in the front row, and Du Yu, who was on the right side of the podium. "What did you guys go out for last night?" Su-yang did not ask Zhang Zengqing this time but looked at Du Yu on his right. "Go online." Du Yu also answered with a straight face. Su-yang was silent for a while, thinking about how to give the director an explanation. Anyway, the major fault certainly cannot be remembered. If you can't handle it, you can go to the principal to ask for mercy. Sit down. He also knew that they would definitely do this again later, and no amount of talking would help. He just didn't want to go to school. "When you get off from school this week, go to their house then and do a home visit." Su-yang didn't say too much about how they were so-and-so. This was the first time he had given a formal lesson to his classmates from the podium, and he took it very seriously. So he had prepared the lesson long ago. He then wrote 6 typed words on the board: goals, dreams, and hobbies. The word goal was more of Su-yang's selfishness. He wanted to complete the system's tasks, but these had to be done by students. Dreams and hobbies are a little easier. Why is this what we are going to talk about today? While it doesn't have anything to do with learning to see, it actually has a lot to do with it. What do you need to do in order to dream? Learning, of course, whether it's written knowledge or social experiences, all of these need to be learned. So that's mainly what he's doing in this lesson today, aiming to make them confident. Squad leader, take the lead and say something. Happy got up from his seat. "My goal and dream is to get into a major university, and my hobby is listening to songs." When it comes to the hobby of listening to songs, Su-yang thought of the fact that he was also on the hot search because of his good singing. In order to accomplish this, what do you need to do? Su-yang asked. Study hard. Most people think the same way. Su-yang gestured for her to sit down. It's definitely right to try. You have to be methodical. You can't read dead books. Be cognizant of your shortcomings, some of which you can't change with effort. Rather than uncovering your strengths and letting them cover up the weaknesses, lectured them for a while, then proceeded to call a few names to stand up and speak their minds. Zhang Zengcheng, come on, said toward the left. Zhang Zengcheng stood up and said with a hangdog look, my dream and goal is to be a game pro, and my hobby is playing games. The class laughed after that. What are you laughing at? Zhang Zengcheng turned his head to the class. Su Yang also signaled them not to laugh. Everyone was also quiet. No one should mock those who have dreams. Sit down. Jiang Xingcheng also sat down angrily. Being a professional player is not as simple as you think. Some people are just talented. Some people work very hard. Go and see for yourself these professional players now. That one is not more tired than you. They're still studying while you guys are sleeping. You think you can be a pro just by playing a game? Maybe you can't even beat me at playing games. Jiang Xingcheng stared at Su Yang with a defiant face. Don't believe it? Or try. After listening to all the students' dreams, goals and hobbies, Su Yang stood up. All of you are the same to work hard for the dream goal, but the prerequisite is that you have to have a knowledge base, like Jiang Xingcheng's dream. You study like this. How do you want to be a professional player? You can't even fight with others in the game, and you only know a few simple curse words. If people say you're just a middle school boy, an elementary school student, you haven't even been to college, how do you refute people? Because that's the way it is, you can't refute it. If you get into college, you can think like them. Jingle bells. The time for a class was over quickly, and Su Yang had only just gotten to the halfway point. But seeing more or less a change in the eyes of the students proved that the lesson would not have been in vain. Hold on everyone. I'll tell you one more thing. If our class can make it into the top 3 on this monthly exam, I'll give everyone a surprise then. Su Yang began to draw them a pie. Good. The class was thrilled to hear that there was a reward. Class dismissed. As he was about to leave, Jiang Xingcheng called out to him. Mr. Su. Su Yang turned his head. What is it? He squirmed a bit and said, that demerit thing? It's okay. I'll take care of it. Once again ready to go, Jiang Xingcheng spoke again. Is the last cell phone thing still counting? When Su Yang heard Jiang Xingcheng ask this question, he knew that this class today had been very successful, whether he really wanted to change or not, but at the moment he had the heart to want to change. Count. Just after that, he ran off. Su Yang was also ready to go back to the office, thinking that this kid was a bit funny and actually embarrassed. After doing some information in the office for a while, Su Yang was ready to take another look at the current learning situation. Came into the classroom, which was a physics class. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Xingcheng was actually really listening attentively to the lesson, and some other naughty ones were among them. Not sure how long they'll last. So far so good. After looking at it for a while, Su Yang left, and he didn't have any classes in the afternoon, so he would come back to look at it during the evening study session. Out of the school, he realized that he hadn't even eaten today, and now he was also a little hungry. So it was good that there were a lot of restaurants near the school, as well as some selling snacks. Getting a cold noodle with a couple skewers of barbecue at a roadside stand was the solution. It's so much better to be able to eat and not be expensive than when I worked at the hospital. No wonder some students like to eat out. I saw some students who weren't studying hanging around the school while I was eating. He has nothing to do all day, doesn't get a job, and likes to ride around on a ghost fire with girls who also don't read. A bottle of water that several people have to share. After eating, he went back to the hotel to rest for a while before going to school in the evening. Chapter 44. What's wrong with being angry? I slept straight through until 7 o'clock in the evening, and I got up too early in the morning, and for a moment I still wasn't quite used to my current living situation. Rubbing his head, he washed his face in the restroom and headed to school. The time had just stuck to his class. Coming to the classroom, after a day of classes, the students were a bit tired, and none of them were as active as they were during the day. Having only been out of school for a short time myself, I still empathize with the students. Even though it was his first day as a teacher, the students had already been in class for 4 days, and there was one more day of vacation tomorrow. He was trying to take into account the students' learning situation, and now he couldn't learn much by giving them lectures, but instead he was turning them off. But not lecturing won't improve your grades. He let the students study for a while he turned on the multimedia and prepared to show them China in the canon. That way you can study a little bit too, and relieve a little bit of fatigue. Okay, everyone, put your books down and we'll watch the video for a bit. The students were instantly up in arms when they heard that they didn't have to study to watch TV. Su Yang put his hand up to signal them to stop. After the students quieted down, Su Yang put out the video. After you have read it, you may tell what you have learned. Su Yang puts in the content of Qin Shi Huang's, just so you can learn a little bit of history. He, in turn, explained what the video had released while the students were enthralled and chimed in. Just when he was halfway through seeing it, the director of instruction suddenly appeared in front of the classroom. Stop for a second. Su Yang also had no choice but to pause the video first. The teachers of the other classes say your class is so noisy they can't teach. The head teacher was so obviously biased, saying they were noisy to other classes just because they had a bad class. Other classes don't have this kind of learning atmosphere and then they call it loud, which is really disgusting in a good way. We're also lecturing, so what gives us the right to say we're noisy? In the office those teachers could sneer at him and he thought it was okay, but talking about his students just wasn't okay. At that moment, the teacher of the class next to him walked out, a male teacher in his 30s with a big belly. and by the looks of him, he was the kind of person who was very strict and not good to be approached. The male teacher opened his mouth and was very to the point. Isn't it? You're the only voices heard on the entire floor. You can plug your ears. Su Yang directly disliked him back. Young man, you have a lot of fire, the male teacher said unconvincingly towards Su Yang. What's wrong with the fire? The male teacher was just about to continue speaking. At that moment, the principal just happened to walk by this way and heard the commotion and came over to see the two arguing. What's going on? The whole building heard it. When the male teacher heard the principal's words, he immediately put away his previous arrogant demeanor and was respectful. Principal, all of you go back to class and do your best. The male teacher didn't dare to go against the principal, so he had to return to the classroom and glared angrily at Su Yang before leaving. The head teacher, on the other hand, was standing next to the principal and saw that Su Yang hadn't left. How are you going to give me an explanation for what happened in the morning? If he didn't say anything, Su Yang had really forgotten about it. They gave me a guarantee that they would never do it again. Since you won't do it again in the future, let's forget about it this time. The principal intentionally favored Su Yang and agreed with him. Hearing that the principal was fine with it, the director of instruction couldn't say anything. The principal took a few steps forward and said to Su Yang, "Keep your voice down." Su Yang said he was also in class. The key sound is not too loud. They had to come to make trouble. Well, just pay attention. The principal left a meaningful look before leaving. Su Yang wasn't stupid and knew what the principal meant. It was nothing more than these people just disliked the poor grades of their class, so they tried to suppress them in everything. After the principal left, Su Yang also returned to the classroom to continue the lesson. Everyone studied for a while. He wasn't continuing to show them the video, and didn't want to embarrass the principal. After all, he had just helped with the students. There was still some time before the end of class, and the English teacher Luo Wenwen stood at the door of the classroom. Mr. Su, take a moment of your time. Su Yang looked at the test paper in her hand and understood the intention. It's fine. Rowan gave the test papers to a student in the front row and told him to hand them out. Those who want to go to the restroom hurry up, Su Yang said towards the students in his class. A few students were also getting up to go to the restroom. Seeing this, Su Yang also got up and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Wenwen called out to him. Mr. Su, can you watch the meeting for me first? I'm also going to the restroom. Su Yang nodded. Seeing that he agreed, Rowan covered her stomach and hurried away. Not long after Luo Wenwen left, the students who went to the restroom also returned to the classroom, and seeing that Luo Wenwen hadn't returned yet, Su Yang picked up his English test paper. Everyone pay attention to the listening questions. Su Yang then came to be reading the English listening questions, in order that the students sitting in the back row can also hear. He began to wander around the classroom as he read. It was just then that Rowan returned. Seeing this scene, she didn't think that Su Yang, a language teacher, would actually be so good at English, with a pronunciation that was even more standard than hers. Su Yang has been exposed to English since he was a child, and he is just as good without encyclopedic skills. A few minutes came by, and Su Yang also finished reading all the listening questions, and when he saw Luo Wenwen coming back, he put the test paper on the table. Then I'll leave first. Su Yang then left the classroom. Basically every classroom is still pretty quiet during evening study hall. Too many classes during the day, so not as much energy at night. Su Yang is also considered to have finished today's lesson, but as a class teacher there are still many things to do. After the students are released from school, he has to go to the dormitory to take a look. At this time, Long's group, Lon and Light, fumed at their desks. Standing in front of him was Long Jia. It's been so long and you haven't gotten things done? I'm sorry, Dad. Long Hugwang threw the documents on the table at Long Jia's face. Do you know how many clients our company has lost during this time? Long Jia stood still, not saying a word, letting his dad pour fire on him. I'll give you another week. Come see me if you can't get it right. With a drop of the hat, he led his secretary out of the office. Long Jia slammed on his desk. Muttering to himself, he said, wait for me, don't let me find. The scene shifts. Northside High School is out of school. Dense crowds of people were walking out of the campus, and boarding students were heading back to their dormitories. Su Yang also followed to the location of the class dormitory. Only 1 or 2 students were in the dormitory, the others had gone to fetch water, some to buy snacks. Su Yang sat down on the bed against the door. Chapter 45, Caught in the Dorm Room. After sitting in the dormitory for a while, Jiang Xingqing came back with a few classmates. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Yang. Teacher Su. The moment they opened their mouths, Su Yang could smell the odor. Give me a branch. Several students froze in place. At this point, do you spoke up? We didn't bring any cigarettes? Did I say I wanted you guys to give me cigarettes? Jiang Xingqing bumped. Do you? They're not beating themselves up. Su Yang stretched out his hand. Bring it. don't make me search. Do you also had to take out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put it in Su Yang's hand? Su Yang took a look and actually still Huazi. A few of their family conditions are not too good. It is impossible to buy such expensive cigarettes. From where? Su Yang questioned. Do you? For his part, he stood still and did not speak. Su Yang's worry was not that they were smoking but that they would go stealing, an act that they were definitely not allowed to do. It wasn't stolen anyway, Zhang Xingqing said with a straight face. Any more? Nope. Do you said decisively? Tomorrow after school. Zhang Xingqing, and do you are not allowed to leave. I have something to do. Hurry up and wash up and get me to bed. A few people immediately ran to the restroom, not daring to stay here to face Su Yang. Do you, who was washing up in the toilet, still poked her head out from time to time to see if Su Yang had left. It was only after realizing that Su Yang had left that he came out of the toilet. Zhang Zengchen, what do you think teacher is looking for us tomorrow? Do you asked? Zhang Zengchen, who was washing his face, said, how should I know? Could it be something about smoking and going out over the wall to surf the internet? He asked again. Zhang Xingqing at this time is also washed up. He is sleeping in Duyu on the upper bunk, so it is a leap from his bed. There is a ladder he preferred not to go. Didn't the internet access thing work out? Oh, here. Zhang Xingchen leaned down from the top bunk and handed Duyu a cigarette. Just as he was about to reach for it, a hand snatched the cigarette away. He thought it was other students. And just when he wanted to get angry, he saw Su Yang now at the door, his cell phone still holding the cigarettes that Zhang Xingqing handed him. Su Yang rushed to Zhang Xingqing on the upper bunk and said, bring it, caught in the act. He also had to hand over the cigarettes under his pillow. They also didn't expect Su Yang to make a comeback, and now it's all gone. Had to go to bed and pretend to sleep. Hurry up, I'll come back later. Su Yang, who was standing in the doorway, snapped, seeing them all in bed. That's when they left. The people in the dormitory heard that Su Yang would still come, and didn't continue to make more noise. After a day of classes, everyone was tired. It didn't take long for them all to fall asleep. Su Yang heard no movement outside before he was ready to go. It was almost 10 o'clock when we got back to the hotel, and the owner of the hotel was still manning the front desk. He greeted Su Yang when he saw him come in. Mr. Su got out of class? Aha. Su Yang revealed a smile. Auntie knew 2 days ago that Su Yang was a teacher, plus her own daughter was also studying at North City High School, so she was also very respectful to Su Yang. Mom, my. When she was about to say something, the girl saw Su Yang. Mr. Su, you know Mr. Su? Auntie asked her daughter. Su Yang also noticed that the girl was from their class and had good grades. It was Jiang Min. I didn't realize that the hotel I was staying in was owned by their family. I'm Kong Min's homeroom teacher. Her mom was also taken aback and was about to prepare to ask Su Yang about her daughter's situation at school. Su Yang opened his mouth and said, then I'll room first. Goodbye, Mr. Su. Kong Min may have come from a better background compared to the others, and is also drop-dead gorgeous. When Su Yang left, her mom started gossiping. His mom thought that Su Yang was a trainee teacher because he was so young, but it turned out that he was actually his daughter's homeroom teacher. How is your Mr. Su teaching? His mom pulled Jiang Min inside the front desk. Mom, I'm going to bed. Kong Min didn't want to tell to her mom. She wasn't one to discuss behind someone's back. Seeing that his daughter did not want to talk, plus it was getting late, he told Jiang Min to go back to bed. Su Yang, who had taken a nap in the middle of the day, wasn't too sleepy right now, but he still had to do the same thing tomorrow as he did this morning. So he set his alarm clock and forced himself to sleep. Day 2. With the alarm clock ringing, Su Yang also opened his eyes and got down from the bed to wash up, get dressed and head downstairs to head inside the school. It just so happened that Kong Min was ready to leave at that moment as well. Jiang Min greeted. Good morning, Mr. Su. Well, come along. Su Yang invited her to come along, just so he could also give him guidance on his studies. Jiang Min also had no choice but to put on her backpack and follow Su Yang. Along the way, Su Yang was also concerned about various issues. Through exchanges, Su Yang found that Jiang Min is a cheerful and confident person. No wonder her grades are still good. The journey wasn't far, and in no time at all, the two arrived at the classroom. Su Yang sat on the podium, while Jiang Min returned to her seat. As soon as they sat down, Jiang Min told the table about Su Yang staying at their hotel. The same table looked at Su Yang on the podium also felt that this was very rare. The students were also bustling into the classroom. It didn't take long for the classroom to fill up. Today's Su Yang was much more skillful in comparison to yesterday's teaching. Early morning reading sessions are usually self-study sessions, just to get students adjusted to the day's learning. Su Yang also had quite a few classes today. In addition to the 2 classes in his own class, there were other classes as well. Looking at Zhang Xingqing and Du Yu who were sitting on the 2 sides, looks like both went to bed early last night and are in good shape today. Happy, Su Yang shouted. Then Happiness stood up. Come up and sit down. Su-young called her up and asked her to help watch and maintain the situation of self-study in the class. Happy came up with a book and sat on the spot where Su-young had gotten up. After leaving the classroom, Su-young went to the cafeteria to get some breakfast before going to the office. Today his classes were both morning sessions together, so he came back to the office to get the test papers he had already prepared yesterday. Just as he sat down, the balding teacher next to him came over and said, "Did you have a conflict with class 6 teacher Mao Lin last night?" Su-young thought of the male teacher last night. It seems to be the Mao Lin that the bald teacher talked about. He nodded. The bald teacher then reminded him that, "Watch out, that guy is known to be careful." Su-young took the test paper and got up to go. "Thanks for the reminder. He's not really afraid of his kind. They're all uptight people who are just up to no good." When he passed by their class, Su-young even deliberately glanced inside. Similarly, Maureen from class 6 noticed. Su-young dropped a disdainful look and left. Back in the classroom, Happy gave up his seat. Chapter 46, Wang Yichuan came to him. Su-young told Happy to hand out all the test papers. Happiness then took the test paper in Su-young's hands. "Classes will be over soon, too." Su-young didn't worry about them cheating or anything at all, because there were only 1 or 2 questions on the written knowledge of the questions he asked. Everything else is what they learned in the last grade, although it's a bit off, to be able to test their caliber. Some students have gotten their papers and are already working on them. Jingle bells, class is over. Those who need to go to the restroom do so. Still a good portion of the population went, some just to be lazy and not want to stay in the classroom. Su-young walked down and began to watch them answer the questions. When I walked behind Jiang Min, I realized that she answered the questions by just glancing at the questions and started to answer. Very confident, she felt that she had learned it before and started to move her pen after reading a general idea. This was something that Su-young had planned for a long time, and he deliberately made a little change in the title, which was different from the previous one. For those who are careless, certainly not Kong Min, who on the other hand was a bit overconfident. After looking behind her for a moment, walking behind Happy again. Happy is still a little more attentive, just a little biased. Answer writing is not very complete. Then it took a few more looks before he returned to the podium. That's when his cell phone rang. Looking at the name on his cell phone, Wang Yichuan called. He walked out of the classroom. "What's wrong?" Su-young asked. A concerned tone came from inside. "Where have you been lately?" Su-young also hadn't seen Wang Yichuan since the last time he left at the winery. "I'm teaching at Northside High School now." He still told her the truth. After all, people cared. Wang Yichuan also dropped his heart when he heard the reply. He was worried that Su-young couldn't afford to go bankrupt again, so he never called him. "I wanted to come and see you." Su-young agreed when he thought that he would still have to woolgather on her if the system returned in the future. And most of all, he was afraid that it would appear again like Lin Ningers. Something like that. Hanging up the phone, Su-young also returned to the classroom once again. The 40 minutes were soon over, and looking at the fact that there were still some people who hadn't finished answering the questions, he was ready to transfer them with the teacher of the next class. It just so happened that the next class was English, and Luo Wenwen had taken up half of his class yesterday, so he would switch with her today. Not for long. Su-young then saw Luo Wenwen arrive in the classroom. "Ms. Luo, switch with me in this class." Teacher Luo looked at the schedule. Su-young's class was the last one in the morning, and it just didn't conflict with the other classes, so she agreed. "I'll go first, then." "Good." Su-young greeted her and continued to invigilate the exam. Sitting on the podium, just skimmed Jiang Xingqing's test paper and found that he answered the questions quite well. Did not commit Jiang Min's problems, and the answers were also very complete. But there are still small sections that are empty. "Why empty so many questions?" Su-young asked. Jiang Xingqing raised his head and told him, "I won't." Su-young picked up the test paper. He blanked out some simple questions. "Actually cannot? Haven't you learned these before?" Su-young pointed to one of the paragraphs and showed him. He shook his head. Then Su-young stood up. "Everyone look at question 6. Was this question taught?" "Yes," all the students said in unison. "I think you're not even listening to the lecture." He returned the test paper to Jiang Xingqing. "Must have slept in class. He's the only one who doesn't know what the whole class says they've learned." He also snapped his head in embarrassment. "Go ahead and do it. The ones that won't are empty." Originally, this test was to see how the class was doing. Although he had read the information before, it was still not as direct as a test. After looking around the classroom and realizing it was all pretty much done, I looked at the time on my phone to see that there was still half a class left. "In giving you 10 minutes to answer the questionnaire." Some of the students who hadn't finished yet heard Su-young's words and their hand movements sped up a bit. 10 minutes later, Su-young was also telling them to pass up the test papers. "You guys go ahead and study." When he finished, he placed a thick stack of test papers on the podium. "Sit down and start correcting their papers." Jingle bells. Su-young picked up the phone, and Wang Yichuan said that she had arrived at the entrance of Beiqing Middle School, and the security guards wouldn't let her in. Just wait, I'll be right out. Then he scooped up the test papers and with a shout of delight headed for the school gates. After Su-young left, the class was also in an uproar. Quiet, Happy, who was sitting up front, growled. As the class president, she still had a bit of authority, and her voice was lowered. Only those pricks were not afraid at all, and were still muttering in whispers down below. For these classmates he was also lazy, and the key did not listen to her even if he did. Just as they were studying, Su-young had already arrived at the school entrance holding the test papers. Walking over, she saw Wang Yichuan standing in front of the school, wearing the clothes Su-yang had given her earlier. Seeing Su-young holding a bunch of test papers, he opened his mouth and said to help him get them. Su-yang said that there was no way to let a girl take something, and Wang Yichuan didn't bring it up. Come on, I'll take you to eat. The two walked side by side. Without walking a few steps, Su-yang brought her to a roadside stand near the school and sat down. Boss, come 2 cold noodles. In KO a few skewers of mutton kebabs. Su-yang said loudly towards the busy boss. Okay Lu, you guys have a seat. It'll be ready in a minute. The owner greeted the other customers as he made them. After talking to the boss, he turned to Wang Yichuan again. You won't mind? No, I especially like roadkill. Wang Yichuan said with a smile at Su-young. She wasn't like those gold-digging women, and besides, she was just here to see Su-young today and wouldn't care what she ate at all. After she finished speaking, she asked towards Su-yang in a puzzled manner. How did you think you would come to teach? Of course Su-yang wouldn't say that he came to complete the system's mission, and casually found a reason. A friend asked me to come and substitute teach for him for a month. Wang Yichuan, who got the answer, knew that Su-yang's identity. Knew a few teachers from the school was not surprising. At this point, the boss carried 2 servings of cold noodles and placed them on the table in front of them. You guys eat first, the lamb kebabs will be ready soon. After that, I got busy with the kebabs. Su-yang pushed the noodles in front of him, picked up the disposable chopsticks and ate. He was also hungry now after not eating in the morning. Wang Yichuan, on the other hand, watched Su-young wolf through his teeth. Within a few bites, Su-young finished a serving of cold noodles and looked up to see Wang Yichuan staring at him while the noodles in front of him were uneaten. Hurry up and eat. Wang Yichuan leaned on the table with one hand resting his chin, while the other pushed the cold noodles in front of him. I'm not too hungry, just have some lamb skewers later. Su-young also did not politely continue to eat the noodles. Wang Yichuan just looked at Su-young with love in her eyes. Chapter 47, Home Visits. Hello. The owner brought the grilled lamb kebabs. Wang Yichuan looked at Su-young still eating noodles, so he took the lamb skewer from the boss. After that, he separated out a bunch and handed it to Su-young. Seeing Su-young's wolfish gulping appearance, he said with concern, eat slowly, don't choke. Su-young didn't even hear her words. He took the lamb skewer and ate it. He was really starving. Boss, get a bottle of water, Wang Yichuan said towards the boss. Taking the water handed over by the boss, he unscrewed the cap and handed it to Su-young. Su-young ate a few more skewers in a row and took the water in her hand. Gobble, gulp. In an instant there was only a small half of the bottle left. Su-young touched his stomach and said, I'm full. All of this. Wang Yichuan watched him eat, and ate a skewer himself. Is that all you're going to eat? Su-young asked towards Wang Yichuan. I ate some when I came here. Not too hungry. Su-young didn't make any pretense, and on the principle of not wasting, he stuffed all the remaining skewers into his mouth. Since you're busy, I'll go back first, Wang Yichuan said. Not looking? No. Today, Wang Yichuan just came to take a look at Su-young, and seeing that Su-young was doing quite well now, and eating so well, she was satisfied. Su-young didn't keep her either. After all, there were more important things to do later. The two of them said hello and parted ways. Su-young, on the other hand, continued to hold the test papers and returned to school. Sit down in your office and start grading papers. Although he came up with test questions that were all easy, or ones they had taken before, most of them were still wrong quite a bit. Instead, surprisingly, the Happy test was indeed good. The test paper behind Happy is Kong Zhang Chang's. Su-young took the test paper and roughly looked at it, except for the empty ones which were basically correct. After some operation, it was found that Jiang Xingqing had a few questions also had to not only answer correctly, but also write in great detail. In this way, it seems that the other is not what the classmates see like. At least this exam can be seen. Jiang Xingqing's grades are not bad, just do not love to engage in learning. It seems that today's home visit to their house was the right thing to do, Su-young said in his heart. Looking at the time on his cell phone, it was already 3:20 p.m. And only 10 minutes shy of the end of the school day. Putting down the paper he hadn't finished correcting, he got up and headed for the classroom. When I arrived at the classroom, it was just about time for dismissal and the students were packing up their belongings and getting ready to go home. Jiang Xingcheng and you both finished packing a long time ago and ran outside the classroom when the bell rang. What are you two running for? Su-young shouted at the two of them. Originally, The two of them were ready to run first so that they could not see Su-yang then, but they did not expect Su-yang to call out to them. The two of them also stopped in their tracks. Su-yang walked up. Go! The two of them had no choice but to follow Su-yang's lead. Not long after, a few people also arrived at the entrance of the school. Where is your home? Suddenly Su-yang turned towards them and asked. The two of them also froze in place. Understanding that Su-yang was going to their house, Su-yang knew that they both lived in the same place. That's why he asked them to wait for him after school. The two of them didn't dare to disobey, so they had to bring Su-yang to the station. They were about to go buy tickets when they were stopped by Su-yang. There's no way a teacher with students of her own would make them pay. Hello? 3-2. Taking the tickets, Su-yang gave one to each of the two people and got on the bus to their house. It was more than an hour later, as the car drove up to the village in a remote place, that a few of them got out of the car. That one is my house. Do you's house is still a bit ahead? Jiang Xingqing pointed to a bungalow and said, you go home first, I'll come later. Su-yang said to Do you was also left alone? Su-yang then followed Jiang Xingqing to their home. There is a large plot of land in front of the house filled with various vegetables and the doorway is filled with clutter. Grandpa! Jiang Xingqing shouted towards the house. After shouting for a while no one answered. Jiang Xingqing did not see it in the house, and then ran to the back of the house. Su-yang stood in the open space in front of the door, and Jiang Xingqing didn't take a seat, so he simply sat on the steps. Not for a while. Jiang Xingqing then led an old man right out of the back. Seeing that the old man had come over, Su-yang also stood up. You must be Jiang Xingqing's grandfather. I'm his homeroom teacher. For an old man of such a great age, Su-yang was still very polite and extended his hand. Ah! The old man pointed to his ears, indicating that he hadn't heard. Su-yang raised his voice a little and said it again. Only then did the old man hear it, and immediately and enthusiastically pulled Su-yang towards the house. Once inside the house, the old man brought a stool and handed it to Su-yang. Sitting down, Su-yang looked at the situation inside the house as similar to the outside. Is also piled up all kinds of miscellaneous things. If a few more people, the house cannot sit. Jiang Xingqing, on the other hand, stood behind his grandfather. The old man pulled Jiang Xingqing behind him and said shakily, go and pour some water for the teacher. Then revealing a hoarse voice worried, he said, Teacher, did Makoto get into trouble at school? No, I just came to take a look. Su-yang spoke loudly, worried that the old man wouldn't hear him. The old man was also relieved to hear that it wasn't his grandson who had caused the trouble. At this time, Jiang Xingqing poured a cup of will from the house and handed it to Su-yang. Teacher Su. After handing Su-yang the water he returned to the other room. Su-yang was also talking to the old man once again. Through the conversation with Jiang Xingqing, grandfather is also a general understanding. Since his parents went to work outside, has been living with his grandfather. The old man is also 76 years old. Can still do some farm work, is not able to control the grandson. Other neighbors around the grandson is also not to treat him. Over time on the family has become disgusted and complaining, which has led to the current situation. Looking down on his parents for not being able to give him a good life. The old man then called out his grandson. Su-yang stood up and said to him, what do you think about yourself? Jiang Xingqing stood where he was without squeaking. Su-yang also stood up when he saw his appearance and put on his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't say anything about you. I won't be able to manage your future. The only thing that cares about you in this world is it's the family that will take care of you. He was still standing like this without saying anything, and from his eyes, he could tell that Su-yang had still listened to a little bit of what he said. These things can only be understood by him, and it is useless to say anything more. Su-yang finished the water in the cup, and when he tried to find a table, he realized that there was no table in the house, so he had to put the cup on the stool. Then I'll leave you to think about it. Grandpa, I'll leave first, Su-yang said into the old man's ear. The old man stood up with difficulty and held Su-yang's hand. Eat some food before you go. No more food, I have things to do. With that, he headed out of the house. Halfway there, he called up Jiang Xingqing again and asked him to show him the way. Chapter 48, The Fighter Reveals Himself. Led by Jiang Xingqing, he also saw their house. His family is a lot better than Jiang Xingqing's. A two-story house was built with a small yard in front. From a long distance, I saw a woman standing at the door waiting. Passing through a path in the vegetable field was also the way to Duyu's doorstep. Duyu's mom looked like a good houseworker, and the yard was clean. The yard has long been set up with benches to drink tea table, and melon seeds and fruit on the tea table. Mr. Su, sit. Su-yang wasn't polite either. Xiao you pour water for the teacher to drink. The moment he opened his mouth, he was stopped by Su-yang, saying that he had drunk a lot of water when he came here, so he didn't need to go through so much trouble. Then you eat some fruit. His mom picked up the fruit on the coffee table and handed it to Su-yang. Su-yang was so warmly entertained by her mother that he was embarrassed for a moment and said with a pushback, there's really no need to be so polite. His mom put down the basket with the fruit. Then I'll put it here and you can take it yourself. Do you, on the other hand, went inside the house with Jiang Xingcheng. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Yang directly talked about the purpose of his visit and told his mom about Du Yu's situation at school. His mother apologized profusely that she had caused Su Yang trouble and said that she would control him more. Su Yang, on the other hand, said that these still had to be understood by them. Now their grade level was like this. The more they were controlled, the more rebellious they would become. His mom was about to give a lecture about lecturing when she realized there was no one behind her. Stao Yu called out towards the house. The two of them also came out of the house when they heard the sound. His mom picked up the cigarettes on the table and yelled at Du Yu, "I give you living expenses just to go online and buy cigarettes?" Like Jiang Xingqing before him, Du Yu stood still and didn't say anything. Seeing that the situation was not right, Su Yang called the two of them over, fearing that his mom would greet him with something in the next second. "Do you two know about needs and wants?" asked the two men. "It's the desire they have for these now that will make them greedy, and when that desire is not fulfilled, they will saber rattle." Su Yang patiently spoke to both of them. The two of them were still hanging on for dear life, and whoever his mom was saw Du Yu's appearance angrily kicked him from behind. "Listen well." Immediately changing his face again, he said towards Su Yang with a smile, "Mr. Su, you continue." Looking at the time on his cell phone, it was already almost 6 o'clock. Su Yang also got up and prepared to go home. "Is there still a bus back to the city now?" His mom then remembered that it was almost dark, and embarrassedly said to Su Yang, "The car back to the city is gone, so why don't you stay at our house tonight, and I'll go cook." Without waiting for Su Yang to reply, she turned around and went into the kitchen. Hearing that there was no more car, Su Yang had no choice but to just stay at their house for the night. Just when he wanted to continue educating the two, he saw Jiang Xingqing's grandfather walk over slowly with a hunched body. "Say ho, it's time to go home for dinner." When he saw that Mr. Su was also here, he also invited Su Yang to their home for dinner. Du Yu's mom rushed out of the kitchen when she heard the sound outside. "Makoto, you call your grandfather, just eat here outside." Jiang Xingcheng also didn't want to go home, so he did what she said to his grandfather. The two of their families were just close because their kids played well together, and his grandfather sat down in agreement. The screen shifted to the place where Su Yang and the others had gotten off earlier, inside the van that had followed them earlier. Two men talked. "Do you think the man is still coming out?" "I don't know." "Wait, it's not a bad order. You can get tens of thousands of dollars just for beating someone up." The other man agreed. The two of them continued to lean into the car. In no time, Du Yu's mom had prepared a few dishes and brought them to the table. "Stao Yu, go serve the food." Oh, with a promise, he headed for the kitchen to serve the meal. His mom passed her chopsticks to Su Yang. "Teacher Su will eat. There's not much food." Taking the chopsticks from her hand, "That would be very nice. The vegetables are picked from the ground. The meat is home-fed, and it's really quite a bit better than what you'd get in a restaurant." Su Yang first told Jiang Xingqing's grandfather to eat first and waited for him to move his chopsticks before pinching the food in his own bowl. His mom brought another big bowl of egg soup. "Eat more, haha, Mr. Su." Su Yang also nodded. After drying 2 bowls of rice, his mom even asked Du Yu to serve Su Yang, which was refused by Su Yang, saying that he was already full. Su Yang got up and prepared to take a turn around the neighborhood to get a feel of the countryside, and in the meantime, to kill some food. "You guys take your time eating, I'm going to go around." After greeting Su Yang, he walked out of the courtyard of their house. It wasn't completely dark yet either, so Su Yang wandered around the village road. It didn't take long to wander around to where we got off earlier. At this moment, one of the people in the car parked on the side of the road saw Su Yang's figure and pushed one of the people leaning on the seat playing with his cell phone. "Look if it's that guy." The other man also sat up straight and looked out the car window, observing for a moment and said, "That's the kid." After looking around again to make sure no one else was around, he pushed open the door and got out of the car. Su Yang also noticed the two people who got off the car. He also did not expect that there were actually people in the car. Perhaps the village is doing something, thought in his heart. As he was about to go around them, the two spoke to him. "You're Su Yang, aren't you?" Su Yang also wondered how they could recognize him, and returned without much thought. "I am. What is it that you are looking for me?" After determining Su Yang's identity, the two of them came towards Su Yang with their sticks. "What's up, you?" Su Yang was also startled by this sudden move. Before, with his mixed martial arts skills, he was still able to easily deal with the two men, but now he was not their match. But he still reacted and dodged one man's stick, yet the other man's stick hit him solidly in the back. Su Yang ate the pain and touched his back and retreated backward. The two of them also did not stop and came towards him. "Slow down. Who instructed you guys?" Su Yang backed up while watching out for them. In the back of his mind he wondered who the hell had arranged for them to come. He did punch a lot of people in the face earlier and beat some of them fat. The two beaters were also very principled and didn't say who they were. You're just going to take a good beating. What's the point of when so much? The two of them suddenly rushed towards Su Yang with a single acceleration. Knowing that he wasn't a match for the two of them plus having received a stick, Su Yang turned his head and ran. The two thugs chased him with their clubs. When running to an intersection, Su Yang saw two people walking in front of him. It was Jiang Zhengqing and Du Yu. Chapter 49, Fighting the Fighter. When Du Yu's mom saw that Su Yang hadn't come back for half a day, she asked the two of them to come out and look for him. I didn't expect to run into this. The two of them also saw Su Yang running towards them, with two men behind him chasing him with sticks. Knowing that something was wrong, the two men drew out two very thick sticks from inside a pile of firewood that was stacked next to them. One held one, and the two of them had fought a lot before and weren't afraid at all. Mr. Su, this way, roared at Su Yang. Su Yang also immediately ran to where the two had stopped. The two men then chased after them, and seeing that it was two students didn't give them a second thought. A man let out harsh words. Get out of the way or I'll beat you all up too. Jiang Zhengqing took a step forward to protect Su Yang behind him, and Du Yu also took a step forward when he saw this. The two had very baby faces and determined eyes. Su Yang saw that the two people were not much different from his height and stood in front of him, so he immediately drew out a stick from the side as well. Fighting through the pain in his body, he pulled the two men behind him. Come at me with anything, don't move the baby. The man did not speak of martial virtues at all, and before Su Yang could finish his sentence, he carried his stick to greet him. Su Yang protected the two people behind him while holding his stick in front of him. The man was also too afraid of hurting himself to face the swinging stick and stood still to think of a way out. After thinking for a moment, he whispered in the other man's ear. After saying that, the two of them blocked Su Yang and the others on the side of the road against the wall with one on the left and one on the right. I told you to get out of the way, and now we're not going to. Instantly, he swung his stick at them. Su Yang couldn't cope with it, so he could only hold the two people and shield them. Just don't let them get hurt. As the two swung down their sticks and landed on Su Yang's body, Su Yang was screamed out in pain, but still didn't let go of his hand that was protecting the two. Asterisk 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 him ah. Jiang Zhengqing saw that the teacher was injured. In order to protect them, immediately said to Du Yu. The two then broke away from Su Yang's hands and ed with them. Su Yang was also sitting on the ground in pain at this time. How could the two of them, students, be a match for an adult? They were knocked to the ground in no time. Of course they also took a few sticks. Seeing them lying on the ground, Su Yang forced himself to endure the pain and grabbed the stick that fell on the ground to take advantage of one person's inattention and smashed it down on his head. Instantly the man fell to the ground and passed out. The other man was stunned and staggered when he saw such a situation. He didn't expect that it was supposed to be a very easy thing to beat someone up, but as a result, he didn't win the others and was still knocked out by Su Yang. Standing in place to slow down for a while, knowing that they do not run now will certainly still be beaten up by them, immediately pulled their legs and ran at all regardless of the teammates on the ground. Seeing that the man ran away, Su Yang trembled and walked to where Jiang Zhengqing and the two of them were pulling the two of them up. They were also stunned. Although they had fought quite a few fights, this was the first time they had seen such a situation. Su Yang saw the man lying on the ground without movement, took out his cell phone and called the police, also called an ambulance. At this point, Du Yu's mom came out to look for them when she saw that none of them had returned, and she saw them at the intersection, along with a man lying on the ground. Immediately, he ran over and saw that several people were covered in injuries, and anxiously asked what was wrong with Du Yu. Du Yu told his mom what they saw and how the fight went. His mom didn't know what to do for a while. It was then that Su Yang spoke. You lead them home first, I'll handle this. When his mom heard Su Yang's words, she knew that staying here wouldn't help, so she took the two back. Fortunately, their injuries are not very serious. Just go back and rub some potion. Otherwise Su Yang will have to feel guilty. It didn't take long for the police car and ambulance to arrive at the place where Su Yang was. The ambulance came down and a few people put the fainting man on a stretcher and took him to the hospital. The police car also came down. Two men in uniform walked up to Su Yang and asked what had happened. Su Yang briefly talked about what happened before being brought into the police car by the two men. In no time, Su Yang was sitting in the upper inquiry chamber. In came a very stern-looking man. Speak, what's going on? Su Yang also told him what happened truthfully. The police called Jiang Zhengqing and their family confirmed that Su Yang said there is no mistake, plus Su Yang and the identity of the teacher. In no time, Su Yang walked out of the police station. Before he left, the man also told Su Yang in the future encounter this kind of situation first call the police and then protect the safety of students. He knew this, but there was no chance of calling the police, so he had to do it. With all this commotion, it was past 10 o'clock at night. I bought some medicine nearby and went back to the hotel. Medicated himself while still thinking about who the hell had arranged for them to be here, and there were only so many he'd had friction with. In the end, some analysis came down to just that time with Lu Bo and Li Chengdong. They're the only two who would do this. but there was no way to retaliate now, so this would have to be forgotten, and the system would come back later to settle the score with them. After applying the medicine, Su Yang lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Su Yang, who was still sleeping, rolled over and pressed on his arm that was injured last night. Waking up in pain, sitting on the bed, he looked at his arm. Last night he hadn't felt it, now it was swollen. No wonder it hurt so much. Getting out of bed, he slowly moved his injured arm. Looks like a trip to the hospital is in order. In mind, after packing up his things, Su Yang went out the door, and stopped for breakfast on the way to the hospital. After a period of traveling, Su Yang also arrived at the place where he worked before, Haicheng City People's Hospital. I was about to go to register when I saw the dean. The dean also saw Su Yang at this time and walked towards him. Little Su-ah, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Su Yang also said hello. What happened to your hand? The dean saw Su Yang's swollen arm, fell off the bed while sleeping. Su Yang made up a reason and said, come with me, I'll show you. Su Yang also didn't expect the dean to personally want to treat him. The dean led the way to a treatment room. This consulting room was much larger than normal, and it had all kinds of medical equipment in it, so it seemed to be for some specialized people. Took a seat on the stool. The dean also brought a bottle of iodophor and a syringe and sat down in front of Su Yang. Stick out your hand. Su Yang extended his hand. Dean then rubbed a layer of sterilized iodophor on his arm. Chapter 50, Catching them smoking again. Not a moment too soon. The swelling of Su Yang's arms all went down. The dean also gave him a little medicine, and Su Yang took it from the pharmacy and returned to the hotel. It's a good thing it's the left hand that's hurt, or you wouldn't even be able to correct your papers. Jingle bells. An unfamiliar number called. Su Yang pressed the answer button. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Su, how are you doing? It was Jiang Xingcheng who called, inquiring about Su Yang's condition. I'm fine. It's you guys who can't be impulsive next time. Luckily nothing happened this time. Su Yang urged him over the phone. Aha! Jiang Xingcheng agreed. There was a big shift for this new teacher. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang corrected the test papers. The class will be held tomorrow, so he has to finish correcting the test papers now. After some time, Su Yang also finished correcting the test papers. This matter was quite a brain drain, and Su Yang lay down on the bed and fell asleep. I didn't wake up until noon the next day. Today is also the last day of students' vacation, and students are arriving at school one after another, and there are still a few evening study sessions this evening. Su Yang packed up and got ready to go to school. Just as he walked to the school entrance, he ran into Luo Wenwen. Luo Wenwen looked at Su Yang's bandaged arm and asked with concern, Mr. Su, what's wrong with you? Still for the same reason as yesterday, Su Yang said to her. Let me help you with it. Looking at the test papers Su Yang was holding in his hands, he wanted to help. Su Yang didn't refuse and handed her the test paper, and the two of them just walked side by side to the classroom. Luo Wenwen put the test paper on the podium, said hello to Su Yang and left. In the classroom also came a lot of students. Some female students saw Su Yang was injured also specifically over to care about Su Yang's injuries. After these few days of contact, Su Yang's relationship with the students had gotten a lot better. The first evening study session was Su Yang's class, so he stayed in the classroom without going back to the office. It was also almost time for class to begin, and the students had basically come to the classroom. It was then that Jiang Xingcheng and Du slowly walked to the classroom door. Looking at the injured Su Yang on the podium, the two of them blamed themselves in their hearts. After all, it was because of protecting the two of them that they were injured. Without a word, the two of them returned to their seats and sat down, and in their hearts, they were secretly determined not to let Su Yang down for what he had done to them. See all of them sitting in the classroom. Only then did Su Yang stand up and said to the crowd, I finished correcting the papers as well, and some of them were a bit out of my expectation. Su Yang spread out the test papers that were on the table. Richard Lee, a male student, stepped forward and took his paper. Cho Wei, Ginger Min, Kong Min got up from her seat and came to the podium. Su Yang handed her the test paper and said, the one who surprised me the most this time was you. Jiang Min glanced at the score on the test paper, and she was also a bit surprised. Go down. Then the next student's name was read. It didn't take long to hand out everyone's papers. You can look at your test papers, and I'm not going to say anything more. This time I just want to see how good you really are, and I hope that next time, there won't be such a situation. Let them study on their own after that. At this time, Jiang Min walked over to Su Yang with the test paper. Mr. Su, I got this question right. Su Yang took a look and said to him, take a good look at the title. Jiang Min looked at the title and instantly blushed as well. Know what's wrong? Su Yang asked. Jiang Min nodded. So tell me, didn't read the title. It seems she doesn't realize she has a problem. What's wrong with you is being overconfident, thinking you've done it and not being careful, and being overconfident is being arrogant. so that needs to change. Su Yang patiently gave her the problems involved. Go on, think about it, and next time you can't do that. After Jiang Min left, a few more students came, and Su Yang similarly pointed out the problem to them. Seeing that no one came to ask questions anymore, Su Yang walked out the door. Standing in the doorway, he called Jiang Xingqing and the two of them out. Only after they came out did Su Yang speak. You guys weren't seriously injured last night, were you? No, just a small injury. Jiang Xingqing rolled up his sleeves. Seeing that the two of them were fine, Su Yang then changed the topic. You guys did well on the exam this time. Turning his head, he added to Do you? If you engage in studying in the future like Jiang Xingqing, I'll give you the same reward. A big question mark popped up on Du Yu's head and he turned his head to look at Jiang Xingqing. Jiang Xingqing nodded at him. Only then did he answer Su Yang. Good. Only after calling the two to go in did Su Yang let out a long breath of relief that he had finally taken care of these two pricks. This greatly increases his chances of accomplishing his mission. The rest are some of the more moderate students. Good grades, he is not in charge. Su Yang just need to point them on the line. They just need to understand out is not too big of a problem. Wait a while and take another test to see how their levels have grown. Standing in the doorway, he saw them all studying seriously and smiled with relief. As the bell rang, Su Yang also left the classroom and came to the office. Not many people in the office. They all seem to have gone to class. The bald teacher is still there. Su Yang didn't know how many times he had explained to people that he was injured. After being busy in the office for a while, Su Yang looked at the time on his cell phone. I didn't realize it was past the end of the school day. Only then did he get up and get ready to go back to the hotel. Just as he was about to leave the school, he thought that he hadn't checked the dormitory yet, and turned back toward it. The smell of smoke wafted over the class as they arrived at their dormitory. There were only 1 or 2 people in the bed. Crossing the room, he made his way to the restroom. A few people just smoked cigarettes in the restroom. Seeing Su Yang coming, several people hurriedly threw their cigarettes inside the toilet. Take it out. A student came out and took out a pack of cigarettes under his own pillow and placed it in Su Yang's hand. You guys really don't have a long memory, do you? Su Yang said angrily to a few people. A few people stood still, not daring to speak. Su Yang looked at a few people which realized that there was no Jiang Xingqing in Du Yu's figure. Then towards a few people, he asked, where are Jiang Xingqing and the others? Several people also shook their heads in disbelief. Su Yang gave a few people a warning and then prepared to leave. At this time, Jiang Xingqing and the two of them also returned to the dormitory. Su Yang asked towards the two, what for? After saying that, he even came up to their bodies to smell if there was any smoke odor. We went to the cafeteria to get something. Do you said to Su Yang? Realizing that the two didn't smoke, Su Yang then said, go to bed early. On the way out, he didn't forget to remind them not to go out over the wall to surf the internet. Su Yang returned to the hotel with the surrendered cigarettes in his hand. Chapter 51, the whole school comes to the classroom. Back at the hotel, just getting ready for bed, a phone call came in. After looking at the notes on it, Su Yang then picked up the phone. Teacher Su, are you asleep? A pale voice came from the phone. Just getting ready for bed. Can I help you? Principal. The caller was none other than the principal of Northside High School. Tomorrow, our school has scheduled a group listening session for new teachers, and the listening class is your class, and it's scheduled for the second period in the morning. So that's what the principal called about. It seems the purpose is to see how well the new teacher is teaching. Su Yang also agreed. It's just the right opportunity to shut up those sneering teachers, and to punch them in the face. His grades were not bad when he was in school, plus he had more confidence with his encyclopedia skills. Hanging up the phone, Su Yang went to bed early. The next day, before the alarm clock even went off, Su Yang had already woken up. He had to go to the office first today to get the program he was going to listen to ready. So he woke up early, come to the office. Various scenarios from the encyclopedia in his head are also floating out. After thinking for a while, he finally settled on a plan and began to write. In no time at all, a perfect program was presented that just happened to also fit what was going to be taught in the textbook. It was just about time for the first class. The next class was when Su Yang faced the school's arranged listening sessions. Just as the bell rang, Su Yang walked into the classroom. The math teacher greeted Su Yang when he saw him arrive. Mr. Su, you're here so early? Well, there's a class to listen to next period. Okay then, you go ahead. The math teacher packed up her materials and left. Su Yang began to write the main content of the lesson on the blackboard. While he was still writing on the blackboard, a couple of teachers came and sat in the back of the classroom with their stools. As he finished writing, the principal and the director of instruction also walked into the classroom, as well as the teacher who had previously taunted Su Yang in the public office. Next to him came the homeroom teacher who had friction with him. Su Yang stood on the podium and looked at these people, thinking in his heart, didn't they look down on me? Today I'm going to ruthlessly punch them in the face. The students were aware of this situation. while those sitting in the back were a bit timid, afraid that these teachers would ask them questions. Jingle bells. At that moment, the class bell rang. Class. A resounding voice from Su-young. Stand up. With the class leader's rise, the entire class, as well as the teacher, stood up. Hello teacher. Deafening voices then resounded from within the classroom, and the crowd slowly bowed. Su-young also returned the salute before starting the content of today's lesson. Today we are talking about a letter. This letter was written by Meng Tian to Zhang Han. Then it began to read the contents of the letter. After reading, Su-yang asked towards the students who knows what this letter expresses. Looking at the class, not a single hand was raised. At that moment, Jiang Zhengcheng, who was sitting next to him, raised his hand. Su-yang was also surprised and made a get-up gesture at him. Jiang Zhengcheng stood up from his seat. This letter was written about Meng Tian's praise for Zhang Han. Su-yang looked at him incredulously, signaling him to continue, and loyalty to country. The gazes of the teacher sitting in the back as well as all of the students all rested on Jiang Zhengcheng's body at this time. Well, not bad. Sit down. Su-yang gave him a thumbs up and complimented him. The teacher below agrees. At this point, all resounded with applause. Jiang Zhengcheng was embarrassed, but in his heart he was very proud. Su-yang also didn't expect him to be able to say in full what the content inside expressed. Su-yang then proceeded to interpret them one by one based on what Jiang Zhengcheng had said. Su-yang explained passionately on stage. Offstage, the principal said to the director of instruction, "How was the lesson?" "Very well spoken." The director of instruction said. Other teachers feel the same way. Jingle bells. The bell rang for the end of class, and Su-yang was just about done speaking. Class dismissed. Stand up. The same operation was done again. After this lesson, the way some teachers viewed Su-yang's eyes changed. The principal walked up to Su-yang with the head teacher and praised him for a very good lesson. Some teachers even went up to exchange teaching tips with Su-yang. Only the homeroom teacher of class 6, who had friction with him before, returned to his class with a disdainful face. Only after sending off all the teachers did Su-yang return to the classroom. Everyone did well today, especially Jiang Zhengcheng. Su-yang stood on the stage and praised them. When Su-yang left, "Do you then came up to Jiang Zhengcheng? You've made a big splash today. Do you also said with envy? I've read this letter before so I know what it says." Jiang Zhengcheng also enjoyed this flavor. So it turns out that people who study well are viewed this way in the eyes of others. He hadn't experienced it before, and after experiencing it today he realized how cool it was. Su-yang is also back to the office. Before the office of Yin and Yang voices no more. After listening to Su-yang's class, more appreciation. After all, Su-yang's so young teaching level is not more than, they're low on old teachers. For a while Su-yang was still a bit uncomfortable. In the morning, when his own class ran out of classes, there was one other class. As the school radio played music, it was time for the students to eat. Su-yang saw some students running towards the cafeteria when he walked out of class 8, and stood upstairs to see the two of them. Jiang Zhengcheng, calling out to both of them, he felt a little guilty about yesterday and thought about treating them to a meal. He went downstairs and walked up to the two of them and said, "Come on, I'll treat you both today." When they came to the classroom cafeteria they paid the two men and told them to get their food. The meals at Northside High School are still pretty good. With 6 courses, teachers and students are the same. They just eat in different places. Su-young chucked a few dishes in his bowl, casually found an empty seat and ate. That's when Rowan sat down across from him with her dinner plate. Luo Wanwan basically didn't have many friends at school, and when she saw Su-young she sat over. "Mr. Su, all the teachers are talking about you today. You're a celebrity now." Luo Wanwan also flashed a smile at Su-yang. Su-yang also understood what he was talking about. Humbly, "It's nothing." Talking to Rowan about learning in the classroom while eating. In no time, Su-young finished drying the bowl of rice. Su-yang picked up his dinner plate and said to Luo Wanwan, "I'm done, take your time." Aha! Chapter 52, Meeting Your Parents at the Hotel. After finishing his meal, Su-yang went back to the hotel and prepared to catch up on his sleep. Just as he was lying in bed, Yang Hao sent him a message. The message was for him to go to the Tiandu Hotel for dinner at 6 o'clock in the evening, and told him to dress more formally. Su-yang didn't know what it was about, but he didn't ask. Returned with a copy and rested. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su-yang, who woke up from his nap, came to the classroom and found that there was no one in the classroom, and he looked at the schedule and realized that this class was a physical education class. When we arrived at the playground, we saw the class doing various exercises on the playground. Coming over to the basketball court, he found Du Yu and a few of them playing basketball. When Jiang Zhengcheng saw Su-yang coming, he asked, "Mr. Su, would you like to add one?" It just so happened that Su-yang hadn't played basketball in a long time. "Come on." A few people split up into teams and started. Du Yu and Su-yang also brought a classmate on a team, while Jiang Zhengcheng was on a team with 2 other classmates. Du Yu serves the ball to Su-yang, Su Yang took the ball and threw it without the slightest hesitation. Swish! The basketball was airborne and went into the net. They didn't expect Su Yang to be so good at playing basketball as well. It was Jiang Xingcheng's turn to serve them. Jiang Xingcheng has the ball. Su Yang defends him. Suddenly, he accelerated and drove to the basket with a hook shot to the basket. Just when he thought it was going in, a hand came out above the ball and stopped it. Snap! Su Yang treated Jiang Xingcheng to a hot pot. Do you grab the ball? And Su Yang retreated to the three-point line and put his hand up to signal for the ball? Do you also understands the transmission to him? Swish! Another hit, this time a three-pointer. The number of people watching them play basketball was also increasing at this time. Jiang Xingcheng was also pumped up, as Su Yang threw in again. Some female students outside the field saw also jumped up happily, as if they had thrown in themselves, and some teachers passed by when they saw so many people, surrounded and stopped. After playing for about half an hour, the class was also dismissed. Su Yang didn't have their stamina and was now out of breath, but on the contrary, these students were still alive and kicking. No more fighting, Su Yang said with a big breath. A few people saw this and also put away their basketballs and headed for the classroom. Su Yang sat down on one of the steps and rested for a while before returning to the office. He stayed in the office until almost 5:30 when Yang Hao called to hurry, and he remembered this. A quick word with the bald teacher next to him and told him to help keep an eye on the class, call him if anything happens. The bald teacher said it was okay. Only then did Su Yang get up and go back to the hotel. After sweating and smelling all over my body in the afternoon, I changed into clean clothes at the hotel and took a taxi to the Tiandu Hotel. The Tiandu Hotel was considered one of the best hotels in Haicheng City, and Yang Hao had actually invited him to this kind of place. In no time, Su Yang also arrived at the entrance of the Tiandu Hotel. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Yang Hao standing at the door in a suit. Hiroko, Su Yang shouted at him. Brother Yang, you can come, wait for you for half a day. Yang Hao walked over and climbed onto Su Yang's shoulders. What's going on today? Coming to such a nice place? Su Yang voiced his question. Yang Hao was also screwing things up for him. It turns out that Yao Jingshan's parents know about the two of them. They did not object to it and said to find a time to meet. Yang Hao was afraid of being embarrassed alone, so he asked Su Yang to join him. Su Yang looked at him. No wonder he was dressed so handsomely today. So he was meeting his old husband and mother-in-law. Led by Yang Hao, he came inside a luxurious private room. At this time, Yao Jingshan and the others hadn't come yet, so it was just the two of them, and Yang Hao said that he would put in a good word for him later. Su Yang said that he definitely would, and he couldn't afford to drop the ball on his good brother's life's work. Buzz off. The two had just sat down when Yang Hao's phone rang. Looks like they've arrived. Brother Yang, you sit down first. I'll go get them. Yang Hao stood up from his seat. Yang Hao out of the private room. Su Yang looked at the private room as also emotional, since the system has been punished over. A long time have not been in contact with these lives, and now it is to help work for the system. I do not know what. The time is ahead. Just as he was thinking, the door to the booth pushed open. A noblewoman walked in on the arm of a mature man. The rich are just as well maintained, and the two look nothing like the looks of the age they should be. Hello uncle and aunt. Su Yang also got up and greeted. Yao Jingshan's father looked at the somewhat familiar Su Yang in front of him and said, "Are you Xiao Su?" Su Yang nodded. "It's really you." Yao Jingshan's father shook Su Yang's hand. In the past, when Su Yang and his family had not yet gone bankrupt, both sides had economic dealings, and the two had met a few times. Yao Jingshan's father was also unspoken in not bringing up their family's past. Sit. Through the conversation between the two, Yao Jingshan's father was also aware of Su Yang's relationship with Yang Hao. Yao Jingshan's mom, on the other hand, sat where she was sizing up Yang Hao. After chatting with Su Yang for a while, only then did Yao dad start to say to Yang Hao, "Little Yang, we can't care so much about your affairs. As long as you guys are good, your aunt and I are happy." Yao Jingshan's mom also nodded in agreement. Yang Hao immediately got up and assured them, "I will absolutely treat Shan well in the future. Uncle and auntie, don't worry." Yao dad also nodded in satisfaction. "That's fine. We'll leave first. The company still has things to do." In fact, they came today just to see what Yang Hao looked like and how he was, and pushed back the meeting with the clients. It seems they are also still relatively happy with Yang Hao. "You young people play, we old people won't join in the fun," Yao dad said with great humor. Yang Hao also got up and took them from out of the hotel. Su Yang waited in the private room for a while before Yang Hao and Yao Jingshan came in. It seemed that her parents had handed over a lot of things. "Then I congratulate you guys for ending your single life," Su Yang said with a smile towards the two of them. Yang Hao held Yao Jingshan's hand and sat down, saying to Su Yang, "Order the food first. I'll be polite then," Su Yang said as he picked up the menu. After ordering the food and watching the two of them making love to each other, Su Yang coughed. "Can you two stop being so mushy please?" The two of them then sat up straight. Suddenly, Yang Hao opened his mouth and asked, Brother Yang, where have you been lately? Su Yang told them both about his teaching in the northern city as well. Why don't you come to our company too? Yao Jingshan said. Su Yang rejected their good intentions. Forget it, it's fine just the way it is. Seeing that the food was not yet served, Su Yang greeted them and got up to go to the restroom. After going to the toilet, Su Yang was afraid that they would wait and hurry. After washing his hands, it turned around and bumped into a man who looked quite aggressive. Excuse me. Su Yang was ready to leave after apologizing. Who told you to leave? The man said viciously. Chapter 53, Cheng Yishuang actually comes to teach. Su Yang stopped and turned his head to the man. What's it going to be? Do you know how much my clothes cost? The man tugged at the clothes on his body. I had already apologized to the man, but I didn't expect the other man to be relentless. Is it expensive? Su Yang glanced at the clothes on the man's body, which looked to be ground floor imitations. LVs, take a good look for yourself. The man tugged the logo on his chest. Your LV logo threads are out. I'm afraid it's not a fake. Su Yang pointed at the logo and said. The man was flabbergasted for a moment. He didn't expect Su Yang to actually recognize him, but he still said with a straight face, compensate for $32,000. Su Yang didn't want to be nosy and pulled out his cell phone. 200. Where to sweep? Are you unable to understand? The man grabbed Su Yang's collar. Su Yang glared at the man and said, let go. What if I don't get loose? The man said, showing his teeth. At that moment, the restroom door opened and out came a man wearing glasses who saw the scene. The man grabbing Su Yang also saw him and yelled at him, get lost. The man didn't even wash his hands and immediately grayed out. Seeing the man run away, turned his head and said to Su Yang again, are you going to pay for the money or do you want to get beaten up? He did not choose both. Originally Su Yang also thought of compensating him $200, but now he money is also do not want to lose. Seeing Su Yang ignoring him, the man became even more enraged and raised his sandbag-sized fist towards Su Yang's face. Su Yang ducked his head and half crouched to avoid the man's fist. The man was about to prepare to continue rushing over to hit Su Yang when Yang Hao came over and saw the scene. Taking off the jacket he was wearing and dropping it on the floor, he came at a boosted run and flew up to kick the man to the ground. Turning to the man on the floor, he said, what do you want? The man climbed up from the ground, being kicked in the butt by this sneak attack of Yang Hao. Eating the pain, he was not convinced and immediately fought with Yang Hao. Seeing this, Su Yang also went to help, but who knew that the man is quite capable of fighting, relying on his fat body. Hard just two people's fists, but with two fists, the man was eventually knocked to the ground. The man saw that he could not defeat the two men, immediately begged for mercy. Don't fight, do we still need to pay for it? Su Yang said to the man. The man waved his hand in a hurry. Seeing that the man had given in, the two men got up and left. Waiting for them to leave, the man only climbed up, touching his swollen face. He had wanted to pretend. Who knew that the pretense did not get, but also received a beating. The man looked in the direction they had gone, and his heart showed his displeasure. The scene came to the private room. Yao Jingshan's eyes showed her heartache caring about the injuries on Yang Hao's body. Yang Hao then comforted her and said, it's fine, it's just this small injury, it'll be fine tomorrow. Indeed, the two had fought a lot, and this injury was nothing at all. Yang Hao also did not ask what Su Yang said what happened, only know that his brother cannot be bullied. Dinner. The two of them had used a lot of force in the fight and were now hungry. After dinner, Su Yang greeted the two and left in the direction of the hotel. After 2 fights in 3 days, the previous injuries were still fresh and now they were even worse. Su Yang lay on the bed and set the alarm clock and fell into a deep sleep. The time came the next day. Inside a villa, Long Guang was sitting on the dining table eating the breakfast made by the nanny, and there was a noble woman sitting beside him. At that moment, Long Jie walked down from upstairs. Long Guang's disappointed eyes stared at Long Jie, forcing down the anger in his heart. Dad. Long Jie also realized that he had upset his dad. His dad did not accomplish the things he entrusted to him and caused the police to investigate their group. But fortunately, his dad relied on his connections to settle the matter. Without saying a word, Long and Guang finished their bowls of breakfast and headed out the door. Only when he was gone did the noblewoman dare to open her mouth and say to Long Jie, little Jie, just be quiet for a while, when your father's anger passes. Long Jie nodded through clenched teeth. Mr. Su, have you heard? Program group's daughter has come to teach at our school. The bald teacher came over to Su Yang's desk and said. Su Yang said he didn't know. Oh, right ha, you had something to go to yesterday. The bald teacher remembered. Su Yang also doesn't understand what the daughter of a group chairman is doing by leaving such a good career and coming here to teach. Without much thought, Su Yang got up and went to class. Since the last home visit, Jiang Xingqing and the two of them seem to have changed, and now they don't go out over the wall to surf the internet, and they study very seriously. Su Yang also nodded with satisfaction when he saw the transformation of the two. Everyone turn your books to Su Yang also began to instill knowledge in them for his own goal. Not a single person left the classroom even when the bell rang. Alright, everyone get ready to prepare for the next class. Su Yang put away his textbook and walked to the door to look at the schedule. He had 8 more classes this week in his own class, and was thinking about what to do with the classes behind him when an ethereal voice interrupted him. Su Yang? The person who interrupted him was none other than Chang Yishang, who had just come to teach. Su Yang was also very familiar with the voice and turned his head to see Chang Yishang. Chang Yishang has an aura that is out of character with her teaching profession, looking like a princess that is inaccessible to others. Do you teach our class? Su Yang had only heard that she had come to teach, but he didn't know anything else. Chang Yishang took 2 steps back and looked at the class on the door to make sure before saying, "Right, I teach music." The students inside the class heard them conversing. It is the age of puberty and they are very happy to see such a good-looking teacher teaching them. Indeed, they do, and are very proud to have such beautiful teachers teaching them. Now there is not only such a handsome class teacher as Su Yang but also a music teacher with such a high face value. Chang Yishang's beautiful eyes blinked. "Are you also the teacher of this class?" Su Yang straightened up and said, "I'm the homeroom teacher of this class." Chang Yishang looked at him with an unbelievable face. She thought that Su Yang would be a teacher, but she didn't expect that he would actually be the class teacher. Jingle bells. The class bell interrupted their conversation. "Then you go to class first," Su Yang said and left. Chang Yishang walked into the classroom. It was then that the class was to see what she looked like, and not only did the boys like it, but the women in the class did the same. The class was also awfully quiet for a while, and the class just stared at her. Chang Yishang was also a little embarrassed, and then she adjusted herself and started to introduce herself. "The name is as sweet as he looks." After introducing herself, she began her lesson to the class. Chapter 54, Apologizing to them. Su Yang came to class 8 after leaving his own class. The language of this class is also taught by Su Yang, while the classroom is 1 level higher than his own class. Of course, learning is also much better than his own class, but Su Yang was confident that their class would be in the top 3 on this monthly exam. The 40 minutes of class time soon just arrived, and Su Yang took his textbook and left class 8. When he walked to the corner of the stairs, he once again met up with Chang Yishang. Chang Yishang looked at Su Yang, her beautiful eyes blinked and said, "How did you think you would come here to teach?" This question, Su Yang already didn't know how many times he had answered others, or was it the last time the reason was told to her. Although it was the second time for the 2 of them to meet, Chang Yishang was very enthusiastic about chatting with Su Yang. The 2 of them chatted about topics as they walked. When they came to the office, because the homeroom teacher had a different office from the rest of the teachers, the 2 of them were separated by that. After separating, Chang Yi-sweet immediately pulled out her phone and called Yao Jingshan. "Shan, guess who I met today?" "Who?" "Just your boyfriend's best buddy." "Oh, you're not surprised?" "No." Yao Jingshan said that he had known about this yesterday, plus Chang Yi-sweet was also going to teach, so it wasn't weird for the 2 of them to run into each other. "So you're the only one who doesn't know about this," Chang Yisheng thought in her heart. Leaving the subject, the 2 chatted for another half hour before hanging up. Su Yang's lesson for today was also considered complete. The day went by. Su Yang was ready to go back to the hotel after checking the dormitory. Walking back to the hotel, I saw some street vendors who hadn't closed up yet, and found a barbecue place to order a few skewers of barbecue and a couple of beers. Found an empty seat and sat down. This is also on the right track. To get rid of Jiang Xingcheng 2 pricks. The rest is some medium results. The results are quite good. He is not in charge. Their minds only need Su Yang point on the line. Don't worry too much. Thinking of this, Su Yang picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. Looking at the time on his cell phone, it was almost 10 o'clock, and the people around him were scattered. So Su Yang paid the money and went back to the hotel. Time just went by day and nothing much happened. Until one Tuesday morning. Su Yang was in the middle of class when 2 people stood at the door of the classroom. The older Su Yang knew that it was the class teacher of the class next to him, Mao Lin, and the other one was a student. Out of politeness, Su Yang walked up and asked, "What's the matter?" Mao Lin spoke angrily. "What is it?" asked Jiang Xingqing. "And do you from your class?" The 2 used to be known as the bad boys at school, so a lot of the teachers knew them both. Su Yang didn't know what actually had something to do with them. Still, the 2 were called out. "Do you 2 know what's looking for you?" Su Yang asked towards the 2 of them. The 2 men shook their heads in disbelief. Mao Lin saw the expression on the 2 people's faces and said with great excitement, "Did you steal something last night?" Su Yang was not happy when he heard this, and immediately said, "What did you say they stole? Take out the evidence." "Evidence? All right, you name it." Maureen looked to the student he had brought with him. The student spoke up then. It turned out that last night at the end of the school day, he had already left the school gate, ready to take the money inside the bag to buy something when he realized that he did not bring his tablet with him. He went back to the classroom to get it. He found that there was nothing in his desk, and he searched all over the classroom. Just when he came out and was about to leave, he saw Jiang Xingqing and Du walking over, and they were in a great hurry. That's when he saw Jiang Xingqing holding a tablet in his hand, which is why he guessed that they had stolen it. Get your words straight. Who took your tablet? Jiang Xingqing was very angry and pointed at the student and said. The student saw Jiang Xingqing's aura, was afraid that he would hit himself, and spoke timidly. Isn't it? Jiang Xingqing's anger got the better of him and he was about to hit him, when Su Yang stopped him, calling the two of them aside before opening his mouth to ask, did you two take someone's stuff or not? The two were very sure that they didn't take it. Last night the two of them were doing homework in the classroom and saw that the door to the dormitory was about to close, so they were in a hurry. And as for the student who said that they were holding the tablet in their hands, it was actually a math book. After Su Yang heard what the two said, he also very much believed in the words of the two, although they were indeed bad. But this could not be done. It's fine, as long as you guys didn't take it, I'll take care of this, Su Yang said to the two people. Looked down the hallway. There's surveillance on both sides of the hallway and at the stairway, so pull up the surveillance and we'll see who's telling lies. Leading the two to Maureen's face, Su Yang asked to the student, you did they were holding your tablet in their hands last night? The student wasn't sure, and floundered without saying a word. What's there to say? Who else would it be but them? Maureen interjected. He made it clear that only the two of them would do it. There's plenty of surveillance here. Go take a look and you won't know. When Su Yang heard Mao Lin's words, his heart was also very uncomfortable. Just because the two of them used to be bad, so they put this crime on them? After saying that, Su Yang took Jiang Xingqing and the two of them towards the monitoring room. Maureen had to follow with her students as well. Just as a few people were about to leave, Su Yang saw a boy sitting in the back row of Mao Lin's class poking his head out, a kind of heartfelt look at it all. Several people then made their way to the surveillance room. Su Yang went up to the staff and told them the purpose of coming down here. The staff is also pulling up surveillance video from last night. Just as the video passed minute by minute, at 9:20 p.m., Jiang Xingqing and Du appeared on the surveillance screen. Pause it. Su Yang spoke towards the staff. The staff is hitting pause. Can zoom in here. Su Yang pointed at Jiang Xingqing's hand in the picture. The image is also zoomed in and the video is very clear, confirming that Jiang Xingqing's hand is not a tablet but a book. Su Yang called the two Mao Lin over. See for yourselves. The two of them looked at the video zoomed in, and then realized that they were wrong. Not the best. Maureen dropped this and tried to leave with her students, but he was stopped by Su Yang. So it's over? What more do you want? Maureen asked as she stopped and turned her head. Su Yang pointed at the two Jiang Xingqing. Don't you know how to apologize for doing something wrong? The student looked at Mao Lin's eyes before walking over to the two Jiang Xingqings and whispering, I'm sorry. The voice was so low that it could not be heard. Su Yang yelled at the students, didn't you eat? Being yelled at by Su Yang, the student also raised his voice, I'm sorry, and gave the two a bow. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Go back to your classes and don't look at people with colored glasses. It looked like he was educating the students, but in fact, the words were flirting with Mao Lin. Maureen didn't want to stay here much longer and left with her students. Chapter 55, A Big Test. When Su Yang brought the two of them to prepare to return to the classroom, he realized that it was already noon and there was no food inside the cafeteria. Had to take the two out of the school. There were quite a few things to eat outside the school, so Su Yang said towards the two of them, what do you want to eat? After such a long time of socializing, the two of them were not polite. What are you eating, Brother Yang? Me? Su Yang didn't know what to eat and wasn't too hungry. You can't eat yourself, but you can't starve these two. Su Yang took the two of them to casually eat something outside. Finish eating. He told the two of them to go back to school, while he went back to the hotel because he didn't have classes. Su Yang sat on the sofa. Now that I've been teaching at the school for most of the month, it's time for a big test. Su Yang then contacted the teachers of other subjects one by one. After making the arrangements, Su Yang also started working on the papers for his own subjects. An operation was carried out and the time came to an end. There was only the last essay left to think about, but Su Yang had to go to the evening study hall now, so he had to leave it for now. When he arrived at the classroom, Su Yang announced that the class was going to have a big test tomorrow. Today's evening study session had them read the book for the class they were poor in so they could do some preparation. The students have been very attentive in class for most of the month and want to find out what level they are at now. For a while there was no sound in the class except the sound of writing in a book. Some of the points that the students didn't understand also went up to the podium for Su Yang to explain to them. The 3 evening study sessions this evening were all on Su Yang, so he told the students to come up and ask questions on other subjects as well. Before long, he was surrounded by students asking questions. He who had the encyclopedia skill also explained to them one by one. This went on until the end of the school day. When Su Yang finished explaining all the problems, after 3 classes in a row, Su Yang was also tired and got up to move around, sort off the last of the essays in the office before leaving the school. The time was also up to the day of the big test. All the papers were in Su Yang's hands, and today he was going to supervise the test for the whole day. The first exam was English, and only when Su Yang handed out the papers did Luo Wenwen arrive in the classroom. Su Yang handed the test paper to Luo Wenwen. You read the listening. Rowan took the papers and told the students to listen carefully before starting. A few minutes later, she was also reading off the listening questions. The students also started answering the questionnaires in earnest. 2 hours later, Su Yang told the class president to put away all the test papers. Su Yang told them to rest for a while. The next exam was in language, and this time he was the only one to invigilate. Only when everyone had returned to the classroom did Su Yang hand out the test papers. Still 2 hours to answer questions. The time is also fast approaching. After this field test, the students went to the cafeteria to eat. The next exam started again at 1 p.m. This is chemistry. The chemistry teacher has something to say cannot come. Su Yang also had to be alone. After going around the classroom down, I realized that they all did pretty well on the test, much better than their previous level. Jingle bells. The bell rang for class. The reason for the exam is that there is no difference between class and class. Only time is up, and the students understand this, so no one goes out of the classroom. However, a man did stand outside the door. It's none other than Chang Yisheng. This class is hers. Su Yang didn't have her contact information, so there was no notification. Chang Yi-sweet stood outside the door and looked at the situation inside the classroom, also understood. At that moment, Su Yang walked up to her. I'm sorry, I don't have your contact information, that's why I didn't greet you. Chang Yisheng, on the other hand, waved her hand, indicating that it was fine. Why don't you make a guest appearance as an invigilator? Su Yang said. Yes. Chang Yi-sweet immediately agreed. She hadn't been an invigilator yet. It was fun to watch and thought in her heart. When he finished, he went into the classroom and began to circle up around the room to watch the students take their tests. After turning around for a while, she returned to the podium to find Su Yang touching the table had fallen asleep, and she didn't disturb it, concentrating on her work as an invigilator. After a morning of invigilating the examination, under the prolonged mental tension, Su Yang also did not hold on, so he fell asleep. It wasn't until when Chang Yisheng put the test papers away that he woke him up. As Su Yang, who had been sleeping with his arm pressed down for a long period of time, a crunchy sensation was also coming from his arm at this time. Taking the test paper from Yi-sweet's hand. Thank you. It's okay. I'll go first. Then, seeing that Su Yang had quite a lot of things to do, Chang Yisheng said hello to him and left. Soon it was time for the last physics exam, but only the physics teacher in the classroom did not see Su Yang's figure. It turned out that he could not hold out in the toilet with cold water rinse his face, so that he stayed awake. It took a while to slow down in the restroom before returning to class. The physics teacher saw Su Yang's poor condition and said to him, "Why don't you go home and sleep first?" Su Yang slapped his face to show that he was okay. The physics teacher had to say nothing more. A few minutes later, this big test was finally over as well. The physics teacher took away the papers and was going to correct them overnight. Su Yang looked at the time on his cell phone. It wasn't time for school to end, but he still let the students out of school. After all, such a high intensity rate of the exam, Su Yang as the invigilator is a bit unbearable, let alone the students. Hearing Su Yang say that school was over, the students weren't as excited as they were before school was over, packing up their things and dragging their tired bodies outside the classroom. Tonight Su Yang is also not going to check the bed. He has to go back to the hotel to quickly correct the test papers. We'll find out the results of the last half of the month when we get to tomorrow. Clutching the students' finished papers, he went back to the hotel. After turning on the lights in the room, Su Yang sat down on the stool and placed the test papers on the table ready to start correcting them. The first test paper was Jiang Min's, and Su Yang first gave it a cursory look before he started correcting it. A few minutes later, Su Yang scored the test paper. Su Yang looked at the test paper and nodded with satisfaction. The first paper gave him a pleasant surprise. Everything was exactly right except for the essay, which was written almost correctly. Setting the corrected paper aside, then picked up another paper. In half an hour's time, Su Yang had changed 7 or 8 of them. Su Yang revealed a pleased smile. These exams are good, but one thing is that most of the essays are a bit off topic. Su Yang also found this problem and thought about what to do about it. After thinking about it for half a day, and not coming up with ideas, Su Yang also simply did not want to think about it first. First change the test paper out, and then come back to solve this problem later. By the time Su Yang finished correcting all the papers and looked at his cell phone, it was already 2:30 in the evening. After organizing the test papers, Su Yang laid down on his bed. He was so tired today that he quickly fell asleep. Chapter 56, The Games Are Coming. Ding 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 ding. The alarm clock went off. Last night Su Yang slept too late and now he didn't want to get up, but he had to go to class and had to get up. Rubbing his sleepless eyes, he got out of bed and dragged his tired body to the toilet to wash up. A good deal of busy work had also sobered him up. Looking at the time, it was already getting late. He hurried out the door, and when he got downstairs he forgot his test papers again. Had to return to get the papers before heading to the school. Arriving at his office, he was stunned by the sight of his desk piled high with test papers from all subjects. It seems that the teachers of each subject also worked overtime last night to correct all the test papers. After a cursory look, he was also very satisfied, but this had not reached the final goal. It seemed that there was still work to be done. After holding a few test papers of various subjects, he just couldn't hold them anymore. So he had to go to the classroom first to call someone to help him get them later. Carrying a stack of test papers to the familiar classroom, placing the papers on the table, he said to Happy, "Go to my desk and carry the rest of the papers." Thinking that Happy might not be able to do it alone as a girl, he asked Jiang Xingqing to help again. Wait in the classroom for a while. The two of them also came back clutching their test papers. Put the papers on the podium before returning to your seat. Su Yang stood on the podium and looked at the students under the stage. His eyes were very happy for a while and frowned for a while. He held out a sheet with all the students' grades and rankings in each subject. Do you guys want to know how you did on this test? The students below also showed their eyes in anticipation. Looking at the eyes of his classmates, Su Yang was not in a hurry to hand out the test papers first. Happy, Jiang Min. Su Yang asked the class representatives of each subject to hand out the test papers to the students. In no time at all, everyone had papers in their hands for each subject. The students all had different looks in their eyes when they got their papers. Of course, some were happy and some were sad. Su Yang then told them to sit down, and then he began to give you the rankings of this big test. Looking at the list in his hand, he began to read. First place, Kong Min. After reading it, he glanced towards Jiang Min, who also stood up, at which point the classroom resounded with applause. Second place, Happy. Again the same applause rang out again. Third place, Xiang Yi. A tall, thin girl stood up. This is what Su Yang most did not expect. She was only a middle level of achievement in school before. I did not expect that this time actually can be directly ranked in the top 3. It seems that a lot of effort. Keep reading the next one. 18th place, Jiang Xingqing. Jiang Xingqing's grades were also a surprise to Su Yang. Before he even came to teach, Jiang Xingqing had been in the bottom few for a long time. The students looked at Jiang Xingqing with the same expression of surprise, feeling their gazes. Jiang Xingqing was also embarrassed and snapped his head and bowed towards the crowd. 25th place, Du Yu. Du Yu is also very good, but still has room to rise. Finally everyone's name was called as well. Su Yang put down the report card and said to them, I like that you can maintain your current learning situation, and you can come to me directly if you have any problems, and of course I will try to point out your current inadequacy in. On this big test, basically all of them reached passing scores, with only a couple of people failing 1 or 2 assignments. This lesson is basically about singling out the questions on the test paper that the students got the most wrong, and Su Yang comes and explains it to them. It wasn't until the chemistry teacher walked into the classroom that Su Yang realized that the next class was already in session. Had to save the unfinished ones for the next class. In addition to Su Yang's happiness about his students' results, the teachers of other subjects were in the same mood. Returning to the office, Su Yang sat in his seat, and the other teachers gave him a look of recognition as they were also informed of the results of this big test in Su Yang's class. The bald teacher still came over. Your class grades are growing too fast. 2. I'm afraid I'm not going to be in the top 3 of the class rankings on this monthly exam. Knowing that he couldn't be proud, Su Yang humbly said, Where? There's still work to be done. Just the two of them chatting. Suddenly the school radio went off. Good noon, students and faculty of the school. An announcement is here. Fall sports are scheduled for next Wednesday for 3 days, so please have the homeroom teacher of each class make a list of events to turn in to the principal's office. Hearing this news, the entire school also cheered, and Su Yang sat in his office and also felt the tremors coming from it. Especially some of the non-student students were jumping for joy. Su Yang wasn't too happy. He was worried about whether or not it would affect the students' grades because of this campaign, which was so hard to get on track. But the school had arranged it that way, and there was nothing he could do about it. At this time, the door of the office was also pushed open, and a man in sportswear with a whistle on his chest slowly walked to Su Yang's front. Mr. Su, are you interested in playing a basketball game? It turned out that the games had arranged a teacher-student basketball match at the end, and this man was the coach of their teacher's team, Guai Yan. Last time when Su Yang played basketball, he saw it, so that's why he came to invite him. Su Yang agreed when he thought that it was the games anyway and he didn't have any classes. In the evening, Su Yang walked into the classroom with a few pieces of paper in his hand, which contained all the programs of the games. Zhang Lei, a very fit student, ran up to Su Yang. You take the list and let them choose their own items. One person must have one. 3 at the most. Zhang Lei took the list in Su Yang's hand and started asking one by one and made notes. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Lei returned the list to Su Yang's hand again. Looking at the names on the list of various items, he realized that there was no Zhang Lei's name. Where's the program you picked? How come there are none? He then remembered that he hadn't chosen yet. He then wrote his name on the sheet for the 100-meter event and the 3,000-meter event. Su Yang continued to look up. Do you Jiang Zheng Cheng two people are the same project? 100 meters and standing long jump. Boys' sports program in this regard is also relative to the girls is no problem. But the girls inside the happy selection of the project is a little bit of a surprise to him. She actually chose 3, all in the running category. 100 meters, 200 meters and 400 meters. Looking at Glad's body, which the wind could blow over, it was a little hard to believe that she could, but it was her choice, and surely there was a reason for him to do it. After looking at the items that everyone had chosen, Su Yang gave Zhang Lei a gesture to come up. Take the list to the gym teacher. Good. Chapter 57, The Student Who Caught the Student in Love. With the school bell ringing, is also the end of the day's work. Su Yang also a long time to go to check the bed, because this period of time there is not much happened, so it is also very provincial. Still standing in front of a roadside stand. The boss was also well acquainted with Su Yang. You find a seat first. I'll roast you after I finish the ones I have on hand. The owner is also very busy right now because it's the end of the school day and a lot of students by some on their way home. There were no empty seats, so Su Yang had to stand. He waited until a few of the students had left before sat down where they had gone. While waiting for the barbecue, Su Yang was looking at his classmates who were dismissed from school, when suddenly a luxury car squeezed into the crowd and kept honking its horn, until the car drove up to the school gates. At that moment, Cheng Yishan walked towards the limousine with elegant steps, and a middle-aged man in a suit came down from the car and opened the door for her, waiting for her to get in the car and then proceeding to honk her horn as she drove away through the crowd. This scene had once happened to Su Yang, who had been transported to school in a luxury car. Looking back at his current self still working for the system, he also shook his head with a bitter smile. Here, beer kebabs. The owner brought the grill and beer and placed them on the small table in front of him. Su Yang picked up a skewer and sent it towards his mouth. At that moment, he saw another familiar figure. It was the student in his class, Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei was holding a girl's hand. The girl's age was about the same as his, and she seemed to be a student as well, and the two of them were just holding hands and talking and laughing. Suddenly Zhang Lei's eyes skimmed over Su Yang who was eating barbecue, and he immediately let go of the girl's hand, and the girl revealed a puzzled expression by his sudden release of her hand. Don't look over towards the barbecue stand. Our homeroom teacher is over there. Zhang Lei whispered with his head down. The girl also reacted, but her eyes still looked at it immediately and shrunk back. I think he saw us. The girl spoke timidly. Go ahead. Under the gaze of Su Yang's eyes, the two of them also flew away. It turns out that the reason for this kid's poor grades is to fall in love. It seems that we have to pull him to talk about it. Su Yang looked at the back of the two people leaving and said in his heart. Finishing the skewer in his hand, he left the barbecue stand as well. A new day has arrived and it's the last day of the week. Next week is field day, and then next week the monthly exams start. Su Yang has to hurry up this time, otherwise he will be finished if he can't complete the task. Coming to the classroom to finish the questions that were not covered yesterday to the students first. The rest is to give them a solidification of the lessons they have learned in this period of time, so that they can face the monthly exam later. He had another important thing to do today, which was to call Zhang Lei over for a heart-to-heart talk. After finishing the matter at hand, Su Yang looked at the time on his cell phone. There were still more than 10 minutes before the end of the class, and he first let the students study on their own, then called Zhang Lei out. Zhang Lei got up from his position also knowing why Su Yang called him out. Although Zhang Lei is long and robust, he is really a gentle and elegant person in his heart. How long has it been? Su Yang came up and said very directly. Seeing that it was over, he had no choice but to be honest. Just for a month. Su Yang also understands the impulses and desires of this age, and what he wants is not for them to break off their relationship, but this time now can't let his grades slip because of this. Can you give me your word that it won't interfere with your studies? Zhang Lei hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yes, that's fine. You need to understand one thing, this is a critical point in time. Your grades will determine your future relationship. Su Yang purposely said the latter words very heavily just because he hoped that he could understand the words inside, and too much intervention would also cause them to resist. He was then told to go back to class. On his way back to the classroom, Zhang Lei thought in his heart that Su Yang would be very strict and let them break up or maybe tell his parents about it. However, he didn't say too much and began to understand the reasoning behind Su Yang's last sentence. Su Yang stood outside and watched as the students were all working hard on their self-study. He thought in his heart that he had done a lot for this class as well and hoped that they wouldn't let him down. As the radio played music, it was time for school to end for the week. Suddenly a hand tapped him on the shoulder. Su-young turned his head to see Chang Yisheng giving her a cute smile. "Where are you going to play this week?" Chang Yi-sweet asked at him. This was her first vacation to the school, and never having worked a shift before, she was very happy to face a vacation and thought about where to go and relax. Su-young didn't have much to do on vacation this week, but he didn't know what to do. "I don't know." Getting Su-yang's answer, Chang Yi-sweet was playing a little game in her heart. "Then why don't you call your good buddies in them, and we'll go to Tiandu to play." Tiandu was the most central city of this country and was very prosperous. Su-yang used to go there often to play, and he hadn't been out of the city since his family went bankrupt. "Okay, then it's a deal. We'll leave in the morning. Bye. See you tomorrow." After making a bye-bye gesture towards Su-young, he happily walked towards the limousine at the school entrance. As soon as he thought of going out to play, Su-young took out his cell phone from his pocket and checked his balance. "The last expenditure was last night when we had a barbecue. This half of the month, excluding the previous one-time consumption in the hotel, Su-yang's card is already going down a large part." He couldn't help but start to worry. The money would only last until this mission was completed. If the system still didn't give a reward, he would really have to swing for the fences. "Let's just ignore it for now and see what happens then," said to myself mentally. Was heading towards the hotel. Yang Hao then called, "Brother Yang, we're going to play in Tiandu tomorrow?" "Aha, that's fine. I'll drive up and pick you up in the morning." It seems that Yang Hao is also getting better and better, and they are all buying cars. "Okay." After the two of them hung up the phone, "Do you think the two of them hooked up at school?" Yao Jingshan said as she leaned on Yang Hao's body. "Isn't that nice?" And indeed, the two of them were also very hopeful that this was true. And a couple of them, a good pair of brothers and a good pair of girlfriends. This looked perfect. But what they don't know is that Su-young doesn't have the slightest idea about Chang Yisheng. Just as a friend, still picking up a bit of food on the side of the road, this time he chose to pack up and head back to the hotel. When she returned to the hotel, the aunt at the front desk also greeted her very warmly. And this time her daughter also got the first place in her class, so she was also very thanks to Su-young. Su-yang said he should. Chapter 58, Brother's girlfriend gets stuck in the restroom. In the morning when Su-yang was still sleeping, Yang Hao drove his car to the downstairs of the hotel where Su-yang was staying. He then pulled out his cell phone and called Su-young. "Yang is up, I'm all there." Hearing Yang Hao's voice, Su-young hurriedly got up and dressed and went downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Yang Hao standing next to a luxury car in front of the hotel. Yang Hao also saw him and waved at Su-young. "Here, brother Yang." Su-yang stepped forward. Yang Hao drove the car and the two of them started to head to the airport. "Where are they?" "All the way over." Su-young didn't see the two girls either. "They've been waiting for us at the airport for a long time." "Oh." After weaving in and out of the traffic for some time, Yang Hao heard the car to the parking lot inside the airfield. After parking the car, the two pulled their bags out of the trunk and then headed to the airport lobby to meet up with the two girls. At that moment, it happened that Yao Jingshan called. "Why aren't you guys here yet? It's almost time to board the plane." Hearing that Yao Jingshan and the others were already rushing, the two of them picked up their pace a bit. "In a minute we'll be here." A few minutes later, the two were in sight of them as well. At this point, boarding has begun. Without too many words, a few people did the security check and boarded the plane. Su-yang had a habit of sleeping whenever he was on an airplane. After asking the flight attendant for an eye mask, I put it on myself and went to bed. After flying for more than 2 hours, the airplane was also firmly parked at the airport. Several people then took their luggage, and looking at Chang Yisheng's very strained appearance, Su-yang also went up to take her luggage over. "Thanks." Chang Yisheng stood by Su-yang's side like a little daughter-in-law. Several people also managed to get off the plane. Then it was back on the bus to the hotel we had booked. Finally, after a few hours, a few people managed to settle down as well. There were 3 rooms in total, all on the same floor, one each for Su-yang and Chang Yisheng, and the remaining one was of course for Yang Hao and his girlfriend. Su-yang lying on the bed. A morning of time passed like this. Not only to sit in the car sitting are exhausted, not yet started to playtime is so gone. I would have known not to come to play, thought in his own mind. Knock knock. The knock on the door sounded. Su-yang got down from the bed and opened the door to the room. The other 3 stood outside and Yang Hao spoke. "Go eat." Su-yang went back to his room and grabbed his cell phone before taking the elevator down with a few people. The hotel was also prepared for lunch, and a few people sat around in the dining room after choosing what they wanted to eat. "Where are we going to play this afternoon?" Su-yang asked towards a few people. "When you guys came over, didn't Yang Hao tell you about our process for these 2 days?" Yao Jingshan said from the side. Su-yang shook his head to indicate no. Yao Jingshan glared at Yang Hao, who also spread his hands to show that he had forgotten. Then he gave Su-yang their itinerary for the next 2 days. In the afternoon, they went out on a cruise ship for the afternoon, and at night they slept on the cruise ship, and when they came back the next day, they went to a concert, and then they went home. They also arranged it very well. The boys out on the water can fish without being so bored, and the concert is what the two girls like very much. After dinner and before it was time to board the ship, the two girls offered to go shopping, and they had to follow. Coming to the entrance of a big shopping mall, Yang Hao told a few people to go in first, and he himself smoked a cigarette outside and came to them later. Su Yang didn't want to take the two of them alone. It would be awkward, so he just waited outside for Yang Hao to join him. The two girls walked inside the mall arm in arm, wandering around the mall for a while. Suddenly the two eyes very consistent to see a store selling toys set up a large stuffed animal. The two immediately went up to the front. There were still some people in the store picking out toys. Chang Yixing asked the boss, "Boss, how is this sold?" When the two of them asked the boss for the price, other people also looked at them, and two men looked at the beautiful faces of the two of them and immediately revealed lewd expressions. "That's it?" the owner said, pointing to the stuffed animal. The two of them nodded back. "This one 1288. As the owner said the price, a very lean man said to the two, "I'll buy it for you." The two of them didn't recognize the man either, and immediately refused. "It's okay, let me buy it for you guys. Just give us both contact info." Chang Yi-Sweet also understood what the man wanted to do, and immediately pulled Yao Jingshan's hand and headed out. The boss saw that this order was considered to be in vain, and immediately went to greet the other customers. Just as the two were about to leave, the two men followed them. The two of them were also very scared when they encountered this situation, and Yao Jingshan hurriedly took out her cell phone to call Yang Hao to say that they had encountered a bad guy. The two who got the news also immediately went into the mall to find where they were, but the mall was too big and very crowded, and the two were not familiar with the place. Anxious, the two men had to look from store to store at the entrance. Over here, Yao Jingshan had thought that they would leave when they saw that they had called out, but the two of them still followed them. The two who had no choice but to go into the women's restroom and stay there, thinking that they wouldn't come in. The two men followed them here to the restroom. A man said, "What about this? If the people they called rush us." The man beat a retreat. "Don't you want the body of such an extremely beautiful woman?" the other man said to him. The men thought about the perfect bodies and faces of the two, and for a moment lust took over their brains. After observing the outside of the restroom for a while and realizing that no one was there, the two of them went in, and locked the door when you go in. Chang Yi-Sweet two people heard the sound of locking the door to hide in the toilet shivering. The two people hugged together, do not dare to make a sound. Yao Jingshan sent a message to Yang Hao that they are in the toilet. Yang Hao called Su Yang over when he saw the message and asked other passers-by if they knew where the restroom was. The two who got the position ran immediately. Over here, the two men who entered the restroom checked up inside one by one, but finding a door unlocked tells me that the two are staying inside. The two of them also knocked on the door very politely. "Are you guys in there? Beautiful?" Chang Yi-Sweet heard the man's voice and covered her mouth in fear. Her heart was already thumping. She didn't dare to make any noise at all. After waiting for about 2 minutes, the two were also relieved to hear that there was no movement outside. The two men saw that the door was unlocked. For a moment there was nothing they could do to fix it. A man saw an iron broom in the corner of the restroom and immediately thought of a way out. The man took the broom and started prying at the door. Yao Jingshan was also very scared when she saw this scene, but Chang Yi-Sweet was even less bold. She also had to hold her head in comfort and say, "It's okay, they can't open it." Chapter 59, Hundreds of Pounds of Fish. Just when they thought it was going to be okay, the door was pried open by them. This situation caused Chang Yisheng to scream out in fear. Yao Jingshan used her cell phone as a weapon against the two men and said in a trembling voice, "Don't come over, my boyfriend will be here soon." The man wore a lewd expression. "What happens when it comes?" Another man chimed in, "Yeah, we'll have had our fun by then anyway." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. At this time Su Yang they also came to the toilet here. Saw the door was locked, immediately went to find something to. The anxious Yang Hao couldn't care about this, and immediately kicked at the door with his upper foot. Su Yang also came back to help when he saw this. The two men inside were also worried when they heard the kicking of the door. Unlike them, the two Yao Jingshan were indeed very happy and immediately shouted loudly. Outside, when he heard Yao Jingshan call Yang Hao's name, Yang Hao pushed even harder. "Why don't we just forget about it?" A man also showed a timid expression. "What the hell? It's all this way, get high first." After saying that, they began to move against Yao Jingshan and the others. "Ah, don't you come over." Chang Yisheng crossed her arms to protect her chest. Just as the two were about to get their hands on it, the door was finally kicked open by Yang Hao and the others. Yang Hao observed in the toilet and saw the two men, immediately rushed up and grabbed the men's clothes and pulled them back. "Yang Hao!" Yao Jingshan couldn't help but cry out when she saw Yang Hao coming. The other one, who was a little less bold, wanted to run outside when he saw that the situation was not right, but he did not realize that Su Yang was still behind him. Su Yang threw a punch at the man running over, directly knocking the man to the ground. Yang Hao helped Yao Jingshan and the two of them out before coming in to help Su Yang. Although the two of them were bold, they were unable to beat Su Yang and the others. The two of them were also being rubbed on the ground by Su Yang and the others. Yang Hao slapped frantically at one person, while slapping his mouth kept saying, "I told you to move, my girlfriend. Move, move." The two of them didn't stop until they had beaten the two to death. After walking out of the restroom, Yang Hao hugged Yao Jingshan and comforted her. Su Yan looked at Cheng Yishang sitting on the sidelines sobbing in a small voice, but also in the heart of the heart, walked up and said words of comfort. After consoling for a while, Cheng Yishang's mood eased quite a bit. Jingle bells. A phone call was made to Yang Hao. Yang Hao pulled out his cell phone. "Hello. Oh, good." After hanging up the phone, Yang Hao said towards a few people, "The cruise ship side called to say that we're the only ones missing. Let's go then," Yao Jingshan said as she stood up. It looked like she had already walked out from what just happened, because of Yang Hao's thoughtful comfort to be so quick. On the contrary, Cheng Yi-Sweet's face was not that good, but it's a lot better than before. Several people were also waiting for her reply to see if she was still in the mood to go. After waiting for a few minutes, Cheng Yixiang said to them, "Let's go." The few people who got the reply also immediately headed for the cruise ship, finally caught up just as the ship was about to start sailing. The sky was also getting dark at this point. Su Yang boarded the boat and couldn't wait to go fishing. Yang Hao, on the other hand, took the two of them to his room to rest. Sea fishing is different from others. The fishing methods are similar but the equipment is different. Su Yang picked up a 1 kilogram sea fish inside the box and hung it on a huge hook. The dream of fishing guys was to catch very huge fish, which would give them a very satisfying sense of accomplishment. After casting the hook with the fish on it into the sea, Su Yang waited quietly. Every moment, there was movement from the rod in his hand. Su Yang immediately shook the pulley in his hand. After a minute of tugging and pulling with the fish was also caught, a several pound grouper. No wonder it was pulled up in such a short time, so it only weighed a few pounds. Removing the hook, Su Yang threw the fish aside. His goal for the day was to hook up a 30-pound blue flag tuna. Then the hook was lowered. This time I waited half an hour and the pole still hadn't moved. Just as he was about to bring the hook back, a great force came over him. "The fish is on, and it is not small," Su Yang said in his heart, hovering with this big guy for more than 10 minutes before getting it up. It was a grouper, estimated to be 20 pounds, but it hadn't reached Su Yang's goal. Then it was back to trolling. The wait was even longer this time. It had been almost an hour and still there was no movement. At this time, Yang Hao came over with two people. "Brother Yang, how was the harvest?" asked towards Su Yang. "Just look in the bucket." Several people were surprised when they saw the 20-plus pound grouper in the bucket. "Amazing, such a big fish." Cheng Yi-Sweet couldn't help but say in praise. "Are you going to fish?" Su Yang asked towards Yang Hao. "I'll find my own heel stick. You stay out of it." With that said, he went off to find the pole. Just as Su Yang was talking to them, the pole moved. Cheng Yi sweetly pointed to the side of the boat. Hearing this, Su Yang immediately ran over to take the pole in his hands. In an instant he was nearly torn into the sea by a tremendous force, but fortunately he held his ground. At this time, Yang Hao came back with the pole and saw Su Yang hit the fish and rushed over to help. The fish line was pulled out by this fish almost 100 meters. Luckily Yang Hao came to help, otherwise Su Yang could not pull it alone. With the two of them working together, it was also the case that the fish was finally caught. The fish was almost as tall as a grown woman, and the moment it was pulled up, Cheng Yishang and Yao Jingshan were stunned in place. Su Yang and Yang Hao picked up the fish. "Quick, take a picture of us," Yang Hao said to Yao Jingshan. She panicked and pulled out her cell phone to take a picture of the two. "Okay." Then the two men released the fish. "I'm afraid this bluefin tuna is over 100 pounds. I haven't seen it in years." A fishing guy looked at the fish with envious eyes. "We don't know yet without weighing it," Yang Hao said towards the fishing man. "We'll eat it tonight." "Okay." The two then carried the fish to the kitchen on the cruise ship. The people in the kitchen had the same look of surprise when they saw such a large fish. Several people sat in the restaurant. Su Yang's mood was so good that he completely forgot about what happened in the afternoon. It didn't take long for the waiter to bring up the fillets. Su Yang picked up a slice and put it in his own mouth, feeling that it was tastier than anything he had eaten before. The reason for this was that he had caught this fish himself. He ate several whole plates and put down his chopsticks only when he knew his stomach couldn't take any more. "Had enough yet, guys?" Su Yang wiped his mouth. The two girls ate less. Only Yang Hao was still eating. Looking at the plate was almost stacked up. It was only after a while that he was putting down his chopsticks to indicate that he was full. He also purposely picked up his clothes to expose his stomach to Yao Jingshan. "There's someone," Yao Jingshan said in embarrassment, and even hit him with her hand. Yang Hao also had to put down his clothes. Chapter 60, What Did I Do to Her? After a few people had their fill of wine and food, they went back to their rooms, several of which were next to each other. Su Yang returned to his room and heard a scream before he even lay down. The screams were coming from the room next to his, which was occupied by Chang Yi-sweet him alone. Su Yang was afraid that what happened before would happen again, so he rushed to open the door to see what was going on. When he opened the door and was about to go over, Chang Yi-sweet came out. There were still a few tears hanging on her face. Yang Hao and the two of them heard the commotion and came out with them. Yao Jingshan saw Chang Yisheng's scared look and hurriedly went up to hold him and asked what happened. Chang Yisheng cried out, "There are snakes." Su Yang pointed towards the direction she had gone over, but there was nothing. Didn't see it. Yang Hao looked at it and said, inside the bed. Chang Yisheng was so scared that her words were a bit unclear. Seeing this, Su Yang and Yang Hao separated and grabbed the two corners of the quilt, and together they lifted the quilt up with force. A gecko curled up in the middle of the bed. Su Yang and the others thought it was really a snake. Su Yang grabbed the little guy with the paper, and the little guy was very docile, letting Su Yang do whatever he wanted with it. Wrapping it in paper, Su Yang opened the window of his room and threw it out. After throwing, Su Yang and Yang Hao continued to look up in the room to see if there was any more. After looking for it, he made sure it wasn't there before speaking to the two men standing outside. "It's gone. You can sleep." But Cheng Yishuang is still afraid and offers to sleep with Yao Jingshan. Otherwise she'll be scared alone. Yao Jingshan just wanted to think about agreeing to her request when she saw Su Yang walking out. Her brain turned to reveal a meaningful smile. "The key is that I'm also afraid of these little bugs. I'll sleep with Yang Hao, he can still protect me." "You're right." Yao Jingshan made a wink towards Yang Hao and her head gently twisted in Su Yang's direction. Yang Hao understood it by heart. Immediately, he said, right. Why don't we do it this way? You sleep in a room with Su Yang. There are 2 beds anyway." "Ah." Su Yang didn't expect them to come up with such an idea and revealed a surprised expression. Chang Yixiang, on the other hand, blushed and was embarrassed in place. Seeing this, Yao Jingshan added fuel to the fire and said, "It's fine, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you." Chang Yixiang lowered her head shyly when she heard her say that. Without waiting for the two to agree, Yao Jingshan said, "It's settled, then we'll go to bed first." Then he pulled Yang Hao away, leaving only the awkward two. Seeing this, Su Yang had no choice. Turning to Chang Yixiang, he said, "That's it then." Su Yang then entered inside the room. Chang Yixiang hesitated for a moment, but still followed in. She had never slept in a room with a man in her entire life. Su Yang was also afraid of her embarrassment. Pointing to a bed by the window, he said, "You sleep on this bed, I'll sleep on the other one." Chang Yixiang lowered her head and nodded. Seeing that she agreed, Su Yang immediately laid down on it and said to Chang Yixiang after covering the quilt, "Go to sleep early." With that said, he sidestepped. Chang Yisweet is still standing in place, only the lowered head slowly raised, looking at Su Yang's back. For a moment her brain feels blank, do not know what to do, what to think, just staring at Su Yang flabbergasted. Suddenly, Su Yang flattened his body over and the two of them looked at each other. Chang Yisweet immediately retracted her eyes and walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. "Su Yang," he shouted towards Su Yang. Su Yang sat up from the bed and leaned against it, turning his head to look at her. "What's wrong? Do you have a girlfriend?" Chang Yisweet asked. She herself didn't know how she said this. She only felt that this paragraph popped up in her head and said it uncontrollably. "Yes." Su Yang's reply immediately sobered her up. Then his eyes stopped looking at Su Yang. Su Yang saw that she did not continue this topic, so he continued to sleep on his side. It's not that he doesn't have feelings for her. On the contrary, he still has some good feelings for Chang Yisweet. Just now he doesn't even think about that. The debt and the people who have offended him are already weighing him down. Not to mention that he is still suffering from the system. The punishment. That's why she answered her questions so well. Chang Yixian lay down on the bed after fuming for a while. At this time, the night was also late, and nothing happened. The two people just like this back to back lying on the two beds fell asleep. Until the next day. Getting up, Su Yang glanced to the bed next to him, did not find Chang Yixiang's figure. Guessed that perhaps went out to eat breakfast. Su Yang then put on his clothes and headed towards Yang Hao in their room. Standing in the doorway, he knocked on the door of their room and waited outside for a while without opening it. Taking the phone out of his pocket, he called Yang Hao. "Where are you going? We've all gotten off the boat and didn't call you because we saw you were still asleep. Did something happen to you guys last night?" In the morning, Chang Yisweet said hello to us and went back to Haicheng alone. Hearing this news, Su Yang was also stumped for a moment. How could he not expect that last night he just answered that he had a girlfriend would make Chang Yisweet leave today without saying hello to him? Did she know that she had lied to her? A huge question mark popped up on Su Yang's head. Now that the people are gone too, there's no way to ask if you want to. Alright then, you guys have fun. I'm going to get ready to go back to see city later. After that, he went back to his room and packed up his things. Got off the boat after booking a flight on my cell phone and contacting the car to the airport. Finally, after a few hours, Su Yang returned to Haicheng City. After taking a cab at the airport, it was back in the hotel room I had rented. Put the luggage you took out in the room. There were still a few hours to go before the evening study hall, so Su Yang simply didn't go out. So he prepared for the class for a while in his room. Without realizing it, the time was also 5:30 p.m. Su Yang packed up the textbooks on his desk and headed to the school. There are only 2 days of teaching next week, so he has to take advantage of it. Coming to the classroom, it was already class time, and the students were very consciously studying in the classroom. But there was still a small group of students who were just looking forward to the games, and their studies were distracted. Everyone put your other books down first. There will be no self-study this period when we come to lecture. Everyone turn your books to page 44. After saying that, Su Yang picked up the chalk on the podium and wrote on the blackboard. A 40-minute lecture ensued. It wasn't until the bell rang that Su Yang stopped. When he came to the office, his place was already made for an individual. It was the teacher who had invited Su Yang to play basketball before. Seeing Su Yang coming over, this teacher hurriedly got up and gave up his position. Mr. Su is done with his work, right? The teacher gave a curt smile. Su Yang could see that he had come to him for something. Chapter 61, The Sports Day Begins. Speak. Su Yang sat down. The teacher was also straightforward about the purpose. Didn't we say last time that we would have a ball game with the students? But the coach in charge of the students was injured while on vacation. Su Yang also heard it. Are you asking me to coach the student team? I asked the other teachers and they all said something was wrong. Feelings he is fine chant. To be frank, these teachers as the thought of students cannot win the teacher will be improper. Afraid of losing face. See if you can. It's okay. All right. Su Yang agreed very readily. The teacher was overjoyed to hear Su Yang's promise, finally throwing this mess out. On the contrary, Su Yang he wants this kind of, seemingly cannot win, he preferred to take them to win. Just want to let them see is not because it is a student and cannot win. Before long, the teacher brought Su Yang the list of student teams. When Su Yang took a look, Jiang Xingqing and Du Yu from his own class were among them, one of them playing guard and the other small forward. There were also a few students, all from different classes. Su Yang didn't know what kind of level a few people were at, and the position wasn't easy to decide, so he could only wait until tomorrow when he had time to call a few people to the playground to play for a while. At this time, the students are also already after school, and Su Yang, who hasn't gone to check the dormitory for a long time, decided to go and take a look tonight. After continuing in the office for a while, he went to his dorm room. He specifically waited until lights out in his dorm room. Arriving at the door of the class dormitory, Su Yang stood in the doorway and observed the situation inside, finding that they were all still there. Then it was time to walk into the house and smell it. Who smoked it? Take it out consciously, Su Yang said. The dormitory was very quiet, and not a single person answered. Fine, don't hand it over, is it? Su Yang began to prepare for the search after he finished speaking. That's when Du took out his cigarettes. Su Yang took the cigarette and slapped him on the head. Don't have a long memory, do you? He, too, didn't chime in. Are you and Jiang Xingqing on the student basketball team? Su Yang asked as he changed the topic. Aha. Meet at the playground tomorrow after lunch, and get the rest of the class on the way. Oh, don't let me catch you smoking again. Turning back to his earlier words, Do you still didn't talk? Su Yang told a few people to take an early rest before leaving the dormitory. Walking off campus and passing by the roadside stalls, he consumed some as usual before returning to the hotel. Monday at noon, Su Yang came to the playground early after eating. The sun was also very high at this time, but not as hot in the fall, so it was still bearable. He sat on the steps and waited for a while before he saw Jiang Xingqing bring a few people to the playground. Teacher Su, do you called out with Jiang Xingqing? And the other students followed suit when they saw this. Su Yang asked a few people to stand the queue in line according to their height. Standing in the forefront of the estimated must be more than 1 meter 9. Su Yang 1 meter 85 height standing in front of him to feel the pressure. As you know, this week on Friday, the student body will have a ball game with the teachers. I'm the coach in charge of you guys. After admonishing them for a while, Su split a few people into 2 teams and had them play half-court. Try to show all your strength so that he can arrange it. First, we had a few people do a couple of warm-up exercises to avoid straining themselves when the time came. Zip! With a whistle. Several people also started, with Su Yang acting as a referee from the side. He also has to analyze their technical strengths and weaknesses in order to better get them to train. This rivalry ended with that team getting to 30 points first. After half an hour of confrontation, the first team led by Jiang Xingqing then won with a 3-point lead. Su Yang is also the position they want to play out. First this arrangement until the back then adjusted. He also gave them his basketball playing skills and opinions without reservation. Several people listened very carefully and looked like they really liked the sport of basketball. After explaining it to a few people, they were asked to practice shooting again. The day is also gradually hot. Su Yang went to the kiosk to buy a few bottles of water to ask them to drink. For fear of them getting heat stroke, Su Yang hid in the shade and watched them. Seeing that class is about to start, Su Yang told a few people to take a break and prepare to go back to the classroom for class, and come to the playground for training tomorrow or at this time. Several people were also walking to class while still dribbling the ball. Su Yang didn't have class anymore, but he went back to the hotel instead of the office. Soon the time came to the day of the games. In addition to teaching them how to shoot, Su Yang also taught them dribbling and some tactics in these 2 days. In the morning, Su Yang walked towards school. Watching the students go to school was less of the lethargy of previous classes and more of the excitement. Su Yang walked to his class. The students were also talking and laughing inside the classroom and quieted down when they saw Su Yang coming. Zhang Lei, go to the gym and get our class sign. Everyone else line up in the hallway when the bell rings. Su Yang gave them a rundown of the process. After a while, the radio played a bell. The students are also beginning to make their way to the playground in an orderly fashion. 10 minutes or so later, the entire school was standing in the playground. Thousands of people in a pile. A spectacular scene. School leaders also began to start speaking from the top of the stage. After a lot of talk from the leaders, with the words Northside High School's Fall Sports Day officially begins, each class walked up to their class bleachers. The radio then played the program that was to follow. The triple jumpers and the javelin throwers go down and get ready. Su Yang yelled at the class position. Hearing Su Yang's voice, more than a dozen people also got up. There were quite a few triple jumpers in their class, but there was only one boy who could take the top places, named Wu Yu. Su Yang walked up to him and rubbed his shoulders and asked, "Is there any confidence in taking first place?" "Yes," Wu Yu answered very loudly. Seeing that he was so confident, Su Yang also fueled him up. The number of medals in this class would also do a ranking, which was why Su Yang was so concerned. Wait until they go down. The radio came on again. Please get ready for the students who signed up for the 100 and 200 meters. This time it was to screen some of the people first, because there were so many people who signed up for both programs, and again it was the best looking and most exciting program. Fully half of their class enrollment chose both programs, but there are only 3 people that Su Yang is optimistic about. Besides the sports member Zhang Lei, it's Jiang Zingqing and Du Yu. He followed him down, wanting to see how a few of the men were running. None of the guys were in the same group again, and they all took first place in their groups very easily. That's how you can't tell who's running fast for a few people. Su Yang hopes that at least one of the 3 will just make it to the final. Chapter 62, the 100-meter final. That's how the morning's program all went by. In the afternoon it was the semi-finals of the 100 and 200 meters, and the finals of the standing long jump, and then the triple jump. Su Yang remained very concerned. These are a couple of programs that their class is hoping to take first place in. After dinner, the students are in the classroom. Originally Su Yang was ready to ask them to read a book, but seeing that one of them is not in the mood to read a book, so he just asked them to take a nap. It's good to combine labor and rest in this way. Su Yang walks over to Wu Yu's position and asks about how his morning was. Wu Yu said it was an easy jump of 6 meters 1. Su Yang nodded to indicate a good job and continued. We'll strive to get the first place in our class this afternoon. Then he went to a couple of people's seats to encourage them to strive for class pride. Su Yang then didn't disturb their rest. As the radio music played, students got up from their desks and headed to the playground. After 10 minutes or so, everyone was at the playground. Some of the gym teachers down there are still getting ready to start the afternoon program when they are ready. Next up is the semi-finals of the 100 meters, so please head to the playground and get ready if your class is advancing. The announcement continued. 6 people advanced in Su Yang's class. Hearing the sound of the radio, a few people also started to go down to get ready, and Su Yang also followed, cheering for a few people. There were a total of 16 groups this time, and there were 8 people in each group, except for Jiang Zingqing who was assigned to a group with Du Yu. The top 2 in each group went into the finals, so Su Yang was worried. There's no one from their class in the first few groups. When it came to the 7th group, Zhang Lei walked onto the track. Su Yang followed behind him, massaging his shoulders. Cheer up. Wait until this group of students is ready. The referee then calls the starting gun. Zhang Lei's reaction was quite fast. It was as if he was synchronized with the sound of the gunshot. He rushed out with an arrow step. In front of him, he was about a meter ahead of the other students. It wasn't until the second half of the race that a student almost as tall as Su Yang caught up with Zhang Lei, and the various classes on stage were cheering them on. Zhang Lei couldn't make it in the second half of the race and had to watch him overtake him, but luckily the start made him second in the group. Su Yang watched the whole process and found his flaws. It seems that he will not be able to enter the top 3, and can only look at Jiang Zingqing and Du Yu, said in his heart, but to Su Yang's surprise, Lu Xiaofei from group 13 was running well. Whether it was the start or the sprint in the second half of the race, the other 2 were unsurprisingly eliminated. It was now time for the semi-finals of the last group. This group is the strongest, with at least 5 people having the strength to take the top 2 places. Mao Lin from the class next to theirs had also come here, and it seemed that there were students from their class who had been assigned to this group as well. There were a couple other teachers as well. Su Yan looked at the students in Mao Lin's class. The muscles in their thighs were very thick, and they seemed to be practicing sports. Everyone was warming up and both sides of the track were packed with students. Don't feel pressured. I believe in you guys, Su Yang said towards the two. They both looked at someone at the same time. The student who practiced sports in Maureen's class. It seems like the biggest threat is him, and if we can knock him out in this semi-final, we'll be able to secure a top 2 spot in the final. 8 people who had warmed up well took to the track. Jiang Xingqing and the 3 of them were 456 lanes each, and were positioned very well, sandwiching that student in the middle. On your marks, the referee shouted. Ready, boo! With the sound of the starting gun, all 8 men rushed out. Students gathered around them cheered for their class. There were a few strong ones, but they were still pulled behind. Only Jiang Xingqing Duyu and that student 3 people ran in the front. That student's strength is really strong, pulling the 2 people a body position gap. The cheering got louder and Maureen was very excited. Only Su Yang began to worry. By the time they reached 70 meters, Jiang Xingqing and the 2 of them were already side by side with the student. 90 meters, Kang Xingqing pulls away from them by a length. Su Yang clenched his fists. 100 meters to the line. Jiang Xingqing got the first place by 1 body length. Duyu was with that student to the line. Su Yang hurried to the front to see their time. Jiang Xingqing 12 seconds 65. Su Yang was most concerned about Duyu. The student was 12 hours 98 minutes. Duyu, on the other hand, won by 0.03 and took second place. Duyu excitedly jumped up and ran to Su Yang's body and hugged him. Su Yang was also very happy that, without any surprises, they could take the top 2 places in this 100-meter event. Instead, the student was hammering his head and staring defiantly at the 2. Mao Lin walked over and patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, there's still 200 meters to go, and he left the place straight away without replying. Su Yang also brought a few people back to the stands. Just as he sat down, Viet came over to tell the good news that he took first place in the triple jump. Although Zhang Lei was eliminated in the 100 meters, he took first place in the standing long jump, and another student in their class took third. The women's side of the program was also very good, with 2 seconds in addition to 1 first. A series of good news messed up. Su Yang didn't know what to be happy about over there. As the sky darkened, the day's program was considered complete, and Su Yang's class collected 3 firsts, 2 seconds, and a third. Pretty good score. Su Yang led the students back to the classroom, encouraged everyone, and urged them to be safe after school. School was then dismissed. It was also completely dark, so I wouldn't be checking in tonight. After all that on the first day, of course I went out for a drink, coming to the usual place. After waiting a while, the owner brought a barbecue and a couple of beers. Didn't continue after drinking until I got a little groggy, got back to the hotel and shuffled off to bed. The next day, Su Yang didn't get up so early. Because of the games, the students didn't attend classes and didn't arrive at school until 8:30 in the morning. So Su Yang slept until 8 o'clock when he got up. After a brief wash, he headed for school. After some chatter in the classroom, everyone headed for the playground, where there was a 100-meter final today as well as a 4x100-meter event. In the morning, with no surprises, Jiang Xingqing got the first place in the 100 meters, while Duyu was second. Add another feather to your class cap. Now in the ranking of the whole school, Su Yang and the others were in third place, only 1 first and 2 third from the top 2. By the time it came to the end of the meal, Su Yang had arranged the candidates for the 4x100 meters in the classroom. In addition to the boys there are also girls. Still resting in the classroom, the group headed to the playground. There wasn't much to see in the afternoon except for the 4x100 meter event, which was a bit better. They also have very few people enrolled in their classes. It's all just a random quote to cope with the situation. Chapter 63, Winning the Basketball Game. As the radio played upbeat music, the exciting 4x100 meters was about to begin. Su Yang and his class arrived at the playground, and those who didn't participate cheered from the side. Jiang Xingqing Duyu Zhang Lei Luo Xiufei has also stepped into his place. Su Yang arranged for Jiang Xingqing to bat last and Zhang Lei to bat first. With the referee firing the starting gun, the 4x100 meter relay race officially started. It was surrounded by cheering students. Zhang Lei didn't pull away much in the first baton, and the baton was handed over to Luo Xiaofei, directly pulling away from the other classes by about 2 meters. There was no one else in front of Jiang Xingqing when he took the last bat, and he took the first place without any suspense. The students inside the class were also very excited. After the men's relay it was time for the women's relay. Su Yang's class then only took third. The afternoon also passed just like that. and Su Yang and his class managed to come in first place. A good chunk of the schedule is also behind us, and aside from a bit of a program tomorrow, the most important thing is tomorrow afternoon's faculty/student basketball scrimmage. Once again, the students were instructed to be safe, and then school was dismissed. In the morning, Su Yang still did not sleep today. Yesterday he told Jiang Xingqing that they should go to the playground early today to train for a while so that they could prepare for the next ball game. Arriving here at the playground basketball court, Jiang Xingqing and a few of them had arrived long ago. They were practicing shooting and stopped when they saw Su Yang coming and stood in formation. "How's the grinding going this time?" Su Yang asked towards a few people. "It's okay. Do you said from the sidelines?" Su Yang then walked over to Jiang Xingqing. "What's the approximate hit rate now?" 30. Su Yang nodded to indicate that it was okay. "Does everyone have the confidence to them over?" "Yes." Several people answered very loudly. Students passing by also looked over. Su Yang then asked them if there were any sports they hadn't completed. Both said no. Afterwards, Su Yang let them train, and then he would give a few more people a complete set of tactics after dinner. In the morning, Su Yang was still first in their class, and the gap with second place was still obvious. It looks like their class is already in first place this time. At noon the other students were resting in the classroom. Only Su Yang led the basketball teams to train on the playground. It is said that hard work makes up for poor work. They did work very hard during this time. On the contrary, those teachers thought that it was not even a grade, so they did not practice much at all. The time is quickly approaching for a basketball confrontation as well. Su Yang took a few people to change their uniforms and set up the first quarter's tactics on the sidelines. Several people were also listening very carefully. There was no coach on the teacher's side, and although they were wearing uniforms, they were all chatting individually. With a whistle from the referee, the teams took to the basketball court. Su Yang arranged for the tallest person to jump for the ball. Unsurprisingly, the possession went to the student athletes. The ball was handed to Kong Xingcheng, who was the point guard, so it was given to him first. The teacher's team was very lazy. Jiang Xingqing saw a fast break and rushed to the basket, flicked a pick and the basketball went into the net. The student athletes scored the first points of the game. The students gathered around cheered at this point. The teacher's team put away their laziness at the sight and took it seriously. You can't say that the teacher's team is really quite a bit better than them, although their height can't take advantage of them, but the technical level is really better than the students' team. Soon the two teams were pulling away from the scoreboard. The student team scored 12 points to the teacher's team's 23 points. The scores are already 2 digits apart. Su Yang hurriedly called a timeout. A few people came off the field, while some students took it upon themselves to take on the logistics of handing them water. You guys pay attention to run more and pass more. They are skillful, but you guys are young and physical. You can wear them out. A few people then shouted cheers together have back on the field. At the end of the half, as expected of Su Yang, the teacher team was already panting and the student team was still very passionate. The score is still poor, but it's shrinking. A few people went down for a break. Just sit on the ground like that. Just play like that. But you have to keep it so you can't pull the score too far apart or you can't catch up behind you. Su Yang stood in front of a few people and admonished them. The referee's whistle blows again and several people get up from the ground. Su Yang encouraged to a few people. Cheer up. In the first quarter of the second half, the teachers came out firing, pulling right back into double digits. But after 3 quarters, they were already a bit physically exhausted. Taking advantage of this, Su Yang shouted from the sidelines to the field, play more fast breaks. Jiang Xingqing dribbled the ball and immediately understood when he heard Su Yang's words. Forcing the speed up means letting the teacher's team play defense, and if they don't they can score easily. He can wear them down if he defends. Within a few minutes, the tactic worked, and the score was only 2 points away from the teacher's team. The main event is also coming to an end in just over 2 minutes. The students off the field were cheering them on as they saw the score catching up, but the 2 points couldn't be caught up in any way. Until there was half a minute to go, Jiang Xingqing still held the ball and observed the situation on the field. The teacher's team is also desperate in the defense. They are only afraid at this moment, afraid of being hit by the student's face. If it spreads out that they lost to the students can really make a joke. Time was also slowly passing, and Jiang Xingqing still hadn't found a chance to strike. Suddenly he broke to the right with a back dribble and the teacher didn't react for a moment, letting him burst in. The other teachers saw this and rushed over to assist in the defense, but they forgot about the others. Jiang Xingchen, who had burst in, did not throw but passed the ball out. The ball fell into Duyu's hands. Time was running out and he had to get out quickly, but if he threw now it would only be a tie. Just as he froze slightly, a teacher defense came up. Suddenly he took a big step backward and then jumped decisively. The ball pitched out of his hand. Whether it was the teacher's team, the students' team or the teachers and students off the court, they all quieted down and looked at the basketball in the air. In less than 1 second, the basketball made a wonderful arc in the air and then bounced on the basket. Duyu's heart skipped a similar beat. A little. 2 down. 3 down. The basketball just barely made it into the net on the 4th play. The entire audience then erupted with excited and enthusiastic voices as Jiang Xingqing rushed to Duyu's face and hugged him up. After waiting for a while, a few people on the field stared wistfully at Su Yang. Several people rushed to Su Yang and lifted him up. Excitedly, he threw him upwards and then caught him. Well. Only after hearing Su Yang's words did a few people put him down. The scene was very lively and everyone was thrilled to win the teacher's team. Everyone on the teacher's team hung their heads. I can't believe they lost to students. Chapter 64, Monthly Exam. The field day ended with the basketball game. This week's lesson was and is the same. The students are back in their classrooms, ready to pack up for the end of the school day. At this time, Su Yang walked into the classroom, and he was holding a trophy in his hand. The very reward for being first in the class in this sports meeting. Su Yang placed the trophy on the podium. Then he said to them, "Everyone found out very well at this field day, and I hope the same will be true for the monthly exams next week. Do you guys think it's possible?" "Could be." The deafening sound echoed throughout the classroom. Su Yang continued to exhort a few words and dismissed the school. Students also began to pack up their belongings, one after another. They left the classroom. When the last student left the classroom, Su Yang followed. Back inside the hotel, Su Yang didn't rest. He had to prepare the back of the teaching course. The next Tuesday was the monthly exam. It's up to the students to complete the system. The last 2 days of his vacation, he didn't go out much, only for meals. The rest of the time he worked at the hotel. Soon it was the day that Hakuaku returned to school. Su Yang came to the office early. Since the last open class, a lot of teachers come to talk to him. It's not long before the monthly exams are coming up and more teachers are getting together to talk. "I'm afraid it'll be your third class taking first place again this time," a female teacher said to a male teacher in his 40s. "Your class is good too." He was still very humble. "Teacher Su, how is the situation in your class now?" The female teacher turned her head to Su Yang and asked, "You don't know about this, Mr. Su and the others were able to get into the top 3 of the class in the last big test." The bald teacher sitting next to Su Yang spoke. "Not bad. You guys take your time. I'm going to class." Su Yang picked up the textbook and snorted before leaving the office. After he had gone out, several people continued to communicate. What Su Yang didn't know was that the person they were communicating with was him. You guys say that Mr. Su is so powerful and still so young. How could he think of becoming a substitute teacher?" The female teacher said to the other teachers. The bald teacher took over. "You don't know about that, do you? People are just here to practice. I also heard he was." The bald teacher whispered to the crowd. "Ah, not really, and I've said bad things about him before." The teachers are also talking about it. Over here, Su Yang had already arrived at the classroom and started teaching the students. The students had also adjusted their state back. Su Yang was worried that they would start to get lazy because of the exercise, but it seemed that he was overly worried. These 2 days he focused on questions that would most likely be on the test, as well as solidifying the content of the course they were studying. The students were also listening very carefully, waiting until the bell rings all the time. It wasn't until the math teacher, Luo Wenwen, walked into the classroom that Su Yang gathered his textbooks. "Ms. Luo, you'll have to pay more attention in these 2 days, Su Yang said as he passed in front of her. "Okay." Su Yang, who received an answer, went out of his own classroom and proceeded to other classes. He also didn't have a bias against students in other classes because it wasn't his class. As always, they are very serious about passing on their knowledge. The morning time was over, and Su Yang also went out of the school from the office. Taking a lunch break, he went to a mall, walked into a store that sold cell phones. Sale saw a guest come in and immediately greeted him warmly. "Sir, what phone do you need to see?" Sale said politely. "For students." Hearing Su Yang's request, Sale said, "Then you come with me." The salesman then led the way to the place where the model machines were kept. "You can see for yourself first, sir." Sale saw another person coming and gave Su Yang a word before going to greet the other customers. After selecting for a while, Su Yang took a model phone and shouted at the sales, "Give me 2 of these phones." Sales immediately ran over when they heard that Su Yang had already looked at it and still wanted 2 of them. After communicating with Su Yang, he went backstage and took out 2 brand new cell phones. After paying at the front desk, Su Yang left with 2 cell phones. When he went back to school, Su Yang thought that he had given his students a guarantee that they would be rewarded if they scored in the top 3. But he hadn't thought about what reward to give them. "Let's wait until the grades come down," said in my mind. These 2 cell phones were given to Jiang Xingqing and Duyu by Su Yang when the exams were over, regardless of whether or not they had reached the goals he had set. The reason for this was that during this period of time, their efforts Su Yang had also seen it in his eyes, and since he took over this class, the 2 of them had also changed a lot, becoming obedient and loving to learn. That's why he's here at this hour to get his cell phone bought. After placing his cell phone in the public desk cabinet, Su Yang headed to the classroom to see how the students were doing. He didn't have any classes this afternoon plus the evening study hall, but he didn't go back to the hotel to rest either, but stayed at the school to watch them. The whole day went by. Su Yang once again came to the dormitory. Jiang Xingqing and the others had already laid down on their beds long ago, ready to rest. Seeing this, Su Yang didn't bother them and left after standing at the door for a while. After he left, Jiang Xingqing said to Du Yu, who was on the lower bunk, "Do you think Mr. Su will keep his promise? Are you confident you'll reach your goal?" "There is. For a bonus, I'm taking this part very seriously." Hearing Jiang Xingqing's such a confident answer, Du Yu's heart was a little worried about whether or not she would be able to reach Su Yang's goal. Go to sleep first. Tomorrow. He didn't think about it that much and covered up and ignored Jiang Xingqing's. Seeing this, Jiang Xingqing also stopped talking and followed the sleep. Time quickly came to the day of the monthly exam. Students also get the number and classroom for their exam. Su Yang stood on the podium and spoke words of encouragement to them. As it was nearing exam time, students made their way to their exam rooms. Su Yang was the same as an invigilator. He was assigned to the 5th examination room. The only student from their class in this examination room classroom, Jiang Min, was assigned here. The first exam is the language. Su Yang sent down the test papers and then went to Jiang Min's position, urging her to watch the questions and not to repeat the situation like last time. Jiang Min also nodded and then began to answer the questions in earnest. Su Yang wandered around the classroom for a while and didn't find any students cheating. Then it was on to the podium. He sat down after looking at the students below who were answering the questions carefully. Chapter 65, Leaving School. Exam time is also a large part of the past. Su Yang sat in front of the boredom and went down to look at the questions they answered. Walked to Jiang Min's position and found her stuck on top of a question. Su Yang observed for a while and then pointed out the problem to her. She also reacted at this time, and then began to move. Pen up. After all, they are students in their own class and should be taken care of. Teacher. Just as he continued to look at Kong Min, the student behind him called out to him. Su Yang turned around to see a girl with a ponytail calling out to him. He walked up to the schoolgirl. What is it? The girl stood up and whispered against Su Yang's ear. The student in the last row on the right is copying the one in front of him. Su Yang looked over towards the location the female student was talking about. One boy's eyes were a bit dodgy, and it was obvious that he had done something bad. Su Yang walked over, picking up the student's paper and looking again at the papers of the students in front of him. Not to say that all of them were the same, but at least 80% of both of them were very consistent in their answers. Not a single word was off. Tell me, was it copied? Su Yang took his test paper to the students and said, "No." The student's voice trembled a little as she said those two words. "Then I'll check the surveillance. If I find out." Su Yang deliberately stretched his voice. It just so happens that every test center has surveillance installed in front of it for their cheating students. Seeing this, the student had to tell the truth. It was copied. Seeing that the student had admitted it, Su Yang took the test paper in his hand and didn't give it back to him. "What class are you in?" 22. Hearing the student's reply, it was not the class of the bald teacher who sat next to him in the office. Thinking that he was not bad, Su Yang did not make things difficult for the student. A blank test paper was taken from the podium and given to the students. "I hope there's no next time." The student took the test paper in Su Yang's hand and said, "Thank you." Su Yang looked at his cell phone, and there was not much time left, so he told the students to go down and hurry up and do the questions. Continuing to wander around the classroom for a while, I realized that some of the students would not be able to do it at all. There were some answers and even a large blank. Su Yang was also lazy to care. After all, it was not his own student either. Looking at the clock, there were already only 10 minutes left. Su Yang told the students who had finished their papers to check to see if there were any mistakes and to hurry to correct them. 10 minutes passed quickly, and as the announcement played, "This class exam is over." Su Yang collected all the test papers, organized them and left with them. Unlike the class exams, the test papers Su Yang took had to be handed over to where the head of the language group was, and then they would be corrected together. Su Yang put the test paper on the team leader's desk and left. There was really nothing for him to do now but wait slowly. Just as he returned to his office, a woman sat in his place. When Su Yang was about to open his mouth, the woman took the lead and said, "You're Mr. Su Yang, right?" The woman held out her hand. "You are?" Su Yang shook it. "Oh, I'm your class's previous homeroom teacher. Now back. So that's how it is?" Su Yang thought in his heart. "Thank you for this time." The woman spoke again. "It's okay." After chatting with the female teacher for a few moments, Su Yang left. Now that the real homeroom teacher had returned, there was nothing for him to do by staying here, so he was ready to go back to the hotel. Suddenly he thought that the reward hadn't been given to Jiang Xingqing and the others yet. He went back to the office to take the cell phone he had bought earlier. "Give the two of you your cell phones when this exam is over." He'd say goodbye when the time came, and he hadn't expected to leave the place the way he did. As the announcement played again, "This exam has ended." Soo-young carried his cell phone to the classroom and waited for the students to return. Not long after, the students also returned to the classroom one after another. Looking at the students below the stage, this month together, gradually have some feelings for them. A moment do not know how to say goodbye. John Zengchun, do you come out with me for a moment? Soo-young carried the bag with the cell phone out of the classroom. Jiang Xingqing and the two of them stared blankly at each other, not knowing what Soo-young called them out for, but still followed Soo-young out. Soo-yang handed the bag to the two men. The two of them took the bag and looked at what was inside and were dumbfounded. Last night they both thought about whether Soo-yang would go back on his word, and today they were unexpectedly given cell phones. Looking at the two, happy Soo-yang asked, "Do you like it?" "Like." The two spoke in unison. "But we haven't reached your goal yet." Jiang Xingqing revealed a question. Soo-young told the two of them why he bought them cell phones so early and about leaving school right away. They both floundered with their cell phones. It took a long while to get over it. "We don't want cell phones. Can you keep teaching us?" Jiang Xingqing begged to Soo-young. Soo-young shook his head. "Your homeroom teacher has come back. Remember to study hard and don't act like you used to. You two are the only ones in the class who know about me leaving. When I'm gone you'll be giving the classmates in it say so." After patting the shoulders of the two, Soo-yang left without looking back. "When I walked to the school gate, I looked back at the whole school was also very emotional. Although I came to the school to fulfill the mission to teach, and now I have to leave." Instead, he was still a little uncomfortable. Back at the hotel, the room he was staying in was also due today, but the grades hadn't come down yet, and he didn't know if the mission was finished, so he had to continue staying here for a few days until the grades came down. Plus, inside the school, Jiang Xingqing and the two of them returned to the classroom and told them the news of Soo-yang's departure. The students also showed expressions of reluctance, but were unable to do anything about it. At this time, Jiang Min suddenly spoke. "Teacher Su is staying at our family's hotel. I don't know if he's gone yet." Jiang Zengchun, on the other hand, asked excitedly, "Let's go and take a look after school then." The students were in agreement with him. "Good, then it's a deal. After school, everyone meets in front of the school." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. At that moment, the head teacher walked up to the door of their classroom. "What's the commotion? Don't you know to read for a while?" Upon hearing the reprimand from the director of instruction, the classroom immediately quieted down. "All take the books out and read them." The scene returns to Soo-yang, only to see him drinking in his hotel room. He was worried about this mission, and the fact that if the mission was completed there would be no more missions. Is there a reward? A long list of questions went through his head. My own head was exploding from thinking about it, so I just didn't think about it. Raise your glass and drink. Chapter 66, The Students Come Looking. At noon, Soo-yang was still sleeping in the hotel. The school is now done with tests and ready to be dismissed. Anyone who is going to look for Mr. Su, gather at the main entrance, Jiang Xingqing said to the class. A large group of students then walked to the front of the school and waited until everyone had arrived. Jiang Min led them to the entrance of her hotel. Jiang Min led a few people into the hotel while the other students waited outside. His mom asked when she saw Jiang Min return with a group of people. Min, are these all your classmates? Well, by the way, has Mr. Co left yet? No, why? Mr. Su doesn't teach us anymore. Ah, his mom was also surprised. Soo-young taught him well. How could he stop teaching? Then you come with me. His mom led a group of students up the stairs and walked over to Soo-yang's room door and knocked on it. Soo-yang, who was still sleeping, was woken up by this urgent knocking on the door. Soo-yang had to get out of bed and open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jiang Xingqing and the others standing outside. How did you guys find this place? Soo-yang voiced his question. It was Jiang Min who brought us here. Do you said? It was only then that Soo-young remembered that this hotel was owned by Jiang Min and his family, so that's why he knew about it. Oh, what are you guys doing here? You haven't given us the reward you promised us? Ginger Min said again. Aren't the grades down yet? By Soo-yang's words, several people were stumped in place. Jiang Min's mom stood by and didn't understand what they were talking about, only knowing that Soo-yang wasn't teaching anymore. That Mr. Su, how come you don't teach anymore? His mom asked. Oh, I have other things to do. Soo-yang casually found a reason to excuse himself. Seeing this, she didn't continue to ask any more questions and went downstairs after saying hello to a few people. Soo-yang looked at the several people who were not ready to leave and said, You guys go down first, I'll clean up and come down. Hearing this, several people had no choice but to go down first. After waiting for a few people to leave, Soo-young washed up in the toilet, changed into clean clothes and went downstairs. When he walked to the entrance of the hotel, he was surprised by the students standing outside the door. He didn't expect so many students to come, all of them from their classes. Thinking about the fact that they were promised a reward before, plus when they left they only told Jiang Xingqing and Yu about it. Seeing that so many people couldn't let him leave, he was momentarily moved, walking to the door and addressing the students. Come on, let's take you guys to a big dinner. The group of students were very happy and immediately got restless. Afterward, Su Yang led a large group of students towards the distance. When he passed by a restaurant, the decoration looked pretty good, so Su Yang walked in with the students. The owner of the restaurant saw so many people coming in and immediately came forward to entertain them. Looking at the leader Su Yang plus the students behind him, he guessed Su Yang's identity. Hello teacher. The owner greeted warmly towards Su Yang and then handed over the menu. Su Yang took the menu and read it, while the boss introduced his own specialties. After looking at it for a while, Su Yang put away the menu and said to the boss, "You watch and get it. I don't know what they like to eat." Fine. I'll arrange it right away. Do you have a private room or just in the lobby? The owner asked. Su Yang looked at the students behind him. This multi-person private room is not expected to sit, just the hall. Okay, you guys sit down first. After saying that, the boss went towards the back kitchen. Su Yang told the students to find a seat. The whole 50+ people were seated at 5 tables in the lobby. The waiter was also hurrying to get them cutlery and pour them tea. When the students had all sat down, Su Yang said to them, "You guys will go home early after dinner. Do you know that?" "Got it," the students replied in unison. Seeing this, Su Yang also sat down. Jiang Xingqing sat on his right, and he asked to Jiang Xingqing, "Are you sure?" "Yes," Jiang Xingqing replied with great confidence. Su Yang nodded to show that he believed him. Everyone was sitting around the table chatting away about nothing more or less than how they did on their exams. It wasn't long before the waiter came with a food cart and served the food. The school cafeteria they are really tired of eating. Not to mention not delicious but also particularly expensive. Seeing so many delicious food in front of them, some of the students were already hungry, and immediately moved their chopsticks. Only at Su Yang's and their table, everyone was looking at him. "Eat up and hurry home afterwards," said to a few people. Only then did a few people start moving their chopsticks. Su Yang watched the students eat with great relish and felt very satisfied in his heart. "I was feeling a little hungry even after sleeping on my own." Then it was time to join the dry rice queue. The students eat a lot but are fast eaters and have gotten into the habit of doing so at school. It didn't take long for everyone to eat. Seeing this, Su Yang got up and headed where the counter was. "How much?" Su Yang asked towards the boss. 3,111. "You give a whole 3,000. The boss also discounted a lot seeing that it was a student. After paying, Su Yang showed the payment code to the boss. The money went over. "Alright Lu, you guys take your time." The boss also immediately got up to send Su Yang and the others off. Su Yang led a group of people out of the restaurant. After continuing to urge them to go home and be safe, they headed in the direction of the hotel. Jiang Min also greeted the other students and followed them. Catching up with Su Yang, Jiang Min panted at Su Yang and asked, "Mr. Su, when are you leaving?" "Wait until your monthly exam results come down." Su Yang watched as she gasped for air, and her footsteps slowed down. "You've grown quite a bit during this time as well. Do you have any hope of making it into the top 3? Su Yang chatted with her about the exam while walking. "I don't know." She shook her head. The two of them chatted their way back to the hotel. Su Yang waved his hand at her before heading towards his room. "It's getting late, and I guess we won't know the results of this monthly exam until Monday of next week." He was fine on his own, lying in bed, bored and swiping through videos. The content on the phone is nothing but celebrity gossip and other content that is not remotely nutritious. With nothing to do, he brushed himself to sleep. Just spent the weekend doing nothing. It's also time for the results to be announced on this day. Su Yang got up early and headed to the school, although he was not teaching at the school anymore. But the security guard at the entrance did not know about it and still greeted Su Yang enthusiastically as he had done in the past. Some students who went to school very early also saw Su Yang. They thought that Su Yang had come to teach them again, but it turned out that he just came to see the results of this monthly exam. The mood was also low. Chapter 67, Announcement of Results, Beginning of a New Mission. Su Yang came to the office. The other teachers were not surprised to see that it was Su Yang who came in and continued their work. Walking over to where his desk had been before, he saw the report card for this monthly exam, and their class had actually dried right up to second in the whole year. At this time, a month no movement of the system once again rang. So long no movement, Su Yang thought the system is gone. Ding! This mission has been completed and the encyclopedia skill has been retrieved. Reward the host with a cab. The formalities for the cab have all been completed and the vehicle is parked at 25% of total mission progress. Seeing this, Su Yang thought in his heart, the system actually gave a reward this time? Although it was just a cab, it was better than nothing, and it just so happened that I didn't have a car myself. Then the system rang again. Ding! Issuing a new mission. The host is required to utilize the cab to transport to 500,000 people to the location safely within a month's time, and no complaints can be obtained. Reward the host with racing technology skills. Skill usage rights for 1 month. Looking at the requirements of the mission, he knew that the system couldn't possibly give him a car for nothing now, and it turned out that the mission was asking him to run a cab. 2,000 people have to run through it in a month, which averages out to over 60 people a day, and there can't be any complaints. It doesn't seem easy either. As if the system knew it, it just so happened that he didn't have much money left, and he could still make some on this mission. The mission doesn't specify when it starts either, only that it has to be within a month. Just as he was thinking about when he was going to start running cabs, a woman tapped him. Teacher Sue, what are you doing? The woman was none other than the previous homeroom teacher, and when she saw Su Yang in a daze she patted him. Only then did Su Yang react. Turning to her, she said, "It's okay, I just came to see the results of this monthly exam." "Still, thanks to you, how else could they have done so well on the exam?" the woman complimented. "And I have the students to thank for that." Su Yang's words puzzled the woman. Su Yang thanked the students? Seeing the woman's puzzled face, Su Yang did not intend to remain here. "I'll go first, then." With that, he left the office. Walking to the entrance of the school, Su Yang thought of going to get the cab out first, then hailed a cab that would later be a fellow traveler to the location the system said it would be. After a short distance, the car pulled up near a large parking lot. After Su Yang got out of the car, he headed to the place that managed the parking lot. "Hello brother, how can I help you?" a man in a suit said towards Su Yang. "I've come to pick up my car." "Then brother, you give me your ID." Su Yang handed him his ID card. The man took the key and said to Su Yang, "Brother, you sit down first, I'll go get it for you." Su Yang found an empty seat and sat down. It didn't take long for the man to return. The man gave a set of keys and an ID card into Su Yang's hands. "Brother, your car is in parking space 356 in section F." Su Yang got up and headed into the parking lot. Started looking for his cab. Driving around in there finally found it. A Suzuki car with a yellow shell was reflected in Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang inserted the key into the fob on the door handle to open the door. Got in it and looked at the interior, which was fairly clean, except that it was a manual. Su Yang had never driven one like this before, but now that he had racing skills, it was easy to get started. After fumbling around for a while, he started the car and drove out of the parking lot. The moment he drove up there was an old man stopped in front of him, and he was about to tell the old man to get out of the way when he remembered that his car was a cab. The old man got into the car without saying a word. "Master, go to the Sunset Red Nursing Home." Although Su Yang was born in this city, he didn't know so many places, so he had to open the navigation in the car. 5 kilometers isn't too far. Su Yang thought of sitting on. The old man did not drive too fast. After driving out a few hundred meters, the old man suddenly spoke up. "Young man, no meter? Haven't you ever seen a pig run before?" Su Yang pressed the meter beater in front of the passenger side. "Just start running, lad," the old man continued. "Aha." Su Yang did not want to talk, but thinking that it was an old man, he returned out of politeness. More than 10 minutes later, Su Yang sent the old man to the location. The old man pulled out a $100 bill and handed it to him. Looking at the amount shown on the table, Su Yang also did not have change to find, and the old man will not be able to pay by cell phone. Immediately, he said he would give him a free ride on this trip. The old man excused himself for a while, but Su Yang had to take back the money and get off the car. Ding! Mission progress January 2000. Su Yang completed his first order in this way, in a haphazard manner. "Looks like the mission will have to start today. Let's go back to the previous hotel and get our stuff first," said in my mind. The drive then proceeded to the hotel, when once again someone on the side of the road waved. Su Yang thought that if he had business now, he would run for a while, and it wouldn't be too late to get it when he was free. Pulled up to the woman. The woman got into the car and anxiously said to Su Yang, "Master, go to North City Middle School." "Ha, this is just on the way back to the hotel to pick up things." Really sleepy with a pillow. Looking at the woman's anxious appearance, Su Yang quickly weaved in and out of traffic, and after a few minutes, he safely stopped at the entrance of Beiqing Middle School. The woman swept up the money and ran anxiously toward the school. Just this 10 minutes or so had completed 2 orders, so it seemed that the 2,000 people weren't a difficult task. Su Yang thought, hit the steering wheel and pulled up to the front of the hotel. "Get out of the car and go get your stuff." In no time, Su Yang, who had packed up his things, went downstairs and checked out of the hotel after checking out at the front desk and putting his luggage into the trunk. Just as he was about to drive off, a man in a suit said, "Master, can you give me a ride to the airport?" "Get in the car." The man followed and got into the car. Su Yang noticed that the man was looking at his cell phone at all times and his face was very flustered. Out of kindness he asked about the man. "Are you in a great hurry?" "Yeah, 5 o'clock flight. I don't know if I'll make it," the man said. Seeing this, Su Yang's foot on the gas pedal increased a bit. The airport was about 10 kilometers away, but it was already 4:48. With Su Yang's sudden acceleration, the man also grabbed the handrail. Su Yang drove the car to see a gap in the position to drill inside. After the traffic on the road is running on the speed of nearly 70 yards, when there aren't many cars the speed catches up straight away like driving on the highway. The man was scared silly, but didn't stop Su Yang's movements. After all, he was about to miss his flight. Managed to get the man to the airport with 2 minutes left on the clock. The man stabilized himself, paid the money and ran off into the airport. After delivering this guest, Su Yang realized at this moment how strong this racing technical skill was. It then drove off in search of the next guest. Chapter 68 Robbing Customers? It wasn't until a little after 3 in the afternoon that he couldn't carry on any longer and parked in a special parking space for cabs and got ready to go to dinner. From 10 o'clock in the morning until now, he has run a total of 36 orders, with an income of $412, and still have more than $200 left after the cost of gas. Now he finally had some income, though only so much. I got a fried rice to eat on the side of the road. Looking at the passing cars and pedestrians on the road are fighting for a better life. The heart of the energy is also up. After dinner proceeded to pick up the guests. Wandering down the road in boredom, he continued to look for guests. Suddenly he saw someone waving on the bus stop in the distance, and was about to accelerate when an identical cab rushed out behind him trying to grab a passenger, where Su Yang would have led him. An acceleration overtook him directly in front. The cab behind is also a violent temper. Su Yang overtook him, immediately also accelerated. No thanks to the old driver who has been running a cab for many years. He accelerated to be side by side with Su Yang, and he shook down the glass and roared at Su Yang. "Kid, you're still a bit young." Su Yang did not want to care about him. Once again accelerated to overtake from his left. With racing technology skills he was not at all afraid of others to compete with him in car skills. The old driver could only watch as Su Yang stopped in front of the guest, but he remained unconvinced and got out of the car after parking it next to Su Yang's car. Rushing forward to stop the customer who was about to open the car door, he said to him, "Take mine." The guest looked at him and then at the two cabs in front of him and understood what the man meant. Looking at the man's heart and soul, did not dare to disobey him, and then closed the door of Su Yang's car and walked towards his car. The people waiting at the bus stop watched the scene and looked at the men but didn't dare to squeak. Su Yang watched as the guest who had arrived was actually robbed just like that. He immediately got out of the car to argue with the man. "What do you want? What do you say?" the man said as he glared at Su Yang. "People are getting into my car, and you're still coming like this?" Su Yang was still reasoning with the man. "Can't you? That's the way I like it," the man said in a condescending manner. Seeing that reasoning does not work, Su Yang replied a man's approach to pull the guests to the side of his car. "Kid, do you want to die?" The man pointed at Su Yang and cursed. Su Yang sent the guests to their seats and was ready to drive away. The man saw Su Yang ignoring him and blocked the front of the car. "Get out of the way, or I'll call the police." Su Yang stuck his head out towards the man and said. Hearing Su Yang's words, the man sat directly on his butt on top of the car. The bus came by at this point and the guests then got out of the car to go to the bus. "There you go. Neither one is pulling." Seeing that the man still wouldn't let go, Su Yang took out his cell phone and dialed the police. Sitting in the car waiting for Uncle Hat to arrive. After waiting for a while, a police car pulled up next to them. The man still had no intention of leaving when he saw this. Down came two uniformed hat uncles, one of whom said, "Which one of you called the police?" Hearing the voice, Su Yang got down from the car and said to the two, "Me, what a situation." Su Yang told Uncle Hat what happened. After hearing this, Uncle Hat looked at the man at the front of the car and walked up to him and said with a commanding tone, "Still not allowed to drive?" The man moved a bit, still arrogant, and said to the police, "What if I don't let you?" In the face of the man's provocation, the police officer was not at all accustomed to him, and said to another police officer, "Cuff him and take him away." The man was not the least bit flustered and his attitude became even more arrogant. "Is this how you treat taxpayers? You are nothing but dogs who serve us." Seeing the man desecrate their profession in this manner, the police officer, without saying a word, pinned the man to the front of the car and cuffed his hands behind his back. The man tried to struggle, but was no match for the two trained men. He was escorted and brought into the police car by the two men, and when he was leaving, he even put down harsh words to Su Yang. "Kid, don't let me meet you next time." Su Yang is also not at all in fear. What people he has not seen. In addition to say a few harsh words without a little strength. Only after watching the man being taken away did Su Yang drive away from here. The man was not in the mood to continue soliciting customers after such a mess. Looking at the time, it was getting late. I found a hotel around the area and parked my car before heading to the front desk to get a room. "Welcome," the little girl at the front desk said. Su Yang threw his ID card on top of the table. "Get me a standard room, The little girl at the front desk picked up her ID card and processed the check-in information for Su-young. A minute later, the receptionist girl returned the ID card to Su-young along with the key. 6th floor 611. Su-young walked towards the elevator on the side. A few minutes later opened the door to the room and stepped inside, put his belongings on the nightstand and went to take a shower. After taking a bath, Su-young lay on the bed and looked up the results of today. 52 single $654. Got a gas fill up in a room, and that's how he spent what he earned today. Thought I could make some money. It turned out to be just enough to cover the day's expenses. While thinking about things, an unfamiliar number called. Su-young picked up the phone. A scolding voice came on the other end of the line. You're so good. You actually blackballed me? When will I pay back my money? It turned out to be a call from a debt collector. Uncle Zhang, just wait for me to slow down for a while. Okay, Su-young pleaded to. How much time did the reprieve give you? It's been almost 6 months. Wait for me for a month and I'll pay you right back. Okay, then I'll give you a month at it. With that, he hung up. Su-young's head was also big as he looked at the message inside his cell phone urging him to pay. Let's wait until we get this done later to sell the car and pay some back. Otherwise it's not a good idea to be pushed by them so much all the time. Then it was time to get under the covers and go to sleep and stop thinking about it. Early the next morning, Su-young checked out of the room at the front desk and went on a rental run. Picked up 2 buns and soy milk at the bakery, pulled up to the waiting spot and ate. Before the bun was finished, a woman opened the car door. Master, are you leaving? Go. Su-young put the uneaten bun aside. The woman got in the car too. To the People's Hospital. Good. Su-young started the car and began to head to the People's Hospital. Glancing at the woman from the rearview mirror, she was not very old, presumably graduating from an internship inside the hospital. A few minutes later, the first order of the day was also successfully completed. After waiting next to the hospital for a while and seeing that there were no guests, Su-young drove away, continuing to start searching the street for someone to take a cab. It wasn't long before he saw a woman on the side of the road waving at him. It was only when Su-young brought the car closer that he got a good look at the woman. Chapter 69, A Man Saved in the Rain. It was because of her that Su-young was reduced to driving a cab. It's Lin Ninger. Su-young parked his car next to hers. Lin Ninger also noticed Su-young who was driving at this time, but got in the car anyway. Where to? Su-young asked at her. Limelight Mansion. The whole time the two of them didn't communicate at all. After dropping her off at the location, Su-young drove off. Lin Ninger looked at the car that drove away, and there was no fluctuation in her heart. It was like a very common thing, just different people. Su-young was driving when suddenly a misty rain fell from the sky. After a while, looking at the increasingly dense raindrops on the car window, coupled with the instantly cloudy sky, realized there might be a heavy rain coming. Su-young hurriedly found a safe place to park his car. At this time the rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the pedestrians on the road rushed to find a place to hide from the rain. The GPS radio in the car started blaring. The latest news from the weather station. Under the influence of the typhoon, it is predicted that there will be heavy rainfall in Haicheng City in the next few days. Please protect the public from traveling. Su-young had never cared much about the weather, but now that he was running a taxi, he still cared about the weather, and the rain would affect his business, and he still had to fulfill his mission. But there's nothing to be done about it. Looking at the rain will not stop for a while. Su-young is ready to find an underground parking lot and park. Wait until the rain comes down and then come out to run. Just as he was about to start the vehicle, a woman got into it. Su-young glanced from the rearview mirror. The woman's face value is very online. The body is also perfect. The wet clothes are close to her skin. Vaguely see the color of his clothes inside. The woman also realized that Su-young was looking at her and hurriedly covered her chest. Master, go to Longjiang Garden. That it's raining too much right now. I'm not going to run. Su-young withdrew his eyes and said awkwardly, just run along. Master, I'll give you $1,000. 2,000. Su-young wasn't even trying to sit on his hands, but it wasn't safe to run a car right now, and he couldn't do something dangerous just to make money. Let's go as soon as the rain dies down. Su-young is not the kind of person who is unsympathetic. After all, there is so much money to earn. He is not a little cute. Su-young is not the kind of person who is approachable. After all, with so much money to earn he is not a little cutie. That's fine. The two of them just sat in the car, during which other customers also came to ask Su-young to go. Su-young refused. After all, he had taken the list of women behind him. After waiting for a while, the rain was lessening a bit. Su-young started the car and drove in the direction of Longjiang Garden. Longjiang Garden is considered one of the most luxurious villa complexes in Haicheng, situated a little to the north of the city. It seems that the woman sitting in the back seat is not a simple person to live here either. After traveling a bit more, the rain became heavier once again, and Su-young stopped under an overpass. Seeing the car stop and looking around without any vehicles or people, The woman's eyes were immediately alert. What are you stopping for? Beauty, look at the rain outside yourself, Su Yang said as he pointed out the window. Looking out the window at the rain, that's how you know you're thinking about people badly. How much longer is this rain going to fall? The woman asked towards Su Yang. I don't know, or he would know how long it would take for the rain to stop, and he wasn't the Dragon King to care. After waiting for almost half an hour, the rain didn't look like it was going to stop in the slightest. On the contrary, it got a little bigger. Su Yang was bored and swiped through the videos in the car, which were all about the topic of this rain today. The woman sat in the back, looking anxiously out the window. Master, why don't we go? This rain seems to be getting heavier. I'll give you $10,000. The woman's sudden opening interrupted Su Yang, who was watching the video. It's not that I won't deliver. It's just got to be for safety's sake. Su Yang once again looked outside and said, seeing that the woman wasn't talking anymore. Jingle bells. The woman's cell phone rang. Pick up the phone. Dad, I can't come home now. I'll wait for you then. Good. With that, he hung up. How much is the master? My dad will pay you first when he comes to pick me up. Su Yang looked at the meter. Due to the waiting time will also incur costs. Originally more than 10 kilometers of the journey of about 30 yuan is about the same. And now the amount displayed is $73. Su Yang said. Good. The woman then paid and continued to wait in the car for his dad to pick him up. After waiting for almost half an hour, the woman called her dad again to ask where it was. But several consecutive calls didn't connect. Calls just go unanswered. At the moment she was even more flustered. Master, about how long will it take to get from here to Longjiang Garden? More than 10 minutes. Su Yang returned. Hearing Su Yang's words, the woman rose a hint of a bad premonition. Jingle bells. Her phone rang again and she thought it was her dad calling, but it turned out to be her mom. Did your dad get you? Why can't I get through to him? Because it was raining so loudly outside. The woman had her amplification on, and Su Yang heard this. No, I can't get through either. Okay, then I'll have someone check it out. After hanging up, the woman tried calling her dad again, but there was still no answer. Master, let's go. The woman's voice was a little shaky, with a hint of crying. Seeing this, Su Yang also had no choice but to start the vehicle and drive towards the rain. Thanks. Su Yang was worried about an accident, so he drove very slowly drive toward the front. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Su Yang vaguely saw a car roll over into a ditch on the side of the road in the rain. And Su Yang opened his eyes wide to try to see the license plate. License plate. Hiya 6868, is it yours? Yeah. Su Yang pointed at the overturned car after parking the car and said, is that car? The woman looked over in the direction Su Yang pointed. Only the woman was staggered in place, looking at the scene before her. Cries ensued, and the woman immediately opened the door and ran toward the vehicle. It looks like his dad was in a hurry to pick her up and skidded too fast to cause the rollover. Sitting in the car, Su Yang watched as the woman struggled to open the car door, but she couldn't open it at all. Seeing this, Su Yang had to get out of the car to help, took an umbrella from the car, walked to the front of the woman to open the umbrella and handed it to her, and said loudly to her, I'll do it. The woman took the umbrella in Su Yang's hand. Thanks. The rain was too heavy for Su Yang to hear him. Coming to the side of the car, Su Yang tried and couldn't open the door. Then next to find a stone toward the car window smashed. A few minutes later, Su Yang is also finally smashed the car window open. Put his hand inside to open the car door. Inside, sitting in the driver's side of the man has been unconscious. Su Yang had to drag the man out first. The good thing is that the problem is not too big on only minor injuries. At this time he was already completely soaked. After dragging the man out, the woman standing outside looked at the scene in front of her, and tears slipped down her face involuntarily. Dad! The woman shouted. Get in the car first. Su Yang said loudly towards the woman. The man on the ground was then carried on his back. Chapter 70, Coming to a Woman's House. Under the pouring rain, Su Yang managed to get the person to the car. He had learned a bit of first aid when he worked at the hospital before, and although he had no medical skills, Su Yang had a general understanding based on the man's current state. He then pinched the man's center and pressed down, and after almost a minute or so of pressing, the man was slowly waking up from his coma. At that moment the woman looked at the man who had woken up and immediately jumped on him. Daddy! The mouth was still shouting. The man rubbed his head, only to feel it go blank and wonder what had happened. But the sight of his own daughter crying in his arms was also comforting. Su Yan looked at the man's confused state and told him what happened before he remembered. Holding his daughter tightly, he said to her, Aren't I okay now? Don't cry. The woman stopped her tears even as she heard the man's comforting words and lifted her head to just look at her dad with heartbroken eyes. The male eased up for a while before realizing that he had to thank Su Yang. His mind was confused before. Thank you, lad. If it wasn't for you today I might have had to turn in. It's fine. Saying that it was fine, Su Yang actually didn't want to be nosy before, but out of the bottom line of being a human being, he still helped. There's something else I'd like to trouble you with. You say. Su Yang didn't know what he could do to help. Please take us home for a bit. Su Yang heard the man's words and looked out towards the car window. It was raining too much. The water was spreading onto the road. If he didn't leave, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. Seeing this, Su Yang prepared to start the car. After half a day of fire and no movement, Su Yang guessed that perhaps the water into the engine inside, causing the battery into the water. He got out of the car and opened the hood, and as he expected, there was a thin layer of water on top of the battery. Just as he went back to the car to get a towel ready to wipe, the man spoke up. Did the car break down? Water in the battery? I'll wipe the water off and try it. After that, they went off to do just that, drying the water stains on the battery. Su Yang covered the hood, then returned to the driver's side and tried to ignite the fire. As the engine shook, Su Yang also managed to start the car, then started driving towards Longjiang Garden. After half an hour of crawling at turtle speed, Su Yang finally drove the car to the gate of the villa. The security guard saw it was a cab and immediately let it go as well. How do I go? Su Yang asked. He wasn't sure about the layout of the villa either, which was why he asked. Go forward along this road, turn a corner and you'll be there. The man pointed to the road in front of him and said to Su Yang. In less than a minute, Su Yang drove the car to the entrance of the villa. The rain was too heavy, and Su Yang couldn't see the house clearly. The man had long since spoken to his wife on the phone, so when Su Yang arrived at the door, the gate opened. Young man, why don't you park your car inside the garage and sit inside for a while until the rain goes down? Su Yang didn't refuse and parked the car in the villa's garage under the guidance of the man's wife. Several people then got out of the car, and Su Yang followed them into the interior of the villa. The interior decoration is not too luxurious. The overall decorative style is on the modern side, giving people a neat, comfortable feeling. There isn't a lot of furniture in the house. It's all stuff you use on a regular basis. Come, sit, the man invited. Su Yang looked at his soaked clothes, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. The man could see Su Yang's embarrassment. Xiao Mei, take a set of clean clothes for this young man. The man spoke to the woman who had brought Su Yang into the garage earlier. After saying that, he immediately asked towards Su Yang. Right, I forgot to ask you your name. Su Yang. Su Yang said, my name is Qin Jiang, from Kyoto. Through the man's introduction, Su Yang knew his name and the name of this family member. His wife is the woman who went to get his clothes, named Hong Mei. The daughter is the woman in his car, Qin Xiaoxiao. At this time, his wife came out holding the clothes, handed them to Su Yang and pointed to the bathroom. Go change your clothes, don't catch a cold. Listening to the woman's concerned words, Su Yang was momentarily flabbergasted remembering his own mother. The woman looked at Su Yang's frozen look and said with a worried face, did Xiao Su catch a cold? Su Yang immediately reacted as well. No. Taking the clothes from the woman's hand he headed in the direction of the bathroom. After taking a hot shower and changing into Qin Jiang's clothes, Su Yang looked at himself in the glasses. Don't say, why didn't I realize I was so handsome before? In my heart, I was so beautiful. Then it was out of the bathroom and into the living room. At this moment, Hong Mei brought tea and placed it on the coffee table. Boiled some ginger soup. Drink it while it's hot. Thank you, auntie. Su Yang politely returned. Have a seat. I'll get something to eat. After saying that, he went into the kitchen. Su Yang wanted to refuse, but they didn't even give him a chance to speak, so he had to sit down. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxiao, who had already changed her clothes, walked down from upstairs, plopped down on the couch in the hall, head tilted to the side to smooth the strands of wet hair. Watch your image. There are guests at home, Qin Tian said as he watched his daughter's movements from upstairs. Hearing her father's words, Qin Xiaoxiao lowered her legs, so that her white thighs were displayed in front of Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang, who was drinking the ginger tea, couldn't help but spit it out in one gulp. Embarrassed, he said, it's hot, to cover up his faux pas. Qin Jiang also came down from upstairs. Su Yang looked at his forehead which was already swollen and said to him out of kindness, Uncle, you'd better go to the hospital. Sitting on the couch, Qin Xiaoxiao turned his head over to look at his dad. Ah! A sudden scream all but drowned out the sound of the rain outside. Qin Xiaoxiao pointed at her dad's head and said, Dad, look at your head. Qin Jiang subconsciously touched it and felt the head was bigger than before, but he couldn't feel the pain so he didn't know his head was swollen. It's okay, it'll go away in a couple days. Qin Jiang put on an indifferent expression. Su Yang said how much this heart. It is almost a swollen head of the dragon's head, and still do not go to the hospital. But he didn't continue to persuade. After all, the people themselves had said they were fine. Then he walked to the door, took a briefcase on the countertop of the shoe cabinet, pulled out a bunch of bills from it and walked over to Su Yang, throwing a bunch of banknotes onto Su Yang's body. that's all the cash we have at home. Don't mind if it's too little for you, Xiao Su. Su Yang is not polite to hand over the money. This was also his due. Saved him, not to mention sent them back home. Chapter 71, Spending the night in someone else's home. Qin Jiang then sat next to Su Yang. Up and down a large number of him. Looking at his appearance does not look like running a cab. Look, asked, Xiao Su, how will you do this business? Su Yang didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't say that it was to complete the system's mission. Who would believe it if he said it? After a moment's thought in his brain, he found a reason to speak up. A friend of mine had a problem, so I came to cover for him. Oh, Qin Jiang realized that Su Yang was talking about panic, but he didn't continue to pursue the matter. After all, it was someone's personal matter. Then is there any interest in working for my company in the future? No such plans for now. Thank you for your kind words. Su Yang politely declined. After the two had exchanged words for a while, a voice came from the kitchen. Sure, Noah, serve the rice. Oh, Qin Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone, agreed and then went to the kitchen to help. Let's go, have some dinner. Qin Jiang stood up and said to Su Yang. Su Yang then followed him to the dining table and sat down. Taste how the craftsmanship is. Qin Jiang picked up a slice of meat and placed it in Su Yang's bowl. Thanks, I'll do it myself. Eating the meat in the bowl, Su Yang complimented. Delicious. How about some wine? I've been chatting with you quite a bit. No more drinks. I have to drive later. Sleep here tonight. I'll ask your aunt to pack you a bed. Su Yang put down his chopsticks and hurriedly refused. Don't. I have things to do later. You can't leave in this rain. After saying that, he grabbed a bottle of wine from the liquor cabinet behind the dining table. I really don't drink. Hey, it's rare to be so lucky. And besides, you saved me. Qin Jiang had already opened the wine. Hong Mei, on the other hand, brought 2 wine glasses and agreed. Just have a drink. Su Yang was also confused by these two couples singing in unison. The two couples were not as condescending to people as other rich people, but more amiable. Like their family, they were perfectly capable of getting a nanny and a chauffeur, but they didn't. In order to, families are together and making peace and feeling the fireworks. People have said this. Su Yang does not drink, feel sorry for them. Then he picked up his wine glass and stood up slightly owing towards Qin Jiang. Then uncle, I toast you. Fine, fine, sit. Qin Jiang smiled very brightly and was also very appreciative of the young man in front of him. When the time comes, exchange the contact information, and if you need help in the future, you can always say it. A sip of wine also draws the relationship closer. After a mouthful of white wine, Su Yang felt the pungency of the wine, but his body was much warmer. Took a few bites of his meal. Half a cup of white wine went inside Su Yang's stomach, and he felt that he was already a little drunk. On the other hand, Qin Jiang cup inside is already very little left, but people are not change color, worthy of being mixed in the shopping mall people. Although Su Yang couldn't drink much, he still drank up the wine inside the cup. At this time, Qin Jiang still wanted to pour in Su Yang's cup, which he stopped. With a little drink he might have been lying down. No more drinking, uncle. Qin Jiang saw Su Yang's state, also did not continue to pour him wine but continued to pour himself half a glass. Your aunt has packed out the bed, so go to bed if you're sleepy. Feeling the wine coming on, Su Yang said, then I'm sorry to interrupt. You're out of line. Just think of it as your own home. Hong Mei then took Su Yang to his room and left. Su Yang lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Outside on the dining table, Qin Jiang said to his wife, this young man Su Yang doesn't look simple to me. Just look at the aura on him, he doesn't look like someone who lives at the bottom. After a busy night, Hong Mei was able to eat her meal. What? You can still read faces? Qin Jiang took a sip from his wine glass. Why don't you know what I mean? Hong Mei responded. You're like letting someone be your son-in-law. Qin Jiang nodded. It's time for this kid Noah to be under this person's control. Otherwise it's not a good idea to keep playing outside like this. The two of them were also united in their opinions. The next morning there was still a drizzle in the sky, and Hong Mei had made breakfast long ago. He came to Qin Xiaoxiao's room and called her up. Qin Xiaoxiao was wearing a nightgown and rubbed her eyes as she got up from the bed. Hong Mei said to her, hurry up and change your clothes to go call Xiao Su for dinner. Hearing her mom's words, she immediately balked. I'm not going. Hurry up. Go ahead if you want to. I'm not going anyway. Then he lay down on the bed again and went to sleep. Seeing that she couldn't argue with her daughter, Hong Mei had to come to Su Yang's room by herself. After knocking a few times on the door of the room and waiting for a while, Su Yang opened the door. Xiao Su, go down and have breakfast. Su Yang still had a bit of a headache even now, but still followed her downstairs. When he came to the dining table, Qin Jiang had already been eating breakfast a long time ago. Seeing Su Yang come immediately and warmly greeted him to have breakfast together. How did you sleep last night? Pretty good. That's good. You can come later. Your aunt is fine anyway. After breakfast, Qin Jiang left the door after leaving Su Yang's contact information. Looking at the rain outside was not too heavy. Seeing this, Su Yang was not prepared to continue to stay here, and after saying hello to Hong Mei, he came to the garage of the villa, started the car and headed out. Hong Mei, who opened the door for Su Yang at the entrance, said towards Su Yang in the driver's cab, "Come and play with Xinya often when you have time." After dealing with her for a bit, Su Yang left the villa. Driving down the road, there were branches and debris all over the road from last night's heavy rain, and some of the cleaners were already braving the rain to start clearing the road. Su Yang was very skillful in bypassing things on the road, and after half an hour's journey he finally drove into the center of the city. Taking advantage of the rain is now small plus the time to work, Su Yang hurried to pull a few more guests, or wait until the rain cannot run. When the task cannot be completed can be difficult to do. Work time is not a lack of guests. More than an hour's time Su Yang pulled 7 or 8. There is a guest because the distance is farther. Otherwise Su Yang can also pull a few more. As the workday passes, there are far fewer customers on the road, wandering around downtown looking for guests. Seeing a man waving in front of him with a large suitcase on the side, Su Yang leaned the car over. The man shaved an inch head stood very bored to the driver's side of Su Yang said, "Master, go outside the city to go? Oh come on, another long distance one," Su Yang said secretly in his heart. But if he didn't pull him, he was afraid that people would complain, so he had to take the order. Go. The trunk was then opened. Chapter 72, A Man's Request. The man sat down on the passenger side after putting the suitcase in. He took out his cell phone and opened the navigation to show Su Yang. "Master, go here." Su Yang glanced at the map. The navigated location was already far out of the city, and the name of the place was also funny, called Killing Cow's Nest, which was about 40 to 50 kilometers away. It seems that the morning will only be able to complete this order, Su Yang thought in his heart, then followed the navigation and began to drive to. All along the way, the man looked out the window. How much has changed over the years? Unable to help but sigh, Su Yang thought in his heart that this person was afraid that he didn't go in for a makeover before he came out, but he didn't give his thoughts away. After half an hour of driving from the wide tarmac to the concrete, this was out of the city, but there was still a large part of the journey left to go. Su Yang still followed the man's navigation. After half an hour of continued traveling, the man began to get a little excited as he looked at the familiar scene before him. "Master, stop at the kiosk ahead. I'll buy something." The man pointed to a house in front of him and said. After Su Yang parked the vehicle, the man got out. After waiting in the car for a while, I saw the man return with a large bag of snacks and 2 cartons of milk. After placing the stuff in the back seat, he then took out a bottle of water from the snack bag and handed it to Su Yang. "Come master, drink water." It just so happened that Su Yang was also a little thirsty and took the water from the man's hand. A few sips and then continued on toward the target point, another 10 minutes or so away. At this point, the man became even more agitated. "Master, you parked the car right in front of that vacant lot." Su Yang looked at a vacant lot on the corner in front of him and leaned his car over. Master opened the trunk with a little help. After saying that, he got out of the car. At this time the sky gradually began to clear up. Su Yang also got down from the car to breathe some fresh air. The man has already taken out the luggage in the back box. There was a muddy path extending downward on the side of the road, and more than 10 meters below it a house made of mud was reflected in Su Yang's eyes, with a vegetable field in front of the door. "Master, wait for me. I'll take something down first." The man put his luggage on his shoulder and said to Su Yang, "It's okay, go ahead." After waiting a while and realizing that the man was late in returning, there were still his things on the back row. Su Yang took his things and then walked down this path. Looking at the dilapidated house in front of him, it was hard to imagine that there were actually people living inside. Walking up to the door, he saw that the man inside was talking to an old man with a white beard, with a teenage girl at his side. The man also saw Su Yang standing in the doorway and immediately got up to take the things in Su Yang's hands. "I'm really sorry to keep you waiting, and for asking you to help carry things." "It's okay. Come in and sit down for a while," the man invited. Su Yang did not mind walking inside the house, which was also cluttered, with only a little bit of free space in the center. "Master, we'd better take your car back to the city later." Su Yang nodded, took the stool and sat outside, not wanting to disturb their exchange. The man saw Su Yang waiting outside and after exchanging pleasantries with the old man, he came out with the little girl. The clothes on the girl were dirty and her hair hadn't been washed in so long that it was in knots. "Come on, master." Su Yang stood up and placed the stool inside the house, then led the two towards the parking place. When he came down, Su Yang didn't feel it, until now when he wanted to go up. He found that the road was really hard to walk. One step to slide down a little, he almost all fell down. It was good to have the scare of finally getting onto the concrete road. Looking behind the two, the man held the girl's hand tightly for fear she would fall. Su Yang couldn't help but pull him on top. "Thank you, master. Hurry up." It's going to rain heavily again later. The weather was also changing rapidly. Before it felt like the sun was going to come out. Now it was dark again. Then a few people walked to the car. Su-yang got into the car and started it, looking to the two people in the back who hadn't gotten into the car yet. He said, "Get in the car." The girl looked at her dirty clothes, and looked at the clean car. The heart is also afraid of dirtying the car. Tightly pulled a man's hand. Seeing the girl's inferiority complex, Su-yang added, "It's okay, get in the car." The girl lifted her head and looked at the man with big eyes, as if asking, "Is it really okay?" "It's okay, pair." The man got in the car and took the girl's hand, and the girl sat in, but was still rattled. So it was good that the man was there to comfort her. After Su-yang turned the car around, he started heading back to the city. "I've really bothered you today, master." "It's okay." But Su-yang glanced towards the rearview mirror from time to time, and the man noticed Su-yang's movements. "Master, do you know where there are jobs available downtown?" The man asked suddenly. "I don't know. So how much do you guys make a month running cabs?" "I just started running too." "What? You want to do this?" "Yeah, just got out of the army and looking for something to do." Su-yang also dispelled his previous opinion of the man when he heard his words. "You can run if you want." The man gave an expectant look and asked, "Really?" Su-yang nodded. He'd only be driving this for a month, and was thinking of selling the car when the time came, so he might as well rent it to the man in the car, who wouldn't be able to run it 24 hours a day, and have the man run it in his free time. "Then thank you very much indeed. By the way, what do you call yourself?" "My last name is Su." "Oh, Mr. Su, my name is Li Chuan, and this is my sister called Li Li." The man began to introduce himself. Su-yang also gave him his idea to come and run when he is not running a car, and for him being a veteran, Su-yang is also very relieved. The man nodded his head in quick agreement, and a big smile spread across his face. More than an hour later, Su-yang drove the car into the city, and the girl's eyes lit up at the sight of these high-rise buildings and bustling city, curiously massing it all. "By the way, where do you guys live?" Su-yang asked. "We're going to rent a house." Li Chuan told Su-yang about his next plan. He thought about finding a house to rent in the city and sending his sister inside the school. Su-yang also has no place to live now. He is driving to wherever he can just open a room to sleep. "Then go ahead and get busy and call me later." "Good." Su-yang parked his car to the side, and Li Chuan got out with his sister. Now that the rain hadn't fallen, Su-yang hurriedly picked up the guests. It's been days and less than 1% done. It was also raining again in the sky as we finished dropping off one of our guests. Chapter 73, Couples off the bus. Jingle bells. That's when Li Chuan called. "Mr. Su, are you free now?" "Yes." "Well, then, we'll find it at." Su-yang drove right in front of the place Li Chuan said. Li Chuan remembered Su-yang's license plate number and waved at the vehicle when Su-yang drove over. Seeing the beckoning Li Chuan, Su-yang pulled up next to them and got out of the car. The little girl by him was also changed. All new. Her hair was washed and in a ponytail. The big watery eyes looked at Su-yang who walked over. "It looks beautiful." Su-yang rubbed Li Li's head. Then he turned to Li Chuan and asked, "Have you guys found a house yet?" "Find it and contact the school when the time comes." "That's fine." Su-yang pulled out a car key from his pocket and gave it to Li Chuan. "I'll call you when I use the car. I'll go to your house to take a look." A considerable part of the reason why Su-yang would help him was sympathy. The change in his family did not cause Li Chuan to become a bad person, but instead chose to go into the military to serve his country, and thus had admiration. Li Chuan immediately led the way through an alleyway to a very old residential building. This place is going to be demolished in 2 more years, so the rent is also very cheap. Li Chuan introduced Su-yang as he walked. Soon arriving at the door of the room they rented, Li Chuan took out the key and opened the door. It's all furnished inside. It's also very convenient. Su-yang walked into the house inside. The house is not big, 50 or 60 square feet, but live 2 people is also more than enough. Then where is it? Su-yang didn't come to see the house, but wanted to use the restroom. Walking quickly in the direction Li Chuan pointed, closed the door to the toilet after letting the water run in it, afraid people would smell it, walked over to the modest couch and sat down. "Then you can park your car inside later." Su-yang saw that there were parking spaces in the neighborhood when he came. "Ah, what about you? I live nearby." Speaking of which, Su-yang was ready to find a hotel to stay in the surrounding area as well. "By the way, you'll run the night shift this month, and I'll lease you the car next month." "Okay," he agreed readily. Seeing that he was so straightforward, Su-yang thought that he had a lot of things to do in the future, so he would first cultivate a few trusted people, and Li Chuan was one of them. "Xiao Li, is it okay if brother treats you to dinner?" Su-yang turned his head to the cute girl and said, "Aha." Li also dropped her guard and nodded her head obediently, but it was rejected by Li Chuan. That's fine. You've done me such a great favor." "It's okay, I'll let you help later." Seeing this, Li Chuan had no choice but to agree. The group of three then left the room and looked around for a random restaurant that was closer. By the time the meal was over, it was also dark. Su Yang said goodbye to the two and left, wandering around the neighborhood looking for a hotel. Walking around the corner and onto the wide road, I saw a hotel right across the street and walked decisively over to it. Welcome. The moment he walked through the door, Su Yang saw a familiar person. The person working at the front desk was none other than Wang Yichuan. By the time Su Yang entered the door, she also realized it, showing a surprised expression. Little mister. Su, why are you here? What? I can't come here. No. Wang Yichuan looked around and realized there were no other guests, then said to Su Yang, aren't you teaching? Oh, that friend of mine came back, so I didn't teach. If she didn't say it, Su Yang had almost forgotten about the panic he told her last time. So what are you doing now? She pressed on. Running a taxi now, Su Yang said matter-of-factly. Looking at the clear eyes of Wang Yichuan in front of him, he added, just bought a cab. Nothing to do so. Don't you have a place to stay now? Why don't you come stay at my house? He blushed to himself when he finished speaking. No need. Get me a cheaper room. Su Yang pulled out his ID card and handed it to her. Now that he was used to this kind of life. Really not going? Wang Yichuan took the ID card in Su Yang's hand. Aha. Wang Yichuan looked at Su Yang's certainty and did not continue. After finishing the check-in information, he returned the key and ID card to Su Yang. How long until you get off work? Su Yang saw Wang Yichuan, who he hadn't seen for a long time, and wanted to wait for her to get off work to go out for a snack. I work the night shift and I don't get off until tomorrow morning. What's wrong? It's okay. I'm just asking. So I'll be on my way. The thought was that there would still be more time here in the future anyway, when she was free. After coming to the room, Su Yang went to sleep, waiting for the next morning. Go to the parking places to find that the car is actually not there. So I called Li Chuan. You ran all night last night? Well, I'll be right back. After waiting for a few minutes, Li Chuan came back in his cab, handing the car over to Su Yang. I can't. I'll go back to bed first. The body matters. With that, he drove the cab away, driving down the street. It's the middle of the workday, and there are a lot of people taking cabs. There were several people waving at each station, and Su Yang leaned the car over to see all these people grabbing. A man in a suit grabbed the others and managed to get inside the car. Master, the power company. Okay, sit tight. Su Yang also officially started today's day in the sports car, successfully completed the first order and moved on to the next customer. At this time, a girl in school uniform on the side of the road to take a taxi. Su Yang hurriedly leaned the car over. Just as the girl pulled the car door open, she was pushed away by a young couple who then got into the car. Master, go to the Jin Mao Hotel. Su Yang saw the girl anxiously standing on the side was also angry with the behavior of the two people. Ignoring the two young lovers, he got out of the car and pulled the girl to the car and opened the door for her. You two go down. On what grounds? We got on the bus first. The man in the couple said loudly. I'm here to pick up my sister from school. What are you two doing? If you don't get out of the car, I'm going to call the police and get you guys in trouble if you're late. Hearing that Su Yang wanted to call the police, the two of them reluctantly got out of the car. Su Yang walked to the driver's side toward the girl and asked, where to? Lunong Middle School. Thank you, brother, the girl said gratefully as well. Right after Su Yang and the others left, the man was furious and called the complaint line. I want to complain about the license plate. He refused to take a taxi. Yeah. After making the call and not forgetting to say towards his girlfriend on the sidelines, that's enough for him to drink, then proceeded to hail a cab on the side of the road. Chapter 74, Complaints. A few minutes later, Su Yang barred his car and parked at the entrance of Longang Middle School. Thank you, brother. The girl who got out of the car didn't forget to thank again too. Go on, don't be late, Su Yang said towards the girl. The girl also immediately ran inside the school. Then Su Yang started to pick up the next customer. Jingle bells. Looking at the unfamiliar number on his cell phone, Su Yang immediately hung up. The man sitting in the office at the moment looked at the cell phone that had hung up and flinched, then called again. Su Yang looked at the call that came again and had no choice but to answer it. Su Yang? Aha. I am from the traffic control department. The license plate of the cab you are driving. A complaint has been received, so come and find out what's going on. Hearing this, Su Yang was still flabbergasted for a moment, but then remembered. It must have been the couple that rushed down there earlier that complained about it. Thought in his mind. Okay, Su Yang had to agree, because the system's requirement was that he couldn't be complained about, and he had to explain things clearly. After hanging up the phone, you navigate on your cell phone to the location of the traffic control. More than 10 minutes later, Su Yang came to the parking space of the traffic control department, locked the car, and walked into the traffic control hall. What for? The security guard at the door asked when he saw Su Yang. Su Yang also didn't know where the office that handled complaints was. so he asked the security guard, "Where is the office for complaints?" Moncler Outlet Online. The security guards who have been here for many years also know where each office is located. The one on the far left on the second floor, is it? Moncler Outlet Online. Thank you, Grandpa. When you get upstairs, look in the direction Moncler Outlet Store you said. Seeing that the door was open, Su Yang walked in. There was only one person in the office, and Su Yang asked towards the man, "Is this the place that handles complaints?" The man nodded. "What's your license plate number?" "CA. You're Su Yang, right?" "Aha. I'm the one who called you earlier. Tell me what's going on." Su Yang told the man what happened. The man listened and understood. "Did you turn on the empty car sign then?" "No." "Okay then, I get it. You can go." "That complaint thing?" Su Yang was still worried about this. "It's okay." "Oh, thank you then." Su Yang's attitude was also quite good, fearing that he would put the complaint thing on his head. Then it was out of the office. The matter is also resolved. Su Yang drove the car out of the traffic control, and looked at the time has reached 10:30 in the morning. "I haven't pulled in many customers in the past few days, and I've only accomplished over 200 tasks, so I guess I'll have to work on that." Then began to pull up the guests. Now there are not many guests. Su Yang had to stop to the cab rank and wait for the guests to come, so as not to run empty. When he brought the parking space, he found that there were still several cars in line in front of him, so Su Yang had to line up at the end of the line, and he was bored and swiped the video in the car. After lining up for a while, Su Yang was also finally the first in line. He also put his cell phone away and started looking around for any customers. A few minutes passed and there were still no guests, so Su Yang had to continue to take out his cell phone to brush the video. Hearing the sound of someone pulling the car door, Su Yang put his cell phone down. "Master, to the station. I have a suitcase," a girl with glasses said. Su Yang opened the back box. From the reflector to see the girl's strained appearance, also had to get out of the car to give her help to put the luggage up. "Thanks, it's okay." Su Yang patted the dust on his hands. When the two of them got into the car, Su Yang drove in the direction of the station. "When we got to the place, we also helped the girls with their luggage." The girl thanked again. After sending her off, it just so happened that a man inside the station shouted at Su Yang outside, "Wait a minute." Su Yang got in the car and waited for the man. The man walked quickly to where the vehicle was parked, opened the door and got in. To the Gold Creek Hotel. The man placed the backpack behind him on his lap. Su Yang also continued to drive there. Just like this continuous running for a few hours, Su Yang is also still hungry, so he had to lean the car and then went to eat. "I ran for a couple more hours after dinner, which was long enough but not much of a single. After staying up for a while longer, it was finally time for the rush hour." Su Yang was also pumped up. There were also more customers now, and when he saw several more people waving in front of him, Su Yang leaned over. Fellow travelers on the road saw it too. Then I only saw several of them all parked in the same place, but there were still guests who didn't get a cab. Su Yang pulled to a very far place again. At this time, a fellow traveler called out to Su Yang, "Brother, where are your guests going?" "Go to. Why don't we switch?" Peers who don't want to draw close because they don't make much money. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not change. But Su Yang was different. He wanted more quantity rather than quality. Could be. The two of them also reached a consensus of opinion and then asked the customer if he agreed. Customers don't really think that much about it. It doesn't matter who they ride in as long as they get home. Guests are also changing cars. The peer spoke towards Su Yang. "Thank you, brother." Su Yang held out his hand to show that he was fine. When he was about to drive away, the person on the side who hadn't gotten a cab yet asked to Su Yang, "Master, where do you send it?" Su Yang also didn't know the destination and turned his head to look at the guests in the back row. "I went to." The people outside were also excited to hear this. "Where am I going to? Can we carpool together?" The guests were also very easygoing and agreed. Su Yang was more than okay with it. He could accomplish 2 in this trip. How could he refuse such a good thing? Once the two were seated, they started walking. There are also a lot of vehicles on the road at the end of the day. But Su Yang's skill in the face of such a situation does not matter at all. 7 turns and 8 twists to pass one car after another. The speed and the fast at the same time is also very stable. The man sitting in the co-pilot also couldn't help but praise Su Yang's car skills. "Master, you're so young to drive so well." "Well, not bad." While replying back, the movement of the hand was not distorted. "Still, how steady." After a few minutes of weaving in and out of traffic, it was also safe to bar the two to their destination. The man on the passenger side didn't forget to greet Su Yang on his way out. Now that rush hour hadn't passed, the two got out of the car and a customer came and sat down. After getting the location of the guest, Su Yang rushed into the traffic again. More than an hour after work rush hour, Su Yang all pulled the closer guests. As for the far, he is to give the guests to other peers. Peers are also happy to agree. Gradually, the people on the road were much less, and most of the people who worked had already arrived home and started to eat. After sending off one more guest, Su-Yang looked at the situation on the road and also did not continue to pull passengers, turning to dinner as well. Chapter 75, Difficulty with a Few Women. Concentrate on your meal at the restaurant. Mr. Xiao Su. That's when a voice called out to him from the doorway. Su-Yang looked up and saw Wang Yichuan standing at the entrance of the restaurant wearing a purple dress. Wang Yichuan also walked in and sat in front of Su-Yang. It's such a blessing to run into you everywhere you go. Aha. Why are you eating here? Doesn't the hotel have a cafeteria? He had also finished eating and put down the chopsticks in his hands towards her and asked. The food at the hotel wasn't good, so I came out to eat. She picked up the menu on the table and read it. He waited until the order was ready and then asked about Su-Yang. Are you still going to stay at the hotel at night? After thinking for a moment. Well, I guess I'll have to live somewhere all this month. Hearing Su-Yang's answer, Wang Yichuan was happy in her heart, so she could see Su-Yang every day. So can I play with you sometime? Yes, I'm always available. Wang Yichuan's eyes curved into a crescent shape as he smiled. Take your time eating then. I'm going to go hustle. Su-Yang got up and headed towards the counter, paying for Wang Yichuan's order as well. Bye-bye. Wang Yichuan made a bye-bye gesture as he looked at Su-Yang who was walking out. Aha! Walked to his car and opened the door. It was now completely dark and the time was 8 o'clock. There are also more young people coming out to play after dinner. Su-Yang picked up several waves of customers all going to bars and various entertainment venues. It ran until after 10 and business died down for a while. Many cabs were waiting for the guests inside at major entertainment venues, and Su-Yang followed suit, stopping to wait in front of a bar called Orange. After waiting at the door for less than 3 minutes, a few people came and pulled open Su-Yang's car door. Master, find a place to have a snack. Su-Yang brought a few people to where he often ate at the school's roadside stand, and the students were also long out of school, so most of the people who came here were adults. After sending off a few people, Su-Yang returned to the entrance of the bar to continue waiting. He saw a cab waiting in front of the bar when he arrived. It seems that they are all experienced people who have come to wait in front of the bar, and Su-Yang parked his car behind his peers. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so before a wave of guests came out, the car in front of them pulled them away, and now it was also Su-Yang's turn. Pulled the car forward a bit, just at the front door. Just as his peers left, a couple of women came out of the doorway, looking like they did quite a bit to drink and were walking a bit dazed, stumbling to Su-Yang's car. The three people also had a few good looks, dressed in a very revealing kind. Then opened Su-Yang's car door. 3 people got into the car after a few people are lying in the car. Su-Yang asked them to where. A few people were also talking with their mouths spinning. After talking for half a day, Su-Yang didn't understand. Now he didn't know what to do. Just sitting awkwardly in the cab watching a few people get drunk out of their minds. At this time another man came out from the door of the bar and also walked to Su-Yang. Master, are you leaving? Su-Yang looked down at a few people then back to the man and said, you can't leave now. The man also saw the situation inside the car. Immediately his eyes lighted up, and without waiting for Su-Yang's consent he pulled open the door and sat in the passenger seat. The 3 women were sitting in the back, so the passenger side was unoccupied. The man came in and looked at the 3 in the back row with a leering look on his face. Then revealing a mysterious smile towards Su-Yang, he said, Master, find a hotel to send us there. I'll give you $100. After saying that, he took out his wallet and pulled out a red banknote from it and gave it to Su-Yang. Su-Yang knew what the man's thoughts were, but he was in his car, so if something happened, he couldn't leave. He gave the money back to the man. The man looked at the money being returned and said, what, too little? Then he took out a few more from his bag and handed them to Su-Yang. Excuse me, please go down. Su-Yang pushed the man's hand away and said politely, why don't I share one with you? The man gave a meaningful smile. I'll call the police after this. What are you pretending to be? Go down. Su-Yang pointed at the man and said coldly, okay, stay here. The man got out of the car very hard to throw the car door. Afraid of Su-Yang drove away, subsequently walked to the front of the car to play the phone. Not long after, several men with hair dyed different colors came out of the bar. How? The man who was driven out of the car pointed at Su-Yang's car and said, just that kid in the car give me a beating. A few people were drunk and grumpy, feeling that the whole city of Haiyang was theirs. The man at the head of the group walked up to Su-Yang's car door and yelled at him, get your ass down here. Su-Yang sat in the driver's seat not wanting to care about them at all, and pulled out the phone ready to call the police. The man saw what Su-Yang was trying to do, and as soon as he pulled the car door open, he rushed to the car and started to grab the cell phone in Su-Yang's hand. Su-Yang wasn't a vegetarian either and stomped the man away. The man's one figure didn't stand still and sat straight on his ass. Seeing this, the man said to the others, hit me. A few punks also immediately began to move against Su-Yang in the car. Su-Yang was in the car and just kept kicking outside, and for a while these people didn't know what to do. The man standing in front of the car immediately ran to the passenger side and opened the door to start pinning Su Yang from this side. Su Yang couldn't care less about his head. That's when a patrol car spotted the area. From above, several uniformed men came down with SWAT logos plastered on their chests. What for? The two SWAT officers whipped out their batons and yelled at the men. Stop it. A few people see the police also immediately began to scatter and flee. But where they ran over the professionally trained police, coupled with a lot of alcohol, it didn't take long to get a few people under control. A SWAT officer then walked over to Su Yang and asked about the situation. Su Yang told him the truth. After hearing this and saluting towards Su Yang, he said to the other SWAT officers, "Take them away." Several people were also escorted to patrol cars and taken away. Luckily, the SWAT team came in time, or else Su Yang would have gotten a beating tonight. Looking at the several people in the car who were still huffing and puffing, although these few punks were dealt with, the problem in front of them was still not solved. Su Yang had to open the door to try and wake up a few people, nudging the woman leaning out. "Wake up." Seeing that he still didn't wake up, Su Yang had to grab the woman's shoulders and start shaking. This was finally a bit of a reaction, and the woman pushed Su Yang's hand on her shoulder away. "Well, what for?" The woman shook her head. "Where are you going?" Su Yang was very loud, afraid that they wouldn't hear him. The woman was a little too braced for the other two to lean on her. It fell down towards Su Yang's side. Chapter 76, Other People's Dinners. Thus, an embarrassing scene appeared as the three men went from one to the other and finally collapsed on top of Su Yang. For a moment, Su Yang froze in place, not knowing what to do. Looking around to see that no one was around, he pushed the woman inside and finally snapped the door shut. Seeing that the time had reached more than 12 o'clock, Su Yang got into the cab and prepared to send a few people to the police station. At this time, a woman in the back row was just pushed by Su Yang to wake up quite a bit, looked at the two people beside her, and then began to look around the car, only to realize that she was in a cab. Rubbing his groggy head, he said to Su Yang, "Master, what time is it now?" Su Yang didn't notice the movement behind him and was startled by the sudden sound. Turning his head to see the woman staring at him. "You guys are finally awake. You didn't respond after calling for half a day. It's past 12 o'clock now." Hearing this, the woman began to shake up the two people beside her, and gradually the two people woke up, but their brains were still not quite clear. If a few people woke up any later, Su Yang would have to send them to the police station. The evening wind was cool and blew in through the car window. At that moment, a woman covered her mouth. Su Yang saw this scene and hurriedly told the woman to go down to vomit. "Do not vomit into the car, otherwise the smell is too bad." The woman opened the car door and started wah 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 before she even got out. Luckily, he didn't vomit into the car, and Su Yang also put down his heart. By the time she was done throwing up, and after a bit of a reprieve, she was pretty much awake. After closing the door of the car, Su Yang turned his head and asked once again to what place the few people went to. A few women also didn't expect the driver to be so young and have a high face value. "Find a hotel. We're not going back tonight." The woman who woke up first spoke to the two. The two of them eyed it in agreement. Only then did the woman say to Su Yang, "Master, go to the hotel." Their conversation Su Yang is also heard. Here's so many hotels he did not know where to go. At this time he thought of Wang Yichuan where the hotel. Pull a few people over to him to raise performance. With that in mind, he immediately drove there. The hotel is some distance away. The woman looked at the hotel passing by outside the car window with a puzzled expression. "Master, isn't there a hotel next to it? Where are you taking us?" Su Yang didn't know what to say, knowing that a few people were afraid that he would have any bad thoughts about them. "Don't worry, won't do anything to you guys," the other woman whispered with a pouty expression. "It's not like we can't do anything." This was overheard by the woman on the sidelines, who pinched her thigh and said through gritted teeth, "What are you thinking about?" And so the awkwardness pervaded the journey to the destination. When a few people paid and got out of the car, Su Yang called Li Chuan to tell him to come to his place to drive, parked in the parking lot in front of the hotel and walked in as well. Wang Yichuan was still at the front desk checking in a few people and smiled when she saw Su Yang coming. "Why are you so late?" "Well, it's a little late to close the car." A few people saw Su Yang and they were very familiar with each other. A woman asked towards Wang Yichuan at the reception desk, "Your boyfriend?" Being told by her, Wang Yichuan immediately blushed, and after glancing towards Su Yang with ambiguous eyes proceeded to continue working. "No wonder you dragged us so far away to stay in a hotel. So it's for your girlfriend to boost her performance." The woman turned the topic to Su Yang again. Su Yang wasn't going to explain. He did have this idea, but the only difference was that she wasn't his girlfriend, just a female friend. Hearing the woman ask Su Yang this way, Wang Yichuan also looked at him with her beautiful eyes in anticipation of how Su Yang would answer. Indeed, his answer was simply to agree with him, not to be boyfriend and girlfriend. At this point, Wang Yichuan's face turned even redder, but she misunderstood. Then the key was given to several people. watching a few people sway and walk away. Su Yang was starting to process himself. Get me a month's worth, or this is too much trouble. Wang Yichuan nodded her head obediently like a little daughter-in-law. Looking at Su Yang's back, it was hard to hide the happiness in his heart. The entire night had been because of Su Yang's words, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curled up in a happy expression. Of course Su Yang really does not know about this. He has already laid down on the bed huffing and puffing. The next morning, Su Yang slept too late last night, so he hadn't gotten up until now, but a phone call woke him up. Hello, Xiao Su. The one who called was no one else but Qin Jiang, whom he had saved earlier. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Yang also sat up from his bed. Uncle Qin, what can I do for you? Nothing, just wanted to talk to you on the phone. Oh, do you have time tonight? Yes, then come to the house for dinner when you're off work. Qin Jiang stated the purpose of his call. Okay, then it's a deal. After a few more moments of continued small talk, the two of them dropped the call as well. Agreed? Hong Mei, who was sitting at the dining table, asked towards Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang gave an okay sign. I'll go grocery shopping then. Fresh in the morning. Aha. Hong Mei, who had finished her breakfast, also immediately got up and prepared to go to the market to buy food. Su Yang was so sleep-deprived by the call that he had to get up and wash up in the toilet. Then he came to the place where he had agreed to park with Li Chuan, and seeing that the car was already parked in position, Su Yang walked over. Starting work. It had stopped last night and the water on the roads was dry. Without waiting for Su Yang to return the car to drive out of the neighborhood, he picked up a customer. It's also not yet time to go to work, so there aren't a lot of people. After dropping off the first guest, it took a while of continued wandering around before the second guest arrived. By now the commuter party had begun to leave the house. Watching the road fill up with people, Su Yang also increased the speed of his car. After yesterday's day, he was also getting to know a lot of his peers, and in this way he gave the ones that were farther away to the others, and pulled some of the closer ones himself. The morning passed in this way, and Su Yang took advantage of this free time to start checking up on the progress of the quest. System. Mission completion 465/2000. Almost a quarter of the way through, and it's getting to be a week. It's okay, pull in more customers while the weather is nice for a few days, and then you can rest and relax the rest of the time. Thinking of this, Su Yang was also filled with energy. After buying a bottle of water at a roadside store, he continued to start picking up customers. The midday sun was also so warm you couldn't help but start dozing off. Just as Su Yang was waiting for a red light, boo! There was a loud noise coming from the back of the car. Chapter 77, An Automobile Accident. Su Yang was slammed into the steering wheel by this sudden impact. It took a while to sit and slow down before he could barely get out of the car. Walking up to the back of the car's ass, he only saw a Ferrari next to his car. The back of the car's ass had been smashed to pieces and the bumper was falling off. Looking around, there was an exquisite woman sitting in the Ferrari. The woman was also stunned and sat motionless in the car. Su Yang walked up and knocked on the window glass. The woman lowered the window and looked at the handsome Su Yang in front of her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. How much? I'll pay you. The woman's tone of voice was also very soft, and the moment she came up, she wanted to compensate Su Yang. Seeing the woman's very good attitude, Su Yang was not angry, and looked at the car's ass. He did not know how much it would cost to repair the car. Go to the repair shop and see. Then you go and I'll follow you. Su Yang began to open the navigation and look for a nearby repair shop. It just so happened that the neighborhood was about to have one, and then Su Yang drove there, while the woman followed behind Su Yang's car. Driving to the door of the repair shop, the people inside also commanded Su Yang to start reversing. After pulling into the repair shop, he got out and walked over to the woman's car. The woman was answering the phone in the car, and Su Yang had to wait on the sidelines when he saw this, waiting for the woman to finish the phone call. Su Yang just wanted to open the mouth of the woman said, "Today is really sorry. I'm busy to go to the meeting. You put the contact information to me. The meeting is finished, I'll call you." Words. Seeing that the woman was in a hurry, Su Yang didn't dwell on it and reported the phone number to the woman. Jingle bells. The call went through. How much will it be then? I'll transfer it to you, and I'll be on my way. After saying that, he drove off, leaving Su Yang standing in place. I was thinking I could pull a few good days of classes, but then this came up again. Su Yang also sighed for a while, then walked to the workshop of the repair shop. Rushing to the master who repaired the car, he asked, "Brother, this has to be repaired for a few days." Big brother put down his hands and walked over to Su Yang, wiping the oil stains on his hands. "It'll probably be fixed by tomorrow morning. And how much does that cost, roughly?" "I just looked at what I'm going to change, and it's about 2,000. Okay, I'll come tomorrow then." After the chat, Big brother is also into his work. Su Yang also called Li Chuan to tell him that he had a car accident and that he would run again tomorrow night. It just so happened that Li Chuan had something to do, and he had already contacted the school to enroll Lili today. After taking care of things, Su Yang returned to the hotel. The front desk of the hotel changed to a different person, and Wang Yichuan was off duty at this time. Su Yang returned to the hotel and began to catch up on his sleep. I didn't wake up until after 5 p.m., feeling refreshed throughout after getting enough sleep. Looking at the time, it was also time to go to Qin Zhang's house for dinner. Su Yang changed his clothes and went out the door. It was also not yet time to get off work, and the cabs on the road were all empty, so Su Yang easily hit one. Master, Longjiang Garden. The place where Su Yang lived was also a bit far from Longjiang Garden, and the master was also very happy to hear that. What does the handsome man do that he can afford a house in Longjiang Garden? The master driving the car asked. I go to other people's houses, and as far as work goes it's the same as yours. Same as me? The master was still frozen for a moment, and immediately responded as well. Peers. Aha. Master is also a chatterbox. See, Su Yang is a peer. All the way in he is talking, Su Yang from time to cope with it. And so the conversation went on to the destination. The master headed back after saying hello. Su Yang came to the access control. The access control of the villa here was face swipe. Seeing that he couldn't open the door, Su Yang shouted towards the security guard. Master, help open the door. The security guard walked out from the security booth and rushed at Su Yang, asking, are you the owner of this place? No, someone else asked me to come to dinner. What's the owner's name? Qin Zhang. Hearing the name Su Yang uttered, the security guard immediately changed his face. Boss Qin's guest, it's fine to go in, said he. Opened the doorway. Su Yang walked in and thought to himself, it seems that Qin Zhang and the others are very good people, otherwise how could the security guards just let him in? Vaguely remembering the road to their house, after turning a corner, they saw a 3-story villa. The last time he came it was raining heavily and he couldn't see the structure of the villa, but today he could see it clearly. There is a small pavilion on the west side and a swimming pool next to the pavilion. Standard villa structure. It took a moment of searching the doorway to find the location of the doorbell, and then he pressed it. The door opened as the doorbell rang down. Qin Zhang also walked out from inside the villa with a smile on his face. Little Su is here. Quickly go in and sit down. Since he was here, Su Yang was not polite and followed Qin Zhang to the living room. Hong Mei, who was busy in the kitchen, also came out when she heard the sound. Xiao Su, the meal will be ready soon, so sit down for a while. Su Yang sat down on the sofa. At this time, Qin Zhang went upstairs and opened the door to Qin Xiaoxiao's room. Quickly go down. Su Yang is here. Come on, come on. Qin Xiaoxiao had a reluctant look on her face. Come on, don't dawdle. Okay, got it. With that, he walked into the bathroom in his room. Seeing his daughter in this state, Qin Zhang also shook his head helplessly. He then came to the living room to chat with Su Yang. Your aunt has made several specialties today, so try them then. Everything auntie cooks is delicious. Qin Zhang heard Su Yang's small mouth talking like honey, and in his heart, he appreciated him even more. Just as the two of them were chatting, Qin Xiaoxiao came down from upstairs. Qin Zhang immediately got up and said, you two talk, I'll go help your aunt. He came into the kitchen and peeked up at the two in the living room. Qin Xiaoxiao sat down on the sofa opposite Su Yang. Do you know why my dad and the others asked you to come to our house for dinner? Su Yang said he didn't know. My dad, he wants you to be his son-in-law. Qin Xiaoxiao said very directly, then immediately said in a strong tone, I won't agree to it anyway, and you'll think even less of it. Su Yang didn't even think about it, and his aura didn't lose to her in the slightest. Don't worry, I won't like you either. That's good. After that, he plopped down on the couch and played with his cell phone. Qin Zhang, who was hiding in the kitchen, saw that the two of them had stopped chatting, and also walked out and said to the two of them, it's time to eat. Seeing this, Su Yang got up and came to the kitchen to start helping serve the food. Hong Mei watched as Su Yang was serving the rice, hurriedly stopping him. Where can I ask you to help? Go sit down. Then he shouted at Qin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, come and serve the food. Qin Xiaoxiao came reluctantly, her eyes staring at Su Yang with a deadpan expression. Su Yang looked at her and read the meaning. Chapter 78, Shinese Tantrum. He knew full well that Qin Xiaoxiao didn't want anything to do with himself, and it just so happened that he didn't have any ideas himself. So in the face of Qin Xiaoxiao's attitude towards herself, she didn't care that much, so he turned and went out of the kitchen and went outside. But he still had a little doubt in his heart. He couldn't figure out why Qin Zhang and his couple would want him to be their son-in-law. How could they not know their own daughters? Please, will the couple also know their own daughter's thoughts? But in this case, they weren't going to let their daughters make the call. Soon enough, Qin Xiaoxiao had served the meal, and the few people sat down at the table in a smooth manner. Xiao Su, how are you feeling today? How's business? Qin Zhang was like a caring uncle, inquiring about Su Yang before the meal started. Today was fine, just a little accident. Su Yang did not have a particularly big reaction to Qin Zhang's enthusiasm. He had already seen too much of the coldness and warmth of people within this period of time. This has led to his current hands-off attitude towards almost everything. What's the accident? You can tell me about it, and maybe I can help you. Qin Jiang was not displeased with Su Yang's cold attitude. It was as if he didn't realize Su Yang's attitude, and he continued to ask himself. Seeing Qin Jiang continue to ask like this, Su Yang could not afford to continue to remain silent and not answer. It's not much. It's just that the butt of the car was hit by someone else today while waiting at a stoplight. The car might not be fixed until tomorrow morning. In just 2 short sentences, Su Yang told him what had happened to him today. Had a car accident? Are you serious then? Are there any injuries on your body? Why didn't you tell us about such a big thing for a kid like you? Anyway, we're kind of your aunt and uncle now, so you can still talk to us about these things. Before the other 2 people at the table could react, Hong Mei had already started to get up and inspect Su Yang. Qin Jiang, who had reacted, also began to look at Su Yang. The 2 of them froze in their chairs with the attitude Su Yang had gotten. The last time he'd been here, the couple had been gentle with him though, but not as much as today. So it was no wonder that Su Yang felt surprised. He was just checked everywhere by Hong Mei until his whole body was examined and no wounds were found. It was then that Hong Mei completely put her heart down. Don't worry, uncles and aunts, there's nothing wrong with me. This body of mine is strong. If there was a problem, I wouldn't be here eating with you guys right now. Truth be told, what the couple was doing right now and how they were reacting made Su Yang feel warmth in his heart. This subconscious reaction of theirs let Su Yang know that it wasn't a fake. He was also now getting the impression that the couple were indeed 2 good people. How else would he have been so nice to him the second time they met? Well, Mom and Dad, he's all clear on him now. Can we eat now? On the contrary, Qin Xiaoxiao had a cold face on the surface and didn't care about Su Yang at all. Of course, if Su Yang hadn't seen her nervousness in that moment just now, he might have really thought that she was just such an indifferent person. You child, Xiao Su had such a big incident and you're still this indifferent. Hearing what her daughter said, Hong Mei immediately turned around and rebuked. That's right, such a big kid, but he still doesn't know any better. Why don't you hurry over and care about your brother Su Yang? Qin Jiang also continued to preach after his own wife's rebuke. Did I say anything wrong? There was nothing wrong with him in the first place. And you too chastise your daughters for strangers you've only met twice? Hearing her parents' dissatisfaction with her, Qin Xiaoxiao became more and more upset. Originally, she herself did not want her parents to find this son-in-law for her. She hadn't even been able to notice her emotions before she was scolded by her parents like that again. Inevitably, emotions got a little out of control for a moment, and he cried out directly on top of the dining room table. The other 3 people on top of the dining table were at a loss for words when they saw Qin Xiaoxiao crying. Su Yang was also a little surprised at how things had turned out. He hadn't expected the couple to outright rebuke their daughter so that he could be their son-in-law. Well, uncle and auntie, in fact, sure Noah wasn't wrong, and it's true that I don't have any injuries on my body, and it's not like this whole thing is a big deal. I'm all over it. I can't believe sure Noah is already hungry, so let's hurry up and start eating as well. Su Yang also didn't expect that he would one day be able to act as a peacemaker in their family's relationship. The couple certainly won't stay high and mighty now that they have a ladder to go down. Okay, Mom and Dad know it's wrong and shouldn't scold you. I don't know that you're a little uncomfortable inside right now. It's okay, let's eat first. In fact, just now Hong Mei had regretted it the first time after scolding her daughter. Now that there was a step, he immediately began to coax his own daughter. No matter what, Su Yang was still an outsider after all. No closer than his own daughter. She is also thinking of her own daughter. More or less say a few words, even if angry for a while will be coaxed well. Qin Jiang didn't have any frame at this time, seeing that his daughter was indeed aggrieved. When you are at the table, you also always give your own daughter some of her favorite dishes. How could Qin Xiaoxiao not know what her parents were thinking? Although there was still some discomfort in his heart, he didn't really care that much anymore. Seeing that their daughter's face had eased up a lot, the 2 of them, husband and wife, knew that their daughter wasn't angry anymore. Xiao Sua, hurry up and clip your own food to eat. Don't be embarrassed, just treat it like your own home. After coaxing her daughter, Hong Mei started to warm up to Su Yang. Thank you auntie, I won't be polite. Su Yang reached his bowl over to receive the dishes Hong Mei gave him while talking. The 4 of them were so happy at the top of the table that if they didn't know better, they would have thought they were a family of 4. Of course, one would have to exclude Qin Xiaoshu's indignant face towards Su Yang. The meal was a more successful one. 2. According to Su Yang's intention was to leave after eating here and taking a rest. Soon several people turned to stand on top of the couch and continued to chat. Xiao Su, I don't know what your future plans are. Are you planning to continue driving a cab? Chapter 79, Becoming a Son-in-Law. They weren't really that familiar with each other, and Qin Jiang had to use those aspects as an entry point. At the moment I don't have any plans. I'm supposed to keep driving a cab. Facing Qin Jiang's inquiry, Su Yang did not lie. After all, what he said was the truth. He will indeed continue to drive a cab until he completes the task given to him by the system. After the couple heard what Su Yang said, their faces didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he became more and more appreciative of Su Yang. I don't know if you heard what Shirnoa said just now, and we do have this idea of having you come and become our son-in-law. After the two couples looked at each other, it was still Qin Jiang who spoke up on the topic. I'm sure you can tell that we as a couple love Shinobu very much. Our family business isn't much of a rich one, but it's still not a problem to support Shinobu. But the two of us, husband and wife, are just worried about what to do if we're the only one left with Shirnoa after the two of us leave. There's no one suitable right now, and Shinobu doesn't have a favorite. The two of us are just going to find a house son-in-law to come and take good care of Shirnoa for us. Qin Jiang told both of them all about it, and he didn't feel embarrassed about it. It's better to bring this out in a big way than to shy away from it. Su Yang saw that Qin Jiang had still brought this matter to light. In fact, he wasn't surprised at all in his heart. After all, the two of them, the husband and wife, had been a little too nice to him during their first meeting. Good excessively is a bit like attentiveness, which also let Su Yang heart some very unrealistic fantasy. For all the fantasies he had in his own mind, this one turned out to be so much better. After Qin Jiang finished speaking, the two of them, husband and wife, just stared at Su Yang. They are also a little embarrassed about this thing that they said out loud to themselves. After all, most guys don't have anyone who wants to come and be a door-to-door son-in-law. They've looked at others before and either their character wasn't up to snuff. Either that or he himself refused to come and be a door-to-door son-in-law. Qin Jiang also felt that this young man was particularly truthful when he first met Su Yang that day, and it feels extraordinarily authentic and unpretentious. Excuse me, auntie and uncle, I'd especially like to thank you for taking care of me all this time, but I still have to say I'm sorry. I'm not resisting being a door-to-door son-in-law. Rather, right now I have my own things to do, and there's no emotional basis for the two of us, Shirnoa and I, and as you saw just now, Shirnoa doesn't have a crush on me either. Instead of letting Shinobu be with someone she doesn't like, it's better to let her live on her own. If a rich man had come to himself out of the blue and told him to go and be a son-in-law at a previous time, Su Yang also estimated that his own self at that time would agree without hesitation. After all, it was so much worse back then, but it's not the same anymore. Since the system, he would never be the same again as he was before. Hearing Su Yang's refusal, it was also obvious that the couple had some loss. Looking at the two people of the couple who had been very enthusiastic about themselves just now, they were now as completely absent as if they had been splashed with a pot of cold water. I'm really sorry, uncle and auntie. If it's okay, you two can treat me like your son, and I'd be happy to honor you. After all, you two have been so good to me. I like your family atmosphere too, but if I had to be your son-in-law, that might not work out so well. Su Yang didn't want to hurt the kind couple either, but right now he had his own things to do. Even if he couldn't turn it down anymore, he had to turn this thing down. It's a good thing the two of them as a couple had been rejected so many times, and the rejection needed for this one was within their expectations. It was just that compared to those people before, Su Yang's attitude was just too much better, and both in terms of appearance and quality, Su Yang was much better than those people. They were also very embarrassed to see Su Yang. Well, actually, the two of us just wanted to ask for your opinion. Even if you refuse, the two of us won't do anything to you. Like you said, since you can't be my son-in-law, it's just as well to be our son. In the future, we will be much more relieved when Shinobu has an older brother like you. Qin Jiang had now also digested this matter thoroughly. He was more or less a man who had seen the world, and such a trivial matter was not so much on his mind. Yeah, like your uncle said, you come over to the house more often from now on. Just think of us as your family. You are more than welcome. Hongmei might have also realized that there was something bad about her own attitude and emotions just now. Now, he also wanted to try to make up for it and not let Su Yang feel the fallout. This couple were indeed very good people, and now that they were in this situation, they even turned around and comforted Su Yang. Sitting on the sidelines, Shirnoa was like a spectator as she watched this whole thing in its entirety. She hadn't expected her parents to be so direct about it. Of course, this was not the thing that surprised her the most. What surprised her the most was the fact that Su Yang had turned this thing down. She hadn't thought before that just such a cab driver would refuse to come and be their son-in-law, because he felt that the gap between the two of them was just too great. Su Yang he couldn't drive a cab for the rest of his life to reach such heights. This was also why Shirnoa thought that Su Yang would agree to their request for this. As a result, this matter is now bipolar reversal. Su Yang rejected this request very thoroughly. Now that Ming had gotten this all out of the way, Shirnoa didn't have to marry someone she didn't like, but she just wasn't that happy on the inside. She always felt like this wasn't how things were supposed to go, but no matter what, the concerns in his own mind were finally put to rest. She also hoped that her parents would stop looking for a husband for her in the future. Well, Mom and Dad, since he said that, you guys shouldn't give him a hard time. Since he said he would be my brother from now on, let him be my brother. After all, I didn't have a brother growing up, and it would still be a nice thing to think about if I had one. Chapter 80, Pick up the car from the garage. Now Shinya's entire body was completely relaxed, and after knowing that Su Yang would not become her husband, she did not have the same kind of hostility towards Su Yang as before. This relaxed attitude of hers was clearly detected by the three men on the sidelines. Su Yang also didn't sense any more of Shinoa's particular malice towards him. Yeah, uncle and auntie, since Shinoa has said so, I'll look at him as my own blood sister from now on. From now on, no matter what comes up, you guys just greet me. No matter what. Su Yang didn't want to get too embarrassed with this family. It's also good to make more of these connections now for your own future development. So no matter what, he couldn't fall out with Qin Jiang and his family. Of course, the closer the relationship, the better it would be for helping his career afterward, since his own daughter really didn't have any thoughts about Su Yang either. And now their daughter's demeanor was completely relaxed. They didn't know if the whole thing of finding a son-in-law for their daughter was right or not. It was good that they were now completely disabused of that idea as well. Well, it's your aunt and I who are complicating this. Since neither of you have that in mind, forget it. We were also going to try to get the two of you to try it. And if it doesn't work, then we'll make another plan. Now it looks like you don't even have to try. You're just brother and sister. Then in that case, if you don't mind us, why don't you just straight up you let us be your godparents? This will be your home from now on. So come back more often when you have nothing to do. In Qin Zhang's opinion, this person Su Yang must have a capable person, not just from his literacy, but some of his usual way of dealing with people and how he approaches things. Qin Zhang knew that this person must not be a pool animal, and that he must have great achievements in the future. If that's the case, then what's the harm in the two of them recognizing a godson? Even if he didn't accomplish anything in the future, it wouldn't be bad for them. But if there are achievements, the benefits for them are just too much. These little plans inside Qin Zhang's heart were not known to Su Yang himself. Even their daughter, Qin Xiaoxiao, was unaware of it. Only his pillow is aware of his own thoughts. Su Yang also didn't expect Qin Zhang to directly ask himself to be his godson. This thing was out of his league. After hearing this, Su Yang immediately showed surprise and was very excited. Is it true? Can I really be your godson? I'm just so happy. I've been alone for the past few years and now I can finally have a family. Su Yang had brewed his touched emotions very well. The other three people in the room didn't realize that Su Yang was acting out this emotion. It's true, kid. From now on you'll be our godson. If there's anything you want to talk to us directly. Anyway, whatever happened, we as a family can talk about it and work it out. Hong Mei also went along with her own husband in putting these words into words. Both of them expressed great satisfaction with the situation. Just now, Su Yang was still thinking about how this relationship is not solid. Now the opportunity has come. Then you'll be my godparents from now on, and I'll be considered your son. After the emotions arrived, Su Yang even revealed a few tears in his excitement. Qin Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the sidelines, completely did not anticipate that this matter would develop to this point. Obviously, just now, his own parents were still asking Su Yang to be their door-to-door son-in-law, but now Su Yang had directly become his brother. Then since we're family now, you'll be staying here tonight. In a while, let your godmother stir-fry 2 more wine dishes properly, and the two of us, master and son, will have another good drink. Qin Jiang also looked very happy now as he put his hand on Su Yang's shoulder. Now neither knew what the other was thinking, and both thought they had a great advantage. Yes, it's just that I'm not a very good drinker, but I'll try to drink as much as I can with you, godfather. This matter was also considered to be thoroughly discussed, and Su Yang was now considered half of Qin's family. Qin Xiaoxiao was very helpless about the way this was going. Without thinking, she directly got up and went back inside her room, no longer paying attention to the 3 people downstairs. Her departure didn't deter the 3 of them from continuing to talk and laugh downstairs, though, instead, the 3 of them didn't have to take her feelings into account anymore, and talked even more freely. After watching the time almost come, Hong Mei got up and went to the kitchen alone. After going to make a few dishes for drinking, Su Yang and the 2 of them drank. It was the same situation as before. Su Yang was almost drunk after 1 glass of wine. Qin Jiang didn't make things too difficult for him, and after the 2 of them helped Su Yang fall asleep inside the room, they didn't drink anymore. Su Yang was also really drunk right now, and he didn't even remember how he got back inside the room. As soon as he got up the next morning, all he could feel was that his head hurt terribly. He doesn't remember a thing about what happened last night after he got drunk. It was a good thing he remembered that he had to pick up his car this morning and didn't continue to rest. After going downstairs, he had breakfast with the 2 Qin Jiang couples, said he was going to pick up his car from the mechanic's store later, and then left as well. After walking outside, I took a cab and actually went straight to the repair store from yesterday. As for the cost of repairing the car, he was going to go and ask for clarification before calling the other side. This incident was ultimately the other party's fault, although he was no longer poor enough to take his own money out to repair this car. Soon he arrived at the repair shop, and as soon as he entered he saw his cab. The car had indeed been repaired, and from the looks of it you couldn't tell that it had been hit. "Hi, I'm here to pick up my car. What's the approximate cost to fix it?" After finding the person who helped him repair his car yesterday, Su Yang asked for the price of repairing the car. Yesterday's stated price wasn't much, it was 2,600, and later you'll get a first look at the repairs. If you have any problems, raise them in time, so we can adjust them in time. This matter does not need to be said by the other party. Su Yang himself is also aware of it. He does not want to be the wrongdoer. But before he could do that he needed to call the other guy and tell him how much it would cost to fix the car. Chapter 81, Beauty Pays. After walking inside a quiet corner, Su Yang took out his cell phone, found the phone number from yesterday, and started dialing it. The call was made, but the person on the other end was slow to pick up the phone. Finally, after waiting until the phone was about to be hung up, the other party put the phone through. "Hello, hello, which one?" Listening to the other party's tone, Su Yang knew that this person must still be resting. "Hey there, I'm the guy whose car you hit yesterday, and I was trying to tell you about the cost of fixing your car." Su Yang didn't intend to exchange pleasantries and directly opened the door. After saying this, Su Yang did not expect the reaction on the other end of the phone to be so great. He could plainly hear the other man jumping straight up from the bed. Sorry, I was just so busy yesterday that I forgot about it straight away. Are you still at that repair shop from yesterday? You give me half an hour and I'll be right over to you. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, I'll pay for all the car repairs." The other party hurriedly hung up the phone after saying that. Su Yang also did not anticipate that the person would still come inside the repair shop. He thought that the other party would directly call the money over. It's okay if you don't come over to deal with it on site, so that both parties know the situation, know the price, and won't have any trouble later. Just like that, Su Yang didn't find any problems after giving the car a once-over. Just sit honestly inside the repair shop and wait for the other side. The good thing is that when the other person said half an hour, it was indeed half an hour. After half an hour, Su Yang did see the woman who had crashed the bike yesterday appearing at the door in a hurry. Only unlike yesterday, the female's dress today was just a little too different from yesterday. Yesterday it was totally a city girl look, but today it looks totally like a very petite woman. "I'm sorry, I got so busy with this straight away yesterday that I forgot to contact you. How's it going? Did you get the car fixed okay? How much was it? I'll go and pay it off straight away." She hurriedly ran to Su Yang's front, even gasping for air. "It's okay, there's no rush, just take it easy for a while. I'm not in a big hurry." Around is accustomed to seeing a lot of big beautiful women, but the woman in front of him for Su Yang, it is obvious that it is a different figure, not like any of the women he'd seen before. In response, Su Yang himself had produced some different changes. Even talking to each other, he became more gentle. The woman in front of her gasped for air, easing off after a long time. There was no more gasping for air before she looked up at the man in front of her. To be honest, she was very surprised when she saw Su Yang at first glance. Yesterday, due to the rush of time, she hadn't looked at Su Yang squarely. After taking this glance, she directly froze in place and just stared straight at Su Yang. "Hi, beautiful, how are you? Is something wrong?" Looking at the other party staring straight at him, Su Yang himself was somewhat puzzled. He didn't think he should be charming enough for that. It was good that the other person quickly woke up and made it clear that he was sorry. "I got a little carried away just now and didn't mean to disrespect you. I hope you don't mind." A brief explanation of why he was in the situation he was just in. "Then since there's nothing else to do, you can go ahead and pay the money. Pretty lady, later, I may have to go to the sports car, so I won't be here much longer." Although the beauty in front of him was enough to amaze him, Su Yang had not forgotten his mission. He would not consider anything else until he had accomplished his mission. The other guy seemed to realize what he had come for and basically went and found the guy at the garage to pay for it. Su Yang was also waiting for the other party not far away, and when the woman had finished paying, he planned to leave after saying hello. "Hello, my name is He Chang. This matter today has caused you a lot of trouble. I'm really very sorry, and I hope you don't take it to heart, and if you need any compensation, I can try to accommodate that as well." Seeing that the person across from him reached out his hand, Su Yang put his own hand out. "Hello, my name is Su Yang. It's fine, I don't need any compensation for this matter. You also paid for my car repairs, and this matter is cleared up between the two of us. You don't have to take this to heart. If there's nothing else for you to do then I'll leave." Su Yang was still maintaining a nice gentlemanly demeanor now. After a brief self-introduction, Su Yang got himself into a cab and drove away. but Su Yang did not know that after he drove away, the beautiful woman called He Chang was still standing in the same place, staring straight at the direction he left. Now it's finally time to get on with the mission. Just after driving out of the repair shop, Su Yang received a customer. For this reason, Su Yang himself felt very happy. Looks like he's having a pretty good day. Just 2 minutes out and he's got a single. After dropping the other party off at the designated location, it was almost time for the students to go to school. The only 2 times of the day when the highest number of people take a taxi are when students go to school and when commuters go to work. The reason why Su Yang hurriedly rushed to the car was because of this reason. And these students don't mind hauling a few more people in one of their cars. In this way, Su Yang picked and chose along the way, and finally managed to pull in 4 students from the same school. He'd accomplished 4 slots on this trip, and if every day went according to that, then he guessed it wouldn't even take him a month to get this done. Finally he pulled a dozen or so students within the time it took for them to get to school, and soon it will be time for those working people who need to be at work. Finally he was almost pulling a full load of almost 25 people before the noon meal. This number is very satisfying for him. After all, pulling in 25 people in one morning would mean that he could pretty much pull in at least 50 people on this day. After casually finding a restaurant to eat at, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he continued to wander the streets to see if he could continue to get other customers. During this time, he also received a call from Li Chuan. He also wanted to inquire about how the repairs to the car were going. It's okay, the car is now fully repaired and you'll be able to continue running the car tonight. I'm in a sports car right now, so I won't talk to you much. After finishing the situation, Su Yang hung up the phone. Chapter 82, Chi Yun Group. As Su Yang just hung up the phone, he saw an Anya hurriedly open the door to sit on the car, panting in his mouth, looking very anxious. Seeing this, he was delighted to have a guest so soon. Su Yan looked at Anya's face in the rearview mirror. This is really it can be described as a stunning Anya. That front and back figure with sitting in the chair is even more prominent, so that people cannot take their eyes off. Master, go to the Sea of Golden Dreams. Before Su Yang could say anything, Anya spoke up. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded, and his heart was also pondering for a while. This Anya was not an ordinary person to know that Golden Dream Sea could also be a famous rich area. But no wonder, after all, this Anya's looks and body were there. With that, Su Yang started the vehicle. With a roar, the vehicle sped away. It was also at this moment that Su Yang suddenly realized that not far behind him, there was actually a black Mercedes-Benz car following him. The Mercedes was going extremely fast, as if it was chasing him precisely. Su Yang, who saw this scene, was puzzled, and then he increased the gas pedal again. But then he realized that the speed of the Mercedes-Benz had also increased. Pretty girl, do you recognize that car back there? At those words, that Anya who had her eyes closed also opened her eyes and looked towards the back. Then he spoke. Master, increase the gas. Get rid of him. Is it so exciting? Sniffing, Su Yang couldn't help but think in his heart. Immediately afterward, he increased the throttle as well. But the performance of his car was there after all, and although the throttle was increased, it was obvious that he couldn't outrun the Mercedes behind him. Soon, the distance between that Mercedes and Su Yang's cab was getting closer and closer. Seeing this scene, a hint of annoyance also appeared on that Anya's face. In the meantime, the Mercedes also caught up, beside the cab, and drove alongside Su Yang. Immediately after that, the window at the back of the Mercedes was lowered, and a LV Yunbo was seen. And that LV Yunbo saw Anya in the back row and then also opened his mouth and said, Anya, don't lose your temper. What's wrong with marrying me? Besides, this is the marriage that uncle and aunt personally promised. But Anya, who was called Anya, just gave him a disgusted glance. They promised, so go and marry them. With that, he slammed the window and paid no more attention. Seeing this, that Lu Yunbo was also extremely exasperated. And then he looked at Su Yang who was driving. Pull over in front. I'll give you 1,000. At those words, Su Yang was also stunned. But before he could open his mouth, he heard Anya say, don't pay any attention to him. Drive your car. I'll give you 5,000. Seeing this, that LV Yunbo but not in a hurry, and then opened his mouth. I'll give you 5,000. Immediately stopped the car. Our business is not a small cab driver you can get involved in. With his words, the threatening intent was extremely strong. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth and said, Chi Yun Group, I'm sure you've heard of it. Stop the car and take the money to go away, or else suffer the consequences. At those words, Anya couldn't help but sigh as well. She realized that with the huge amount of money and the threat, the kid in front of her would definitely stop the car. This has nothing to do with you. Just pull over. And let's not embarrass a commoner, Anya thought to herself. But what immediately shocked him was that Su Yang did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, he lightly glanced at that Lu Yunbo and said contemptuously, sorry I haven't heard of it. As for that money, take it and drink the soup yourself. When he said that, he simply closed the window of the car, and that Lu Yunbo was even more dumbfounded when he heard the words, and then immediately afterward, his face revealed a color of anger. For a while this Lu Yunbo even felt that he was not hearing wrong. How dare this kid speak to himself like this? Didn't he hear himself say the name of the Chi-Yun group? The driver of that Mercedes Supremacy was even more silenced by this scene, and looked at Lu Yunbo in the back, but also did not dare to open his mouth. Follow him. For a moment Lu Yunbo said through clenched teeth. One must know that he was the eldest son of LV Kong, the old head of Chi-Yun Group, and LV Yunbo, the crown prince of Chi-Yun Group. In all his life, no one had ever dared to ignore his words so much. At the same time Su Yang skimmed the Mercedes next to the cab. Then he said to Anya in the back seat of the car, "Sit tight." After saying this, before Anya could react, the cab sped off with a kick of the gas. You know, Su Yang is not short of money, but even more so, he does not look at this 50,000 yuan in the slightest. As for the man's threat, whoever he was, how dare he threaten himself? He was really spoiled for choice. But Anya in the backseat didn't know this. Her heart was reeling now. How dare this boy? Between thoughts, Anya spoke again. I advise you to stop. That person is the prince of Fei Che Group, not something you a small cab driver can mess with. You have even less need to do so for someone I don't even know. Upon hearing this, Su Yang but laughed, then spoke again. When did I say it was for you? What? At those words, Anya's face was even more puzzled. You're in my car. I'm sure I'll get you to your destination. And as for that guy, he's nothing but a jumped-up clown in my eyes. On the other hand, the Mercedes did not leave, but continued to follow Su Yang's car at the rear, biting down, with no intention of pulling down. Seeing this, Anya couldn't help but shake her head. She now only thought of this young man as a clueless and uninformed person. But he didn't stop the car even like this, which gave Anya a pang of gratitude and admiration. You don't have to. Even if you get me to my destination, they'll still follow. So why don't you just let me down on this, and you won't get in trouble. Anya opened her mouth to advise. But at this moment, Su Yang stopped paying attention to him, just looking through the rearview mirror at the Mercedes behind him. He laughed contemptuously and said, "This guy is really shady. That's trying to compete with yourself in a car race, isn't it? Well, I'm sorry about that." Su Yang thought in his mind, then his body leaned forward, his hands gripped the steering wheel, followed by the gas pedal slamming down. For a moment the cab seemed to shoot out like an arrow off the string. At this point in time the surrounding traffic is not too high, but there are quite a few vehicles traveling on the road. For a while Su Yang's car was like a fish, constantly dodging forward in the seawater. Every time, it seemed like he was about to touch the vehicle in front of him, but Su Yang dodged it in a thrilling manner. The driver of the Mercedes in the back was also wide-eyed at the sight. Is this cab driver that good? Sure it's not a pro racer driving in front of you? A series of two questions rose in his mind, and Lu Yunbo was even angrier when he saw this scene. What a loser, to be overtaken so much by a cab. If you can't catch up with him, get the hell out of here tomorrow. At that, the driver was even more nervous. Chapter 83, Delivery. With that, this driver didn't dare to be careless anymore, followed by clenching his teeth and stepping on the gas. However, even though the speed of the Mercedes-Benz had increased a lot, somehow the distance between the cab in front and them was getting farther and farther, with no sign of being brought closer at all. Waste. Seeing this, Lu Yunbo was even more furious. With his status since childhood, when has he ever been subjected to this kind of humiliation? But no matter what he did, the driver had already increased his own speed to the limit. Did you get the license plate number down? At the same time, Lu Yunbo spoke again. Upon hearing this, the driver nodded. Randomly, Lu Yunbo took out his cell phone and dialed another call. Listen, you get me a cab now. He's going to South Windsor Road now. 1 minute, I want his location. After saying this, Lu Yunbo hung up the phone. Then he looked ahead again with a grim face at the cab, which was only a small black dot. Exasperated, he said, even if you drive faster, even if you're a good driver, you're still just a cab driver. How dare you go against me? Then I'll let you know whose territory Tianhai City really is. Meanwhile, Su Yang sighed. Anya sat in Su Yang's car, looking at the vehicles that were constantly being overtaken around her, and her heart couldn't help but raise in her throat. But for all that, her face remained composed. And when Su Yang saw this, he was also a bit shocked. If it were a normal girl to come, I'm afraid that she would have screamed out in fear by now. He then looked in the rearview mirror and realized that the Mercedes had been thrown out of sight. Seeing this, Su Yang also slowed down his speed. As the speed of the vehicle slowed down, Anya also slowly opened her mouth and said, "Are you a cab driver or not? On your car skills, I feel that you have succumbed to being a cab driver." At this Su Yang laughed and said, "If I'm not a cab driver, what am I?" Although Su Yang said this, Looking at Anya's face, there was still some disbelief, but before she could say anything else, the cab jerked to a stop. Okay, here it is, $25 total. How to pay? Hearing Su Yang's voice, Anya also looked up at him, and for a while, she was also in a bit of a trance. However, looking at Su Yang's calm face, he couldn't help but feel as if nothing had happened just now. With that, Anya took out her cell phone and paid Su Yang $2,000 directly. You add me a contact. Now I have no money in my hand. When I have money in my hand, I will give you $10,000. At those words, Su Yang froze and waved his hand and laughed. No need. No need. Between words, looking at this Anya, he couldn't help but open the system as well. Soon enough, Anya's message unfolded. Name, Anya. Charisma value, 96. Favor value, 45. Seeing this, Su Yang was even more surprised. Keep in mind that the two of them have only just met. No, it should be said that the two of them had only just met for about 10 minutes, and they hadn't even spoken a few words. But the favor value is going up too fast, and Anya's charisma value of up to 96 points could give him a return of up to 10,000 times. And there's the bonus of a diamond chest. Although nowadays in the completion of this system's sports car mission, girls with more than 95 charisma values are rare, not to mention the fact that the two are now creating a connection that would be too much to pass up. Thinking of this, Su Yang also opened his mouth and said, the contact information can be added. As for the money, there is no need. Anya, who heard this, didn't take it seriously and just smiled as she took out her cell phone. Then I'll sweep you. After all, he now felt that Su Yang was merely being polite when he said this. No matter how good a driver he was, she couldn't believe that he wouldn't want the $10,000 for nothing. With that, after the two added their friends, Anya pushed the door open and stepped out of the car. Thanks again. Anya thanked again. Seeing this, Su Yang also nodded, and then he prepared to leave. But just as he was about to drive off, the black Mercedes suddenly came rushing in. With that, a sidestep stopped the cab directly in front of it. When he saw that car, Su Yang was also stunned. It was not exactly Lu Yunbo's car. Seeing this scene, he was a bit surprised. He was already that fast, but he couldn't imagine that Lu Yunbo would still be able to catch up. But even if he caught up, they couldn't stop themselves. With that, Su Yang, who was about to twist the steering wheel, suddenly noticed that behind the car, there were actually a few jeeps coming in a hurry. Before he could react, those jeeps completely blocked his back way, and Anya, who hadn't left yet not far away, also saw the scene, and her face changed drastically. At the same time, the door that the driver of that Mercedes opened, Lu Yunbo also walked down from it, looking at the cab not far away with a grin on his face. And when Su Yang saw this, he couldn't help but frown. He's so focused on running cars these days that he doesn't even bother getting involved in anything else. But then again, someone has to give him a hard time. Between thoughts, Lu Yunbo was already walking slowly. At the same time, the doors of several jeeps opened and 4 or 5 burly men walked down from them. Soon after, he walked to Lu Yunbo's front, and immediately lowered his head respectfully and incomparably and opened his mouth. Mr. Lu. At that, Mr. Lu nodded, then waved his hand. Seeing this, several pugilists respectfully separated and stood around Lu Yunbo. Immediately after that, Lu Yunbo also looked at Su Yang inside the cab. With a smile on his face, he clapped his hands. That was awesome. My driver couldn't even catch up. I have to admit that you're a great driver. Between the words Lu Yunbo is a turn of phrase. Continued. But what is the use of car skills? You're no better than a cab driver. Just a driver. I'm telling you, this is Tianhai City, Lu Yunbo said, but he was slow to see Su Yang get out of the car. Immediately after that, his face also grimaced. What? You still need me to personally invite you down, right? As he said this, the several pugilists beside him also took a few steps forward. The tiger stared intently at Su Yang's cab. At the same time, that Anya also came at a quick pace and stopped directly in front of the cab. Then, he spoke. Lu Yunbo, this matter has nothing to do with him. If there's anything you have to do, you come at me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunbo was instantly happy. What? Do you still want to protect him? It's not protection. Let's settle our business. Let's settle it. And I'm asking you to leave everyone else out of it. And as Anya said this, the naked eye could see that Lu Yunbo's face had become a few points more gloomy. This young master's fiancé is so protective of this one man in front of this young master. Where does this young master's face go? Immediately afterward, Lu Yunbo continued. The kid in the cab. If you are a man, hurry up and get out. Chapter 84, can't go? And after Anya heard what Lu Yunbo said, she hurriedly turned her head to look at Su Yang inside the cab. Then he said with incomparable urgency, you hurry up. Want to leave? Anya, I'm telling you, this kid can't leave today. And what if I'm inclined to let him go? But Anya continued without budging. then you shouldn't blame me for using some means. A sinister smile appeared on Lu Yunbo's face as he directly threatened to road. At those words Anya's face also stared. She understood in her heart that no matter what skills Su Yang had, he was ultimately an ordinary cab driver. Then he would definitely not be a match for Lu Yunbo either. It could even be completely said that in front of Lu Yunbo he was nothing more than a mole cricket. Maybe it was because Su Yang he helped himself, or because of some other things. She didn't want Su Yang to get hurt. Seeing that Anya had no intention of getting out of the way at all, Lu Yunbo's face also became completely gloomy, and then he gently waved his hand. And after seeing this scene, the several pugnacious men beside him rubbed their hands together and walked towards the front. Immediately after that, Lu Yunbo spoke again. Don't you guys move, missin', go drag the take boy down for me. After saying these words, Lu Yunbo also took a step towards Anya. As he walked, he spoke. Do you know why your parents agreed to our engagement so readily? He also didn't have the slightest intention of letting the heroine answer, and continued on his own. As a great lady, I'm afraid you don't know the state of your family today. If your family doesn't get help from our Lu family within a year, then very soon, your family will go bankrupt, and your parents will even be in jail. At these words, Anya's eyes widened in disbelief, somewhat unable to believe what he had said. Are you having fun lying to me here? Fool you? Hearing this, Lu Yunbo laughed again. Do you think I have to lie to you? I'm telling you, our marriage is on the table. Even if I do you here, your parents won't say anything. Between the words, a hint of a sardonic smile appeared on Lu Yunbo's face, and Anya, who heard this, finally showed a look of awe on her face. At the same time, as Lu Yunbo approached, she slowly stepped backward, but before she could take a few steps back, a figure appeared behind her. For a while, Anya she had nowhere to hide. Ha ha ha, run, don't you like to run? I'm telling you, this road has been blocked by my men. The words that Lu Yunbo said immediately afterward also completely dispelled Anya's last hope. For a moment, a look of resignation also appeared on her face, but in doing so, it was harming Su Yang, who was a stranger. Anya, who thought of this, looked up once more and said, I agree to your engagement, but he's just a stranger and has nothing to do with this. I want you to spare him. Do you think you have the right to discuss with me? Lu Yunbo laughed again. Meanwhile, Anya's face was serious. It's true that I don't have the right to consult with you, but you don't like trouble either. Hearing Anya's threat, Lu Yunbo also fell into thought. After a long time he looked up again. I promise you. Anya, who heard this, nodded as well. While Lu Yunbo looked at him, his heart was filled with mockery. He could completely let Su Yang go now, but when it came to the aftermath, as long as Su Yang was still in Tianhai City, then he was also still in the palm of his hand. At that time, Su Yang would still be a fish in his hands. There's nowhere to run. After messing with himself in Tianhai City, there was no one left to save him. At the same time, Anya once again looked up at Lu Yunbo and spoke. Now let him go. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunbo also nodded. But for her to be so protective of that brat, her heart was even more furious as she clenched her teeth. Stop and let him go. And seeing this, Anya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did I say I was leaving? But right at this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded behind Anya. Anya, who heard the voice, was stunned. The voice was inexplicably somewhat familiar, and soon he reacted. Wasn't it Su Yang? Immediately afterward, he twisted his head in panic to look behind him. Then he saw Su Yang, who was standing there intact. At the same time, what made it even more unbelievable was that the several pugilists were actually panting and bending over. What the hell happened? And Lu Yunbo was even more puzzled looking at this scene. What's going on here? Anya, however, ignored this and looked at Lu Yunbo and said somewhat angrily, why aren't you leaving yet? Upon hearing this, Su Yang smiled and then spoke. Go, I've heard all the words just now. If I left like that, wouldn't you be in deep? You, Anya, however, hadn't expected him to say that. For a while, a few touches also rose in his heart. At the same time, Su Yang also noticed that Anya's favor value towards him was rising even more, coming to 50 in less than 2 seconds. And when Lu Yunbo saw this scene, he immediately laughed out loud. I told you to leave, but you didn't even leave. And you still want to come back to send yourself to death, don't you? A mere cab driver, messing with this young master. This young master letting you go is a favor to you. How dare you not cherish it and have to send yourself to death? Upon hearing this, Su Yang was also amused, and then spoke. You think you can stop me if I want to leave, don't you? When these words came out, for a moment, Lu Yunbo was a bit unresponsive. With that, it was more than possible to hold back the laughter. Ha ha ha, you're a cutie, right? Su Yang, on the other hand, was quietly looking at him without much reaction at all. For a moment, it was as if Lu Yunbo was the cutie pie. Soon, he noticed this himself, and his face suddenly became a little more somber as well. Looking at Su Yang, who was not far away, he suddenly clenched his fists. I don't care who you are, you're dead and no one can save you. And Anya, who saw this scene, was even more worried. She simply did not know where exactly Su Yang's confidence came from. In her eyes, this Su Yang and Lu Yunbo were completely unbeatable. Get out of here. You probably don't realize the strength of the Chi Yun group. That's an existence that ordinary people don't even deserve to look up to. At the same time, Lu Yunbo's angry voice came from not far away. Go! He can't leave now. Anya, I gave you a chance before and you didn't treasure it, so it's not up to me now. After saying these words, Lu Yunbo looked at the several pugilists not far away again and randomly opened his mouth to command, waste this kid for me. Hearing this, several pugnacious men also came in an encircling posture. Chapter 85. And see this scene of Vignette is even more panicked, rushed forward will want to block, but looking at him Lu Yunbo once again coldly opened his mouth and said, you again, don't blame me for you also have no mercy. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained unconcerned about this scene, and in response, that Anya was even more puzzled. Immediately afterward, Su Yang directly pulled Anya behind him and slowly spoke, don't worry, just they can't help me. Hearing these rampant and incomparable words from Su Yang, that Lu Yunbo even sized Su Yang up with the eyes of a clown. Immediately after that, Lu Yunbo no longer intended to give Su Yang a chance. With just a gentle wave of his hand, several brawny men instantly rushed towards Su Yang to launch an attack. For a moment, Anya was a bit unresponsive. Then he saw that several burly men had rushed to him. Suddenly the fastest of them, a big man, directly punched towards Su Yang's face. The punch was so fast and powerful that it even brought up the sound of wind. It would be too late for the average person to react, and this punch toward the face is even more either dead or injured. However, Su Yang only smiled faintly in the face of this punch, and then, with just an incomparably casual sidestep, he easily dodged the strong man's punch. The burly man's blow fell short, and he was a little puzzled. He never expected that this unimpressive kid in front of him would be able to dodge his punch, but before he had time to react, he felt this fist of his being suddenly gripped by a force. For a moment he felt even more incomparable signals of danger. He wanted to break free, but Su Yang was not giving him that chance at all. It was just a matter of time before a violent thrust dropped the burly man right over his body on his shoulder. All that was heard for a moment was a thud. Then he saw the burly man's huge body hit the ground heavily. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his body, the strong man tried to stand up for a moment, but before he could react, he saw Su Yang's foot coming towards his chest. As the kick struck above the burly man's chest, a hiss of pain escaped from the burly man's mouth. For a moment, he felt as if he had broken a few ribs. Then he was lying on the ground, and it was difficult to get up again. And all of this just happened in a split second. Lu Yunbo and Anya didn't even react at all. Then he saw the strong man who had been the first to attack lying on the ground, while Su Yang was still standing there calmly, and at the same time several other burly men attacked at the same time. One of them violently raised his leg and then struck towards Su Yang's head. The force of this leg was incomparably great, as if it were a machine, and it was even more intimidating. However, in the face of this strike, Su Yang did not even dodge it, directly raising his hand to block it. A loud thud was heard immediately afterward. Straight away Su Yang raised his hand and blocked the kick, and his body still stood there, not even shaking, still coldly looking at the burly man in front of him. And when the strong man saw Su Yang's eyes at this moment, his heart shook violently. At this moment, it was as if he was staring at a wild beast. It was this moment of hesitation that saw Su Yang's fist coming towards his chest. In a flash, there was only a loud bang. That strong man's brown bear-like body was directly sent flying out. For a moment, it even flew 3 meters away, and then fell heavily to the ground. With a few coughs, the strong man's mouth even spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. With just 2 strikes, such a strong man who made people fearful just by standing there had no power to fight again. For a while the remaining 2 strong men also stood there a little hesitant, not daring to go forward easily anymore. And Su Yang still looked at the 2 coldly. At the same time, Lu Yunbo reacted as he looked at the scene in front of him. How is this possible? These few men of his own are the best of the best of the best. Whether on top of his physique or his martial arts skills, he is a 1 in 100 being. But when facing a small cab driver, he couldn't even get through 2 moves. Deep down, he was simply unwilling to believe what was happening in front of him. Shouldn't this guy have been taken care of easily by his own men? It must be a coincidence. It must be the carelessness of his own men. Thinking about this, Lu Yunbo became more and more angry, but in his heart, he only felt that it wasn't that boy who was powerful. He only felt that it was his own few men who were too much of a waste. Finish him off for me. I feed you guys for a living. Hearing Lu Yunbo's words, the few strong men didn't dare to hesitate anymore. In a moment, the 2 remaining strong men looked at each other and immediately launched an attack towards Su Yang together. In just an instant, the 2 arrived in front of Su Yang. In a moment, the 2 of them had an extremely tacit understanding, one on the left and the other on the right, and they launched an attack towards Su Yang. And Anya, who saw this scene, was beyond worried. The two burly men from before had attacked in turn, and Su Yang had perhaps been lucky, or perhaps it was something else that had allowed him to tackle the first two burly men, but with the next two attacking at the same time, it was hard to say if he could still tackle them. It was also while Anya was worried and thinking. One of the strong men directly opened his arms and hugged towards Su Yang. He also had thoughts in his mind. After the battle just now, he felt that Su Yang was merely powerful in combat, but if he was really hit by their attacks, then he wouldn't be able to carry it. So it could be easily solved by just controlling Su Yang and holding him back. But this was just an imagination in his mind. He hadn't even had the chance to get 2 body lengths closer to Su Yang. Su Yang then launched an attack as he watched the burly man jerk backward. The burly man was not in a hurry at this and continued to charge towards Su Yang. However, when Su Yang saw this, he only smiled faintly, and immediately afterward, he was violently stopping his footsteps, and in turn, rushed towards the strong man, and the burly man who saw the scene was shocked. How dare he? Surprisingly, he wanted to fight himself hard. Seek death. The burly man snarled and grinned. Then touch it. At the same time, Su Yang placed both of his hands on his chest and violently mounted heavily with the burly man. Bang! With a loud bang, something that left the crowd dumbfounded also happened before their eyes. Under this collision, Su Yang was not affected in the slightest. Instead, the burly man unexpectedly flew out backwards. Soon, it fell heavily to the ground and passed out. As for the remaining person, after seeing this scene, he was also completely dumbfounded in place. How is this possible? It was also while he was frozen. All he heard was a gust of wind passing by, and immediately afterward, he saw a figure appear in front of him. At the same time, Su Yang also appeared in front of him, towards him, and blasted out with a punch. With that punch, that result was even more unquestionable. Almost within 2 minutes, these 4 burly men were then taken care of by Su Yang as much as possible. Chapter 86, Beatings. The rest of the crowd looked at the scene in front of them and were completely dumbfounded, especially that LV Yunbua, who was staring at him with wide-eyed and unresponsive eyes. At the same time, his driver also turned his head to look at him and stammered and spoke. Boss, this. Looking at that driver, Lu Yunbua was even more furious and directly kicked that driver to the ground. And after that driver fell to the ground, he also got up in a hurry and did not dare to resist at all. At the same time, that Anya looked at Su Yang in front of her, and even more so, her heart trembled. She had thought that she would be dead today. Not only was she finished, but she would implicate Su Yang. But she had never expected that he would have such strength. But force value is just force value after all. Even if he, an ordinary person, could fight 5 or even 10 times a day, it was not something that could be fought against the Chiyun group. Thinking of this, Anya once again got up and spoke. In that case, you should hurry up and leave. But Su Yang did not pay any attention to him. He just looked at Lu Yunbua, who was not far away, and walked over with a smile on his face. He was also a bit surprised in his heart, never imagining that the force enhancement that he had gotten in that system treasure chest before would have such an effect. What? Is that the extent of it? Su Yan looked at Lu Yunbua, who was not far away, and said with a smile, you seek death. And at this moment, Lu Yunbua was even more furious. You think you're a few points of who you are, and with only a few points of force you think you can stand against me, don't you? Lu Yunbua said through gritted teeth. Ha 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 ha, that's not for you to worry about. Didn't you say I was dead? Didn't you say I couldn't get away? And what are you going to do to stop me if I have to go now? Su Yang said again without panic. At those words, Lu Yunbua was even angrier, but he was speechless. At the same time, looking at Su Yang, who continued to walk away slowly towards him, the heart couldn't help but feel a hint of awe. What are you doing? At those words, Su Yang ignored him and quickly arrived in front of Lu Yunbua. Calmly looking at him, he opened his mouth and said, I didn't want to cause any trouble, but you just wanted to mess with me. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, I will break your family. Lu Yunbua opened his mouth to threaten again. He was just a martial artist, nothing in front of a real power. At the same time, Anya, who was watching the scene, was also anxious, and then hurriedly opened her mouth and reminded, Su Yang, don't move him, you'd better leave on this. At those words, Su Yang but twisted his head, if I leave here, won't you be in trouble? These words brought even more of a shudder to Anya's heart. For a while, Su Yang even found that the unfavorable value, once again began to grow rapidly, and soon turned to 60. Su Yang, who noticed this change, was also happy in his heart. It seemed that his decision was not wrong. Then he turned his head once more and continued, besides, this kid was trying to get me killed just now, so if things were to end there, wouldn't I be a bit too good-tempered? And Lu Yunbua finally revealed a look of fear after hearing this. For a while, his feet stumbled a little, and he even involuntarily stepped backward. Don't you dare touch me! Don't you dare touch me! At the same time, Anya, who was not far away, was even more worried as she watched the scene. At this moment, she still wanted to open her mouth to say something, but then she saw Su Yang suddenly raise his hand and directly slapped his hand violently towards Lu Yunbo. Suddenly, a crisp ringing sound was heard in the air, and that Lu Yunbo's body flew out directly under this strike. At the same time, there was even a fresh blood spurting out of his mouth. Anya, who saw this scene, was even a bit dumbfounded. He was really daring to do it. That's the crown prince of the Chi-Yun group. When has he ever been beaten up in his entire life? At this moment, Lu Yunbo covered his face and looked incredulously at Su Yang in front of him. He never expected that this kid would actually dare to make a move, that he would actually dare to hit himself. You don't want to die, do you? You're not afraid to die, are you? For a moment, Lu Yunbo was even more furious, and Su Yang couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile as he looked at LV Yunbo, who still refused to concede defeat. With that, he directly walked forward and pulled Lu Yunbo's collar, yanking him straight up from the ground. What are you doing again? I'm telling you, you're dead. At this moment, Lu Yunbo was still threatening. It was also in between his words that Su Yang slammed another slap at him. Along with this crisp sound, even more teeth flew out of his mouth. For a moment, Lu Yunbo also felt this extreme pain. The faces were all covering their cheeks in pain. You. At this moment, murderous rage had already erupted from his eyes. He didn't just have to kill the kid in front of him. He wanted the kid in front of him to live as if he were dead. Still not convinced? Su Yang was delighted and directly stepped forward again, pulling up Lu Yunbo again. And at that moment the driver on the side, looking at the things in front of him, had been completely dumbfounded. He is like a eunuch beside the emperor. And at that moment, looking at that 9 to 5, being constantly beaten by another person. Not just you. I want everyone connected with you to die for you. Lu Yunbo roared again. That's pretty tenacious. Looking at Lu Yunbo in front of him, Su Yang said with a smile. It was followed by another slap to his face. But that's not all. This was followed by slap after slap on his face. For a while, the empty street was filled with crunchy and incomparably loud sounds. At the same time, Anya no longer dared to hesitate as she watched this scene and rushed forward to pull Su Yang's hand. If the fight continued, it really gave Lu Yunbo a good fight. Then you'll be greeted by the wrath of Lu Yunbo's father. As Anya stepped forward, Su Yang also loosened his grip. At this time, Lu Yunbo was already dying, but he now didn't have the same openness he had before. He was just heard pleading continuously under his breath. Stop it, I beg you. I won't bother you again. I won't. Please be generous and spare me. And when Anya looked at such a humble Lu Yunbo, she even felt that the world was a bit unrealistic. One really wasn't dreaming. Was he? This humble pleading pig-headed man in front of him was actually the crown prince of the Chi-Yun group. Hearing Lu Yunbo's plea, Su Yang also completely let go of his hand. Remember, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. I'm letting you go today, but if you come bouncing around in front of my eyes again, I won't spare you anymore. Immediately after that, Su Yang looked at him and said, and at this moment, where did Lu Yunbo dare to say anything else? He just kept nodding his head in agreement. Immediately afterward, the driver also seized the opportunity and rushed to drive away with Lu Yunbo. And after they left, Anya's worried look got worse. If you treat him like this, he definitely won't stop. So hurry up and run. Hurry up and leave Tianhai City. Run. I'm leaving you to deal with him alone if I go like this? Smiling, Su Yang laughed. Don't worry, if he dares to come back, I'll make the Chi-Yun group disappear. Chapter 87, I'll take it. Watching that Mercedes leave, Anya still felt a little dreamy in her heart, never imagining that things would go this way. I thought I was going to give myself up today, but I didn't expect that I would end up being saved by such a cab driver. Thinking of this, he once again looked at Su Yang, and in between his thoughts, his eyes also looked up and down Su Yang's body. It was also at this time that Anya realized that Su Yang's looks were surprisingly handsome, and a body of wear. Although there is no brand, extremely low profile, but look at that material is not like ordinary clothes. And Su Yang was very temperamental. If you remove the filter of the cab driver, it will definitely make people think that this is a young and handsome looking man. At the same time, Su Yang also noticed that the favor value had unexpectedly risen once more, quickly coming to 70. Noticing this, Su Yang's heart was also a burst of joy. Unexpectedly there will be such a harvest. Then he looked at Anya and opened his mouth to say, "What's wrong?" Hearing Su Yang's voice, Anya looked up. For a moment and Su Yang stared at each other. After noticing his gaze, Anya's face couldn't help but blush, and immediately afterward, she opened her mouth and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to my house to rest first." Su Yang, who had wanted to leave first on this, never thought that Anya would take the initiative to invite herself, and there was no need for him to refuse, so he directly nodded his head. With that, Su Yang followed behind Anya and walked into the Golden Dream Sea Villa area. Golden Dream Sea Villa area is a well-deserved rich area. People living here are either rich or noble. None of them are the top stream of Tianhai City. This villa area is built on the mountain. There are mountains and water, like a fairyland in general. The two walked for no more than a moment before stopping in front of a villa. Randomly Anya spoke up. Here it is. At the same time, she was always keeping an eye on Su Yang's change in demeanor. She realized that Su Yang's demeanor did not change much after entering the villa area, as if he was used to it. To know that ordinary people would definitely be amazed by the fact that they entered this place. But Su Yang was surprisingly unchanged, which meant that his identity was definitely not as simple as that of an ordinary cab driver. With this in mind, Anya stepped forward and opened the door, taking the lead. And Su Yang was not timid and walked into the villa right after him. After coming to the foyer, Anya took off her jacket as well. As Anya took off his jacket, Su Yang's eyes did not light up as he looked at him, although she had already seen her proud body in the car before. But now after taking off her jacket, it was even more of a huge impact to Su Yang. Anya was wearing a cool little gray camisole under her jacket. Exquisite collarbone and that swan neck are even more exposed. And that little garter is even more difficult to wrap the two soft things in front of its body. And at this time that Anya seems to have noticed Su Yang's gaze, for a moment it was even more a bit arrogant to stop and straighten her chest. After all, she is incredibly confident in her own body. Then Anya seemed to think of something else, and a bad smile appeared on her face. Hold me up. After saying these words, Su Yang froze, and before he could react, he saw that Anya had one hand on top of his shoulder. Immediately after Anya held Su Yang's shoulders with one hand, she lifted her legs and reached out to take off the sneakers on her feet. She was wearing a pair of almost transparent flesh-colored short socks on her feet, and as if on purpose, she deliberately raised her feet and took off her socks in front of Su Yang, revealing the small, round, white feet. Looking at this scene, even though he had already seen a lot of women, he couldn't help but get a little hot. Soon, Anya changed her slippers and looked at Su Yang with a smiling face. Nowadays, she was becoming more and more curious about Su Yang. What kind of a man is this? And what kind of secrets is he harboring? Come in. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded, then followed Anya into the villa's living room. Have a seat and I'll make you some tea, Anya said once more. Immediately, Su Yang was sitting on top of the sofa in the living room without being humble. As Anya left, he also looked around to survey the villa. At this moment, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart that it was worthy of being the Golden Dream Sea Villa area. Immediately afterward, he stood up again and walked to the courtyard gate, when it was already a little dark. Although the favor is now at 70, it's the remaining 20% that's the toughest. It is important to know that the favor value before 70% is very good to raise, but after that, if you want to raise the favor value, it is not a matter of a few words and a few actions. With this thought, Su Yang once again returned to the sofa and sat down. It was also at that moment that he suddenly felt as if he had sat on something. With this thought, Su Yang reached out and touched towards his body. A dress was drawn immediately afterward. Su Yang, who saw the clothes, was first a bit puzzled, but then, immediately afterward, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. It was a plain white, somewhat slightly see-through panty. Smelling the scent, if any, coming from the panties, it was already obvious who its owner was. For a while, Rao Yang was a bit dazed. Yikes, what are you doing? It was also at this moment a cry of alarm suddenly came. Su Yang, who heard this voice, was also a bit unresponsive, and was suddenly flustered. Hurriedly, he shoved those panties toward his pocket. It's not like I can't give it to you if you like it, but that one is worn by me. Anya, who saw this scene, even more so, could not help but open her mouth and say, at the same time, her face was even more somewhat blushing. It's going to be worn. And Su Yang even opened his mouth to reply without even thinking about it. As those words were spoken, Su Yang instantly realized that something was wrong as well. Hurriedly, he waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. That's not impossible. At the same time, Anya was a burst of petulance. Hearing this sentence, Su Yang is even more shocked. He had thought that this sentence out, and yet even if not, angry face should change. Never expected him to say yes. Can 70 favor values achieve this effect? No, he didn't even want people's panties. Thinking of this, Su Yang hurriedly waved his hand and said, misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, what he didn't notice even more was that the panties were in his hand, and Su Yang, seeing that things were developing more and more beyond expectation, hurriedly tried to get up to explain, but just then, he suddenly noticed a hint of cunning in Anya's eyes. For a moment, Su Yang also thought of something, then a small smile appeared on his face. Turning around immediately afterward, he took the bra on top of the couch in his hands again. If a great beauty like you wants to give me underwear, I have no reason to refuse, so I'll take it. Between words, he also put his underwear between his noses. Chapter 88 Tea Ceremony. And Anya, who saw this scene, no longer had the composure she had before. His face was even getting redder and redder, as if he was ripe for the picking. Looking at Anya, Soo-young once again laughed. Seeing him like this, Anya was also completely unable to hold it in a bit. It took a long time before he finally stifled a sentence. You're a rascal. Oh. Seeing this, Soo-young was again a joy, and then opened his mouth more and said, then just now you deliberately molested me is not considered a hooligan? At those words, Anya froze in place. Turns out he already knew he was teasing him on purpose. When Anya came back, she suddenly remembered that the underwear she took off was still on the sofa. He then rushed back, but as soon as he came back, he saw that Soo-young had already discovered it. Now that I've seen it, I might as well take this opportunity to tease the guy. As soon as that thought came to her, Anya, she couldn't help herself. But I never expected that in the end, he would get the upper hand instead. At the same time, Soo-young also understood in his heart that he could not molest her anymore. If he was molesting, it could be too much. Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Okay, I won't tease you. In the future, put these things away. Don't throw them around. It's not good to let others see them. And after Anya heard this, she said in an aggrieved voice, then there hasn't been a man in my house, and you're still the first one to come to my house. As she said this, Anya's voice got smaller and smaller the more she said it, and in the end it was a bit inaudible. To know that her previous intentional molestation of Soo-young was nothing more than a pretense. She was a proper innocent girl who had not fallen in love even once. Soo-young, who heard this, couldn't help but be shocked. It was really hard to tell. Looking at Soo-young's skeptical eyes, Anya's heart became a little angry. How dare he not trust himself? It was important to realize that as the Yin family's eldest young lady, her parents had been extremely strict with her since she was a child. Is absolutely not allowed to go into a relationship. The arrangement for her from an early age was to grow up and make the union. And as long as she got better, the heavier the chip on her shoulder. So she had to learn all sorts of things since she was young. In her heart, when she thought of this, Anya was more and more aggrieved. Unable to help it, a tear even slipped from the corner of his eye. Soo-young, who saw this scene, was instantly a bit dumbfounded. He had only intended to tease her a bit. After all, Soo-young didn't know what was going on in Anya's mind. Just thought she was a little fragile inside. Seeing this, Soo-young didn't dare to say anything more. Rushing forward to speak. I definitely believe you. I've still heard of Miss N's name. Talented and heavenly fairy. Hearing Soo-young's compliments, Anya's heart couldn't help but be happy. For a moment, she was feeling a little puzzled. She'd grown up with so many compliments that she'd gotten used to them a long time ago. Well, sit down, missy. I'll make you some tea. Between words, Soo-young pulled Anya to sit on the sofa. Unable to help herself, Anya, too, sat down along with Soo-young. At the same time, Soo-young took the tea set in Anya's hand, and Anya, who saw this scene, also looked over intently. It was hard to believe that this guy could still make tea. With this in mind, Soo-young also began to operate, and this operation also really shocked Anya. She had thought that Soo-young said that making tea was just the most basic brewing. However, he was extremely professional in every hand, and it looked like he had practiced. At the same time, for this man in front of her, the curiosity in Anya's heart was also a few points heavier. Soon after, Soo-young had brewed the tea, and immediately afterward, he reached out and handed it to Anya in front of him, and after seeing the cup of tea, Anya's heart was filled with more anticipation. I don't know exactly how it tastes yet, but it's tempting to look at the color of the cup of tea. Immediately after that, Anya slowly opened her mouth and began to savor the cup of tea. With the first bite she tasted, her eyes couldn't help but light up. How? Soo-young opened his mouth without haste and inquired. It's so good. Immediately afterward, Anya replied with immense joy. He had never expected that Soo-young would have such attainments in the art of tea as well. At those words, Soo-young's heart was happy. He had just exchanged a tea art skill book in the system in a hurry. With the tea art skill book, he was completely a tea art master. Plus the top tea leaves here in Anya. How could the tea brewed not be good? Who the hell are you? At the same time, Anya also asked the question in her heart. After all, the abilities Soo-young had shown in all aspects were not like a cab driver at all. Upon hearing this, Soo-young smiled and spoke again. Me? I'm not just an ordinary cab driver. Just pulled you over. Have you forgotten? Hearing this, Anya huffed and puffed and looked at Soo-young. He obviously didn't believe in Soo-young's words, but seeing that Soo-young didn't want to talk about it, she didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, Soo-young also spoke. By the way, what exactly is your situation? Upon hearing Soo-young's words, Anya's expression also became a few points heavier. Then she put down the teacup in her hand and slowly opened her mouth to narrate. That man was right just now. I am indeed his fiancée, and a marriage contract does exist between us. When these words came out, Soo-young became even more puzzled. Since there is a marriage contract in place, you are running away from it? Running away from a marriage isn't even close, and there's no way I'm going to go that far with him. After all, that marriage contract was made by my parents. Anya continued. I haven't even met that person a few times before, and I'm just a bargaining chip for my parents' marriage. That guy has coveted my beauty since a long time ago, and he also has his eye on the power of our family, wanting to take our family under his wing. And my parents have recently encountered an economic crisis, so if they don't use me to join forces, they will never be able to get through this crisis. Hearing Anya's words, Su Yang also nodded, and his heart was completely clear. So that's what happened. Although my own parents instilled in me at a young age the notion that I would have to marry in the future, I never recognized it. The only person I'm going to marry is the one I truly love. When she said this, Anya's look was unmistakable. In that case, I'm with you. That kid is definitely not a good person. Su Yang also chimed in, and with that in mind, the two of them just chatted away at each other. But have you thought about what happens afterward? Su Yang suddenly opened his mouth and asked, how about me? Big deal. I'll just break away from the family. It's not like I can't feed myself. I bought this villa with my own money. Anya replied. Su Yang, who heard this, was also shocked. Unexpectedly, she was quite powerful, but think about it is normal. After all, in the system can reach 96 points of charm of the woman, can not just face value in body. Chapter 89, Development of Forces. At the same time, a hint of pride appeared on Anya's face when she said this. After all, he didn't rely on his family for half a point, relying on himself alone to be able to make it this far, which already belonged to the level of a dragon and phoenix among men. And after listening to Anya's words, Su Yang also stood up suddenly. Then he spoke. I see that it's getting late, so I'll go back first. Anya, who heard this, had a visible hint of regret on her face. As she chatted just now, her interest in Su Yang deepened, and in the course of the party, the favor value was raised by 2 more points. These 2 points weren't much, but Su Yang was still very happy. After all, every point of improvement after 70 points was incredibly difficult, and he understood this even better in his mind, so there was no point in continuing to stay here. Meanwhile, before Anya could say anything, Su Yang picked up his clothes. Seeing Su Yang's determination to leave, Anya did not say anything more. Then he followed Su Yang out of the villa. Immediately after that, she once again said, no matter what, you also helped me a lot. Do you have time tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner. Su Yang, who heard this, heartily agreed with him directly, but despite this, he still put on a minute look of hesitation on his face, and seeing this scene, Anya was even a little nervous. She was afraid that Su Yang would reject her. After a long time, Su Yang opened his mouth and said, there shouldn't be anything. Let's WeChat contact at that time. When these words came out, Anya's face instantly showed joy. With that, Su Yang drove away from the sea of golden dreams. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crouching Tiger Villa. This place was Tian Hai, one of the famous top 10 villas, and the owner of this villa was LV Boyun of the Chiyun group. At this time, Lu Boyu was lying on the bed. His face was still wrapped in thick gauze, and he looked extremely weak. The few people in the room didn't dare to breathe a single breath, quietly waiting for Lu Boyun on the bed to speak. Bunch of losers, bunch of losers. Suddenly Lu Boyun yelled, then directly slammed the cup on the table towards the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room was startled, but none of them dared to take half a step back. After all, the one lying on the bed was the crown prince of the Chiyun group. Shall we tell his lordship? At the same time, a middle-aged man in the room spoke. The person who opened his mouth was none other than the butler of the Crouching Tiger Manor, and an extremely close henchman of Lu Boyun. Lu Boyun, who heard this, was however even angrier. For a moment, his body trembled a little in anger. Tell my father. Do you want him to scold me? To be very disappointed in me? I was beaten up by a cab driver. How do you want me to tell him? If this gets out, do you want me to be ridiculed to death by others? When these words came out, the butler's face even showed a look of awe. After all, Lu Boyun had been beaten by someone else, and it was already a dereliction of his duty to not be around himself. How about I send someone to finish him off? Lu Boyun asked again cautiously. For S sake, need I say more? With these words, Lu Boyun was even more unable to calm down. I've been beaten up by a kid. Do I have to thank him and provide for him? Is that it? Find this kid for me. Find out his identity for me. I'll make his life worse than death. I'll make him feel all the pain in the world. I'm limiting you to one day to find out this kid's identity, all of his relationships, and all of his family. Lu Boyun opened his mouth to roar again. And bring him to me. Bring him to me in one piece. I'll make him taste pain myself. Although he couldn't see Lu Boyun's expression, he could hear from the voice that he was already gritting his teeth. Once these words came out, that housekeeper no longer dared to say anything more. Hurriedly opening his mouth, he promised, yes, young master, I promise to complete the task. Then you rest well, and I will bring that boy to you myself. It was only when Lu Boyun heard this that his breath smoothed out for a few moments. Then he spoke again with a smile. Go and fetch my 2 maids here. The butler who heard this hurriedly nodded, and his lips could not help but move, saying that they were maids. It would be more appropriate to say that they were LV Boyun's slaves. These 2 women were also the eldest ladies of 2 small families in Tianhai City before, but then it was by Lu Boyun to see, just slightly with some means, will be these 2 families to make the bidder. Finally can only helplessly will daughter offer. And when these 2 women were sent to Lu Boyun, they had no human rights to speak of. Now, Lu Boyun had been beaten by someone else and was also in a state of anger. Calling those 2 women in now, then the 2 of them would be in deep, and he could only do what he could to help the 2 women more. As for saving them from getting out, forget it, he didn't want to get killed. Then we'll go down first. Lu Boyun, who heard this, waved his hand. Seeing this scene, the people in the room also finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly exited the room. And on the other side, Su Yang was unaware that he was once again being targeted. After leaving Anya's house, he got into his cab once more. After all, half of the system's tasks were still unfinished, and he had to hurry up. After a short meal, he started running the car again. It's at the peak of the foot traffic today. It didn't take long for Su Yang to deliver 5 passengers. After sending off these 5 passengers, Su Yang sat in the car and began to think in his heart. After experiencing the incident of Lu Boyun, his heart was also suddenly awakened to the fact that he couldn't go rely on himself for everything in the future. He now relied on the system to improve his force and various skills, but this is ultimately just a personal effort. He is also going to create his own company and his own power. Thinking of this, Su Yang dialed the phone to call Qin Xiaoxiao. Soon the call was answered. Qin Xiaoxiao was also a bit puzzled as to why Su Yang suddenly called her. What's wrong? Soon after, Qin Xiaoxiao's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. I want to ask you to do me a favor. Su Yang opened his mouth. At those words, Qin Xiaoxiao was also stunned, unable to imagine that he would have sought his help afterward. You say, it's like this. I want to set up a company, but I don't have a very complete network and I don't know much about all aspects, so I want to ask for your help. Su Yang explained. But don't worry, do something for me and I definitely won't treat you badly. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao directly laughed out loud on the other end of the phone. What are you talking about? You came to me with something, how could I not help you? Besides, it's just a small thing. Su Yang, who heard this, was also a bit touched. It would be a pleasure. So do you have time tomorrow? Su Yang opened his mouth and asked. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to reply without even thinking. Of course I have. Well then, I'll pick you up at noon tomorrow. Chapter 90, The Morin Restaurant. After contacting Qin Xiaoxiao, Su Yang hung up the phone. With that, he once again looked into the cab and pulled 6 more passengers. And after pulling the last passenger, Su Yang was relaxed for a while. Off duty. Immediately after that, Su Yang drove towards home. It was also at that moment that a message suddenly came from the cell phone. Su Yang was a bit puzzled. Who sent himself a message at this hour? Immediately afterward, he opened his cell phone and looked at it. It was Anya, who was found to be the one who had sent the message to him. After clicking in again, Su Yang was also stunned. He realized that Anya had actually sent herself a picture of herself in the mirror. In the photo, Anya is wearing a yoga outfit, and her proud body is even more prominent under this outfit. If it was put on the internet, absolutely no one would believe it was true. I'm afraid it's all going to be this as a P picture, but Su Yang, who has seen Anya with his own eyes, understands in his heart that this is absolutely no P over half a point, and this is Anya's real material. This was followed by another message from Anya. Just got done working out. Su Yang smiled and also praised Anya without mincing words. Along with Su Yang's compliments, the boost of Anya's favor value +1 came from the system once again. For a moment Su Yang's heart was also a little emotional. It was unexpected that this Anya's favor value was so good at raising. With that, Su Yang stopped paying attention to Anya after indicating to her that he was driving. After returning home, she chatted with Anya for a while longer. The favor value had also risen a bit again. Day 2. Su Yang got up early and drove away from home once again after washing up and eating breakfast. In the course of the morning, Su Yang received many more passengers. Looking at the increasing number of quests, Su Yang's heart was also bursting with joy. It didn't take long for the time to come to noon. Yesterday, he had already made an agreement with Qin Xiaoxiao, so Su Yang rushed to Qin Xiaoxiao's house. Soon after, Su Yang arrived at Qin Xiaoxiao's house and knocked on the door. Immediately afterward, the door to the room opened. The one who opened the door was Qin Xiaoxiao's father. Qin Xiaoxiao's father was also extremely happy to see Su Yang come over. Sure, Noah said you were coming. Come on in. Su Yang nodded and followed into the home. With Su Yang's arrival, Qin Xiaoxiao also heard the sound and walked out of the room. At this time, Qin Xiaoxiao had already packed up and was obviously waiting for Su Yang. Come as you are. Let's have dinner at home. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao's mother came out from the kitchen and said with incomparable enthusiasm. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao hurriedly refused to. Mom, no need. You guys can eat by yourselves. Didn't we all say that we have something to go out to eat today? Gee, what's the delay? Just eat at home. Qin Xiaoxiao's mother, who was very fond of bustling and extremely fond of this child Su Yang, opened her mouth once again to persuade him. Don't bother the kids if they have something to do. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoxiao's father also rushed to speak. Helplessly, Qin Xiaoxiao's mother couldn't say anything else. After exchanging greetings, Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao left the house. Soon the two were sitting in the car. What do you want to eat today? Immediately after that, Su Yang opened his mouth and asked. You name it, I'm fine with it. Qin Xiaoxiao replied without a care in the world. Hearing this, Su Yang thought for a moment, and then drove Qin Xiaoxiao to a Western restaurant that he had been to before. Strangewood Western Restaurant. This Western restaurant was extremely famous in Tianhai City. Not only was the decoration luxurious, but the food was extremely expensive, and not at all something that the average person could afford to consume, and it's a favorite date spot for many young ladies and young men. Within a short time, Su Yang drove to the Morin Western Restaurant, and after parking the car, Qin Xiaoxiao pushed open the door and stepped out of the car. As Qin Xiaoxiao had just gotten out of the car, a Maserati suddenly stopped in front. Qin Xiaoxiao was puzzled when the door of the Maserati opened. From the driver's seat came a young man. This young man was covered in designer labels, and the watch he carried on his hand was even more valuable, so he was obviously not an ordinary person. And after he got out of the car, he walked towards Qin Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face. Qin Xiaoxiao, why did you come here? Besides, what are you doing here as a cab? You tell me. I will go to pick you, shall not. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao's face revealed a trace of an awkward smile, but before he could open his mouth to continue anything, the young man again said to himself, since you came here to eat, why don't you go in with me? The boss here is my friend's elder, and can arrange things properly for you then. His face was incredibly confident as he said this, but Qin Xiaoxiao really didn't care about his words. She just shook her head and refused. No need, I came with someone else. At those words, this young man instantly looked puzzled. Then he opened his mouth again and said, it's fine, just ask your friend to go with us. Chen Hangming knew Qin Xiaoxiao's character very well and didn't think she would have any male friends. Just as he said this, Su Yang also stepped out of the car. Thanks, but no thanks. And after hearing the voice, Chen Hangming looked over towards Su Yang. His mind was even more puzzled. Taxi driver, what are you doing down here? And immediately afterward, Chen Hangming reflected. There was a strange look on his face. Immediately afterward, another extremely surprised look was given to Qin Xiaoxiao. The friend you're talking about. It's hard to believe it's this cab driver. And hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded her head. That's right. It's him. What's the problem? After hearing Qin Xiaoxiao's affirmation, Chen Hangming was also completely dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, he couldn't control the grin on his face. No, Qin Xiaoxiao. Are you kidding me? You came here to eat with a cab driver? Let's not talk about whether it's true or not. But can he afford it? Not waiting for Qin Xiaoxiao and Su Yang to say anything, Chen Hangming opened his mouth again and scoffed. I'm afraid that when the time comes, people won't even let him in. And after hearing Chen Hangming's mockery of Su Yang, Qin Xiaoxiao's face changed immediately. It was important to know that she didn't have any good feelings towards Chen Hangming in the first place. She and Chen Hangming met at a cocktail party she followed her father to earlier, and the guy's father was his dad's partner. And Chen Hangming was deeply attracted by Qin Xiaoxiao's beauty at the first sight of her. Then it was a fierce pursuit. But for this playboy, Qin Xiaoxiao was simply unable to look at him. After a long time, Chen Hangming also gave up his pursuit, but he did not expect that he would run into it again here today. And immediately after that, Chen Hangming looked at Su Yang and scoffed once again. Do you think you've come to a roadside stand? How dare you come here without even decent clothes? With that, he looked at Qin Xiaoxiao again. Are you blind? How dare you come here on a date with a cab driver? I don't think he can afford a bottle of water here. Chapter 91, Provocations. At this moment, Chen Hangming was sizing up Su Yang with extreme disdain. One must know that he had been rejected by this woman, Qin Xiaoxiao, many times. Ben was resentful and angry. At this moment, even if the one who came out with Qin Xiaoxiao was a male gentleman of the same level as himself, he would have come up to taunt him a few times. Not to mention the fact that the one who came out with Qin Xiaoxiao was even such a cab driver. How could Chen Hangming, who saw this scene, endure it? And the most important thing was that with the strength of Qin Xiaoxiao's father, even if Qin Xiaoxiao rejected himself, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only be depressed himself. Looking at the guy in front of him, Su Yang's heart was devoid of sadness and joy, and there was even less reaction to what he said. This dog-eyed low, this guy he's seen countless times. Not even close to the guy in front of me. In Su Yang's eyes, this kind of person was just like a clown, not worth putting himself in his heart at all. not to mention being angry and outraged at people like that. Thinking of this, Su-yeon looked at Chen Hongming and spoke. What does what happens to me have to do with you? Aren't you minding a bit too much? Who do you think you are? As for Chen Hongming, he was also a bit surprised after hearing Su-yeon refute himself. In his opinion, this kind of low-status and powerless person would not dare to confront himself at all. But he could not imagine that this kid in front of him would have the guts to do so. While Qin Xiaoxiao on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing Su Yang's words. And at the same time, Chen Hongming clearly saw the smirk on Qin Xiaoxiao's face and was instantly furious. Qin Xiaoxiao actually laughed at herself because of this guy's words. He was also a man, and had grown up wanting nothing he couldn't get. There were also simply not many people his age who dared to disobey Chen Hongming. Besides, he had constantly pursued Qin Xiaoxiao before. It would have been fine if Qin Xiaoxiao had gone on a date with a powerful person this time, but to think that she would be with such a loser, wouldn't that be a naked insult to herself? Chen Hongming, who thought of this, looked at Su Yang and spoke again. What did you say? Have the guts to repeat what you said. And Su Yang, who heard Chen Hongming's words, was also amused, and then opened his mouth and replied, You are hardly deaf, are you? Get lost if you're deaf. I don't bother talking to disabled people. And Chen Hongming was even more annoyed after hearing Su Yang mocking in this manner. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth and said, Open your eyes and show me clearly what kind of car I am driving. You are a poor cab driver who dares to talk to me like this. Tell me, where the hell do you have the guts? Su Yang was not much of a reaction after hearing this, but only sized up the car that Chen Hongming was driving. Then he spoke again in an unhurried manner. I saw the car you were driving, but so what? I don't really think that really rich people would come here to show off like a clown. And what does the fact that I drive a cab prove? I have to say you really are a bit naive. As soon as these words came out, Chen Hongming was instantly exasperated and didn't know what to say, wanting to retort but realizing that what Su Yang had said left him with no way to refute. He was taunted and insulted by such a cab driver. What is he and what is this guy in front of him? This contrast was completely heaven and earth, and if he told what had just happened, he would even be ridiculed to death by the people around him. Seeing that Chen Hongming didn't say anything, Su Yang was once again happy, and then said once again, What? Does it also feel that I'm right? Feeling like a clown? Now that you've realized what a clown you are, get in your car and get out. Hearing this, Chen Hongming became more and more irritated, and for a moment he couldn't control himself, directly raising his hand to hit towards Su Yang. I'll tell you the difference between us now. I hit you, old man, just pay for the money on the line, will not have any repercussions, but if you dare to touch me, I'll let you spend the rest of your life in prison. As he said this, Chen Hongming's palm was about to slap Su Yang's face as well. Looking at the stupid guy in front of him, Su Yang was about to make a move, but just at this moment, Qin Xiaoxiao stepped forward and spoke. What are you going to do? I will never spare you if you dare to touch him. Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao step forward, Chen Hongming's palm also stopped in the air. Immediately afterward, he spoke with interest. What? You want to protect this trash? Afterwards, Chen Hongming again measured Su Yang and spoke. Qin Xiaoxiao, is this matter spread out? You are not afraid of letting people laugh? Furthermore, I'm afraid that your parents are even more unable to look at this kid. What do you care? Qin Xiaoxiao, however, retorted without giving in. Chen Hongming, who had heard this, was also momentarily speechless, and immediately afterward turned his words towards Su Yang once more. I see you've also admitted that you're a loser. It's ridiculous to hide behind girls and let them protect you. Su Yang, on the other hand, continued to look at him without a care in the world. You know what? If it wasn't for Qin Xiaoxiao's sudden strike just now, your arm would have been ruined by now. If you ask me, the person you should be most thankful to right now is Qin Xiaoxiu for helping you save this arm of yours. Hearing this, Chen Hongming seemed as if he had heard a heavenly joke as he laughed out loud to the sky. Who do you think you are? And you said my arm is ruined, but you're really lying. You're really laughing at me. Su Yang, who heard this but then replied without haste, otherwise you can try again and see if you can keep your arm. At this time, Chen Hongming listened to Su Yang's words and looked at Su Yang's eyes, but he could not help but feel a sense of coldness. For a while he was also a bit puzzled in the bottom of his heart. What was wrong with him? It was hard to believe that he was afraid of this trash in front of him. With these thoughts in his mind, Chen Hongming spoke again. Don't tell me this is useless. Now what kind of skill are you hiding behind a woman's back? Have the guts to come out for me? There's nothing wrong with having no money, but I see that your style isn't even that of a man. Chen Hongming was smug when he said this. I'm telling you, the gap between our backgrounds is one you'll never be able to overcome. And at the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao no longer waited for Su Yang to say anything and directly spoke. You're sick. Can't you see that we're not willing to take care of you at all? Don't put on a show of your own here. Okay. Su Yang heard this and looked at Qin Xiaoxiao with some faintness, unable to imagine that this girl was actually this rigid. You. Hearing this, Chen Hongming couldn't help but clench his teeth. Looking at Qin Xiaoxiao with incomparable anger, but he was truly powerless. He couldn't say that he couldn't say anything to Qin Xiaoxiao, and he couldn't hit her with his hands. Chen Hongming, who thought of this, became more and more furious. And then his eyes once again looked at Su Yang behind Qin Xiaoxiao. For a moment this anger and exasperation was all transferred to Su Yang's body. Okay, then let's try and see if this loser can get into the restaurant today. Chapter 92, No One Dare Stop You. Chen Hongming gave Su Yang another vicious look after saying this, then directly turned around and left. And when Qin Xiaoxiao saw Chen Hongming leave, her originally angry face gradually eased down. Then she turned her head to look at Su Yang, who spoke. Don't worry, no one dares to stop you if I'm here. Su Yang, who heard this, also nodded, while his heart was touched for a moment. However, in his heart, he also knew clearly that even without Qin Xiaoxiao's presence, no one could stop him if he wanted to see this restaurant. But since Qin Xiaoxiao said so, he did not say anything more and nodded, following Qin Xiaoxiao towards the restaurant. Meanwhile, outside the Western restaurant, the restaurant manager had long heard about Chen Hongming's arrival. After all, a person like Chen Hongming would make a phone call in advance to let the restaurant prepare for him every time he came here. That restaurant manager also put up 100% spirit after hearing about it and prepared a VIP room for Chen Hongming. After all, Chen Hongming's identity was there. As long as he could coax Chen Hongming to be happy and climb up to him, then the benefits he could obtain would definitely be quite a lot. At the same time, the restaurant manager, who saw Chen Hongming's arrival from afar, also quickly greeted him, followed by an incomparably enthusiastic and charming opening. You finally come. The room and the meal have been prepared for you. You quickly please enter. But at this moment, he realized that Chen Hongming's face carried some anger. After noticing this, the restaurant manager also hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, do you have any dissatisfaction? As long as you raise it with me, I will definitely solve it for you. Chen Hongming, who heard this, also spoke. There's a kid coming to the restaurant in a few minutes and you stop him from going in. The restaurant experience that heard this was even more puzzled, but with his status he didn't dare to ask more questions. He just hurriedly nodded his head. Then a trace of worry appeared on his face. By the way, what is the identity of that kid? If there is someone behind him, I will also be a bit embarrassed. Chen Hongming, who heard this, spoke once again. Don't worry, that kid is just a cab driver. Upon hearing this, the restaurant manager also put his heart down and hurriedly opened his mouth to agree. Don't worry, since you've opened your mouth, there's absolutely no problem. In a while when he comes over you tell me. I'll send someone to stop him. While the two were in the middle of their words, Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao also arrived in front of the restaurant. As for Chen Hongming, after seeing Su Yang's arrival, his face instantly turned bad. At the same time, the restaurant manager was incredibly keen to notice the scene. Then it became clear in his mind. It seems to be this kid who doesn't know what's good for him and snatches women with Chen Hongming. But if this kid was really a cab driver, then what did he rely on to be able to communicate with Qin Xiaoxiao? While he was pondering, Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao also arrived in front of him. The restaurant manager, who saw the scene, couldn't think twice. With that, he quickly stepped forward and reached out to stop Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao. Immediately after that, Su Yang also noticed Chen Hongming, who was at the entrance of the restaurant. The heart also suddenly realized, but spare a thought, he opened his mouth and asked, what do you mean by that? At that, the restaurant manager smiled and opened his mouth. I'm sorry, the restaurant is full today. The lady can go in, but the gentleman will still have to leave. The implication of targeting has also become clear with this statement. At the same time, Chen Hongming, who saw this scene, was also smiling and nodded in satisfaction, while Qin Xiaoxiao, who heard this, was furious and directly opened her mouth to question the restaurant manager. You're treating us like little cuties, are you? The restaurant was full. Women were allowed in, not men. The restaurant manager, on the other hand, heard this but remained unperturbed and nodded, looking at the two with a smile on his face. It was also just then that a few more people came towards the restaurant, and the restaurant manager greeted them quickly after seeing those people. This was followed by an extremely warm invitation for several people to enter the restaurant. With a few people having entered the restaurant manager returned. Afterward, he looked at Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao again and opened his mouth. Why aren't you guys leaving yet? And at this point, Qin Xiaoxiao was already incomparably angry. You're deliberately targeting us, aren't you? The restaurant manager, who heard this, replied again. You can't say that, Ms. Qin. I didn't keep you out, and I don't dare to keep you out. It's just that this kid can't go in today. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Su Yang. With that, Su Yang stepped forward and opened his mouth to say to the restaurant manager, You've made up your mind not to let me enter the restaurant today, haven't you? Exactly. The restaurant manager replied with a straight nod. At the same time, Chen Hongming also walked over and opened his mouth to taunt again. You don't even look at what kind of status you have and you want to enter here? If we do let you in, then the restaurant patrons are afraid they won't even have an appetite. And Su Yang's expression at this time has been completely cold. I did not expect this Chen Hongming again and again with him to find trouble. With this thought, Su Yang spoke once again. I didn't want to get into it with you, but you insist on catching up again and again, so it's not my fault. Chen Hongming, who heard this, laughed again. Immediately after that, he was directly ignoring Su Yang, and instead opened his mouth to Qin Xiaoxiao. Ms. Qin, it's better for you to keep your eyes peeled. You won't even be able to enter the restaurant after following this loser. After saying this, Chen Hongming, who said this, directly turned around. If you figure it out, come in and see me, he won't stop you. And after saying this, Chen Hongming again instructed the restaurant manager. I want you to satisfy me that I don't have to see this loser in the cafeteria. The restaurant manager, who heard this, nodded again in an incomparably flattering manner. With that, Chen Hongming entered the restaurant. On the other side, Su Yan looked at this scene and shook his head helplessly. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao was turning her head with a guilty face. I'm sorry, why don't we go somewhere else for dinner? And the restaurant manager watched the scene with a cold smile. You boys are pretty wasted as a man. Su Yang, however, did not pay any attention to his words, but looked at Qin Xiaoxiao and said softly, we said we'd eat here today, so we'll eat here. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao became even more puzzled, and before he could say anything, he saw Su Yang walking forward. At the same time, the restaurant manager saw Su Yang coming and once again reached out to stop him. And when Su Yang saw this, he spoke again. You know what? If it was your boss here, not only would he not stop me, he would also invite me in respectfully. When these words came out, the restaurant manager, as if he had heard a heavenly joke, directly covered his stomach and laughed out loud. No kid, are you sick? If so, I'll give you some money. You go see a doctor. Chapter 93 Boss Lee. At this moment, the restaurant manager was looking at the little cutie. General look at Su Yang, and was still mocking under his breath. Can you stop messing around here? I don't mind getting someone to ask you to leave if you don't get the hell out of here. But Su Yang still didn't pay the slightest attention to his words. Since you had to stop me, it's not my fault. After saying this, Su Yang no longer paid attention to the restaurant manager and walked forward on his own, while the restaurant manager was stunned after seeing this scene, not thinking that Su Yang would choose to force his way into this restaurant. Not only is he a loser, but he's also an uneducated guy who wants to barge in here, so he really doesn't want to die. The restaurant manager directly reached out to pull Su Yang with this thought, but before his hand could touch Su Yang, it was violently gripped by a force. For a moment, the restaurant manager wanted to resist, but before he could make a move, he felt a gravitational blow to his chest, followed by his body directly flying out 2 meters backwards and falling to the ground. And the restaurant that fell to the ground experienced only felt a sharp pain in his body, and for a while he was not able to stand up. However, Su Yang was not paying attention to him, and instead turned his head to look at Qin Xiaoxiao. We're going in. As for Qin Xiaoxiao, when she saw this scene, she was even more flabbergasted. She had never expected Su Yang to make a sudden move. Su Yang, you can't do it. The owner of this restaurant is. Qin Xiaoxiao said with incomparable worry, but after hearing Qin Xiaoxiao's words, Su Yang appeared not to be concerned. Don't worry, I know the owner of this restaurant well. And after saying this, Qin Xiaoxiao didn't even have time to open her mouth. Then he heard the restaurant manager shout, hurry up and get me someone. Someone's messing with the restaurant. Before he could finish the sentence, he saw several security guards rushing out from the restaurant. With that, they glanced at Su Yang, and without hesitation, they directly moved their hands. But these people couldn't even get into Su Yang's body. They didn't even have the time to react before they were knocked to the ground by a few punches from Su Yang. Su Yang's strike only happened in a split second, and the restaurant manager didn't even react. By the time he reacted, Su Yang had already led Qin Xiaoxiao towards the inside of the restaurant. I said you have what to rely on. It turns out that it is by force to break in hard. Dare to break in hard here. I tell you, you're dead. The restaurant manager lay on the floor in unbridled anger. Su Yang, who heard this, was slowly twisting his head around. I'm dead, am I? So let's wait and see. Su Yang, who had said these words, directly led Qin Xiaoxiao into the restaurant. And at that moment, the restaurant manager slowed down and stood up directly and pulled out his cell phone. With a look of indignation on his face, he dialed the phone. Someone caused a disturbance in our restaurant, went right in hard and hit one of our guys. The person on the other end of the phone was a little surprised to hear that. What kind of person? Eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall, is it? Dare to make trouble in my restaurant? Wait for me. I'll be right there. Meanwhile, Su Yang had already walked into the restaurant with Qin Xiaoxiao in tow, and after finding a random place, he sat down. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxiao's face was overwhelmed with worry. He was incredibly aware of what kind of existence the owner of this restaurant was. Now it's surprising that they beat up one of his men in his restaurant. Then even if his father stepped in, the matter wouldn't end so easily. And at the same time, Su Yang could also see Qin Xiaoxiao's concern and immediately opened his mouth to comfort her. just relax. Do you think I would do something reckless? Qin Xiaoxiao, who heard this, also nodded. Su Yang was right. He had known Su Yang for so long, and it was true that he had never done anything reckless or unreliable. But even if she thought through her head, she couldn't think of what exactly Su Yang's reliance was. She had no choice but to wait with Su Yang. At the same time, the manager of the restaurant also walked in, and was even more incomparably surprised to see the two of them actually sitting there in a big way. He had thought that Su Yang would run away the first time he hit their man, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be afraid at all and still dared to sit here. But it was just what he wanted. Daring to hit himself, he would make this kid pay. And at the same time, Su Yang also noticed the restaurant manager by the door, but didn't pay any attention to him and just drank the tea on the table indifferently. Soon, a Rolls-Royce pulled up outside the restaurant. The restaurant manager also noticed the car, and then rushed out at a fast pace. At the same time, a middle-aged man also stepped down from the Rolls-Royce's car with some anger on his face. As soon as he got out of the car, he looked like the restaurant manager and asked, "I heard that someone is causing trouble in my restaurant. Who is it?" And the restaurant manager pointed inside and opened his mouth to reply, "It's just a kid who drives a cab, and he not only doesn't put me in my eyes, but he also doesn't put you in his eyes." What? The restaurant manager, who heard this, was even more surprised. Where the hell did this guy come from? With this in mind, the middle-aged man also walked into the restaurant with the restaurant manager. Immediately after that, the restaurant manager pointed at Su Yang and spoke. "It's him, he's the one who beat up our people." At this moment, Su Yang's back was turned to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sniffed and walked directly towards Su Yang. "Who the hell are you to come into my restaurant and cause trouble?" At the same time, Su Yang also heard the sound and turned his head to look at the middle-aged man, and that middle-aged man froze violently after seeing Su Yang. Immediately afterward, a smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the restaurant manager rushed over. "Boss, you absolutely can't spare this kid. This kid doesn't give a damn about our restaurant. If this gets out, what will people think of us?" But just then, the restaurant manager suddenly noticed that the middle-aged man was paying attention to himself with an incomparably chilling look. Unable to help it, a wave of timidity rose directly from the restaurant manager's heart. For a moment, he stammered again, "Old boss." But just at this moment, that middle-aged man suddenly stormed up and slapped the restaurant manager's face heavily. The force of the slap was even greater, and for a moment it directly knocked the restaurant manager to the ground. And the restaurant manager, who had been knocked to the ground, was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Why did the boss suddenly turn on himself? At the same time, he heard the middle-aged man's incomparably angry voice again. "You don't have eyes, do you? How dare you disrespect Mr. Su like that?" The restaurant manager, who heard this, was even more puzzled. What did the boss call him? Mr. Su? It was also at this moment that he heard Su Yang speak again. "Boss Lee, long time no see." And the restaurant manager, who was hearing these words, felt a sudden spinning of the sky. This kid actually knew his boss. If that's the case, then one is screwed. Immediately after that, he heard Su Yang speak again. "It's not much today, but it's just that I wanted to come to the restaurant for a meal, but I was stopped by this guy from getting in." And the middle-aged man's face became even more furious after hearing this. Chapter 94, Training. With that, the middle-aged man directly stepped forward and yanked on the restaurant manager's collar, once again saying angrily, "Your eyes have grown to the top of your head, haven't they? How dare you stop Mr. Su? I'm telling you, as long as Mr. Su says something, I can give this restaurant to him." As soon as these words came out, not only was the restaurant manager dumbfounded in place, but Qin Xiaoxiao was even more astonished as she turned her head to look at Su Yang. She also never expected that Su Yang would have such a good relationship with the owner of the restaurant. It seems he had underestimated him after all. But this was normal. After all, up until now, she still felt that Su Yang's worth was a mystery. And at this moment, that restaurant manager was trembling again as he opened his mouth and said, "Boss, I really don't know that you and Mr. Su have such a good relationship. If I knew that, even if I were given 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to stop Mr. Su for a moment." The middle-aged man, who heard this but laughed out in anger. "Not knowing my relationship with him, even if he was a stranger, you should have stopped him and kept him out of the restaurant, right? Besides, my restaurant has never stated a rule about stopping anyone from entering." For a while the middle-aged man became more and more angry as he spoke, directly pulling the restaurant manager up from the floor. "Now you tell me if the restaurant is mine or yours." For a while the restaurant manager was even more frightened by the middle-aged man and couldn't speak properly. "Yours? Yours? Of course this restaurant is yours." And just as he finished saying this, the middle-aged man slapped him hard on the face. "Since it's mine, when is it your turn to tell me what to do?" Saying that, the middle-aged man slapped again, and for a while the restaurant kept echoing with a crisp and unmistakable ringing sound. And at this point, the restaurant manager was completely stunned. Now let's not talk about whether or not he can keep his job. It looks like the boss isn't going to let himself go at all. If he wanted to escape this, he could only beg for that Mr. Su's forgiveness. The restaurant manager who thought about it reacted instantly. With that, he directly turned his head towards Su Yang and then knelt on the ground. The middle-aged man also stood up after seeing this scene, leaving the restaurant manager kneeling there. Meanwhile, Su Yang was still sipping his tea unhurriedly, as if he didn't even notice what was going on next to him. It's my eyes that are blind. It's my eyes that don't recognize Entei. Tai, please can you forgive me? Please can you spare me? As he said this, the restaurant manager kept kowtowing. But to this, Su Yang remained unresponsive. The restaurant manager who saw the scene became even more flustered and kowtowed on the ground with increasing vigor. For a while there was even a constant thumping sound above the ground. While watching the scene, Qin Xiaoxiao was all a bit intolerant. Then he opened his mouth and said to Su Yang, I think this matter should end as soon as it ends. We still have business to do. And it was only after Su Yang heard this that he slowly raised his head and faintly skimmed towards the restaurant manager kneeling on the ground. Since Shirnoa has said so, then I won't bother with you so much, and I'll spare you for the time being today. The restaurant manager who heard this immediately had a look of joy on his face after the robbery. And after saying this, Su Yang turned his head to look at the middle-aged man and continued, I won't say anything about the rest of him. You're on your own. And the middle-aged man nodded his head after hearing this, and then continued to speak. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for what happened today. It was my negligence that brought you trouble and distress. While Su Yang had an unconcerned smile on his face when he heard this. This was followed by an incredibly polite statement. Ha ha ha, what does this have to do with you? Seeing that Su Yang did not care, the middle-aged man was also relieved. Then I'll take care of him first. After hearing this, Su Yang nodded and gestured for the middle-aged man to go and fix it. Immediately after that, the middle-aged man twisted his head again and looked at the restaurant manager who was kneeling on the ground, and then opened his mouth. Mr. Su is so generous that he doesn't bother with you and bypasses you. You have to thank Mr. Su properly, otherwise today's matter won't end so easily. Towards the end, the middle-aged man's tone also iced over a few points, and the restaurant manager was kowtowing again and again after hearing this, and his mouth kept chanting, I understand, I understand. After all, he was incomparably aware of the terror of the middle-aged man in front of him. If that Mr. Su just won't let go, I'm afraid that even if I don't die, I'll have to lose a leg and an arm. Immediately after that, the middle-aged man looked at the restaurant manager and spoke again. Pack up your stuff later and get the hell out of here. You're no longer welcome in my restaurant. After saying this, he looked at the several security guards in the room, and then spoke again. As for their medical bills, do you want Mr. CO to bear them? The restaurant manager who heard this again looked horrified and hurriedly replied, Of course I wouldn't dare. I've paid for all their medical expenses. That's good. After hearing this, the middle-aged man also nodded in satisfaction. In that case, pack up and get out. And the restaurant manager, who heard this, looked up with gratitude. With incomparable fear, he looked at Su Yang. Immediately after he saw that Su Yang wasn't paying attention to him either, he was bursting with joy, and then he stood up in an incomparable panic. This was followed by a worried look at Su Yang and the middle-aged man, and as Su Yang continued to ignore it, all of a sudden the middle-aged man realized that he had escaped. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to say any more and hurriedly left. At the same time, a few security guards in the house are also worried about the middle-aged man, fearing that this matter also involves them. After all, they are also out of the hand. I can't imagine that this mediocre kid is so powerful. At the same time, the middle-aged man's eyes turned to them. Seeing this, Su Yang put down the teacup in his hands and spoke calmly. This matter has nothing to do with them. They are merely following orders. As soon as these words came out, several security guards immediately looked at Su Yang with a burst of gratitude. At the same time, the middle-aged man instantly understood Su Yang's meaning. Then he looked at a few people and spoke, Why don't you guys go get checked out? And the restaurant will reimburse you for any problems. Upon hearing this, the several security guards gave Su Yang another burst of grateful glances, and then left. But the security at your restaurant is really a bit weak. Su Yang laughed. That's true. Don't see who you're fighting. The restaurant manager replied with a burst of helplessness. Then, as if he had thought of something, the restaurant manager suddenly said with immense anticipation, Why don't you help me give the restaurant's security training when you have time? And feel free to say whatever conditions you have. Mr. Su. Chapter 95, Li Jinyuan's anger. Su Yang raised his head in some confusion after hearing these words. Immediately after that, he looked at Li Jinyuan who had a smiling face. You're saying that you need me to conduct security training for your restaurant? Su Yang pointed at himself and said with some confusion. Li Jinyuan also nodded his head after hearing this, and then he spoke. That's right. After all, I am extremely clear about your strength. And through today's incident, I also suddenly realized that our restaurant's security force is indeed a bit weak. Saying that, Lee Jin-yuan paused. If my guests were to be in any danger at my restaurant, then our security staff would be of no help at all. A complete bunch of losers. Su-young, who heard this, also nodded, and couldn't help but smile in his heart. If that was the case, no matter who was in front of him, they were all a bunch of losers. Immediately after that, he heard Lee Jin-yuan open his mouth and say, and most importantly, that or the quality of these security people is just too low. Nothing happened today because I came in time, but if that kind of guy shows up in the future, I'm afraid it'll bring big trouble to our restaurant. Moreover, after saying this sentence, Lee Jin-yuan seemed to have thought of something, and immediately afterward, he looked at the people following him behind him and opened his mouth. Almost forgot. Quickly prepare good private rooms for Mr. Su and Miss Chin. In addition to serving me food according to the highest specifications, Mr. Su and I have not seen each other for a long time as well. Let's have a good chat. The person behind him also hurriedly nodded his head after hearing this, and then he walked towards the other side. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao's face showed a look of being flattered after hearing his words. After all, Li Jinyuan's status was there. Even if his father had come, he would not have been treated with such a high standard, let alone himself. Immediately after, Su Yang also nodded after hearing his words, acquiescing to his words. That's just as well. You can trouble him about starting your own company. Soon, the man from before returned. Immediately after that, he looked at Li Jinyuan and opened his mouth with a difficult expression. Boss, the top box has been booked out. Hearing this, Li Jinyuan's face instantly changed. What do you mean? The top box was booked out. Then how come I didn't get half the news? It was important to know that the top boxes in his restaurant were for those extremely wealthy guests, and ordinary people were not worthy of entering that box at all. And if a guest who could use that box arrived, he would certainly be informed. But how come I didn't get half the news today? Then the top box was booked out. And after hearing this, the man also spoke again. The box was just booked out by the restaurant manager. This statement made Li Jinyuan even angrier. What? Where did he get the nerve to book out that box without my knowledge? Immediately after that, Li Jinyuan also opened his mouth again and asked, who did he book? After hearing this, the man was yet more embarrassed, and immediately said cautiously, he booked it for Chen Hongming, that is, the Chen family's male son. Suddenly, Li Jinyuan's eyes directly widened. That box was given to that uneducated second generation of the Zhao family. This is really turning the tables. At the same time, the man was again attaching himself to Li Jinyuan's ear and said, and I've heard others say that it seems like the manager stopped Mr. Su because of this Chen Hongming's orders. Meanwhile, Su Yang was calmly watching this scene, drinking the tea in his hand. Li Jinyuan's heart also became clearer after hearing this. So that's how it is. I said how this guy could somehow turn on Mr. Su, so it's because he's a dog for someone else. Li Jinyuan, who had said this, looked at Su Yang. Mr. Su, please follow me. And Su Yang nodded his head when he heard his words. Then he looked at Qin Xiaoxiao and spoke. Come on, let's go eat. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also showed a smile on her face and stood up immediately afterward. With that, Su Yang led Qin Xiaoxiao to follow behind Li Jinyuan towards the upper floors. Soon, Li Jinyuan brought the two of them to the front of a gilded building. The door was extremely lavishly decorated, but not ostentatiously elegant. At the same time, there were sounds that could be heard continuously in this door. Hearing this sound, Li Jinyuan did become even more angry, but he knew very well what material this door of his restaurant was made of, and the soundproofing was extremely powerful, and the fact that the sound could still come out under the soundproofing showed how noisy the people in the house were. Thinking of this, Li Jinyuan was incomparably angry and pushed the door directly open. As the door was violently pushed open by Li Jinyuan, the crowd inside the room fell silent. Both looked toward the door with some confusion, and among them, Chen Hongming's face even showed a look of anger. Don't you know you're in a box? Who dares to just come in without opening the door? At the same time, Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao also looked towards the house. The house is very cluttered at this point. That Chen Hongming was sitting on top of the main seat, with two colorful-looking women wrapped around him. The two women were seductive between their half-coverings, and at the same time, on the other two sides there were several other men who were holding up their wine glasses and constantly flattering Chen Hongming. That Chen Hongming was happily raising his wine glass, obviously at the height of his excitement. As soon as the door to the room was pushed open, he stood up directly without even thinking about it and threw himself directly towards the door with the bottle in his mouth. He even cursed angrily. Who's so blind? Can't you see that this gentleman is having a good time? However, before that bottle could hit Li Jinyuan's head, Su Yang suddenly shot out to catch the bottle from the air. At the same time, Chen Hongming also noticed Su Yang, and the anger on his face grew even more. How did that loser let you cab drivers in? What bad luck! At the same time, Chen Hongming wanted to say something, but was directly pulled by the sleeve of a man beside him. Suddenly stopped by someone, Chen Hongming squinted at the man and was about to lash out when he saw the man's face showing terror. That seems to be. Hearing these words, Chen Hongming looked over again, and after recognizing that person, his heart suddenly trembled, and for a moment he was even more uncontrollably a little weak in the legs. At the same time, Li Jinyuan also looked at him. Obscure? As soon as these words came out, Chen Hongming was instantly dumbfounded and pushed away the two women beside him at the first opportunity. Quickly, he rushed over. This person in front of him was an existence that he absolutely could not afford to endure. It was important to realize that others would fear the forces behind him, but this guy in front of him would never fear the forces behind him. Even if he wastes his own leg, there is absolutely nothing his father can do to find him. Boss Li, what brings you here? What? I can't come over to my restaurant, can I? Chapter 96, Beaten Up. Li Jinyuan's voice was extremely loud. For a time it was even more resounding in this box. For a time it was even more so that Chen Hongming in front of him was so scared that his body could not help but tremble. Halfway through the day. You really have a lot of guts. How dare you let someone stop my guest? Hearing this, Chen Hongming was even more puzzled, and then he trembled and opened his mouth. Stopping your guests? When did I stop your guests? I would never dare. As he said this, Chen Hongming couldn't help but look around, and for a moment, his eyes stopped on Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao. At that instant, Chen Hongming's heart seemed to have thought of something. Is it hard to believe that the guest he was talking about was this cab driver? But how is that possible? Although the heart thinks like this, but Chen Hongming is never believe it. Followed by looking at the front of the Li Jinyuan opened his mouth and said, who in the world are the guests you are talking about? Hearing this, Li Jinyuan laughed out loud, then lowered his voice and said again, the guest is right in front of you. Are you blind? Once these words came out, Chen Hongming also completely understood that Su Yang was precisely that Li Jinyuan's guest. But this is too unbelievable. For a moment, Chen Hongming even stayed in place, looking at Su Yang in astonishment. Immediately after that, Su Yang also looked at Chen Hongming and spoke. I told you before, right? If I want to enter this restaurant, there is no one who can stop me. This can't be. This can't be. At the same time Chen Hongming looked at Su Yang but roared angrily. Boss Li, you're definitely mistaken. How could he be your guest? As soon as these words came out, Li Jinyuan's face instantly changed and he directly kicked Chen Hongming's body heavily. For a moment, Chen Hongming screamed miserably and fell straight to the ground. I was mistaken. You think I'm a cutie? And after Chen Hongming heard this, he opened his mouth again in awe. Of course not. Of course not. As he said this, Chen Hongming even waved his hand in a hurry. At the same time Su Yang came up and spoke. Hurry up and settle it. I'm too lazy to see this guy. You know he's here today for his own company. But I didn't expect to be delayed so much by this guy. That's not worth it. Meanwhile Li Jinyuan nodded after hearing his words. Immediately afterward, he directly instructed the people around him. Teach him a lesson. Throw him out, and never let him in my restaurant again. Upon hearing this, the man beside him suddenly bowed his head and took the order, followed by waving his hand. And at the same time, Chen Hongming also heard his words. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly opened his mouth and begged for forgiveness. Don't you give my father some face for treating me like this for a cab driver. However, Li Jinyuan and the man ignored him in the slightest. Soon Chen Hongming was brought out of the house amidst a scream. At the same time, Li Jinyuan turned his head to look at Su Yang again and immediately spoke. I'll send someone to clean up this house. At those words, Su Yang but shook his head and said, no need, let's just grab a different room. I'm not that particular. Well, then, at your service. Li Jinyuan also hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, and immediately after that, he instructed the people around him. Find another free compartment and take us there. At the same time, the man nodded, and immediately afterward, he led several people to another box. Soon several people came to the door of another box. The door to this box was not as good as the one in the party, but it was also extremely expensive. Immediately after that, Li Jinyuan pushed the door in with a few people. The compartment was large with a round table in the center. With that, under Li Jinyuan's warm invitation, Su Yang sat on top of the main seat. I'm really sorry, Mr. Su, and after sitting down, Li Jinyuan spoke again with a guilty face. Su Yang, on the other hand, waved his hand indifferently after hearing this, indicating that he did not take it to heart. It was also at this moment that Qin Xiaoxiao also spoke up. It really took him so much of our time. Hearing this, Li Jinyuan also turned his head and said with a smile on his face, am I disturbing the two of you? After all, he thought the two had come here on a date. It's extremely bad to stay here as a big light bulb yourself. However, Qin Xiaoxiao, who heard this, hurriedly opened her mouth and said, no, what are you talking about? We came here to talk about something as well. Looking at Qin Xiaoxiao's hand wringing, Su Yang was also suddenly amused, and immediately afterward, he also opened his mouth to relieve her. Not only are you not interrupting us, but on the contrary, it's still a good thing for me that you're coming to dinner together. Upon hearing this, Li Jinyuan was also puzzled, but did not open his mouth to ask more questions. That's good. That's good. After saying this, Li Jinyuan again turned his head to Qin Xiaoxiao and said, how has your father been? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao hurriedly replied, everything is fine. It's also been a long time since Mr. Qin and I have seen each other, so you can have your father come and get together with me sometime. When these words came out, Qin Xiaoxiao was also a bit happy. To know that so many people want to meet with this person have no chance. I did not expect that this trip with Su Yang will bring his father the opportunity. You know, meeting with this one would be a godsend for his father, and for their family's business. I'm sure my father will be shocked when he gets this news when he gets back. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao's heart was more amazed at Su Yang's strength and connections. No wonder his father was willing to accept him as a righteous son, or his father saw through it. Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. In that case, it's time for us to talk business. Immediately afterward, Su Yang opened his mouth. At those words, Li Jinyuan also looked over with a straight face. Mr. Su, you said that I should be able to help as well. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nodded and continued to speak. It's like this, I intend to open a company. Starting a company? That's right. Su Yang opened his mouth again to affirm. What do you want that you can't get and need to start a company? What kind of company do you intend to start? Li Jinyuan opened his mouth again and asked. An internet, a security company. Su Yang replied. It's not hard to start a company, but it's hard to say whether you'll lose or make money when the time comes. No harm done. Su Yang sniffed, but he waved his hand carelessly. After all, there was no intention of making much money by wanting to start a company, but it just made it easier for him. In that case, immediately afterward, Li Jinyuan continued. I know of an office building that happens to be for rent, Mr. So you can go and take a look when you have time. That location is excellent, but it was not announced to the public. So many people don't know, but the price is certainly not too low. Chapter 97, The Crisis. Su Yang, who heard this, but just smiled. Money was the least of his problems. In that case, give me the address and I'll go check it out later. No problem. Li Jinyuan also opened his mouth to agree. Staff-wise, I'll take it from here. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao hurriedly opened her mouth. If you don't do something about it yourself, you'll look too useless. Good. Upon hearing this, Su Yang also nodded. Immediately after that, Li Jinyuan was speaking again. Then you should go and take a look at the office building first. And if there are any other problems, Mr. Su, you can contact me anytime. Once these words came out, Su Yang also put his heart down. In that case, it's just as well. With Li Jinyuan's help, his own company wouldn't have much difficulty. At the same time, Li Jinyuan looked at Su Yang and spoke again. By the way, the security situation of our restaurant. Mr. Su, can you help? Hearing this, Su Yang smiled and also spoke up. Then needless to say of course, Li Jinyuan, who heard this, also nodded with a joyful expression on his face at once. Well then, it depends on when you have time, Mr. Su. After settling the matter, the three of them finished the meal between talking and laughing. After finishing the meal, Su Yang stood up with Qin Xiaoxiao and bid farewell to Li Jinyuan. And Li Jinyuan was extremely enthusiastic in sending the two out of the restaurant. As the two of them came out from their meal, the sky had darkened. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao also looked at Su Yang in the driver's seat and slowly opened his mouth. I wasn't much help today, so why don't I help you check out that office building tomorrow? Qin Xiaoxiao's heart understood extremely well that she had taken too great a favor from Su Yang today. After all, it was because of Su Yang that Li Jinyuan had taken the initiative to invite his father to dinner. Although it was said that nowadays, his father had adopted Su Yang as his righteous son, but after all, the relationship between them was not as deep as it should be. And after hearing this, Su Yang, who had wanted to refuse, thought of Qin Xiaoxiao's character in the twinkling of an eye, and then a hint of a smile appeared on his face, and he spoke immediately afterward. In that case, it would be a trouble for you. After hearing Su Yang's words, Qin Xiaoxiao also instantly revealed a smile. A smiley face that was extremely cute and made people look at it and couldn't help but feel a warmth in their hearts. Immediately after that, Qin Xiaoxiao nodded. Then I'll take you back first. Su Yang opened his mouth and said, and immediately after that, he started the vehicle and headed towards Qin Xiaoxiao's house. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao's heart felt a slight hint of regret. Somehow he always felt especially relaxed and happy with Su Yang, and they had only been together for such an afternoon, and it was always a little hard for her to part at a moment's notice. But as soon as she thought that as long as she wanted to see, she could see Su Yang at any time, she was happy again. And then she opened her mouth again and said, then leave the matter of the office building to me. Soon Su Yang sent Qin Xiaoxiao to the neighborhood of his home. Just as he was about to send Qin Xiaoxiao home, several messages suddenly came out from his cell phone. For a while Su Yang was a bit puzzled. Who was in such a hurry to send a message to himself? But then he suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have forgotten something. Crap! I forgot that I have a date with Anya in the evening. Noticing this, Su Yang didn't have time to send Anya home. He looked up to see that it wasn't too late, and that Qin Xiaoxiao wasn't more than a few steps away from home. He then opened his mouth and said, I won't send you back. You can walk back here by yourself. I still have some urgent matters to attend to here. Qin Xiaoxiao, who had just heard that Su Yang wanted to send himself here, still had some doubts, and immediately after hearing Su Yang say that he still had urgent matters to attend to, she instantly understood, and randomly nodded and pushed open the door to get out of the car. Then I'm off. After getting out of the car, Qin Xiaoxiao twisted her head and said with a smile. After hearing this, Su Yang nodded his head and drove his vehicle away from here after watching Qin Xiaoxiao go far away. But what he didn't notice was that not far away, inside a black commercial vehicle, there were several people watching this scene. A few people looked at the picture on their cell phones and nodded at each other as well. That's the kid. One of the inch-haired men spoke up. But from what I understand, this kid's kung fu is very high. So not only is it not good for us to succeed in making a move against him rashly, but we might also scare the snakes. In that case, can we take a shot at the people around this kid? As soon as these words came out, the few people around him nodded in recognition. Then a man with a thin figure spoke again. When we capture this girl, are we still afraid that we won't be able to capture this brat? But just at this moment, a fat man did open his mouth with some concern and said, but this girl's identity is the Qin family's first lady. Is there really no problem? After hearing this, the leading man did say with a disdainful look on his face, the Qin family does have some strength, but in front of the Qi Yun group there is still no talking matter. Besides, as long as it's done cleanly, who's going to know it was us when the time comes? At the same time, the skinny man nodded with incomparable recognition. Then he also spoke up and said, that's right, besides we're just doing things for other people. At this remark, a burst of laughter came from the car, and a lecherous smile appeared on that fat man's face. Ha ha, ha ha ha, and I see that this Qin clan's first lady's posture is also a masterpiece. And after hearing this, the thin man was worried. Didn't the boss tell us, you can't do it to women, you can't do it to innocent people? But after hearing this, the inch-headed man was ruthlessly glaring at him, followed by opening his mouth again and saying, he is just saying that. Is it possible to let the brothers do it for nothing? Besides, even if we are how it is, there is no one who can know. After saying these words, the inch man again touched his chin and said again, there's no harm if you don't want to. You'll just stand guard outside when the time comes. Another roar of laughter went through the car at this comment. Alright, let's hurry up and do it. In a moment this girl will be far away. At the same time, Fatty said, and immediately afterward, he directly started the vehicle and headed towards Qin Xiaoxiao, who was not far away. Qin Xiaoxiao, who was walking along the road at this time, still had a sweet smile on her face as she recalled the events of this afternoon. However, he did not notice that there was a black commercial car slowly approaching behind him, and by the time Qin Xiaoxiao noticed the business car it was already too late. At that moment she happened to pass a pathway that was less traveled. Without Qin Xiaoxiao having the slightest time to react, the black commercial vehicle arrived at her side, followed by the door of the commercial vehicle slamming open. Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly heard a voice and hurriedly turned her head to look. Then she saw 4 fierce faces inside the black business car. Although Qin Xiaoxiao, who saw this scene, was also startled, she subconsciously also ran forward with quick steps. Chapter 98, Kidnapping. And when the people inside the business car saw Qin Xiaoxiao escaping, a teasing smile appeared on their faces. Still want to run? Do you think you can escape? The inch-headed man among them even opened his mouth directly to mock. At the same time, the fat man and the thin man both jumped out of the car directly, and then rushed towards Qin Xiaoxiao. Although Qin Xiaoxiao's reaction was quick and she ran forward at the first opportunity. But how could she, a woman, outrun 2 men? Without running a few steps, the 2 men directly grabbed his shoulders. Qin Xiaoxiao was even more quick-witted after being grabbed, and kicked towards one of the men. But her kick was not much of a killing force for the man at all, as if scratching an itch. Immediately after that, the man directly grabbed Qin Xiaoxiao's leg. There was even a burst of ridicule on his face. For a while, the two just kept teasing her like that. At this time, the inch-headed man in the car was aware of the arrival of a car, and hurriedly opened his mouth to remind, stop messing around, hurry up and grab her. Get out of here. And after hearing this, the fat and thin 2 men were also serious, not daring to be careless anymore, and directly grabbed Qin Xiaoxiao and got into the black commercial car. As the door of the black business car closed, Qin Xiaoxiao had no hope of escaping at all. Immediately after that, the black business car took off with a kick of the gas. and after being grabbed onto the car, the two men instantly found a rope to tightly tie Qin Xiaoxiao up. And although Qin Xiaoxiao was fearful in her heart at this time, she still looked at the several people angrily. Immediately after that, he spoke again with forced composure. You want money or anything, don't hurt me, my father can satisfy you all. The crowd that heard this laughed out loud and then spoke. Sorry, we don't want anything. When these words came out, Qin Xiaoxiao also looked skeptical. Don't want anything. Then why did they grab themselves? Was it for a sex grab? If it's for yourself, that's a problem. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoxiao once again opened her mouth and said, Do you know my identity? After hearing these words the inch-headed man but nodded. How can we not know your identity? Qin family miss. You know my identity. How dare you arrest me? Saying this, Qin Xiaoxiao looked out of the car window again and spoke again. Now that the sky has darkened, waiting a little while longer, my father will know the news of my disappearance. When these words came out, the inch-haired man was also stunned. He never expected this woman to have such guts. Still, he spoke up and said, We really don't want anything, and if you must know why, then I'll tell you. After hearing these words, Qin Xiaoxiao also looked up. Immediately afterward, the inch-haired man was heard saying, If you want to blame it, blame yourself for knowing someone you shouldn't. Suddenly, it also became clear to Qin Xiaoxiao's mind that they had kidnapped themselves, and it seemed that they wanted to use themselves to threaten others. But who are they really threatening? Qin Xiaoxiao's heart still had some doubts, but soon his intuition told him that this matter was definitely related to Su Yang. With that, Qin Xiaoxiao spoke again. If you guys want to use me to threaten Su Yang, then I advise you to hurry up and release me. Let me tell you, Su Yang, he's 100 times more dangerous than my father. If you let me go now, I can pretend that nothing happened, said Qin Xiaoxiao after a pause, followed by a high level of anger. But if he knows about it, you guys will be dead. While listening to Qin Xiaoxiao's threat, a bout of cowardice could not help but rise in the inch-haired man's heart, but he still rushed back to his senses. What's going on with yourself? To be intimidated by such a little girl. He then looked at the two men beside him and opened his mouth to command. What are you doing? Why don't you hurry to seal his mouth? At these words, the two men were instantly a little puzzled, not knowing what the inchman was afraid of, but they did as they were told and took out a roll of black tape. And after Qin Xiaoxiao saw this scene, she also hurriedly continued. I hope you guys think about it and don't make a big mistake. And soon, Qin Xiaoxiao's mouth was sealed tightly, making it difficult for her to utter another word. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao noticed that the more the black commercial vehicle traveled, the more remote the surrounding roads became. Some more time passed, and it looked like the black business car had left the city center and arrived at the outer ring of Tianhai City. Within a short time, the black commercial vehicle stopped outside an abandoned factory. Immediately after the inch-haired man looked around to make sure there were no other vehicles, he drove the black commercial car into that factory. Once inside the factory, the inchman stopped the car and greeted a couple of men. Take her out of the car and follow me. After hearing this, the two men were also going to pull Qin Xiaoxiao. However, Qin Xiaoxiao dodged their hands and instead walked out of the car on her own. I don't need you guys. I can walk by myself. Seeing this scene, a few men were even more shocked by Qin Xiaoxiao's boldness. At the same time, he was also even more puzzled, not knowing where exactly Qin Xiaoxiao's bottom line came from. Soon, the inchman led them into a large and empty warehouse. Then he opened his mouth and commanded the fat and thin men, keep her here and watch her, and you go contact the kid and tell him to be here by 12. And if he's a minute late let him suffer the consequences. Also give me warning that he must come alone. Hearing this one of the men also nodded in response. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxiao could only watch the scene, but was unable to do anything about it. But in her heart, she was not worried about Su Yang. After all, Su Yang's strength he had seen with his own eyes. And still, her biggest fear was that these guys would be in trouble if they had a dick in their hands. Meanwhile on the other side, Su Yang was driving towards Anya's house. Meanwhile the mouth is constantly exclaiming this. I can't believe I missed my appointment. It's going to be a good bit of trouble in a while, but it's a good thing that the favor value didn't drop. And at this time, Anya had already packed up and was waiting for Su Yang to come over. She should know that in order to have dinner with Su Yang today, she had dressed up for a while, and had already put on one of her most satisfying clothes and makeup. And at the same time, Su Yang immediately arrived at Anya's house. But also at this moment, a phone call suddenly called. Su Yang looked at the unfamiliar phone number face puzzled, but still clicked to connect. As the call connected, a man's voice came from the other side. Hello. The man's voice was a little shrill. Who are you? Su Yang said suspiciously. Never mind who I am. I'm calling you to let you know that your little girlfriend is in trouble. Su Yang was even more puzzled by these words, and immediately afterward there was another whimper on the other end of the line. Su Yang's heart immediately understood. That was the sound that came out when he wanted to speak but was covered by his mouth. And that voice was somewhat familiar. Wasn't it just Qin Xiaoxiao? Chapter 99 Location. Suddenly, Su Yang's heart was directly in his throat, and with a bared sound, the cab even came to a violent stop. For a time, it even scared the surrounding crowd, and the crowd could not help but directly open their mouths to curse. But at this moment, Su Yang was not in the slightest mood to pay attention to them. Instead, he continued to the other end of the phone. Do you seek death? But after hearing this, the man on the other end of the phone was not half as scared. Instead, he laughed again and said, "We seek death. Ha 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 ha. It seems to me that it's you kid who is seeking death. If you dare to touch her halfway, I'll send you to hell." And after hearing Su Yang's threat, the man on the other end of the phone continued as if he was listening to a joke. "You really have the guts to threaten us." It was Su Yang who heard this who spoke again. "I'm not threatening you. I'm just stating a fact to you. If you dare to touch him one iota, I will make you taste all the pain in this world and make you beg for your life." Listening to Su Yang's threat, the voice of the man on the other end of the phone indeed could not help but tremble. Somehow, he felt a deep horror at the other man's words. The man who sensed this was even more furious in his heart, that he would feel intimidated by someone he hadn't even met, just by saying a few words. The man who had arrived here spoke again. "I will upload an address to your cell phone. Be here by 12 o'clock. If it's a no-show, then it's not our fault." Immediately after, not waiting for Su Yang to say anything, the man on the other end of the phone continued. "And you give me to remember, this matter can only be known by you alone. If you let others know half of it, we can't guarantee the safety of this girl." While listening to the man's threats, Su Yang was not the least bit concerned. Instead, he spoke again. "Stop talking nonsense to me and hurry up and send me the location." Hearing Su Yang's tone of voice that still didn't care, the anger in that man's heart was even heavier. How dare this kid be so wild? Doesn't he know that his woman is in our hands? Where the hell does he get off? After thinking of this, the man spoke again. "You kids really can't tell the difference, right?" After saying these words, inside the warehouse on the other side, the man picked up his cell phone and walked directly towards the tied-up Qin Xiaoxiao over there. Seeing the man walking towards her, Qin Xiaoxiao's face showed suspicion, while her heart was also filled with trepidation. After all, no matter how much her face showed that she wasn't afraid or scared, she was after all just a weak woman with no hands. If these people were to strike at her, she would not have the slightest ability to resist. At the same time, the man walked directly to Qin Xiaoxiao's side, followed by reaching out his hand and directly grabbing her hair. After grabbing her hair, the man directly yanked Qin Xiaoxiao's head up with force. For a while, around Qin Xiaoxiao's strong hold, she couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt of pain from her mouth. And at the same time, on the other end of the phone, Su Yang also heard the voice clearly. For a moment, Su Yang was even more furious as he opened his mouth and said, "You dare to touch her? You're dead." But the man on the other end of the phone remained fearless as he listened to Su Yang's voice. Instead, he became more and more rampant for a time, and immediately after surveying the Qin Xiaoxiao in front of him, he once again opened his mouth to threaten. "I have to say, your little girlfriend's posture and body are really one of a kind. I'll send you the location right away, and I hope you'll arrive on time before 12 o'clock, or else you won't be able to blame me. And you remember well, I only want you to come here alone." And after saying these words, the man directly hung up the phone. Carved on the other side, Su Yang, after the phone hung up, his heart was also anxious. I never imagined that in just a moment, Qin Xiaoxiao had been kidnapped by them. Obviously, he had just left Qin Xiaoxiao for such a short while, and let them seize the opportunity. And most importantly, Qin Xiaoxiao was kidnapped by them because of herself. Now even a little cutie could see the situation clearly, let alone Su Yang. It was obvious that those people had kidnapped Qin Xiaoxiao to deal with him. If, in the end, Qin Xiaoxiao really was in danger because of himself, he didn't know what kind of guilt he would live with in the future, and he even didn't know how he should face Qin Xiaoxiao's parents. And after thinking of this, Su Yang's heart became even more anxious, and his eyes were even staring at his cell phone, waiting for them to pass on the location. Immediately after, an unfamiliar message also popped up on top of Su Yang's cell phone. Not daring to waste any time at all, Su Yang hurriedly looked towards that location and began to navigate. The navigation showed that it would take at least 50 minutes for Su Yang to reach where he was, and after looking at the time to make sure it was plentiful, Su Yang was able to let out a sigh of relief. After all, through what the man on the phone had said, it was certain that Qin Xiaoxiao was also safe, at least until he arrived, and by the time he gets there, everything will be fine. Even if he really wasn't a match for them, then he still had quite a few favor values lying around in his system that he could use. As for the identities of these people, the current Su Yang didn't have the time to think much about it. In the middle of his thoughts, he drove the vehicle towards the navigation location, and at this point in time, the sky had completely darkened and the streetlights were all lit up. Su Yang's car sped above the elevated area, already reaching the highest speed of the vehicle, and on the other side of the room, Qin Xiaoxiao had also personally heard what the man had said on the phone with Su Yang. With that in mind, the best thing for her to do now was to settle down, pacify these three and wait for Su Yang to come and save herself. On the side, the tall and thin man was looking down at Qin Xiaoxiao, who was tied up and collapsed on the ground, with greed in his eyes. For a while, it was even more difficult to resist the urge to get on and go. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoxiao's heart was even more shocked. What to do? What to do? Can at this time? That inchman has suddenly opened his mouth. Don't move. First collect you your colorful gall. And so on, solved that boy. We brothers play a few enough, but now the matter is still unresolved. And if something goes wrong, all of us brothers will have to die. After hearing this, that tall and thin man also nodded in disbelief. This inchman was right. Anyway, Qin Xiaoxiao was already their duck in the hand, and she could never run away. In that case there is no hurry. Besides, you can let that not-so-godly boy watch with his own eyes in a little while. After thinking of this, the man couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh, a burst of triumph on his face. Don't be in a hurry either, little beauty. Immediately afterward, the tall and thin man looked at Qin Xiaoxiao again and teased, but Qin Xiaoxiao only glared at him fiercely. Soon, when Su Yang arrived, these guys would have to be finished. Qin Xiaoxiao thought in her heart. Chapter 100 arrives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yang was anxious in his heart and stepped on the gas again and again. After all, a second later now, Qin Xiaoxiao might encounter one more second of danger. On the other side of the abandoned factory, the inchman got up and looked at the time, then spoke to the other two men. Time is almost up. If that kid dares to come, he should be here soon. Are the guys ready? The fat and thin men who heard this both had smiles on their faces, and immediately afterward directly drew out several machetes from under the table on the other side. Immediately afterward, he took the two scary machetes and waved them in the air a few times. Even if that kid has strength, I don't believe he can carry this. As soon as these words came out, another man also laughed out loud. How can he possibly carry it off? Even if we can't solve that kid by relying on this contraption, we still have that thing, and this kid will definitely not be able to run away if he dares to come. And Qin Xiaoxiao's worry grew stronger in her heart after hearing what they said. It was surprising that they could have such confidence. That thing must not be simple. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yang was getting closer and closer to this abandoned factory. Soon Su Yang slammed on the brakes while he arrived in front of the door of the abandoned factory. With that he stepped right out of the car. One could even see the thick anger in his eyes. He is most annoyed that these people to their own side of the people, and to the side of the people is also exactly touching Su Yang reverse scale. Thinking like this, for a moment, Su Yang's pace under his feet accelerated even more. It soon entered the abandoned factory. At the same time, the few men inside the dilapidated warehouse along with Qin Xiaoxiao also heard the sound. For a moment, Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes even appeared bright. At the same time, the three men also looked at each other, followed by the inchman speaking. You go guard the girl and contact the boss if you see something wrong. Upon hearing this, the fat man nodded and immediately walked over to Qin Xiaoxiao's side to guard her. Immediately, the inch-headed man again looked at the thin man and spoke. You go to the door and get a good guy to ambush. I will bring that kid in and find the right opportunity to strike. Immediately afterward, the inch-haired man was barking again. Make a mental note for me to stay alive. You know, their boss had instructed this point 1,000 times, and they couldn't even let this kid get hurt badly until it was absolutely necessary. Though puzzled, he did exactly what he was told. And after hearing this, a whimper came out of Qin Xiaoxiao's mouth. Although he knew that Su Yang's kung fu was very powerful, but even so, it was just flesh and blood. If I don't pay attention later and take a stab from that guy, I'll be screwed. She absolutely could not let Su Yang get hurt because of herself. Qin Xiaoxiao, who thought of this, wanted to open her mouth to remind, but her mouth was already tied up and it was difficult to make a sound at all. For a while, she could only watch as the man guarded the door, ready to ambush Su Yang. She was incredibly anxious, but there was nothing she could do. At the same time, Fatty sensed her movement and followed it up with an unrelenting kick. This kick directly hit Qin Xiaoxiao's abdomen, instantly causing her considerable pain. Immediately after that, the fat man opened his mouth and said to Qin Xiaoxiao, "Be honest with me. If you make any more small movements, I'll beat you to death." Once this was said, Qin Xiaoxiao was also honest, but she wasn't afraid of the fat man. But she deeply understood in her heart that she couldn't help Su Yang no matter what she did right now. But instead, she would cause trouble for him. At the same time, Su Yang is also walking towards the factory. At this time, the factory that empty full of dust also represents that this place has been a long time no trace of human life. It was also at this moment that a man's voice suddenly rang out. Su Yang! Su Yang, who heard the voice, also looked up and immediately saw a stout, inch-haired man. At this moment, a smile appeared on the inch-haired man's face as he spoke. I have to admire you for actually daring to come. In that case, that girl seems to be very important to you. And when he heard that inch-haired man mentioning Qin Xiaoxiao, Su Yang's face instantly became ruthless. I've already warned you. If it's you who dare to touch a hair on his head, I'm going to make you beg for your lives. The inch-haired man who heard this was not the least bit concerned, but instead continued to speak. You want to see that girl, right? Follow me. This word out. Su Yang did not have half a hesitation, directly lifted his leg and followed up, and the pain-head man who saw the scene was suddenly puzzled in his heart. This kid is afraid he's not a cutie, right? He comes when he's told to. Doesn't he know this is their territory? Isn't he afraid of an ambush? But in that case, the video would go quite a bit smoother. And that inch man, why wouldn't he be happy about it? But the inch-haired man didn't know where Su Yang could not understand this. It was just that in his eyes all the ambushes set by the inch-haired man, all the plots and tricks, were nothing more than a paper wall. There was no way to hurt Su Yang for a fraction of a second. Therefore, Su Yang did not care and directly followed the inch-haired man forward, and at the same time, led by the inch-haired man, Su Yang also headed towards the abandoned warehouse. Soon after being led by the inch-headed man, Su Yang arrived with him in front of the warehouse door. The accurate inch-haired man looked at Su Yang again. Okay, go on in. Your little girlfriend is in there. The inch-haired man who said this thought that Su Yang would hesitate for a few moments, but he never expected that Su Yang would push the door in without even thinking about it. The inch-haired man who saw the scene even had an evil smile on his face. I can't believe this mission went so well. Surprisingly, they hadn't lost an ounce, and even less effort. After successfully completing this mission, not only would they get the reward promised to them by the boss, but Qin Xiaoxiao would even fall completely into their hands. At the end of the day, no one will know exactly who did it. The smile on the inch-haired man's face at the thought also became more smug, and at the same time, Su Yang pushed open the door of the warehouse, and as he pushed open the door, the corner of Su Yang's mouth curled up into an evil smile. What childish tactics! At the same time when he thought of this, the thin man who had long been ambushed at the back of the door also moved in an instant. The machete in his hand came directly towards Su Yang. His slash completely avoided Su Yang's vitals. Even if Su Yang couldn't avoid it, it wouldn't take his name. And in the thin man's thoughts, Su Yang would never be able to react when he suddenly launched an attack. Chapter 101 Control. It was under such thoughts that the thin man's knife slashed down with a loud bang. And at the same time, in the not too far away Qin Xiaoxiao also saw this scene. Suddenly his heart was shocked. For a moment he felt as if his heartbeat had slowed down by a whole half a beat. And at the same time Su Yang had long sensed the person behind the door, and he had a good grasp of the attack behind the door. For a moment, Su Yang just lightly sidestepped and dodged the strike with ease, with unparalleled ease. Thin man named Zhang Baofan. Earlier years are also a fighter origin. Do not look at its body thin, but the shot is very spicy. Move to kill. At this moment, Zhang Baofan was also mentally shocked when he noticed that his attack was dodged. How did he perceive it? How it was reacted to? His own strike can be described as a sudden appearance, and he is extremely confident in the speed of his own shot. So under the still be able to avoid obviously is not a human can reflect the scope. But he was shocked in his heart. But the action of his hand was without hesitation. Followed by a flip of his wrist, the long knife in his hand slid horizontally again. Aren't you fast with your reflexes? Then let's see if you can still dodge it this time. However, Su Yang, who saw this scene, laughed heartily and suddenly struck Zhang Baofan's wrist with a palm. Immediately afterward, only a clanging sound could be heard, and the long sword in Zhang Baofan's hand was unexpectedly knocked directly to the ground. How is this possible? For a while, Zhang Baofan's heart was constantly tumbling as if waves had risen. However, Su Yang did not give him the slightest bit of time to be shocked and react, and immediately afterward, a fist violently blasted out, fiercely smashing on top of his chest. In an instant, Zhang Baofan's chest endured a tremendous amount of force, and that punch was like an iron fist. For a moment he even felt as if his ribs had broken. At the same time, Zhang Baofan was extremely experienced and did not choose to fight hard against Su Yang's strike, but instead followed Su Yang's strength and kept retreating backwards. For a moment, Zhang Baofan's pace stumbled, but at the same time, he actually gradually dissolved Su Yang's attack, and at the same time, the inch-haired Su Yang who was at the door saw such a scene with his own eyes. The first time the heart is also not surprised. This kid is really good kung fu. To know, he was extremely aware of that Zhang Baofan's strength, not to mention that Zhang Baofan was still sneak attacking, and even more so, he had a 100% first-hand advantage, and under such circumstances, Zhang Baofan was surprisingly unable to successfully resolve Su Yang. Surprisingly, Su Yang got the advantage under these moves, knocking Zhang Baofan back and away. The inchman who had just arrived here didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and directly rushed forward to attack behind the man and woman. He double full verified that he smashed heavily towards Su Yang's back, and the force of his punch was so great that it made the veins on his face ripple. But it was at this moment that Su Yang seemed to have eyes behind him as if he had violently turned around and raised his hand to parry this attack. For a moment Su Yang's fists violently confronted the inch-haired man's double fists. Bang! there was a loud bang. The inch-haired man, however, was unable to resist and also stepped backward. As for Qin Xiaoxiao, she was also quite relieved after seeing this scene, and at the same time, she was even more shocked at Su Yang's strength in the bottom of her heart. It seemed that she had still underestimated Su Yang too much. It was unthinkable that she had defused Zhang Baofan's ambush so easily. The fat man beside him was even more shocked at this time, and his heart was hardly calm. You know, when he saw Su Yang come in just now, in the back of his mind, he also thought that salting Su Yang was the nail in the coffin, but it was not expected that there would be such a turn of events, and the fat man who thought of this was a little more tense in the bottom of his heart. And meanwhile on the other side, that Zhang Baofan took advantage of Su Yang's fight with the inch-headed man and directly took a few steps forward to pick up the machete on the ground. And seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoxiao became even more nervous for a few moments. For one thing, she wanted to remind. Indeed, she could not make the slightest sound at all, and could only watch this scene with her eyes wide open. On the other side, the inch-haired man once again rushed towards Su Yang, raising his hand towards Su Yang's shoulder. Kid, I admit that you have some strength, but that's about it. And while saying this, the inch-headed man even made a wink towards the thin man behind Su Yang, and the thin man saw this with instant clarity. Nodding directly, his hands gripped the machete in his hands even tighter. On the side of the inch-haired man, he directly and heavily grabbed Su Yang's shoulder, and Qin Xiaoxiao, who was in the distance, was even more worried when she saw Su Yang being grabbed by the inch-haired man. He now wanted to go up and help Su Yang, but he was unable to do anything about it, unable to move at all. At the same time, as the inch-haired man grabbed Su Yang's shoulder, Su Yang also backhanded and directly grabbed his arm. For a moment, the two stared at each other, neither one convinced, and at the same time the two are the same time out. Su Yang's right hand tightly clenched into a fist. At the same time the inchman's hand is also tightly clenched into a fist. At the same time two people at the same time to launch an attack. Suddenly, the two fists fiercely collided with each other. Under this blow, both of their arms could not help but tremble. For a moment the inch-haired man's mind was incomparably clear that he had met his match. No, it could be more accurate to say that he might not even be a match for this kid. Thinking of here, the inchman again added to the force, so that Wantua suppressed Su Yang. Suddenly, the inch-haired man's hand pinching Su Yang's shoulder kept increasing its force. For a while, there was even a clicking sound coming from Su Yang's shoulder, and after noticing this kind of force, Su Yang's heart could not help but be happy. It was really a bit interesting. He felt extremely clearly that this guy's strength was more than a little stronger than the few minions from the other day. In that case, let's have a good fight. With this in mind, Su Yang's hand holding the inch-haired man's arm also began to increase in strength. Suddenly, the inch-haired man even felt a wave of pain. Under this, he was even more shocked in the bottom of his heart. How is this possible? To know that his own physical quality is better than anyone else. He wouldn't have felt much if Su Yang was able to carry his attack, but Su Yang was surprisingly able to make himself feel pain with just the strength of his hand. After thinking about this, the inch-haired man didn't dare to be careless for a single moment. Suddenly, he directly raised his leg and pushed it towards Su Yang's belly with his knee, and after seeing this scene, Su Yang's reaction was also extremely fast, and at the same time, he also raised his knee and similarly toppled over. In an instant, their kneecaps collided. It is important to realize that the kneecaps are some of the hardest parts of the human body, but after the two collided together, they actually did not give up half a point to each other. The inch-haired man who sensed this was even more difficult to detect. You know, even a rock in front of you wouldn't be able to carry your blow. Chapter 102, The Great Power. After noticing all this, the inch-haired man also deeply understood that he could not continue to fight with Su Yang. If he continued to fight, the loser would definitely be himself. The inch-haired man who sensed this once again looked towards Zhang Baofan, who was not far away, and at this moment, Zhang Baofan, with both hands gripping the machete in his hand, was walking towards Su Yang step by step. At the same time there was even a sardonic smile on his face, and after noticing this, Qin Xiaoxiao became even more flustered as she desperately tried to get up, trying to alert Su Yang, but no matter how hard one tries, it's just an exercise in futility. Done. For a moment, Qin Xiaoxiao's heart burst with despair. Did you really think you'd be a match for me? Oh, at those words, Su Yang but smiled. I admit that you do have some strength. If it was a fair fight, I would definitely not be your opponent, but it's a great loss that this is not a ring. As he said this, an extremely confident expression appeared on the inch-haired man's face. Besides, it's too late for you to run now. And after saying those words, the inch-haired man's tightly clenched fist violently unclenched and directly grabbed at Su Yang's right hand. And after successfully grasping Su Yang's arm, a mocking look appeared on his face. But under this, Su Yang just quietly watched his performance without the slightest intention to poke at it. He was extremely clear in his mind about what the inch-headed man was thinking. and he had seen through the inch-headed man's intentions. He was just trying to hold himself back and control himself with this move. And the purpose of the control was simple. And that was also to allow the person behind him to launch an attack. Even if Su Yang didn't notice this, he could clearly sense the person behind him. Is it hard for you to control me? Hearing what Su Yang said, the inch-haired man's body could not help but tremble. Obviously, what Su Yang said was exactly what he had in mind. But immediately afterward, the inchman also reacted. What could he do even if he knew he wanted to control it? Wasn't he still too controlled by himself to break free? Thinking of this, inchman once again opened his mouth and said, "You guessed right, but that has how it. Even if you know it's hard to, you can still break free. Besides, what I'm telling you now is that you're running out of time now." The inch-haired man who said this grew more and more smug, while also looking at Zhang Baofan, who was constantly approaching behind him. "Because you're about to be finished," the inch-haired man said in a sinister and unmistakable voice. Even if he didn't take the boy's name, when Zhang Baofan slashed at his back, he didn't feel that Su Yang would still have any power to resist. At the same time, Su Yang spoke again in a nonchalant manner. "You're saying that you're waiting for that punk to come and beat me up, aren't you? You?" For a moment the inchman was even more shocked, not expecting to be guessed right by this kid again. But what could he do even if he guessed correctly? In the end he was not still unable to dodge the blow. "Since you like being awake, be awake and feel the pain." The inch-haired man was sinister again. "Do you really think you can control me?" Su Yang, on the other hand, laughed again without panicking. "Ha ha 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 ha." For a moment, the inch-haired man seemed to have heard a heavenly joke. "Break free? I'll see how you break free." And at the same time, Zhang Baofan also came behind Su Yang, and immediately raised the machete in his hand high, and then slashed down heavily. And Xiaohu had a harder time controlling himself after seeing the scene, and tears even slipped out of the corners of his eyes. Done. But it was at that moment. Su Yang, however, grinned. "Don't be afraid of the pain." After saying those words, Su Yang snapped. Suddenly, a miserable shout instantly echoed out from the empty warehouse, only to see Su Yang's hands gripping both arms violently squeezing down. With a sound of breaking bones, the two arms of the inch-haired man were actually directly pinched off by Su Yang's hands. The heart of the inch-haired man who saw the scene was filled with shock, but more than that, it was extreme pain. The bones in his arms were crushed hard. How is this possible? Is this still a power that humans can have? And at the same time, Su Yang was even more violent, pressing the inch-haired man directly towards the ground. For a moment the inch-haired man's control was even more dissipated, and at the same time, that Zhang Baofan's attack had also arrived. It was also at this moment that Su Yang violently turned around and directly kicked out. There was another crisp ringing sound. Immediately after that, he saw that Zhang Baofan's arm directly folded into 90 degrees from the air, and it came from Su Yang's incomparably powerful kick. It was also under this that Zhang Baofan's attack stopped abruptly. The machete in his hand fell to the ground again, and under that extreme pain, it was even more difficult for Zhang Baofan to launch another attack. At the same time, Su Yang threw another punch. In an instant, a mighty force that seemed like a cannonball impacted out from Su Yang's arm, and the target of this strike was none other than that Zhang Baofan. For a moment, Zhang Baofan's body flew out like a kite. Anyone could not believe that this was the power caused by a single punch, and soon Zhang Baofan's body hit the wall heavily, followed by slowly sliding down and fainting. And at this moment, the inchman was still kneeling on the ground. Both of his arms were broken as much as they could be, and the extreme pain made his eyeballs about to bulge out. At the same time he was murmuring under his breath, "This is impossible. This is impossible. You're not even human." While Su Yang only looked at him with a smile on his face after hearing this, followed by slowly opening his mouth and asking, "If I'm not a human being, then what am I?" It was important to realize that during the confrontation just now, Su Yang had accessed the system and exchanged the power potion. That power potion could multiply its power tenfold in a short period of time. A tenfold increase in one's power was already an incomparably terrifying thing, not to mention that Su Yang's own power was already ahead of countless others. Under this, the inch-haired man and Zhang Baofan naturally could not carry Su Yang's power, and at the same time Qin Xiaoxiao also finally came back to her senses, and a look of excitement appeared on her face. Su Yang had not been harmed, and under such euphoria, she did not have the heart to care about Su Yang his horrifying power just now. The fat man, on the other hand, was already standing there dumbfounded as he watched the scene. That scene just now was like a movie in his eyes. If he didn't know Zhang Baofan and the inch-haired man, he would have thought that these people were acting. And at the same time, Su Yang also turned his head to look over, followed by walking slowly, and the fat man remained dumbfounded at the scene. "What are you doing? Why don't you get that girl under control?" It was also at this moment that the inch-haired man forcefully roared through the pain. The fat man who heard this also instantly reacted, and immediately afterward directly picked up a small knife on the table and placed it in front of Qin Xiaoxiao's neck. "If you move again, I'll kill her." Chapter 103, Opportunities. And after seeing this scene, Su Yang's heart couldn't help but thump. His greatest fear and worry was that these people were threatening him with Qin Xiaoxiao. Although his current strength was strong, it was already on Qin Xiaoxiao's neck, and he was still so far away. If he wasn't careful, he was afraid that she would be hurt and lose her life. After thinking about this, Su Yang also dared not bring carelessness even more. After thinking of this, he once again looked at the fat man. At the same time, Fatty was also staring at Su Yang, and at this moment, his hand holding the knife was shaking a little. After all, it was a guy who could be called a monster not far from there. A single punch could send someone flying, and he himself wouldn't survive a single round in front of him. And now one's reliance was on Qin Xiaoxiao in front of him, and he had to grab this opportunity. Otherwise it would be the end of him if he fell into Su Yang's hands. After thinking of this, Fatty spoke again. Just stand there and don't move, or else I can't really guarantee that my hand is steady. Hearing this, Su Yang also stood still, while his brain was in rapid motion, thinking of countermeasures. Knowing today's situation, Su Yang must not be impulsive. He simply could not guarantee whether Fatty would suddenly strike. And at the same time, the inch-haired man also saw this scene, and even ignored the pain and laughed out loud. Immediately afterward, he spoke in an extremely complacent manner. Aren't you powerful? Aren't you strong? What? You don't dare to move now? While listening to the mockery of the inch-haired man, Su Yang did not say a word. And at the same time, that Zhang Baofan unexpectedly also slowly woke up, and immediately saw the scene in front of him as well. For a moment there was some confusion as to what was going on. It was important to realize that his consciousness was still stuck in Su Yang's heavenly godlike strike just now. Immediately afterward he passed out himself, and now that he saw Su Yang again, the fear in his heart was steep. He himself was simply no match for the man in front of him. No, it's more appropriate to say that even 10 people are no match for him, and at this point, all he wanted to do was escape. He was afraid that Su Yang would strike at him again. Zhang Baofan, who thought of this, stood up and was about to leave immediately afterward. But just at that moment, the voice of the inch-haired man suddenly rang out. What are you doing? Zhang Baofan, who heard these words, also turned his head to look. Immediately afterward, he also witnessed the misery on the inch-haired man. Only at this point, the two arms of the inch-haired man were already broken. Kneeling on the ground, his face was in agony. Zhang Baofan, who saw this scene, was even more afraid to stay here for one more minute and one more second. He now wanted to leave here as soon as possible. At the same time, the inch-haired man saw that he still wanted to leave, so he spoke again. Are you blind? Can't you see what's going on right now? Why don't you hurry up and subdue this kid? A trace of doubt rose in the bottom of Zhang Baofan's heart who heard these words, and immediately afterward, he twisted his head to look and also froze in place. Only Su Yang was standing there motionless at that moment. While not far away, that fat man had already put his knife on Qin Xiaoxiao's neck, and after seeing this scene, Zhang Baofan's heart instantly became clear. Immediately afterward, he directly laughed wildly. He had almost forgotten that they still had the hostage in their hands. As long as they had that girl in their hands, Su Yang wouldn't dare to do anything. After thinking of this, he looked at Su Yang once again. But for a moment, looking at Su Yang's deep eyes, he didn't dare to approach the slightest bit. He was still fearful of Su Yang Fan's level in his heart now. Keep in mind that the blow didn't hit him in the vitals. It just made him hit the wall and pass out. If Su Yang had really condensed his strength to hit him at his skull, he would still be returning to his resting place by now. The inch-haired man who saw this had an even more hateful expression on his face. What are you afraid of now? He doesn't dare to move anymore. Only then did Zhang Baofan, who heard this, tentatively walk towards Su Yang. At the same time, the fat man also opened his mouth and said to Su Yang, if you dare to move and resist a bit, I will marry her life. As he said this, little fatty grabbed Qin Xiaoxiao's hair, and for a moment, Qin Xiaoxiao's face revealed a look of pain. Don't you move him, I'm not going to make a move. Only after hearing Su Yang's words did Zhang Baofan feel relieved for a few moments, and immediately afterward, he once again took a step towards Su Yang. Not much time had passed before he arrived at Su Yang's side. Looking at Su Yang, who still did not make any movements as he approached, Zhang Baofan's face became complacent. That's a lot of wind in water. No matter how strong and powerful he was still in their hands now. This class thought Zhang Baofan also came to Su Yang's side. Immediately after, he was clenching his fist tightly, and under the accumulation of energy, a fist was violently punched out. Suddenly, this punch was ruthlessly hitting Su Yang's face. For a moment Su Yang also twisted his face toward the left in pain, and upon seeing that Su Yang really didn't dare to resist him in the slightest, Zhang Baofan was even more pleased. This was followed by a fist slam, and seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoxiao was even more heartbroken, and a whimpering sound kept coming out of her mouth. At the same time, the fat man who saw this scene behind him even had a sardonic smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, deservedly so, keep hitting. hit harder. Immediately after she looked at the anxious and angry Qin Xiaoxiao, who was also a few points more complacent. Miss Qin, in a hurry are you? And on the other side, that Zhang Baofan was still staggering Su Yang's face with punch after punch. For a moment, blood flowed from the corners of Su Yang's mouth. But despite this, his eyes were still fixed on Qin Xiaoxiao, who was not far away, and he was now waiting for an opportunity, a chance to get a hit. Just like that Zhang Baofan was hitting one punch after another. But these injuries were not worth putting in mind for Su Yang at all. And now, this Zhang Baofan has been sentenced to death with him. Just wait to save Qin Xiaoxiao, he will die. And over time, that fat man seemed to have relaxed quite a bit as well. And the knife in his hand actually slowly lowered and left Qin Xiaoxiao's neck. His face was incredibly smug as he looked at the scene not far away. Immediately after, as if to insult Su Yang, he directly choked Qin Xiaoxiao's neck and slowly lifted her up. And when Su Yang saw this scene, he understood in his heart that the opportunity had come. It was also at this instant that a small rock in Su Yang's hand violently bounced out, aiming precisely at the fat man who was not far away. Nowadays, the time for Su Yang's power potion hadn't passed yet either. Suddenly, the stone was like a bullet, hitting that fat man, and the speed of this stone was so fast that the fat man didn't have time to react at all, only to hear his miserable cry. The knife in his hand fell violently to the ground. Chapter 104, The Gun. As the knife fell to the ground, the fat man was also somewhat still unresponsive, just covering his arm, a pang of pain above his face. The speed of that stone was extremely terrifying, and it was already this fatty's luck that it didn't punch through his arm. And as the knife fell from his hand, Su Yang also moved instantly. He directly raised his hand and grabbed that Zhang Baofan's punch that came again, and fiercely and directly yanked Zhang Baofan's body and flung it out. Immediately afterward, Su Yang's body also suddenly moved, directly rushing towards the fat man in the distance, and not far away. The inchman saw this scene after. Alarm bells went off in his mind. Finished. It was important to realize that they were completely like ants in Su Yang's hands, and if they wanted to subdue Su Yang and hold him back, they would have to rely on Qin Xiaoxiao. But now the fat man who had hijacked Qin Xiaoxiao was the one who had his knife knocked out by Su Yang. With this there would be no one left to hold Su Yang back, and the three of them would become an existence for Su Yang to crush. But the inch-haired man immediately afterward also snapped to attention something. No, he still had one killer app left to use. As long as that was used, he did not feel that Su Yang he could still carry it. Meanwhile on the other side, Su Yang instantly rushed towards that fat after throwing Zhang Baofan away, followed by a kick that sent that fat man flying out. And when that fatty was sent flying out, Su Yang also let out a sigh of relief. After all, now that Qin Xiaoxiao was already by his side, then Qin Xiaoxiao was absolutely safe, and no one would be able to harm her for a single moment anymore. Thinking of this, Su Yang once again looked at Qin Xiaoxiao, and immediately removed the rope from Qin Xiaoxiao's body in 3 tries. Not with the rope being untied, Qin Xiaoxiao violently rushed into Su Yang's embrace and hugged him tightly. The tears on her face were even more uncontrollable. In her heart, she also realized that she was safe and that she was in no danger. I'm sorry to put you through this. At the same time, Su Yang lowered his head and opened his mouth to Qin Xiaoxiao to pacify her. And when Qin Xiaoxiao heard this, she nodded softly in Su Yang's embrace. Wait for me to finish them. Immediately after Su Yang said this, he looked at the fat man, while his eyes started to get very hot. And at this moment, his eyes were very different from the tenderness with which he had looked at Qin Xiaoxiao just now. And after seeing this look, that fat man's heart was suddenly like falling into an ice cave. For a moment, it was even more dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, Su Yang was in no hurry and walked slowly towards that fatty. And at this time, the fat man stared blankly at Su Yang, unable to speak, and even more so, did not have the slightest movement. But just at this moment, the inch-haired man was once again speaking. Don't give me any trouble. Hurry up and use that thing. As soon as these words came out, a trace of dumbfoundedness passed over Fatty's face again, but then his eyes snapped open as he reacted to the fact that they still had a killer weapon. Fatty, who thought of this, ran quickly towards the back immediately afterward. There was a table a few steps behind it. The guys they had before took it under this table, and there was also an extremely powerful weapon hidden in this table, and this weapon no one could carry as long as they were mortal in flesh. And at the same time Su Yan was also a short distance away from this fatty, and it was impossible to catch up with him. No good. Stop him. At the same time Qin Xiaoxiao was shocked at the bottom of her heart when she saw this scene and hurriedly opened her mouth, but it was clear that it was too late. However, despite this, Su Yang's face remained calm. Such was the confidence in his strength. Right here in the middle of the warehouse, he's just invincible against these guys. And at the same time, the fat man directly pulled open the drawer and took out a blackened dick from it. It was none other than a pistol. At that moment the pistol was glowing with an oozing light in the fat man's hand, and after seeing this scene, the corners of Su Yang's mouth were even drawn into a smile. I know he's had this situation on his mind for a long time, but unlike Su Yang's calmness, Qin Xiaoxiao instantly panicked after seeing this thing. That's not a knife or a gun or a stick anymore. That's a gun. That's a real gun. Any creature in nature, be it human or whatever, can never carry this thing, as long as a shot was fired. No matter what, Su Yang was bound to die. Qin Xiaoxiao was even more surprised that they could actually take out this thing, and at the same time, the inch-haired man watched the scene. But after experiencing what happened just now when he held Qin Xiaoxiao hostage and failed, he didn't dare to be wild now. He just wanted to hurry up and solve it now. Thinking of this, the inch-headed man again opened his mouth and shouted, "Give me a shot at his legs. I don't believe that if he's any more powerful, is it possible that he can't be solved even with a gun?" And at this moment, Zhang Baofan also opened his mouth and agreed, "That's right, can he not still dodge the gun?" At the same time, Su Yang also saw Qin Xiaoxiao's timidity, and immediately reached out his hand to hold Qin Xiaoxiao's hand and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." And at this time that fat man didn't dare to be complacent anymore, fearing that there would be any more changes. Instead, he raised his gun and aimed it at Su Yang's head. Then he spoke directly, "You kneel down for me immediately, or I will shoot." At that moment, the black hole of the gun was pointing right at Su Yang's forehead. Qin Xiaoxiao looked at this scene, but she couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If that fatty had pulled the trigger, a red wound would have definitely appeared on Su Yang's head, and he would have lost his life immediately. But Su Yang looked at the fat face, really cannot see a trace of panic, but once again, without haste, opened his mouth and said, "Are you so sure that the gun in your own hands is a real gun?" The fat man who heard this was also a bit dumbfounded, and for a while was even more unable to be whole by Su Yang's words. He was pointed at by his own gun. Shouldn't he immediately kneel down and beg for forgiveness? How dare he talk like that? But despite this thought, the fat man still spoke up. "Is it a real gun or a fake gun? You can try it, right?" And Su Yang smiled again after hearing his words, and then spoke again. "Even if your gun is real, how are you going to make me believe that you really have bullets in your gun?" The words came out, completely screwing up Fatty's face. "You don't want to die, do you? You really aren't afraid I'll shoot you, are you?" At the same time Qin Xiaoxiao saw the scene, although the party had Su Yang's comfort, but still opened his mouth and said, "Su Yang, that's a gun, we'd better be careful. No harm done." And after hearing her words, Su Yang waved his hand again without a care in the world. He had this calm and collected look on his face, as if the gun was a water pistol, and with that in mind, even Fatty himself was a little less confident. Chapter 105, Fake Guns? At this time even the fat man himself cannot help but be a little skeptical. Their gun is not really fake. This gun is not really no bullets. After all, at this time, Su Yang was also too confident. Whoever is facing someone with a gun pointed at them, who is capable of taking their life at any time, wouldn't be so confident, right? But Su Yang was able to do so. Under such circumstances, unless Su Yang was not afraid of death, that is, he truly had the confidence to make himself immortal. At the same time, not far away from the inch-headed man looked at this scene but hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Do not talk nonsense with him. He is not convinced that there are bullets in your gun. Then let him see. You must never let his words wind you up again." And as soon as these words came out, the fat man instantly understood. Immediately after that, he spoke directly, "Stupid fellow, you're doing this to make me drop my guard, wanting me to check in you to take the opportunity to attack, right?" Between his words, he revealed a smug smirk, "But unfortunately, I'm not likely to fall for that again." And after saying this, Fatty had expected to see a look of surprise and horror on Su Yang's face, but instead, he continued to stand there confidently, looking at him without fear. And after seeing this scene, the fat man was completely anxious, followed by directly pointing his gun at Su Yang's thigh. Then he even opened his mouth and said, "Since you don't believe it, I'll let you try." After saying this, only a loud bang could be heard, and the fat man pulled the trigger. And in doing so, the gun's bullet shot directly towards Su Yang's leg, and no one present was able to see the bullet's trajectory at all. They could only notice Su Yang's figure move violently, and immediately after that, the gun's bullet unexpectedly hit directly above the concrete floor, splashing a burst of sparks. And after the crowd reacted and looked at the scene in front of them, they felt like their hearts had suffered a shock. For a while the inch-haired man sat there dumbfounded, and in his heart he even kept wondering if he was blind, or if he was just stupid in the head. The man in front of me actually dodged the bullet. Dodged the bullet? How is this possible? At the same time, the fat man and Zhang Baofan too with him is no different, is also dumbfounded looking at the scene in front of him. Han Liang is suspected of his eyes blind, his head stupid, did not think that there really is someone can dodge the bullet. At this moment, the fat man looked at Su Yang and then at the gun in his hand, still won't accept that. And the most shocked of them all was still Qin Xiaoxiao, who was now dumbfounded. In these 2 short days, Su Yang had brought him too many shocks, too many unexpected situations. Su Yang's connections, Su Yang's kung fu, and even dodging bullets now was something he couldn't even think of before. But that networking and the practice of kung fu are things that humans can do. But how did he dodge this bullet? Luck, that's luck. Go on. At the same time, the inch-haired man opened his mouth again and yelled. At this time, his heart is all unbelievable. But the fact has really happened. Net in front of the eyes. He can now only attribute these to Su Yang's life, trajectory and that fat man to fight crooked. The fat man who heard this didn't have a few moments of hesitation. And suddenly, he fired another shot towards Su Yang's leg. But this shot was no different than before. As the crowd's eyes darted, they saw Su Yang's figure flicker once again. And the bullet, like before, struck the ground once again, splattering a burst of sparks. How can this be? How can this be? And at this moment, Fatty looked at the scene in front of him, looked at the bullet marks that even appeared on top of the ground, and roared with a lurching face. He knew that he felt even more strongly than the inch-haired man and Zhang Baofan. After all, the gun was in his hands, and it was him who fired the shot. He could deeply feel the power of the gun, and even more deeply feel how terrifying it was for Su Yang to be able to dodge the gun. For a while, it was also difficult for the fat man to calm down the slightest bit anymore. Immediately afterward, he raised the gun in his hand once more. Perhaps it was his poor marksmanship. Going towards Su Yang's leg, the target was a bit small and it was normal to miss. Since this was the case, he stopped hitting towards Su Yang's legs. Changing places, he didn't believe that Su Yang would still be able to dodge. And now the fat man had no time to ponder about catching alive Su Yang. After all, the current Su Yang was like a monster in their eyes. And facing such a monster, it was obviously a pie in the sky for them to not only save their own lives, but also capture it alive. Most importantly, if they didn't subdue Su Yang now, they would be finished. But now it was obviously impossible to subdue Su Yang, so he could only try his best to kill him. The fat man who thought of this fired a few more shots, and the target was exactly Su Yang's upper body. I don't believe you'll still be able to dodge. Fatty roared with incomparable anger, followed by 3 gunshots of bang, bang, bang. And this time, something even more shocking to the crowd happened, which was that in their eyes, Su Yang's body didn't make any big movements at all. It was even so fast that it was like standing still in their eyes. But the important thing is that there are 3 bullets that went straight through Su Yang to hit the glass of the warehouse. All at once the glass of the warehouse shattered with a clattering sound. As for Su Yang, he was still standing there unharmed. Not to mention the appearance of a gunshot wound on his body. He didn't even crease the corners of his clothes by half. And after seeing such a scene, the gun in that fat man's hand could hardly hold it steady any longer. And with only a clang, it fell to the ground. You're not human. You're not human at all. And when Su Yang heard this, he just walked towards the fatty with a smile on his face. The fat man was even more unsteady on his feet after seeing Su Yang walking towards him, and he directly went limp on the ground. At this moment, Su Yang was a devil in front of his eyes, a demon that simply cannot be fought, simply cannot be resisted. At the same time, Su Yang looked at this fat man who was paralyzed on the ground, and spoke again without any panic. What? No more shooting? And at this moment, the fat man looked at Su Yang who was walking slowly in the distance, but he was also constantly retreating backward with his hands and feet. At this point he just wanted to get a little bit farther and farther away from this monster in front of him, and as Su Yang looked at him in this manner, he couldn't help but open his mouth again and say, first you hijacked and then you pulled out a gun, so now feel free to use whatever means you have. Don't waste any more time. And at this moment, the fat man had already stuttered and was unable to speak, only looking at Su Yang with those terrified and incomparable eyes, while his body was still continuously retreating backwards. Chapter 106, Flying Daggers. And at this moment, Su Yang looked at the fat man and slowly spoke. There's no means to this, is there? The fat man who heard this spoke again with a trembling voice. No, don't come near me. After Su Yang heard this, he immediately showed a smile on his face. Afraid? Ha ha ha, since you're out of ideas, it's my turn. No, don't, the fat man said with immense fear, but Su Yang didn't pay any attention to him and without a few steps, he walked to his side. I told you that you should have thought about your consequences when you were holding her hostage in the first place. As he said this, Su Yang pointed at Qin Xiaoxiao. Immediately afterward, it continued, and since you still did that in the first place, it also means that you fought it all through. Su Yang, who had said these words, actually raised his leg violently, and then stepped heavily on that fat man's leg. Keep getting the gun, Su Yang said again, knowing that just now, Su Yang deliberately talked to Fatty, holding the time while exchanging the speed potion in the system. Otherwise, he was also absolutely unable to dodge that bullet. Then it's themselves who will fall into their hands when the time comes. And as Su Yang stepped down with his foot, that fat man's mouth immediately let out a pig-killing scream. The strength of Su Yang's kick just now was so great that it directly stepped on his leg bone. This kind of pain is not for humans. For a while, cold sweat even covered the top of Fatty's forehead. No, no, please let me go. Please let me go, I'm just following orders. As soon as these words came out, a smirk also appeared on Su Yang's face, followed by saying once again, acting on orders, is that it? Then tell me, whose orders are you following? And at the same time, the fat man's face again revealed a look of terror, followed by saying once again, I can't say it, I can't say it. Upon hearing this, Su Yang smiled again, followed by even less hesitation. With a direct kick, he stomped down heavily again towards the fat man's other leg. For a while, Fatty couldn't help but scream out again. Ah! His hiss of pain was so intense that one could feel the extreme agony in their ears, not to mention the man himself. And Fatty was even closer to fainting directly to the ground under this pain. Immediately afterward, he spoke once again. I really can't say it. I really can't say it. If I say it I will definitely die. Fatty's heart is extremely clear about the horror of the Chi Yun group. That is the existence of their own absolutely cannot afford to mess with. How can he dare to say it? Oh, at those words, Su Yang pursed his lips again. I can't imagine that this fat man's mouth is so hard, but that would depend on whether it was his mouth or his bones that were hard. After thinking of this, Su Yang once again opened his mouth and said, so you'll lose your life if you say it, right? Then have you ever thought that if you don't say it, I'll let you die here right now? And while saying this, Su Yang raised his leg once again. At the same time the fat man also saw Su Yang's action, reflexively scared body, then another burst of trembling. And at the same time Su Yang said to the fat man with a grimace on his face, and I'm not only letting you die, I'm also letting you beg for your life and beg for your death. You have to know that there is a limit to the amount of pain that humans can endure. And now this fat man's mouth is hard, but it's just that he hasn't endured enough pain. Su Yang didn't think that the fat man would be able to carry on like this, and he would, in the end, tell all that he knew. And at that moment the inch-long man watched with his own eyes what was happening in front of him. After he saw that the fat man was a bit shaken, he hurriedly opened his mouth and roared, don't say it. Before you say it you have to think about the consequences you'll encounter. You'll not only get yourself killed, you'll also get all of us killed. And after hearing this, the fat man's body shuddered again and his expression brightened a few points. But it was also at this moment that Su Yang also heard the words of the inch-haired man. Suddenly, he directly grabbed the small knife on the ground. Immediately after that, he threw it directly towards the inch-haired man behind him, who was looking for death. He hadn't even asked him himself, so I'm surprised it was his turn to speak up. So it seemed that the inch man was still not getting enough pain, and that small knife in the air quickly cut through. Between the violent directly penetrated the shoulder of the inch-haired man. A time of blood from its shoulder wildly sprayed out, and the inch-haired man felt the pain in his shoulder and clenched his teeth for a moment. At this point, he became more and more appalled in his heart. From such a long distance away, he was able to penetrate his shoulder with a flying knife alone, and underneath it all, the man with the inches snapped to mind a kind of person. Huanjing powerhouse. That was an existence that had already transcended mortals. That was an existence that had already surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. People like them can use their chi to control things and kill people with their chi. But there isn't a single one of those guys who hasn't been practicing for decades. But how old was Su Yang? He was only a young man, alright, but how could he have that kind of strength? And at this time, the inch-headed man's heart also completely understood that the guy whose name was Su Yang was hiding too deeply. There was an error in intelligence, and it's simply not someone they can fix. And at the same time, Su Yang, who was not far away, opened his mouth and said, did I ask you to open your mouth and speak? As he said this, Su Yang's face became a few more points more sinister. If you dare to open your mouth and interrupt me again, the next time, I will simply take your life. Although Su Yang's voice was not loud, in people's ears it made them feel as if they were a life-sapping ghost from the 18 layers of hell. For a while the inch-haired man didn't dare to open his mouth again. After all, no matter what, it was the life of the moment that mattered. It didn't matter what would happen in the future, but right now as long as Su Yang wanted to, then he would die. He's not a cutie pie. This is a situation he is able to distinguish beyond all recognition. For a while he also shut his mouth tightly, looking at Su Yang with hatred on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything else. Zhang Baofan, who still wanted to open his mouth in the square, did not dare to open his mouth after hearing Su Yang's words in the square, knowing that Su Yang's words were not only to the inch-haired man, but also to him. If he dared to open his mouth, it was not impossible that the one who lost his life would be him. At the same time, Su Yang again turned his head to look at the fat man in front of him. Now, open up and talk. I for one will not be soft. As he said this, Su Yang again twisted his head to look at the two inch-haired men not far away. With a hint of an evil smile on his face, he said to Fatty again, besides, even if you refuse to open your mouth, I can ask them again if I kill you. you do have hard bones, but I don't see that the two of him are like hard-boned guys. When these words came out, the fat man panicked. Between him, he was stiffly holding his tongue, just knowing that Su Yang would not kill him. But it was different when Su Yang said this. Chapter 107, Killing. Also in this instant, the fear of death deeply enveloped the fat man, and for a time it was even more so that his heart was completely without the ability to think. He could now fully believe that if he said any more wrong words, then he would be greeted by Su Yang's killing machine. At the same time, Su Yang's eyes were still staring at him with a deadly stare. At the same time, he even opened his mouth and said, I'll finally give you 3 more seconds. If it's after these 3 seconds, you can go to hell. After saying these words, Su Yang stretched out 3 fingers, followed by the start of a slow countdown, with Su Yang's mouth spitting out 3, 2. For a time it was more like a countdown to death, leaving Fatty he had nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. At the same time, the two Zhang Baofan and the inch-haired man who were not far away saw this scene and were even more anxious in their hearts. If the fat man really revealed the person behind it, then the 3 of them would be dead. And most importantly still, the threat of death was not on them now, and they did not want Fatty to reveal the person behind it. But even under this, the 2 of them did not dare to open their mouths under Su Yang's intimidation. One could only watch the scene, powerless to feasibly. And on the other side, as Su Yang's one spat out from his mouth, also in an instant, that fat man raised his hands in a hurry and shouted in a panic, "I!" But before his words could be uttered, Su Yang kicked over, and for a moment it was as if he had hit a piece of watermelon. Only a loud thud was heard. The fat man's body was suddenly stunned, followed by his eyes widening as he directly collapsed to the ground, lost its life. And none of the people present reacted to the scene. They never expected Su Yang to strike so decisively, knowing that after Su Yang said one, the fat man was already planning to open his mouth to say who was behind it. However, Su Yang even still made a move and took the fat man's life with a kick. Is this still a human being? This is a devil. While Qin Xiaoxiao looked at this scene, she didn't have much of a reaction. After all, in her mind, that fatty deserved to die if he insisted on her. And at the same time, Su Yang slowly spoke, "I'm sorry, you're a bit late." After saying these words, Su Yang turned around and looked at the 2 Zhang Baofan 1-inch man not far away again. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to the 2 men stating that it would be your turn next. The 2 were even more shivering in their bodies after seeing this scene, to realize that what happened in the party didn't happen to them, and now the fat man is dead. It was their turn in this matter, and it was natural for them to feel profound fear. Immediately after that, Su Yang walked towards Zhang Baofan without any haste. "Now it's your turn. I hope you'll be more obedient and hurry up, so you don't lose your life for nothing." And as he spoke, he also walked up to that Zhang Baofan. Meanwhile, Zhang Baofan looked at the ever-approaching Su Yang and only felt his heart tremble. Looking at this devil-like guy in front of him, how could he not be afraid? And more importantly, that fat guy was just in front of him. Even that body is still there. Now he was about to face him, and if he said one wrong word, death awaited him. After thinking of this, Zhang Baofan opened his mouth trembling. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" After hearing this, Su Yang showed a smile on his face and immediately spoke again. "Don't worry, as long as you obey me I won't kill you. I do as I'm told. I do as I'm told. I absolutely do as I'm told." For a moment, this Zhang Baofan was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and said desperately, "That's good." Hearing this, Su Yang smiled again, and immediately afterward, he directly placed his hand on Zhang Baofan's shoulder, and with Su Yang's movements, Zhang Baofan was instantly terrified, so frightened that he tried to back away. However, Su Yang sensed his movements, and in a flash, he directly grabbed Zhang Baofan's shoulders, making him unable to move. "What are you afraid of? Didn't I say I wouldn't kill you as long as you obeyed?" Despite saying so, the guy in front of him was too terrifying after all. Not only was he able to kick that fat guy to death, but he was also able to dodge bullets, and most importantly, the guy in front of him struck too quickly, not giving a single moment of reaction time, and directly took someone's life. After thinking of this, Zhang Baofan again rushed to open his mouth. "I won't move. You, don't kill me." Looking at Zhang Baofan, who was stuttering in fear, Su Yang was happy again. Immediately afterward, he said again, "Don't worry, now answer my question and I won't move you." "Good, good," Zhang Baofan again hurriedly replied. After hearing this, Su Yang also nodded in satisfaction. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Tell me, who in the world instructed you to make a move against me, against Qin Xiaoxiao?" Meanwhile the inch-haired man stared intently at the scene in front of him, biting his head even more desperately. Because of Su Yang, he only dared to do so, not daring to make the slightest sound. On Su Yang's side, when he heard him ask about the person behind him, Zhang Baofan's face also revealed a look of awe. But looking at Su Yang in front of him, he still spoke slowly. "The person who made us strike behind our back is..." But as he said this, Suddenly there was a gunshot, only to hear a bang. The window shattered again, and a bullet actually hit the warehouse from the outside. And after hitting the middle of the warehouse, that bullet directly pierced through Zhang Bafan's head. That bullet was immensely powerful, obviously not comparable to the previous pistol. In an instant, a word instantly rose in Su Yang's heart: sniper rifle. And after sensing this, Su Yang acted instantly. Qin Xiao Xiao, get down! As those words came out of his mouth, he charged directly towards Qin Xiao Xiao. Immediately after that, he directly hugged Qin Xiao Xiao and came under that window. Android could tell by the trajectory of the bullet that this was the blind spot of that sniper rifle. As Qin Xiao Xiao was settled, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately afterward, he suddenly remembered something. Finished, that inchman is dead. Just as this thought rose in his mind, Su Yang looked towards the inch-haired man. Immediately after that, he didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and was directly charged towards the inch-haired man. Now that the time for that speed potion hadn't passed, and he was incredibly confident in his speed, that sniper rifle would never be able to harm him. But as Su Yang just made a move, another sniper shot slammed into the air, and the inch-haired man's head was instantly pierced through. In an instant, the inch-haired man lost his life and fell straight to the ground. After seeing this scene, Su Yang could not help but curse. Immediately afterward, he also stopped moving and returned abruptly. I didn't think it would happen all of a sudden. It's important to realize that these two shots happened in a split second. Chapter 108, Sniper Rifles. And at this moment, even Qin Xiaoxiao was stunned. After all, a few people who had been alive in the party had now had their heads blown off, and it all happened in just a few seconds. Su Yang, who saw this scene, rushed to floor Qin Xiaoxiao. Speaking softly, he comforted, "Don't worry, I'm here." At the same time, Su Yang's heart was moreover found that these were by no means half-human. It's even less of an ordinary force that's behind it. After all, these people not only have a pistol in their hands, at the end is to take a sniper rifle directly to silence. This was clearly not something that could be done by an ordinary power, and from the rampant attitude of those three people, it can be seen that they are completely lawless existences. Not to mention that the kidnapped person is also the Qin family's eldest Miss Qin Xiaoxiao. It can even be said that in this Tianhai city that is a king-like existence. However, Su Yang also knew in his heart that it was imperative to leave this place as soon as possible. After all, the potion of strength and speed was slowly draining from his body and would soon be gone. Thinking of this, Su Yang led Qin Xiaoxiao to touch the corner of the wall and walked out. But just as the two were about to push out the door, Su Yang's heart was alarmed, and for a moment, he even had a premonition of a danger that rushed straight to the heavenly spirit point. Thinking of this, Su Yang reacted extremely quickly and directly pulled Qin Xiaoxiao back into the warehouse once again. Qin Xiaoxiao did not react for a moment, but was even staggered by Su Yang's pull, and then her face revealed a puzzled look. It was at that very moment that another crisp shot rang out. Bang! A bullet had actually pierced right through the iron door of the warehouse. And see this scene, Qin Xiaoxiao was a burst of fear. If Su Yang did not pull himself just now, then now his head has already blossomed. What's going on? For a moment Qin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to ask with incomparable terror in her heart, and after seeing this scene, Su Yang was even more incomparably aware that the sniper hadn't left yet, and under so they can be dangerous. Thinking of this, Su Yang's heart also could not help but rise a burst of anxiety. After all, the bonus of speed and strength on himself was slowly disappearing. It wouldn't be long before all that speed power dissipated, and by then he wouldn't be able to dodge the sniper's bullets at all. At that point, the two of them would be unescapable rabbits in front of that sniper. Although Su Yang, he was anxious in his heart, he didn't show it, but remained comforting to Qin Xiaoxiao. "Don't worry, I'm here." And under this practice another minute passed, and all that can be done today is to wait for it to get completely dark. Thinking like this, the night gradually enveloped this abandoned factory. It was also at this moment that Su Yang picked up a stone directly from the ground, followed by gently throwing it outwards, and as the stone was thrown, the shot rang out again, followed by a shower of sparks on top of the stone. Seeing this scene, even Su Yang could not help but marvel in his heart. When it was really good marksmanship, you know that stone is extremely small, not to mention that it was still thrown out suddenly, and with such a long distance between them, the sniper managed to hit the stone with a single shot. To know that even if that stone was stationary, to hit so accurately on top of this stone was an incredibly difficult thing to do, not to mention the fact that the stone is still in motion. And Qin Xiaoxiao, who saw this scene, was also incomparably surprised. What kind of marksmanship was this? For a while the two men did not dare to have too much action, for fear that the sniper seized the opportunity to shoot, realize that they have no chance to speak of. One shot and their lives are lost. At the same time the two potions of speed and strength began to dissipate completely. At this rate, it's going to be a real problem. Su Yang couldn't help but think in his heart, and at the same time, with the two of them hiding, there was a complete absence of sound outside. What to do? I'm not going to talk to my father. Su Yang who heard this but shook his head. No need. He felt that there was no need to involve his father in the matter. In itself, because he had brought danger to Qin Xiaoxiao, it was already causing him to feel a strong sense of guilt, and if he were to involve the Qin family again, it was simply not something he could do, and most importantly, the strength of those people's power was clearly not something the Qin family could fight against. If the Qin family is involved, perhaps he could successfully get out of the trap today, but the Qin family would be in trouble in the future. Su Yang pondered in his mind. Under such circumstances, he was absolutely unable to involve the Qin family again. After thinking of this, he decisively rejected Qin Xiaoxiao, and after hearing Su Yang's refusal, Qin Xiaoxiao's face revealed a hint of doubt. Despite this, Qin Xiaoxiao did not ask more questions, but nodded and guarded Su Yang's side. Don't worry, I'll get you out safely. Immediately after that, Su Yang once again comforted Qin Xiaoxiao, and when Qin Xiaoxiao heard this, she nodded with rank conviction. Meanwhile, Su Yang was looking around the warehouse, searching for a weapon that could take care of that sniper. Soon, he noticed the pistol that had been thrown on the ground by the fat man earlier, and after seeing that pistol, Su Yang's mind had some ideas. Immediately after that, Su Yang tried it and realized that the effect of the speed potion was still there, but the effects of that power potion had worn off and no longer existed. After all, he had used the strength potion before the speed potion. Thinking of this, finally Su Yang once again spoke to Qin Xiaoxiao and said, "Wait for me here, don't move." After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao hurriedly nodded her head. It was not even necessary for Su Yang to say this. She definitely did not dare to move a muscle, and after instructing Qin Xiaoxiao, Su Yang's eyes then locked onto the pistol not far away. Immediately afterward, he once again picked up half of the bricks on the ground, directly thrown up towards the air. Who's Su Yang's action? That sniper rifle sound once again, and that brick in the air was once again hit up. After seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoxiao was even more startled, and infinite worries rose in her heart. Then he hurriedly spoke again. Su Yang, let's not take any chances. It's better to call my father and let him come and rescue us. After all, that sniper rifle was real, and that man's marksmanship was even more real. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. With that in mind, she didn't want Su Yang to take any risks at all, but Su Yang, who heard this, waved his hand, saying that he could rest assured that there was no problem. After all, he still had the effects of the speed potion on him, and he was incredibly confident in his speed potion. Thinking of this, Su Yang once again picked up the bricks on the ground and threw them towards the air again, and at the same time, as the bricks were thrown, Su Yang instantly made a move. Chapter 109, Means. In just a flash, Su Yang turned into lightning and rushed up to the pistol on the ground, but at that moment, the sniper hiding in the shadows seemed to have understood Su Yang's intentions. For a moment, the sniper fired a sniper shot directly toward the pistol on the ground. However, Su Yang, who saw this scene, had a hint of a smile on his face, and he understood that the sniper had been fooled. When Su Yang had deliberately thrown up the brick earlier, he had deliberately brought the pistol to the attention of the sniper's field of vision. Once that sniper noticed the pistol, he would instantly understand Su Yang's intentions. He knew that Su Yang's speed was extremely fast, but if he was preemptive, Su Yang would not be able to dodge it at all. After thinking of this, the sniper was decisive and fired directly. He didn't think that Su Yang was able to dodge it. After all, this shot hit the position where Su Yang was actually going to go. Unless Su Yang had the ability to be able to foresee the future, or else just by virtue of the fact that he was a god, then he wouldn't be able to dodge this shot. But the thing that shocked it beyond belief happened immediately afterward. After his own shot, it hit empty, only hitting above the ground. And where is Su Yang's figure in the pistol? It was also at this point that the sniper snapped out of it, having been duped. But what exactly is his purpose in doing so? The sniper had thought that after Su Yang dodged this shot from the body, he would take advantage of the gap time to get his pistol and hide back to his previous position. But he didn't see Su Yang's figure there, and it was only at this time that Su Yang saw the sniper fall for it. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then without hesitation, he directly came outside the warehouse as fast as he could, realizing that his purpose wasn't a pistol at all. No, he didn't want to get that pistol right now. To be precise, he had only one purpose now, and that was to find the sniper's location. With this gap time, Su Yang also finally spotted the sniper. The sniper at this time before was crouching on top of a large chimney not far away. Perhaps it was because he felt that these two did not have the power to resist at all. Or perhaps he was gullible. He didn't deliberately hide. He just squatted above that chimney so brightly, and as long as Su Yang stepped out of the warehouse to look for it, he would be able to find the sniper's location in the first place. The sniper, after seeing Su Yang's figure, was also shocked, and at the same time, he completely understood Su Yang's purpose this time. It turned out that he had actually done it to find himself. Yeah, right. For a moment, The sniper just felt a little too stupid. I can't believe I was fooled by such a simple ploy. But it was normal to think that, after all, that Su-young didn't have any use for the pistol after getting it. With his pistol he also had no target. He had no way to hit himself, and would have been shot straight through himself as soon as he showed his head. And with that in mind, of course, his first goal was to find his place. Without the slightest hesitation, the sniper reloaded and loaded again. Immediately after that, he fired another shot towards Su-yang's position. Only a bang of a gunshot was heard, but by now Su-young had long since ducked back into the warehouse, which can't let him hit himself. The sniper who saw this scene was even more chagrined, having thought that in such an environment, these two people simply had nowhere to run and were already their prey. One could even tease them at will and not even let them get away with it. But he had never expected such a change to occur after only a short time had passed. After thinking about this, a wave of anger rose in the sniper's heart. You're dead. On the other hand, Su-yang also returned to the warehouse. Now if the sniper dared to change position, they could use it to get away. If the sniper didn't change his position, he was even able to kill him back. This is most importantly, now after learning the sniper's location, they have been able to leave in the middle of a blind spot without any problems. But at this moment, Su-yang did not want to leave this. The previous ones were being teased by this sniper as if they were prey because the enemy was in the dark and they were in the light. But now the situation has switched between them, and it's now them in the dark and the enemy in the light. In that case, how could he so spare such a person who wanted to kill them? And most importantly, he also wanted to know through this sniper's mouth who the person giving orders behind them really was. Thinking of this, Su-yang increased his speed once again, directly taking a skidding step on the ground, picking up the pistol and once again returning to Qin Xiaoxio's side, sticking close to the wall of the warehouse. Then Su-yang spoke. It's not much of a problem. I already know the sniper's location. Wait here for me. I'll take care of him. At this time, Qin Xiaoxiao had already seen this maneuver of Su-yang's. For a time, he was also incredibly trusting of Su-yang. With that, he nodded and spoke again. Good. Is there anything I need help with? And after hearing this, Su-yang was smiling and continued. No, you can protect yourself and stay here peacefully. After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao obediently nodded her head. Immediately after that, Su-yang took his pistol and once again came to the side of the warehouse door. This was followed by a tentative throw of bricks. Suddenly, with the sound of gunshots, Su-yang directly changed direction and left the warehouse from the other end, and the snipers high above saw the scene clearly. Interesting, I'll have some fun with you then. The sniper who said this touched the two daggers in his lap. On the other hand, after Su-yang left the warehouse, he came to the back of another warehouse. Immediately after that, directly touching the wall of this warehouse toward the front quickly. As a sniper, he had already exposed his position, and if he didn't leave quickly, he would be approached. And the chimney where the sniper was is not a difficult position to get up. It was also a consequence of him being too careless and proud. On the other hand, Su-yang soon arrived below the chimney as well. Immediately afterward, he went straight up the stairs of this great chimney and went quickly upward. At the same time, he was gripping the pistol in his hand even more tightly. His eyes were incredibly alert. After all, that sniper already knew he was going to be close to him. If it was a slip-up, I'm afraid it would be a reverse ambush for that sniper. After thinking about this, Su-yang became more and more cautious. After thinking of this, his speed however, increased. He couldn't give the sniper much time to react now. He had to get close enough to tackle him as fast as he could. Under this, he is getting higher and higher. Soon he came to the bottom of that chimney top, and up there is where that sniper was. Immediately after that, Su-yang lowered his body, held his breath, and slowly approached again. Suddenly, Su-yang violently rushed out. Although the effects of that speed potion were no longer on him now, he was still confident that he could easily take care of that sniper. And as Su-yang rushed out, he also felt a murderous intent approaching. Chapter 110, The Duel. It was also at the first moment when he sensed the killing intent that Su-yang quickly reacted. Suddenly, Su-yang's body jerked backward, and immediately following Su-yang's movements, he saw a burst of blade ice slice through his eyes. If Su-yang hadn't dodged in time just now, then the knife would have cut right through his neck, and by then, he will be dead. There's no chance, at all, of doing anything more. But that attack wasn't over yet. As Su-yang dodged his first knife, another knife was stabbed directly towards Su-yang's heart. Su-yang, who saw this scene, also did not dare to hesitate at all. He could clearly tell from these two moves just now that this person's strength was absolutely extraordinary. At least it was far more powerful than the three minions from before. For a while Su-yang didn't dare to treat it casually. If he was to let his guard down too much, he might really fall into this person's hands. Thinking of this, Su-yang did not dare to be careless at all. Directly lifting the pistol in his hand, he smashed the butt of the pistol against this knife of the man. All at once, with a crisp ringing sound, the knife in the man's hand was actually smashed straight down. But the scene that made Su Yang feel shocked happened at this moment. Although he dodged the blow, but the man's knife was still tightly held in his hand. It was this moment that made Su Yang even more overwhelmed with shock about his strength. Although he dodged the blow, because the knife in his hand did not fall. Instead, it once again went upwards and slashed directly towards Su Yang's neck. And after seeing this scene, Su Yang stepped back again. Mind you, the weapon in his hand now was a pistol. There is no advantage to fighting someone in close quarters with this weapon. And as long as this weapon is at a distance from the opponent, then as long as he can get him to hit the opponent, then the opponent is a certain death. And at the same time that person had obviously sensed Su Yang's intentions. Since this was the case, how could he allow Su Yang to distance himself from him on this? After thinking of this, the man once again rushed forward to close the distance with Su Yang. At the same time, the dual swords in that person's hands were even swung out as far as they could at one time. One blade once again slashed towards Su Yang's neck, while the other blade directly attacked Su Yang's lower body. Su Yang, who noticed this, felt tricky for a moment, and under this his brain was running fast. Immediately after that his upper body was directly bending backward, and at the same time a foot stomped to the man's upper body. And after that person noticed Su Yang's move, there was a burst of admiration in his heart for Su Yang, his boldness. And under such, the knife that the man had canned to Su Yang's neck certainly fell short. The slash from his other hand was unable to cause effective damage because of Su Yang's movements. After sensing this situation, the knife in the man's hand violently changed direction again, slashing towards Su Yang's thigh. All at once, with a thud, that person, at that moment, was actually sent flying backwards by Su Yang's kick. But at the same time, this knife of his also directly cut across Su Yang's thigh. And in a moment, a not too deep but not too shallow wound appeared on top of Su Yang's thigh as well. And under so Su Yang also felt a hint of pain. The man, after being kicked off by Su Yang, was even more wary in his heart and did not dare to delay the slightest bit of time. After all, in this situation now, if Su Yang was allowed to be the first to react, then he'll be greeted with a bullet. Thinking of this, he couldn't care less about the pain. His hand violently braced on top of the ground, reversing the direction and charging towards Su Yang again. Seeing this scene, Su Yang felt even more in awe. This reaction speed, when it comes down to it, is extraordinary. When he thought of this, he was even more afraid to be the slightest bit careless. At the same time, that person's speed was even faster, and the flying dagger in his hand was thrown out violently, coming straight at Su Yang's head. Seeing this scene, Su Yang was even more startled. This guy is really good at what he does. You know, this is the perfect time to shoot yourself. But I didn't realize that the man had fully expected this as well. Directly hitting the flying dagger. All one could do now was to hit that flying dagger with the gun in his hand, or else it would be directly inserted into his skull. And in doing so, he obviously had no time to attack him again. And by the time he tried to fire his next shot, he was already at his side. In this way, the man had so easily defused the crisis. And although Su Yang had figured this out, he had no choice but to shoot the flying knife. Su Yang didn't dare to hesitate any longer even after figuring all this out in a flash. Immediately afterward, a shot was fired violently. For a moment, the bullets that came out of that gun hit the flying dagger with precision and accuracy. A loud bang was heard. The flying dagger in that air was directly knocked to the ground, and the bullet was bounced to nowhere. It was also under this that both Su Yang and the man also landed on the ground. And as Su Yang and the man landed on the ground at the same time, both did not dare to hesitate for a moment and once again launched their attacks at the same time. Just in a flash, that person instantly rushed to Su Yang's face. It was followed by another double blade, and Su Yang's heart is even more incomparably clear. He cannot overly entangled down. After all, the sword is blind. If you do not pay attention to the fear that it will hurt themselves, at that point one would have more to lose than to gain. He had to fight quickly himself, and besides, he was extremely uneasy with Qin Xiaoxiao being down there alone. At the thought, he instantly stared. And at the same time the man's twin sword swung out towards Su Yang's upper body at the same time. Suddenly, Su Yang's body but also crouched down violently. For a moment, it was actually smooth and incomparable to dodge that person's strike. And after dodging the blow, Su Yang directly raised the gun in his hand, followed by directly pulling the trigger. And that person was also aware of Su Yang's movements in an instant. The heart was also suddenly alarmed, and just in a split second it made the best response. You have to know that Su Yang's shot was towards his stomach. If he really lets Su Yang hit him in the stomach, then you will lose your own life. It was now unrealistic to try to avoid it completely, and the best way to do so was to minimize the extent of his injuries. And after the thought, he reacted in a flash. Straight away, he raised his hand to block. In an instant, that left hand was in front of Su Yang's pistol. Immediately afterward, only a thud could be heard. The bullet went straight into the man's arm, and under such pain, although the man was very capable of enduring it, he couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. And with that, Su Yang also seized the opportunity to knock out the knife in the middle of the man's left arm with one hand, followed by another punch. This round Su Yang did not hold back at all and directly sent the man flying. In an instant, the man flew out backwards. 111 mercenaries. Sun Tianbo, he had been a mercenary in earlier years, whether in the use of guns or fighting above, are extremely skillful, and now do things for the Qiyun group, but also never miss a hand. It was thought that the man and the woman were extremely well resolved, and that it was simply a walkover mission. But it did not occur to him that this Su Yang was so extraordinary, whether it was in terms of scheming guts, or on top of today's fighting techniques. He was clearly not an ordinary person. You know, if you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't have been able to escape in the middle of the warehouse at that time. Even if some of the strength can escape by chance, that will also grasp the time to leave here. After all, their hands but has a sniper rifle, but also occupies a high point. Kill them as if hunting in general. However, he never expected that Su Yang would not escape after leaving the warehouse again, but instead came to find himself and directly struck out at himself. This is what shocked Sun Tianbo the most. How on earth did he dare? And at the very beginning, Sun Tianbo hadn't thought that Su Yang would dare to come to himself and strike at him, if he had not been cautious by nature and sensed Su Yang's arrival. Otherwise he was afraid that he would have been attacked directly by Su Yang and died at his hands. And now he had crossed paths with Su Yang. In the bottom of his heart, he felt more and more shocked that this man's fighting skills were really powerful. Surprisingly, he was so strong that he fought with himself. No, to be precise, it should be that this kid is better than himself. You should know that your own hands have double knives, but that kid's hands have nothing, only holding a pistol, and his own close combat is not any advantage, and even have a disadvantage. And Underso, this kid even suppressed himself, so Underso also can easily and incomparably see this kid's strength in the end, how strong too. And most importantly, it's just that this kid's fighting skills are at such a level, but I can't imagine that this kid's marksmanship is also so powerful. He was extremely aware of the speed and size of his flying dagger. At that moment, Su Yang was able to hit the flying dagger in the air without any problem. Even Sun Tianbo himself could not guarantee that he would hit that flying dagger in the air 100%. Sun Tianbo, who thought of this, again looked up at Su Yang, who was slowly standing up not far away. The bottom of his heart is a burst of caution. For such an opponent, he is even more dare not have the slightest carelessness, must raise all the spirit to deal with this opponent. And at the same time, the two stared at each other, but no one was willing to make the first move. After all, at this time, the spell is two people react. After all, a little inattention that can be a matter of life. For a moment, the two men faced each other in such a way, and at the same time, the two even noticed that the sky was actually also gradually darkening. For a while, the two of them couldn't even see each other a little bit. And Underso, it was obviously not a good thing for Su Yang, who was holding a gun. For that Sun Tianbo, it was something that had an advantage. Sun Tianbo, who thought of this, the corner of his mouth even hooked up a smile, staring closely at Su Yang in the distance. Now as long as he can get close to Su Yang, then he can be dangerous. And Su Yang's heart was even more incomparably aware of this, and for a while he was also cautious. It was also at this moment that Sun Tianbo took the lead. His body surged to the left, and for a moment, Su Yang's eyes moved instantly along with Sun Tianbo's figure, always on the lookout. Once he aimed, Su Yang would immediately shoot. But just when Su Yang was sure, that Sun Tianbo actually suddenly changed his position and charged to the right again. And after seeing this scene, Su Yang's heart was even more shocked. And under this, the distance between that person and Su Yang was getting closer and closer. And soon he was going to rush to Su Yang's body. And seeing the scene, Su Yang suddenly held his breath. Suddenly, violently raised the pistol in his hand, followed by directly predicting the position of that Sun Tianbo, and violently shot a gun. Only a thud was heard. That Sun Tianbo's movements were violently sluggish for a moment as well. Su Yang, who saw this scene, immediately wanted to make up for the gun, but for a moment, he suddenly thought of something, and a sense of crisis violently rose in the bottom of his heart. Immediately after that, his body jerked backward. It was also at this moment that Sun Tianbo's figure moved violently, as a silver light streaked through the air. Sun Tianbo's knife was already slashing down from the air, but at this time, Su Yang had already retreated backwards, and in a moment, he was able to dodge Sun Tianbo's strike with unparalleled ease. And that Sun Tianbo's heart grew more and more emboldened and surprised after seeing the scene. You should know that the Sun Tianbo of the party had deliberately reacted as if he had been shot. It is to hit the right at this time when the sky is dark. Su Yang cannot see. Thinking that the bullet is hit, they will drop and continue to shoot. And as long as Su Yang continued to shoot, he also fell into this Sun Tianbo's trap. However, Su Yang had recognized the ploy, and even gave up on continuing to shoot and fled directly backward. In this way, he smoothly dodged Su Yang's attack. For a while, Sun Tianbo was even more shocked by Su Yang's decisiveness and judgment. You have to know that if you are really hit by the bullet in the square, then Su Yang continues to shoot. You will lose. You will be dead. However, Su Yang was directly giving up on finding an opportunity. And once Su Yang gave up this opportunity, he would have the time to react and be able to launch another attack, or even say directly counterkill Su Yang in this move, or just escape. However, Su Yang only thought about it for a split second, and then he dared to bet on it. When it's really awesome, Sun Tianbo marveled in his heart, and as Su Yang dodged this attack of his, Sun Tianbo even didn't dare to hesitate at all and attacked again. And now, because his left arm was injured, he was no longer able to use his left arm to launch an attack, and could only continue to use his right arm to launch an attack, and under such, his attack speed was not a bit slower compared to before. For a moment, it was even too much simpler for Su Yang to dodge its attacks. With this, Sun Tianbo's attack also fell short once again, and as a matter of importance, the arm, after all, had been hit by a bullet and was bleeding out, though that pain doesn't make it react. However, under this pain, his battle with Su Yang could not help but receive a great impact. Sun Tianbo, who thought of this, understood that he had to take a risky move, or else this would go on. As more and more blood flowed from the arm wound, he would also be less and less of a match for Su Yang. After thinking of this, the knife in his hand was again violently here, but this knife was quickly and easily blocked by Su Yang. Immediately after that, Su Yang slammed another punch towards Sun Tianbo. Seeing this scene, Sun Tianbo's body suddenly bent, followed by violently raising his leg. Chapter 112, Changing Weapons. As Sun Tianbo raised his leg, Su Yang also reacted in the first instance, and then directly grabbed towards Sun Tianbo's thigh. As long as he could control him, then this Sun Tianbo would be dead. Su Yang incomparably understood this in his heart, so he was absolutely not going to let go of this opportunity. With this thought, Su Yang's hand was like lightning, directly shooting out and grabbing at that Sun Tianbo's leg. It could be right at this moment that Sun Tianbo also instantly sensed Su Yang's purpose. For a while, he was extremely pleased in his heart, knowing how he had nothing to do but celebrate to Su Yang. Suddenly, the knife in Sun Tianbo's hand was directly thrown out by him. In an instant, the flying dagger was heading towards Su Yang's neck at an extremely high speed. If this flying dagger was allowed to slice through Su Yang's neck, then it was predictable that a blood-gushing wound would instantly appear at his neck, and his life would be lost in an instant. Thinking of this, Su Yang even dared not hesitate, and for a moment could only give up the act of grabbing Sun Tianbo's thighs, and could only violently change direction as a means of avoiding Sun Tianbo's strike. His last flying dagger was also thrown out by it. Then he would be in trouble. Su Yang's heart could not help but think, but he always felt that this Sun Tianbo would not be so stupid. Thinking of this, Su Yang's heart also suddenly cautious, incredibly wary of Sun Tianbo's next attack. It was also at this moment that Sun Tianbo actually violently touched him at his thigh. Immediately after that, a burst of blade light was seen passing by, only to see that Sun Tianbo, in a split second, fished out a dagger from his own thigh. Sun Tianbo was extremely fast at this time. Touching the flying dagger from his leg and hacking at Su Yang was a series of incomparably coherent movements. Even if Su Yang had been on guard, he was still a bit unresponsive for a moment, and with that, the dagger easily cut through Su Yang's shirt, leaving an incomparably hideous wound on Su Yang's chest. For a while, Su Yang was also in pain. Immediately afterward, Su Yang could not help but open his mouth to curse. After hearing this, Sun Tianbo was smiling faintly. This is just the beginning. What comes next is my real attack. However, Su Yang did not have the time to pay attention to him, and suddenly kicked out while directly firing a shot towards Sun Tianbo. Just a thud, a blood suddenly blossomed out, and it was even spread on top of Su Yang's clothes, and at the same time the sky is getting darker and darker. At this time Su Yang and Sun Tianbo, two people, almost cannot see each other clearly, and Su Yang, who saw the blood bloom, couldn't help but be happy that he hit it. But just at this moment, Sun Tianbo's figure was like a ghost in this dark night, actually attacking towards Su Yang again. What? Seeing this, Su Yang is even more shocked. He is not hit, and right after that, something that made even Su Yang feel immense admiration happened, only to see that the shot he had just fired was actually once again blocked by that Sun Tianbo with his left arm, when it was really powerful. Thinking like this, Su Yang seized the moment and his figure violently retreated backwards. Since he couldn't help this Sun Tianbo with his pistol, he didn't need to. Other weapons weren't unavailable, and what Su Yang had set his eyes on was precisely the two daggers that this Sun Tianbo had just knocked to the ground by himself. As Su Yang's body exploded backward, but his eyes were firmly fixed on the two daggers on the ground. For a moment, it seemed as if Sun Tianbo had also discovered Su Yang's purpose. If you want to get the dagger, you have to see if you agree. After thinking of this, Sun Tianbo also followed up and stabbed again, and Su Yang, who saw this scene, was no longer stingy with bullets at all. After all, if he waited until he had the sword, in Sun Tianbo's state, he would definitely be no match for him. Su Yang, who thought of this, directly fired a shot, and seeing Su Yang's movements, Sun Tianbo was the first to dodge away, and right after that, Su Yang fired another shot. Under the two bangs of the gun, Sun Tianbo could not even get close to Su Yang. It was also at this moment that Su Yang also came to the side of the dagger, and immediately after, Su Yang shot another shot towards Sun Tianbo as a way to restrict his movement. Immediately after that, directly bending down, he picked up the dagger on the ground. Seeing Su Yang's dagger in the middle of his hand, Sun Tianbo could not help but stop on the ground. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and said, "You want to fight against me with a sword?" Hearing this said, Su Yang with a smile on his face opened his mouth and replied, "Isn't it obvious?" However, after hearing this, Sun Tianbo laughed out loud. "You're crazy, aren't you? Taking a good pistol and not using it. You even want to fight against me with a knife? It seems that you're very confident in your own strength." Su Yang, who heard this, was shaking the dagger in his hand, and immediately afterward, spoke again. "Alright, no more nonsense. 1 minute to solve you. Ha 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 ha, you're really big talker." After hearing these words, Sun Tianbo but laughed out loud, and immediately after that, he picked up the dagger in his hand and directly launched an attack. At this moment in this dark night, both of them were extremely fast, as if they were evil spirits. In an instant, Sun Tianbo rushed to Su Yang's body, followed by a stab, and Su Yang swung his sword to block it. Immediately after that, Sun Tianbo's attack did not stop and also came again. For a while, the sound of metal clashing was constantly heard in the air. The battle between the two was also getting more and more intense at this point. However, as time passed, soon, Sun Tianbo began to fall into a disadvantage. The knife in his hand was actually vaguely unable to hold Su Yang. Sun Tianbo, who noticed this, was even more surprised. It was surprising that he would have this kind of strength, that he would be able to completely suppress himself, and most importantly, Su Yang was not holding dual swords, but was also fighting himself with a sword in one hand. There's no such thing as bullying yourself out of an injury to one hand. And after thinking of this, Sun Tianbo's heart even couldn't help but rise up in fear. It was also when the fear had just come to the fore that Su Yang stabbed a knife directly through Sun Tianbo's shoulder. And for a moment, Sun Tianbo felt great pain and his movements were greatly affected. In a flash, Su Yang attacked again and punched Sun Tianbo's face. 2 attacks came down one after another, and that Sun Tianbo had trouble resisting. Immediately followed by Su Yang's foot on top of his chest, his body directly flew out backwards. The knife in his hand was even cut directly by Su Yang, and suddenly, the knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and Su Yang was even more closely followed by another punch that staggered Sun Tianbo towards the ground above. Immediately afterward, only a thud could be heard, and Sun Tianbo's body smashed heavily to the ground. The expression was even more painful, and at that moment, it was futile for him to try to get up. He was directly stomped on the ground by Su Yang, while the knife in Su Yang's hand was directly stabbed down. It finally stopped directly above Sun Tianbo's heart. Chapter 113, Victory. And after noticing this scene, Sun Tianbo was instantly stunned. At this moment, the knife was hovering just above his neck. If Su Yang stabbed down hard, a hideous and incomparable wound would definitely appear above his own neck. And, moreover, his life is not to be wanted. Just now, Sun Tianbo was full of guts in the middle of the battle. But now, after being defeated by Su Yang, all the guts in his body had disappeared for a while. It's like a balloon that dries up instantly after being punctured. For a while, Sun Tianbo's eyes were extremely evasive. There was even some involuntary trembling all over his body. And at that moment, Su Yang just looked at him with a smile on his face and did not react much, as if what he was holding in his hand was just a candy. With the end of the battle, the sky was also completely dark. At this time, the two could no longer see each other's faces, but Sun Tianbo was still able to clearly and incomparably see the dagger hanging above his neck. Immediately after, Su Yang took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight, directly towards Sun Tianbo's face above the irradiation passed. This light was extremely dazzling, and then Sun Tianbo's kung fu was strong, but he could not resist this blinding light. And under this, for a while, Sun Tianbo was even somewhat unable to open his eyes. One could only desperately try to go and cover the light with one's hands. But seeing this scene, Su Yang once again smiled and spoke, "Take your hand away." And as he said this, the knife in Su Yang's hand was lowered a few more points. After noticing this, Sun Tianbo no longer dared to hesitate and hurriedly removed his hand. Immediately after that, Su Yang once again opened his mouth and said to Sun Tianbo, "Now, I'm asking you to answer, and if it's you who says a word of nonsense, I'll stab this knife straight down." Hearing this, Sun Tianbo's heart was a moment of timidity. His mouth wanted to refuse, and even more so, he wanted to harden his heart, but it was the road that could not be made at all, and the horror of the knife was all that met the eye. At this moment, seeing Sun Tian's hesitation, Su Yang once again revealed a hideous smile. Immediately after that, the knife once again stabbed downwards, and for a moment it actually came into contact with Sun Tian's skin, and with the contact between this knife and Sun Tian's skin, a drop of blood blossomed from above the tip of that knife, and after gaping to this, Sun Tianbo was instantly somewhat stunned. He was incomparably clear that the guy in front of him was definitely a ruthless master, and would not show himself a few moments of mercy. After thinking about this, Sun Tianbo no longer dared to resist in the slightest, and nodded his head desperately at the first time. At the same time, his throat was constantly wriggling, showing his nervousness and fear at this time. At the same time, cold sweat was covering the top of his forehead, and under such, the bullet holes above his arms seemed to be non-existent for a while, and he could no longer feel the slightest pain. After all, it was the threat of death he was facing now, and everything else would have to stand aside. Thinking of this, he again hurriedly opened his mouth and said, I'll say, you ask me questions, I'll tell you all I know. It was only after hearing these words that Su Yang nodded his head with immense satisfaction while opening his mouth to reply. That's what obedience is all about. You can remember well, human life can only be once. You have to cherish it. If you are not careful to lose your life, you can never get it back. Hearing this, Sun Tianbo nodded his head desperately again. At this moment he only wanted to make this devil in front of him happier, more satisfied and able to let himself live. Immediately after that, Su Yang spoke again. But you have to tell me the truth properly. Oh, don't think that you can cheat. I've already gotten quite a lot of information from the three of them just now. If there is even the slightest difference between what you tell me and what they tell me, then you don't want to take your life. Hearing Su Yang's threat, Sun Tianbo's heart was even cooler. You know, he was just thinking that Su Yang doesn't know anything, and he can't fool him by talking half-truths and half-falsehoods. He's highly skilled in martial arts, but he can't read minds. But it didn't occur to him that Su Yang had already anticipated this. At this point, he spoke directly to cut off any thoughts of telling a lie. Seeing the look in Sun Tianbo's eyes at this moment, Su Yang also understood in his heart that his threat had worked. To know, just now those three people didn't say anything to him. He knew nothing about these people now. Even if Sun Tianbo lied to him, he was helpless. And that's all it takes to get Sun Tianbo to tell the truth. But now it seems to be a success. After thinking of this, Su Yang opened his mouth and asked, What are you? Hearing this first question, for a moment Sun Tianbo actually hesitated a bit. But it was this second of hesitation on his part that the dagger in Su Yang's hand violently shifted direction and suddenly slashed directly above his shoulder. In an instant, an appalling and incomparable blood scar also appeared on top of Sun Tianbo's shoulder. And at this time, Sun Tianbo's guts had long since dispersed. And for a moment, he felt even more of a pain. And in his heart, he understood Su Yang's meaning even more extremely well. For a moment, he even dared not hesitate any longer, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain his identity. Once upon a time he was a foreign mercenary, specializing in getting paid to do things, not distinguishing between good and evil, willing to do anything as long as there was money. Just under these years, he was born to die, but also to train himself a gun martial arts. But later on, he was also tired of this life of birth and death, and then chose to return to his home country. And shortly after returning to his country, he met a middle-aged man who was no one else but the butler of that Chiyun group. Then with the solicitation of the steward, he decided to work for him. This butler was extremely generous, and as long as he could accomplish things for him, he would be paid extremely generously, and the weaponry doesn't have to supply itself. And the most important thing was that all these missions performed were extremely smooth, at least with his strength. These missions were like going through the motions, and in so doing, he was paid even more for performing these simple tasks than he would have gotten if he had been born and died abroad. For a while, he was even less inclined to go out, but chose on that account to follow the steward's errand. Normally, however, he doesn't meet with the butler, who only finds him when he's on a mission, and he wouldn't be needed for general things. And Su Yang quietly listened to Sun Tianbo's narration at this time. In his heart, he couldn't help but be a little shocked. Unexpectedly, this guy was a mercenary who fought on top of the battlefield in his earlier years. It's no wonder this guy is so strong. More than that, they are able to use sniper rifles. But you said that the sniper rifle was supplied by that butler? Exactly. Su Yang, who heard this, also knew even more about the extraordinary nature of the power behind that. So what the hell are the forces behind that? Chapter 114, Solicitation. Immediately following, Su Yang also asked the main question. After all, he is now most interested in knowing is, in the end, who is going to take action against them. And after hearing this, Sun Tianbo slowly opened his mouth and replied, Do you know about Chiyun Group? Sun Tianbo wasn't like the few people in the inch-haired man before. He was just getting paid to do a job. and it wasn't like he would normally have any contact. Now open-mouthed to say the person behind the loss is just credibility, but if he does not say, then the loss of life, which is the more important, that is also obvious. As for the several people of that inchman, it was different, as they were the henchmen of that housekeeper. If they said their boss, then not only would they die, even the people around them would be implicated, and with that in mind, Sun Tianbo replied extremely decisively. As for Su Yang, after hearing the 4 words Qiyun group, his eyes were suddenly stunned. He hadn't counted on the guy who was most deserving of revenge against him. You know, it was only yesterday that they had made a feud, but you hadn't thought of him. Such a good guesser himself, and he's still here asking questions. For a moment Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little foolish, but really looking for death. Yesterday's himself, big mercy, let him a way out of life, but he preferred to find his own death. Then you can't blame yourself. It was important to know that the thing Su Yang could not tolerate the most was when other people made a move on those close to him. At the same time, Sun Tianbo also noticed the change in Su Yang's expression. It seemed that the hatred between this person and that Qiyun group was not small, but it was normal to think about it. After all, if there was no enmity between them, how could the Qiyun group make a move against him? How did you get in trouble with that group? The Qiyun group is quite something. At the same time, Sun Tianbo once again spoke tentatively. Su Yang, who heard this, however, would not pay any attention to him. Am I asking you a question, or are you asking me a question? Suddenly Su Yang's expression was grim as he skimmed towards Sun Tianbo underground. Seeing this scene of Sun Tianbo body was immediately scared a shiver, followed by as hurriedly opened his mouth to answer, is you. Of course when you, is I talk too much? You say. Seeing Sun Tianbo like this, Su Yang's expression was only eased by a few points, and immediately continued to open his mouth to ask, tell me, what were the orders and tasks given to you by that steward? Hearing this, Sun Tianbo already didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation to come, and at the first moment, he opened his mouth to reply, my task is to watch the 3 of them complete their tasks, supervise them to avoid extraneous problems, and if there is something they can't solve, I'll step in to solve it, and at the same time, I'm more than capable of letting the 3 of them reveal the person behind it. After hearing this, Su Yang also nodded. No wonder. He had originally thought that the Qiyun group was a bit too stupid to send such 3 losers. Sure enough, there were others behind them ready to strike at any time. Immediately after that, Sun Tianbo spoke again. Actually, even if the 3 of them could fix this, I'd still step in and kill them under orders. And after hearing this, Su Yang also instantly felt a trace of doubt. Since the mission had been accomplished, then why did he still need to kill the 3 of them? In order not to leak the news? Or is it about killing people to get rid of them? But thinking about it doesn't even make that necessary. Sun Tianbo also noticed Su Yang's doubt at this time, and also hurriedly opened his mouth and replied, when we carry out this mission, we are also limited to striking out at the person we are targeting, and we cannot involve anyone unrelated, let alone harming anyone else. Sun Tianbo continued explaining, and the 3 of them have already violated the housekeeper's big taboo, thinking that they wouldn't be known by the housekeeper even if they did so. Hearing this, Su Yang did not have a moment's stare. Unexpectedly, this housekeeper was still such a principled person. Surprisingly, there will be a specific order not to implicate anyone else. That's funny. So the 3 of them didn't complete the mission and broke taboos. So you just killed them and turned it around for you to continue this mission, right? After hearing Su Yang's words, Sun Tianbo nodded again and replied, that's right, but, immediately after that, Su Yang was directly interrupting him and spoke, I'm asking you, what are you going to do if the room is at your disposal? Hearing this, Sun Tianbo was a bit dazed, and for a moment, he didn't understand what exactly Su Yang meant when he said this, but immediately afterward, he still spoke and replied, the steward has ordered that you be brought back alive, so I will shoot you in the leg and not take your life. Sun Tianbo was a bit intimidated when he said this. He didn't know what Su Yang wanted to hear and could only say it carefully, and after hearing this, Su Yang nodded, so that means you won't pay any attention to that woman at all, right? At that moment, Sun Tianbo also nodded, that's right. Even if the housekeeper didn't specifically give the order, I won't implicate unrelated people. Besides, it's still in our country, and there are limits to what you can do with money. And as he said this, Sun Tianbo's eyes were incomparably firm. Su Yang, who heard this, could not help but show a hint of a smile on his face. Immediately afterward, something came to mind, and an idea came to him. Then he opened his mouth and said, now that what needs to be said has been said, you can go to hell. And after hearing this, Sun Tianbo was instantly confused. Dad, I'm not lying to you, I'm telling the whole truth. After hearing this, Su Yang smiled again and opened his mouth once more to reply, yeah, I didn't say you lie to me either, but then why are you? For a moment, it seemed as if Sun Tianbo had figured something out as well, and the look of awe on his face disappeared. In its place was a look of relief. Su Yang, who saw this scene, was also a bit puzzled, and immediately opened his mouth to ask, "Is it hard for you not to be afraid of death?" And after hearing this, Sun Tianbo's arm moved and found a suitable position to lie on the ground and continued, "It's all about payback. Once I killed too many people, and long ago I thought I'd have my day to die too." As he said this, Sun Tianbo looked at the stars in the sky and recalled the past. "But this day is going to be quite a bit earlier than I thought. But what's meant to be is meant to be. I want to kill, but not the opponent. It's normal to die in your hands." After saying this, Sun Tianbo said with a relaxed face again, "Alright, you do it." And after saying this, he closed his eyes and quietly waited for death to come. But after he closed his eyes, the expected pain was delayed. For a moment, Sun Tianbo felt incomparably puzzled and opened his eyes once again. Immediately afterward, Su Yang was seen casually dropping the dagger in his hand, and then he opened his mouth and laughed, "I won't kill you. Follow me." After hearing this, Sun Tianbo was completely confused. Chapter 115, Special Channels. The death that should have been expected didn't come, but instead he heard these words that Su Yang was going to spare him. For a while, Sun Tianbo looked at Su Yang in a stunned and incomparable manner, delayed in coming to his senses. Immediately afterward, it was even more unbelievable to open his mouth again and ask, "You, what did you say?" And after hearing these words, a hint of a smile appeared on Su Yang's face, followed by speaking again. "I said, I won't kill you. Why?" Immediately after that, Sun Tianbo spoke again and asked. While hearing this, Su Yang's face showed a trace of impatience, followed by another opening. "Not killing you means not killing you. Where is the why? If you don't want to live, it's not impossible for me to continue to do it." After hearing this, Sun Tianbo also panicked, and immediately afterward hurriedly waved his hand. Then he continued, No, of course I live, but I won't kill you on one condition." Hearing this, Sun Tianbo didn't dare to hesitate and asked in a hurry, "You name the conditions." "I absolutely agree." After all, it was a matter of life and death now, and no matter what the conditions were, there was no reason for him not to agree. Realize that whatever is put in front of death is a small thing, and since Su Yang was willing to give him this opportunity, then he naturally had to seize it. Why would he need to go to his death if he could continue to live? And Su Yang, who heard this, spoke once again, "As I said just now, I won't kill you, and you're going to follow me." Immediately afterward, before Su Yang could continue saying anything, Sun Tianbo desperately replied, I promise. At the same time, Su Yang continued to speak. "Also, the payment I will still pay you." When these words came out, Sun Tianbo was even a bit unresponsive. What? And he's going to pay himself? Is there really such a conscience? To know that the conditions are now in Su Yang's hands, but not only did he not make any difficult requests to come, but instead he was extremely fair. For a while Sun Tianbo also became even more unable to see through this man in front of him. This person in front of him was not only highly skilled in martial arts, his strength was unpredictable, and even his methods were exceptional. And now that he was even so conscientious, for a while Sun Tianbo even felt that he was defecting to the Bright Lord, and Su Yang also somewhat did not react, somewhat puzzled. Looking at Sun Tianbo in front of him, you have to realize that before he could finish his words, he heard Sun Tianbo's extremely decisive reply. "It's amazing when it really is. In that case, it's so happily decided." Immediately after that, Su Yang also stood up and clapped his hands with a smile on his face and said, and Sun Tianbo nodded after hearing this, "Then you'll be my boss from now on." As Sun Tianbo was speaking, Su Yang also looked at him and extended his hand. Sun Tianbo, who saw this scene, also felt a sense of being flattered. Immediately after that, I heard Su Yang say, "Come on, I'll pull you up. What are you hesitating for?" And it was only after hearing this that Sun Tianbo tentatively extended his hand. Immediately after that, Su Yang directly pulled Sun Tianbo with a force, and then even pulled him up from above the ground. It was important to realize that Su Yang didn't recruit Sun Tianbo for no reason. Rather, he looked at his strength and most importantly, his character. To know that Sun Tianbo, if he was a 10 evil people, even if he was powerful, Su Yang would not hesitate to kill him directly. However, through the exchanges in the party, Su Yang was also able to see that Sun Tianbo was not that kind of person. Sun Tianbo was clearly a person of incomparable candor and broad-mindedness. Moreover, Sun Tianbo's strength was not weak, and could even be said to be extremely powerful. Although he failed, without looking at who his opponent was, this Sun Tianbo could fight back and forth when facing himself, even threatening himself, and it was also evident that his strength was strong. And most importantly, Sun Tianbo has the identity of a former mercenary. This identity is also an extremely good network. Plus Sun Tianbo has experienced so much, even if his martial arts is not strong. For Su Yang is also a great help. And after the test just now, Su Yang decided to take Sun Tianbo. How did you get here? At the same time, Suyang looked towards the hideous two wounds above Sun Tianbo's arms and opened his mouth. Drive. After hearing this, Suyang opened his mouth again and asked, then, will you be able to go back on your own without any problems? Afterwards, Sun Tianbo was extremely indifferent and waved his hand. Immediately after that, he even raised his hand to scrutinize the two muzzles above his arm. Extremely unconcerned, said, this little injury is nothing. A few years ago that time, my injury has been so serious that I was almost out of breath, and finally I drove myself to escape. Suyang also nodded after hearing this. Immediately afterward, Sun Tianbo walked towards the chimney. Then Suyang also noticed that the sniper rifle was laying there. Also next to that sniper rifle was a black box, and that black box was obviously the box of the sniper rifle. Sun Tianbo then began to dismantle the sniper rifle, while his technique was incomparably more professional. Meanwhile Suyang walked up and opened his mouth to ask, this equipment was given to you by the Chi Yun group, and after hearing these words, Sun Tianbo nodded. Immediately after that, he once again said, I have to say that the power of the Chi Yun group is still very powerful. If you want to fight against the Chi Yun group, we also have to spend some effort. Hearing this Suyang nodded, and again continued to speak. Then does this sniper rifle still need to be returned? Hearing this Sun Tianbo but laughed out loud, give it back my ass soon I'm going to be their enemy. I still give this back to them. Am I stupid? Suyang who heard this was also happy. He had to say that this Sun Tianbo's character really went well with him. By the way, can you still get any of this gear? And after hearing this, Sun Tianbo showed a grave expression. It is indeed possible to get it, but it will take a lot of effort. How? After hearing Suyang's words, Sun Tianbo also opened his mouth to explain, want to get these equipments. The first thing you need is money, and this money is even more sky high. It will definitely be more than too expensive than the regular price. And after hearing this, Suyang waved his hand without a care in the world. The money thing is the easiest. After hearing this Sun Tianbo also nodded, that's good, but the most important thing is what comes next. Sun Tianbo's face once again became a few points heavier, then continued, those weapons are good to buy and use abroad, but you need special channels if you want to bring them back home. Hearing this Suyang again twisted his head and asked, a special channel? Yes, but that channel is so treacherous that you might even die there. Chapter 116, Leaving. Hearing this, Suyang was also shocked, and then said incredulously, really where? Exactly. After hearing Suyang's words, Sun Tianbo nodded heavily again. In the midst of that channel, there is no king's law to speak of. Suyang who heard this nodded again. After all, if he wanted to buy these things, it would certainly not be as simple as buying food on the street. However, after hearing Sun Tianbo speak so menacingly, Suyang was still a little less convinced. You have to know that in that channel, money is not much use at all. The most important thing is still their own strength, or else even if they get that equipment, they won't be able to keep it. Suyang who heard this nodded again, then with your strength? As soon as these words came out, Sun Tianbo's face suddenly changed in time. In terms of my strength, I am completely cannon fodder. If I were to go forward, I would definitely die there. And that's one of the reasons I'm willing to work for the steward. He's able to equip me without me having to wade into trouble myself. Sun Tianbo opened his mouth again to explain. And what do you think of us together? Immediately after that, Suyang opened his mouth again and asked, together? We can try, but it's not guaranteed. Sun Tianbo pondered a little and thought of Suyang's formidable strength. Immediately afterward, he spoke again. It's feasible if it's well prepared. After hearing this, Suyang nodded his head again to look at the sky, pondering slightly in his heart. With one's current strength, it was obvious that one had not yet reached a state of invincibility. Just like today when he faced that sniper rifle, even if he was hit with a shot, then it was certain death. And with that in mind, getting that gear is obviously a great option. And most importantly Suyang wanted to develop his own forces, and for his own men of course he had to be equipped with some weapons. After thinking of this, Suyang once again looked at Sun Tianbo. At this time, Sun Tianbo had already packed up that sniper rifle and patted that black box in his hands. Then Suyang spoke. Just go back and treat the gunshot wounds first. Treating gunshot wounds isn't a difficult task for you, right? And after hearing this, Sun Tianbo nodded. If he was a mercenary and couldn't even treat a gunshot wound, it would be too much of a waste to say so. And after seeing this, Suyang nodded his head again and said, that's good. You go back first, leave a contact information and contact me if there's any situation. Hearing this, Sun Tianbo also nodded, and then the two exchanged contact information. That's right, any current situation in the Chi Yun group should also notify me at the first opportunity. Immediately after that, Suyang opened his mouth to exhort again. And after Sun Tianbo nodded his head in agreement he led the black box down the chimney first. Immediately after that, Suyang also no longer hesitated and followed closely down the chimney. After all, At this time, Qin Xiaoxiao was still down there. You have to hurry over there yourself, so you don't keep people waiting. Soon, Su Yang returned to the warehouse once again, and at this moment, in the warehouse, Qin Xiaoxiao instantly stood up vigilantly when she sensed someone's arrival and turned her head to look at it, and after seeing that it was Su Yang, Qin Xiaoxiao was relieved, and immediately ran quickly. After coming to Su Yang's side, the first thing she did was to look Su Yang up and down, fearing that Su Yang would encounter any danger. It was at this moment that she then suddenly noticed the 2 blood marks at Su Yang's shoulder and thigh. There was a great deal of consternation. Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao in such an anxious state, Su Yang hurriedly opened his mouth and comforted. Don't worry, it's just 2 stab wounds. It doesn't have any effect. At most it will just leave 2 scars. But, the anxiety on the face of Qin Xiaoxiao who heard these words did not diminish by half, but instead, she became more and more worried. Seeing this, Su Yang smiled even more helplessly. Then he spoke again and said, but what but? There are not so many buts. Said nothing is nothing. Only after hearing this did Qin Xiaoxiao's face ease a bit. Immediately after that, Su Yang once again said, alright, if you're really so worried about me, let's hurry back and bandage me up properly. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also hurriedly nodded, that's right, let's hurry. At this moment, seeing Su Yang injured, Qin Xiaoxiao didn't have the heart to care about the sniper just now. Immediately afterward, he directly pulled Su Yang outward, and to this Su Yang did not resist. Soon the 2 left the abandoned factory under the night. It didn't take long to get past the cab. The 2 got into the car immediately afterward, and after getting into the car and closing the door, Qin Xiaoxiao finally felt a little more at ease. Immediately afterward, he turned his head to look at Su Yang and also opened his mouth to ask, by the way, what happened to that sniper just now? Did you kill him? And after hearing this, Su Yang was smiling slightly. Immediately afterward, he spoke again, isn't it a pity to kill someone that powerful? And after hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao was even more puzzled. Since she didn't kill, how did she solve it? Immediately after that, Su Yang once again opened his mouth to also explain for Qin Xiaoxiao, I persuaded him against it, and he intends to follow me. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao was even more surprised. Su Yang went there for a while, and not only succeeded in solving the matter, but also turned this sniper against him, which is really powerful, too powerful. Unable to help it, Qin Xiaoxiao also opened her mouth to marvel. Smiling at his words, Su Yang smiled. Immediately after that, the vehicle was started straight away. By the way, what in the world struck out at you? Immediately afterward, Qin Xiaoxiao asked about the doubts in her heart. After hearing this, Su Yang also opened his mouth and replied, what kind of person? Qi Yun Group, you know. What? As Su Yang uttered the name, Qin Xiaoxiao was even more astonished. Who in Tianhai City didn't know about the Qi Yun Group? Not to mention that she was also the Qin family's eldest miss. It is even more incomparable to understand this Qi Yun Group. More than that, he was incredibly aware of the power of this group. Even their Qin family was nothing more than a childlike in front of this group. Not the slightest word at all. How did they take a shot at you? What's going on? After hearing this, Su Yang but shook his head. Don't worry, it's just some grudge I have with them. Since they are hot on their heels, I'll have a good time meeting them. Seeing that Su Yang didn't want to say anything, Qin Xiaoxiao also chose not to ask any more questions. Immediately after that was spoke. But Su Yang, you need my help for anything. Feel free to say, not only me, but also my father will help you. After hearing this, Su Yang also nodded with a grateful face. It was also at this moment that Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered something. It's not good. My parents have not been in touch for so long. They've definitely gotten antsy. When these words came out, Su Yang couldn't help but remember something as well. Not yet. Anya. Chapter 117, Misunderstandings. And after thinking of this name, Su Yang was suddenly startled. He was so focused on returning to Qin Xiaoxiao that he did forget that he already had a date tonight. Though no matter what, the matter of Qin Xiaoxiao being robbed was the most important thing. As for everything else, they had to step aside. But the most important thing was that one didn't tell Anya. That means that for such a long time, Anya had no idea that she had been heard from, had no idea that her life was in danger. And underneath it all, there was even less news of him. Thinking of this, Su Yang did not dare to hesitate for a second. Today rushed to look at his cell phone. I'm afraid that the phone has now been called by Anya. But when he looked at the cell phone, is even more heart half cold. The phone is even turned off. And in that situation just now, it was even more impossible for him to pay attention to how the cell phone was doing. At the same time, next to Su Yang, Qin Xiaoxiao also dialed her parents' phone number. And after the call was answered, Qin Xiaoxiao's parents were in no hurry. Qin Xiaoxiao, who noticed this, was even more surprised. You should know that in the past, if you are out of touch for more than an hour, then your parents will be anxious and crazy. But this time the parents were in no hurry at all. Immediately after that, Qin Xiaoxiao realized through inquiries, It turned out that his parents knew that he was with Su Yang, so they weren't even the slightest bit worried. Qin Xiaoxiao, who noticed this, was even more amazed at the weight Su Yang carried in his parents' eyes, and after speaking to her parents Qin Xiaoxiao hung up the phone, while on the other side, Su Yang was in a hurry, driving desperately towards Anya's house, and at the same time, Su Yang opened the system to check and found that Anya's favor value had unexpectedly plummeted. The original 70 or so favor values were now only 50 or so, and after seeing this scene, Su Yang was even more anxious. Immediately afterward, he also opened his mouth and said to Qin Xiaoxiao, "It's really troublesome," and after hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yang with some confusion, not really knowing what he meant. Immediately after that, Su Yang also spoke. "I had an appointment with someone else before I got the news that you had been abducted, and then when I came to rescue you, I didn't really explain the reason to him, and now that I've kept someone waiting for such a long time, aren't I letting them off the hook?" And after hearing Su Yang's words, Qin Xiaoxiao did have a bad smile on her face, and immediately afterward, she spoke again. "I guess the one you're talking about must be a woman." Su Yang, who heard these words, was startled, and immediately turned his head to look. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxiao laughed and said, "Right, obvious, don't even need to guess." Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxiao's heart was actually warm after learning about this matter. She wasn't exactly sure why she thought that. It only felt like she was the most important in Su Yang's heart. At the same time, the system's prompts kept coming again. That Qin Xiaoxiao's favorites were unexpectedly rising by leaps and bounds. It didn't take long to get to 80. After noticing this, Su Yang looked at her again with incomparable consternation, not knowing at all what had happened. He himself had merely said one such thing, and could actually make that Qin Xiaoxiao's favor only rise so much. And as time passed, Su Yang was getting closer and closer to Anya's house. "I'll go to her first and explain the situation." Immediately after that, Su Yang also opened his mouth to Qin Xiaoxiao and explained. Qin Xiaoxiao, who heard this, nodded. Qin Xiaoxiao would like to see what kind of woman could make Su Yang show such an expression at this time, and still willing to go on an appointment with this woman. Just between thoughts, Su Yang's car quickly stopped outside Anya's villa. As for Qin Xiaoxiao, after seeing that, Su Yang drove to Jin Manghai. She also had a few moments of realization in her heart that this woman was definitely not an ordinary person. The people who could live here were definitely either rich or noble, at least on a comparable level with themselves, not falling behind their Qin family in the slightest. After parking the car, Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao got out of the car. Immediately after that, Su Yang turned 3 steps into 2 and quickly ran to the front of the villa door, followed by ringing the doorbell. But as the doorbell rang, there was no response from the villa. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but feel distressed for a while and pressed the doorbell again. But as time went on, the villa that remained unresponsive, and Su Yang was clueless. But at the same time, he noticed that Anya's favor value in the system had once again dropped, and this proved one thing, that Anya was definitely in the villa at this time, and had heard his doorbell. Thinking of this, Su Yang also no longer hesitated, and once again pressed the doorbell, followed by several presses in succession. Soon, a voice came from inside the villa. "Don't press it, it's noisy," and that was also Anya's voice, and at that moment, his tone was extremely angry. After hearing this voice, Su Yang hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "And yeah, you open the door first. This is a misunderstanding. Listen to me and I'll tell you clearly. What's the misunderstanding? You hurry." At this moment, Anya was incomparably angry, but she stopped before she could finish her sentence. It suddenly occurred to her at this moment in her heart that she didn't seem to have any deep relationship with Su Yang. They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, much less husband and wife, and they had only just met each other yesterday, a full day's acquaintance. This temper of his own was indeed somewhat inexplicable. However, once Anya thought that she had dressed up and cleaned up so much for half a day, and in the end, she was even stood up by Su Yang. A wave of anger once again arose in the bottom of her heart, but despite this, she stepped out and opened the door to the villa. She then saw the two of them, Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao. When she saw Qin Xiaoxiao, for a moment, she almost didn't get mad. Not only did Su Yang miss his appointment, at this moment, he even brought a woman to see himself. Then isn't it also a proof that Su Yang missed his appointment precisely because of this woman? After thinking about it, Anya was even angrier, directly looking coldly towards Su Yang. "You don't have to show me anything. I won't be contacting you again. Sorry." Hearing this, Su Yang hurriedly waved his hand again, which made him yes she had misunderstood greatly. Su Yang wasn't a cutie either, instantly thought that it was because of Qin Shoshu behind him. After all, how could Anya stand to see herself with another woman in tow? Thinking of this, Su Yang hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. After all, the most important thing now was to make this misunderstanding clear. Once this misunderstanding is cleared up, things will be solved. After thinking of this, Su Yang hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "You've misunderstood. Things were urgent just now. I didn't mean to let you off the hook. And after hearing those words, a cold smile appeared on Anya's face. Didn't mean to pigeonhole you, so I'll hear what the hell your excuse is. Chapter 118, Jealousy. After hearing Anya say this, Su Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, as long as he was willing to listen to his explanation, then everything would be fine. If Anya wasn't willing to listen to her explanation, she was hitting on the idea of not seeing her, and that was the real trouble. Thinking of this, Su Yang hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Chi-Yun Group's people are looking for me again. It was also such a sentence that was uttered that Anya's face instantly changed. The first time the mind also directly prioritized. Immediately afterward, he directly stepped aside and spoke. You guys come in first. As for Qin Xiaoxiao, after seeing this scene, her heart instantly realized that Su Yang's incurring of the Chi-Yun Group was actually related to this woman. Immediately afterward, Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao walked into the villa. While walking, Su Yang also continued, They sent someone to arrest me. What? At these words, Anya was shocked again. It was also at this moment as Su Yang uttered these words that Anya also noticed that Su Yang's thigh had an incomparably hideous wound, and that wound was still outward, constantly flowing with blood. There were originally 2 wounds on Su Yang's body, but the wound on his thigh wasn't very obvious, so Anya didn't notice it at first. However, the wound on Su Yang's shoulder was obvious, but Fong was wearing a jacket in the car, so she didn't notice at first. It was only then, as the two entered the villa, that Anya was able to take notice, and after seeing Su Yang injured so seriously, Anya's heart also where there is still anger to speak of, more instead of guilt. After all, the danger Su Yang encountered had nothing to do with himself. If Su Yang hadn't met himself, he wouldn't have messed with the Chi-Yun Group. At the same time, the 3 of them walked into the villa. Sit down while I go find something to treat your wound. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxiao said with an anxious face, and immediately afterward, she turned around and went upstairs. After seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoxiao could not help but feel a trace of dissatisfaction rising in her heart. After all, Su Yang had promised her that he would personally bandage her, but now that it had to be handed over to another woman, for a moment Qin Xiaoxiao's heart was extremely uncomfortable. It was also between thoughts that Anya came down the stairs with a pillbox. Then he quickly rushed to Su Yang's body. Immediately after that, he took out the hemostatic medicine, gauze, sterilizing alcohol, etc. from it, and after seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoxiao seemed to have remembered something. Immediately after that, he spoke, Let me take care of the wound above the shoulder. Anya, who heard this, couldn't help but stare. Say what? There's a wound above the shoulder. For a moment Anya couldn't help but panic even more. Immediately after that, he directly went up and took off Su Yang's jacket, and as the jacket came off, the hideous wound on Su Yang's shoulder was revealed. At this time that blood had already seeped into the surrounding clothes, forming a large swath of bright red, which was extremely frightening to look at, and after seeing this scene, Anya's hands couldn't help but shake a little. You know, this is all because of yourself, and Su Yang himself had no obligation to help himself, much less suffer these injuries because of himself. And with that, Anya's favor value in the system began to grow by leaps and bounds again. Su Yang is willing to be so for their own sake, then they cannot let go. At this time, Anya's heart has already made up its mind to hold on to this man in front of her. Immediately after that, Anya looked at Qin Xiaoxiao again, and then opened her mouth. He's hurt because of me, so it's better if I bandage him myself. But Qin Xiaoxiao, who heard this, was unhappy. But I can't say it's because of you. He got these injuries to save me. And after hearing that, Anya was even more puzzled. At the same time, Su Yang looked at the 2 women in front of him like this, and even more so, he couldn't help but have a headache. I can't imagine that there could be an argument on top of this dressing of wounds. Immediately after Su Yang gritted his teeth, he spoke, You 2 don't argue. One for me to deal with a knot on the line, and so on I can really be blood loss. Fainted here. It was only after hearing these words that the 2 women, Anya, finally reacted. I'm sorry. For a while, Qin Xiaoxiao felt incomparably guilty and kept apologizing. Both of them then grabbed the gauze and other supplies inside the medicine cabinet, started treating Su Yang's wounds. If it's too much pain for you to bear, you can scream out. At the same time, Anya spoke up, but Su Yang, who heard this, just laughed. Can you be a big man and not be able to stand this pain? Besides, what would it look like to scream? Seeing this, the 2 women also stopped saying anything and both sped up. Despite the increased speed, the 2 men's movements were still incredibly gentle. Meanwhile Su Yang continued to speak. Perhaps it's because they know that I'm not easy to deal with, so they didn't directly strike at me, but instead focused on the people around me. Keep an eye on the people around you. As she said this, Anya also twisted her head to look at Qin Xiaoxiao. Immediately after that, Su Yang spoke. This is the Qin family's eldest miss, Qin Xiaoxiao, and his parents have adopted me as their righteous son. while after hearing this, Anya was directly relieved and a small smile appeared on her face. I see, if that was the case, she wouldn't be worried, but seeing as this woman wasn't that simple, she still had to be on her guard no matter what. So those people took advantage of this afternoon and went straight out and kidnapped Shin Xiaoxiao. Su Yang continued to open his mouth, speaking to Anya about what happened in the afternoon, and when Anya heard that Su Yang was traveling alone, the worry on her face grew more and more intense. You really dare to go alone? Aren't you afraid something will happen? For a while, Anya said in an angry and incomparable manner. Besides, this matter is because of me. You should ask me to go along with you no matter what. Hearing this, Su Yang heart cannot help but think, if it has called her to go to their own fear that they have to protect one more person, that is not for nothing to add to their own mess. But even though he thought so, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart when he looked at Anya's anxious expression. Immediately after what she had heard of the perilous situation the two had encountered, for a while, he felt more and more guilty in the face of Qin Xiaoxiao. I see, I had just misunderstood the two and lashed out at them, and this was especially true of Su Yang, who had almost died there because of himself and had ended up coming to find himself without even having time to treat his wounds, and he himself had shut them out and wouldn't let them in. It was also between a few conversations that wound was also bandaged. At the same time, Anya lowered her head and said pitifully, I'm sorry, it's me who misunderstood you guys. Looking at Anya like this, for a while Su Yang was also greatly amused. Chapter 119, Sleeping Together? And after seeing such a scene, Su Yang couldn't help but feel happy in the bottom of his heart. That being the case, he definitely had to seize the opportunity and couldn't let it go. After all, it was he who was now being slandered and misunderstood by that Anya. At the end of the day, you even get a scolding from people. Although Su Yang didn't care about this, but facing a woman, even if you don't care in your heart, you still have to show that you care. There's even an opportunity to play it off at the end. After thinking of this, Su Yang looked at Anya in front of him with a sad expression on his face. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth and said, but it's really a cool world. Obviously I encountered these dangers because of you, but I can't imagine that in the end, when I came to you with my injuries, you even shut me out. Anya, who heard this, was in a hurry and hurriedly waved her hand and said, no, it's not like that. Seeing such a scene, Su Yang's heart became even more complacent. However, Qin Xiaoxiao was beside him, but she was looking at him with a face of contempt. Immediately after that, Su Yang again seized the moment and directly covered the wound at his shoulder. Even more so, he opened his mouth with a face of incomparable pain and said, holy, this wound hurts. After seeing this scene, Anya became even more flustered. This was followed by a quick step up. Rushing to speak, he said, it hurts. At the same time, the anxiety and panic in her heart was even more evident on her face. For a while Anya, she was even more in a flurry, not knowing exactly what to do now, what to go and say. After seeing this scene, Su Yang felt even more amused. It was unexpected that Anya she could still have such a flustered moment. After thinking about this, Su Yang was happy again. Just as he was about to continue teasing Anya for a few more moments, Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly pulled his sleeve, and at the same time, Su Yang also turned his head to look at him, immediately showing a puzzled look, not knowing what she meant. Immediately afterward, he heard Qin Xiaoxiao muttering in his ear in a low voice, how shameless, even teasing people, I think it's almost okay. After hearing this, Su Yang also looked up at Anya once more and realized that her eyes looked a little red. For a while, Su Yang was also surprised for a few moments and hurriedly opened his mouth to say, it's fine, I definitely don't care about this. Things have passed. But Anya looked even more guilty after hearing this. Seeing that he said this doesn't work, Su Yang again rushed to open his mouth and said to Anya, if you feel embarrassed, just compensate me properly. Compensation? And after hearing these words, Anya's face finally eased for a few moments, followed by raising her head to look at Su Yang, waiting for her next explanation. Afterwards, Su Yang was also a bit dazed, and for a while, he didn't know what he should let Anya compensate himself for. You know, he's not short of anything, plus he and Anya aren't at the point where they're very close nowadays. For a while it made it a little difficult to think of what he was compensating himself for. But soon Su Yang was speaking once again. Then let's do it this way. My body is definitely more than inconvenient with the injuries I've sustained, so you can take care of me until I'm well. When she heard this, Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. She never expected Su Yang to be so shameless. In an instant, she wanted to open her mouth to stop Su Yang, but before she could say anything, Anya was the first to speak. Yes, of course. When these words came out, Qin Xiaoxiao froze again and could not help but twist her head to look at Anya once again. Then he saw that now Anya's face was extremely satisfied. For a moment, Qin Xiaoxiao's heart also instantly understood. It seems that neither of these two people have any good intentions in their hearts, and I am afraid that Anya has long wanted to wait for Su Yang to say this in her heart. For a while Qin Xiaoxiao had a burst of regret. In the final analysis, Su Yang was still injured because he saved himself. He surprisingly did not seize the opportunity, but instead let that Anya seize the opportunity. For a moment Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but curse her own stupidity in her heart. On the other hand, Su Yang nodded with a smile on his face after hearing Anya's promise. For a while Su Yang, two people do not have some all happy. Only Qin Xiaoxiao is a face of bitterness. By the way, what are you going to do about the Chiyun group? At the same time, Anya was on top of the sofa she was sitting on again, and immediately raised her head to look at Su Yang across the room. And after hearing these words, Su Yang instantly put away his playful face and instead looked at Anya with a serious face. Immediately after that, Anya was again opening her mouth to say that Su Yang he would definitely not let it go, right? After all, during yesterday, Anya had already seen Su Yang's character. To Su Yang's character, someone trying to kill him, he could not possibly take it as nothing, not to mention that today also threatened the people around Su Yang. Su Yang, how could he endure it? And after hearing Anya's words, Su Yang opened his mouth again and said, of course this matter is not going to end so easily. Besides, even if I want to end this now, the people of the Chiyun group will not be willing to give up. After all, it was Su Yang who had let that kid live before. But not only did that kid not cherish the opportunity he had given him, but instead he continued to send people to kill him. And this time, not only did he move him, but he also struck out with the people on his side. The enmity between them had clearly reached an unresolvable point under such. Immediately afterward, a cold smile appeared on Su Yang's face again as he spoke. As I said before, if they want to play around, then I'll play along to the end. Yes. After hearing this, Anya also nodded heavily. Anya understood extremely well in her heart that even if those people stopped looking for Su Yang's trouble now, then they would definitely not let her go. And after seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoxiao also came forward and spoke. I will also accompany you. You stay with us? For a moment Su Yang also turned his head towards Qin Xiaoxiao with some surprise. Rather, he did not expect Qin Xiaoxiao to be able to say such a thing. With that, Su Yang nodded again. Immediately afterward, Su Yang continued to speak. Since that's the case, it's getting late, so we'll rest for today. After saying this Su Yang again turned his head to look at Qin Xiaoxiao and continued to ask, how about your parents' side? Are they worried about you if you don't go back tonight? After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao laughed inwardly and shook her head. Don't worry, I've already told them. They know I'm with you and they're not worried at all. That's good. After hearing this, Su Yang also replied, in that case, do you want to sleep with me tonight, Qin Xiaoxiao? Meanwhile, Anya smiled and stood up and said. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao was stunned, never expecting Anya to invite her to sleep together. It was more than a little unresponsive for a while. Chapter 120, The Difference. What did Anya mean by inviting her to sleep together? Though they were both women and had no problem sleeping in the same room. But think about the fact that the two of them have only met for the first time. At the same time, Anya's face showed even more of a smirk, just looking at her silently. For a moment, Qin Xiaoxiao felt as if she had fallen into a disadvantage. For a moment, there was a feeling of being superfluous. Qin Xiaoxiao, who thought of this, hurriedly stood up, that she would be compared to that Anya. In a moment, it was a rush to speak. If it's a gracious invitation from my sister, then it's not easy for me to refuse. Anya, who heard this, was also stunned, unable to imagine that Qin Xiaoxiao would be able to agree so decisively. You know, he had wanted to tease this Qin Xiaoxiao a little bit, so that she would be clear about the gap between her and himself. But it didn't occur to me that this Qin Xiaoxiao was quite powerful. After thinking of this, Anya didn't say anything more and just spoke again. Good, then you'll be sleeping with me in a little while. And after saying this, Anya turned her head to look at Su Yang again and spoke once more. You come with me. I'll find you a room. You rest well tonight. After hearing these words, Su Yang also nodded, and then followed Anya's footsteps towards the upstairs side. Meanwhile, while going up the stairs, Su Yang looked out the window, and for a moment, his body could not help but be stunned. At that moment outside the window he seemed to notice a dark shadow flickering away, and Anya looked over with some confusion after seeing the scene. Even more, he opened his mouth and asked, what's wrong? After hearing this, Su Yang spoke up and said, I seem to have just seen a dark shadow outside the window that flickered away. After hearing this, Anya but laughed, a black shadow? Ha ha, it should be a cat. Immediately after that, he also nodded, looking like he recognized Anya's statement as well. With that, the two of them continued toward the upper floors. However, Su Yang's heart was extremely clear that the black shadow could not be a cat or dog or something like that. He knew extremely well that if it was something like cats and dogs, the shadow could never be that big. And there could only be one thing as big as that black shadow. That's the people. Apparently Anya's villa was being watched. However, Su Yang didn't say it in order to not let Anya worry. Instead, he recognized Anya's statement, and also to avoid spooking the snakes, Su Yang didn't count too much. Soon under Anya's leadership, Su Yang arrived at the room upstairs. I have to say that this villa of Anya's is really big. Within a short time, Anya led Su Yang outside a room at the end. Su Yang could tell that this room was definitely at the master bedroom level in this villa. With that, Su Yang opened the door. You can just rest here. There's everything in there, and you can take a shower in there too. Su Yang, who heard this, also glanced inside, found that the inside had topped a small home of someone else. At that time there was also some uncontrollable admiration for Anya and their family's family, and after looking at the room, Anya was leaving. Tell me what you have to do. It shouldn't be too far off. Seeing that Anya was about to leave, Su Yang was pulling her back. Anya, who noticed this but couldn't help but blush. For a moment it was more than a little shy to turn its head. Looking at Su Yang, he wondered what Su Yang meant. Immediately after that, it was an embarrassed statement that it was inconvenient for Qin Shirao to still be here tonight. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but have a big headache. This was a big misunderstanding. This Qin Xiaoxiao actually thought that she was pulling her back because she wanted her to sleep with her. But how could Su Yang have that intention and mood? For all I know he's pulling Anya back just to remind her to be careful tonight. After all, the dark shadow scene at that window just now was no accident. He himself was not in any danger. But the two women were not so good. Besides, this villa is so big that it will be silent when they want to harm them. But on second thought, saying this now would just alarm Anya and the others. There was no need for it. Thinking of this, Su Yang spoke again. Which house are you sleeping in? Anya, who heard this, had a trace of doubt on her face, followed by pointing to the room not far away. Su Yang, who saw this scene, nodded and immediately spoke again. Can the room next to me be occupied? At these words, Anya froze again. Immediately afterward, he also spoke up to indicate that the room next to him was livable and well stocked with everything. Only it hadn't been lived in. That's good. After hearing Anya's words, Su Yang also nodded and immediately spoke again. Well then, you'll sleep in the next room tonight. When these words came out, Anya seemed to have misunderstood something again, and her face was even more uncontrollably red. Immediately afterward, he spoke somewhat shyly. I'll be sleeping with Qin Xiaoxiao tonight, so why don't I wait for Qin Xiaoxiao to fall asleep at night and I'll go find you. And after hearing these words, Su Yang was even more shocked. It was obvious that Qin Xiaoxiao had misunderstood him again. With that, Su Yang hurriedly waved his hand and explained. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean that I'm worried about your safety, seeing as there's been so much going on lately. If you are in the room next to mine and something happens to you, I can be the first to know and go over and save you. And after seeing this scene, Anya laughed out loud. I was just teasing you. Don't worry, we'll sleep in the house next to yours tonight. Don't sneak up on us at night. After hearing this, Su Yang was again helpless, unable to imagine that he had just been provoked by Anya being provoked. Alright, go on. After hearing this, Anya laughed again and then immediately turned her head towards the stairs. Seeing Anya leave, Su Yang's expression also became a bit more serious. Immediately afterward, he once again walked over to the window and looked out. It was late now, and it was pitch black outside the villa, but the branches of the trees could be seen in the pale light, their leaves swaying slightly in the wind. Su Yang stood for half a day, although he did not see anything unusual, but the intuition in his heart was telling him that tonight was definitely not a peaceful night. As for the identity of that person, it is even more unknown, but there was a high probability that it was someone sent by the Chi-Yun group. After all, those people would not only strike at themselves, but more importantly, Anya. After all, they were only looking for themselves to get back at them and kill them. But they found Anya, but they wanted to consummate their marriage with her. Arguably Anya is the most dangerous. Looks like there's no rest tonight. Su Yang thought this in his mind. On the other side, after Anya went downstairs, she brought Qin Xiaoxiao towards the upper floors. Chapter 121, Fragrance. At the same time, Su Yang is always watching the situation around the villa. Do not dare to be careless. Time didn't pass for long before Anya's side walked upstairs with Qin Xiaoxiao. After seeing Su Yang, Anya came up to receive it. Haven't gone back to rest yet. You were waiting for us. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded his head, and then immediately looked around, and then at Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, and then immediately spoke. I'm still a bit uneasy about you guys. I'll go back to rest when you guys go back. Ha 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 ha. After hearing this, Anya but laughed, and immediately afterward, she also opened her mouth. Don't worry about us. What danger can we be in at home? Immediately after that, Anya saw outside through the window again and said to Su Yang, just put 10,000C. Don't look at what kind of place this is. The security here is one of the best. Su Yang, who heard this, only nodded, but did not say anything. Then we'll get some rest, and you can tell me if there's anything else. At the same time, Anya opened her mouth again and said to Su Yang. After hearing this, Su Yang nodded. Immediately after that, Anya looked at Qin Xiaoxiao again, then let's go in. After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also nodded her head, and then immediately looked at Su Yang again and spoke. Then Su Yang, you take a good rest, and if the wound still hurts, call us, don't worry. Su Yang also nodded after hearing this. Immediately after that, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao walked into the room and closed the door. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's expression also became a bit more serious. Immediately afterward, it went inside, and the time came to just after 12 o'clock. Su Yang after entering the house is not in a hurry. After all, at this time the time is still early. If it is those who want to take action, also absolutely will not choose at this time. Realize that 3 people have only just entered the house after all. Even if they were to do it, they would definitely choose to do it after they were asleep. Unless they have immense confidence in their own strength. Thinking of this, Su Yang was in no hurry to wash his body. After all, he had only experienced so many battles today. And under this, time was passing by. Soon, Su Yang noticed that Anya and their room next door had already turned off the lights. Seeing this, Su Yang did not hesitate anymore and also turned off the lights in the room. Then get into bed and lie down. But of course Su Yang couldn't possibly sleep through this. But instead, he disguised the illusion that he was going to sleep. And with that, another half hour passed. Immediately after, Su Yang heard a subtle sound outside the window. The first time, Su Yang's heart was also incredibly clear that those people were going to make a move. And then, Su Yang suddenly smelled a special fragrance. And after smelling this strange fragrance, Su Yang couldn't help but be startled. This strange fragrance soon made Su Yang's head a little dizzy. It's not good. Those people have actually used a bewitching scent. You know, Su Yang, he didn't make a direct move because he wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. After all, if he made a hasty move, he might not be able to catch these people and let these people escape in this way. Su Yang had thought of these people out of the hand before making a move. But so those people actually used the incense. This was causing Su Yang a few moments of distress. Now he had no idea what was going on in the next room. And the next thing you know, under this ecstasy, it won't be long before he falls into a deep sleep. It's going to be a complete mess when that happens. Su Yang's mind pondered for a while, followed by opening the system once again. Soon Su Yang found a potion to resist the ecstasy in the system. Immediately after that, Su Yang gritted his teeth and directly exchanged the only points he had left for this resistance to ecstasy potion. That's a lot to put into this, Anya. For a moment, Su Yang could not help but think this way in his heart. With the exchange of the resistance potion, Su Yang chose to use it directly. Immediately after that, Su Yang could not feel the effects of the incense. For a moment, the corners of Su Yang's mouth directly revealed a hint of a smile. Let's see what else you have up your sleeve. Thinking of this, Su Yang directly closed his eyes, just under this, quietly waiting. Meanwhile, time passes by. The people outside the house seem to have noticed that Su Yang had fallen asleep at this time. Immediately afterward, there was a voice. Boss, how's it going? I think it's about time. It was a somewhat shrill voice that was extremely uncomfortable to hear in people's ears. Immediately after that, another rude and incomparable voice suddenly came. The boy is already asleep. Now it's up to Laosan to see how things are going on his side. And if Laosan's side is okay, then we can start moving. With the completion of these words, another extremely obscene voice rang out from the other side. I'm totally fine with it on my end. Those 2 girls are already sleeping through it. Hearing this, that rude voice also sounded again. Ha 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 ha. Good. Then I'll get this guy and you 2 go tie up the 2 girls. And after hearing that, another voice came from the other side. That's good, boss. Immediately after that, the rude voice that was called the boss suddenly opened his mouth again. You kid, be honest with me. If Lao Zi doesn't go over there, don't move your hands. Hearing this, the voice on the other end also hurriedly replied. Don't worry, the first one will definitely be you, boss. It was only after hearing this that the one called boss nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, the conversation between the 3 of them was completely heard by Su Yang inside the room. For a while, a few doubts rose in Su Yang's heart. From the conversation between the 3 just now, Su Yang suddenly felt as if these people did not know them. And in that case, it wasn't sent by the Qi Yun group. So what are they for? Also in between thoughts, the doors and windows were suddenly opened. Seeing this, Su Yang was also startled. You know, the glass of this villa is first class. It's surprising that they would open it so easily. Then it's also a good indication that these 3 are definitely pros. Su Yang thought in his heart. Is it open on your end? At the same time, the rude voice rang out again, opening its mouth to the other 2 on the other side and asking. And the other 2 on the other side opened their mouths to reply after hearing the voice. Don't worry, boss, the window is open. Immediately after that, the lewd voice also sounded immediately after. Ha 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 ha. I didn't think that this time. Our 3 brothers' luck is really good. And we can also buy 1 and get 1 free. At the same time, Su Yang, who was listening to these words, was even more determined that these people were not sent by the Qiyun group. And by the looks of it, A couple of people look like a premeditated home invasion. Since they weren't sent by Chi-yoon, they should be robbing money or sex, Soo-young thought in his heart. Chapter 122, The Battle. Just in the middle of thinking, the guy who was called the boss had already entered the house. The guy seemed to have concluded that Soo-yang must have been asleep under that incense, so he had no worries and didn't deliberately lower his voice. Instead, he was extremely comfortable, as if he were in his own home, and turned on the lights in the house directly. For a while the room was brightly lit. All sorts of things were in plain view. Immediately after that, the boss of that trio also turned his head to look at Soo-young, who was lying on the bed. With that, he walked slowly. Soon after, he walked to the bedside and lowered his head a little, looking at Soo-young who was lying on the bed. And at this time Soo-young was pondering in his mind when to strike when, after all, his room was right next to Chin Xiaoxiu's and theirs. If this place once issued some loud sounds and abnormal movements, Chin Xiaoxiu over there is afraid that it will be in danger. After all, he can resist this incense, while they are just ordinary people, is certainly not able to resist. He was definitely not afraid of this guy himself, but what he also had to safeguard at the same time was the safety of Anya and Chin Xiaoxiu. At the same time, Soo-young even noticed, in that three people this and the boss of its hands still holding a knife, and those two on the other side obviously definitely had dangerous weapons in their hands as well, and he had to do it quickly and without letting the two people in Chin Xiaoxiu's room notice. Thinking this way, Soo-young once again lay motionless and waited for that boss to approach. Soon, that boss came to Soo-yang's side. Immediately after that, he directly reached out and grabbed towards Soo-yang's head, and after noticing this movement, Soo-young knew clearly in his heart that the opportunity had come. Suddenly Soo-young struck out violently. One hand directly grabbed down the boss's hand, followed by the body is flying up, toward the boss's back, and that boss obviously didn't react either. In his heart, he never expected Soo-young to make a sudden move. For a moment, the heart also snapped. What's going on? For a moment, that boss was even less able to think that Soo-yang would suddenly awaken, just suddenly frozen, eat to react, and by the time Soo-young flew up, the boss finally realized that the ecstasy had failed. But the incense will be invalid. We must know that the incense is his ancestral treasure. Even if the house lying really is a cow, an elephant should be fainted, not to mention the house lying just a person. How could that ecstasy have no effect? Moreover, the time of the incense is released is extremely sufficient. Even if the house of this person to hold his breath, then long time has long been suffocated to death. And the most important thing is that even if that incense really has no effect on Soo-young, it shouldn't be as unresponsive as it is now. The boss thought this in his mind, but now he didn't have the heart to think about that. After all, Soo-yang's attack had already arrived. Soo-young came behind him violently and suddenly pinched directly towards his neck. The boss, who had sensed this attack, reacted extremely quickly, instantly reaching out and blocking Soo-yang's palm. As this strike was resisted, that boss even noticed that Soo-yang was still clutching his arm at that moment. For a moment, the boss wanted to draw his hand out, but it was held tightly by Soo-young. It's hard to break free. For a moment this boss's heart could not help but be shocked, to know that he had previously looked at the kid's unimpressive appearance, and did not look like a person with kung fu. Even if he didn't use the ecstasy, he was confident that he could easily take care of this kid, but never expected. With this kid's a shot, but has directly let him refresh the view of the kid. Wang who had thought that tonight would be incredibly smooth, but it was just two weak women and a young guy. There was no one who had the ability to resist, not to mention the fact that it was the three of them he was facing, and besides, he had used a mesmerizing scent. As long as the three of them could successfully enter the middle of this villa, there would be no chance for these three to escape, but that was merely Wang Hu's imagination before, and now with the exchange of hands, Wang Hu also understood that things were not so simple, and Wang Hu, a man whose nature is inherently cautious, never dares to be careless. Wang Hu didn't have the heart to entangle with Soo-young for a while, and directly wanted to open his mouth to call the two brothers in the other house, but at the same time, Soo-yang also instantly sensed his thoughts, followed by directly reaching out his hand to cover his mouth. But how difficult it is to try to cover a person's mouth so that they don't make a sound. Although Soo-young understood it extremely well in his heart, he could do nothing about it, and that's all there is to it. And at the same time that Wang Hu also sensed Soo-yang's thoughts, suddenly and violently, he yanked on Soo-yang's arms, imprisoning his arms directly in front of his body. Get over here! Immediately afterward, he shouted out directly, and after hearing this, Soo-yang's heart could not help but be amused. You should know that what he was worried about wasn't the three people striking out at him together. He was worried that he didn't have time to take care of Anya, Chin Xiaoxiu and the two of them, not to mention three. Even if there were 5 people, 6 people striking at him at the same time, he didn't even carry fear. At the same time Soo-yang moved violently again, lifting his leg violently, he used his knee towards Wang Hu in front of him. the force of Su Yang's blow was incomparably great, and for a moment, Wang Hu was in pain. Suddenly, he also exerted his strength violently, carrying Su Yang behind him, and then he was going to throw him out towards the front. And in an instant, Su Yang also sensed this Wang Hu's thoughts. Immediately after that, the two hands in front of his body snapped. It directly changed into a claw shape and grabbed towards Wang Hu's chest. With a stabbing sound, Wang Hu's chest shirt was directly torn, and a few blood marks suddenly appeared on his chest. And after receiving this attack, Wang Hu's anger rubbed off on him. Damn thing. And under this, Wang Hu even exerted his extraordinary power. In a flash, he directly threw Su Yang behind him. Immediately after that, only a bang was heard, and Su Yang was thrown onto that bed. As Su Yang collapsed onto the bed, his body instantly moved, and he directly landed on the ground with a roll again. Immediately after that, he stabilized his body, and at the same time, Wang Hu seized the opportunity to attack once again. Both fists slammed firmly into the bed, but just at that moment, Su Yang had already dodged the blow with a roll. The force of Wang Hu's punch was extremely appalling. For a while, the place on that bed that was smashed by Wang Hu was even directly dented, and after this strike, Wang Hu he didn't hesitate for a second. It was followed by another violent strike, directly flying up and stepping on the bed. He raised his leg and kicked towards Su Yang's head again, and after seeing this strike, Su Yang violently retreated backwards. At the same time, voices rang out from outside the house. "Boss, what's going on?" Hearing the voice, Wang Hu immediately revealed a hint of a smile. Chapter 123, The Wager. At the same time, Su Yang also heard the voice outside the question. For a moment Su Yang's heart instantly unfolded a smirk. It came at the right time. Now that we're here, let's settle this together. In the midst of his thoughts, Wang Hu once again launched an attack. After the square kick hit the air, Wang Hu directly landed on the ground, followed by another kick between a turn. Wang Hu's strike was incomparably harsh and even more full of power. Seeing this scene, Su Yang dodged backward violently. Meanwhile, Wang Hu refused to stop there, but instead chased towards Su Yang once again. "Run, like to run. I'll see where you run." In a moment, Wang Hu said in a loud voice, and at the same time, Su Yang also noticed that he had already arrived at the corner. Under such circumstances, he could no longer retreat. It was also in the middle of Su Yang's thoughts that Wang Hu threw another punch. As this punch hit, Su Yang instantly reacted and directly tilted his head. For a moment, Wang Hu's punch also grazed Su Yang's ear. Immediately after that, Su Yang's ears even heard the sound of whistling wind. At the same time, as Su Yang tilted his head to avoid it, the punch smashed heavily into that wall. In a moment, a few cracks even appeared on top of that wooden wall. Under this, Su Yang also sensed the power of this punch, and for a while his heart didn't dare to be casual anymore. And at the same time the door of the room was opened, and that oldest two and oldest three walked in, and immediately saw the two people who were fighting. And after seeing this scene, the two of them were first a bit puzzled as to who this person was, but immediately afterward, these two men reacted to the fact that this person was not the same man who slept in the room. But once they thought about it, the doubts and shock in their hearts also became heavier. After all, Wang Hu had channeled the ecstasy in the room, and that amount of ecstasy is not even remotely small. You should know that not only Wang Hu knew the effect of this incense, but the two of them were even more clearly aware of it. That was an existence that could drug a donkey. But how is this kid so alive now? It was hard for him not to breathe, was it? Even if the kid wasn't human and could manage not to breathe, that ecstasy can also have an effect on it through the skin of the body. Even if he wasn't drugged down, then right now he was definitely dazed, and his figure could never be this athletic. At the same time, the battle between Su Yang and Wang Hu had become even more intense, and that Wang Hu's attack became more and more violent. A punch and a move without the slightest hesitation. Obviously not an ordinary person, just this body of moves. Su Yang could feel that he had practiced for at least a dozen years. How do you do such a line of work when you have such skills? And after hearing this, Wang Hu's heart was stunned. Never in a million years did he expect Su Yang to be able to say such words. The first time Wang Hu's face could not help but show a bitter smile. You know that no martial arts student's dream is to go and be a bandit who burns, kills and pillages, and who is not forced by reality. But immediately after that, a look of anger appeared on Wang Hu's face. Immediately afterward, he spoke again. "Does it matter to you what I do?" And as he said this, Wang Hu's attack became even more violent. It was more all to the flesh for a while. Su Yang kept dodging Wang Hu's attacks, and under those attacks that could not be dodged, Su Yang could only make a move to block them. At this moment, Su Yang did not want to make a move to directly solve him, but had the intention to fight with him, and after seeing this scene, the two people on the other side had no intention of making a move. "Watch well and see how our boss takes care of this insouciant brat." At this time that second old man said with a smiling face, "Ha ha 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 ha." After hearing this, the oldest three beside him also laughed out loud. Immediately after that, he spoke again. This kid, in my opinion, won't last more than 10 minutes. After hearing these words, the smile on the oldest two's face was growing stronger. Immediately after that, he even said with a face of mockery, still 10 minutes. In my opinion, this kid can't even last 5 minutes. How can he fight against our boss with that body? Ha ha ha. Should we bet and see if this kid can last more than 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes? Immediately after that, the second beside him spoke again. Okay, let's bet on it then. I'll bet this kid won't last 5 minutes. Contained after hearing this, the oldest three again revealed a smile, and immediately afterwards spoke. Then I would have to count on this brat to give a little more strength and last for more than 5 minutes. Ha ha ha. Then if you want me to see that you're bound to lose, let's bet $50,000 then. Yes. The other man heard this and clapped his hands in agreement, and after saying that, the two of them also raised their heads and once again saw the two Su-yang and Wang Hu who were fighting, and at that moment that Wang Hu seemed to have heard the conversation between the two. Immediately after that, he also opened his mouth and said to the two of them, since that's the case, then which one of you two do you think I'll let win the bet? And after hearing this, the second one rushed to speak up again. Boss, you can't be biased. If you are intentionally biased, this bet will be meaningless. And after hearing this, Wang Hu nodded his head again, and immediately after that he also opened his mouth and said, then don't worry, I'll use my full strength. As for which one of you can win the bet, it depends on how long this kid can last. And Su Yang, who was currently battling Wang Hu, couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this. I can't imagine that these three even bet on themselves. However, these people's bets are really a bit looking down on themselves. It's amazing to make bets on how long you'll last. And after thinking about it, Su Yang felt even more amused. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth again and said, I have to say that the two of you are a bit stupid with this bet. If I say that neither of you can win. The two of them were also a bit confused after hearing this, and for a while, they did not understand what Su Yang meant by this. Immediately after that, he heard Su Yang speak again. If I were you guys, I'd be able to settle the battle in a few minutes. As soon as these words were uttered, a booming jeering sound came out of the two men's mouths. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear what that kid said? He actually said he was able to settle the fight in a few minutes. At the same time, another person also laughed extremely mockingly. If you ask me, this kid is crazy. In my opinion, not only is his strength low, his brain is even more of a problem. At the same time, another person nodded with extreme approval. That's right. And at this moment, Wang Hu was even looking at the little cutie, general eyes looking at Su Yang. This kid in front of me is afraid that there is not really some problem with his brain. Chapter 124, Formal Transformation. And after thinking of this, Wang Hu was looking at Su Yang in front of him again. Since it was a cutie, there's no point in him wasting time. Let's just get it over with. After thinking of this, Wang Hu's aura coalesced in an instant. Cold eyes gazed at Su Yang in front of him. Suddenly, it was a fist blast, and the power of this punch was even more extremely powerful. For a moment Su Yang could not help but fall backwards. It didn't stop until it had taken several steps backward, and after seeing this scene, that old man spoke extremely proudly. I see that I won this bet. $50,000. When will you give it to me? And after seeing this scene, Lao San's heart was extremely unconvinced, knowing that if he hadn't let Lao Er steal the lead, he would have gone and bet that Su Yang would fail within 5 minutes. You could say it's a surefire bet, and whoever brings it up wins. It was only because he was in the mood that he agreed to accompany his penis for a bet, but at the same time, he also understood in his heart that it was impossible for Su Yang to win, so he didn't have any more thoughts of continuing to watch, and instead spoke directly. After this order is over, it will naturally be given to you. After hearing this, the oldest two laughed again, and at the same time, on the other side, Su Yang was too lazy to continue pestering Wang Hu. Immediately after that, between a twist of the body, directly avoided Wang Hu's attack, Zhao Ranzhuang directly used his knee toward Wang Hu top, realized that the force of the knee is immense, and this time, Su Yang's speed was even faster, slamming his knee directly on top of Wang Hu's stomach. For a moment Wang Hu also felt this fierce attack. In a flash, Wang Hu was in pain. On reflex, he tried to go and cover his stomach with his hand, and also as he did so, the alarm bells went off even more in his mind. He had to know that he was in the middle of a battle. If he suddenly used his hand to cover his stomach, then he would be greeted by Su Yang's fierce attack. For a moment he wanted to carry the pain in his stomach and stop the movements in his hands, but Su Yang had long expected this to happen, so how could he let go of this opportunity? Suddenly Su Yang followed him up, taking advantage of his illness. Another punch was thrown above Wang Hu's stomach, and in doing so, Wang Hu's mouth directly spat out a stream of bile, and although Su Yang was in the middle of the battle, he did not forget to dodge the disgusting thing. In a flash Su Yang made another twist, suddenly followed by another heavy punch. Also with the first strike Wang who did not dodge and did not make the most appropriate response, then the next he can be difficult to react. Although it was incredibly clear in his mind, he was clueless. For a while, one could only keep resisting Su Yang's attacks, and with that, he wouldn't be able to carry a few more hits. Just at this moment, the old two and the old three looked at this as been completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe the scene they were seeing in front of them. You know that just now the two were still talking about Su Yang being able to last a few minutes, but it is also in the sudden form of direct conversion. Su Yang actually fierce attack, a time directly will one who suppressed dead, simply no ability to resist. But how is that possible? For a while the two were even more shocked in their hearts, and for a while they couldn't even say a word, just staring blankly at the scene in front of them. At the same time, Su Yang's attack intensified, and at this moment, under that attack after attack, Wang Hu's forehead was even covered with cold sweat. It was obvious that Wang Hu couldn't carry a few more hits. It was also at this moment that Wang Hu saw the two people who were still frozen in place not far away. For a moment, he only felt anger in his heart. Immediately following with the gap and Su Yang's attack also opened his mouth. What are you guys still looking at? Why don't you hurry over and help? Do you want me to get killed? At this time, Wang Hu couldn't care less about face. After all, he had spoken incomparably wild words just now. The party of him didn't put Su Yang in his eyes at all, only treating the fight with Su Yang as a playful one. He even made a wild statement that he was going to easily solve Su Yang, and even said that solving Su Yang just depended on his mood. Instead, he was now being beaten, and was anxious to call his two little brothers to help. How can it not be humiliating? But now it's like this, but you can't care about the face. It was also at this moment that with Wang Hu's voice, those two people were suddenly awakened. Immediately after that, the two of them looked at each other, also knowing the seriousness of the matter, and immediately after that, they did not dare to hesitate any longer, and suddenly came towards Su Yang at the same time. For a while their hearts were in a state of shock. One must know that the two of them in the party were still treating the kid in front of them as if he was a bet. Instead, it was now time for all three to come together to take care of this kid, but now they are even more unable to care about any face. I know that now to solve this kid is the most important thing, and after he thought of this, the two of them also instantly struck out, and immediately afterward, they came to Su Yang's side. In an instant, the two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, launched an attack on Su Yang at the same time, and as the two men attacked, Wang Hu was finally able to slow down. The two men simultaneously threw punches left and right towards Su Yang's head, and after seeing this scene, Su Yang revealed a mocking smile. Didn't you guys just say look at your boss, wait a few minutes to solve me? How come you want one more to bully the fewer now? And with the male Anya's words, he was not slowing down at all, directly raising his hands, one on the left and one on the right. He grabbed at the fists of the two with his open hands. For a moment Su Yang completely parried the fists of the two men, and at the same time, with the disappearance of Su Yang's attack, that Wang Hu also completely slowed down and kept retreating backwards. Soon it was retreated to a short distance, followed by squatting on the ground covering his stomach. Face above the pain is incomparable. He was now extremely aware that even after this battle was over, he would not be spared a trip to the hospital. The strength of this kid in front of him was too much to fear. Whether it was in terms of reaction speed or force, it was far beyond normal. I never imagined that I would meet such a difficult fellow on this outing. It was appalling enough to be able to dissolve his own ecstasy before. It was unthinkable that he had such a force value of his own. At the same time, after being resisted by Su Yang, those two people wanted to break free for a moment, but immediately afterward, they realized that Su Yang's force was extremely strong. They simply couldn't break free easily. For a moment the two also shifted their tactics, followed by that other punch at the same time. It smashed towards Su Yang's head again. Su Yang was indeed very powerful, directly blocking the two men's attacks, but he only had two hands. If they then attacked at the same time, what could Su Yang do? Chapter 125, 3 on 3. Two people so under the thought. The speed is violently accelerated. A time is again towards Su Yang's head at the front and back clip attack. Su Yang, who noticed this, his face did not have a trace of panic, just a slight smile, as if he did not even put the two people's attacks on a serious general. Suddenly, Su Yang's hands but violent force, just a moment the two people's body was pulled by Su Yang. In an instant, the two bodies directly and heavily collided together, and with that, the attacks of the two were easily neutralized by Su Yang. For a while, the hearts of the two were even more incomparably shocked. What kind of strength was this to be able to pull an adult with one hand? And that wasn't even the most shocking thing to the two. What shocked the two of them the most was that Su Yang was able to manage to pull a person with one hand. The two then crashed directly into each other without the slightest time to react. For a moment the two men only just felt the pain. It was when he sensed Su Yang's renewed strength, and immediately afterward, he actually directly retreated the two men with force. For a moment, the two were simply unable to resist this force of Su Yang, and between these 5 people, Su Yang was followed by 2 more punches struck out a left and a right on the bodies of the 2 people, and in an instant the bodies of the 2 people were directly sent flying out. Under this, the 2 had no power to resist at all. They could only let Su Yang attack them. At the same time, that Wang Hu also slowly stood up, looking at Su Yang, who was not far away with a horrified expression on his face. What kind of strength was this? Hitting them was even like a tease, not putting them in the eyes at all. Rather, after thinking of this, Wang Hu also gritted his teeth, and immediately after, directly took out a hand axe from his waist. Immediately afterward, Wang Hu turned his head to look at the 2 people beside him again and spoke immediately afterward. Don't waste time. Get together and finish him off quickly. And after hearing this, the 2 of them also nodded together, followed by the 3 of them rushing together towards Su Yang, who was not far away. And after seeing this scene, Su Yang just smiled slightly, followed by another unconcerned opening of his mouth to say unconscionable thing. And after hearing those words, a look of anger appeared on those 3 people's faces. It was unexpected that the 3 of them would be insulted by such a young man. After thinking about this, the hearts of the 3 were even more unbearable. All at once the 3 were also playing at super speed. In an instant, he rushed to Su Yang's body, and Su Yang facing the 3 of them was like facing a kindergarten child. 2 fists came out at once. It only took an instant to beat these 2 back and away. At the same time, Wang Hu also rushed over with that axe. Immediately after that, he directly raised it high without hesitation and cut towards Su Yang's arm. At the same time, Wang Hu's mouth even opened to say, "I'm just robbing money. I don't want to hurt you. You might as well surrender early." Su Yang, who heard this, but paid no attention to it, just opened his mouth without any concern and replied, "Don't talk nonsense. What means do you have despite making it out? Let me see what strength you actually have." Hearing this, Wang Hu gritted his teeth, and immediately afterward, he also stopped holding back. All sorts of axes chopped down in his hands at once. What could be expected was that if he was hit on the arm by this axe, then the arm would definitely be ruined. However, Su Yang was not afraid when facing such a scene. Immediately after that, he directly raised his hand and violently passed through the gap and clutched that Wang Hu's wrist. For a while, the axe in Wang Hu's hand was even more unable to chop down the slightest bit, and Su Yang said with a smile on his face again, "What? Is that all the power you have?" And after hearing Su Yang's mockery, Wang Hu was even more furious and used his entire body directly at the first moment. Right under this, he directly focused his entire body's strength into the axe in his hand. But despite this, the axe in his hand still didn't see an inch of progress. How is this possible? For a while Wang Hu's mouth couldn't help but mutter, "There's no other means, is there?" Immediately afterward, Su Yang asked with another smile, and after hearing these words, Wang Hu's heart understood extremely well that this was Su Yang's mockery of him. But although he was angry, he was unable to do anything about it. After all, his strength was obviously weaker than Su Yang, and now the main thing for himself was to defeat Su Yang. And Su Yang nodded his head when he saw Wang Hu's delay in opening his mouth. With that, he spoke once again, "In that case, let's hurry up and end this boring battle." And after hearing these words, Wang Hu was even more stunned, somewhat not understanding what Su Yang meant. By this chance, he felt an immense force in the hand that held the axe. For a moment's time the palms went straight limp. The axe in his hand even fell straight to the ground, and the 2 people not far away after seeing this scene were even more dumbfounded. They haven't had a chance to say anything. Then he saw Su Yang kick out again. Also in this instant, Wang Hu flew out backwards again and fell heavily on the ground. And after this blow, Wang Hu also completely lost the power to resist. It just lay on the ground with a constant wail of pain coming out of its mouth. And after seeing this scene, that the 2 oldest 2 and the oldest 3 also finally reacted. They're no match for this kid. In the first moment the 2 men's minds raced, searching for a countermeasure. Soon the oldest 2 had an idea too. Immediately after that, he looked directly at the oldest 3 beside him and then opened his mouth. "Since we're no match for this kid, take control of the 2 women in the next room. I'll stop him, you go." And after hearing these words, the oldest 3 also nodded, and immediately afterward, extremely decisively, he headed out. Su Yang, on the other hand, felt a pang of speechlessness when he saw this scene. Are these 2 people treating themselves like they're deaf here? Is this a loud conspiracy? Thinking that he cannot hear is it? After thinking of this, Su Yang directly flew forward. But just at that moment, the oldest 2 also came up to try to stop Su Yang, and at the same time, that oldest 3 was also looking back over, and was also relieved after seeing the second one strike. As long as Lao Er could buy him time, then he could hold the 2 women hostage. At that time, no matter how strong Su Yang's kung fu is, it's useless. However, at the same time, Su Yang looked at the oldest 2 who wanted to stop him, but he smiled contemptuously. Immediately after that, a direct punch was thrown. Suddenly, only a shout could be heard. and that old man flew out backwards. And Su Yang's figure didn't even pause for a moment as he continued to chase towards Lao San, and at the same time because Su Yang's speed was too fast, that old man hadn't even had time to leave this room. Chapter 126, Emotion and Justice. For a moment the oldest only felt a pair of hands pressing on top of his head. Suddenly, the hand that was pressed above his head was even more violent. Immediately after that, he directly pressed his head heavily towards the ground, a time that the old three simply do not have the slightest strength, and at the same time directly on the ground. The head is even heavier knocked on the ground above. The force of this blow was incomparably great, and blood even flowed out above Lao San's forehead, and with that in mind the oldest was not to mention leaving the room. As for wanting to hijack Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, it was nothing more than a delusion. You were saying, what do you want to go for? At the same time, Su Yang even smiled and opened his mouth to ask. The oldest three who heard this were even more disheartened. He had thought that Su Yang was powerful, but he hadn't thought that it would be so powerful. The dick was still trying to stop him. But in front of the fact, that penis was like a puppy kicked away by Su Yang, and could not let Su Yang stay even for a second. The other side of the boss and the second two who witnessed the scene even more deeply understand the strength gap between them and Su Yang. That's a chasm that simply can't be crossed. And with that, the three of them completely gave up resisting. Immediately after that, Su Yang directly lifted his penis and dragged it towards Wang Hu, and after seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned. But even though every time, no one was able to raise the slightest bit of resistance. After all, the guy in front of him was too strong. Immediately after that, Su Yang casually threw this penis at Wang Hu's side, and after that, Su Yang was again turning towards that other side of the oldest who was knocked to the ground. Look at the oldest three on the floor. Su Yang gave another mocking smile. I heard you party bet on me. Immediately after that, Su Yang reached out and grabbed it again, and right after that, he also grabbed that old man's neck. Noticing this, the bottom of Lao San's eyes could not help but reveal a look of awe. Immediately after that, he heard Su Yang speak again. What? So did I win or lose the bet? And after hearing this, the oldest three didn't dare to say anything, and after seeing this scene, Su Yang's face revealed a hint of a smile. Immediately after that, the hand that was pinching Lao San's neck was violently increasing its force. At the same time, Su Yang even opened his mouth and said, I'm talking to you, are you deaf or not? And at the same time, Lao San also sensed the terrifying force. For a moment, hurriedly grabbed Su Yang's hand, and even more so, his voice trembled and his power was weak. Losing. Su Yang, who had heard this, laughed again. Lost, deserved to lose. I told you you couldn't press like that. And after hearing those words, how dare that old man answer anything? Really looking at Su Yang with a face of fear, he desperately begged for forgiveness. Don't dare, never dare again, please spare me. After hearing these words, Su Yang again laughed then continued to speak. Spare you? It seems like I didn't tell me what to do with you either. And after hearing these words, that second old man's expression couldn't help but be stunned. And at the first moment, he was more than a little confused as to what Su Yang meant by saying this. At the same time, Wang Hu was even watching this scene with his own eyes, and immediately afterward, he hurriedly opened his mouth. If you have something to do, come at me, I'm the boss. I'm all for one. You don't do anything to them. Su Yang, who heard these words, could not help but be stunned. For the first time he did not expect these three guys to be so brotherly. Thinking of this, Su Yang heart could not help but rise a few points of interest, followed by a twist of the head to look at the oldest three. Again continued to open his mouth to say, did you hear that? Your boss wants to take it on himself. What do you say? Are you willing? And after hearing these words, the oldest three obviously didn't react a bit, but soon he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, don't, let our boss go. You have something to come at me. Su Yang was even more shocked when these words came out. I can't believe that you few little thieves are still so sentient. Su Yang couldn't help but smile as he looked at the three. But after hearing those words, that oldest three was the first to open his mouth. We're not petty thieves, we're gangsters. And after hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud again, followed by looking up and down at this so-called oldest three. The oldest three are obviously a little boyish in their looks. Immediately afterward, Su Yang couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, you're not too old, are you? When these words came out, the oldest three looked at Su Yang even more doubtfully, followed by hearing Su Yang open his mouth and explain to him, after all, if you were but a little bit older, you wouldn't have said such childish words. At the same time, Wang Hu, who was not far away, spoke again. He's only 18. You have something out of both of us. No, just come at me on my own. I'm not saying anything if I'm not as skilled as I should be. Su Yang, who heard this, laughed out loud again, and immediately continued to speak. Interesting, when it's really a windfall. After hearing this, those three were still puzzled, not really knowing what Su Yang meant when he said that he had gained something. Su Yang, however, had his own thoughts in his heart. You know that nowadays, he wants to develop his own power, but he is in short supply of manpower, and the most suitable person he needed was someone with a kung fu background. However, it is extremely difficult to find people who can learn martial arts in Su Yang's eyes, and even if they find individual ones, it would be difficult to incorporate them. But to his surprise, just one short day allowed him to meet the right person twice in a row. The first time is more of a mercenary. Not only their own force is very strong, for firearms is more proficient, and the most important thing is that he has a doorway that can get weapons, which is what makes Su Yang the most pleased. And now these three, two of them, Su Yang could not yet see, but the strength of the boss among the three was extremely satisfying to Su Yang. After all, Su Yang had fought with him just now, and these three are even thieves, and such unsupported people are also the best to recruit. More importantly, Su Yang was completely convinced by the brotherhood of these three people, especially among them was Wang Hu, who could have such affection and such strength, and was exactly what Su Yang needed the most suitable. At the same time, the three of them looked at Su Yang, who was in the middle of contemplation, and were even more puzzled. I don't know what was going through Su Yang's mind. Immediately after that, Su Yang didn't say much and directly brought that Lao San to that Wang Hu and Lao Er's side as well. Afterward, Su Yang looked at the three of them and sized them up some more, followed by nodding his head with immense satisfaction. Very well, tell us exactly how you're going to resolve things today. Su Yang is not a little cutie. Su Yang is not a cutie, and he lost his advantage by throwing an olive branch right off the bat. Chapter 127, Successful Solicitation. At this moment, after hearing what Su Yang said, the youngest of them, the third oldest rate, opened his mouth and said, "We're already in your hands. Kill us or die as you wish. Why ask us so much?" Su Yang, who heard this, but smiled slightly, then spoke again. "This is what you said." Rather, after hearing this, Lao San raised his head again. "It's me who's right. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and do it." While the two people beside him, Wang Hu and Lao Er, looked at Lao San with a shocked expression after hearing these words. You know that people didn't say they wanted to kill them, so how come old three, this stupid guy, had to beg for his own death? For a moment both of them were looking at Lao San with murderous eyes. That's good. After hearing these words, Su Yang clapped his hands and then got up. "Since you're asking for it so much, I'll let you have it. You're both home invaders, and I won't break the law if I kill you." And after hearing those words, that Wang Hu and Lao Er were indeed directly dumbfounded in place. Immediately afterward, it was the oldest two who rushed to speak. No, 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 do we have to be killed? Is there no other way? And after hearing this, Wang Hu also desperately chimed in. Right, just have to kill us. Su Yang, on the other hand, sighed with extreme helplessness after hearing the words of the two. I wasn't trying to kill you three, it's just that your little brother was bent on begging me to kill you. Immediately afterward, without waiting for the three to speak, Su Yang continued. Besides, didn't you guys try to kill me before? But who told you that your kung fu wasn't good enough? And now you're going to be killed by me in return. So who do you blame? But after hearing this, the second was a bit anxious. Rushing to speak, he said, we didn't want to kill you, we just wanted to rob money. After hearing this, Su Yang's face revealed a puzzled expression. Immediately after that is when he continued to speak. There is no intention to kill me. Sorry, I don't see it. After hearing these words, for a while, Wang Hu and the three of them were speechless. For a while the faces of all three were a kind of helplessness. Immediately afterward, the three looked at each other. Again, he opened his mouth in unison and said, we three brothers do not seek the same year, the same month, the same day, but only seek the same year, the same month, the same day to die. We die together, go down to exactly the same companion. At that time, the three of us brothers are still accompanied by a piece of. No one is alone. And after saying this, Wang Hu and the three of them held each other's hands. For a moment Su Yan was even more extremely shocked as he looked at the trio, never expecting the trio to be able to say such words. It was important to realize that Su Yan was only saying these things to scare them into begging for mercy, using this to recruit them. I can't imagine that these three people are so unafraid of death. For a time, it also made Su Yang extremely impressed, and at the same time, the three men closed their eyes together after saying those words. At the same time, Su Yang also noticed that the oldest three of them and the oldest two of them were both trembling unceasingly, and although that one whose body was smooth, the trembling of his hands revealed his fear. After all, no one is unafraid of death, and after seeing this scene, Su Yang also understood that the time was almost right. After thinking of this, Su Yan looked at the three of them and slowly spoke again. I do have a proposal here to not kill you. Do you want to listen to it? Rather, after hearing these words, the three of them instantly opened their eyes at the same time and looked up at Su Yang. At this moment, the faces of the three of them carried shock, delight, and even more doubt. Don't you joke with us? If you want to kill, hurry up and kill. Don't tease us like this. At this time, the oldest three spoke again, and after hearing this, the second beside him instantly slapped him on the head. Immediately after that, Lao Er even raised his head to look at Su Yang. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly spoke again, saying, "Don't pay any attention to him. He's just a little cutie. If there is a way not to kill us, how could we possibly refuse?" After hearing this, Su Yang laughed out loud. It was still this old man who was a bit more sensible. In that case, it's a good thing. Immediately after that, Su Yang also opened his mouth to express his solicitation to the three. "It's not a comfortable life for the three of you to lead such a life. I'm sure you live in fear and trepidation every day." Hearing Su Yang's words, the three of them were also a bit puzzled, not knowing what kind of medicine Su Yang was selling in his gourd. But now that their lives were in Su Yang's hands, they could only nod. Seeing this scene, Su Yang also spoke once again. "Do you want to continue to live like this? Or live like this for the rest of your lives? And when you get married later on and have a wife and children still want to be like this, is that it?" At this moment, although the three of them did not know what Su Yang meant by asking this, they also opened their mouths to say that they certainly could not want to live their whole lives like this, and if they were not forced by reality, who would want to go towards this path? After hearing this, Su Yang also nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, it's a good point." Immediately after that, Su Yang spoke again. "Since you guys are so lost, then why don't you follow me? But I'll also state in advance that I'm not asking you guys to come and follow me to continue being thieves." The three were even more puzzled after hearing this. It was important to realize that Su Yang had wanted to kill the three of them just now, and now he was actually sending out a solicitation. Immediately after that, Wang Hu also expressed his doubts about Su Yang's words. At the same time, Su Yang continued to explain to the three of them, "Now that I'm planning to create a force, I also need to recruit some capable people, and you three are just extremely suitable for me." And after hearing this, the three of them understood. Immediately after that, Su Yang opened his mouth to ask the three about their origins, and after hearing this, Wang Hu also opened his mouth to tell Su Yang about their origins. It turned out that the three of them weren't just some sworn brothers, they were blood brothers. The three of them were extremely close since they grew up together, and all three were born into a martial arts family. Ever since he was young, Wang Hu followed his parents to learn kung fu, but in Wang Hu's teenage year, the family is a sudden change. The parents of the three brothers were killed by the enemy. The three brothers were even helped by their parents to escape this calamity and also fled to Tianhai City. And the three had only one idea all these years, and that was to strengthen themselves to go back and find their enemies for revenge. It's not easy to bring down their enemies, who are very powerful where they grew up. Wang Hu learned martial arts very well, but because the second and third were still young back then, they didn't learn very well. Chapter 128, Live Together. Hearing Wang Hu's narration, Su Yang also instantly understood. It turns out that these three brothers have such a past, and three guys like that are more likely to be dead to him. Immediately after that, Su Yang nodded to the three of them, indicating that he understood. With that, Wang Hu opened his mouth again and stated, there was no problem with Su Yang wanting to recruit them. After all, the three of them were already unsupported, so it would be a good thing if they were to follow a powerful person. Hearing this, Su Yang's heart was a happy one, and things were going just as he had expected. It was easy to recruit the three as his men. Immediately after that, Su Yang spoke again. When the three of you become my men and work well for me, the money thing will be completely unnecessary for you to have anything to worry about. And after hearing this, the three of them were even more delighted. After all, they hadn't even said anything before Su Yang took the initiative to speak out about such a good deal. For a while, the hearts of the three of them were also incomparably excited, never imagining that there would be such a windfall tonight. It's amazing how easily they would have solved that drifting day. Immediately after that, Su Yang once again opened his mouth to indicate that the three of them had any more requests, though they could put them forward. After hearing this, the three of them were even more shocked, never imagining that Su Yang would let them take the initiative to make the request themselves. For a while the three of them were also looking at Su Yang with a somewhat flattered expression, and after seeing this scene, Su Yang was even more amused, followed by a smile on his face. What are you all looking at me for? Feel free to mention anything, I'm not oppressing and forcing you. And it was only after seeing this scene that Wang Hu was careful to state. It turned out that Wang Hu wanted to follow Su Yang to learn martial arts. After all, his biggest dream is to be strong themselves, and in the square fight, he was completely convinced by Su Yang's hands. One should know that not to mention recruiting, even if he took the initiative to worship his teacher, there was no problem. And after hearing Wang Hu's words, Su Yang laughed without a care in the world. What kind of problem is that? Even if you don't say it yourself, I will still instruct you. After all, the more powerful you are when you work beside me, the better it must be. When these words came out, Wang Hu was so excited that he even almost directly knelt on the ground to kowtow to Su Yang. And immediately after that Su Yan was looking at the second and third continue to open his mouth to indicate, not only Wang Hu, who was going to follow him to learn Kung Fu, then Lao Er, Lao San and the two others could not be left behind, and he would instruct Wang Hu, and the two oldest, the second and the third, will have to work hard not to be left behind. And after hearing this, Wang Hu even hurriedly opened his mouth to say that it was no problem. He will definitely work hard, and even more so, he will supervise the second and the third to all work as hard as he does. And after hearing these words, Su Yang nodded with immense satisfaction again. In that case, the three of you should leave first, leave a phone number and we'll contact each other if there's anything, and if you run into any trouble, you can always come to me. Immediately after that, Su Yang opened his mouth and said to the three, and the three nodded after hearing this. Then boss, we'll leave first. In a moment, Wang Hu looked at Su Yang with a respectful face again and said. Su Yang then nodded. After seeing this scene, the three of them quickly left. After seeing the three of them leave just like that, Su Yang also let go of his heart. What a surprise that there would be such a windfall. He was just sleeping at night, but he could have met three bandits. Meanwhile, Su Yang looked at the night outside and realized that the sky was gradually brightening. Immediately after that, Su Yang glanced at the time again and realized that there were only 2 to 3 hours left until dawn. Immediately after that, Su Yang did not waste any more time and once again laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Su Yang was awakened by the sound of a startled voice. Su Yang, who heard the sound, also woke up leisurely, and at this moment, Anya was standing outside the door looking at Su Yang's room with a shocked face, only to see that this was a mess in Su Yang's room, and that was exactly the trace of Su Yang's fight with those three last night. Su Yang, who was awakened by the sound, also raised his head and looked towards the door. At this time, Anya was wearing a nightgown, with long, dark hair that hung down behind her. She obviously hadn't gotten over the shock, and at the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao also heard the sound, and immediately came with quick steps, and then after seeing the mess in Su Yang's chamber, she also stayed where she was, not knowing what had happened. What's going on? Immediately after that, Anya was shocked beyond belief and opened her mouth. Was there hardly a world war in your room last night? At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao even laughed and said, even if you want to take revenge on Anya, you can't tear down someone's house. After hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What were they talking about? At the same time, Anya was again asking, it's hard to believe that your room is a burglar like this. Anya said this originally as a joke, but he didn't expect Su Yang to nod directly. You're right, I just had a burglar in this room. And after hearing these words, the two women were even more shocked and widened their eyes. Enter the thief. How can you not see what this place is? Anya must have never been able to believe this. After all, her place was a top villa area. The security is extremely top-notch. How could a thief get in? With this thought she saw Su Yang once again. With that, Anya looked at Su Yang's expression, and in her heart, she finally concluded that Su Yang wasn't joking with them, and that what Su Yang said was the truth. Immediately after that, Su Yang also stood up. Opening his mouth, he told the two men a general account of what had happened last night, and after hearing Su Yang say that those thieves had complained about the LSD in the middle of both their rooms, the two women were even more frightened for a moment. It was important to realize that they had slept extremely well last night, and if it wasn't for Su Yang, they wouldn't have been able to wake up from whatever those thieves had done to them. After thinking about this, the two women's hearts couldn't help but be creeped out for a while, but luckily, there was Su Yang after all. But if Su Yang wasn't there, they would be in danger. But Su Yang's narration to them also of course concealed the fact that he had already recruited those three men as his men. For a while the two were even more frightened. And Yan and Qin Xiaoxiao both quickly stepped inside the door of the room at this time, their faces looking around in awe. The two were now scared beyond belief, fearing that another thief would rush out in the middle of a corner. And after seeing this scene, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. At the same time Anya was even more incomparably scared, saying, this villa of mine is a bit too unsafe, isn't it? You know that within a long time before that she was living by herself. Chapter 129, Men's Warehouse. Anya felt that those people definitely didn't strike out of nowhere. It must have been premeditated, otherwise it wouldn't have been chosen in his villa. It was also because she was a woman living alone that those robbers preferred their home. If that's the case, they've been on the spot for a long time. Thinking about it, Anya suddenly felt that maybe not so long ago, for a long time, those guys were watching her home. After thinking about this, Anya was even more extremely scared. It was also fortunate that Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao were present today. If those few thieves had chosen to strike the day before, then he alone would be in complete danger. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao's heart instantly understood Anya's concern. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxiao was also scared for a moment when she thought about it from Anya's point of view. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth to say that this home that Anya lived in was too dangerous, with the Chi-young group striking out in the past, and now there were thieves breaking in. In that case, why don't he and Su-yang accompany Anya for a while before saying anything? It's also good to keep Anya safe. Su-yang, on the other hand, was shocked beyond belief after hearing Qin Xiaoxiao's words. It's only been just one night, alright. Anya, how did her feelings for Qin Xiaoxiao become so deep? What really happened last night? Instead, Anya replied instantly after hearing this. Really? Of course it's true. Qin Xiaoxiao again hurriedly replied. Of course we don't feel relieved that you're alone. You'll be in trouble if you encounter any more dangers. Looking at this scene, Su-yang did not have the slightest chance to refuse. Immediately after that, Su-yang met Anya's hopeful gaze again. At the same time, Anya was heard to say, then Su-yang, you won't refuse, will you? You won't let me stay at home by myself as a weak woman, right? Immediately after that, Qin Xiaoxiao also spoke up. He definitely won't. After seeing this scene, Su-yang couldn't help but touch his head and could only nod. No. And after hearing these words, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao were instantly thrilled beyond measure as they directly hugged each other. After seeing this scene, Su-yang was even more dumbfounded for a while. How the relationship between these two people was now like good girlfriends for several years. For a while Su-yang even had a feeling that he was the one who was superfluous, but with things the way they were, he couldn't say anything else. And with that in mind, Su-yang and Qin Xiaoxiao decided to stay at Anya's house for a while longer. Immediately after that, Anya looked at Su-yang and said, let's go eat. Qin Xiaoxiao and I have already prepared breakfast for you. After hearing this, Su-yang was also delighted for a moment. Unexpectedly the two of them were so thoughtful. Immediately afterward the three of them went downstairs. Su-yang then noticed that a steaming breakfast had already been prepared on top of the dining table. After all, he'd just been in a fierce battle last night, and sleep hadn't come for a few hours. For a while Su-yang was also feeling a bit famished. Immediately afterward and without further hesitation, he rushed to eat his breakfast. At the same time Anya was opening her mouth again to state, let's go shopping today. I'll buy you two a few outfits. After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao was even more delighted. Yeah, it's mainly Su-yang. Look how long he's been wearing his clothes. Hearing this, Su-yang was even more unable to help but froze for a while. How did this matter suddenly turn to going to buy clothes above? Now that both women have happily agreed and intended to do so, Su-yang was more than capable of refusing in the slightest. And after breakfast, the three of them left the villa, and then Su-yang drove a cab to take the two of them to the mall. For a moment, Su-yang, who was sitting in the cab, couldn't help but think that during this period of time, he seemed to be carrying out the system's mission, right? But when I think of all the things that have happened in the last few days, that task will have to be put aside for now. In between Su-yang's thoughts, the cab quickly arrived outside the mall. Soon, the three of them parked the car and walked into the middle of the mall. For women, shopping is of great interest. Soon, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao were strolling from one house to another, and Su-yang just followed them, watching the two women appear in front of him in the state of new clothes from time to time. It was important to know that the two women's face value could be extremely high, and every time they appeared in the state of their new clothes, they were a sight for Su-yang's eyes, and at the same time, many passers-by were extremely envious when they saw this scene. What virtue and ability does this kid have to accompany two such beautiful women shopping? Look at this kid's dress is also not a rich second generation. As for this looks, although there are a few handsome, but also did not reach that level. Right. While Su-yang felt these gazes but did not care. What fun was there in being with the two women, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, who were so troublesome that they were dying of trouble. Also under this, time passed by 1 minute. The two women, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, were still strolling around, not seeing a bit of exertion. As for Su-yang cannot be the same, although his physical strength is very good, but has been such a turn down also cannot help but feel to have a few points of fatigue, but the most important thing is still his heart tired. With this in mind, Su-yang stopped and spoke, you guys go ahead, I'll turn around by myself. And after hearing this, the two women smiled at each other. Both were also able to see Su-yang's exertion, and immediately after that, they did not say anything more, but just nodded, and then the two women took the lead and left. Su-yang then strolled aimlessly in the middle of this mall. A men's luxury store was soon in sight. Unable to help himself, Su-yang also took a step inside. For him there is no need to pay attention to the brand of clothes, as long as they are comfortable to wear. If it wasn't for some of the specific occasions, he wouldn't have asked for too much at all, and it's just idle to enter here now. And at that moment the clerk inside the store also saw Su-yang who walked in. For a while, the clerk also looked Su-yang up and down. Soon for Su-yang will be characterized. This man definitely doesn't have a lot of money on him. It was important to realize that this wasn't something that could be seen by looking at what Su-yang was wearing. After all, but there are a lot of rich people are extremely low profile. Wearing clothes is also to choose to focus on comfort, not at all the pursuit of what brand. For those who are so much more after brand names may not have much money on them yet. And most importantly for Su Yang, he didn't have any jewelry on him, which meant that he didn't have a single valuable gadget. With that in mind, it would be hard to get him to afford their family's clothes. But while that's true, the clerk won't dogpile on things. The service will still be the go-to service. Probably not as enthusiastic as when you're dealing with really rich people head-on. Though, hello sir, what can I do for you? And after Su Yang heard this, he also opened his mouth and replied, it's fine, just take a look. Chapter 130, Ex-Girlfriends. The clerk also nodded after hearing Su Yang's words, and then accompanied Su Yang. Immediately after that, Su Yang strolled around the store. Since he was here, he might as well buy a dress to go back as well, just so he didn't come here for nothing. It was also at this time that Su Yang also noticed a nice piece of clothing, and immediately after that, he was about to open his mouth to ask the shopkeeper to take down that piece of clothing. A voice suddenly rang out. You're here, Mr. Wang. The clerk who was at the door at that moment suddenly said with unparalleled enthusiasm. The clerk beside Su Yang also turned his head to look when he heard the sound, and for a moment, an enthusiastic and incomparable smile appeared on his face. This was followed by a quick run towards the door. The one who came this time was the real god of wealth of their store, so how could they dare to be slow? At the same time, Su Yang also turned his head to look over at the sound. The people who were walking into the store at that moment were a young man and woman. But suddenly Su Yang could not help but be shocked, not because of anything else, only because the woman was actually his ex-girlfriend during college. And that man was even a little famous rich second generation of their university at that time, Sun Xiaofeng. During the university, this Sun Xiaofeng is extremely high profile. Every day is to drive their own sports car too. During the university is never lack of girlfriend. And the woman's name is Zhang Qian. She used to be in a relationship with Su Yang during her college years. At that time, Zhang Qian's appearance is also extremely famous. During the university Su Yang can be with him is to let a lot of people are not expected. However, in the end, as Su Yang's family fell, Zhang Qian also mercilessly abandoned him to go, without the slightest bit of attachment. Not the slightest bit of emotion could be seen at all. But Su Yang never expected that these two unrelated people would come together now. And the most important thing is that it also let itself be met here. It was also in the middle of Su Yang's thoughts that the two of them, Sun Xiaofeng and Zhang Qian, were also walking towards the store. It was Zhang Qian who was the first to recognize Su Yang for a while, but looking at Su Yang is not yet dare to recognize. After all, years had passed, and Su Yang's changes were even more drastic. At the same time, Su Yang also looked at the two men, but he did not want to have any interactions with these two men, and immediately turned around once again to look at his clothes. At the same time, that Sun Xiaofeng also saw Su Yang, and at the same time, he also noticed Zhang Qian's line of sight. Immediately after seeing Su Yang's face, it felt even more familiar. Suddenly, Sun Xiaofeng slammed his thigh. Su Yang! For a moment he also recognized Su Yang's identity, and when Su Yang heard the voice and turned his head to look, he just calmly nodded his head without saying anything more. Although Su Yang doesn't say anything. However, Sun Xiaofeng's face showed a burst of laughter. It was important to know that he was extremely concerned about Su Yang back then. After all, at the time of Su Yang high and low is also a rich second generation, but the back of the family way down just. At the beginning of the Su Yang and the big beautiful Zhang Qian together but received a lot of attention. And the most important thing is that he had also looked at Zhang Qian in the beginning, but was robbed by Su Yang first. And at the back of Su Yang's family bankruptcy, the two broke up is also a well-known thing. Now that he saw this Su Yang again, he was intent on teasing him. And after Zhang Qian saw Su Yang's reaction, it was also instantly clear that this was none other than Su Yang. Even Zhang Qian herself could not have imagined that meeting again after so many years would be such a scene. After thinking about this, Zhang Qian again looked up and down at Su Yang. After seeing the extremely ordinary clothes that Su Yang was wearing, there was even a hint of a mocking smile on his face. For a while Anya even felt that she had made the right decision to separate from Su Yang in the first place. After all these years, Su Yang still hasn't turned over. Unlike myself who has found someone better and is still living the life and style. After thinking about this, Zhang Qian's face became even more complacent. For a while, it was even walking slowly towards Su Yang. Yo, how come you're still so shabby after so many years? Zhang Qian said with a smile on her face as she looked at Su Yang. Su Yang, on the other hand, remained calm and unruffled at his words. In his eyes, Zhang Qian was simply an idiot who was not worth caring about. The fact that Su Yang was able to talk to her was already enough to give her face. As for feelings, Su Yang had already seen it clearly as early as the time of the breakup. At the same time, that Sun Xiaofeng also came forward to stop Zhang Qian's waist. At the same time, he also looked at Su Yang with a mocking face and said, "Isn't this your punk ex-boyfriend? Why is he here?" Hearing this, Zhang Qian laughed again, and immediately said in a conspiratorial manner, "Right, how did you guy come here? Come here, are you lost?" By already Zhang Qian does not think that Su Yang can afford to buy clothes here, and he obviously didn't come here to buy clothes. And as Zhang Qian said these words, Sun Xiaofeng instantly understood what he meant. There was another chuckle at one point. Getting lost isn't so bad, he's not that stupid even if he is. And at the same time, the clerk was clearly watching the scene. None of them are cuties either. Along with these few words were also a clear look at the current situation. At the same time, they were extremely clear in their hearts as to who of these two parties they could afford to mess with, and who they needed to flatter. For a while, although his heart was extremely pitiful to Su Yang, he was unable to do anything about it. At the same time, Su Yan looked at the two people in front of him and again opened his mouth without a care in the world and said, "Where do I come and do you have anything to do with it, or is this your home?" After hearing this the two were again amused. "Yo, did you hear what the kid said?" For a moment Zhang Qian looked at Sun Xiaofeng beside her again and opened her mouth. She had never thought that this Su Yang would be so courageous and dare to refute them. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng was smiling again, and then looked at the sales clerk beside him and asked, "This kid can't be one of your new hires here, can he?" Hearing Sun Xiaofeng's insults, the clerk also hurriedly chimed in. "Of course not, people like him don't deserve to work in our store either. Our store is for people like you. Isn't letting people like him show up defiling your eyes?" Hearing these flattering words from the clerk, the first time Sun Xiaofeng was also overjoyed. "Good. This young master is satisfied with what you said." And after hearing Sun Xiaofeng's praise, that clerk was also extremely excited. It seemed that his words were not wrong. It was obvious that her words were for Sun Xiaofeng's pleasure. As long as she can make this master happy, then her commission will keep on coming. After thinking of here this clerk again is to strike while the iron is hot opened his mouth and said, "I think this kid is probably the mall's newly recruited cleaners, for fear of not having seen our store so expensive clothes, so come in to see the world." And after hearing this, Zhang Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immediately after looking at Sun Xiaofeng beside him, he opened his mouth and said sarcastically, "Then he is too pitiful. Why don't we pay for him to buy a piece of clothing, as if it's for charity?" 131st bitch. And after hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng laughed out loud again. Immediately afterward, he looked at Zhang Qian next to him and spoke, "What you said is a good idea." At the same time, after hearing this, the clerk from the party also hurriedly opened his mouth to concur. "But in my opinion, this guy doesn't deserve much good clothes. I know a pet store. Why don't we go there and buy him a suit? It'll be more appropriate to wear." And after hearing this, Zhang Qian and Sun Xiaofeng looked at Su Yang with smiles on their faces again, followed by Zhang Qian opening her mouth to mock. "I think she's right. It's just the right time to go to the pet store and buy you a suit." After saying this, she turned her head to look at Sun Xiaofeng again. At the same time, between his words, his eyes skimmed over to Su Yang, who was not far away. "But from what I can see, all the clothes he's worn in his life definitely don't cost as much as pet store clothes, do they?" After hearing these words, the smile on Zhang Qian's face also grew even more exuberant. At one time, he also spoke again, saying, "No need to think. His clothes are definitely not as expensive as the ones from this mall's pet store." At the same time, the clerk who served Su Yang before was feeling a bit unable to watch. These people were talking too much. The young man hadn't even messed with them, and as soon as they came in they were all over the young man with a burst of mockery and ridicule. It's important to realize that this kind of taunting is nothing less than beating someone up. Meanwhile, the other clerk was constantly winking at this one. Its eyes were also incomparably obvious, precisely wanting this clerk to go over and attach himself to that Sun Xiaofeng as well. As long as they coaxed this Sun Xiaofeng to be happy, they definitely did not worry about the commission. But the shopkeeper did not want to do so. But he didn't dare to provoke that Sun Xiaofeng, and for a while he was even more distressed. At the same time, Su Yang finally opened his mouth. He looked at the two people not far away, Sun Xiaofeng and Zhang Qian, and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Do you two ever feel like you have too many words? And don't you feel like you're in trouble? Doesn't it feel humiliating to make this mall look like a food market?" After hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng and Zhang Qian even froze in place, unable to imagine that this Su Yang would dare to say this about them. Was he unaware of Sun Xiaofeng's status today? Meanwhile, there were quite a few people gathered outside. After all, every person had the desire to see what was going on, and this drama of Su Yang's and theirs was extremely noticeable. At this time, many people outside the store, looking at the scene inside the store, were all talking. At the same time, some of them even recognized Sun Xiaofeng's identity. If it isn't the eldest son of that Sun family. To know, a few years ago the Sun family did not have much power, but in recent years the Sun family was lucky. The development of the extremely fast, as if on a high-speed train, and soon in this Tianhai city also has a reputation. There were even a lot of people who wanted to flatter this Grand Duke of the Sun family, and there was even someone among them who spoke up and said, That one seems to be the Sun family's eldest son. The other man also nodded when he heard this. I'm that Sun family's young master, but with his status, how did he get into a conflict with such a person? It seems to me that it must be this brat who has rushed the Sun family's son, or else he wouldn't be looking for trouble from him. But there are also many people who have watched the whole thing and know that before and after this matter. But it is just that Sun Xiaofeng is looking for things and being aggressive. However, when they heard people talking about that Sun Xiaofeng's identity, they didn't dare to open their mouths and say anything for a while. After all, the Sun family is not something they can afford to mess with, and for a while they can only pity Su Yang a few points, but they can't do anything. And at the same time, the male and female masters looked at the two of them, Sun Xiaofeng and Zhang Qian, who were doe-eyed and forced to speak slowly and said, I was originally too lazy to bother with you guys, much less want to beat you up, but you guys are screaming again and again, so it's not my fault. Hearing Su Yang's threatening words, Sun Xiaofeng and Zhang Qian both laughed out loud again. They didn't know exactly where this Su Yang got the nerve to dare threaten them and say such words. At the same time, the few people in that crowd who wanted to flatter Sun Xiaofeng, after hearing this also spoke up and agreed, I think this kid is crazy. To dare to speak to Sun Xiaofeng like this, he's afraid that he doesn't want to die. At the same time, another person heard this and replied, can't you see? This kid is just a little cutie. How can you measure it with a normal person's mind? When these words came out, many people burst out laughing, but Su Yang just looked at them with cold eyes. He didn't want to give these people the time of day at all. Still, there were quite a few people in this crowd who looked at this scene with worry. Immediately after that, one of them who was also a bit bold opened his mouth and shouted, that young man, I advise you to hurry up and admit your weakness. He is a member of the Sun family, not something you can mess with. You will not have a good ending if you get tough with him. And after hearing this, many people who sympathized with Su Yang also spoke up. However, Su Yang waved his hand after hearing this. Don't worry, I don't really see any greatness in these two people in front of me. The two of them don't even count as a fart in my eyes. For a moment the crowd did not expect Su Yang to be so rigid, but he would end up in a bad situation if he was so rigid. And at the same time, that Zhang Qian, after hearing this from the male and female masters, her face instantly became furious, and immediately after, she rushed forward and raised her hand to hit Su Yang. What did you kids say? Looking for a fight? But before he could slap Su Yang's face, Su Yang slapped him back. A crisp ringing sound echoed through this man's clothing store, and the crowd was completely dumbfounded by this scene. That kid even hit Sun Xiaofeng's girlfriend in front of him. Isn't this kid looking for death? And at this moment, Zhang Qian covered her face and looked incredulously at Su Yang in front of her. He never expected this guy to dare to fight back. At the same time, the anger in Sun Xiaofeng's heart rose up after seeing this scene. He even less expected this clown to dare to make a move. For a moment, Sun Xiaofeng spoke with incomparable anger. You kid is looking for death, aren't you? When Su Yang heard this, he replied unhurriedly, this can't be blamed on me. I'm the who rushed up to get beaten up herself. After hearing this, the crowd of onlookers even sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This kid's guts were too big, not putting that Sun Xiaofeng two people in their eyes at all. For a while, the crowd couldn't help but be a little skeptical that this Su Yang would have some hidden identity. But no matter how you look at it, this Su Yang seems to be an ordinary person, right? But although they think so in their hearts, but is also incomparable to understand that kind of thing, but only happens in the movie, the reality of how to have that kind of thing happen. Chapter 132 Taunting. At the same time, Zhang Qian even covered her face. Immediately afterward, it was even more furious and incomparable as he spoke. How dare you hit me? While Su Yang heard this but just looked at her with disdain, then continued, beat you? It wasn't me who wanted to hit you, it was you who put you are face up for me to hit. After hearing this, the anger on Zhang Qian's face also became heavier. At the same time, Su Yang continued to speak. If you continue to be I won't be soft. And after hearing this kind of threat, Zhang Qian was surprisingly also a bit scared. After all, she was after all a woman. If the Su Yang in front of her wanted to beat him, she simply had no way to resist. After thinking of this, she also hurriedly stepped backward and came to Sun Xiaofeng's side. Immediately after that, he said to Sun Xiaofeng in a somewhat pitiful manner, how dare he hit me? At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng also looked at Su Yang with cold eyes, and immediately opened his mouth with an incomparably serious expression. Kid, do you know that you're looking for death? While saying this, Sun Xiaofeng took off his jacket, and underneath his jacket he only wore an undershirt, and as the jacket was taken off, it revealed his incredibly strong muscles. It was obvious that Sun Xiaofeng was exercising every day, and after seeing this scene, a wave of exclamations of surprise was even emitted among the crowd of onlookers. For a while the crowd was incomparably looking forward to what would happen next. Young Master Sun, teach this brat who doesn't know the sky and the earth a good lesson. And at the same time, after Sun Xiaofeng heard this, A hint of a smile appeared on his face. For a moment, he even raised his head to look at Su-young, who was not far away. At the same time, the clerk was also indifferent to this scene. To know that if it were anyone else in his store like this, he would have called security. But the protagonist of this matter is Sun Xiaofeng. The clerk wants to flatter Sun Xiaofeng too late, and even more will not be stupid enough to go to Sun Xiaofeng's good deeds. And with that in mind, she watched the scene before her with cold eyes. And Su Yang, after seeing Sun Xiaofeng wanting to make a move, but once again said with a smile on his face, "Wanting to make a move is it? But I have to remind you in advance that making a move is not a good thing for you." And after hearing such wild words from Su Yang, for a moment Sun Xiaofeng was even more furious. It was important to know that other people could be extremely respectful when facing themselves, never someone like Su Yang. And what right did Su Yang have to treat him like this? With his status, shouldn't he have knelt down and begged for forgiveness a long time ago? At the same time, Zhang Qian again opened her mouth and said to Sun Xiaofeng, "Give this kid some lessons. Let him know that the gap between you and him is more than just money and family history." And after hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng also nodded his head, followed by Sun Xiaofeng casually throwing his shirt to Zhang Qian. Then he was walking slowly towards Su Yang, and at the same time, when the people present saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for Su Yang. Look at Su Yang's body. If he were to face Sun Xiaofeng, wouldn't he be purely beaten up? And the most important thing is that after getting beaten up, Su Yang has no place to reason. After all, look at Su Yang this way in no power, and no money. The other clerk, however, couldn't stand it any longer after seeing this scene. Immediately after that, he came up to Su Yang and said, "You're not his opponent. Hurry up and leave. Messing with him won't do you a bit of good." Hearing the kind words of this clerk, for a moment Su Yang's face revealed shock and doubt. You have to know that that clerk opened his mouth at this moment, but he was confronting that Sun Xiaofeng. There was not a single benefit for her at all, but rather danger and trouble. But under such circumstances, she was still willing to come forward, and for a time, it also made Su Yang's heart rise with a trace of emotion. Immediately after that, Su Yang looked at the clerk again and slowly spoke. "Don't worry, I'm fine." And that person, after hearing Su Yang's words, just took it as Su Yang trying to be brave and struggling for his dignity. After thinking of this, she also stopped saying anything to Su Yang and turned her head to look at the other clerk. Immediately after that, he spoke again. "You and I witnessed the whole thing happen, and this is him deliberately looking for trouble." For a moment, this clerk pointed at Sun Xiaofeng and said, "If it was outside it would be fine, but this happened in our store, and we really didn't say a word?" And after hearing this, the other clerk was also a bit surprised. She also didn't expect that this guy she spent time with on a daily basis would be so righteous that he would stand up for justice for Su Yang at this time. But she is not a cutie. Of course he wouldn't mess with Sun Xiaofeng for a stranger. There was obviously something stupid about her guy. She didn't even understand what she was doing this for. But that was a good thing for her. Having such a rash person in front of her was even better to emphasize her benefits. At that time, when Sun Xiaofeng took a look, he would definitely be satisfied with himself. And after thinking of this shopkeeper spoke again. "Just what is he? If it was someone else I would have cared, but just this kid coming to our store is a bad luck for our store. Besides, don't look at who this kid is messing with. He's messing with Duke's son. Just letting him apologize and admit his mistake is merciful enough for him." At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng nodded with extreme satisfaction after hearing this, watching that clerk with admiration on her face. At the same time, the clerk also noticed Sun Xiaofeng's expression, and for a moment also understood that what he said was right, and it was right in Sun Xiaofeng's heart. And after thinking about it, she spoke with more gusto. "If you ask me, this kid is just looking for death without any self-conscience. No one can save him. You still care about him. Are you stupid in the head?" And after saying that, he shifted his eyes to the store clerk who had just opened his mouth. Immediately after that, he continued to speak. "Besides, you wouldn't think that you can fight against young Master Sun. You're too high on yourself. We're nothing but an ordinary sales clerk. We're just a dog in front of young Master Sun." And after hearing these words, Sun Xiaofeng smiled even more smugly. Immediately after that, Sun Xiaofeng also looked at the clerk and opened his mouth to mock. "Did you hear what she said? No. This is a person who knows what's good for her. Since that's the case, then this young master definitely won't treat her poorly either." When these words came out, for a moment, the faces of the clerks around Su Yan also showed a burst of anger. You should know that although you want to earn money, you should never throw away your dignity arbitrarily like she did, right? After thinking of this, the clerk also made up his mind and spoke again. "We have surveillance here. If you dare to make a move you'll be finished." Chapter 133, The Shopkeeper. And after he heard this, Sun Xiaofeng was first stunned, followed by the fact that he couldn't control himself and laughed directly with his belly. "Ha ha 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 ha. Did you hear what this guy said? She said this young master is finished." At the same time, Zhang Qian looked at this scene and laughed even more back. This guy is not unaware of your identity, even threatened on you, can really reverse the Big Dipper. Also at the same time when Zhang Qian said this, the few people in the crowd who wanted to flatter Sun Xiaofeng were laughing for a while. However, there were also quite a few people who saw Zhang Qian do this, after which a strong admiration flowed from their hearts. It was important to realize that they, like Zhang Qian, were equally unable to watch this kind of bullying drama. Not to mention the fact that it's still this second-generation kid who's bullying people on the basis of power and authority. In this way, it is deeply felt by ordinary people like them. They wanted to open their mouths and help Su Yang, but they didn't dare to do so at all for fear of getting into trouble. But this weak woman in front of me dared to stand up for herself. She had even less to fall back on, being as ordinary as the rest of them. But although they mentally encouraged the clerk, they only dared to watch. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng opened his mouth again and said, "Since you have to meddle in this matter, then I will have no choice but to even teach you a lesson. To be honest, I'm really annoyed with you insouciant dogs that only bark in front of you, and when the time comes to recognize the gap, you'll need to wag your tails in front of this young master as usual." Hearing such sarcastic words, that clerk couldn't help but clench his fists. And after seeing her like this, Sun Xiaofeng became even more pleased. "May I remind you once again, there is no such thing as a no-woman-beating principle with me." And after saying this, many people in the crowd could not help but sweat for her. And for a while they were even extremely worried as they looked at the clerk. Immediately after that, Zhang Qian was walking slowly towards the clerk. Then again, on the clerk's side, she seemed to have made up her mind to fight this to the end. However, Su Yang was able to notice that her body was already trembling a little. Obviously this clerk was scared about this too, but she just held up in front of it and didn't budge. At the same time, that Sun Xiaofeng noticed that she had no intention of backing down. Without further ado, he directly clenched his fist and punched towards Li Qingqing. And after seeing this scene, Li Qingqing knew that she could not resist, and for a moment, she could not help but close her eyes tightly. But just at this moment, a sound of shock was once again emitted from the crowd, and Li Qingqing was even more puzzled for a moment. The pain she expected didn't come to her. Immediately after Li Qingqing slowly opened his eyes, he was able to see a person standing in front of him, already blocking the punch. Then this person was no one else but Su Yang. To know how Su Yang could possibly stand by and watch this person who stood up for himself take a beating from Sun Xiaofeng? So Su Yang then came forward at the last moment and easily blocked Sun Xiaofeng's punch, only to see at this time Su Yang holding Li Qingqing's wrist, face without fear looking at Sun Xiaofeng. And Sun Xiaofeng in the detection of this scene is even more shocked. In front of this kid how can have so much power? And after he thought of this, Sun Xiaofeng even increased his force again, wanting to press down on this. But for a moment he realized that Su Yang's hand holding him was actually not moving at all. And the crowd not far away was even more unaware of what was happening after seeing this scene. Only to see that at this time in Sun Xiaofeng the two of them unexpectedly stalemated, neither of them letting the other go. Looks like we underestimated this guy. I didn't expect this kid to have some strength. At the same time, many people in the crowd opened their mouths to talk. Who says it isn't? Look at that kid just grabbing Li Qingqing's wrist and blocking his attack. It's obvious that Su Yang's power is definitely extremely strong. But after hearing this, someone else sighed and said, "Even if you are strong, what can you do? Today's society is not looking at personal force." When these words came out, the crowd all nodded their heads. There was nothing wrong with what was said, realizing that today is a society that looks at power and money. There are people who, when they are just born as a baby, are an existence that countless people can't afford to mess with. But there are those who are extremely timid when they are at their strongest. In today's society one can buy someone's life with money. And even more so, one can buy the dignity of countless people. In this way, personal force is that insignificant. However, it was still uncertain whether Su Yang's force was really too high for that Sun Xiaofeng. With this thought in their hearts, the crowd once again raised their heads to look at the two people who were confronting each other. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yang in front of him, while he even opened his mouth and said, "You brat really dared to block my attack. You know, if you just take a beating from me like this, things might just go away." As he said this, Sun Xiaofeng had an evil smile on his face for once. "But you even dared to block my attack, then I have no place to put my face." After hearing his words, Su Yang was extremely disdainful and opened his mouth again, saying, "If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of talking so much nonsense?" And at this moment, Li Qingqing was staring blankly at Su Yang's back. At the same time, Su Yang also turned his head to Li Qingqing and said, "I'm very thankful for your outburst. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." After hearing these words, uncontrollably, Li Qingqing but nodded her head. However, Sun Xiaofeng revealed a smile once again after hearing Su Yang's words, followed by another punch. "You really don't lie. I'll tell you, it's not just you, but also her. You're all dead." Listening to Li Qingqing's threat, Su Yang was once again casually raising his hand, again easily blocking Li Qingqing's punch. After noticing this, Li Qingqing was even more shocked, knowing that Su Yang easily blocked his first punch. Perhaps it might have been a coincidence of luck, but that second punch is unexplainable. After thinking about this, Sun Xiaofeng's face also changed in an instant. It should be known that even if the people who fought with him in the past were stronger than him, they would deliberately pretend that they could not beat him and be defeated by him. And this was precisely the benefit that power brought to him. So, under this, Sun Xiaofeng had never lost the battle with others, let alone being suppressed by others. Every time he easily suppressed others. After thinking of this, Sun Xiaofeng immediately retracted his hand directly and punched Su Yang again. And after seeing this scene, there was another burst of panic among the crowd. Meanwhile, the security guards at the mall were even more rattled, having thought they would finally have something to do today. But after learning that the identity of one of them was the Sun family's youngest master, they also dared not meddle in the matter even more. One could only watch the scene from the crowd, not daring to speak. Chapter 134, Lessons Learned. You know that if you open your mouth nowadays, isn't that finding trouble with Sun Xiaofeng? Losing your job at that point is all for the best. At the same time, many people also noticed the arrival of the small security guard. Immediately after that, those of them who were worried about Su Yang also spoke up. You guys quickly go forward to stop this matter. However, after hearing this, the faces of the several security guards immediately revealed a picture of looking at a little cutie. General, look, go up and stop it. Why don't you go up and stop it? Let us go up. After hearing this, the man was also stunned, never expecting to hear such a reply. At the same time, they continue to speak. You are the security guards. If you don't solve this matter, who will? As a few people uttered these words, the faces of those security guards were revealing smiles. If you guys had been fighting, we would have been the first to come up and separate you. As he was saying this, several security guards also looked up, and at the same time continued, but the one who made the move was the Sun family's youngest master. Don't we want to lose our lives? Once these words came out, the crowd was left with no choice but to continue looking up, expecting Su Yang to have better luck. At the same time, as Sun Xiaofeng threw punch after punch, Su Yang continued to casually block Li Qingqing's attack after attack. For a while it was as if he was playing house, not putting this opponent in front of him in the slightest. And at the same time Li Qingqing, who was engaged in a battle with Su Yang, also noticed this. For a time it was even more irritated, and the force and speed in his hands was once again accelerated. But no matter how much power Sun Xiaofeng used and how fast he used it was useless in front of Su Yang. Meanwhile Su Yang was looking at Sun Xiaofeng with extreme disdain. Alright, have you fought enough? It's my turn to fight if you have. Sun Xiaofeng, who heard this, did not even react for a moment. Immediately after that, he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. Suddenly, Sun Xiaofeng's body directly flew backwards, then it even fell heavily on top of the sofa, and for a moment, it directly overturned the sofa on the ground. And after seeing this scene, Zhang Qian instantly stared with wide eyes, refusing to believe what she saw in front of her. To know that just now Sun Xiaofeng fought so half a day, but Su Yang was not moving at all, and Su Yang just a blow, Sun Xiaofeng was even directly sent flying out. Su Yang's strength was surprisingly this powerful, and at the same time, the crowd of onlookers froze in place when they saw this scene. It was unexpected that Su Yang had defeated that Zhang Qian so easily. For a while, the crowd even felt that Su Yang was deliberately teasing Zhang Qian, but immediately after that, the worry in many people's hearts also became a few points heavier, knowing that although Su Yang had defeated Zhang Qian, the one who was really finished was still Su Yang. He had actually knocked that Sun family's Grand Duke to the ground in public. Nowadays it was no longer a matter of two people between Su Yang and this Sun Xiaofeng, but a matter between Su Yang and the Sun family. Su Yang was clearly not putting that Sun family in his eyes at all by doing this. In that case, how could the Sun family be willing to let him go? I'm afraid I'm going to see Su Yang's corpse tomorrow. And at the same time, Sun Xiaofeng gradually came to his senses, covering his abdomen and looking at Su Yang with extreme shock. He was shocked that Su Yang was able to knock himself out so easily, and even more shocked at how Su Yang dared to take a shot at him. This kid really does not want to die. Sun Xiaofeng thought so in his heart. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng's heart is even more angry. A moment to turn his head to look is to see frozen in place Zhang Qian, and after seeing this scene, Sun Xiaofeng became even more angry. What are you doing, you? Why don't you hurry over and help this young master? And after hearing this, Zhang Qian was also startled at once, and immediately afterward, she didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly ran over. With that, he was reaching out to help Sun Xiaofeng up, and Sun Xiaofeng even got up slowly with a scowl on his face. At the same time, it seemed as if a pair of eyes were about to spew out anger and set Su Yang, who was not far away, ablaze, blaring straight at Su Yang. Su Yang, however, remained unconcerned in the face of Sun Xiaofeng's expression, standing there in a cloudy manner. Want to keep coming? At the same time, Su Yang slowly spoke again, and these words fell into the ears of that Sun Xiaofeng and turned into a thick mockery. You know when he has ever been humiliated like this with his status? For a moment Sun Xiaofeng looked around and immediately saw the coat rack on the table. Then he was looking at Su Yang again, and said with a vibrant voice under his breath, "You damned guy, this young master will be ruined today. You let you see what exactly happens when you mess with someone you shouldn't mess with?" Su Yang, on the other hand, held his forehead with his hand after hearing this. Immediately after that, with a fatigued face, he opened his mouth and said, "I have to say that you guys are really a bit annoying. By now you are still not clear about how many pounds you have. Then I'll let you recognize your own position." And after saying this, Su Yang actually took off his jacket as well. At the same time, Li Qingqing was also very perceptive and quickly rushed to catch Su Yang's clothes, and after seeing this scene, the crowd became even more excited. It seems like this Su Yang guy really isn't simple. It was surprising that he hadn't used his true strength by now. For a while there was even more chatter among the crowd. It seems that this brat really does have some strength, or else he wouldn't have dared to be so rampant. It seems to me that no matter what happens in the future, today this young master's son is afraid that he'll have bad luck. The voices among the crowd were even more lopsided at this point. There was no longer the previous mockery towards Su Yang. However, there were still people who said with worried faces, "What can he do even if he can defeat that young master's son today? The heavier he hits, the worse he will end up in the future." The hearts of the crowd were also extremely clear when these words came out. But nowadays, no one cared about that anymore. They just wanted to see Su Yang violently beating Sun Xiaofeng, so that they could also take a bite out of their hearts, show them that these powerful people have their moments. And at the same time, that Sun Xiaofeng still pinched the coat hanger in his hand and charged towards Su Yang. But immediately after the scene that made people incredibly shocked happened, that Sun Xiaofeng did not even have time to get close to Su Yang, was once again kicked in the chest by Su Yang, and was directly kicked out. For a moment Sun Xiaofeng felt an extreme pain. In his heart, he was also incomparably clear that relying on himself alone, he was definitely not a match for this Su Yang. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng thought this in his mind as his body once again flew out backwards, directly falling to the ground. Half a bit of a reprieve. Immediately after that, he was looking at the security guard in the middle of the crowd. Then something came to mind. Chapter 135, Massive Assault. At this time, Sun Xiaofeng was lying on the ground feeling the severe pain in his chest, and for a while he was also out of options. He never thought that he was really not the opponent of that Su Yang. Unexpectedly, Su Yang looked unimpressive, but actually had such strength. And after he thought about it, Sun Xiaofeng's heart grew angrier and angrier. That brat even beat himself up in front of so many people. I can't believe I made a fool of myself in front of all those people. And after thinking of this, Sun Xiaofeng again looked at Su Yang who was not far away and opened his mouth saying, "You damned guy. I'm telling you, I'm going to put my words here today. You kid is dead." Su Yang, on the other hand, continued to look at him unhurriedly, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Haven't you boys been beaten up enough by me?" After hearing Su Yang's mockery, for a moment, Sun Xiaofeng was infuriated to the point where his teeth were even more itchy, and at the same time Zhang Qian looked at this scene hard is extremely surprised. I thought that Sun Xiaofeng's lesson to choose Su Yang was a matter of hand to hand. That Su Yang could not last more than a few moves in Sun Xiaofeng's hands. However, he did not expect Sun Xiaofeng to be taken care of by Su Yang so easily. For a moment Zhang Qian also rushed to speak. "You really aren't afraid of death. How dare you really make a move?" And Su Yang was still looking at the two people at this moment with the same gaze as if he was looking at a retard. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng seemed to have thought of something, and immediately afterward, he opened his mouth again and said, "Aren't you powerful? Then I'll let you know that even if you can beat me, you're still not my opponent." Su Yang who heard this was a bit puzzled, not knowing what Sun Xiaofeng meant when he said this. What could he do now? While thinking like this, that Sun Xiaofeng suddenly turned back to look at the several security guards in the crowd. Immediately after his incomparably angry open mouth said, "You these mall security is what to eat. I was beaten. You do not see it." And after hearing this, the several security guards reacted with a jolt. For a time, they also could not help but curse their own stupidity. If they knew that they were in the party, the first time they should have rushed up to help Sun Xiaofeng. Surprisingly, he waited for so long without going up to help, but in the end, he let Sun Xiaofeng take the initiative to open his mouth instead. If they had taken the initiative to go up in the party, they would have certainly earned Sun Xiaofeng's appreciation. And at this time, after the crowd saw this scene, their faces were showing a trace of contempt, to know that it was this Sun Xiaofeng, who was bullying people in the front. I can't imagine that in the end I couldn't beat them anymore, but instead I called the security guards to come up and bully them with more than they could handle. But even though it was clear in their hearts they didn't dare to say anything at all. After thinking about this, they could only watch as a few security guards walked forward. The few security guards at this time didn't dare to slacken off the slightest bit anymore. He soon came to Sun Xiaofeng's side, and at the same time also spoke. "Young Master Sun, we are here." After hearing this, that Sun Xiaofeng also nodded, and immediately after that, he stood up extremely proudly and looked towards Su Yang, who was not far away, and then he also opened his mouth and said, "You guys saw it just now, right? It's this kid who shot out and hit this young master for no reason." Hearing Sun Xiaofeng's words that distorted the truth, even the security guards could not look at it in their hearts, but despite this, they just nodded their heads desperately and said, "Of course we saw it, it was this kid who suddenly struck out to beat you, young Master Sun." After hearing this, a smile appeared on Sun Xiaofeng's face as well, and immediately afterward, he spoke again. "That's not it then, why don't you hurry up and go up to teach this kid a lesson?" Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to threaten, "If you are so incompetent, but it makes it a bit difficult for me as well. You have to realize that even though they are security guards at the mall, they can't just step in and hit someone." But now that one of the parties was Sun Xiaofeng, this matter was going to be a different story. Moreover, Sun Xiaofeng's words just now even carried a deep threat. Sun Xiaofeng wants to mess with these ordinary security guards can be a matter of words. The person in charge of their mall could be reached later to say that he was beaten up in their mall and a couple of security guards did even less. In that case, with Sun Xiaofeng's identity a few of them would be finished. After thinking of this, a few security guards do not dare to hesitate any longer, but once again raised his head to look at the not far away Su Yang, followed by the opening of the mouth to say, "Kid, blame it on the people you messed with, shouldn't be messed with it. Can't blame it on us." And after seeing this scene, Su Yang shook his head helplessly again, and then spoke immediately afterward. "It's really troublesome enough. I'm just idly strolling around the mall, but I can actually encounter you psychopaths." Hearing Su Yang scolding a few of them, for a moment, the faces of a few security guards changed a bit, followed by no further hesitation. Instead, he opened his mouth and continued, "You hit someone in public. We as security guards will certainly not do anything regardless." After saying this, one of the leading security guards just waved his hand, and in an instant, several security guards looked at each other, and they went towards Su Yang together, and Su Yang could only shrug his shoulders after seeing this scene, followed by raising his hand again. At the same time several security guards also launched an attack towards Su Yang. Their speed is not slow. Just a moment will come to Su Yang's body, followed by together towards Su Yang hit. One of the security guards took the lead and slammed his fist at Su Yang's chest. The two security guards beside him were even hitting towards Su Yang's waist from both sides, one on the left and one on the right. And after seeing this scene, Li Qingqing also rose in worry. Although Su Yang had easily solved Sun Xiaofeng just now, that Sun Xiaofeng was just an ordinary second-generation bar, and was bound to not have much strength. But these security guards were a different story. And while the requirements for recruiting security guards are pretty easy these days, these guys were all stout young men after all. And still, with so many people beating up one person, Su Yang would definitely not have the strength to fight back. And at the same time, Sun Xiaofeng's face became even more smug after seeing this scene. While speaking, "I'll tell you kid, it might not be too late for you to beg for forgiveness." And Zhang Chen looked at this scene is also extremely excited. At the same time, the heart cannot help but think, "You kid just not rampant, not to beat me? I'll see what you do now." However, just as the crowd was pondering, Su Yang dodged the attacks launched by the security guards on the left and right with a mere dodge. Immediately after that, Su Yang threw another punch. Suddenly, this fist of his and that fist of that security guard directly collided together, and for a moment it even made a dull ringing sound. And after seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but be shocked. For a moment, they only felt that they had blurred their eyes, and did not even see how Su Yang dodged the attacks of those two security guards. Chapter 136, Solving the Problem Again. All they saw was a flash of the male lead's figure, as if he were a ghost. Knowing that this fight didn't give them people the slightest bit of time to react, suddenly that security guard who was facing Su Yang only felt that his fist had suffered a huge force. The first time this security guard was even more distraught. What kind of power is this? How could it be so horrible? All he felt now was as if he had punched on top of a moving car, and only something like that could give him such a terrifying impact. But that was nothing more than a thought, and the reality was that he was dealing with just a normal person right now. With the passing of this punch, for a moment the security guard only felt that his entire arm was tingling and flaccid, followed by the loss of all strength, making it difficult to lift it again. At a time Su Yang's fist is even violently loosened. Directly forward to reach out his hand grabbed the security guard's neck. Suddenly Su Yang once again forced directly the security guard's body to the ground. After seeing this scene, the crowd suddenly came out a sound of shock. At the same time, the other two security guards, seeing this scene, were also on their way to attack, but Su Yang just looked at them with disdain, immediately followed by another punch. Suddenly, one of the security guards didn't even react and fell straight to the ground, fainting. The other security guard had just rushed forward, and before he even had a chance to strike, he was kicked out by Su Yang. After seeing Su Yang solve the 3 security guards so crisply, the crowd also finally realized that Su Yang was extraordinary, and after seeing such a scene, that Sun Xiaofeng was even more furious for a moment and directly changed his face. Originally, he thought that Su Yang was just an ordinary person in front of him, a clown that he could molest in general, but I didn't expect that after such a long time. I hadn't taken a single advantage from Su Yang at all, but instead, I was constantly being insulted by him and constantly losing face at his hands. Immediately after that, Su Yang was looking at Sun Xiaofeng again, while slowly speaking, "Didn't you say you want to teach me a lesson? I'll wait for you here. Let's see how you're going to teach me a lesson." And after hearing these words, Sun Xiaofeng's face instantly turned livid. Immediately after pulling out the cell phone, his more vicious eyes, staring hard at Su Yang, at the same time open mouth slowly spit out a few words. "You remember? It's you, this kid forced me." After hearing this, Su Yang just slowly nodded his head. "Feel free to use whatever means you have. I'll play along with you for a while today." For a while the crowd even felt that the current scene was a bit dreamy. Wasn't it originally that Sun Xiaofeng's side of the suppression? How come now Sun Xiaofeng was like a childish child in front of Su Yang? At the same time, that Sun Xiaofeng nodded his head heavily again after hearing Su Yang's words. "Good. You remember what you said." After saying this, Sun Xiaofeng directly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Uncle Lu, come over to Menglin Tiandi. I've been beaten up by someone." And after hearing Sun Xiaofeng's words, an unbelievable voice came from the other end of the phone. "What did you say? You were beaten up, and someone else dared to make a move on you?" Immediately after, the voice on the other end of the phone was a little more cautious, and then continued to ask, "Do you know who that person's identity is?" Sun Xiaofeng, who heard this, was looking at Su Yang, who was not far away, followed by a disdainful smile, and then continued to speak. "Uncle Lu, you can rest assured, he is just an ordinary person with no power and no influence, but just relying on the fact that he has a few points of force." And after hearing this, the voice on the other end of the phone was obviously relieved, and immediately afterward, he spoke up and said, "Okay, you wait for me to go over there, and I'll see who's so bold." After finishing, Sun Xiaofeng hung up the phone, followed by raising his head again, looking towards Su Yang not far away. At the same time, more rampant and incomparable open mouth said, "I tell you, kid, you are completely finished this time." And Su Yang also saw Sun Xiaofeng's action, and for a moment, he understood in his heart that Sun Xiaofeng was calling for someone. But at the same time, after the people in the crowd saw this scene, the contempt in their hearts became a few points heavier. Just this is still the Sun family's eldest son, bullying someone else who was an ordinary person, then letting them teach them a lesson, and in the end, calling the parents instead. This is something that I'm afraid is going to be humiliating when I tell it. But despite this, the crowd was incomparably envious. This was the power of the other Sun Xiaofeng. Sun Xiaofeng has countless backing and support behind him, so what if he can't beat Su Yang? And Su Yang saw this scene, although he was not in a hurry. However, Li Qingqing on the side was anxious, rushed up and spoke, "You run, wait for the child Sun Xiaofeng to call someone. You will really be finished." And after saying this, Li Qingqing looked up again, and immediately continued, "Now if you want to leave, no one can stop you." However, after hearing this, Su Yang just shook his head. "Why run yourself? You should know that no matter who that Sun Xiaofeng called, he could not be counted in front of himself." And after thinking about this, Su Yang was even less fearful. Immediately after that, Su Yang walked backward and then sat directly on top of the sofa, leisurely looking at Sun Xiaofeng, who was not far away. And Sun Xiaofeng was even more indignant after seeing this scene, knowing that what he wanted to see now was Su Yang's look of fear and awe. But now, looking at Su Yang, he didn't even have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he was extremely unconcerned. Sun Xiaofeng, who had only opened his mouth to threaten Su Yang under such circumstances, was as ugly as a clown. But even though he thought this in his heart, he could do nothing about it. All he could hope for now was that the people he had called would hurry over and teach Su Yang a good lesson. Bluff. After thinking of this, Sun Xiaofeng looked at Su Yang above the sofa and opened his mouth. While Su Yang spoke once more after hearing this, he said, "All right, no more nonsense." Immediately after that, Su Yang seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. "When exactly will your people come over? But they're really making me impatient to wait." And after hearing these words, Sun Xiaofeng spoke once more. "Just talk big, I'll see how much longer you can be rampant." At the same time, the crowd looked at the calm and collected Su Yang, who was even more puzzled. They simply couldn't figure out what Su Yang had to rely on to make him so confident. After thinking about this, the crowd was even more vocal. Do you think this kid really has any strength? Or is he just bluffing here? Chapter 137 Lu Zhihai. After hearing this, there was someone who opened his mouth and replied, "It seems to me that this kid is just bluffing. After all, the situation is already like this now. If he falls behind Sun Xiaofeng in terms of momentum again, he will really be finished." It was also right between the exchanges of the crowd. A few middle-aged men suddenly came this way from a short distance away. The man in the lead was wearing a tang suit, and his beard was extremely neatly trimmed, and behind them were several people in Western clothes. Soon there was someone who saw this walking several people. The first time is also rushed to the side of the person to open the mouth to say, "Look at that person, is not as Sun Xiaofeng called people?" And after hearing the voice, many people also turned their heads to look, and immediately afterward, they saw the middle-aged man who was walking slowly. Although that middle-aged man did not walk fast, he was extremely stable, and his aura was even more unruffled. Obviously not an ordinary person. And behind them several men in suits were even bigger. Soon a few people walked to the back of the crowd, followed by a few people in Western-style clothes came forward and said, "Get out of the way. All hurry to get out of the way." After hearing the voice, the crowd also looked towards a few people. At the same time, he saw the middle-aged man, and that middle-aged man is not open to say anything, just waved his hand slightly. A time the bottom of the heart of the crowd but cannot help but give birth to a wave of trembling. For a while, the heart was even more devoid of the slightest idea of confronting and disobeying this middle-aged man. Soon the crowd dispersed, and a road appeared from it, and then the middle-aged man stepped into the men's clothing store from that road. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng and Zhang Xian also heard the sound and turned their heads to look at it. Sun Xiaofeng immediately exuded excitement after seeing the arriving middle-aged man. Immediately after that, he quickly got up and ran towards the middle-aged man, and in his mouth, he even opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Lu, you've finally come." This Uncle Lu was named Lu Zhihai, a sworn brother of Sun Xiaofeng's father. More so, he has watched Sun Xiaofeng grow up since he was a child, and he is extremely doting on Sun Xiaofeng. And this Sun Xiaofeng is since childhood to learn martial arts, a martial arts extraordinary, and has even reached the realm of transformation. It could be said that a dozen strong men would have trouble getting into him at all, and Sun Xiaofeng's heart was instantly relieved after seeing his arrival. That's Su Yang. Even if he was more powerful, he definitely couldn't be his Uncle Lu's opponent. Lu Zhihai also nodded his head after hearing Sun Xiaofeng's words and spoke immediately afterward. "You've been beaten up?" After hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng also nodded. Seeing this, Lu Zhihai immediately shook his head with some hatred, at the same time opened his mouth and said, "I have long said that I will let you learn martial arts properly. You prefer not to listen. Every day you are lazy, and now you deserve to be beaten." After hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng did not dare to refute, just lowered his head, and immediately after Lu Zhihai is once again opened his mouth and said, "Okay, let's not talk about you. I'll see who is so bold to make a move on you." After hearing these words, Sun Xiaofeng's face immediately revealed a joyful expression, and then he turned his head to look at Su Yang, and immediately after that, he even raised his hand to point at him. Then he spoke, "This is the kid who hit me." After hearing the voice, Lu Zhihai also looked in the direction of Sun Xiaofeng's finger, and his face was also gloomy for a few moments after seeing Su Yang. Immediately after that, he spoke again, "He dared to hit you, doesn't he know your identity?" And after saying this, Sun Xiaofeng's face instantly became a few points angrier as well, and immediately continued as if he were telling off, "Uncle Lu, of course I told him about my identity, but he didn't listen at all, and even said that he doesn't put our Sun family in his eyes at all." After hearing these words, Uncle Lu's eyebrows couldn't help but raise, and then he spoke once more, "Oh, how dare you not put our Sun family in your eyes?" And after he heard this, Sun Xiaofeng nodded his head affirmatively again. "That's right, 1,000 times true." Again, after hearing this, Lu Zhihai nodded again and then spoke, "All right then, I understand." After saying this, Lu Zhihai again looked at Su Yang and opened his mouth. "I heard that you beat up my nephew. That's right, isn't it?" At this time, with the opening of the small shape, the aura in the room also suddenly grim for a few minutes. For a time many people even feel that the temperature inside the room has been lowered by a lot. After noticing this, the hearts of the people were even more horrified. This person was not some uneducated second generation. Su Yang could teach Sun Xiaofeng a lesson, but it was nothing in front of this person. At the same time, that Li Qingqing had a few moments of panic in her heart after seeing this person, but despite this, he still trembled and came forward to open his mouth and said, "Sir, things are not like this. It was your nephew who struck first. He was only defending himself." And after hearing these words, Lu Zhihai's face revealed a chilling smile. This person is afraid that he is not a little cute. Barring that, he even talked about fairness in front of him. He certainly knew in his heart the character of this nephew of his, but what could be done about it? They Sun family members just have this privilege, and those of them who just have such a high status are bound to enjoy these privileges, and these ordinary people would have no choice but to submit and beg for mercy in front of them. At the same time, among the crowd of onlookers, after hearing the words spoken by Li Qingqing, there were quite a few people who shook their heads helplessly for a while. It seems that this Li Qingqing is still a bit young, since she can say such things. It is also evident that she has not yet experienced many years in society, nor has she yet seen the truth of this society and this world. It can be said that people are just bullies, but they, ordinary people, are just clueless. Since people's elders are here, there is certainly no fairness, and the best thing to do today is just to beg for mercy. With this thought in their minds, the crowd immediately looked up again to see what was going on inside the store, and at the same time, that Lu Zhihai also looked at Li Qingqing and opened his mouth with a smile. You told me it was my nephew who started the trouble, didn't you? And at the same time in saying this Lu Zhihai all of the aura gloomy cold incomparable. Look, let a person afraid of 10,000 points. You have to know that if an ordinary person in the face of such a Lu Zhihai can say something is already a great courage. It can be seen that Li Qingqing is extremely bold. Immediately afterward, she was once again summoning up the courage to speak. That's right, it was your nephew who made the first move, looking for trouble first. Once this word came out, Lu Zhihai laughed again, followed by speaking again. You said it was my nephew who first looked for trouble, so what evidence is there? Who saw it? Immediately after that, Lu Zhihai looked at Su Yang with a seriousness that was beyond compare. If you ask me, it was this kid who made the first move. Chapter 138, Misrepresentation. And after hearing this, Li Qingqing was even angrier, and immediately spoke once more. I saw it. All of them saw it. However, after hearing these words, that Lu Zhihai laughed again, and then immediately turned his head to look at the crowd and opened his mouth once more. Then let me ask you, did you see it? Did you see what this girl said was going on? And after hearing Lu Zhihai's words, the crowd looked at each other and then shook their heads. One of them even spoke with a fawning face. How could that be? How could that kind of thing happen? Mr. Sun is extremely friendly and courteous to people. At the same time, there were even more people who continuously spoke up and agreed. That's right. How could Sun Gongxi's character find trouble with others? At this moment, the people in the crowd kept opening their mouths, and soon another person opened his mouth and said, I just saw with my own eyes that it was that kid who first made a move to find trouble with Mr. Sun, and Mr. Sun didn't want to get into trouble with him, but that kid was aggressive. Immediately after that, someone else spoke up and said, that's right, even I can't stand to watch that kid's behavior. Yeah, at the end of the day, that kid even went straight out to hit Mr. Sun, but Mr. Sun didn't want to fight him, but that kid did directly sneak attack and injure Duke Sun. At the same time, that Lu Zhihai after hearing this is also haha laughed, followed by extremely satisfied nodded, said good, I'm very satisfied. By the way, when this is over in a few minutes, grab a shirt and go, and let my nephew pay your bill. And after hearing this, the person who opened his mouth before was instantly excited, and then hurriedly nodded his head and opened his mouth to say, thanks a lot, it's nothing, I'm just telling the truth. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing looked at the scene in front of her but only felt as if her mind had suffered a heavy blow. What's wrong with these people that they have their eyes so open? Doesn't their conscience hurt? Although the heart thinks so, but in the face of so many people said so, Li Qingqing is also no way. At the same time, Lu Zhihai also turned his head to look at Li Qingqing, followed by a smiling face and said, well, things have been clear, what else do you have to say? Immediately after this Lu Zhihai raised his eyebrows again, and then continued, didn't you say it was my nephew who started it? But how come they all said it was this kid who started the trouble? After hearing these words, for a while, Li Qingqing was also furious and trembled continuously, but in a sudden moment, Li Qingqing seemed to have remembered something as well, and immediately continued to speak, since they said so, then I won't make a pointless argument. And after hearing this, Lu Zhihai rushed even more satisfied and nodded, is this right? But immediately after that, Li Qingqing was speaking again, we still have surveillance in the store, as long as we look at the surveillance, everything will be clear. As she said this, Li Qingqing also pointed to the camera that was planted on the wall in the distance, and that Lu Zhihai also looked up after hearing this, followed by a hint of a smile on his face, randomly directly put his hand into his pocket and pulled out an item. Immediately after the crowd had not yet reacted, in a flash of lightning, a marble was seen slamming into the surveillance on that wall. The speed of this marble was extremely fast, the crowd even only saw a black shadow passing through the air, and immediately afterward, they saw the monitor directly burst open and fall to the ground, and after seeing this scene, the crowd even directly froze in place, never believing what was happening in front of them. What the hell just happened? This middle-aged man in the end what is the power, but can rely on a single marble, or with the case of the hand, directly hit the wall of the monitoring, this guy is still a person. and at the same time, that small shape after doing all this is smilingly turned her head again and looked towards Li Qingqing who was not far away. Surveillance. How come I didn't see any surveillance in your store? At the same time, another clerk also seized the opportunity after seeing this scene and hurriedly spoke up. We don't have any surveillance at all in our store from the beginning, so I really don't know what she's talking about. As for Li Qingqing, after seeing this scene, she even stood directly in place. Her legs were shaking a little for a while. This was too much. You guys are distorting the facts. For a moment, Li Qingqing pointed at that Lu Zhihai and said indignantly, but that Lu Zhihai heard this but also just laughed, and then continued to say, how do we distort the facts? We must know that they can be seen with their own eyes. It is difficult for me not to listen to their words, but instead listen to your words alone? After saying this, Lu Zhihai again raised his hand to point at Li Qingqing and said, it seems to me that you are the one distorting the facts. And after hearing this sentence of Xiao Zhuang, Xiao Hei's shield was directly stupid in place. How could he not imagine that such a nail in the coffin? But with the arrival of that arrogance, in just 1 minute, under his just a few words, but also directly changed this fact. The hero, the victim, has instead become the aggressor. And Kodomine, the one looking for trouble, is now straight up pathetic. How so? No, that's not fair. You can't do that. Immediately after that, Xiao Hei again looked at that Xiao Zhuang with incomparable anger and opened his mouth to roar, while Xiao Zhuang shook his head after hearing this. For a moment he only felt that this Xiao Hei was ridiculous to the extreme, and at the same time, that Xiao Ming also heard Xiao Hei's words at that moment, and immediately after that, Xiao Ming directly laughed out loud. What did you say? It's not fair. Ha 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 ha. After Xiao Ming laughed a few times, he opened his mouth extremely openly again and said, then I'll tell you right now, in this young master's place, this young master is absolute fairness, and all of you guys are nothing more than mole crickets. And Little Black nodded with extreme approval after hearing this. Ha 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 ha, my nephew is right, but my nephew isn't a great trader. He surely wouldn't go looking for someone to trouble him for no reason. It must be that this kid has messed with my nephew. And after hearing these words, the few people who were fawning immensely before also spoke up once again to concur. That's right. If that kid had knelt down just now and properly apologized to young master's son, this wouldn't have happened. It seems to me that it's that kid who was determined to seek death, and no one can save him. This Little Black looked at the scene in front of him but was even more helpless, but just then the male lead slowly stood up. Alright, it's time for this farce to end. Chapter 139, Making a Movie. As the voice sounded, the crowd followed the sound and looked over, only to see at this time Su Yang is still sitting steadily on top of the sofa, but at the same time he looks at the small shape not far away with a smile on his face. And Lu Zhihai in the heart of the heart cannot help but have a feeling of creepiness after seeing this look of Su Yang. For a time Lu Zhihai's heart was even more incomparably puzzled and thoughtful. One's own heart will always give birth to the feeling of fear. What is he afraid of in the end? Is it difficult to be afraid of this kid in front of him? But Lu Zhihai quickly negated this idea. How can he be afraid of this kid? This kid in front of him only begged for mercy. And at the same time Su Yang looked at his cell phone, which displayed several messages. It turned out that Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao had already finished shopping at the mall, and also remembered Su Yang, and were also ready to buy Su Yang a few outfits. Immediately after that, he was contacting Su Yang to see where he was right now, preparing to come over and find him, and at the same time, that Lu Zhihai also looked towards Su Yang, who was not far away, and immediately afterward, he directly opened his mouth and said, it's over. In my opinion, this matter should indeed be over. And when he said this, the aura on that Lu Zhihai's body rose steeply, and suddenly, his voice seemed to carry a burst of killing intent. But Su Yang was ignoring Lu Zhihai, instead looking down at his cell phone as he returned the message, and after seeing this scene, Lu Zhihai's aura seemed to have been vented on cotton. He was bullish here, but he didn't think that the other Su Yang wouldn't even look at him. In that case, don't say he went to scare that Su Yang. To the other Su Yang, it was simply as if it had no effect at all, and for a while he seemed like that clown. At this time, Su Yang did not know what Lu Zhihai was thinking about at one time. He just replied to Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao's message on his cell phone. Su Yang informed the two of them, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, of where he was now, but did not tell them what he encountered here. After all, just these things in his eyes is completely a piece of cake. He wants to solve is also very fast, but at this time, Lu Zhihai is more and more angry. The first time is also difficult to endure again, but directly opened his mouth and said, good boy, you're dead. And after saying these words, Lu Zhihai did not hesitate for a moment, and then directly walked towards Su Yang. Although these few steps of his were not fast, they were full of oppression, making people unable to resist their legs and feet, retreating backwards and distancing themselves from the person in front of them, and Su Yang in the face of Lu Zhihai, but there is not the slightest reaction, still calm and unparalleled sitting there, looking at the front of the not far away to him Lu Zhihai. The heart and soul did not have a fluctuation of the slightest fluctuation, and after the crowd saw this scene, they also realized that for a moment the image seemed to form an incomparably contrasting contrast, that Lu Zhihai was imposing, while on the contrary, Su Yang was sitting there as warm as water, not reacting at all. For a while the crowd couldn't bear to keep going. After all, what could be predicted was how miserable Su Yang would be when facing Lu Zhihai. The scene of Lu Zhihai's hand breaking the camera just now was also deeply imprinted in the hearts of the crowd. That kind of strength of others has obviously exceeded the scope of ordinary people. Under such a situation is not a few points of boxing and kicking can be dealt with. Not to mention Su Yang. For a while, people could even think about how miserable Su Yang would really be in a while. No one has ever dared to sit and talk in front of me, and you're the first. At the same time, Lu Zhihai pointed at Su Yang and opened his mouth. However, Su Yang smiled after hearing this and then spoke. If that's really the case, then I feel honored. After hearing this sentence from the male soccer team's dead pig, for a moment Lu Zhihai's face was again showing a grim and incomparable smile. Do you know why there's no one? After hearing this, Su Yang, however, appeared somewhat uninterested, but instead said with extreme impatience, if you want to fight, hurry up. What's the point of wasting words? Even Lu Zhihai couldn't help but clench his fists after hearing this and couldn't help but make a direct move right now. But still, he continued to speak and said, I tell you, the people who used to talk like this in front of me had their legs broken by me, and now they can only kneel in front of me and communicate with me. After hearing this, Su Yang, however, remained unconcerned and continued, really, that is indeed somewhat impressive. And after seeing Su Yang's still unconcerned demeanor, Lu Zhihai couldn't stand it anymore completely. Suddenly, his body seemed to transform into a swift wind, directly sweeping towards Su Yang, who was not far away. As for Su Yang, he only narrowed his eyes slightly after seeing this scene. He had fought with quite a few people in recent days, but in front of him, those people could only be considered as small shrimps. And now it was finally time for him to meet an opponent who could rise to the occasion a bit. I can't imagine that this guy has already reached the level of the realm of transformation. That would be something. And at the same time, that Lu Zhihai had already rushed to Su Yang's front, and suddenly directly slammed his fist over. The power of Lu Zhihai's punch was incomparably great, as if it was like a sledgehammer crossing in the air, and it even brought up a violent wind sound. This was the strength of a Huanjing-level powerhouse. Every punch thrown was already out of the limits of mortals, and when Su Yang was facing this strike, his hands snapped together and his body suddenly rose, jumping directly to the back of the sofa between a flip. And with Su Yang just landed, that Lu Zhihai's this fist is also completely smashed down. Suddenly only heard a loud bang, that sofa directly from the center of the break open, broken into two halves. However, Su Yang was not hurt in the slightest, but stood behind the sofa, and at the same time, the crowd all let out a gasp of surprise without face after seeing the scene. What just happened? Why didn't I see it clearly? I didn't see what just happened either. That person was obviously in the distance just now. How did he come to that kid's body in a flash? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'd believe it if you said it was a movie. Let's not talk about the speed or not. Aren't you guys shocked by that power? One punch even smashed that kind of solid wood sofa in half. At the same time, someone else heard this, but also rushed to speak. Why do you guys keep looking at that guy? That kid isn't simple either, right? How did he dodge such a fast attack? I just saw that kid not still sitting on top of the sofa. How did he come to the back of the sofa in a flash? For a moment, what happened within a split second just now completely brought too much shock to the crowd. Chapter 140, Apologize? At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, the series of things that happened just now was like watching a movie. And even watching a movie would hardly bring such a great shock to the crowd. Immediately after that Lu Zhihai could not help but be shocked even after noticing Su Yang dodging his attack. As his attack fell, he realized that Su Yang's figure was still missing. For a moment Lu Zhihai also couldn't help but feel a little heart and soul trembling, followed by also raising his head in a flash, looking for Su Yang's position once again. Just at this moment, Lu Zhihai suddenly felt a terrifying force, and immediately after that, he saw that the sofa violently rose up and smashed towards his own body. It turned out that after dodging the attack with Su Yang just now, he directly raised his leg and kicked that sofa up, smashing it towards Lu Zhihai. For a while Lu Zhihai's heart was even more shocked. How is that possible? To know that the Su Yang of the party was just an ordinary person in his eyes, and now in his eyes he was able to directly kick up that sofa. Mind like this, but Lu Zhihai is also no time to think, but violently body backward. At the same time raised his hand, double palm directly shot down the sofa. All that could be heard suddenly was a loud thud. That sofa actually broke apart directly. For a moment, pieces of the couch fell straight to the ground, and after seeing this scene, the crowd was even more shocked, only feeling that what was happening in front of them was incomparably metaphysical. How is this possible? Is he still human? A sofa flew directly towards Lu Zhihai, but it was slapped by Lu Zhihai's two hands, directly slapping that sofa into pieces. The people among the crowd at the first time were even talking. No, my eyes aren't blurry, are they? Was what I just saw real? It's true, it's true, it's true. Things are true. Another person spoke up. Look, but immediately afterward another person spoke violently, and after hearing this, the crowd rushed to look again, not even daring to blink. At the same time, as the sofa shattered, that Lu Zhihai didn't have time to react. It was the sudden sight of a fist slamming into the middle of that sofa's debris. For a moment Lu Zhihai was even too late to dodge and hurriedly raised his hands to block his chest. But even though he blocked his hands in front of his chest, the force of that fist still hit him solidly, and for a moment Lu Zhihai's body jerked backward. Under such, Lu Zhihai's body retreated several steps, and for a moment his body was even a bit unsteady. The few bodyguards who arrived with Lu Zhihai also felt their hearts and minds tremble after seeing this scene. How is this possible? Is what I see before my eyes real? I know that a few of them are incredibly clear about Lu Zhihai's strength, but now they are actually being knocked backward by a young kid with a direct punch. That's a little too intimidating. For a moment, they all felt that what was in front of them was not real, but that they were dreaming. But immediately afterward they knew beyond a shadow of a doubt in their hearts that it wasn't fake. And at the same time, after taking a few steps back, Lu Zhihai was even more shocked and raised his head to look at Su Yang, who was not far away. Immediately after that, he even opened his mouth and said, "Kid, I'm giving you a chance. If you're willing to apologize for this, the things between us and my nephew are all written off." It was also at this time that Lu Zhihai sensed the extraordinary nature of Su Yang's hands, and in his heart, he also instantly realized that this was definitely not an ordinary person. One had to know how old Su Yang was to have such strength. Obviously behind him, there must be a high person teaching him, and the power of that high person is certainly not simple. Under such circumstances, there was no need for him to continue fighting with Su Yang. If he continued to fight, even if he won, he was afraid that there would not be much benefit. And after hearing these words from Lu Zhihai, for a moment the crowd was shocked at what they had heard. To know Lu Zhihai, the meaning of this sentence is incredibly obvious. He would like to end this thing now. Is obviously jealous of Su Yang something? But isn't that Su Yang just an ordinary person? What does he have to make that Lu Zhihai feel scared? But although his heart could not believe it, it happened just like that. It can even be said that in the matter now under the ground, that Lu Zhihai said this sentence is already in the show of weakness. But that Sun Xiaofeng did get a little anxious after hearing the words his uncle said. For a moment, he also hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Lu, how can that be? This kid must be abolished in order to relieve my nephew's anger." At this time, Sun Xiaofeng could not see the situation clearly at all. He just thought that Lu Zhihai sensed that Su Yang had a few points of force, so he didn't want to continue to make trouble. So he let Su Yang open his mouth to apologize and end things. What is that kid? Can't it be that we're still afraid of him? While after hearing these words, Lu Zhihai frowned at once. Directly twisting his head to look at Sun Xiaofeng, he spoke. "Shut the hell up. There's no room for you to speak." And after hearing these words, Sun Xiaofeng was also confused for a moment, somewhat not understanding why Lu Zhihai would suddenly say this. But Uncle Lu, for a moment Sun Xiaofeng wanted to say something, but at this moment Lu Zhihai's face did change directly. "Stop talking nonsense to me and shut up immediately." And at this time the crowd was even more shocked after seeing this scene. They never thought that Lu Zhihai would have such an attitude towards this nephew of his because of that kid. At the same time, after bringing Lu Zhihai to finish the sentence, Sun Xiaofeng also completely closed his mouth, not daring to say anything else. Although he was still indignant beyond measure at this time, he really didn't dare to open his mouth when he saw Lu Zhihai in such a big temper. At the same time, Su Yang even laughed out loud directly after seeing this scene. That was fun. And after seeing Su Yang's ridicule, Sun Xiaofeng was even more infuriated, but he could do nothing about it. At the same time, that Lu Zhihai once again looked at Su Yang, followed by a tone as calm as possible and continued, "How about my offer? Do you want to accept it or not? As long as you are willing to apologize, then the matter will end here." For a while, the crowd was even more surprised after seeing Lu Zhihai with such an attitude. However, underneath this, the crowd was feeling happy for Su Yang. Su Yang really is good luck nah. No matter what, Lu Zhihai now do not want to continue to count, then Su Yang is also safe. Under this, no one would think that Su Yang would refuse, and at the same time, that Lu Zhihai also thought that Su Yang wasn't going to reject him. Immediately after that, he was looking at Sun Xiaofeng, and was about to call him over to let Su Yang apologize for him. But just at this moment, Su Yang's voice suddenly rang out. "What are you?" Chapter 141, Beatings. When these words came out, the crowd thought for a moment that they had hallucinated what they had just heard. For a while everyone was looking for the sound towards Su Yang, only to see Su Yang standing there with a smile on his face looking at Lu Zhihai and opening his mouth. At the same time, Lu Zhihai also heard Su Yang's words, followed by a shocked face as he twisted his head around, and for a moment, he thought that he had heard wrong. With that, Lu Zhihai opened his mouth again and said, "What did you say just now? It seems like I kind of missed it." And after hearing this, Su Yang is impatiently pulled out his ears, followed by once again opened his mouth and said, "You cannot be deaf, is it? I said you, and what a thing." And when these words came out, the crowd present was in an uproar. This time, they hadn't heard it wrong, they had heard it clearly, and the words had come out of Su Yang's mouth. But how dare he say such a thing? To know that Lu Zhihai has given Su Yang steps, but Su Yang actually preferred not to go down this step, and Su Yang does not go along with the step down is just, but even in turn opened his mouth to scold that Lu Zhihai. "My ears aren't blurred, are they?" were the words just now spoken by that kid. There's no mistake, the words just now came out of that kid's mouth. At the same time someone else nodded with unmistakable approval. At the same time, that Lu Zhihai heard Su Yang's words again, but also completely froze in place. A time as a little bit cannot believe their own ears. "You." With that, Lu Zhihai raised his hand and pointed at Su Yang for a moment, unable to speak, and Su Yang after hearing this, but once again impatiently opened his mouth and said, I waste so many words for what also give him an apology. You have seen with the dog to apologize?" And after saying this, Su Yang turned the picture back to Lu Zhihai, and then continued to speak. "Besides, why should I listen to you? You're an asshole." And after hearing Su Yang's words, for a moment Lu Zhihai's face was even more directly red. When had he ever been insulted by someone like this? Moreover, this time he personally gave this kid a step down. This kid not only does not go down, but also insults himself in turn. For a while, Lu Zhihai was even more exasperated and his body was slightly trembling. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng even opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Lu, you heard what he said. You give this kid face. This kid still don't he think he counts for something?" At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng also opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Lu, you've been so atmospheric. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that he would have already accepted it gratefully. But this brat isn't a person at all. There's no need for you to talk nonsense with him." Meanwhile, the people in the hall were more than a little surprised. This Lu Zhihai personally gave the steps. More can be said to personally give him a way to live. But this kid even refused to take. Isn't he just looking for pure death? And at the same time, that Lu Zhihai's face was completely gloomy, followed by an incomparably cold smile. Then even more slowly opened his mouth and said, "It seems to me that it is the same." Immediately after, Lu Zhihai is looking at Su Yang opened his mouth. "Kid, I gave you the opportunity, but you just can't grasp it. Then you can't blame me." At the same time, Su Yang glanced at the time, followed by waving his hand directly, "Stop pushing. You know he's wasted a lot of time just because of this." Su Yang was now too lazy to continue wasting his mind on this matter. It's really time for things to end. And after saying those words, Su Yang's figure instantly moved. For a moment, the crowd only felt a gust of wind blowing in their faces. Immediately after that, he saw that Su Yang had already rushed to that Lu Zhihai's body. Suddenly, a direct punch was thrown out, and immediately afterward, only a loud bang could be heard. That Lu Zhihai's body was actually directly sent flying out, and then crashed heavily on top of the wall. For a time as Lu Zhihai's body crashed into it, the shelves next to that wall were even more trembling. With the conduction of this power, the hanger with the clothes hanging on it directly collapsed on the ground, and the clothes on it were scattered all over the place in an instant. At the same time that Lu Zhihai's body is slowly sliding down, followed by a coughing sound, then a few lines of blood is sprayed from the mouth, and at this moment, Su Yang was no longer going to give him the slightest chance. Lu Zhihai had only just raised his head, but Su Yang had already rushed in front of him again. Before Lu Zhihai had the slightest time to react, he saw that Su Yang had already kicked towards his head. Suddenly Lu Zhihai's head instantly felt a sharp pain. At one time, his body was even sliding along the corner of the wall again, and soon, it was crashed into another wall, and it was only after doing all this that Su Yang managed to stop his movements. At the same time, that Lu Zhihai only felt his consciousness was extremely drowsy, and could not make any movements or reactions at all. Immediately after that, several streams of blood even flowed out above his forehead, and after seeing such a scene, the crowd present was even directly dumbfounded in place. What the hell just happened in that moment? The crowd only felt a burst of black shadows passing by, and that Lu Zhihai was sent flying out, and with another burst of Su Yang's movements, Lu Zhihai even fell straight to the ground. His head was covered in blood. At the same time Sun Xiaofeng, who saw this scene, was even a bit dumbfounded for a while, knowing that Uncle Lu was the strongest existence in his eyes. He hadn't seen anyone who was a match for Uncle Lu since he was a child. It could be said that in his eyes, that Uncle Lu was an invincible existence above force, but now his Uncle Lu was completely suppressed by a young kid, and this young kid was still a waste of space in his eyes. At the same time Sun Xiaofeng quickly stepped forward to help up that Lu Zhihai, but just at that moment, he only felt a gust of wind passing by his ears, followed by Su Yang arriving in front of him. Before Xiao Zhuang had the time to react in the slightest, he felt that his neck was being choked by a pair of large hands. Suddenly, Sun Xiaofeng even felt a sense of suffocation. At the same time, only Su Yang was seen choking Sun Xiaofeng's neck and slowly lifting him up. For a while Sun Xiaofeng clutched Su Yang's arm, struggling desperately to break free, but no matter what he did, it was futile. At this moment, Sun Xiaofeng was like a lamb to the slaughter in his hands. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. At this moment, Su Yang looked at Sun Xiaofeng in front of him, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Immediately after he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Solved your Uncle Lu, should also solve you. Between the two of us is still far from the end of the matter." And at this moment, Sun Xiaofeng was grasped in Su Yang's hands, and for a moment, a strong fear rose in his heart. Looking at Su Yang, he couldn't help but show chills in his eyes. Chapter 142, Making the Sun Family Disappear. At the same time, the crowd looked at the scene in front of them and felt incomparably dreamy. How the hell did this go down? And how long has it been? It's amazing how the situation has reversed itself just like that. One must know that just within that short period of time in the square, that Sun Xiaofeng had used countless means. That Sun Xiaofeng had gone from striking out on his own at the very beginning and then being defeated by Su Yang. Immediately after that, he called on a few security guards to go up and beat Su Yang, but he did not expect that in the end he was still not Su Yang's opponent, and at the end of the day, Sun Xiaofeng even directly called his uncle, who was also clearly not an ordinary person and was extremely powerful, but in the end, he was still directly killed by Su Yang in 3 moves, and now, Sun Xiaofeng was even directly choked by Su Yang. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng looked at Su Yang and also spoke urgently and incomparably, "Don't you move me, if you move me you're dead." At the time of seeing Sun Xiaofeng this guy was still so arrogant, Su Yang even couldn't help but directly laugh out loud. "You've said that a million times, and even if you're not tired of saying it, I'm tired of hearing it." And after saying this, before giving Sun Xiaofeng the slightest time to react, Su Yang actually raised his hand again and slapped Sun Xiaofeng's face. For a while, within the store, an incomparably crisp ringing sound was even heard, and after seeing Su Yang actually hit himself, Sun Xiaofeng was even a bit dumbfounded. "You." At the same time, before Sun Xiaofeng's words could be uttered, Su Yang slapped him heavily again. It was followed by another crisp ring. At the same time, a few of Lu Zhihai's men were looking at the scene in front of them and were pondering whether or not to go forward to help. However, the fight between Su Yang and Lu Zhihai just now was clearly seen by several of them. They went up there to be completely beaten, without the slightest chance to fight back. In that case, what's the point of them going up there? And at the same time, Su Yang slapped him again. "You're dead. You're really dead." And upon seeing that Su Yang was truly determined to beat himself up, Sun Xiaofeng had a momentary seizure. But after Su Yang heard this, another smile appeared on his face. You should know that Sun Xiaofeng's appearance, but it reminded him of someone from the other day. The two of them can be said to be exactly the same in terms of hardness of mouth and bravado, but I wonder if they'll still be the same when they go soft in a while. After thinking of this, Su Yang directly pressed Sun Xiaofeng's head towards the ground. Suddenly, Sun Xiaofeng's face was directly plastered by Su Yang. For a moment, under Su Yang's incomparably powerful strength, Sun Xiaofeng could not move at all, and could only be confined to the ground by death. He couldn't raise his head at all if he wanted to under this, and the most important thing was when had he, as the Sun family's eldest son, ever been humiliated like this, under the gaze of so many people. I can't believe someone else put their face right on the ground. For a moment, Sun Xiaofeng tried to get up, but suddenly, Su Yang was renewing his strength. The other hand directly yanked Sun Xiaofeng's arm, and then it was directly twisted in the opposite direction. As Su Yang moved, Sun Xiaofeng even felt an extreme pain. For a time, Sun Xiaofeng was in pain and could not control his mouth at all, directly opening his mouth to wail. "Stop it! You stop it!" To know the arm. The pain of being twisted hard is not something that normal people can endure. Not to mention, Sun Xiaofeng, a well-bred male son, and Su Yang just looked down at Sun Xiaofeng without a trace of pity on his face, and the strength in his hands continued to increase. "I told you, I don't want to get involved in this kind of trouble, but you just had to make a big deal out of this, so you'll have to take the consequences of this." At this moment, as Sun Xiaofeng listened to Su Yang's words, his eyes also saw Lu Zhihai's men not far away, and after seeing this scene, Sun Xiaofeng suddenly and directly opened his mouth and shouted, "What are you guys doing? Can't you see that I'm being beaten up? Why don't you hurry up and come to help?" And after hearing those words, those few henchmen didn't dare to sit back and do nothing anymore. Even if they were beaten, then they had to go forward. With that, a few of his men rushed directly towards Su Yang, and after Su Yang turned his head and saw the scene, he only smiled slightly. At the same time, a couple of henchmen came to the front. Immediately after that, Su Yang's hand that was pressing down on Sun Xiaofeng's head was violently raised. With that, he directly punched out, and suddenly the henchman who was at the front of the line was directly sent flying out by Su Yang's punch. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng hurriedly tried to stand up after noticing that the power that had imprisoned him had disappeared. But immediately after that Su Yang did press down again. Under Su Yang's power like this, Sun Xiaofeng could not resist at all. At the same time another man came forward. Immediately after that, Su Yang made the same move as Fong and once again threw a punch. For a while it seemed like a cycle. Another henchman was sent flying out by Su Yang, and with that in mind, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little amused as they watched the scene, while at the same time marveling even more at Su Yang's strength. Soon, several of his men were sent flying out by Su Yang. For a while they were all lying on the ground wailing continuously, unable to get up again at all. And after seeing this scene Sun Xiaofeng is also completely dumbfounded. Their men in front of Su Yang is like a chicken general, rushed forward but only continue to get beaten up. Immediately after that, Su Yang also looked at Sun Xiaofeng on the ground once again. Then he slowly opened his mouth again and said, "Now you don't have any means to use, do you?" After hearing these words, for a while Sun Xiaofeng was speechless. The words that Su Yang continued to say immediately afterward directly made him fall into an ice cave. In that case, there's no need to keep this arm of yours. You'll save yourself from continuing to cause trouble for others in the future. For a moment, Sun Xiaofeng was even more desperate to open his mouth. Don't. However, Su Yang did not pay any attention to his words. Tell you what, I'll do this even as a favor to the people. And at the same time, that small shape also slowly opened his eyes, and immediately afterward, he saw such a scene, and after seeing Sun Xiaofeng so humiliated, he also opened his mouth with incomparable indignation and roared, "If you dare to touch a single hair on his head, my Sun family will definitely kill you with all their might. Not only you, but also your family." And Su Yang, who heard these words, twisted his head before he could open his mouth. A clear and incomparable female voice then suddenly rang out at the doorway, "If you dare to touch him, I'll make your Sun family disappear in Tianhai City." And after hearing this, the crowd twisted their heads around, and for a while they were even more puzzled. Who the hell is that? It's amazing that you have such a big mouth. And coming from the doorway was none other than the two of them, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiu. Although they didn't know what had happened, they were also the first to hear what that Lu Zhihai had said, and that Lu Zhihai's eyes widened after seeing the visitor. Chapter 143, Anya's Arrival. For a moment, the crowd present all heard this extremely imposing voice. Immediately afterward, the crowd all turned their heads to look, and immediately afterward, they saw two extremely beautiful figures. For a while many people's eyes even widened. The people who came were no one else but Anya and Qin Xiaoxiu. The two men were also startled by the scene in front of them after they just came here. In the beginning the two of them didn't even react to what exactly happened. As soon as they came in they only saw Su Yang pressing a man underneath him. Meanwhile the men's clothing store was a mess, and there were several people lying on the floor, already passed out. Just when the two of them were wondering, they heard that Lu Zhihai's voice. After hearing Lu Zhihai threaten Su Yang, Anya's face instantly changed. At one time, he directly opened his mouth and said angrily, it was important to realize that although their family had gone downhill over the years, it was not comparable to an upstart small family like the Sun family. After all, their family was one of the oldest big families, and they were also extremely prestigious in Tianhai City. On the contrary, the Sun family had only just risen to prominence over the years and had just become a little famous. Although it wasn't that easy for their family to crush the Sun family, they could easily make the Sun family move their bones. And at this moment, Lu Zhihai was shocked after seeing Anya. Others may not know, but he knew this family's eldest daughter. After all, the family's eldest miss was extremely reputable in this Tianhai city's high society. You should know that Anya, she is not only stunningly beautiful, but she is also talented. And the most important thing is still the family behind him. But it makes a lot of people eyeing him. If it was possible to get the family's help, then it was a heavenly boost. And Lu Zhihai only recognized Anya after it was even more startled. How this girl suddenly appeared here. For a moment Su Yang also looked up, and after seeing Anya and Qin Xiaoxiu, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth and said, "You guys are here? Wait for me for a while. I'll take care of something first." The two women who then heard these words also looked once again at Sun Xiaofeng who was being pressed under Su Yang. For a moment Qin Xiaoxiu couldn't help but show a burst of laughter. At the same time that Lu Zhihai heard the sound of laughter after also looked up to see the past. After seeing Qin Xiaoxiu even more cannot help but stunned. For a moment, he felt that this Qin Xiaoxiu was incomparably familiar, as if he had met her somewhere. Just as suddenly, the crowd suddenly remembered. This woman is not the Qin family's eldest young lady. What's wrong with today? How did I meet these two big ladies? Just at this time that Anya also looked at Lu Zhihai, followed by a smile on her face. She opened her mouth and said, "What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly, please say it again." Although Anya's voice was extremely gentle, it sounded as if it was exploding thunder in Lu Zhihai's ears. For a moment he was even more frightened and his body shivered a little. It was important to realize that although Anya's voice was gentle, what was revealed in those words was a strong sense of threat. Lu Zhihai couldn't care less about the pain in his body, and he couldn't care less about the blood that was still flowing from his head, and he stood up in a hurry. With a smile on his face, he spoke to the two women. "Why are you two here? How is your father these days?" Hearing Lu Zhihai's polite words, Anya's face was a burst of contemptuous laughter. Immediately after that, he said, "What does our father have to do with you? You are something." And after hearing this, Lu Zhihai was still fawning. You're right, I'm not concerned." After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also opened her mouth and said, "Concerned? Need you be concerned?" And after hearing this, Lu Zhihai was still constantly nodding his head with a smile on his face, not daring to say a word more. But this scene was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky in the eyes of the crowd. It was even said that the scene was scarier than seeing a horror movie. They saw something, that Lu Zhihai would show such a fawning look to the two women. And the two women were so insulting to Lu Zhihai that Lu Zhihai didn't even dare to say a word. After thinking about this, the hearts of the crowd became more and more horrified. At the same time, the crowd even spoke up. What kind of status do these two women have, that they would let that man be like that? Immediately after that, there was also someone who spoke up and replied, "Although I don't know exactly what their identities are, but looking at the looks and temperament of these two women, as well as the way people are dressed, it's obvious that they're not ordinary people." That's right. At the same time another person spoke up and replied. On the other hand, Sun Xiaofeng on the other side was even more stunned after seeing this scene. He couldn't understand for the life of him how his uncle Lu could suddenly be like this. It was important to realize that their Sun family had only just risen to prominence, and he, Sun Xiaofeng, had yet to attend a few high society dinners. Moreover, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao did not often attend such events, so also, he did not recognize the two people, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao. But after seeing the looks of the two women, he was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. These two women were so beautiful that they firmly grabbed his heart between their knitted brows and smiles. The two of them, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, were unique existences both in terms of looks and body shape. For a while this Sun Xiaofeng even somewhat ignored his current situation. You know that right now, he's still being held down and thrashed by a man. It was also at this moment that Anya continued to speak. "Don't you dare change the subject with me here now, okay? What I'm asking now is what did you mean by what you just said?" Lu Zhihai, who heard this for a while, was even more surprised. He never expected that this Anya would still hold on to Su Yang's matter and refuse to give up. For a moment Lu Zhihai also turned his head once again to look at Su Yang. In this way things are clear, that Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao's relationship with Su Yang was obviously not ordinary. Otherwise Anya wouldn't have been holding on to Su Yang's side of things. After thinking about this, Lu Zhihai momentarily heart seems to sink into the bottom. If the two had an unusual relationship, then his entire Sun family would be in complete trouble. And the trouble is even more heavenly. At the same time, that Sun Xiaofeng, under the face of these two beauties, for a moment his heart could not help but be filled with bottom. Immediately after that, he was facing Su Yang again and spoke. "I advise you to let go of me immediately. I can still spare your life. If you don't, my father will definitely not let you go." And upon hearing these words, Lu Zhihai also instantly widened his eyes and looked towards Sun Xiaofeng's direction. This kid is really looking for death. After thinking of this, Lu Zhihai directly rushed towards Sun Xiaofeng, followed by a slap on Sun Xiaofeng's head. Chapter 144, Lessons Learned. For a moment, Sun Xiaofeng suddenly suffered this heavy blow, and his heart was even more shocked who suddenly hit himself again. With that, Little Face also raised his head towards the top. Immediately afterward, he saw Lu Zhihai standing in front of him. For a moment Sun Xiaofeng was even more shocked, and immediately after that he also opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Lu, what are you doing hitting me? You fix it quickly. The damn kid ah." And after hearing these words, Lu Zhihai's heart couldn't help but curse Sun Xiaofeng's stupidity. This kid is still looking for death, and he's still making a fool of himself. After thinking of this, Lu Zhihai was even more furious and slapped Sun Xiaofeng's head again. And under this slap, Sun Xiaofeng was completely blinded. He could never imagine why this Lu Zhihai would suddenly hit himself again. Meanwhile, Su Yang watched this scene with a smile on his face, and his heart had an answer in the first moment. He was sure that this Lu Zhihai had recognized the identity of Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, or else he wouldn't have suddenly been like this. And at the same time, Lu Zhihai even looked at Sun Xiaofeng and opened his mouth to curse angrily. "You guy who doesn't grow eyes, do you know who you've messed with?" Not only was Sun Xiaofeng shocked at these words, the crowd present was even more shocked as they looked over. They never expected that Lu Zhihai would suddenly say such a sentence. What the hell is going on here? After thinking about this, the crowd was even more vocal. What the hell is going on here? That Lu Zhihai even beat his own nephew because of this woman. Are you stupid? It's still hard to tell. That woman's identity is definitely not simple. Watch what happens next. This is interesting. Meanwhile, on Su Yang's side, Sun Xiaofeng was even more puzzled after hearing what Lu Zhihai said. While looking at Lu Zhihai with extreme puzzlement, I'm not messing with anyone. After hearing this, Lu Zhihai but even more angry. Momentarily another slap heavily on Sun Xiaofeng's head. Didn't mess with anyone? Do you know what they both are? Immediately after Sun Xiaofeng heard these words, he also raised his head to look at Anyet and Qin Xiaoxiao, and immediately after that, his face just became even more puzzled. What are their identities? After hearing these words, Lu Zhihai once again spoke with incomparable exasperation. She's the first lady of the family, and she is the first lady of the Qin family. After hearing these words, Sun Xiaofeng first froze for a moment, and then all of a sudden a pair of eyes snapped open. It also reacted in an instant. A time is more stuttering. Incoherence set in. And family? Qin family? And after seeing this scene, Lu Zhihai slapped down another slap. Are you blind? You don't need me to tell you. And after hearing Lu Zhihai's words, the people present were even more struck by lightning. At one time, someone even stammered and said, "What did he say?" And at the same time, the person next to him also opened his mouth and replied. He said that the two women are from the In and Qin families. Immediately after that, someone else opened their mouth to echo. That's not as simple as the In family and Qin family. These two women are the In family and Qin family's eldest misses, the jewels in the palm of these two great families. It's amazing that this kid knows someone like that. For a while the crowd also completely understood in their hearts why Su Yang dared to be so rampant. With such a backing, how could they be afraid of others? Moreover, the relationship between this man and woman is even less simple than the crowd thinks. If it was a relationship between a man and a woman, then this Su Yang's identity would be completely terrifyingly big. The person who could make the In family's eldest miss fall in love. How could that be an ordinary person? At the same time, Su Yang watched this scene, and the smile on his face became even more intense. Immediately after that, he slowly spoke again. You guys think this is the end of the matter, don't you? And after hearing this word, Lu Zhihai even instantly turned his head, followed by a respectful face, said, things certainly can't end like this. What you have commanded although put forward, we will certainly satisfy. At this moment, Lu Zhihai, that still dared to show a hint of disrespect to Su Yang. It was important to realize that through Anya's words just now, it was already evident how deep the relationship between her and Su Yang was. This was clearly not an existence they could afford to mess with. Under such circumstances, Lu Zhihai continued to rampage. That is not purely looking for death? And after hearing those words, the crowd was even more dumbfounded. This attitude change is also too huge. Right, to know that in a moment ago this guy is still rampant and incomparably let Su Yang kneel down and apologize. But only after just such a moment. He is so respectful. Su Yang, who heard this, smiled and continued to speak. This is what you said. After hearing this, Lu Zhihai nodded desperately again. Of course, no matter what you say, we will definitely agree. With that, Su Yang nodded, followed by looking down at Sun Xiaofeng. I don't really want to do anything else. I just want this guy to stop wreaking havoc in the future. And at this time, Sun Xiaofeng also completely saw the situation clearly. Although he was rampant, but his brain was not stupid after all. It was obvious that this guy was an existence that their Sun family couldn't afford to mess with. And nowadays the head is as low as it can go. After thinking of this, Sun Xiaofeng also nodded his head desperately, and then he even opened his mouth to say, I will absolutely stop bullying others in the future. I beg you to spare me this time. Su Yang, who heard this, smiled again and immediately continued to speak slowly. Really? When these words came out, Sun Xiaofeng saw hope for a moment, and immediately afterward, he hurriedly replied, of course it's true. However, after hearing these words, Su Yang waved his hand. Of course you can say that, but I don't believe it. It's better to do something guaranteed. As soon as these words came out, Sun Xiaofeng continued to speak again. Do what you say and I will definitely agree. At that moment, a sinister and incomparable smile appeared on Su Yang's face, then slowly spoke. Then you'll have to put up with it. And after Su Yang said these words, an ominous feeling rose in the bottom of Sun Xiaofeng's heart. Immediately after that, it was panicked and spoke. Please spare me, please. But before he could even say his words, Su Yang directly grabbed his arm. Suddenly, Su Yang's hand snapped, directly folding Sun Xiaofeng's arm in the opposite direction. For a moment, a miserable sound resounded directly within this man's clothing store. When he saw Su Yang's action, Lu Zhihai still wanted to stop, but after thinking of Anya's power, he violently withdrew his hand. Now let Sun Xiaofeng suffer a little. The matter may be over. but if he continues to open his mouth now, the matter may be in trouble again. Lu Zhihai, who thought of this naturally, did not open his mouth. At the same time, that Sun Xiaofeng's arm was even more of an amazing angle directly affixed to his back, and the bone even directly penetrated through the clothes. Chapter 145, Delivering Charcoal in Snowy Havens. For a moment quite a few timid people couldn't help but directly close their eyes after seeing this scene. After all, this scene in front of him was a little too scary. To know that at this time as Sun Xiaofeng's arm folded to his back, that bone directly broke and stabbed out from the flesh. And Sun Xiaofeng, who felt all this, suffered even more inhuman pain. You know, a direct 90-degree break in the arm is not a pain that humans can endure. And after seeing this scene, even Qin Xiaoxiao closed her eyes directly with some intolerance. And Su Yang also slowly got up and clapped his hands after doing all this, then lowered his head and calmly looked at Sun Xiaofeng and opened his mouth and said, "I'm telling you, I'm not just doing this for myself, but also to let you learn a long lesson, so that you can remember that there are people outside of people, and there is a heaven outside of heaven." It was important to realize that Su Yang wasn't idly bothering with this Sun Xiaofeng. The most important thing is that this Sun Xiaofeng Fang did not just take a shot at him, but even wanted to take action against which Li Chanxian. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaofeng was still lying on the ground, wailing in immense pain, and after seeing this scene, Lu Zhihai couldn't help but close his eyes tightly, and at the same time, after feeling this pain, Sun Xiaofeng was even more completely maniacal, followed by bloodshot eyes looking towards Su Yang and said in a crazy and incomparable manner, "You're dead. I'm going to kill you." After hearing these words, not waiting for Su Yang to open his mouth, that Lu Zhihai is a kick over, followed by opening his mouth to roar, "You're crazy, is it? You're crazy, aren't you? You haven't learned your lesson yet, have you?" And after seeing this scene, the crowd was even more shocked to know that Sun Xiaofeng had already been like this, and that Lu Zhihai still hit Sun Xiaofeng directly in order not to make Su Yang angry. From under this can also easily see that Lu Zhihai in the end how afraid of Su Yang. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng was even extremely puzzled and looked at Lu Zhihai, followed by what he still wanted to say, but it was another kick by the crowd. Suddenly under this series of pain, that Sun Xiaofeng directly fainted, and only after seeing this scene, Lu Zhihai is to put down his heart. You know, even Lu Zhihai couldn't bear to see Sun Xiaofeng suffer so much pain, but in today's situation, he had no other way. If he let Sun Xiaofeng continue, then Sun Xiaofeng would suffer more pain. In that case, he could only end this as soon as possible. And after seeing this scene, Su Yang also nodded his head with immense satisfaction, and then immediately looked at Lu Zhihai and opened his mouth. In that case, that's the end of the matter. And after hearing these words, Sun Xiaofeng nodded his head again with incomparable fawning. "Thank you very much. I will definitely discipline this nephew of mine properly in the future, and definitely won't let him mess with you for a single moment." Su Yang, who heard this, was the one who spoke once more. "I hope you're true to your word." And after saying this, Su Yang again turned his head to look at Li Chanxian, who was not far away. Immediately after that, he also opened his mouth and said to Lu Zhihai beside him, "And her, I don't want you guys to find him a single bit of trouble. If I let me know that you guys are looking for him to find trouble, then at that time, it won't be as simple as him alone getting his arm broken." After hearing this, Lu Zhihai again hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Then Su Yang looked at Li Chanxian and said, "Do you still want to do here? If you do not want to continue to do here, then follow me. My company needs you like this person. The wages and treatment will certainly make you satisfied." After hearing these words, Li Chanxian did not even think about it, as directly agreed, to know that no matter what, this store is definitely not going to be able to continue on its own. Moreover, Su Yang's behavior just now had directly and deeply convinced her. Let's not talk about how the treatment was. Under such circumstances, how could she possibly refuse Su Yang's offer? And after thinking of this, Li Chanxian directly raised her head and nodded, and spoke, "You have taken the initiative to invite me. How could I refuse?" And after hearing this, Su Yang nodded. Then Li Chanxian opened her mouth again and said to Su Yang, "As for the salary and treatment, just count by how much I can do." After hearing this, Su Yang's face but a hint of a smile, followed by the opening of the mouth to say, "How is that enough? Wages and treatment matters do not have to worry about. Listen to me on the line. People like you in my place is worth reusing." And after hearing these words from Su Yang, for a moment, Li Chanxian's face directly revealed a look of being flattered. Immediately afterward, he also hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, and at the same time, after the crowd heard these words, a look of envy appeared on their faces. Li Chanxian is afraid that she is going to soar after this one. After all, Su Yang's identity is placed there, and in the square Li Chanxian also in order to Su Yang head. If I knew that among the people present at the party, there was simply no one who had the guts to stand up for Su Yang and face Sun Xiaofeng. You know, it's the snow that makes for the most unforgettable camaraderie, and Fang Chanxian Li's behavior for Su Yang is the snow to send charcoal. although Su Yang's strength is also simply do not need Qianqian Li's help, but that's what she did. In this way, the work arranged for Li Qianqian in Su Yang's capacity must be excellent. It can even be completely said that Li Qianqian directly changed her life today. And even if there is no work arranged by Su Yang, Li Qianqian in today's matter with Su Yang on top of the good, then since then Li Qianqian's back will have a trump card. It can even be completely said that Li Qianqian will completely realize the class leap after this matter today. Although the crowd was envious in the bottom of their hearts, they also understood that this was what people Li Qianqian deserved. But at the same time their hearts were overwhelmed with regret. After all, if they had just stepped up to the plate, then this opportunity could now fall on their heads. At the same time, Su Yang looked at Lu Zhihai, and then he said, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you take your nephew and get the hell out of here?" And after hearing these words, that Lu Zhihai didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately after that, he directly carried Sun Xiaofeng from the ground, and fled the place with his men in a sorry state. Immediately after that, Su Yang turned his head to look at Xiaobai again, and after seeing this scene, Xiaobai suddenly, with a flutter, directly knelt on the ground. At this moment, Xiaobai also completely understood after watching what had just happened. Su Yang's identity is too scary. It's simply not something you can mess with. What happened to himself now was entirely a matter of Su Yang's word. I have to say, this little white guy is really decisive. At the same time, Xiaobai even opened his mouth and said, "Su Yang, it's my blindness that offended you. Please spare me on the basis of your previous feelings." Chapter 146, Shameless. After hearing this sentence, Su Yang laughed. He as Morsum did not expect the Shang Qian, surprisingly so can bend and stretch. You should know that Su Yang, he has not yet said a word. Zhang Qian is directly kneeling down to Su Yang to beg for forgiveness. At this moment, Zhang Qian was kneeling in front of Su Yang, still begging for mercy. "Su Yang begs you to let me go. You shouldn't bother with a woman like me like this." When he heard this, Su Yang's face was once again showing a smile, and immediately continued, "Letting me let you go. Then when you said those words to me just now, did you ever think about now?" Rather, after hearing Su Yang's words, Zhang Qian's expression was also more terrified, and for a while her lips were not having some trembling. In this way, Zhang Qian is not dare to continue to be arrogant, directly lowered his head as to go to lick Su Yang's shoes. After seeing this scene, Su Yang but instantly retracted his leg. "Don't touch me. I'm sick of you." At the same time Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao's faces showed a few hints of contempt. For a while they all watched the scene with extreme amusement. You have to know that put down the Zhang Qian also cattle wave coaxing, which is only in the past how long, is so active and humble. At the same time, the crowd was talking even more when they saw the scene. What a shame. However, after hearing this, someone else spoke up and said, "Now that we're in this situation, if we still know how to be shameless, isn't that just looking for death? I think this woman just deserved it. Just now she was so arrogant and had such a bullish attitude. Now this kind is purely self-inflicted." At the same time another person spoke up and said, "If I look at it, it's because that Mr. Sun is gone and this woman has no backer. Ha ha, isn't that obvious?" And in between the crowd's conversation, they were looking at Zhang Qian again. At this time, the crowd was incredibly puzzled. How exactly would Su Yang deal with this Zhang Qian? Immediately after that, Su Yang looked at Zhang Qian in front of him and spoke, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, and I don't want to hit a woman with my hands, so hurry up and get lost, and don't let me see you again in the future." And after hearing this, Zhang Qian's face was instantly revealed a burst of joy, followed by also rushed to open his mouth, once again said, "Good, I will definitely not dare to provoke you again, and will definitely walk around you when I see you in the future." And after hearing this sentence as well, Su Yang also nodded his head and immediately spoke once more, "Well then you should hurry up and get lost." After hearing these words, Zhang Qian is also rushed to stand up to leave here can. Just at this time, Zhang Qian's heart seems to think of something, followed by a burst of laughter on the face, followed by a twist of the head to look at Su Yang. "I was more than a little offended by what happened just now, but I didn't mean it that way. If you have time, why don't we go for a drink? It's been so many years since we've seen each other." And as Zhang Qian uttered these words, the crowd of onlookers were even more shocked. They never expected Zhang Qian to be so shameless. It would have been fine if the party hadn't happened, but the party had actually happened. But I didn't expect that Zhang Qian had only just left that Sun Gongzi and turned around to ask Su Yang out. And the most important thing is that she and Su Yang had a conflict just now. After thinking about this, the crowd spoke again. "This woman is shameless. To be able to say such a thing, I'm ashamed of him. Otherwise can people evening Sun Gongzi, this cheek is really thick. Do you guys think he'll say yes?" At the same time another person who felt doubtful opened his mouth and asked. After hearing that another person spoke with disdain, "How could he say yes, if he agrees, unless he's blind? Can't you see what kind of beauties are following him around?" And after hearing this, many people nodded with extreme recognition. That's right, this woman is so disgusting that I would feel troubled if I were her to say more than one word. But at the same time another person spoke up. I don't think things are that simple. I don't really think this kid has anything to do with these two women. Don't you think about what kind of status the two others have? Immediately after that, someone else spoke up and chimed in. That's right. Besides, haven't you heard? This woman is the man's girlfriend in college. The man will not agree to it is really hard to say. The crowd murmured and also looked at Su Yang once more. For a moment they were all extremely curious as to what exactly Su Yang would choose. On Su Yang's side, he couldn't help but laugh out loud directly after hearing Zhang Qian's words. He never expected Zhang Qian to be so brazen. Immediately after that, he also spoke. Don't you feel that what you said is a bit ridiculous? Subsequently, Zhang Qian, after hearing Su Yang's words, but is again revealed a hint of a smile, and at the same time is also continued to speak. So what? Can't so many years? You do not want me at all? These words also completely dumbfounded Su Yang. He had thought that Zhang Qian would be shameless, but hadn't thought that it would be so. I can't believe I can even say such a thing. And at the same time, after Anya and Xin Xiaoxiao heard Zhang Qian's words, they also twisted their heads around to look at Su Yang for a moment. They were very curious to know what Su Yang's reaction was after he heard the words. Su Yang also froze for a moment when he heard this, and then spoke again. Do you want to take a look in the mirror to see what you are? Where did you get the confidence to say such words? Don't embarrass yourself here anymore, okay? I don't want to see you again. Seeing you makes me feel sick. And after hearing Su Yang utter these words, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao nodded with extreme satisfaction. And for a while, the two of them didn't notice their silent agreement. Meanwhile, after hearing this, Zhang Qian's face couldn't help but blush for a while. At the same time, the crowd of onlookers also clearly saw this scene. And for a moment, a burst of laughter also came from all of them. That woman is shameless enough to say something like that. Now get over it. Ha 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 ha. Who says it isn't? Now shame on you. For a while, the crowd was filled with laughter. And under such, for a while, Zhang Qian also had no face to continue staying here. Immediately afterward, he raised his head to look at Su Yang, but his face was filled with indignation on top of it. Su Yang, even if he refused him, then there is no need to insult her so. After thinking of this, Zhang Qian's bottom of the heart is rising a strong sense of hatred. And after thinking of this, Zhang Qian for a moment, facing Su Yang, the timidity in his heart is suddenly dissipated. In its place was a strong hatred. Chapter 147, Anya's Humiliation. For a moment, Zhang Qian was once again speaking. On what basis do you say such words? After hearing Zhang Qian's words, not only Su Yang, all the people present were blinded in place for a while. All of them had never thought about how this Zhang Qian could suddenly say this. Where in the world did she get her face? And at this moment, Su Yang looked at Zhang Qian in front of him, but he was also completely speechless and didn't know what to say. It took a long time before he spoke slowly. Just get the hell out of here, will you? At the same time, even the two of them, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, looked at this Zhang Qian and felt as if their three views had been refreshed. What's wrong with this guy, being so shameless? And immediately afterward, the crowd present looked at this scene and also opened their mouths to say, this woman is not a psychopath, right? In vain, she has such a good-looking face, but as a result, she has a brain problem. Immediately after, another person laughed while speaking. This woman I think is not just as simple as having a brain problem. She's purely a cutie. At this time, because of that Sun Xiaofeng's departure, the crowd for this Zhang Qian, but also even less fear can be said. After all, it was important to realize that before, they were afraid of this Zhang Qian because of the Sun Gongzi by her side. But now that Mr. Sun was gone, then what was she worth? And in so under, is someone directly cannot bear to open the mouth? Girl, what's the matter with you? Originally is that you somehow find people's trouble. Now people don't talk to you a woman in general. You still say on people. Once these words came out, the crowd also agreed, originally thinking that this farce would end with the departure of that Sun Xiaofeng, but it was never expected that the woman would suddenly jump out again and start looking for trouble. At the same time, that Zhang Qian also heard the words of the crowd, and immediately afterward, she twisted her head, and then a hint of mockery appeared on her face. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth and said, what are you considered to be? A group of poor people. There is no room for you to speak here. And after hearing these words, many people's faces also became angry. Unexpectedly this Zhang Qian even turned the spearhead towards them now, and after thinking of this, the crowd present was completely unable to endure, for a time, and then have opened their mouths to say, what are you considered something, but a chicken that is maintained by others? If there are no others, what are you considered something? When these words came out, many people burst out laughing, and some even directly applauded, exclaiming that it was well said. And at this time, Zhang Qian heard this, but also completely angry, randomly looked at the crowd again, opened his mouth and said, you this group of poor here there is no part of your speech, although I cannot afford to mess with them, but the old lady wants to mess with you is also just a word of things. After hearing these words, the crowd was quiet for a moment, and after looking at each other for a few moments, no one dared to open their mouths to say anything anymore. After all, that Zhang Qian said this is not a little problem, although people Zhang Qian cannot afford to provoke that Su Yang, but as long as a few words coaxed Sun Gongzi, then Sun Xiaofeng's anger is not something they can withstand. And even if this Zhang Qian is abandoned by Sun Xiaofeng now, with her figure and looks, she can easily find a son again who is not much worse than Sun Xiaofeng. And after thinking of this, for a while, no one in the crowd dared to say anything more, but they didn't dare to open their mouths. But it didn't mean that Su Yang and Yaqin Xiaoxiao trio didn't dare to say anything, not to mention how Su Yang was, in front of Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao. This Zhang Qian was a complete clown, and at this moment, in Anya's eyes, this Zhang Qian, even if she wasn't a psychopath, then there was definitely something wrong with her brain. After all, change any normal person. In the square that kind of situation, afraid is already gray slipped away, but this Zhang Qian is not the same, even do not leave, but instead is to turn around again to hook up with Su Yang. The guts can be really not small. Hooking up with Su Yang like this, could you ever put her in your eyes? After thinking of this, Zhang Qian was directly with a smile on her face and opened her mouth. The first time I saw someone say being adopted in such a refreshing and proud way. And after hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao, who was beside her, laughed out loud for a moment, never imagining that this Zhang Qian would be so articulate. And Zhang Qian, after hearing such humiliation, a moment is also angry, followed by coming forward is to Zhang Qian hands, but Zhang Qian in where is willing to spoil her. There was no need for Su Yang to do anything. That Zhang Qian only just raised her hand, and was directly grabbed by Anya's arm. You have to know that Zhang Qian is a person who works out every day and has an extremely healthy body, which is not at all comparable to a vase like Zhang Qian who was bent on pursuing a body and hooking up with others. Moreover, Zhang Qian was born in the Yin family, and more or less, she has some skills that can protect herself. And with that, Anya easily grabbed Zhang Qian's arm, and immediately afterward, Zhang Qian also felt a huge force. It was no longer difficult to fight with the hand that was raised for a moment, and as Anya looked at Zhang Qian, a hint of a smile even appeared on her face. Then she slowly opened her mouth and said, "What? You want to fight with me?" For a moment, Zhang Qian even gritted her teeth, followed by renewed strength, wanting to strike down towards Anya's face. But suddenly, Anya suddenly directly pulled Zhang Qian towards their side. For a moment, that Zhang Qian simply cannot withstand the strength of Anya. The body was directly pulled by Anya. Immediately after the Zhang Qian is not the slightest reaction time. The body is a little unsteady. Suddenly, Anya even raised her hand and directly struck towards Zhang Qian's face, and Zhang Qian, who saw the scene, wanted to resist, wanted to dodge the lack of has been the sky. Immediately afterward, only a crisp and incomparable ringing sound was heard, followed by Anya's slap was a heavy slap on Zhang Qian's face. For a moment, the crowd even sniffed and looked, and after seeing that Anya slapped Zhang Qian's face, they also shouted, "This Zhang Qian just deserved it." And at the same time, Zhang Qian also opened her mouth and said, I will teach you a good lesson today." And Su Yang stood there quietly after seeing this scene, knowing that Zhang Qian was so shameless. For a while he was going to be at a loss as to how exactly to deal with this matter, and now that Anya had stepped in, there was no need for him to worry about it. Moreover, with Anya's character, dealing with that Zhang Qian, she would also surely give her a crushing defeat. After thinking of this, Su Yang also stood there with a mindset of watching the show. Chapter 148, Threats. And at this time, Zhang Qian was also extremely surprised for a moment after seeing that Anya slap on her own even. She never expected that this Anya would strike so decisively. For a moment, Zhang Qian even felt that her face was burning hot and aching. Immediately after looking up again, "How dare you hit me?" When she said this, Zhang Qian's face was incomparably angry, and she was looking at that Anya through clenched teeth. While Anya, after hearing this, but just looked at her with a smile on her face, and then also laughed again and opened her mouth to say, "How dare I not hit you? What do you think you are?" After hearing this, Zhang Qian for a moment was even more at a loss as to how to retort. After all, Anya's aura in front of him was too powerful, giving her an incomparably strong sense of oppression. One must know that if the one standing in front of her was a man, she had countless means at her disposal, and even more so, it wouldn't have given her such a great sense of oppression. But now standing in front of her was a woman, and for a moment, she directly pressured Zhang Qian to death. And after thinking of this, it was only after a long time that Zhang Qian was able to raise her head and speak. "You're just bullying people." Anya looked at Zhang Qian in front of her and waited for half a day, but she did not expect her to suddenly say such a sentence. Immediately afterward, Anya's face also couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile, followed by looking at Zhang Qian in front of her with a mocking face, and then said with a smile, bullying others by force, "Do you have nothing to say?" And that Zhang Qian, after hearing this sentence, for a moment also thought that her sentence had an effect, and then also seized the opportunity to open her mouth again and said, "You also admit that you're bullying people. If you weren't born in the Yin family, you don't even count as a fart. Ha 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 ha." For a while, even Qin Xiaoxiu beside Anya couldn't help but burst out laughing. At the same time, Su Yang, who was standing next to the trio, couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched the scene in front of him. "It's so funny. I can't believe that women's theater is so interesting." And Anya at this time also looked at Zhang Qian in front of her and opened her mouth to reply, "I'll tell you, if I wasn't born in the Yin family, you can only look up when you see me, but I was born in the Yin family, and you've already been unable to even look at the perceptions between us." And after hearing this also, the crowd present also had a feeling of admiration. This is too crazy to say, but people as the Yin family's eldest miss just have this crazy capital. Immediately after that, without waiting for Zhang Qian to say anything, Anya was once again speaking, "Besides, I'm just bullying people. What can you do about it?" And after saying that, Anya slapped that Zhang Qian's face again. Immediately after that, there was another crisp and incomparable ringing sound, and that Zhang Qian's hair was completely scattered. Her cheeks were even redder. At the same time, under Anya's words, Zhang Qian was even more speechless, as if no matter what she said again now, she was still a clown. "You bully, you shall not die." For a while, Zhang Qian did not know what to say, and could only grit her teeth and say this to Anya, while after hearing this, Anya was laughing again, and immediately afterward, she also opened her mouth and said, "There's nothing to say, is there? I'm just bullying you. What can you do about it?" When these words came out, Zhang Qian was even a bit dumbfounded. She would never have thought that this hallowed missy would also be so pugnacious and unreasonable. At the same time, Anya looked at Zhang Qian but was speaking again, "I don't know what you were thinking when you bullied others. Is it that you also feel like you're bullying others?" For a while, Zhang Qian was once again maniacal, followed by an incomparable rage. "I bullied them. That is what they deserved. Who let them rush this young lady?" Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also couldn't help but laugh, and immediately after that, she also spoke, "I think it's only because you deserved it that we bullied you. But I don't understand. When did you become a big miss?" At the same time, can't Zhang Qian open his mouth to say anything? Anya is followed by saying, "People are being adopted. It's normal to be a big lady. Ha ha ha, right," Qin Xiaoxiao said with another laugh. And under so, for a time Zhang Qian also felt a strong humiliation, eyes with blood in the eyes looking at the two, for a time as not to shed tears. However, he still looked at Anya and Qin Shirao and opened his mouth to threaten, "The two of you, remember your behavior today. One day, I will definitely not let you go." At this time, Anya also lazy to continue in this Zhang Qian to carry on the calculation. Now in her eyes this Zhang Qian is completely a neuropathy. It's just a waste of your time to bother with her. After thinking of this, Anya directly loosened her hand, then turned her head to look at Su Yang, and immediately spoke, "Alright, let's go." And after hearing this, Su Yang also nodded. This matter had wasted too much time. He was also feeling a bit bored now. After thinking of this, a few people were ready to leave, and just at this moment, that Zhang Qian was suddenly released by Anya, and for a while, she was also a bit stunned, and immediately after that, it was a reaction, followed by a direct lunge towards Anya's back. The crowd of onlookers also wanted to open their mouths to warn them after seeing this scene, but it was a bit too late. After seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoxiao was even more alarmed. At this time, Zhang Qian's hair was messy, her eyes were bloodshot, and she was already a little crazy. If she jumped on Anya's body like this, Anya would more or less definitely be injured. However, just at this moment, Su Yang was the one who also noticed the scene, and immediately narrowed his eyes before directly kicking over. This could not be blamed on him. It was this Zhang Qian who had to seek death. Under this kick, Zhang Qian's body directly flew out backwards, and then fell heavily on the ground. At this time, Anya also noticed Su Yang who suddenly struck out, and immediately after that, she turned her head to look, and then after seeing Zhang Qian who had been sent flying, she also understood what had happened just now. Immediately afterward, a trace of dislike also appeared on his face, and then he spoke, "It's really endless." And at this moment, Zhang Qian covered her stomach. As painful as she could be, she raised her head and looked at Su Yang's trio with a hideous face. Then he spoke with a low voice, "You guys remember, I, Zhang Qian, will definitely not let you guys go. You guys wait for me. If one day you fall into my hands, I will definitely make you pay 100 times 1,000 times the price for what you did today." While Su Yang's trio just glanced at her, they paid no attention to her. Chapter 149, You're Fired. Immediately afterward, Su Yang was turning his head to look at that Li Yiqing, and immediately spoke, "I'll leave you a phone number. I'll contact you when the time comes." And that Li Turnip nodded with extreme excitement after hearing this. Immediately afterward, Amidst the incomparable envious gazes of the crowd, Su Yang and Li Qiqing also exchanged contact information. Immediately after that, Su Yang turned his head to look at that other clerk, and he looked at this clerk with deep and unimaginable eyes. And this clerk, after seeing Su Yang's gaze, was scared for a moment and also shivered. But before he had the chance to speak, he heard Su Yang open his mouth and say, "You take care of yourself." Immediately, the three of them did not say much. They left the men's clothing store together, and the crowd at the entrance of the store, after seeing this scene, no one dared to hesitate, and at the first time, they also made way for the three of them. As the three left, the crowd present still had not returned to their senses. After all, what happened just now was too exciting and shocking. For a while, the crowd was feeling extremely dreamy, as if they were watching a movie. As the three left, a middle-aged man in a suit was hurriedly rushing over, and after seeing this person, the crowd was a bit puzzled. However, after seeing this person, the two shopkeepers rushed forward and opened their mouths respectfully and incomparably, "Boss." At this moment, this middle-aged man also nodded, and immediately afterward, he looked at the mess inside the store. Then he spoke, "Where are MS and the others?" After hearing these words, a trace of doubt appeared on Turnip Lee's face, but she soon spoke, "They've already left." When these words came out, a trace of regret appeared on this middle-aged man's face. Immediately after that, he also looked at Li Qiqing with a smile on his face, and then he spoke with great enthusiasm, "You continue to work in this store. Isn't the position of store manager always vacant? I'll make you the store manager at that time." After hearing these words, the people present could not help but be shocked. All of them were a bit unsuspecting as to why this middle-aged man would suddenly say this. At the same time, that other clerk, after hearing this, was instantly staring at that middle-aged man with wide eyes. Extremely unbelievable. "Boss, this, didn't you say? You know, the store manager position has been vacant in their store, and she has been vying for the position. And even more so, she has been coaxing the customers into a high level of excitement. She's worked so hard here for so many years for this store manager position. And on top of that, not too long ago, the middle-aged man had promised her that the store manager position was definitely hers." The middle-aged man, after hearing this, also looked towards this shopkeeper, followed by a hint of disgust on his face. "You still want the shopkeeper position? I'm telling you, you've been fired." When these words came out, this clerk even felt a bolt from the blue. What's this? You've messed with MS and the others. Do you think I can still accommodate you in this store? Besides, if I continue to let you work here, then I'm not working against MS. The middle-aged man said with unparalleled anger, and after hearing this, the clerk spoke again hurriedly, "But I'm doing this for Mr. Sun. Ha ha ha." At that moment, this middle-aged man laughed out loud, and then continued, "Blame it on your own bad luck. And Duke's son, let me tell you, he's just a fart in front of Missin." At this time, the crowd looked at the scene that happened in front of them. All of them felt incomparably shocked. Just this clerk chose the wrong person, and now not only lost the position of store manager, but also to be directly fired. At the same time, that boss was looking at that Lee Turnip again, and immediately continued, "As long as you agree to be the store manager, I can give you a direct share, and as for the treatment, just mention it." And quite a few smart people, looking at this scene, were extremely clear in their minds as to why this boss was like this. It was important to know that the Lee Turnip of the party had gotten a listing from Su Yang, and she was no longer an ordinary person. If he could keep Turnip Lee working here, then it would be a heavenly connection for him, and that treatment was even more so that the people present were incomparably moved. But they all understood extremely well in their hearts that that treatment, no matter how good it was, didn't have half a hair's breadth to do with them. This good luck belonged solely to Turnip Lee, and although it was good luck, the crowd was incredibly clear that they couldn't grasp this luck even if it landed on them. For a while the crowd could only envy, unable to give birth to any semblance of jealousy. The crowd also can't help but ponder, that Lee Turnip won't be the boss who won't agree. But immediately after Lee is not even think about it, is to raise his head to look at the middle-aged man look incredibly serious open mouth said, "I'm sorry boss, I thank you for your kindness, but I can't promise you that because I've already promised don't." And after hearing this, a look of regret appeared on that middle-aged man's face. Immediately after the middle-aged man wanted to open his mouth to dissuade him, but Turnip Lee directly raised her hand and rejected the middle-aged man with a resolute voice. "I'm really sorry, but I really can't promise you that, but your kindness is appreciated." And after hearing this, the middle-aged man was helpless but could do nothing about it, and the crowd of onlookers, after hearing this, the first time in their hearts could not help but cry out, "She is not willing, we are willing," but that's only in their minds. Even if they wanted to, it's not their turn. At the same time, the middle-aged man was once again looking at Li Qiqing and spoke, "Well then, it may be that there is no destiny between us, but if you want to come in the future, I'll keep a position for you here at any time. After hearing such words, Turniply also nodded with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, the other clerk's face flushed with excitement when she heard Turniply's refusal. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly spoke up and said, "Boss, she doesn't want to." "I do." This clerk had thought that he didn't have a chance, but he didn't expect that Turniply had rejected the middle-aged man. Immediately afterward, also thought his chance came, and for a moment how could he miss it? Perhaps the middle-aged man's face was directly gloomy after hearing her words. "If you do, what can you do if you do? There's nothing for you here." And after hearing this, that clerk's face first revealed doubt, followed by surprise as well. At the same time as to hear the middle-aged man once again opened his mouth to say to her, "I tell you, you have been dismissed by me, not to mention the store manager position. Even if it is a store clerk does not have your share." At these words, the clerk froze in place. Chapter 150, Deductions from your paycheck. Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers all had a hint of gloating on their faces after seeing this scene. It really deserved it. Fong was so rampant, following Sun Xiaofeng's side like a dog, mocking this and that. And that's the kind of person people despise the most. And now that Sun Xiaofeng has left, this clerk is nothing, and now this end is all his karma. The people present thought this in their hearts, and at the same time, that clerk looked up at your middle-aged man, and for a while was even more speechless. Immediately after, she was also completely flustered, and hurriedly opened her mouth to say, "Boss, I've been working with you for so many years, even if I don't have any credit, then I still have hard work." Immediately afterward, as if she felt that this was not enough, she said again, "Besides, boss, for so many years, haven't I kept all the big customers in the store? If it's without me, then..." And after hearing this, the middle-aged man's face instantly changed. It was obvious that she was threatening herself. In a moment the middle-aged man spoke again. "You think you're so powerful? Let me tell you, I can recruit 1,000 more people like you, 10,000 more." But after hearing this, she remained unconvinced. At this moment, the middle-aged man was directly interrupted her, and then opened his mouth and said, "Moreover, you remember, you messed with MS, and this industry already has no foothold for you." After saying this sentence, the middle-aged man said in a loud voice again, "Stop talking nonsense, you are no longer welcome in this store." And after hearing this clerk also completely despaired, knowing that she now cut off not only her career, but also his efforts for so many years, and now there was no use in saying anything. That middle-aged man had obviously made up his mind. After thinking of this, she couldn't help but twist her head to look at Turniply on the side. For a moment there was ferocity in his eyes. After experiencing what happened just now, she couldn't help but, she actually directly transferred all of her hatred to Turniply's head. Nowadays, she thinks that all the things she encountered now are because of Turniply. If not for Turniply, she wouldn't have been able to come to such a situation. If it wasn't for Turniply stepping in to help Su Yang, such a contrast wouldn't have happened. If Turniply had stood on Sun Xiaofeng's side with herself, then she believed that she would never have ended up in such a situation. Even if they landed in such a situation, it would be her and Turniply who would suffer together, not just herself. But now he's cut off from everything and fired. But Turniply is one step closer to the top of her life. After thinking about it, there was hatred and jealousy in her heart. And at this time, Lee Turnip also noticed her gaze, and for a moment her eyes revealed a hint of pity, and immediately afterward she spoke. "This is the path you chose for yourself, and it's no one else's fault." And after saying that, Turniply stopped paying attention to her. At the same time, the middle-aged man also spoke up after hearing this. "She's right, you brought this on yourself. Wipe your own eyes clean in the future and don't mess with people you shouldn't." And at the same time, Turniply also looked at the middle-aged man while speaking. "Then I'll leave first." And after hearing this, the middle-aged man still wanted to stay, but immediately afterward, he thought of Lee Turnip's determined and incomparable words just now. Immediately after that was no more words, and with regret and immense regret, he made way for Turniply. Immediately after that, Turniply left the store amidst the incomparable envious gazes of the crowd, and when she left, she didn't even look back. And with Lee Turnip's departure, the smile on that middle-aged man's face disappeared completely, and immediately after, he looked at that clerk again and opened his mouth to say, "All the store's losses will be deducted from your salary." And after hearing those words, the clerk's face changed even more drastically. Immediately after that, he also rushed to speak. "How can it be deducted from my salary? This is too unfair." But after hearing these words, the middle-aged man was unconcerned, and immediately squinted at her, randomly speaking again. He said, "Since you are not asked to pay compensation, then you can go to Duke's son, or Misson to claim this compensation. If you can get the compensation back, then your salary will naturally be a penny less." And after hearing this, the clerk's face immediately rose to a pig's liver color. Going to Sun Xiaofeng or Anya to get compensation back, isn't that a pipe dream? not to say she could get it back, she simply didn't have the guts to go for it. Wouldn't it be pure death if she went? That middle-aged man also spoke again after seeing that clerk's face. Since you don't have that ability, you can honestly compensate for it, and I won't make things difficult for you. It will definitely be calculated for you at the employee price. But after hearing this, the clerk looked up again with immense defiance. Then he opened his mouth again and said, even if the compensation is to be deducted from among our employees, it can't be deducted from me alone, and Li Yiqing's will have to bear half of it as well. And after hearing these words, the middle-aged man laughed again, then spoke again, deducting from Li Turnip's salary. Do you think people still care about this salary? When these words came out, the clerk was instantly dumbfounded as well. There was nothing wrong with what the middle-aged man said. How could the human Li Turnip look at that salary nowadays? Although he didn't know exactly what Su Yang's identity was, but since he had that kind of relationship with Nissen, he was definitely not an ordinary person either. Moreover, Su Yang even opened his mouth to give Li Qiqing that kind of treatment, so it was obvious that in the future, she and Li Qiqing were no longer on the same level. As for the salary, it's not worth it at all. And with that, the clerk lowered his head completely and didn't say another word, and after seeing this scene, many people even lamented the impermanence of the world. It's also a decision that only picks up and affects the future of your life. Proceeding to do so, she raised her head once more and gave her boss another look before speaking. I know. When she said this, her tone was extremely cold and calm, and the boss nodded when he saw this, and then he just continued to speak. Then hurry up and go. And after hearing this, Turniply also stopped talking and turned around and headed out of the store. But just at that moment, that boss was calling out to her once again. For a moment, a look of hope even appeared on her face, and after seeing this scene, the crowd was also a bit puzzled. This boss is not suddenly soft-hearted. Immediately afterward, she turned her head. Then he heard the middle-aged man speak. Before you leave, remember to take this guy away from me as well. And what this middle-aged man was referring to was Zhang Qian on the ground. Chapter 151, the end of the story. And after hearing the middle-aged man's words, Wang Xiaofei's face had completely changed, and what occupied her heart at this moment was already all despair. I thought that the middle-aged man called himself, because this matter still has a chance to turn around. He may not be fired just like this, but I did not expect that this middle-aged man called himself even because of such a thing. And after thinking about this, for a moment, the hatred in Wang Xiaofei's heart rose to an incomparably terrifying level. And it's all because of that Su Yang. All because of that Su Yang. After thinking about this, Wang Xiaofei also stopped talking. At the same time, that Zhang Qian also listened to all the exchanges between the two just now. For a time, the face actually also showed a hint of ridicule. It turned out that the miserable person is not only her own. This Wang Xiaofei experienced this thing is also not good to go. After thinking of this, Zhang Qian did not wait for Wang Xiaofei to say anything. She stood up herself, and immediately after glancing at Wang Xiaofei, she took the lead and walked out. And seeing this scene, Zhang Qian also followed her and left the store with her. At the same time, that middle-aged man also spoke after seeing this scene. From now on, you are no longer welcome in my store, and please don't come back to my store. And after hearing these words, Zhang Qian turned back to her, and a hideous smile appeared on her face. Immediately after that, he said, I hope that you won't regret your decision in the future. However, after hearing these words, the middle-aged man's face once again revealed a trace of mockery, followed by another opening of his mouth. Regret? Subsequently, the middle-aged man took a step forward and pointed at Zhang Qian as he spoke again. Let me tell you, the decision I regret the most is letting you enter this store. For someone like you to enter my store is a complete insult to my store. At the same time, after the crowd present heard these words, a burst of ridicule appeared on their faces. However, after Zhang Qian heard this, her face revealed a rare calmness, followed by a mere nod. I hope you remember what you said today. And after finishing this sentence, Zhang Qian was no longer saying another word and directly walked towards the outside. Also at this time, the crowd looked to them came Zhang Qian. For a moment, but also in her body felt a terrifying aura. That aura is before the Zhang Qian completely without. If it is said that before the Sun Xiaofeng side of the Zhang Qian, the body has only arrogance and unselfishness, that now Zhang Qian on the body of the aura is the convergence of the sharp edge, seems to be hidden in the darkness of the cobra in general, is ready to devour others. For a time, the crowd looked at this Zhang Qian, not waiting for Zhang Qian to say anything, is to take the initiative to make way for its position. And at this time, Wang Xiaofei looked at such Zhang Qian, was also shocked, for a moment, also did not dare to say anything, only to follow behind Zhang Qian, towards the outside. The middle-aged man was still looking at the scene with an icy expression, not taking Zhang Qian's transformation seriously at all. After all, Zhang Qian, this kind of person in his eyes, is not worth mentioning at all. Anyhow, she is not able to set off any wind and waves. Really worth caring about is still Enya and other people. At the same time, Zhang Qian and Wang Xiaofei also left the store and walked out. Immediately afterward, the crowd that made way for the two looked at their backs, and all of a sudden, they couldn't help but murmur, "Did you guys see the look in that woman's eyes just now? It was a little scary." But after hearing this, one of the people beside him opened his mouth with a disdainful face and said, "Oh, so what if her eyes are scary? She's a chicken who's been adopted by a public figure. What do you think she can do?" But immediately after, someone objected to say, "You have heard the anger of the horseman. Blood splattered 100 steps. You think about what this woman just experienced. In front of so many of us experienced that humiliation. This change into others too. For fear that has long been crazy, but people are so calm. That's right, I'd be absolutely terrified if this woman did that to me." But immediately after, someone directly interrupted them, and then said, "You say this is of no use, whether it is a woman, or just missin', are not we can mess with, we can only look at the lively." When these words came out, quite a few people nodded with unparalleled recognition. All don't get together here. At the same time, the middle-aged man but walked up to open his mouth and said, after hearing this, the crowd is also no longer talk. After all, now things are over. The hilarity is also finished. The boss also drove them away. Soon after the thought, the crowd surrounding the store dispersed. After seeing the crowd dispersed, the middle-aged person also couldn't help but sigh. Today's incident was really an unmitigated disaster for her store. Now that the store is damaged like this, and the employees have even left, it's not an easy task to find the right employees again. And most importantly, after experiencing today's events, he was not able to get half of the benefits, but instead got a bunch of trouble. He did not say to flatter people Missin or whoever. He simply did not even see their faces. As for Li Turnip, who was admired by Su Yang, she was not a cutie. He also left directly and decisively. After thinking of this, the middle-aged man could not help but shake his head. And now all he could hope for was that Su Yang would remember himself as a good person because of his dismissal of Wang Xiaofei and his friendship with Li Yiqing. At the same time, on the other side, that Wang Xiaofei followed Zhang Qian, and the two of them just left them all. For a while, Wang Xiaofei's heart did not know how to think. Just like this with this Zhang Qian, so half a day. Could not help but Wang Xiaofei looked at Zhang Qian, opened his mouth and said, "Let's get on the car first. I have a car." Hearing this, Zhang Qian was also stunned. And then she glanced at Wang Xiaofei, and immediately afterward, she didn't say anything more and directly gestured for Wang Xiaofei to lead the way. And Wang Xiaofei's heart is also quite puzzled. What is wrong with himself? Why suddenly invited Zhang Qian on his car? However, under this, Zhang Qian and Wang Xiaofei both also walked towards the parking lot, and soon the two of them stopped in front of an ordinary sedan, followed by Wang Xiaofei opening the door and getting into the driver's seat. And without waiting for her to say anything, Zhang Qian followed and sat on the passenger side. After the two of them sat down, Wang Xiaofei glanced at Zhang Qian, and then he spoke, "Hey, I have to say that both of us are bitter people nah." After hearing this, Zhang Qian was extremely disgusted and skimmed her mouth. Then she opened her mouth and said, "Only you are a bitter person. I am not." For a while, after Wang Xiaofei heard this, her heart was also a little displeased, never expecting this Zhang Qian to be so disrespectful. Chapter 152, Cooperation and Planning. After thinking of this, Wang Xiaofei again looked at Zhang Qian. At this time Zhang Qian's face was in a mess. Hair and clothes are extremely messy. After thinking about this, Wang Xiaofei's face has also revealed a trace of ridicule. Before this matter, this is their own to smile to welcome the person, but now she is what counts. Now that she has been abandoned by that Sun Xiaofeng, what does it matter? And at the same time, Zhang Qian also noticed Wang Xiaofei's expression, and immediately afterward, she opened her mouth and said, "Do you now think that I am no different from you?" After hearing this, for a moment, Wang Xiaofei's face could not help but be stunned, but some did not expect this Zhang Qian a sentence to say their inner thoughts. Immediately afterward, before Wang Xiaofei could say anything, Zhang Qian continued, "Although I've been abandoned by Sun Xiaofeng nowadays, with my face and figure, I can easily find another one." It was important to realize that Anya and the others weren't overly involved with themselves, and this was her chance. As long as I find the next one, the two of us are still not from the same world, and you can still only look up to me. And after hearing this sentence, for a moment, Wang Xiaofei was unable to refute it. After all, what this Zhang Qian said was completely right. For a time, Wang Xiaofei's heart is also more desperate. She is not the same as Zhang Qian. She experienced what happened today, completely lost her job, completely lost her future. And people Zhang Qian is not the same. Although people have been humiliated today, but it does not take a few days, people continue to be able to live like a big lady. What most concerns Wang Xiaofei is that after what happened today, he is even less able to take revenge. One could only watch that Li Turnip climb higher and higher until he could only look up. At the same time, Zhang Qian also saw the bleakness in Wang Xiaofei's eyes, and immediately afterward, she opened her mouth again and said, "You understand now." After hearing this, Wang Xiaofei nodded again with her eyes lifeless, but immediately after that, Zhang Qian continued to speak, however. "Are you really willing to be like this for the rest of your life? Are you really willing to let today's events pass like this?" When these words came out, Wang Xiaofei was even more puzzled and looked at Zhang Qian. She did not understand what Zhang Qian meant by saying this, and at the same time, Zhang Qian also opened her mouth and continued to say to Wang Xiaofei, "No matter how you think, but I definitely won't let go of what happened today." After saying this, Zhang Qian again turned her head to look at Wang Xiaofei on one side and then continued, "Even if you don't talk about today's matter, are you willing to serve others for the rest of your life?" When these words came out, Wang Xiaofei's application also suddenly moved, followed by violently raising her head and said, "Of course I don't want to, but I don't have your face, nor do I have your body." But after hearing this, Zhang Qian shook her head, and immediately continued, "No need. You don't need those at all now that you've met me." Suddenly, the doubt on Wang Xiaofei's face also became heavier. "Regarding what happened today, you and I are both pathetic people, and all of this was caused by that Su Yang." Once these words came out, Wang Xiaofei also nodded heavily, saying that it was right. In the final analysis, it was all because of that Su Yang. "Don't you want revenge?" At the same time, Zhang Qian continued, We should practice to make them pay the price they deserve." When she said this, Zhang Qian's emotion was incomparable. For a moment, Wang Xiaofei was also overwhelmed with excitement, and hurriedly said, "Of course, they must pay the price. They must pay the price they deserve because of what happened today." "That's good." At that moment, Zhang Qian also smiled and nodded her head, and immediately continued to speak, "After you and I join forces and make them pay, you'll follow me, and we'll do things together. And as for the treatment, there's no need for me to say anything about it." As soon as these words came out, Wang Xiaofei nodded her head without even thinking and replied, "Yes. You know, even if you don't talk about how it will be in the future, Wang Xiaofei will definitely not miss the chance to take revenge on that Su Yang, and that Li Yiqing is just incidental. And most importantly, Zhang Qian even gave her a word about the future. He himself is now fired and continues to look for another job, still having to serve being and put up with the spitefulness and blank stares of others. At one time she had hope. After all, she was about to become a store manager, but now that hope had been completely severed, and most importantly, after experiencing today's events, Wang Xiaofei was all too eager for power. With that in mind, and with this kind of opportunity before her, she could never go back to being an ordinary clerk. At least with Zhang Qian a piece of dry, let her see unlimited hope and opportunity, and that treatment is needless to say, even with Zhang Qian's current value, to open their own salary that is far more than their own work. Immediately after, Zhang Qian continued to speak, "At that time, I'm not the boss, we're in a partnership." With these words, Wang Xiaofei was even more excited. "Don't worry, I will never let you down." Zhang Qian also had her own ideas when she chose to work with Wang Xiaofei. After all, she is not a little cute. After all, she is not a cutie pie. It was important to know that although she had been adopted by Sun Xiaofeng before, deep down in her heart, she was also incredibly clear that all of this was only temporary, and it was unlikely that she would be abandoned by someone else one day. Only when you are strong can you not look anyone in the eye. And this Wang Xiaofei has one thing for Zhang Qian to look at. As an employee of this luxury men's clothing store, she must know a lot of people in high society. Another thing is that they have experienced today together. No matter what, after experiencing today's events together, then there's always some special feelings in the mix. Moreover, through the party together, for this Wang Xiaofei's ability, Zhang Qian also has a few points of recognition in it. And under so, this Wang Xiaofei is obviously the most suitable person. Wang Xiaofei heart this thought. After thinking here, Wang Xiaofei is also once again open-mouthed to Zhang Qian said, "I don't think Su Yang is own really have what strength. Perhaps today's things should be what coincidence. We first investigate Su Yang. You wait for my news." After hearing this, Wang Xiaofei also nodded. With that, Zhang Qian was also looking at Zhang Qian immediately afterward and opened her mouth to say, "Drive to my house first. I'll go change my clothes first." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaofei also directly started the vehicle, and immediately after, the two of them left the underground garage of the mall in the car, and at the same time on the other side, Lu Zhihai also left the mall with Sun Xiaofeng. Chapter 153, Sun Bingshan, Tianhai City Hospital. Sun Xiaofeng has already finished the surgery, just like this lying on the bed, although the surgery has been completed, but Sun Xiaofeng has already been able to feel a burst of pain in the broken arm, and the pain was extremely unbearable, from time to time, making Sun Xiaofeng's face a few points more hideous. He had never been injured at all since he grew up, and the biggest injury was just a small cut on his finger, so how had he ever been injured like this? At the same time, the door of this room was pushed open, and Lu Zhihai, who had taken care of his injuries, came in. and immediately looked at Sun Xiaofeng on the bed, and then opened his mouth to ask, "How are the injuries?" And after hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng also looked down, followed by gritting his teeth, raised his head once again and spoke, "It's already done with the surgery, although this arm is saved. But the doctor also said that in the future, this arm definitely can't be as flexible as it was before." And as he said this, blood was crawling in Sun Xiaofeng's eyes, and at the same time, Sun Xiaofeng became more and more angry, unable to help but the body then have action. But also at this time, with Sun Xiaofeng's action, an extreme pain is from Sun Xiaofeng's shoulder into Sun Xiaofeng's skull. For a while, Sun Xiaofeng even screamed out directly in pain, and after seeing this scene, even Lu Zhihai's face couldn't help but show a trace of worry, followed by a long sigh, and then waved his hand heavily. Immediately afterward, he said extremely helplessly, "Little Feng, you know what? Just now, it's not that your uncle is unwilling to care about you, it's really that your uncle and I are not his opponents either," Lu Zhihai said while sitting on the side of Sun Xiaofeng's bed, followed by looking at Sun Xiaofeng on the bed. Once again opened his mouth and said, "And I'm not letting you resist. Just under the circumstances at that time, we continue to resist if there is no role, but it is just to let us suffer more serious injuries. Now just broken arm. If we did not give in at that time, that kid definitely won't let up." But as Lu Zhihai was speaking, Sun Xiaofeng directly opened his mouth and interrupted Lu Zhihai. Immediately after that, he continued to speak, "Uncle Lu, there's no need to say, I understand in my heart, this matter can't be blamed on you, Uncle Lu, it's all because of that kid." And as he said this, Sun Xiaofeng turned his head to look out of the window, and for a moment, it was as if the hatred in his heart had turned into substance, wanting to pierce through the glass of this house and pierce Su Yang's chest. When saying this, the shock on Lu Zhihai's face was even more difficult to hide, while after hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng was a bit puzzled and opened his mouth to ask, "Uncle Lu, is that kid really that powerful?" After hearing this, Lu Zhihai nodded heavily, and then immediately looked at Sun Xiaofeng, and then spoke extremely seriously, "From the fact that that kid fought with me, it's completely obvious that that kid has 100% reached the realm of transformation, and there's even a possibility that it could be higher." For a moment, Sun Xiaofeng spoke once again, "That means that even you, Uncle Lu, are not a match for him at all." After hearing this, that Lu Zhihai also nodded, and then spoke again, "Not at all, and in my opinion, this kid can already be called a genius that is hard to come by in 100 years. If the people of the world family or the hidden sect don't make a move, it's hard for someone to be able to solve this kid." Immediately after, Lu Zhihai was worried again and opened his mouth to say, "However, this is not what makes me most jealous of this kid. I am most jealous of this kid or the people behind him." Hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng asked again, "What does this say?" Then, after hearing this, Lu Zhihai also opened his mouth to explain, "Think about it, this kid has such a talent. Then there must be a high person behind him to point out. Otherwise if this kid can achieve this kind of strength by self-study, then it's still a human being." After hearing these words, Sun Xiaofeng also nodded his head with extreme recognition, and then he once again opened his mouth and said, "Then there is really no one in our Sun family who can do anything about this kid?" Hearing this, Lu Zhihai also bricked his head to look out of the window, and then fell into thought. After a long time before he opened his mouth and replied, "This I can't say. I still have to ask your father." With that, Sun Xiaofeng nodded, and then immediately spoke again, "It would still make sense if that guy Su Yang had material power, but how could he be related to the Yin family?" Hearing this, Lu Zhihai also opened his mouth and replied, "I can't say this, but it looks like they don't have much of a deep relationship with each other. But if the relationship between them is really unimpressive, then we're afraid that we're really going to have to eat this dumb loss." And after Lu Zhihai finished saying this, before Sun Xiaofeng could say anything, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. At the same time, an incomparably thick voice even rang out from outside the door, "Who says we're going to eat this dumb loss?" And after hearing this voice, the two of them also turned their heads to look. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng was even more excited after hearing this voice, and then he opened his mouth and said, "Father, you've finally come." At the same time, a middle-aged man also walked in from outside the door. This middle-aged man wore a suit, country face, inch head, extremely serious expression, and behind him there was also a middle-aged man with a thin body type. Behind the middle-aged man, the eyes are incomparably deep, an eagle nose is very conspicuous, although its body type is thin, but looked at it is not weak, but is full of power. At the same time, after seeing Sun Xiaofeng on the bed, Sun Bingshan quickly rushed over, and his face also revealed a heavy look of worry, followed by speaking to Sun Xiaofeng on the bed, "Son, how is it now?" And as he said this, Sun Bingshan's face was even more heartbroken, and at the same time, Sun Xiaofeng on the bed, after seeing his father's arrival, was suddenly aggrieved, and for a while his eyes were a little red. Immediately after that, he also opened his mouth and said, "Father, Although this arm of mine has been saved, the doctor also said that in the future, this arm of mine will definitely not be good for use. It will definitely not be as flexible as before, and the strength will be too much smaller as well. And after hearing these words, Sun Bingshan's eyebrows were immediately tightened, and for a while, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Immediately after that, at the same time, Lu Zhihai looked at this scene and also stood up to make way for Sun Bingshan. Chapter 154, Taxi Driver. After seeing this scene, Sun Bingshan also sat on the edge of the bed, and immediately afterward also held Sun Xiaofeng's uninjured hand. For a while, Sun Bingshan was even more heartbroken as he looked at his son in such a sorry state. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry, son. All your father's efforts I've made for so many years are for your sake. I'll surely find someone to cure your arm, so that your arm will be restored as it is, and won't leave behind any after effects, no matter what the cost is." After hearing these words, for a moment, Sun Xiaofeng was even more touched, directly shedding tears. After a long while, Sun Bingshan also spoke again. "I learned about what happened at your Uncle Lu's place before I even arrived." After hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng also raised his hand. His eyes were full of anticipation, but he was incomparably wanting to take revenge, wanting to make Su Yang pay, wanting to make Su Yang also taste the pain he suffered. Immediately after that, Sun Bingshan spoke again. "It's not just in family. Do you really think I'm afraid of him?" And after hearing these words, not only Sun Xiaofeng, Lu Zhihai was also extremely puzzled as he looked towards that Sun Bingshan. Even he didn't understand where this Sun Bingshan got his confidence from. Immediately after, Sun Xiaofeng also spoke again, "But that is the in family." However, after hearing this, Sun Bingshan was extremely unconcerned and waved his hand, then laughed, and immediately said again, "The in family? The in family can be as any." When these words came out, Sun Xiaofeng also became even more puzzled, and for a moment, he also stared closely at Sun Bingshan. Immediately after, Sun Bingshan stood up, walked to the window, through the window to look out, and then opened his mouth and continued, "If it was once the in family, lousy terrible him a few points, but now the in family, ha." For a while, both Sun Xiaofeng and Lu Zhihai were extremely looking forward to Sun Bingshan's next words. Immediately after that, Sun Bingshan put his hands behind his back, and then also continued to speak. "You may not know the power and pattern of the big families in Hai City as today, but as a Sun family resident I am extremely clear that the in family has already started to go downhill as early as a year ago." Going downhill? For a moment, Sun Xiaofeng also opened his mouth with a puzzled face and asked, and after hearing this, Sun Bingshan nodded again. Immediately after that, they also continued to open their mouths and said, "Today's in family is not the great family it once was. They are now experiencing a great crisis, and there are rumors spreading that today's in family wants to get through this crisis, and they even need to use their daughters to make a marriage." When these words came out, Sun Xiaofeng was even more extremely surprised. There is a need to have that Miss in family make a marriage? For a while, Sun Xiaofeng's mind could not help but also recall that Anya's face, and for a moment, he was also a bit dazed. Immediately after, Sun Bingshan also nodded his head. "Today's in family. You think our Sun family will still be afraid of them, yes?" And immediately after that, Sun Bingshan again turned his words around. He continued, "Moreover, you are my Sun Bingshan's only son, the future Sun family's family head, but that Missin is just one of the in family's daughters." Sun Xiaofeng wasn't a cutie either. After hearing these words, all of a sudden, a hint of a smile appeared on his face as well. "So that's how it is." If that was the case, there was really no need for them to be afraid of this in family. Let's not mention the fact that the in family is experiencing a crisis nowadays, but you should know that you are the only son of the Sun family and the future head of the Sun family on the board. In his own capacity, he had already surpassed the second sons of many powerful families. On the other hand, that Anya was just one of the in family's daughters, so she was just used for marriage. Under such circumstances, if this is difficult, then the in family absolutely do not dare to do anything, and may even be able to betroth that Anya to himself. And after thinking of this, Sun Xiaofeng's heart burst with excitement, and then he raised his head again to look at Sun Bingshan. At the same time, Sun Bingshan also said with some hatred, "Losing that you're still my Sun Bingshan's son. To think that you'd be that much of a wimp, being made like this by a woman. What's the point of being afraid of her?" And after hearing this, Lu Zhihai was extremely helpless and opened his mouth. "Big brother, at that time, it really wasn't that we were afraid of them. The main thing was that they had an expert by their side." Immediately after hearing these words, a puzzled look also appeared above Sun Bingshan's face. Subsequently, also continued to open his mouth and asked, "An expert? What kind of expert? Even you are not his opponent. Is it not someone from the world family? If it is someone from the world family, then it would be really troublesome." For a while, a look of worry appeared on Sun Bingshan's face as well. However, after hearing this, Lu Zhihai shook his head, and immediately after that, he also continued to speak. it's not easy to say the identity of that kid, but that kid's martial arts talent is really amazing. It has already reached the realm of transformation. When these words came out, Sun Bingshan was also a bit shocked, a transformation realm expert. Even you are not his opponent. That's no wonder it's like this. Then what is this kid's identity? Immediately after that, Sun Bingshan opened his mouth to ask the two again, and after hearing this, Lu Zhihai also turned his head to look at Sun Xiaofeng on the bed. As for Sun Xiaofeng, after hearing this, he also showed suspicion, and immediately after that, he opened his mouth and said, that kid was just an ordinary rich second generation before, but then his family went bankrupt, and now that we see him again we only know that he got involved with Missen. As for what kind of identity, we really don't know yet. Hearing this, Sun Bingshan also nodded, then spoke, no matter, I've already sent someone to investigate. There should be news soon. There isn't any Su family in Tianhai City. After hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng nodded. Also, while several people were talking, the door was also knocked. Immediately afterward, a voice came from outside the door, family master. The person you asked me to check has already been checked. Hearing this, Sun Bingshan also spoke, come in. And after saying this, a man wearing eyes in a suit walked in from outside the door, followed by looking at Sun Bingshan with a respectful face. Immediately afterward, Sun Bingshan also looked at the man, and immediately afterward, he spoke, speak, what have you found out? After hearing this, the man with the glasses also spoke, this person you asked me to check. It's good to check. It's just an ordinary cab driver. But after hearing these words, not only Sun Bingshan, the few people in the room froze. Sun Xiaofeng even looked at the man with a shocked face, and then opened his mouth and said, you've definitely checked wrong. How is this possible? Chapter 155, The Family Behind Shi Yun. At the same time, the man with glasses who heard this shook his head again with a difficult face. Young master, there is absolutely no mistake in checking. Can you take a look to see if it's this person? And after saying this, the man with glasses also took out a photo from the document in his hand and immediately handed it to Sun Xiaofeng. And Sun Xiaofeng, after seeing this photo, the glasses immediately straightened. For a moment, looking at that familiar and incomparable face, a fear is even more from the bottom of the heart. Dad, that's the guy. That's the guy. After hearing these words, Sun Bingshan's face was increasingly suspicious. Are you sure you didn't read it wrong? You're saying that you were beaten up by a cab driver. At the same time, Lu Zhihai was also incredibly puzzled, and immediately afterward spoke, give me the photo. I'll take a look. Immediately afterward, that Sun Xiaofeng was handing the photo in his hand to Lu Zhihai as well. And after Lu Zhihai received the photo, he also looked down, and immediately after seeing that incomparably familiar face, he was also instantly excited. Immediately after that, he directly stood up, and then he opened his mouth and said, it's this guy. It's this kid. And after hearing this, Sun Bingshan was no longer skeptical. It seems that this kid is not simple. A cab driver dares to be like this. Where on earth did his guts come from? After saying these words, Sun Bingshan looked up at the man with glasses again. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth again and asked, what other information is there? Tell me as much as you can. And after hearing this, the man with glasses also nodded, and immediately spoke again. This kid's identity nowadays is a cab driver. At the same time, this kid has not graduated from the university. Now it is the 4th year of college, but applied for a break from school, and has not gone to school for a long time. After hearing these words, Sun Xiaofeng also violently recalled that after the Su Yang's family went bankrupt in the first place, he had taken a break from school. Nowadays, according to time, it was true that he had not graduated yet either. After hearing this, Sun Bingshan was even more shocked, immediately followed by an incredibly shocked opening. You're telling me that this is the same cab driver who took a break from school and did this to you guys? For a while, Sun Xiaofeng and Lu Zhihai were also extremely disbelieving, but they still nodded. Immediately after that, Sun Bingshan looked at the man with glasses and spoke again, alright, you continue. After hearing this, the man with the glasses nodded, and immediately continued, this kid knew Anya before because of something. Once these words came out, Sun Bingshan opened his mouth again and asked, something? Immediately after also saw that this glasses man some scruples, then continued to open his mouth and said, no harm, you continue to say on the line. After hearing this, the man with the glasses also let go of his heart, and then continued to speak, the Yin family is going to betroth Anya to the male son of the Qi Yun group. When these words came out, Sun Xiaofeng was instantly a bit anxious, but he did not interrupt, but continued to listen. But Anya wasn't willing to marry the Qi Yun group's son, so she chose to run away from the marriage, and later, the Qi Yun group's son chased after Anya, who happened to get into this kid's car. The man with the eyes narrated unhurriedly. Later on, this kid had a conflict with the Qi Yun group's son, and instead beat up the Qi Yun group's son. So there is also hatred between this kid and him, and also because of this matter, this kid got to know Anya, and finally befriended with Anya. After hearing this, A few people also instantly understood why the grand lady of the Yin family would help a cab driver, so it was because she owed someone a favor. For a while, Sun Xiaofeng's face was also relaxed. He was afraid to hear that this Su Yang has what he cannot afford to mess with the identity, but now it seems that Su Yang is a lucky cab driver. In the final analysis is to have a body of Kung Fu, and that Kung Fu was the least of their concerns. Sun Xiaofeng was thinking about this in his mind, but the thoughts in Sun Bingshan's mind were completely different. For a while, the focus of what he heard was all about the Yin family wanting to join forces and Su Yang saving Inya. For a while, he also couldn't help but open his mouth and say, but it's really an unexpected surprise. I can't imagine that investigating this brat would even lead to such a thing. At the same time, the man in the room with the thin godly walk also spoke. That's right. If it looks like this, then the crisis of the Yin family isn't just some kind of gossip. It's the nail in the coffin. That's right. The Yin family is in such a hurry to marry off their daughter. So it seems that they've really encountered difficulties that they can't get through. Immediately after, as if Sun Bingshan had thought of something, he also spoke again. But this Yin family's choice of Qi Yun group is also smart enough. After hearing these words, Sun Xiaofeng was somewhat puzzled as he looked over. And after seeing this scene, Lu Zhihai also opened his mouth to explain. You don't know that this Qi Yun group's old boss is out of a family. When these words came out, Sun Xiaofeng was shocked beyond measure. However, after seeing his expression, Sun Bingshan laughed and said, don't worry. He was expelled from the world family. In fact, Qi Yun group's strength isn't much stronger, but just because the lineage is behind it, the average family in Tianhai City doesn't dare to mess with them, because no one can pinpoint whether the lineage behind them will suddenly strike. Sun Bingshan continued to explain. Immediately afterward, he slowly sat down on a chair, lit a cigarette and laughed. Son, you are truly a blessing to our Sun family. And after hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng was even more puzzled. Immediately after that, he heard Sun Bingshan continue. Now that kid and Qi Yun group have this kind of conflict, and Qi Yun group will definitely not give up after such a long time, which means that they have already made a move. But this kid is unharmed, which means that the crisis have all been resolved by this kid. At the same time, Sun Xiaofeng seemed to have thought of something and spoke immediately afterward. That means we can sit back and watch the tigers fight? As soon as these words came out, Sun Bingshan laughed again, and immediately continued. Not only that, but we can just take a look at the attitude of the lineage behind the Qi Yun group, and see if they'll make a move or not. After saying this, Sun Bingshan stood up again and laughed. Our Sun family's great chance is coming. Nowadays, only our Sun family knows about this news. As long as the test is complete, we can strike. Not only can we directly take down the Yin family, but we can also take care of the Qi Yun group on the way. When these words came out, Sun Xiaofeng's heart was also suddenly excited, and for a moment he could not help but think of Anya's hot and incomparable body. In that case, Anya could be his by then. Chapter 156, the man depends on his clothes and the horse depends on his saddle. And after thinking of this, for a moment, Sun Xiaofeng's mood is also more and more excited. For a moment is not to think of that scene, and under such, Sun Xiaofeng could not help but open his mouth and say, Father, if that's really the case, when the time comes, can you let that Yin family's eldest young lady, Anya, marry me? And after hearing these words, Sun Bingshan's face was showing an extremely disdainful smile, followed by another opening of his mouth. At that time, how can that Yin family's girl be worthy of you, my son? Subsequently, the expression on Sun Bingshan's face became a few more points of frenzy, and at the same time, he also continued, at that time, then Anya will only be worthy of serving you. And after hearing these words, for a moment, Sun Xiaofeng's face even showed a few excited colors. Immediately after that Sun Bingshan was looking at Sun Xiaofeng again, and immediately after that, he continued to speak, in these few days, just rest and heal your arm, and leave everything else to father me. They'll all pay the price because of what happened today. After hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng nodded his head again, never imagining that today's events could turn sorrow into joy, and thinking like this in his heart. For a moment, Sun Xiaofeng even felt as if his arm didn't even hurt much anymore. Meanwhile, Su Yang and the others on the other side were unaware of what was happening on Sun Xiaofeng's and their side, just continue to stroll around the mall. For Su Yang, and yet in Qin Xiaoxiao two people are even more unceremonious, spending money as if flowing water, taking Su Yang around store after store. He kept asking him to try on clothes. Under such circumstances, Su Yang was very tired, but in Yen and Qin Shirao's faces did not show any sign of fatigue. Instead, they were still very excited, and it was not because of anything else. It was precisely because Su Yang was so handsome after changing out of his own clothes and putting on these new clothes. At this time, Su Yang changed his clothes again, and immediately afterward, he walked out. And after seeing Su Yang, the eyes of both Anyet and Qin Xiaoxiao immediately lit up. It wasn't because of anything else. It was just because the Su Yang who was wearing these clothes at this time was a little too handsome, only to see at this time Su Yang wore a suit, and this suit is not overly formal and bored, but is somewhat casual, and that suit is incomparable fit, because the clothes are extremely expensive, wherein Su Yang's body is lined with a noble and incomparable temperament, and the most important thing is that Su Yang's looks are already very good, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, a face with sharp angles, like a Western sculpture, but also a blend of the East's softness and warmth. But before, because Su Yang was dressed too casually, although he was also handsome, it wasn't very obvious, and now after the change of clothes, it can be really outrageous, and the most conspicuous thing is still Su Yang's body. The previous Su Yang was wearing a loose top and shorts, which was not visible at all, and now after wearing this customized suit, that body is highlighted clearly and there is no way to hide it. That broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted body, and those long legs, for a time, it even made many of the girls present look directly dumbfounded. And after seeing Su Yang at this moment, not only the other girls, for a while, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao were even frozen to the ground. Knowing that Anya had only known Su Yang for a few days and had never seen Su Yang dressed like this, it was only natural that she would be shocked. And although Qin Xiaoxiao had known Su Yang for a long time, she had never seen this image of Su Yang. For a moment, even the clerk looked dumbfounded, and then couldn't help but murmur and open his mouth, too handsome. For a while, this clerk's heart was even more uncontrollable to think that if she had money, she would be able to hold such a handsome man. That's right, the clerk mentally recognized Su Yang as a little white boy. After all, Su Yang wore that before. Now being taken shopping by two girls who are obviously worth a lot of money, plus the fact that they have this face value. What is it if it's not a package? Immediately afterward, after seeing the gazes of the girls around her, Anya couldn't help but walk up and grab Su Yang's sleeve. Then he spoke, "Come, let me see how it is." When she said this, Anya lifted Su Yang's arm, followed by looking up and down, and then nodded with extreme satisfaction. What a clothes rack! After trying on so many clothes, there isn't a single one that doesn't look good. While Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a few moments of jealousy rise in the bottom of her heart after seeing Anya swearing sovereignty in this manner. At the same time, Anya sometimes turned her head to the clerk and then said, "Okay, the ones he just tried are all wrapped up. Swipe your card." Saying this, Anya is also directly pull out a bank card. And so it is more situated under the Su Yang was adopted. At the same time, that clerk didn't dare to hesitate after seeing this scene, and immediately walked forward with quick steps. After all, this kind of handsome man certainly did not have half a penny to do with her, and it was better for herself to feel at ease to earn money, and at the same time, she was extremely joyful in her heart. Not only did I get some eye candy today, but I got a great deal on the commission. You have to know that in a luxury store like theirs, the base salary is not much. And you still have to rely on the commission after selling the clothes to make money. That Anya was extremely atmospheric and bought so many clothes. Her commission was not to be underestimated. After thinking of this clerk also greeted him with a quick step. "That's good. Beautiful girl, I'll pack it for you." At the same time, Anya glanced at Su Yang, and immediately afterward spoke again. "There's no need to take off this one on him. Just take off the tag and wear it directly." Once these words came out, the clerk also nodded, followed by a quick step up to remove the hang tag for Su Yang. And at the same time, as Qin Xiaoxiao watched this scene, there was even a voice in her heart all the time, going to tell her to hurry up and do something. After thinking of this, Qin Xiaoxiao also walked up quickly, followed by looking Su Yang up and down. Then he reached out and touched his chin. A trace of doubt appeared on his face, and then he spoke, "Good looking is good looking, but it always feels like it's missing something." After hearing these words, both Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao also twisted their heads in confusion and looked at Qin Xiaoxiao. Immediately afterward, Qin Xiaoxiao spoke up and said, "By the way, the watch is missing." At these words, Anya also snapped her hands together. "Right. You know, for a man, a watch is a status symbol, and of course it is incredibly important." Then she spoke again, "Then let's go buy a watch now." After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also opened her mouth and replied, "Let me buy it this time. I can't let you buy them all." This word out, Anya is a bit anxious, followed by rushing to open the mouth to say, "How can you let you buy? Should." Chapter 157, The Big Purchase. But before the words were finished, Anya felt that what she said was a bit wrong. After all, she and Su Yang hadn't known each other for a few days, and even more so, they didn't have any deep relationship. It seemed like he had no reason to buy so many things for Su Yang, and these weren't comparable to a meal. After all these luxuries add up to a sky-high price for the average person. At the same time, Su Yang even looked at Anya with a smile on his face, and immediately spoke, "What?" After hearing these words, Anya's face couldn't help but blush, and immediately afterward, she spoke again, "I'm doing this to thank you for helping me." As Anya said this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh again, and at the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao also spoke, Su Yang he also helped me a lot. I have to thank him for that as well. And immediately afterward, Anya spoke up again and retorted, no, I should do it. Look at the two people in this matter actually up to argue. A time between Su Yang is also some bitter. On this can also fight up. And at the same time, a few of the men next to him, after seeing this scene, felt that the world was a bit unreal for a while. They weren't dreaming, were they, that these two girls, both of whom had first-class face value, were arguing over who was buying something for a man. And most importantly still, the things to be bought are not $10 or $20, but tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. For a while, Su Yang even felt countless more gazes of envy and jealousy around him. Immediately after that, someone even came up to Su Yang and said, brother, how did you do it? Teach me. Su Yang who heard this also smiled and randomly continued to speak, this can't be taught. I can only say thank you mom and dad. Hearing Su Yang this Versailles words, the man was even more angry. But people's words and have to admit, after all, people have that kind of face value. After thinking about this, the man helplessly sighed, then his turn to leave. Immediately after that, Su Yang was looking at the two of them, and yet and Qin Xiaoxiao. Let's not argue, let's go check it out before we do. Big deal, I'll buy it myself. After hearing this, the two women turned their heads together and then said in unison, no. However, the three of them still left this men's clothing store, followed by a watch store, which is also an internationally renowned brand, and every piece of watch is priced at sky-high prices. At this time, under Su Yang's clothes, but no one no longer think that Su Yang is being adopted by others, are thinking that Su Yang must be the second generation of a certain family. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, horses rely on saddles. After seeing Su Yang come in, the clerk instantly greeted him with great enthusiasm, sir, what do you need? After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao was the first to speak, find him a suitable watch. Upon hearing this, the clerk was smiling again, and then he led the three of them towards the counter, and then he began to introduce them. Soon after, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao chose the watch for Su Yang, but after the watch was chosen, problems occurred. It was only because Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao both chose two different watches. Immediately afterward, Anya then looked at Su Yang then spoke, Su Yang, I think this watch is good. It's very nice looking, and it also suits you. After hearing this, before Su Yang could reply, Qin Xiaoxiao came up from the side and then said, Su Yang, I think this watch is suitable for you, try it on. At this moment, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao stood one on one side of Su Yang, both holding their watches and looking at Su Yang. For a while Su Yang even couldn't help but feel a little headstrong. Immediately after that, Xiao Hong looked at Su Yang and then opened his mouth, Su Yang, you try it on first and see how it is. As soon as he said that, Shin Xiaoxiao took the watch and put it on Su Yang's right hand, and at the same time after seeing this scene, Anya was even more unwilling to lag behind, and then she also opened her mouth and said, come Su Yang, try this. After saying this, Anya didn't wait for Su Yang to say anything, and then she also picked up the watch and put it on towards Su Yang's left hand. For a moment, Anya and Xiaobai each grabbed one of Su Yang's arms. After noticing this scene, Su Yang was even more distressed, and he couldn't help but scream in his heart, you two might as well tear me apart. At the same time that watch clerk looked at this scene, but also cannot help but a little dumbfounded. It is true that this world is never fair. Soon, Su Yang was wearing a watch with one hand, followed by Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao who both spoke up, how about it, Su Yang, this watch is not bad, right? Immediately afterward, Qin Xiaoxiao also said, Su Yang, see how I picked it out for you? For a while, a strong smell of gunpowder rose even more between Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, and it could be said that no one would let anyone in. Immediately afterward, Anya looked at Su Yang and then said, how about this? Do you think this one looks good on the left hand or this one looks good on the right hand? And after hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao, however, also refused to show any weakness, and also immediately continued, right, Su Yang, do you think it's right-handed or left-handed? At this time, Su Yang heard the words of the two, for a moment as if he heard the devil's whispers, to know that now no matter whether he chose the left or the right that seems to be looking for death. Right. For a moment, Su Yang was also speechless. Immediately after, Anya spoke again, what? Su Yang, are you thinking that my choice is not good? At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao also opened her mouth with a smile on her face, right. For a while, Su Yang was even more distressed, and could not help but raise his hand and look at the clerk, and after that clerk saw Su Yang's look of help, the heart also cannot help but spit out, brother, you do not look at me you are a life-saving question. I am not also a life-saving question, but despite this, the clerk still boldly opened his mouth, two beauties, what do I think? It's not that this gentleman doesn't think it looks good, but both of these are too good looking. Immediately after the clerk is again looking to Su Yang hands got two watches, followed by continued to open his mouth to say, after all, In my opinion, the two Anya chose our store most suitable for this gentleman's two watches. Two watches are not similar. You let Mr. How to choose nah. I would say it is better to buy them all, so that the big brother to change to wear. When these words came out, all of a sudden, Su Yang also cast an incomparably approving gaze at that clerk. This mouth was really powerful enough, worthy of being able to do sales. The person's words could be said to be watertight. Not only did both parties not get offended, but even praised both Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 158, 1 for 1. Under such circumstances, if the two of them, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, were to be more serious, they would appear to be small-minded. And that clerk nodded with extreme pride after seeing Su Yang's gaze. As for Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, after hearing the words of the clerk, they also nodded their heads, and their hearts were clear. The two of them were surely refusing to give way to anyone anyway, and there was no point in continuing to argue. Instead, it would look as if the two of them were being overly calculating. After thinking of this, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao both spoke together as well. Then I'll buy this piece for you. Immediately after that, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao also glanced at each other, and for a while, a smell of gunpowder even emanated from between the two, and Su Yang, who was located amongst the two, was also under a lot of pressure for a while, and that clerk after hearing this, for a moment is a little bit did not react, to know that he just said that just want to solve the current Su Yang's trouble, but I didn't expect the two to actually buy all of them, knowing that this piece of watch could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if he was able to sell one piece a month, this clerk would be able to wake up laughing in his dreams, but he didn't think that he would directly sell two pieces at once. For a while the clerk was incredibly excited, looking at Su Yang as if he was looking at his savior, and at this time, Su Yang had nothing more to say. Immediately after that, he nodded his head. Nowadays it could only be so. After all, for the two men, this amount of money was nothing. Immediately after that, the clerk was even more excited and spoke up, "Then I'll wrap these two watches." After hearing these words, Qin Xiaoxiao and Anya also nodded, "Wrap it up." Soon, amidst the excited and incomparable gaze of that clerk, the three of them left the watch store. Immediately after that, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao both looked Su Yang up and down a few more times, and then, they both nodded with extreme satisfaction. That's enough. Following that, Su Yang also spoke, "Let's go then." After hearing this, the two of them also nodded, and then the three of them left the mall with large bags, and in a short time they arrived at the underground garage. Immediately after that, the three of them got into the car and left the place. Immediately after, Su Yang also spoke, "Are we going back to eat, or are we going to eat outside?" After hearing this, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao were also in thought, but before the two of them could open their mouths to answer, Qin Xiaoxiao's phone suddenly rang. After hearing the voice, Su Yang and Anya also quieted down, and immediately afterward, they also looked at Qin Xiaoxiao together. At the same time Qin Xiaoxiao also picked up her cell phone and connected the call. Soon the voice of Qin Xiaoxiao's father was heard in the middle of the phone. "Qin Xiaoxiao, are you with Su Yang now?" After hearing these words, Qin Xiaoxiao also turned her head to look at Su Yang, and immediately spoke again, "Yeah, what's wrong?" After hearing these words, Qin Xiaoxiao's father also spoke again, "That's just right. It's like this. There's a dinner party in the evening. It's just as well that you're going over there with Su Yang piece by piece. I'll have something to do with my mother and I won't be able to attend." After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also nodded, and then spoke again, "Why are you suddenly holding a dinner party again?" Immediately, the phone that Qin Xiaoxiao's father is also once again opened his mouth to say, "Nowadays, a family rapid development, dinner party is more it, and now you are not small years old, before not to participate in it, now or to participate in it. After all, I and your mother on you a daughter." After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also shocked and nodded her head, "Alright then, do I need an invitation?" With that, another voice came from the other end of the phone, "No need, you can just go over directly, I'll send you the location later." And after saying this, he hung up the phone. At the same time, Su Yang also looked over with a puzzled expression on his face, "Dinner?" After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also nodded, and then continued to speak, "That's right, dinner parties, I'm not small nowadays, so it's time for me to attend more dinner parties." Immediately after that, Qin Xiaoxiao, as if she had thought of something, also opened her mouth once again and said, "My father asked you to go with me. This is also a good thing for you. Aren't you preparing to open a company? It's good to make a trip there." After hearing this, Su Yang also nodded. This was right, knowing that the dinner party that Qin Xiaoxiao and the others attended, among them were all the major clans of Tianhai. Where to go is also a great help if you want to start your own company. Immediately afterward, Su Yang opened his mouth and agreed, "Alright then, where is it?" After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also spoke up and said, "I don't know yet. My father said he would send me the location in a while." But also at this moment, Anya looked at this scene, but in the bottom of her heart, a sense of loneliness rose. followed by a strong and tough opening of her mouth to say, since this is the case, then Su Yang, you will send me back first. After hearing these words, Su Yang, however, turned his head to look over with a puzzled face, and then he also spoke, what are you doing home? Didn't you say you were going to a dinner party? And after hearing this, Anya was the one who spoke, but how am I going to go to this dinner? It's better if you guys go. I'll wait for you at home. When these words came out, Qin Xiaoxiao was also a bit puzzled. What's so special about a dinner party that you can't attend? For a while, Anya's face was increasingly difficult, followed by opening her mouth again and saying, how can my family's situation participate in this dinner now? Immediately afterward, Qin Xiaoxiao, who heard this, spoke again, so what? I'll take you guys in. But after hearing this, Anya shook her head again and then spoke again, it's not that. For a moment, Qin Xiaoxiao became even more puzzled, and immediately wanted to ask something else. Su Yang, however, opened his mouth to interrupt her, and immediately afterward, he also opened his mouth to say, are you afraid that you will encounter your family and catch you back to continue to fulfill your marriage contract? After hearing this, Anya also lowered her head and nodded in disbelief. For a moment, Qin Xiaoxiao also remembered the current situation of Anya, and in her heart, she also instantly understood why she did not want to go over. Immediately after that, Su Yang directly started the vehicle, and then without turning his head back, his face was incomparably calm as he spoke, don't worry, with me here, no one in the entire heavenly sea will be able to touch you. Su Yang's words were incomparably wild, and anyone who heard them would feel that Su Yang was bragging. After all, given the current situation where the major clans of the heavenly sea were cut off from each other and held each other in check, no one would dare to say these words at all. However, after Anya heard this, she felt a wave of peace of mind, and for a while her heart even less felt that Su Yang was talking big. Chapter 159, The Dragon State Hotel. How? Do you want to go together? What if you are in danger at home by yourself? Immediately afterward, Su Yang opened his mouth again with a smile. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao also spoke up when she saw the scene. Yeah, don't worry, there's still me. For a moment, Anya couldn't help but raise her head to look at the two. Her heart was even more touched. And then she also slowly brought you nodded, that's good. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao's cell phone also sent a message again. And immediately afterward, Qin Xiaoxiao opened it and looked down. And on top of the cell phone was exactly the positioning that Qin Xiaoxiao's father had sent to Qin Xiaoxiao. And after seeing this positioning, Qin Xiaoxiao also raised her head. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to Su Yang and said, 7 o'clock in the evening, Longzhou Hotel. Su Yang, who heard this, also nodded. Then his face became a few points heavier, and he also slowly spoke, Longzhou Grand Hotel. It seems that this dinner is not simple now. And after hearing Su Yang's words, Qin Xiaoxiao nodded, that's right. One should know that the Longzhou Hotel was one of the highest specification hotels in the entire Tianhai. This hotel also has a special feature that it is incredibly difficult to make a reservation. Even if the big families want to book this place, they can't say that it's 100% successful. But how about that? And immediately after that, Su Yang laughed without any concern. He was not afraid of anyone in this Tianhai. After hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao also nodded, followed by Su Yang glancing at the time again. Then he spoke again, now that the time is not gone, do you still need to clean up? After hearing these words, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao also looked down, and then spoke, if you're not in a hurry, go home and change your clothes. This dinner party is being held in Longzhou today. You still can't dress too casually. After hearing this, Su Yang also nodded, and immediately after starting his vehicle, he returned to the Sea of Golden Dreams. Soon, the three of them returned home, followed by Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, who didn't waste any time and hurriedly went to change their clothes and go to touch up their makeup. Soon both of them changed their clothes. At this time both of their clothes are formalized a lot, but also wearing accessories that show their status. For a time it is even more expensive. After seeing this scene, Su Yang also spoke again, packed up? After hearing this, the two of them nodded. On the contrary, Su Yang didn't have anything to clean up, still wearing the same clothes he just bought today. Immediately after that, Xiaobai also noticed that Su Yang's hand was still empty, and immediately after that, he opened his mouth and said, why didn't you put on the watch you bought today? This word, Su Yang immediately froze, followed by a face as also revealed a trace of embarrassment smile. How to wear their own no matter which one to wear the other will be unhappy. They cannot bring one hand, that is not a disease. At the same time, Anya seemed to have seen what Su Yang was thinking in his heart, and immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and said, today, let's wear the piece that Qin Xiaoxiao bought for you first. Anya's heart was still touched by that Qin Xiaoxiao's words just now, so she directly let it go to Qin Xiaoxiao. And Qin Xiaoxiao, after hearing this, but also a little embarrassed, immediately after also opened his mouth and said, that's not good. Today it still wears Sister Anya's. For a while, Su Yang just looked at the two men, and as the two men spoke one sentence at a time, Su Yang snapped to the realization that at this rate, the two men were afraid that they would be arguing again. Then he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "We don't have enough time. Let's not argue first. I'll casually take one out of the bag and wear whichever one I get." Okay. After hearing this, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao also nodded their heads. This was indeed a good method. Immediately afterward, Su Yang brought the bag containing the watch, and then directly put his hand inside. Knowing that the packaging of both watches was the same, Su Yang was unable to recognize which one was which, so grabbing it like this was completely spontaneous. Soon Su Yang took out a watch from the bag, followed by opening the package in front of the two, and with Su Yang's movements, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao both came over, and although they were humbled by the party, both of them were extremely concerned nowadays as well. After all, the hearts of the two men were incredibly looking forward to Su Yang being able to wear the watch they had bought. Soon, Su Yang also opened the packaging of that watch. Immediately after seeing the piece of watch inside, a trace of incomparable regret immediately appeared on Qin Xiaoxiao's face. At the same time, Anya was even more incomparably inhibited, revealing a trace of joy. It was also because at this time Su Yang got the official piece of watch that Anya had bought for him. And with that, Su Yang also raised his head to look at Qin Xiaoxiao. This was immediately followed by an extremely helpless show of hands. As for Qin Xiaoxiao, after seeing this scene, although her heart regretted it, she had nothing to say. Immediately after that, he also spoke. "Then you can wear this watch today, but tomorrow you must bring the one I even bought for you." After hearing this, Su Yang also nodded and then spoke, "Don't worry, how could I not wear what you bought for me?" And after saying this, Su Yang also stood up and immediately spoke again, "It's getting late. Since it's all packed up, let's get going." And after hearing this, the two of them nodded, and then they left Anya's home together and got into Su Yang's car. Immediately afterward, Su Yang was driving towards the Longzhou Hotel. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a burst of emotion after sitting in the car. I didn't expect that so many things had happened during this period of time, and the task of this system of their own was considered to have been completely put on hold. So if this continues, when in the end will they be able to complete the task of the system? At the same time, after getting into the cab, Anya's mind rose for a moment with a few doubts, to know with Su Yang's ability no matter where that are well provided for the existence, but why he came to choose to drive a cab. After thinking of this, Anya also looked at Su Yang and spoke, "By the way, how did you choose to be a cab driver? With your ability to do what you can't do?" At the same time, after hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao's face also revealed a puzzled look. After all, she had also had this doubt for a long time. At the same time, after experiencing what happened in the restaurant yesterday, this doubt in the bottom of her heart was also getting heavier and heavier. Not to mention his ability, but his connections shouldn't be like this. At the same time, Su Yang also noticed the two questioning look. For a moment Su Yang even more feel pressured. He cannot say that it is in order to complete the task of the system. If it is not for the task, who will appear to be nothing to drive a cab? Chapter 160, Driving a Taxi to a Dinner Party. Immediately after Su Yang also opened his mouth and said, "I'm too lazy to deal with useless people. When I drove a car because of a friend, and behind me, I felt quite interesting, so I planned to be a cab driver for a period of time, but I didn't do it for long." After hearing this, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao also nodded. No matter what Su Yang said, there was no need for them to ask more. After all, this was someone's own business. Su Yang wanted to say that he would say it, and if he didn't, there was definitely a reason for it. After thinking of this, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao also stopped asking more questions, but at the same time, both of their hearts were incomparably aware of the fact that Su Yang was definitely hiding a great secret behind his back. For a while, the two of them also felt more and more curious about Su Yang, especially Anya. From the time she first met Su Yang was able to constantly bring her shock, and Qin Xiaoxiao was not the least bit shocked by the shock Su Yang had given her. For a while, both of them were looking out the window, pondering in their minds, and at the same time, Su Yang also spoke again. "However, I definitely can't do this cab driver for long. As for what to do next, also haven't thought about it yet." After hearing these words, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao nodded again. Also between a few people's conversations, Su Yang also drove to the outside of the Longzhou Hotel. At this time, there were already a lot of luxury cars outside the Longzhou Hotel, and these luxury cars were usually only seen on top of the TV. Instead, they are everywhere today, and whichever one they are priced out of this world. And one by one, the license plate numbers were extremely conspicuous, and many people could recognize which group's car it was through the license plate number. And amongst the luxury cars, Su Yang's cab could be considered extremely conspicuous. For a while, quite a few people had seen this cab. At the same time they were all talking, "Look, there's a cab. Holy, why is there a cab in this place? This driver is lost." At the same time, there is also someone who said with great amusement, who is so wretched as to call a cab. Don't you know what level today's dinner party is? You know, for people who can attend this dinner at the Longzhou Hotel, traveling by cab is a pipe dream. After all, even if people at their level were too lazy to drive themselves, there were no less than 10 drivers waiting at all times. As for the car, not to mention, even more than the ordinary family's bicycle trams several times, and which is even more all luxury cars, and now in this C-cab, has been an incomparable thing. After all, some level of people can be extremely care about face, not to mention still participate in the dinner party, but also will care about the outside. At the same time, quite a few people were looking towards Su Yang's cab, all extremely puzzled as to who it was. Soon Su Yang was driving a cab to the entrance, followed by two people in suits at the entrance who also directly reached out to stop Su Yang's car. Immediately after that, one of them with a beard also opened his mouth and said, "Stop, are you guys lost? This is not a place where ordinary people can come. Don't bump into a big person and bring yourself an undeserved disaster." At the same time, another extremely tall person also spoke, "That's right, you guys hurry up and get out of here." And after hearing this, Su Yang also dropped the window of the car, and immediately afterwards stretched out his head and spoke, "We are here to attend the dinner." As soon as these words came out, the two men obviously did not react. Immediately afterward, one of them pointed at Su Yang with a skeptical face, and then spoke, "Attending a dinner party, you?" And after hearing this, Su Yang also nodded, then continued, "That's right, it's me. Is there any problem?" When these words came out, those two were even more shocked as well. For a moment, the two forced a smile on their faces and then spoke again, "Stop it, okay? Driving a cab to a dinner party. Are we crazy or are you crazy?" And many of the people watching were extremely shocked after seeing this scene. After all, coming to the dinner party in a cab had already refreshed their knowledge, and now through Su Yang's words it was surprising to know that the man was actually driving a cab to the dinner party. At the same time the crowd present looked at Su Yang's face was even more puzzled. Immediately after that, he also opened his mouth to discuss, "Which family's son is this guy? Does anyone know him?" And after hearing this, quite a few people shook their heads and also spoke up, "It doesn't look like the son of any family. We don't have this person among the great families of the heavenly sea. Right, this person is a completely new face." For a while, the crowd was puzzled beyond measure, and their hearts were pondering hard. After all, Su Yang's temperament and dress did not look like an ordinary person at all. With this, the crowd did not dare to be careless, but immediately after that, there was another person who was puzzled. "This is a completely new face. I've seen a lot of people. I've seen all the males of this grade from all the families, but there is no such person at all. Besides, I don't think that there will be any males from any family who will drive a cab to attend the dinner party." After hearing this, there were many more nods of approval. At the same time, many women were all flamboyant after seeing the male lead, not because of anything else but because the male lead was so handsome. It was important to realize that with their status, they had seen too many handsome men, but those men were killed in front of the male lead in every way possible, although they felt that this male lead was very handsome. At the same time, their hearts were even more incomparably puzzled. You know, for them big ladies, there's more to looking at a man than just his face. If it's only a face, it's just a white boy to them who can be bagged and has no skills. The most important thing is still to look at the body and ability. If in addition to the face, there is also the body and ability, then for them these big ladies, this kid can be a steal. At the same time, not far away in a Rolls Royce, a person also noticed the commotion over here, and immediately looked over as well. Because of the distance, it only felt familiar for a moment, but couldn't recall where he had seen it. And this Rolls Royce, it wasn't anyone else's car, but the Chi-Yun Group's car. Going back to Su Yang's side, those two people for a moment looked at the little cutie. Like eyes, they looked at Su Yang. This person is afraid that there is something wrong with his brain. After thinking of this, one of them also opened his mouth and said, "Don't you tease, okay? Driving a rental to attend this dinner. You think that the two of us are little cuties? Do you think we are little cuties?" Immediately afterward, another person also spoke, "This is the topmost dinner party in the entire heavenly sea. What kind of place do you think it is?" The two men didn't think in their hearts that anyone would drive a taxi to the Longzhou Hotel. That's simply a pie-in-the-sky thing to do. Chapter 161, out of the way. And after thinking of this, the look of one of them also became more contemptuous by a few points, and now he only had two thoughts left in his mind for this man in front of him. The man in front of me is either out of his mind or treats people like cuties. At the same time, another Bentley slowly approached from the rear, and after seeing the one behind the cab, these two men's eyes instantly became respectful, and then randomly looked at Su Yang, followed by an incomparably angry opening of their mouths. "Don't waste any more time here. Why don't you hurry up and get out of the way, and make room for the people in the back?" Su Yang, who heard these words, could not help but stare. followed by a glance back. With that, he looked back at the two men in front of him. Immediately after that is when he spoke. How can we get out of the way if you won't let us in? After hearing this, the two people in front of them first stayed in place, not reacting for half a day, and then immediately after reacting, they burst out laughing. At the same time also opened his mouth and said, "Kid, you're stupid. Hurry up and get out of the way. But I'm reminding you, if you annoy the people behind you, the consequences are not something you can afford." And after hearing this, before Soo-young could open his mouth to say anything, the rear Bentley honked its horn at once. Immediately after that the main driver's door was opened. A young man in a suit stepped out. At this time he looked at the cab in front of him was also half a day did not return to God. What the hell? How can there be a cab here? At the same time, there was even a voice inside the car, "Little Wang, what's going on?" And after hearing this voice, the young man who was called Little Wang rushed over. Immediately afterward the window in the back of the Bentley slowly fell, revealing a man's face. The man raised his eyes, and impatience showed on his face. Immediately afterward, the man known as Little Wang lowered his head with a respectful face and randomly spoke slowly, "There's a cab blocking the way in front." After hearing this, the man was also stunned, and for a moment was even a bit unresponsive. It was only after a long time that he spoke slowly again. "What do you mean? A cab is blocking the road?" For a moment, the man's heart even could not help but think of the things that happened a few days ago, and for a moment was also a little afraid to be careless. One must know that not long ago, he had only been brutally beaten up by a cab driver, and this man was no other than Chen Hongming. Today, he came to this dinner on behalf of the Chen family, and for a moment, he was even more magnificent. After all, he was representing the entire Chen family today. It's a scenic ride in the family car. At the same time, that driver Xiao Wang also opened his mouth and said, "That's right, it's a cab. I don't know which little cutie lost her way, and even walked here. I'll let them get out of the way." After saying this, the driver Xiao Wang was about to turn around, followed by muttering under his breath, "I'd like to see which one of these lifeless guys dares to block our young master's car." When these words came out, Chen Hongming was shocked, and immediately rushed to speak, Wait, allow me to go down and take a look before I say anything." After hearing this, the driver Xiao Wang was even more puzzled and twisted his head, looking at Chen Hongming with a shocked face, and for a while he was even a bit unresponsive. At this time, Chen Hongming's face was even more anxious after hearing the words of this driver Xiao Wang, and under this, looking at Chen Hongming who was showing an anxious face, Xiao Wang was even a bit dumbfounded. What is wrong with the young master? To know Chen Hongming's temperament he is incomparably clear. Typical bully, soft and afraid of hard, and then cannot afford to mess with the people in front of the cowering, timid as a dog, but in front of people who can't afford to mess with themselves, that can be wildly unchanged. Dare to mess with him, that's definitely looking for death. To who is even more unrelenting. And today a cab driver, obviously, belongs in the front. Under such circumstances, blocking the young master's way, how could that young master be polite to him? But what was going on with the young master's expression now? After thinking about this, Chen Hongming felt more and more shocked and incomprehensible in the bottom of his heart. But despite this, he didn't dare to disobey Chen Hongming for a single moment. And at the same time, quite a few people were watching this side, waiting to see what the fuss was all about. We must know that Chen Hongming is driving the Chen family's car, so a large part of the people also recognized the identity of the owner of this car at the first time. It is definitely the Chen family. At the same time, after seeing Chen Hongming's face inside the car, many people even looked directly, waiting to see the fun. After all, this Chen Hongming's character, which they knew incomparably as well as driver Xiao Wang, was to bully the soft and fear the hard, and that cab driver blocked this Chen Hongming's car for so half a day. That is finished. For a while, many of the ladies from the big families who were watching sighed helplessly. After all, they watched this scene, waiting to see if Soo-young had any power or not. If not, they would have to make a move to help Soo-young to resolve the danger, then directly even to take down this big handsome guy. But it never occurred to me that this Soo-young's car was blocking the Chen family. It was important to know that today's Chen family was also a power second only to the three great families, but they were not in existence to be messed with. In that case, there was no way for them to make a move. However, at this time, in a Lamborghini, a blonde woman looked at this scene, but revealed a smile, greatly amused, for Chen Hongming's appearance, as if it was not at all on the mind. At the same time, with Chen Hongming also stepping out of the car, followed by heading towards the front, and after seeing this scene, quite a few people shook their heads. That cab driving kid is screwed. It's not good who he messed with. He even messed with this Chen family's Chen Hongming. Isn't he looking for death? Immediately afterward, another person slowly spoke, that kid, seeking death himself. Who can blame him? This just isn't the place for him to come. When these words came out, there was also someone who nodded, that's right, coming to a place he shouldn't have come to, no matter what consequences happen. it's also what he deserves. At the same time, many of the family ladies were a pity, it's really a pity for this big handsome guy. Who says otherwise? There was another person who nodded with unrivaled recognition. Although they felt that Su-yan was very handsome, those of them, who had been educated from a young age, wouldn't allow them to not be able to differentiate between the importance of things. After all, crossing paths with the heir of another family because of a handsome guy would be totally cutesy. It's the only thing you'd do. Meanwhile, on Su-yang's side, Chen Hongming slowly stepped out of the car, and then he was heading towards the cab in front of him. Chapter 162, it's him again. The next thing you know, you're at the side of the cab. At the same time also saw Su-yang and the main driver. After seeing this familiar face, Chen Hongming instantly froze on the ground. Unexpectedly encountered this devil again. For a moment, the things that happened a few days ago were even more vivid in general, surfacing again in Chen Hongming's mind. Immediately after that, Chen Hongming shivered even more uncontrollably. At the same time, before Chen Hongming could say anything, the two security guards saw Chen Hongming getting out of the car, and after seeing Chen Hongming who got out of the car, the faces of the two of them instantly panicked. You know they're not standing around here for nothing, they have something to do too. Now it was surprising that a cab driver had blocked the Chen family's young master for such a half a day. Surprisingly, when the youngest master of the Chen family had gotten out of the car himself, they still hadn't solved this cab and hadn't made it move out of the way. And after thinking of this, a hint of panic appeared on the faces of the two. Immediately after that, he also did not dare to hesitate and rushed forward. After all, let a cab blocking the car of the Chen family's young master. One all is their dereliction of duty. If Grand Young Master Chen Jia pursued them for this, they would be finished. After thinking of this, the two hurriedly opened their mouths and said, "You kid deaf is it? Don't hurry to get out of the way. Don't see stopping the car of the young Master Chen. You looking for death is it?" At the same time, the other person also didn't dare to hesitate for a single moment, and immediately afterward also opened his mouth and said, "That's right. You kid don't look at what kind of status you have, and you dare to waste young Master Chen's time." But before he could finish his words, Chen Hongming's face changed in an instant, followed by a quick step to rush up, directly kicking the man's body. For a moment, the man was even a bit unresponsive, and he directly fell to the ground. And under such, this person was even more incomparably shocked and puzzled as he raised his head and looked towards the Chen Hongming. For a while, Wang Hu was even a bit dumbfounded. He was here today as a security guard for the dinner party together with his brother Wang Long, managing the vehicles. I thought this was an extremely easy job today, as long as I could fawn and bend over and smile. It even says there's a possibility of getting a tip from one of these big shots. However, I never expected that the situation would occur frequently within a short period of time after the commencement of the program. In that case, who could they reason with? At this moment, under such circumstances, Wang Hu was even more puzzled. No matter how you think about it, you can't figure out how in the world you messed with this Chen family's youngest master. What he did can't be said to be perfect. Then there are no shortcomings, right? At the same time, Wang Long was even more shocked to see his brother being beaten, and for a moment, his thoughts raced, trying to find the point at which this young Master Chen was angry. Thinking like this, Wang Long also quickly stepped forward, followed by a fawning face and opened his mouth to say, "Young Master Chen, it's our dereliction of duty to let this kid block your car. Give us half a minute, we'll definitely drive this kid away." And that Chen Hongming at this time after hearing this, but also a condensation of the eyes, followed by a fierce glare at this Wang Long, and then even more without saying a word, is another kick over. For a moment, although Wang Long had sensed Chen Hongming's movements, how could he dare to resist? A solid kick to the body by this Chen Hongming. And this Wang Long's brain is also extremely flexible, although he is very large, and Chen Hongming's kick has even less power and impact on him. But even so, he still fell down at the first time of his own accord. In an instant, Wang Long and Wang Hu fell to the ground as much as they could, both staring at that Chen Hongming with wide eyes and confused faces. At this point, the two men did not even know what they had done wrong, although in their hearts they did not know what they had done wrong. However, despite this, the two still hurriedly fawned and opened their mouths. "Young Master Chen, this is our dereliction of duty. We deserve to be beaten. Will you give us some time and we'll swiftly drive away that punk?" At this moment, the two of them still thought that this young Master Chen was angry because the two of them didn't drive away that cab boy in the first place. Just let him take a few hits to relieve his anger, and they'll kick the kid out, and it'll be over. After all, those two kicks from that Chen Hongming were completely like scratching an itch for the two of them, so it was not taken seriously at all. But just at this moment, Chen Hongming, who heard this for a moment, was even more infuriated. You have to realize that nowadays in front of so many clans in Tianhai City, he was also eager to control his temper. After all, when he came out, his father had instructed him to restrain himself. otherwise it wouldn't look good in front of so many other clans. But at this time, facing Su Yang, Chen Hongming could not control his temper. These two little cuties, they are not harming themselves. After thinking of this, Chen Hongming stomped over again. You two are blind, aren't you? This word out, that lying on the ground of the two is another stunned. The two feel that they just said the words have no problem. How this Chen young master is still so angry. Besides, why would say that the two blinded? Although both of them were puzzled in their hearts, no one dared to open their mouths to ask why. After all, asking why with this Chen Hongming, that is not looking for death. And at the same time, Su Yang also recognized Chen Hongming, and for a moment, a small smile appeared on his face. Others may not know why this Chen Hongming is like this, but his heart is incomparably clear. It seems that this Chen Hongming is really afraid of him when he experienced the last time. Immediately afterward, Su Yang was also too lazy to waste time here, and was about to open his mouth to say something, when not far behind him another voice rang out. What's going on in front? Why aren't you leaving yet? And with that voice came a man. And at the same time, many people after seeing Chen Hongming so exasperated, also cannot help but in the bottom of their hearts pity that Su Yang a few points. After all, that Chen Hongming faced these two security guards so angry. When he faced Su Yang in a while, Su Yang would not be as simple as getting a beating. This Su Yang was afraid that he wouldn't be like this if he messed with anyone, but he had messed with Chen Hongming, who had the most explosive temper. At the same time, that Wang Hu lying on the ground was even more saddened in his heart when he saw another person coming over. It's over. This Chen Hongming hasn't finished venting yet. Someone else is coming. Though the two weren't afraid of being hit. After all, it didn't even hurt when these gentry hit them, let alone cause any upper injuries. The two cared about future work. After all, at this point in front of so many clans, so it could be considered out of the ordinary. In the future, if you want to find a job again, I'm afraid it will be affected. After thinking of this, the two cannot help but secretly say bad luck. Chapter 163, Fear of him. And at the same time, the person who opened his mouth just now also walked over, and after seeing that it was actually a cab in front of him, he was also stunned at the bottom of his heart. A time is even more did not react. At the same time the bottom of the heart is even more skeptical. He could not be in the wrong place. Right, how could there be a cab here? At the same time, he saw Chen Hongming, who was violently beating him up, and after seeing that this was the Chen family's youngest master, his heart burst with joy. You have to know that their Feng family is just a small family. Now that you've grabbed the opportunity to attend this top-notch dinner, you must use every means possible to make friends and enhance your network. Never in a million years would I have thought that this hadn't even passed yet, and the opportunity had come up. After thinking of this he also ignored the two brothers Wang Long and Wang Hu, but directly walked to the cab. Then he looked at Su Yang, and then said, You kid, do not long eyes, do not look at what place this is also a cab driver, you can come. Immediately afterward, Su Yang was not without a moment's pause after seeing this fellow who ran to him with a rampant face. Where did this clown come from? For a moment, Su Yang hadn't opened his mouth. That person is to continue to speak said, To come here you also just, you even dare to block the car of young Master Chen. Wasted the time of young Master Chen. You even if you die is not enough to compensate for the crime, I tell you. However, Su Yang just looked at the man in front of him with a cold smile, not placing him in his eyes in the slightest. And after that person saw Su Yang looking like this, his face suddenly became a few degrees more gloomy. How could a mere cab driver dare to look at himself with such eyes? Knowing that he had come here to flatter the other families though, the likes of Chen Hongming was something he absolutely could not afford to mess with. But a cab driver can still be easily run over in front of himself. After thinking of this, Feng Xiaokong was also bent on flattering Chen Hongming, and immediately afterward, he directly opened his mouth and said, Do you have a problem in your head? How did you dare to come here? Su Yang, who heard this, laughed again, and then looked at the man in front of him, and also opened his mouth again. I don't know if I have any brain problems, but I think it's time for you to cure your brain. And after hearing these words, Feng Xiaokong was obviously a bit unresponsive. This one cab driver, how dare he be so rampant? And after thinking about this, Feng Xiaokong's heart became more and more angry, never imagining that he had been belittled by a cab driver. Then he was looking at Su Yang and spoke, Since you have a problem with your brain, then I'll correct you properly. And after saying these words, Feng Xiaokong directly clenched his fist, and then he smashed it heavily towards Su Yang's head. As for Su Yang, after seeing this scene, he was also a bit unresponsive for a moment. He did not expect that this Feng Xiaokong would dare to make a sudden move. At the same time, the two of them inside the car, Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, were also looking at what was happening outside. Feng Xiaoxiao had wanted to step in and stop this farce, but after seeing the person coming from behind, it was Chen Hongming who also put his heart down. However, Anya, who was on the side, was a bit anxious and did not know what had happened between Su Yang and that Chen Hongming. In a moment Anya wanted to get out, but immediately after that, Xin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth and said, "It's better for you not to go out right now. Quite a few people are looking at this place right now, and with all those things on your body right now, going out will bring more trouble for nothing." However, after hearing these words, Anya's face was a little anxious, and she randomly continued to speak, "But if he doesn't show up, is it possible to let Su Yang him alone?" And after hearing this, Xin Xiaoxiao smiled again and then spoke again, "Are you still not assured of Su Yang's strength?" But the scruples on Anya's face remained unabated after these words. Seeing this scene, Xin Xiaoxiao could only open her mouth once again helplessly, "Just don't worry. If it was someone else I would have definitely gone out the first time, but that was Chen Hongming." When these words came out, Anya became even more puzzled. What happened to Chen Hongming? Is it hard to believe that he has some kind of friendship with Su Yang? After hearing this, Xin Xiaoxiao laughed again, and then spoke again, "There is no friendship, but this Chen Hongming is afraid of Su Yang. So just watch." After hearing these words, although Anya's heart was still doubtful, but looking at that Xin Xiaoxiao's so confident look, she also stopped saying anything, and with that, Anya could only look outward again, and at the same time, quite a few people could not help but let out a gasp of surprise after seeing that Feng Xiaokong suddenly made a move. The bottom of their hearts were all greatly amused, but it was really hilarious. At the same time, there was also someone who opened his mouth and asked, "Who is that kid who struck out? How come I haven't seen him before?" After hearing these words, there was also someone who looked over carefully, and after a long time also slowly opened his mouth and said, "This person. This person seems to be that Feng family's person." When these words came out, many people were even more puzzled. "Feng family? That's right, but it's normal that you guys don't know about it. The Feng family is just a small family that has just recently risen up, and at this time, when they come up to make a move, they should be wanting to appease the Chen family." When these words came out, quite a few people nodded their heads. This banquet is really open, to the extent that even a small family like the Feng family has come. But after hearing this, someone else laughed. "Ha ha, what's the Feng family coming? Can't you see that the cab drivers are here? Alright, watch carefully. Maybe this Feng family kid will end up getting beaten up by this cab driver. It'll be fun then." The hearts of the people all understood beyond measure that the Run Feng family was a small family, an existence that they couldn't even look at and spurned, but it's also an unattainable presence in front of cab drivers. However, this Feng family kid is also smart enough to firmly pinpoint this Chen Hongming's character. Once this has passed, I'm afraid that it's still true that he's browbeating the Chen family kid. After hearing this, many people nodded their heads. Meanwhile, on Su Yang's side, after seeing this brat strike, Su Yang's expression was also a few points colder. He was too lazy to make a move, but he couldn't blame this kid for making the first move. After thinking of this again, Su Yang just dodged and easily dodged Feng Xiaokong's attack. As for that Feng Xiaokong, after noticing that Su Yang had dodged so easily, his heart was also stunned, and he somewhat did not slow down. He had thought that Su Yang would launch an attack on himself at the same time, and he had also thought that Su Yang would resist, but he had not thought that Su Yang would choose to dodge. After all, his own sudden attack, and the speed is also extremely fast. Ordinary people absolutely cannot avoid it anymore. Chapter 164, Saving His Life. However, Feng Xiaokong was never expecting Su Yang to be so relaxed. Looks like a practiced man after all. Feng Xiaokong looked at Su Yang and laughed. As for Su Yang, after hearing Feng Xiaokong's words, he also slowly opened his mouth and replied, "I don't know if it's practiced or not, but solving a waste like you is definitely a breeze." As soon as these words came out, Feng Xiaokong's face instantly showed a trace of contempt, and immediately continued, "But what a mouthful. Let me tell you, I haven't met an opponent amongst my peers since I grew up." After hearing these words, for a moment, many people looked over with a few positive looks, and under such, many people are extremely curious. Is this person really capable, or is he just talking big words? If what this kid says is true, then this cab driver is going to get a good beating today, and there's no place to talk about it afterward. At this time, the blonde woman who was previously sitting inside the Lamborghini also noticed this scene, and then slowly opened her mouth and said to the person beside her, "If this kid is not less than that guy's opponent, you will step in to solve it." And as the woman finished her sentence, the woman beside her, dressed in a long coat with long sleeves, apparently froze. For a while it was even more unresponsive, and even a little doubtful that he had heard it wrong. The blonde woman, after seeing the incomparably stunned expression of the person beside her, her eyes couldn't help but narrow, and then her voice lowered by a few points as she opened her mouth once again and said, "What? The words I said weren't clear, were they?" Once these words came out, the woman didn't dare to say more and hurriedly lowered her head. "Yes, got it." After hearing these words, the blonde woman also nodded her head, and immediately looked up once again. This Feng Xiaokong's attainments in martial arts are indeed very impressive. He is definitely not an opponent. After saying this, the blonde woman also stopped paying attention. Meanwhile, Su Yang's face revealed a sneer after hearing this. Immediately afterward, he slowly spoke, really? Then let me see how you're not right. And after hearing these words, Feng Xiaokang's tightly clenched fist was slowly raised again, suddenly smashing directly towards Su Yang. After seeing this scene, Su Yang's mouth revealed a smirk, followed by another slight sidestep, actually dodging the strike with ease once again. For a moment Feng Xiaokang's circle hit the air, followed by a heavy smash on top of the cab's front cover. A moment later there was even a loud thud. In an instant, a fist-sized dent even appeared above the front cover of the cab, and the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after seeing this scene. It seems that this Feng clan brat didn't talk big. He really does have some strength. At the same time, in the previous Lamborghini, the blonde woman, after seeing this scene, also slowly opened her mouth and said to the person beside her, "Alright, get ready to strike." And after hearing this, the woman on the side of the face of the doubt but also heavier for a few points, more than a little puzzled, for a moment also spoke, "Good, but," meanwhile, after hearing this, the blonde woman spoke again, "But what?" For a moment, the woman at the side also spoke, "Nothing, just a little bit wondering why you're minding this brat. Miss, is it just because of his looks?" This word out, the blonde woman face smiles immediately followed by a slow open mouth said, "There is one aspect is, line, do not ask so much, ready to strike on the line." Upon hearing this, the woman also nodded, and immediately afterward, she also opened the door and stepped out of the car, ready to strike at any time. On the other side, at the cab, Qin Shirao inside the car also felt the power of this strike at the first moment. The bottom of their hearts were all startled at the same time. What a strong power. However, when they thought of Su Yang's strength, the worries in their hearts dissipated. Meanwhile, Su Yang was greatly amused after seeing this strike, couldn't help but open his mouth and exclaim, "Some strength, ha!" And after hearing these words, the corner of Feng Xiaokang's mouth hooked up another smile, and immediately continued to speak, "You can dodge countless times, but if you can't dodge one of my attacks, you're going to be guilty." Upon hearing this, Su Yang was delighted, and immediately spoke as well, "In that case, I won't hide." After hearing these words, that Feng Xiaokang immediately looked at him with a cute little look, general gaze at Su Yang. At this moment, in his eyes, this kid was looking for death. Immediately after that, he also continued to speak, "Since that's the case, then you should give it a good try." After saying these words, Feng Xiaokang violently raised his leg again and suddenly kicked heavily towards Su Yang, and at this moment, after Su Yang saw Feng Xiaokang strike, he only revealed a hint of a smile, and then he violently raised his hand. For a moment, a muffled sound came directly from the air. Immediately after, the crowd only saw Feng Xiaokang's leg being easily blocked in the air by one of Su Yang's arms, but after seeing this scene, the crowd rushed to look at it, even though Su Yang was blocking it. But with that Feng Xiaokang's strength, if he used his arm to catch it hard, Su Yang's arm would be finished. Immediately afterward, the crowd was also lifting their hearts to look at it, incomparably looking forward to Su Yang's situation at this moment. Feng Xiaokang also looked at Su Yang with a smug look on his face, knowing that he was incredibly confident in the strength of his legs, but waiting for the right and left, but also cannot see Su Yang's face to show the slightest pain. I only saw that at this moment. Su Yang was still looking at him in an incomparably calm manner, followed by a hint of disdain on his face, and then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "This is it?" When these words came out, Feng Xiaokang even felt a moment of confusion. To know, Su Yang received his own leg, now how to be like a person who is fine. In this way, Feng Xiaokang cannot help but doubt himself a little. But immediately after Feng Xiaokang is once again looking at Su Yang, then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "There is no shame in not being able to carry it. Don't pretend hard. You can pretend once. Can you do it a second time?" And after saying those words, Feng Xiaokang violently retracted his leg, and then he raised his leg again, followed by violently kicking at Su Yang once again, while Su Yang remained unconcerned after seeing this scene. Immediately afterward, he raised his hand again. Immediately afterward, the thing that made the crowd feel incomparably incomprehensible and shocked happened, only to see that at this moment, Su Yang unexpectedly raised his right hand once again. It was important to realize that Su Yang had only just used his right arm to fend off that Feng Xiaokang's first attack, but now how could Su Yang still dare? But immediately after that, Feng Xiaokang's mind thought, "Since you seek death, it's not my fault." Chapter 165, The Exasperated Chun Hongming. At the same time, the surrounding crowd to see this scene is even more shocked. To know that before Feng Xiaokang attacked the force of the crowd but witnessed, even the front cover of that cab could be easily dented, not to mention the human body. And the most important thing was that Su Yang had used this arm to fend off that Feng Xiaokang's attack once just now. Even if Su Yang first time is a fluke to resist, then this second time again with the same arm. A time the crowd present even more cannot help but think of Su Yang arm broken miserable. Thinking of this, many people for a time were more than a little intolerant of continuing to watch. After all, the next scene well and truly appeared in the minds of the crowd. At the same time, Feng Xiaokong's kick went up thoroughly. For a moment, another dull sound appeared in the night sky. Because this place is extremely empty, for a moment it cannot help but spread out a long way. And immediately afterward, the crowd looked over intently. But immediately after, the crowd heart so expected that scene has not happened. Instead of the male lead is still calm and incomparable standing there, raising his hand to block this leg of that Feng Xiaokong in a cloudy manner. And for the first time, Feng Xiaokong even realized that he seemed to have kicked on top of an impenetrable stone. Then the hero's arm, not to mention broken, didn't even bend a fraction of an inch. You know, the little arms are free to move. Even if he couldn't parry the attack, then he could bend his arm as a way to diffuse the force of the attack. The male lead, on the other hand, did not do so, and this clearly illustrates a point. That is, the hero is confident that he can block the blow, and it can even be said that your hero doesn't think that the blow can hurt him. And at the same time, the long-sleeved woman who had been ready to move before also stood in place after seeing this scene. Looking at this scene is more some jaw-dropping. After all, even if she and this Feng Xiaokong fight, that is not dare to 2 consecutive times this hard. Although this also has a perceived physical quality between men and women, but it is also possible to see that the male lead has a few strengths in him. For a moment, the woman stood her ground and continued to look over, so much so that she was in no hurry to strike herself. Through those moves in the party, the woman even felt that there was a possibility that she wouldn't be able to use herself in the end. The hero can then be easily defused. On the contrary, on the other side, at this time, Feng Xiaokong foolishly looked at the male lead, and for a while, he was even more afraid to move. What the hell? How come this kid's defense is so strong? After thinking of this, Feng Xiaokong didn't dare to hesitate. After all, if that was the case, it would mean that guy had a few points of strength. If he was careless, he was afraid that he would be killed back by this kid. With this in mind, the male lead suddenly opened his mouth. Since you're done attacking, it's my turn. With these words, Feng Xiaokong was also instantly alert, and for a moment rushed to raise his hand, waiting for the arrival of the male master's attack. Just like that, Feng Xiaokong suddenly felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. For a moment, Feng Xiaokong's heart was in a state of shock. What the hell? What kind of speed is this? To realize that with the male lead opening his mouth, to the time he was attacked, he didn't have the slightest reaction time. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaokong wanted to counterattack, but he didn't have time to do so. Another punch slammed over, and suddenly, Feng Xiaokong's body directly went limp on the ground. But around that, Feng Xiaokong was still staring at the male lead with unbridled indignation. The male lead also withdrew his hand, and seeing this scene, Feng Xiaokong braced himself for the pain and slowly got up. Staring at the male lead, he opened his mouth and said, "You are indeed very powerful, but let me tell you, force is a useless weapon here. Not just me. You messed with young Master Chen today. Young Master Chen is absolutely..." But before he could finish his words, that Chen Hangming was the first to rush over. You should know that he was thinking about how to teach these two brothers a lesson, so that Su Yang could pretend that nothing had happened. I didn't expect another one to rush up. For a time, Chen Hangming even more cannot help but be a little angry mad, to know that this kid himself looking for death is just, but also brought up their own. Bring themselves, this one is what is going on, and most importantly, this kid has been brutally beaten up and is still so rampant. His brain has been beaten silly. For a while, Chen Hangming was afraid to implicate himself again. After thinking about this, Chen Hangming was even more furious with the fire huffing and puffing, and for a while he could not calm down at all. And immediately after watching that brat talking more and more excessively, it was also the first to rush over. A boost followed, and then a flying kick was delivered to the man's body. For a moment, the man was even a bit unresponsive. He was saying something to Su Yan when he suddenly felt someone kicking at his body, and with that, he didn't even have time to resist and was directly kicked out. At the same time, under such, the man was even more puzzled. What was going on? Meanwhile, the two brothers, Wang Hu and Wang Long, who were lying on the ground, were somewhat puzzled after seeing Chen Hangming suddenly stop attacking. For a moment thought that Chen Hangming had fought enough, followed by a burst of relief in his heart, and was about to open his mouth to say something. The two of them then saw that Chen Hangming, after a burst of assisted running, fiercely slammed a foot directly onto that person's body. For a moment, not only the two brothers Wang Hu and Wang Long, everyone present watching this scene was dumbfounded in place. For a moment they could not understand this Chen Hangming's behavior. This Chen Hangming today is what? This is a hormone. How to see people is to go up to beat. And Su Yang is a little dumbfounded. Standing in place for a moment is more than a little crying and laughing. Of course he understood what was going on in this Chen Hangming's mind. For a moment Su Yang could not help but sigh in his heart that this Chen Hangming had a strong desire to survive. Meanwhile Feng Xiaokong, who was knocked to the ground, was also a bit dazed and could not react at all for a moment. What the hell happened? Immediately after that, he looked up in a daze. and then he saw that Chen Hongming's angry and incomparable expression. Under this Feng Xiaokong was even more puzzled, and then slowly opened his mouth with some trepidation and said, "Young Master Chen, are you hitting the wrong person? Shouldn't you be hitting this ungrateful brat?" Once these words came out, on the contrary, that Chen Hongming slapped this Feng Xiaokong's face heavily again. Immediately after that there was a crisp ringing sound, and for a moment it traveled out a long way. Randomly the Chen Hongming also pointed at this Feng Xiaokong and spoke in anger, "Unconscionable. I think the one who is really unconscionable is you. He is also something you can say. What do you think you are?" When these words came out, Feng Xiaokong was directly dumbfounded in place, and then twisted his head dumbfounded. Looking towards Su Yang, he was even more unable to return to his senses for a moment. Chapter 166, Reversal. For a moment, Feng Xiaokong was even more unable to return to his senses. He could never imagine how this Chen Hongming could suddenly make a move against him. And under this, the doubts in Feng Xiaokong's heart could be said to have reached a direct peak. He thought in his mind that he seemed to be helping Chen Hongming out, helping Chen Hongming teach that kid a lesson. For his own behavior, it was just that Chen Hongming did not express his appreciation. Why would he suddenly take action against himself? After thinking of this, Feng Xiaokong was even more shocked and raised his head to look at Chen Hongming, who was staring at him angrily. And at the same time, all the people present had also seen this sudden scene, and it was entirely possible to say that their shock was not much less than that Feng Xiaokong's at all. It is important to realize that this sudden occurrence was something that no one could have expected. No one could have predicted. For a while the crowd was even more vocal about this matter. What the hell is going on? I'm not blind. How did that Chen Hongming suddenly hit that Feng Xiaokong? At the same time someone also spoke up after hearing this. I've long heard that this Chen Hongming is short-tempered, but to be able to be short-tempered to this extent is also a bit outrageous. And after hearing this, yet another person shook his head, and immediately afterward also opened his mouth and said, "This is no longer as simple as being short-tempered." Right, even if it is short-tempered then you can't just see people and beat them up. It was also at the same time that the crowd was talking. On Su Yang's side, Feng Xiaokong, who was lying on the ground, also opened his mouth in a timid tone, "Son, young master son, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Feng Xiaokong for a moment, his eyebrows were bunched up, and he suddenly opened his mouth again in a violent rage. "Why? You still have the face to ask why?" And at the same time Feng Xiaokong opened his mouth, he was all the more difficult to suppress the fire. Now if it is not the side of the weapon is not in hand, otherwise it is not as simple as fists and feet. And with that, Feng Xiaokong gasped and kicked up again. Immediately after that, this kick was also directly on the place where that Feng Xiaokong had been violently beaten up by Su Yang before. And under such, Feng Xiaokong also instantly felt a sharp pain, and for a moment he was unable to bear it and screamed out. And outside this kind of farce, inside the car Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao, two people are also clear in the eyes, and said the words are word for word in the ears. Qin Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, only smiled faintly at this scene, not feeling shocked in the slightest. On the contrary, Xiao Bai is different. He also knows the Chen family. In his heart, he also knows the Chen family's position in Tianhai City. When he heard Qin Xiaoxiao say that this Chen Hongming was afraid of Su Yang just now, he was already puzzled, and now that he saw this situation, he was even more uncertain. At the same time, outside the car, after being beaten by Chen Hongming again, Feng Xiaokong was completely dumbfounded, and for a while it was as if there were countless grass and eye horses galloping past inside. Where on earth had he messed with this Chen family's young master? You're right about what you say, right? You're even more right about what you do. But in doing so, he didn't get half a kind word, but instead received several beatings for nothing. After thinking about this, Feng Xiaokong's heart also rose a few points of fire, but despite this, he also did not dare to seize the slightest bit, and only had to look at that Chen Hongming again. Meanwhile Chen Hongming's mood had finally calmed down a few points after giving this Feng Xiaokong a few more punches. With that, he raised his head and looked at Su Yang again. Meanwhile Su Yang was smiling, calmly gazing at Chen Hongming in front of him, and at the same time Feng Xiaokong's thoughts raced after seeing this scene. Opportunity, this is an opportunity. As long as he applied himself, not only would he be able to make this Chen Hongming happy, he could even make this Chen Hongming teach this kid a good lesson. And after thinking of this, Feng Xiaokong did not wait for Chen Hongming to speak. It is the first to open the mouth to say, "What are you kid looking at? Know who this is? Tell you, to see this is the honor of your life." For a moment, Chen Hongming also heard Feng Xiaokong's words beside him, and suddenly, even more so, his face changed drastically, followed by violently twisting his head around, and another heavy foot stomped on that Feng Xiaokong's body. Suddenly, Feng Xiaokong eat through. The mouths can't help but let out a miserable scream. Immediately before he had time to say anything, is to hear that Chen Hongming exasperated incomparably open his mouth to say, "You kid is not stupid. You kid is not stupid." And while saying this, that Chen Hongming hammered Feng Xiaokong's body with a few more heavy punches. At the same time, Chen Hangming even kept on speaking, still what is my status? Let me tell you, I am nothing. Immediately after that, Chen Hangming's mouth also continued without stopping, as for you, if you're blind, you might as well not want it, and the honor of a lifetime. I'm telling you, it's the honor of 10 lifetimes just for you boys to see him. When these words came out, Feng Xiaokong also instantly stayed on the ground, delayed to come back to his senses. Looking at Su Yang and Chen Hangming was even more speechless. At the same time, after Chen Hangming finished saying this, he sometimes turned his head to look at Su Yang who was on the side, and then he spoke again, Mr. Su, this brat is not eye-catching. I'll help you teach him a good lesson. And after hearing this, Su Yang also nodded with satisfaction. For Chen Hangming's behavior like this, he was extremely clear in his heart. He was only doing this in order to not let himself be implicated. At the same time, it had to be said that what Chen Hangming had done was also to Su Yang's satisfaction. Under such circumstances, of course, this Chen Hangming will not be implicated in anything. After thinking of this, Su Yang again raised his head and looked at Chen Hangming and spoke, well done, but there's no need to talk nonsense with this kind of guy. A direct beating will suffice. After hearing this, Chen Hangming also nodded, and immediately afterward, he twisted his head and dragged Feng Xiaokong up to continue striking. As for Su Yang, he was even a little bit in tears and laughter after seeing this scene. Immediately afterward, he also hurriedly opened his mouth and said, enough, enough, there's no need to fight anymore. At the same time, Feng Xiaokong was somewhat fearful in the bottom of his heart after noticing that Chen Hangming was going to continue to strike at him. Although Chen Hangming's attack couldn't bring much damage to him, but he couldn't bear it even if he kept hitting him like this. Besides, now in front of so many people, he wasn't only losing his own face, but also the face of the entire Feng family. But with this thought in his heart, he didn't dare to fight back, and for a while his heart was incomparably distressed. At the same time, what shocked him even more was what that Chen Hangming said to himself. This Chen Hangming was so afraid of that kid, and was so respectful to that kid. What was going on? Isn't that kid just a cab driver? Chapter 167, Big Brother. Could it be that he was looking the other way? But it couldn't be. Anyone else couldn't drive a rental car to the whole party. And after thinking of this, the shock in Feng Xiaokong's heart intensified a few points. For a moment, he was even more unable to regain his senses, and it was only after a long time that he slowly opened his mouth and said, young Master Chen, this is, and after hearing this, Chen Hangming was the middle heavy slap on that Feng Xiaokong's head. With a crunching sound of a snap, Chen Hangming spoke again, his identity is not something you deserve to know. Just remember that he is an existence that neither you, nor I can afford to mess with. For a moment, hearing this, Feng Xiaokong's heart also instantly understood why Feng had helped Chen Hangming out. Chen Hangming would be so angry over hitting himself. It turned out that his own behavior just now did not have any meaning to Chen Hangming, but instead pushed that Chen Hangming into the fire pit, and he himself is even more desperate to still keep talking and talking. Under such circumstances, this Chen Hangming does not beat himself who to beat. At the same time, on the other side, the two brothers Wang Long and Wang Hu also heard what this Chen Hangming said. It was important to realize that the two were not cuties either. After hearing Chen Hangming's words, they also instantly understood. For a moment, the two of them could not help but feel a trembling in the bottom of their hearts. So it turned out that the two of them were just looking for death and it could even be said that it was this Chen Hangming who had saved them. At the very beginning of the two is completely can be said to stand on the tip of the knife dance, but also thanks to this cab-driving big brother good temper. Otherwise, the two people are afraid to have died, but that called Feng Xiaokong can be really miserable. For a while, the two people's hearts could not help but think in this way, and in the same vein, Feng Xiaokong looked at the man in front of him who had been treated so respectfully by even Chen Hangming. For a moment, his heart was also more fearful, and he was half speechless, and immediately after that, Chen Hangming was looking at Su Yang, and immediately after that, he opened his mouth again and said, alright, big brother, he's not a small-minded person, just a guy like you doesn't deserve to have big brother in his heart at all, call him big brother. For a moment, after Su Yang heard Chen Hangming's words, he could not help but be stunned. When did he become this kid's big brother? Immediately after Su Yang hadn't had time to say anything, that Feng Xiaokong hurriedly raised his head and looked at Su Yang and opened his mouth to say, big brother, just now it was my eyes that didn't recognize him. Tai, I almost bumped into big brother, now I'll kowtow to big brother. I hope that big brother will not take it personally. And then after saying these words, that Feng Xiaokong even did not hesitate, followed by a direct plop, then directly kneeled down. And after seeing this scene, even Su Yang was a bit dumbfounded, and for a moment was also a bit unresponsive. At the same time in his heart, he couldn't help but think, this person can be really decisive. And at the same time, after seeing that Feng Xiaokong's movements, Chen Hangming nodded with extreme satisfaction, a child can be taught. At the same time, those two brothers, Dragon and Tiger, also looked at each other after seeing this scene. Immediately afterward, they stood up together, immediately followed by a plop. They also knelt down together. While speaking together, my lord, we also sincerely admit our mistakes. Please don't bother with us little people. The hearts of the two people are incomparably clear. Don't look at that Feng Xiaokang is only the young master of the tiny Feng family. But after all, the people are not at the same level as them either. And calling him big brother can also be said to be the past. But the two of them don't have that status. Suddenly, after hearing this voice, Su Yang couldn't help but be startled. And then he also turned his head to look over. Immediately after that was the sight of the two brothers kneeling on the ground. A time is more a burst of helplessness, followed by also waved his hand without caring, and then opened his mouth again and said, okay, I do not care. After hearing these words, a relaxed smile appeared on the faces of the two brothers, and immediately afterward, they also stood up together and looked towards Su Yang. At the same time, Chen Hangming also suddenly opened his mouth after seeing this scene and said, alright, things are over. Big brother isn't even bothering with you guys anymore, and still won't let us in. After hearing these words, the two of them also instantly reacted, and then they dodged away together, bending down at 90 degrees. At the same time, the people watching around them were completely dumbfounded after seeing this scene. After all, it's still a bit of a mind-boggling turn of events. What the hell is this? How did things go so far? How long has this been going on, and how did a couple of people get on their knees with that cab driver? After thinking about this, the crowd was even more confused, and at the same time, their hearts were even more shocked. Who in the world was this person who could make that Chen Hangming so respectful? After thinking about this, there was also someone who spoke up and said, does anyone know what the identity of that cab driver is? That he could make that Chen family's youngest master so? After hearing this, there was someone who hurriedly spoke up and said, still a cab driver. Your cab driver can be like this. When these words came out, quite a few people nodded their heads in extreme recognition. Then who the hell is this one? Ah, a completely new face. Immediately after, another person spoke up and said, no matter who it is, but it's definitely an existence that we can't afford to mess with. You guys don't want to think about it. In the entire Tianhai city can let this Chen family's youngest master call his elder brother so respectfully can find out a few. When these words came out, many people nodded with incomparable recognition. After all, one must know that the entire heavenly sea did not have a handful of those who could make Chen Hangming so. For a while, quite a few people were caught up in thought, and immediately afterward, someone spoke up and said, if you ask me, this person must have come from somewhere else. These words were also said above the hearts of many people. After all, today's situation can only be explained in this way. One must know that there were only those few Tianhai Ben who could make Chen Hangming so. The people all remembered it clearly, and Su Yang, a new face, had come from somewhere else entirely. As for people driving cabs, maybe it could be happenstance, or maybe it's just their unique hobby. For a moment, the crowd couldn't help but feel a pang of shame for the dog-eyed look they had just taken. They were all watching Su Yang's joke just now, but they never imagined that before long, things had completely reversed. At the same time, inside the Lamborghini, after that blonde woman saw this scene, the smile on her face was also a bit more intense, and immediately after that, she also slowly opened her mouth and said, it's really interesting, kid, I'm getting more and more curious about you. Subsequently, going back to Su Yang's side, they of course didn't know what was going through the minds of the crowd of onlookers. He just looked at that Chen Hangming again, and then he slowly opened his mouth and said, you are quite interesting. Chapter 168, Alignment. After hearing these words, Chen Hangming also nodded, big brother, this is all as it should be. When these words came out, Su Yang laughed again. Immediately after that, he also stopped talking, and was ready to enter the Longzhou Hotel. It was also at this moment that Qin Xiaoxiao saw that things were over and also stepped out of the car. For a while, the crowd also noticed Qin Xiaoxiao who stepped out of the car. Suddenly, many people were stumped in place. It was important to know that Qin Xiaoxiao's appearance was well known, and even one of the four beauties among the great families of this Tianhai city, but it was coveted by many people, and even now, many people present were already looking for this Qin Xiaoxiao, not knowing when she would come, but never thought that this Qin Xiaoxiao would walk down from this cab. At the same time, that Chen Hangming's eyes also lit up when he saw Qin Xiaoxiao, but immediately afterward, he thought of Su Yang's relationship with Qin Xiaoxiao, and immediately afterward, he straightened up a few points. You should know that there are many women, but this big brother only has this one. Besides, he doesn't like Qin Xiaoxiao, but he looks at the Qin family behind Qin Xiaoxiao. Immediately afterward, this Chen Hangming was looking at Qin Xiaoxiao and said with incomparable politeness, Miss Qin. After hearing these words, Qin Xiaoxiao also nodded her head, and immediately afterward, she turned her head to look at Su Yang, who was at the side, and then opened her mouth to say, things are all settled, so hurry up and go in. What happened just now was a bit too conspicuous, and after hearing this, Su Yang nodded. At the same time, the crowd around them couldn't help but have new thoughts in their hearts for a while after seeing this scene. They simply couldn't have expected that it was Qin Xiaoxiao in that car. It was important to realize that Qin Xiaoxiao was different from Su Yang. Before they saw Su Yang get down from the cab, they would think that he was a cab driver. But Qin Xiaoxiao could be completely different. After all, who among the people present, male or female, didn't know Qin Xiaoxiao? Who does not know that this hall of Qin miss, a time the hearts of the crowd is not to be thought of? To know that if you do not know before this car inside the Qin Xiaoxiao, the hearts of the crowd is a thought. At this time, after knowing that there is this Qin family's eldest lady in the car, their hearts are another idea. In today's situation, then the matter between them is intriguing. After all, most people knew that this Chen Hongming liked Qin Xiaoxiao, and had even publicly pursued Qin Xiaoxiao many times. Under such circumstances, Chen Hongming this outburst could not be because Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao peace, and this Chen Hongming even called Su Yang his big brother. It was hard to believe that this Su Yang was Qin Xiaoxiao's brother, but it was well known that Qin Xiaoxiao was the only daughter of the Qin family. Can't it be that this Su Yang is the illegitimate son of the Qin family? If so, it would be interesting. A great uncle does deserve Chen Hongming's respect. And under that, although the Su Yang wasn't a cab driver, the mere fact that he was the illegitimate son of the Qin family wasn't as appalling to them. I thought that this kid had some kind of powerful identity, but it turns out that he's just the bastard son of a Qin family. But immediately after that, someone else spoke up and said, it's not just as simple as a bastard, is it? The Qin family doesn't have a son. If this kid shows up, wouldn't he be the future Qin family's heir? Immediately after that, someone else opened his mouth and retorted, you can't say that. If this kid is really the heir, why would he be hidden for so many years? And now he is even driving a cab, which in my opinion is just a bastard. The blonde woman in that Lamborghini also saw this scene, and for a moment her mind was filled with many thoughts, but her intuition told her that this matter was definitely not as simple as she thought. Meanwhile, Su Yang sighed. Seeing this, the crowd also stopped talking, and immediately afterward, they were ready to enter the dinner. Immediately afterward, Chen Hongming was looking at the driver Xiao Wang who was at the side, and then he was speaking, you go park the car. I'll be with my big brother for a piece. After hearing this, the driver Xiao Wang was also a bit shocked, never imagining that his young master would have to be a cab because of this man. But he didn't say much, he nodded, and he turned to sit back in the car. On the other side, Su Yang was also a bit surprised to hear that Chen Hongming wanted to join him in a piece, but he didn't say much. After all, nowadays, he had to develop his connections, and he was extremely satisfied with this Chen Hongming. This was followed by a nod, and then he was about to get into the driver's seat, but after seeing this scene, that Chen Hongming is quick steps to welcome up, followed by opening his mouth to say, big brother, how can you let you drive it? I'll drive. When these words came out, Su Yang didn't say much and just nodded, but also at this time, the rear of Feng Xiaokong also saw the scene. A moment of brain is also a turn, followed by is also directly up to come, and then is to open his mouth to say, second brother, this can not let you drive should be by me the youngest to drive. After seeing this scene, Chen Hongming was also a bit confused, and immediately afterward, he could not help but think to himself. He then turned his head to look at Su Yang. After all, this matter still needs Su Yang to make a decision. After all, this matter is not as simple as driving or not driving. You have to know that if you sit on the car, you are admitting their relationship in front of so many people, and you are also bringing the Feng family with you. Then Su Yang saw this, is also up and down to look at this Feng Xiaokong. For his force, Su Yang is very satisfied. After all, in this grade can reach this level, is still 1 in 100, and the kid is still a small family, easy to control, and most importantly, Su Yang for this kid's eye color is very appreciated. Immediately after is once again opened his mouth to ask, you think well, you now but even I do not know who is it. After hearing these words, that Feng Xiaokong also couldn't help but be stunned. After all, no one was a cutie pie. Su Yang's meaning of saying this was also incomparably clear, that is to tell him, but has already thought of standing in line. After all, now in front of so many people, once on the car can be to tell the crowd, he and even the Feng family to stand in line of news, and Chen Hongming couldn't help but be a bit irritated after seeing Feng Xiaokong hesitate. Immediately after a foot kicked over, at the same time the mouth is said, you have what seems to be, there is this sentence is your Feng family ancestral tomb smoke, if you are not willing to hurry up and roll. After saying this, Chen Hongming was about to sit on the passenger side, and after hearing this, Feng Xiaokang is also once again look, a time in the heart also do not have time to think, directly is to bite the teeth, then is the first to go forward, big brother, second brother sit well, I will drive. After hearing this, Su Yang also nodded his head, and at the same time, he even opened his mouth and said to this Feng Xiaokong, in the future, You will definitely appreciate your decision today. After saying these words, Su Yang brought Qin Xiaoxiao to sit in the back row as well. Chapter 169, Entering the Dinner Party. At the same time, Chen Hangming also looked at Su Yang with a respectful face as he got on the car and sat down, and then he jogged all the way to the passenger side. Immediately after getting into the car, Chen Hangming was about to open his mouth to say something, not yet turned back. A time is even more from the rearview mirror to see an extremely beautiful face. I can't help but be stunned. Immediately after some dumbfounded twisted his head, and then after seeing the person in the back row was also almost exclaimed in shock. She had thought that Qin Xiaoxiao would ride in a cab with Su Yang. After all, he did know something about Qin Xiaoxiao's character, but what he had never expected was that in family's eldest Miss Anya was actually in the car as well. What? And Su Yang just smiled and looked at him, knowing that he was also extremely clear in his heart what this Chen Hangming was shocked about, but he was also not saying anything about it. At the same time, Feng Xiaokang, who was about to open his mouth, also noticed the shocked Chen Hangming, and immediately afterward, he also twisted his head to look over with some confusion. With that, he also stayed there. For a while he was also a bit dumbfounded at Anya's beauty, knowing that Qin Xiaoxiao of the party had already made an impact on him, but I didn't realize how long it had taken to bring another one. Immediately after that, Feng Xiaokang also recognized Anya's identity. You are the family's eldest miss. You know, before he had come to this dinner, he had brushed up on his knowledge once, looking at the pictures of the various families and memorizing the identities of most of them. Who can't afford to mess with? Who is similar to their own power? Who needs to be flattered by themselves? And among them the four beauties are even more memorable. And Anya and Qin Xiaoxiao are both among the four beauties. And after hearing this, Anya also smiled and nodded. After all, she had watched the exchanges between the several people just now, and was also aware of the matter of the three people working together. So there wasn't any bad look on her face. If someone else had looked at her like that, she definitely wouldn't have had a good look on her face. And after seeing Anya's gentle smiling face, for a moment, it was even more slowed down, and his heart was filled with shock. What kind of status is Big Brother in the end na? To be able to drive a cab to bring two beauties of one of the big families of Tianhai to this dinner party. At the same time, it was still Chen Hangming who took the lead in reacting, and immediately after seeing Feng Xiaokang, who was frozen beside him, he then directly slapped him on top of his arm. What are you thinking about? Call sister-in-law. After hearing these words, Feng Xiaokang also reacted, and immediately rushed to speak, sister-in-law. And after hearing this, Anya was frozen, and for a moment, her face was even more red, and she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Su Yang on the side. Su Yang, on the other hand, was also somewhat unsuspected, although in his heart, Anya was already his woman, but they had only known each other for how long. But immediately after that, Su Yang heard Anya on the side gently and for a moment, Su Yang was more than a little dumbfounded. For a moment it was even more frozen, looking out the window. Meanwhile, after Qin Xiaoxiao heard these words, her face revealed a look of displeasure, but immediately afterward, she also turned her head away, and of course, Su Yang also noticed this scene, and then shook his head helplessly. It was true that too much charm was not a good thing. Immediately afterward, Feng Xiaokang looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but open his mouth again. Big brother, too, Mrs. Hang. And hearing this, Chen Hangming slapped over again, and immediately afterward, he also spoke. Big brother is powerful and still needs you to say it. And after seeing this scene, Su Yang's face couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile, followed by slowly speaking again. Alright, cut the crap and hurry up and go in. And after hearing this Feng Xiaokang also nodded. At the same time, Chen Hangming also looked at Feng Xiaokang beside him, and immediately spoke again. Did you hear what Big Brother said? Why don't you hurry up and drive? Once these words came out, Feng Xiaokang also hurriedly nodded his head, and randomly, he directly started the vehicle. And at this time the two brothers and how dare to stop them for a single moment, directly bending over extremely respectful, not even raising their heads a bit. And just like that, the cab of Su Yang's few people also entered this Longzhou hotel, and with the entry of the cab, it meant that the farce was sort of over. And after seeing such a scene, the surrounding crowd cannot help but feel a little dreamy. A time as more some cannot believe that just happened in front of the things under, so they even feel like a group of clowns. They had waited here for half a day, counting on watching Su Yang and the others, but did not expect to see the end of the hilarity. Did not see, but instead of pulling hands to become friends, for a moment the crowd even felt a little ridiculous. After all, in the final analysis the purpose of this banquet was to allow them to make connections and develop their power, and they didn't do anything after they came here. They just watched people for half a day, and in the end, they not only didn't have a grudge or a fight, but instead, they became allies. And after thinking of this, one of them opened his mouth and said, okay, don't watch the fun, see the end we become a little cute, and people are cuties. As soon as these words came out, another person couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile, and immediately afterward, he also opened his mouth and replied, "That's right, people haven't even entered the dinner party yet, and they've already made allies, and then look at how ridiculous we are." Immediately afterward, someone else spoke up and said, "Alright, all of you, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and go in." And after hearing this many people nodded, and with that, the farce was over for good. Immediately afterward the crowd also pulled up and started into the dinner. At the same time after the blonde woman on the Lamborghini saw such a scene, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but show a light smile, and immediately afterward she also opened her mouth and said to the woman beside her, "Go in." And after hearing this, the woman beside him nodded and started the vehicle immediately afterward. This Lamborghini took a completely different road from the other vehicles. There was not a single car on the entire road. Extremely smooth, and it could also be seen that the woman's identity was extraordinary. Going back to Su Yang's side, Feng Xiaokang drove his car onto the parking lot, and at this time, many people have seen what happened before, for the cab appeared here is not how surprised, just for Su Yang's identity more puzzled. Immediately after Feng Xiaokang parked the car he turned his head to look over. "Big brother, it's here." And after hearing this, Su Yang also nodded, and then several people got out of the cab one after another. At the same time, within this period of time in the party, Su Yang suddenly noticed that it seemed like the people who came to this dinner were all the young sons and daughters of various families. These people are the second generation of various families with no previous generation. Chapter 170, Spoiled like an ancestor. This also meant that Su Yang's identity was unfamiliar to them. By now, the raggedy but secure-looking cab had driven to the parking lot. You can see the parking lot from the banquet site. After all, there were quite a few dignitaries arriving. Everyone is always ready, waiting to see the people they want to draw in as well as curry favor with arrive. They then saw Chen Hongming. After Chen Hongming got out of the car, he nodded his head towards the car. The attitude was curt in a way they had never seen before. Totally entertained the people inside like they were ancestors. "Who's inside the car? How dare young Chen be so polite? That's not being polite. It's already dogged, isn't it? So who exactly is it that can make even young Chen treated with such a friendly attitude?" The crowd was talking. This group of rich kids didn't recognize Su Yang, but they did recognize Chen Hongming. All have heard the legend of Chen Hongming. Chen Hongming is also quite famous in the circle. Ordinary people didn't dare to offend Chen Hongming. When he saw it, he had to walk around it. Now Chen Hongming was being so polite to the others. This is bound to be intriguing. All want to find out. So they didn't chat or pull any punches either. One looked within this cab with unblinking eyes. Then a woman was seen coming down. A very good-looking woman. So it's Qin Shouxiu. Some of them came to a realization after seeing Qin Xiaoxiu. Thought it was Qin Xiaoxiu that made Chen Hongming so enamored. It made even Chen Hongming become so dogged. But the man beside him, on reflection, didn't feel quite like it. Just one Qin Xiaoxiu wasn't enough to make Chen Hongming so. Right, Chen Hongming? This man is good at beauty, but not so much that he has forgotten his identity. The Chen family's youngest is still of some status. It's kind of an equalizer between you and Qin Xiaoxiu, isn't it? Just as they were doubting between them, a woman came down. It's Anya. Two beautiful women standing together is certainly very eye-catching. But everyone still didn't believe that the people Chen Hongming was currying favor with were Anya and Qin Xiaoxiu. Not to mention the fact that both are now down. Chen Hongming was still nodding his head in greeting the people inside the car. Even reached up to the roof of the car to protect it. Saddle up for a full gesture. Who the hell is it? Hurry up and come out and take a look. Rather, let me see who is so capable to make even young Chen so polite. It's not like you're afraid to come down, is it? In the midst of the crowd's murmuring, a man got out of the back of a cab. Who's this? I don't know. You ask me. Who do I ask? Where did this man come from? What is his status? I can't tell if young Chen is so polite. There was already enough confusion for everyone. At this time, when he saw Su Yang who had come down, he was even more puzzled. The last one to come down was, of course, Su Yang. But as for Su Yang's looks, these rich kids only felt a wave of unfamiliarity. After some exploration, none of them had yet to explore Su Yang's identity. It just feels like everything is confusing. Young Mr. Su, you can get off. Here, I'll hold you up. Chen Hongming's gesture could be considered humble enough. You're a young master in your own size. But in front of Su Yang, he didn't even want the title of Qin Shao. In front of Su Yang, what kind of Qin Shao is he? He didn't recognize this identity. And he didn't even let Feng Xiaokang call it that. Not afraid that Su Yang would be unhappy to hear it. Feng Xiaokang is a man who can do things. Noticing the difference in Su Yang's identity, he didn't dare to offend Su Yang at all. Chen Hongming looks like he knows a little more. In that case, he would do whatever Chen Hongming said. Better let me do it. Feng Xiaokang rushed forward. he also thought of assisting Su Yang. Seeing this enthusiastic action of theirs, Su Yang was speechless for a moment. If you didn't know, you'd think he was disabled. One by one, they thought of assisting him. Su Yang waved his hand, swatted away the hands they were about to reach for. Come on, I'm not crippled. Why are you guys being so careful? Su Yang's words were holy orders. If Su Yang said he didn't need it, then he didn't need it. Chen Hangming didn't dare to retort at all after hearing that. Yes, we were rash. This respectful scene of Chen Hangming also fell into the eyes of the crowd. Someone has already come forward. Chen Xiao, who is this person? Chen Hangming has a lot of foxy friends. The man in front of me is one of them, and the relationship with Chen Hangming was quite good. Chen Hangming didn't have much of a stance in front of him. Curious, he immediately and directly asked. Chen Hangming's heart immediately jumped when he heard the other party's address. What are you babbling about? Don't call me Chen Xiao, just call me by my name. Kai Jianpei was a bit puzzled to hear that. It's just a term of endearment. Why the big reaction? This is the one who is young Su. Chen Hangming's smile piled up all over his face as he raised his hand towards Su Yang's side. Kai Jianpei is even more puzzled. Who the hell is this guy? He was thinking of prying for an identity. Who is this young Su? A new friend of yours? As he spoke, his eyes were still glancing at Su Yang's body. Can't wait to see through Su Yang. Su Yang smiled slightly. You don't get flustered at all when you're confronted with a beating. Looked quite stylish. It's no match for these rich kids. That temperament alone was enough to be admired. Just when Choi Chimpai wanted to find out what was going on, a Lamborghini approached slowly. Su Yang's gaze fell on this Lamborghini. Not bad, it looks pretty cool. Su Yang's eyes showed appreciation. It's not just Su Yang. Quite a few people have noticed. Lamborghini. They rich kids have seen a lot. But the Lamborghini in front of me was expensive at first glance. Now that's a real luxury car. The Lamborghini was parked right next to this cab of theirs. Noble Lamborghini versus this one cab. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Cabs are really out of place here. Su Yang didn't pay any more attention to Kai Jianpei. The attention is totally on this one Lamborghini. He was quite curious as to what kind of person was able to drive this Lamborghini. He was interested in wanting to get acquainted. Out of the Lamborghini got a blonde. It was the woman who had been watching Su Yang just now. It was just that the woman no longer looked like she was paying attention to Su Yang just now after she came down. Instead, he headed for the parlor without looking away. At this time, a number of people had already gathered at the front door of the parlor. It's all in the eye of the beholder. These rich daughters usually had quite a lot of fun, but it was still a minority to have so many people with similar status and position to them gathered together, and some of them come with a mission. There'll have to be more people in time to widen their network for the family. Originally saw Chen Hangming in the cab. This person, so respectful of them, also thought it was worth deep friendship. Wait until you see that it's a good-looking regular guy coming down. They are inevitably going to be disappointed. Chapter 171, The Capital's Rich Kids. But now, they were pinning their hopes on this blonde. This blonde, both in terms of the seat and the look, definitely a top rich guy. Rich kid or not, it doesn't matter anymore. With this kind of wealth, even if it was a rich fourth or fifth generation, it was enough to become their strongest network. Quite a few people had already been foolish enough to plan to go up and test the waters. It's just that the blonde looks a little condescending. It wasn't just Su Yang she was ignoring, but also these stupid rich kids. She made her way into the hall without looking away. Su Yang's gaze followed along the way. Anya was slightly jealous when she saw Su Yang's gaze. Su Yang. Anya slightly pulled on Su Yang's sleeve. The idea was to be able to pull Su Yang's attention back. Only then did Su Yang resume his usual smile. Looked over to Anya. What's wrong? There's nothing really wrong with Anya. It was just that she didn't want to let Su Yang's attention stay on other women for too long. And the blonde had too much presence. There are also too many advantages. It made Anya's sense of crisis even worse. Nothing, just wondering if we should go in. Today, a number of people have gathered. They didn't have to stay in the parking lot all the time either. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Come on, let's see what's good for this dinner. As soon as he came, he brought up food. It looked a bit unclassified, but no matter if it was Chen Hangming or Qin Xiaoxiao, neither of them had the intention of mocking Su Yang. It just feels like a habit. Instead, it's Choi Controversy Pei. Because of his lack of understanding of Su Yang, a skeptical look appeared on his face when he heard this at that moment. These rich kids of theirs wouldn't yet be so unable to get on board and talk about eating and drinking. Who doesn't come here to make connections? And he's all about food? Although he didn't know why Chen Hangming was so respectful to Su Yang, but Kai Jianpei had already given Su Yang a preliminary verdict. Look should be a poor man. If you want to eat, then hurry in. This time the dinner party is still inviting a 6-star chef, so you're guaranteed to eat so much you won't want to leave. Kai Jianpei came towards Su Yang with some flirtatious words. To put it nicely, it's friendly flirting. But if you were to be blunt, It would be a mockery of Su Yang. When Chen Hongming heard this, his heart clenched. Although it is a fox friend, but Kai Changpei this drinking friend, he still did not think that it is so soon gone. If Choi Kuei says so now, is he not putting himself in the gun's mouth? Chen Hongming hurriedly slapped over, stopping Kai Changpei, in time, from saying what he wanted to say next. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of mountainous delicacies hasn't Su Xiao eaten? What 6-star chef? Do you think Su Xiao would care? Choi Chimpai was just flirting with the idea. Cold got slapped in the face. Just listen to the crunching. You can tell how much it hurts. Kai Changpei covered his face in disbelief. Chen Hongming actually hit him. This is too inexplicable, right? Su Yang knew what Chen Hongming was thinking and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He shook his head. Come on, there's no need to take it so personally. Let's go in first. Su Yang entered the lobby, also saw the blonde once again. The blonde was surrounded by a number of people. Looks quite popular, arguably the most popular person here. When he came back in, the crowd couldn't help but lock their eyes on him, trying everything just to get her attention. It's just that the blonde, who didn't see it. Instead, his eyes drifted over as Su Yang came over. Su Yang raised his red wine glass, raising his hand slightly toward the blonde. The blonde returned the favor. The interaction between the two ruffled a lot of feathers. This blonde, they were trying everything to hook up. Some people are trying to make this amazing connection. Some of them are looking at the blonde's looks. This long dress stood inexplicably seductive. This would be an absolute badge of honor to actually hook up with. But nay, the blonde didn't give a about anyone. Now it was responding to Su Yang. Why this man again? Who is this person again? It's not going to snatch this beauty of ours away, is it? What is this man's identity? In 1 minute, I want to know all about him. Originally, they were curious about Su Yang's identity. It's not just curiosity anymore. It's jealousy. It was really exasperating that they couldn't get the blonde's attention with all the effort they put into racking their brains. Su Yang succeeded as soon as he arrived. What is this? Are they worthless? Is Su Yang any more noble? Just think of the cab that Su Yang took to enter the place. People don't feel that way. Is there really someone of extraordinary status who would come here in a cab? If this is a special hobby, that would be a strange hobby to have. Someone looks at him and naturally, someone wants to lash out. Gao Shiqing took the lead. Just came to Tianhai City not long ago. I don't know much about the people here. I wonder who this is. Gao Shiqing looked at Su Yang provocatively. It wasn't just about wanting to know Su Yang's identity. At the same time, he was also trying to step on Su Yang. Chen Hongming walked over at the right time. In a low voice, he introduced Gao Shiqing's identity in front of Su Yang. It's a rich kid from over in the capital. I knew that a dinner party was being held here and dropped by. Gashkai has an unusual position in the capital. Even people from the big families had to be polite in front of him when they saw him. It was because of this that Gao Shiqing developed the habit of looking at people with his nose. When Gao Shiqing came in front of Su Yang, it was obvious how arrogant the man was, completely not taking a proper look at Su Yang's. Su Yang remained in a good temper even when he was gazed at by such a gaze. Shouldn't you bring your own identity before asking someone about theirs? I thought upper-class people were supposed to know some manners. You've impressed me. Su Yang was smiling, no sign of anger either. But the words spoken were definitely not good for Gao Shiqing. I was afraid that saying who I am would freak you out. Gao Shiqing spoke in a smug manner, obviously very confident in his identity. That makes me want to know even more. Su Yang's smile deepened upon hearing this. Why don't you tell me, and see if you can scare me? Gashkai cleared his throat. I'm Gao Shiqing. Gao Shiqing from the capital. You should have heard of him, right? Gao Shiqing seemed to be certain that Su Yang would definitely have heard of this name. But nay, Su Yang wouldn't inquire about these things. It had always been just other people racking their brains trying to find out who he was. He didn't need to get to know these people. Someone will introduce him to his identity since. Chapter 172, How dare you want to adopt him? Never heard of it. Su Yang didn't give face at all. The words spoken at this time did not just make Gao Shiqing angry. It also made the jaws of those watching around them drop. Su Yang is so bold. How dare he say such things? Who doesn't know Gao Shiqing's reputation? Su Yang's current sentence of not knowing was a denial of Gao Shiqing's status. Some of them have gone backwards, just waiting for Gao Shiqing to get angry. Sure enough, Gao Shiqing sneered. Still seems like a man with little insight. I don't think you're very pleasant to look at, so don't even think about staying in Tianhai City in the future. Gao Shiqing spoke lightly. In one fell swoop, he had already decided Su Yang's future fate. Chen Hongming looked at this and that. I don't know who to speak for. It was even more uncertain whether to take Su Yang's side at this time. Although Chen Hongming was with the status of a great young man in Tianhai City, but it was only limited to Tianhai City. If it were anywhere else, Chen Hongming's identity certainly didn't work out so well. Not to mention the fact that the person in front of him was the Gao Shiqing of Kyoto. It's even more difficult to feel overwhelmed. Chen Hongming seemed to be invisible in the midst of this farce. Su Yang didn't mind either. The Gao family in Kyoto? I see that your Gao family should have been living peacefully for quite a long time, and it's time for some bumpy days. Su Yang returned these words to Gao Shiqing. This back and forth scared the crowd around them from listening. Can these words be said? The Gao family that Gao Shiqing was a part of, that was an existence that even the top brass had to be in awe of. It was surprising that Su Yang could say that. The Gao family is indeed quite unlikable, and all the things they've done down the road this time are a bit hokey. It's time to bankrupt the Hai family, too. At that moment, a clear voice came. All eyes looked in that direction. Just saw the blonde that everyone had been watching, coming this way, while walking, and talking at the same time. That comment just now was obviously from her. Looking at the graceful figure walking towards him, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Right, you don't think there's anything wrong with what I said either, do you? This was the first time Su Yang and this blonde beauty had ever conversed. The freshness is natural. It's still more of an appreciation for beauty. That's a nice thing to say, but can you fix this guy when he's offended? The blonde seemed to still have some doubts about Su Yang's ability. Of course I can. I can not only set it right, I can have their entire Gao family set right. Su Yang's words were a bit arrogant. Most of the people watching were in disbelief, but that comment caused the blonde to smile. Good, I admire your guts. My name is Dai Ming Lime. Dai Ming Lime extended her hand towards Su Yang. A pair of slender hands were white and red. The look makes you want to hold on to it. Su Yang took hold of Dai Ming Lime's hand. It was just as imaginative as the touch. Su Yang. Su Yang briefly summarized his identity. Deming Lemon, I do recognize your ability, but this poor slob. Gao Shiqing surveyed the subgingival cysts. His gaze was full of disdain. He just saw with his own eyes that Su Yang came in a cab. I'm sure it's just a big money charger who can't get any luxury cars on the side. This poor sap, who wants to overpay for me, should give it a rest. Gao Shiqing has this arrogant capital. After all, the Gao family was taking it anywhere. Then you wait. Su Yang could see Gao Shiqing's arrogance, but there was no huffing and puffing. He just needs to prove himself with strength. Proof that he does do what he says he's going to do. Once he saw his strength, Gao Shiqing was bound to regret it. Because of his words, the Gao family faced bankruptcy. So what if they're as big as the Gao family? If they offended him, he had 1,000 ways to deal with them. Originally, Gao Shiqing wanted to take a shot at Su Yang. Not to say that it was making Su Yang out of something big, but it would definitely make Su Yang leave this dinner party. Such a high-class dinner party would never be able to accommodate a bottom feeder like Su Yang. But now Dai Ming Lime is beside him. Although he didn't want to admit it, Gao Shiqing was still able to realize a little. In front of Dai Ming Lime, he still had to be somewhat restrained before he could do so. This was still an existence that their Gao family could not afford to offend for the time being. Gao Shiqing glared at Su Yang, looking like he wanted to memorize Su Yang's looks in his mind. The most violent retaliation followed. Gao Shiqing turned around and walked away. Su Yang didn't bother stopping either. There's no need. By then Gao Shiqing would know that what he said was not false. Dai Ming Lime looked at Su Yang this time. In the center of his eyes was an unconcealed interest. I want to talk to you about a partnership. Interested? Chen Hongming was envious at the sound of it. It's a rare blessing to get the chance to work with such a beautiful woman. And it's not just that Dai Ming Lemon is beautiful. Or is it because of Dai Ming Lime's worth and the assets she owns? Working with Dai Ming Lemon is definitely a sure thing. And there are absolutely no surprises. But whenever there is any problem, Dai Ming Lime will absolutely take the money to make up for the deficit. Unfortunately, the only one Dai Ming Lemon invited was Su Yang. Chen Hongming could only envy from the sidelines. Sure, let's have a nice chat. Su Yang didn't mind being alone with such a beautiful woman. Su Yang and Dai Ming Lime went to a secluded place. What kind of business do you want to talk to me about? Su Yang asked with considerable interest. Dai Ming Lime's gaze had always fallen on Su Yang's face. It could be seen that there was a great appreciation for Su Yang's looks. The one thing that could make Dai Ming Lime notice from the beginning was Su Yang's appearance. After all, such outstanding appearance is rare in general. Hearing Su Yang ask this, Dai Ming Lime then moved her gaze away. I want to adopt you. Are you interested? Su Yang had thought that what the two of them were talking about would have been a serious collaboration. After hearing this, Su Yang cried and laughed. I can't believe someone wants to beg him. And it's still a beautiful woman like Dai Ming Lemon who's been keeping him. That's a surprising twist. I can give you $50 million a month if you follow me. Dai Ming Lime is really generous. The first thing that came out of his mouth was $50 million. It's just that Su Yang doesn't like the $50 million. Money is just a number to him. He's not so bad as to sell his body for the $50 million. Looking at Dai Ming Lime's unusually serious look, Su Yang was even more helpless and lost his smile. I'm sorry, I'm a man who likes his freedom and doesn't really like the feeling of being kept. Dai Ming Lime regretted Su Yang's refusal, but there was no thought of giving up easily. Stay with me, You don't need to worry so much, just stay with me once in a while. It's not like I'm asking for that much. I don't need you to be at my beck and call or anything like that. Indeed, the requirements are lax, but Su Yang hadn't been reduced to the point of being adopted yet. This would definitely be laughed at by those old friends if they heard it. Chapter 173, Fighting for the Goddess. Forget it, I can accept it if it's a serious collaboration. Something like adoption. I won't accept it anymore. Su Yang directly stated his attitude. If this were to be heard by any of the other rich daughters who had a thirst for Dai Ming Lime, they would definitely gnash their teeth. If Dai Ming Lemon was willing to adopt them, let alone be concerned about the status given by the family, they certainly don't think about it. Some will just be impatient. So what if they were adopted? They might be ashamed to be adopted by someone with no status. But this is Dai Ming Lemon, a beautiful woman who looks online, has a stunning body and so much money. Even if they do have to be underwritten, it's them, the ones who are underwritten, who have earned it. But it was just the two of them here. The conversation would be known only to them. Hearing this one answer from Su Yang, it made Dai Ming Lemon regret more and more. However, after realizing that Su Yang wanted to cooperate in a serious manner, Dai Ming Lemon pondered for a moment. If you want an investment, I can give it to you. Dai Ming Lemon is considered to be throwing thousands of dollars for the blue face, but just with Su Yang's looks, it was really worth it. After listening to Dai Ming Lime's words, Su Yang hastily shook his head. I don't want a handout. I want a serious partnership. What do you say we all chip in together? Dai Ming Lime didn't expect Su Yang to have such ambition, and after hearing this, she seriously sized up Su Yang. It was only then that he realized that underneath this handsome face, there was a piece of the king. This doesn't look like an ordinary person. More than that, it was not the temperament that some rich kids whose bodies had been emptied by alcohol and sex should have. Dai Ming Lime instantly became serious as well. I have a project in hand right now that I'm looking for a partner for. If you're interested. Dai Ming Lime presented this one item to Su Yang. It's a pharmaceutical program. Thinking about researching medicine is the most costly, and the failure rate is high. Without a little bit of assets, it's definitely not a good idea to touch this business anymore. Even if they do, it will only be a small fight. This pharmaceutical project that Dai Ming Lemon is talking about is certainly not small in scale. After all, to be able to say it out of Dai Ming Lime's mouth meant high-end. Again, it takes extremely high resources to support it. But Su Yang was not short of money anymore. Su Yang looked at the prospects of this one project and the resources needed now. It was just a slight sweep, and Su Yang had already gotten a clear picture. No problem at all. Su Yang closed the file. The look to Dai Ming Lemon was imperative. Well, then, let's wish us good luck in our endeavors. Su Yang was just too cool. Inevitably, Dai Ming Lime was surprised. I can't believe you agreed so quickly. Don't you want to look at the initial investment amount required? You know this contract is considered harsh. The required investment capital is quite high. The average person can't be satisfied anymore. There were a few other people who wanted to work with Dai Ming Lime earlier. Just after seeing the amount of investment required, they have given up. They know that working with Dai Ming Lemon is not a big gamble. It's a solid deal. But not everyone can come up with that kind of money in a short period of time. That's if they take that money out. Their working capital is gone. No one can handle that kind of pressure. Solely Dai Ming Lemon was in no hurry. This project was not started in a hurry. That's why Dai Ming Lemon was slow to find someone to work with. So much so that the right person has not been found until now. But Su Yang unexpectedly agreed directly. Under such harsh conditions, investment amount required? Is that a lot? Su Yang asked rhetorically with a slight smile after listening to Dai Ming Lime's words. It's just a little money to me. That's an undeniably arrogant statement. Dai Ming Lime was skeptical even after hearing that. Doubt whether what Su Yang said was true or not. This can't be that he's already forgotten his last name, right? Is he so eager to show off in front of her that he's telling these lies without even making a draft? An initial investment of $2 billion, that I can accept. Su Yang had indeed looked closely and carefully just now. Guidance on the initial investment amount required. It was $2 billion to begin with. That's why so many people were dissuaded. For Su Yang, it was well accepted. Dai Ming Lime's measuring gaze landed on Su Yang's body. She was now genuinely curious about Su Yang. Inexplicably, Dai Ming Lime believed that Su Yang was not lying. He is literally able to come up with $2 billion. Good. Then I wish us good luck in our endeavors. Dai Ming Lime responded to Su Yang's words earlier. The two hands interlocked. Su Yang and Dai Ming Lime reappeared in the public eye. At this point it looks like they're getting a little bit closer. After all, they are partners. There's not much separation between the two sides. Did you guys work out a deal? Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Dai Ming Lime and then at Su Yang, eventually inquiring to Su Yang. Of course, is there any business I can't talk about when I'm out there? He hadn't told Qin Xiaoxiao that this wasn't the business Dai Ming Lime wanted to talk about in the first place. Dai Ming Lemon was thinking of bagging him. but there was no need to go into detail with Qin Xiaoxiao with this kind of talk. The voices of Su Yang and Qin Xiaoxiao talking were not small. Those rich kids around us heard it. Originally they were eyeing Dai Ming Lemon. Letting Su Yang shortcut up and communicate with Dai Ming Lime is even better. Now Su Yang even had a collaboration with Dai Ming Lime. For a while, it made a lot of people red-eyed. It's a great opportunity. It was just snatched away by Su Yang. Upset people abound. There were already people who wanted to come up and find Su Yang unpleasant. When did Tianhai City produce a character like you? I can't believe I didn't know. That measuring gaze held some contempt. It seemed to despise Su Yang. Su Yang also sized up the person across from him, dressed in reverse human fashion. It's just acting a little petty. Here's another rich kid, but it shouldn't be a powerful rich kid. At best, it's just a useless thing that the family keeps in captivity. This one's a fool. Chen Hongming dutifully introduced Su Yang to these people. Another person Su Yang didn't recognize. Still, he interacted more deeply with the rich generation of Tianhai City. Similar to these rich second generation Su Yang understand naturally is not much. All the same, these rich kids spend every day. But it never occurred to me to get to know my family's partners. So even if Su Yang stood in front of them, they didn't realize how amazing this was. Every one of them even showed more or less contempt. Such is the case with the fool in front of me. The fool was utterly and completely looking down on Su Yang. You didn't take some trick to fool the goddess, did you? Chapter 174, Let his family go bankrupt. Maybe it's unwillingness. Fools don't want to admit that Dai Ming Lime is willingly working with Su Yang. Thought everything was a conspiracy. Let's just say you don't look like a rich man. And you're not one of the rich second-generation people in our Tianhai City. So how could you possibly take out money to cooperate with the goddess? Su Yang shook his head helplessly. Sometimes stupidity is a sin. A casual word from these people could bring about the killing of their family. It's like Goshkai. You can ask your goddess if you want to know how we work together. If you want to know what we work together. It doesn't help that you're being shady with me here. Chen Hongming acted as Su Yang's most loyal horseman at this time. After seeing that Su Yang didn't want to be making small talk, Chen Hongming immediately eviscerated the fool. Nay, fools, have to find out. Looking at it is not going to be easy to leave. The fool stood strong in the face of Chen Hongming's expulsion. Tell me, who the hell are you? Let me see if you're really something? Su Yang's identity was never a secret. He's not above covering himself up either. After hearing this question, Su Yang smiled slightly. I'm Su Yang, as expected. These rich kids who just want to have fun all day long didn't even know who he was. At this moment, Su Yang had already said so. The rich kids still looked confused, but it doesn't matter. All the fool needs to know is who he just offended. If I'm not going to work with him, am I going to work with you? The clear voice came once more. It's Dai Ming Lime coming over. Deming Lemon saw the dispute over here and intended to come and see what was going on. Just in time to hear what the fool just said. The fool's heart was in his mouth at once. He was thinking of keeping his best image in front of the goddess. But all that snarky talk just now was heard by the goddess. The fool is starting to regret it. He was also anxious to remedy the situation. I'm just worried that you'll be cheated. Goddess. Ah, this person looks thievish. At a glance, I know that it's not a good person. It's very likely that he's a liar. The crowd looked at Su Yang after hearing the fool's words. Another look at the fool. Su Yang has a handsome face. Just with this handsome face, he was able to get a lot of benefits. To say it's thieving is a bit of an exaggeration. If you really want to talk about thievery, you should be a fool. It is only fools who have not yet come to this realization. You're judging me at a glance. Ha, without any evidence. You open your mouth? Su Yang revealed an icy smile. He had always disliked such people who couldn't listen to words and liked to accuse others wrongly. The fool just happened to be the one who broke his taboo. And the fool doesn't see anything wrong with what he said. Even thought of showing his gallantry in front of the goddess. He stretched his neck in front of Su Yang. Where did I go wrong? Aren't you just a poor man? If you were really rich, would you have come here in a cab? We can all remember what it was like. Saw that cab of Su Yang's. So subconsciously, he thought Su Yang was a poor man. So what if young Su drives a cab? Even if he drives a cab, he's still able to easily bankrupt your family. It's not like being so cowardly when it comes to Goshkai. Gao Shiqing was in existence that Chen Hongming did not dare to offend, but the fool was not. At this moment, looking at the fool still suspecting Su Yang, Chen Hongming then loudly retorted. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the family's patronage. Let's see what kind of identity young Su has first. You definitely won't end up well if you offend him. That's a god-awful thing to say. Leave the fools all silent for a moment. But then a thought. That's not true. Why should he be afraid of Su Yang? The words that Chen Hongming had just uttered might have simply been meant to scare him. If he really took those words seriously, he's definitely going to be the biggest joke inside the circle. But pull back. I don't believe a word you're saying about him. If he really had the skills, it would make our family bankrupt right now. the fool is still so arrogant, to even say such a thing. Chen Hongming couldn't help but stroke his forehead after hearing this. Fools, this is too long for their own family's lifespan, isn't it? How dare you manually try to reduce your family's lifespan? It's really the first time I've seen this kind of person. But that was also because the fool himself looked down on Su Yang, thinking that Su Yang definitely couldn't do this thing anymore. Su Yang nodded with a faint smile. He was listening to the fool. It's probably not a good idea to bankrupt your family right away. Su Yang said so, causing the fool to immediately laugh out in triumph. He truly thought he had threatened Su Yang. Now Su Yang had exposed his true strength. It wasn't supposed to be that great. There's no way to bankrupt the family either. Dai Ming Lime, however, did not doubt Su Yang's ability. Someone who can come up with $2 billion in one go, that's bound to be no idle man. Dai Ming Lime had a smile in her eyes as she waited for what Su Yang was going to say next. Su Yang didn't let Dai Ming Lime down either. This is probably going to take a little while, about half an hour's work. By then you should be able to get a notice from your family telling you that your family is now bankrupt. Su Yang spoke in a slow tone, like it was portraying a story. But I'm afraid that's bad news for anyone. But fools don't believe in these things yet. Precisely because Su Yang was intimidating himself. After hearing Su Yang say so, the fool laughed out loud. Then I'll be waiting for you, and you'll make sure to bankrupt my family when the time comes. If my family wasn't broke, I'd have to laugh at you. Su Yang didn't waste any time either. A phone call had been made after it was all said and done. Take care of one thing for me. It's stupid. You should be able to find out. Let's bankrupt his family. Nothing more than simply looking at him in a bad light. He said so himself, and told me to operate boldly. That's what the fool asked for. In that case, of course Su Yang had to fulfill the fool's wish. It was just a moment's effort, and Su Yang hung up the phone. He still had a smile on his face. Apparently, things are already being done. It's coming soon. Chen Hongming looked at the fool with a look of pity. Fools are really fools too. It's amazing that they don't even know the crisis is coming now. He also looked at Su Yang with a smug look on his face. Seeing this, Chen Hongming hastily shook his head. It is true that stupidity leads to disaster. ______.